Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. You could see the open world of the game. The players sat around the fire. They traveled through the mountains. Warriors held weapons in their hands. In this best VR fantasy online game, you can discover a different reality, and it's called Chrono Life. The knight gave the middle finger and advised the noob to walk away. The girl smiled politely and explained that their team does not accept amateurs. The kid with the candy in his hand said that his clothes were bad, and he needed to raise the level of it to at least 11. The guy was standing alone in the middle of the crowd, his lips pursed with rage. The main character gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. The sun was shining brightly over the city. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that this game was moronic. Holding a sword in his hand, he shouted that he did not want to play it. The other players turned to his shouts and thought he was angry because they didn't accept him into their team. Gio raised his sword and asked if they knew what kind of weapon it was. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when he stated that he had invested a lot of gold in this. She stood aside, carefully addressing the young man. Her cheeks were red with embarrassment. She was holding a staff with a heart in her hand. The protagonist turned around and blushed. The stranger closed her eyes and invited him to join her team. Gio was covered in sweat. Then, with a happy smile, he thought that Chrono Life was the best. A green forest could be seen. The players were walking through the clearing, and the girl said that the main character was very cool, to which he replied that there was nothing special about him. He smirked and said that his parents had given him a lot of money yesterday, and he had invested most of it in gold. The stranger with a smile asked how much they were already pumping. She looked at him, and he replied that she would be surprised. The guy with a smug expression added that he had bought up all the rookie kits for the 55,000 won he had enough for. He said with a smirk that this knight's sword was just from such a set. The beauty smiled admiringly and said that he looked like a fairy tale knight. The young man froze in shock. He imagined her hugging his arm. The protagonist then imagined them kissing. An image of them appeared in his head at the moment of the proposal. The player presented their wedding photos. He even managed to introduce their child. With flushed cheeks, Gio thought about what they should call their daughter. The witch was wearing red shoes. She closed her eyes and said that they had come to the place. They were standing in the middle of the clearing. The young man turned around and asked in surprise where they had come. Suddenly, the girl pierced his body through with her weapon. Blood gushed out of his mouth, his HP plummeting to a minimum. He fell to the ground with a loud sound. The main character was sweating, looking at his new girlfriend in shock. Blood spread under his body. She stood in front of him with a staff in her hands. A smile appeared on her lips as the player asked if she wanted his weapon. She replied with a smile that he should keep this garbage for himself. Gio furrowed his brows in shock. The rascal stood in front of him, saying that she had lured him into the thicket of the forest, away from prying eyes, in order to kill him. He sat down and with a shocked face said that she had invited him to her team. The witch put her hand to her face and replied that she had lied to him and she didn't need such a person on the team. She opened her mouth wide and called him a beggar loser. Gio froze as blood flowed from his mouth. The rude woman added with a sly grin that since he even scratches the bottom in the game, then in real life he is the same, and in real life such a homeless person as he would be afraid to approach her. With a mocking expression on her face, she offered to buy him an advanced set for beginners, where the clothes would be better. The young man looked down and remained silent as she said that he was bragging about the newcomer kit, which meant that his parents were beggars. He pursed his lips. Then he got down on one knee. There were drops of blood on his face, and he asked the girl to stop. He furrowed his brows angrily, and said that this arrogant boor had crossed all boundaries. Suddenly, the witch swung her staff and sliced Yuu's body into two halves. Drops of blood stained her face, and she asked what he had said. A red liquid gushed out of his mouth. Both parts of his body fell to the ground. The girl's hairpin shone. The system reported that she had met the conditions, and the process of moving to the hidden class had begun. The ends of her hair began to darken. The pink color turned to black. Blue pixels appeared around the player. This light completely covered her. Suddenly her image changed. Large wings appeared on the girl's back. Around her neck was a black choker with a red stone. Feathers flew around her, and the transition to the hidden class of the goddess of life was made. She smiled. Her cheeks turned pink, as she reported that she had finally reached 1,000 victims. She spread her wings, standing next to the shredded guy. The scoundrel stretched. Then she stepped on the body of the main character. Walking past him, she said that all she had to do was the main quest. Jiwoo's eyes dimmed as blood flowed from her mouth. He furrowed his brows and thought that on this day he had learned the terrible truth about this game. The young man closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that the law of the jungle applies here. The system reported that his character died. White doves flew over the city. There were crates and barrels near the buildings. The system reported that the player had lost most of his experience and revived in a safe place. He began to appear in the alley. His face looked evil. His character was revived. Gio remembered how that rude girl had laughed at him. He curled his lips in displeasure. He remembered how the knight had rudely refused to allow him to join the crew. Then he remembered how the impudent child, picking his nose, humiliated his clothes. He lowered his head down. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted very loudly. Tears flowed down his face. He reached for his bag. He took out the artisan's hammer, which upgrades a piece of equipment by 1 point. The knight's sword added 3 more units. The player gritted his teeth and swung his weapon. The hammer struck the ground. The guy clenched his jaw and thought that this was the fastest way to get stronger. He broke his sword, but the system notified him that he had failed to improve his equipment. His eyes widened in amazement. Bloody iron bracers gave 5 points to the level. The protagonist struck this one with a hammer. The glove broke, the equipment could not be improved again. The sun shone brightly in the sky. Broken artifacts lay on the ground. The young man thought with a smile that he had lost the entire set. He was sitting on the ground in only his underpants. Joe cried and concluded that it was all useless, and this game just sucks. Suddenly, a stick fell next to him. It was a wooden club, almost useless even for a beginner. The main character looked away in bewilderment. The stranger smiled and waved to him. The guy was covered in sweat and thought it was some kind of emoji character. The stranger jumped, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this is just another newcomer. He knitted his brows. Looking at the baton next to him, he assumed that this player was giving it to him. The stranger gave a thumbs up and smiled. He began to wave his hand again, and Gio assumed that he had seen him in his underpants on the street and felt sorry for him. The player was sitting on the ground next to a stick. He looked at the weapon. He then struck this one with his hammer. Suddenly, the club shone as there was an improvement. The young man struck with his hammer again. The club sparkled again and improved. The protagonist smiled slightly and thought that they were forever like mechanics into completely useless items. He began to beat the stick with his hammer without stopping. This strange weapon did not stop shining and pumping. Holding the hammer in his hand, the guy looked down in surprise. He waved his hand and thought that the baton would break soon. After all, the higher the level, the more likely it was. The young man was sitting on the ground near the building. The sun began to set below the horizon. The player's hand was trembling. His whole body was covered in sweat. He pursed his lips in exhaustion. He then struck a powerful blow to the club, improving the equipment again. Gio opened his mouth wide in surprise. A golden light appeared around the stick. The system reported that he had upgraded the equipment to the maximum value. The main character grabbed it and looked at the item dumbfounded. As he was sweating, he thought about the fact that the new weapon had already been upgraded to level 99. He sat on his knees, not understanding how this was possible, because after the 10th time, the probability of success of each subsequent improvement decreased by 5%. The player dropped the stick. He then raised his hand, trying to catch it. He managed to do it. However, the end of the club touched the ground. The protagonist's eyes bulged in amazement. The ground in front of him suddenly exploded. The line of explosion stretched for a long distance. Even the planet was covered with a crack. A beam of red light swept through space. Gio sat on the ground, looking at the devastation in front of him. He opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. People ran forward, not understanding what was happening. The knight was covered in sweat and shouted that it could be a dragon attack. They ran past a guy who was sitting on the floor in his underpants. He looked at this crowd in shock. The continent split into 2 halves. The sky was yellow. On that day, a new world record in VR games was entered into the Guinness Book of Records for the number of players killed with 1 hit. The young man sat with a truncheon in his hand. He looked to the side when the system reported that he had killed the player, and his reputation was boosted. A bunch of notifications appeared near the guy's face. He killed more than 800,000 players. Gio's eyes widened in horror. Then he smiled madly. He remembered the face of that rude woman. The guy laughed bloodthirsty. He remembered how that girl had killed him, and he thought that he had paid for his knowledge with his life. Then he introduced the boorish knight. The polite girl refused him with a smile. The impudent child picked his nose. The main character thought with a smirk that the law of the jungle applies in this place. He held the new weapon in his hand. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that now it was his turn to teach them a lesson. The young man was dressed in a white shirt and black pants. In real life he was a nobody. He looked down. He had an average height and a nondescript appearance. He did not reach heights either in studies or in sports. Gio imagined the symbol and thought that if his life were to be described in game terminology, it would be bronze level 4. The sun was shining brightly over the city. The player walked barefoot. He was wearing a black cloak. His face was serious. He turned to the jock next to him. The stranger gritted his teeth and swore angrily. He grabbed the guy by the clothes. He looked down at the protagonist and asked if this noob wanted to die, and his girlfriend laughingly told him not to touch the wretched. The protagonist looked at him seriously. He thought that he was completely different in this game. He opened his mouth and called the stranger a pig. The man frowned, stunned. He gritted his teeth in rage when suddenly the young man struck him on the temple with a bat. The jock looked away in horror. His face swelled with rage. Suddenly, the weapon began to emit a bright light, and the stranger's face became distorted. The energy blew him off his feet. This light was visible throughout the city. The girl shuddered with fear. A newcomer stood in front of her. In his hand was an ordinary wooden stick. Here he was invincible. Gio smiled contentedly. His cloak was blown by the wind. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He smirked, and the system reported that the durability of his weapon had been reduced. The club flashed. Its durability dropped to the 3rd level. The player was dazed by sweat. There was a blue sky over the city. Gio sat on the ground. He pursed his lips. His weapon had lost some of its durability. The main character looked at it. Then he fell on his back and screamed in despair. Lying on the floor, he said that he had made only 2 blows with the stick, and it was already 3 points out of 5. He furrowed his brows as he looked up. The sun was shining in the sky. The young man remembered how the knight gave him the middle finger. Then he remembered that rude woman and decided to take revenge on everyone who laughed at him. His gaze was serious. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He stood up abruptly, grabbing his weapon. He opened his mouth. Furrowing his brows, he thought that he had only 3 strokes left. In the Valley of the Dead, the ground was strewn with skulls. The young man stepped on the crunchy bones. There was fog all around. Her hair hid Jio's face. He opened his mouth and said something indistinctly. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. The guy turned around at the loud sound. His face showed no emotion. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered in the distance. The monster's eyes shone dazzlingly. The huge dragon flapped its wings. He opened his 2 mouths and screamed. A stream of wind swept past the protagonist. The boss raised his paw and called him an insignificant mortal. The 2-headed dragon Urus furiously yelled that he had crossed the line of the dead. The monster was huge compared to a man who had crossed the line between life and death. The boss's eyes were shining. He shouted that this fool was waiting for eternal torment. Suddenly he was blinded by a golden light. One of Urus's heads disappeared. He turned around, stunned. Jio raised his hand to the side. He turned his head and said that he only had 3 beats left. The monster opened its mouth in fear as it stood in front of the player. The durability of the baton dropped. Then the main character swung his weapon. He bulged his eyes and shouted that he would kill the strongest monster in this game. The dragon opened its mouth with sharp fangs. He covered himself with sweat and asked the guy to stop. The young man furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Urus looked at the player and asked him to wait a second. There were purple rays in the sky, and the dragon explained that it was just his script that he had to speak. Sweat dripped down the monster's face. He opened his eyes wide and asked who was standing in front of him. Jio waved his hand and replied that he had come here to kill the boss, and the dragon screamed again in fear. The young man waved his truncheon. A yellow ray swept across the ground. It attacked the monster. Then Urus fell down. A pool of blood flowed out of his mouth. Suddenly his face became human. The main character held a stick in his hand, the strength of which dropped to 1 blow. He closed his eyes, saying that there was nothing he could do about this durability. Urus looked at him in fright. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that he could help the player with this. The young man prepared to attack again. However, he then looked at the boss in surprise. A system notification appeared in front of him about the pact with the dragon, which offered him to give up his soul. Jio was covered in sweat, not knowing whether to accept the task. The monster looked at the player in horror and asked if he had ever heard of the ego sword. The main character looked at the dragon with interest and asked what it was. There were lightning bolts in the sky. The monster presented a diagram and explained that he would possess the young man's weapon and dwell there with his spirit. He introduced the sword and added that the Jio weapon would have a soul and evolve into an ego sword. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when the boss announced that this weapon would have infinite durability. The player laughed when Urus said that the ego sword is the strongest weapon in Chrono Life. The monster fell down while the main character laughed loudly. The boss was covered in sweat and began to laugh awkwardly too. Looking at the player, he asked if he agreed. Jio smiled and replied that he didn't want to take revenge anymore. Looking up, he added that it seemed like the game really wanted him to get revenge. Urus was trembling with fear and wanted to get out of here. The protagonist accepted the task with a wide grin. A purple pattern appeared underneath it. The monster stood in front of him. His wings suddenly turned white. It began to dissipate in the air. The physical body of the dragon disappeared. Then, his soul possessed Juwa's weapon. The club was surrounded by a violet light. The player smirked contentedly when the system reported that now the durability of the weapon is not limited. He stood on the skulls. White feathers appeared around him. Suddenly monsters appeared nearby. The terrible dead approached, shouting that the master was thirsty for revenge. The monsters opened their mouths wide, shouting in honor of Urus. The player was looking at this crowd. The monsters stood in a crowd, screaming for revenge. The main character grinned and decided that in this case he would take revenge. He imagined the face of a rude woman. Then he raised his baton and smiled madly. A powerful explosion thundered. It was a clear day in the city. The crowd gathered around the bulletin board. The players whispered. The knight opened his mouth wide and shouted that a bounty had been announced for the scoundrel's head, an SSS rank bounty. The others sweated in shock as the guards said that this villain had killed more than 800,000 people in a single day, the worst mass murder in the history of the game. Posters were pasted on the wall. They hung every 2 meters. The knight shouted that the bounty announcements for his head were spread across all 12 kingdoms, on all 3 continents. He opened his mouth wide and announced that the reward was 1 trillion gold coins. The players looked at him dumbfounded when they heard this figure. The crowd was moving forward. They were knights in armor. The villagers turned around and looked at the royal army dumbfounded. On the armor was the coat of arms of a double-headed eagle. Someone was leading the army ahead. It was Saint Tree, the leader of the Holly Guild. On the other side was an army in red clothes. Shuro was smiling. He was the leader of the White Crosses Guild. A girl in a black cloak led a crowd of mages. Her hair hid the face of Abracadabra, the strongest witch in the royal family. Hong, the leader of the Robin Hood Guild, was wearing a mask. The knight touched his helmet. He grabbed a spear. The wind was blowing the blue flag. A man walked between the warriors. The king of the Ardent Palace furrowed his brows. The players looked at everyone in shock. Huge crowds gathered for one purpose. All the guilds raised their flags. It was the first alliance of the strongest guilds on the planet in history. The king opened his mouth wide and declared total war on the mass murderer of the players. The warriors sat on horses. Many guilds held the line. On the poster was Gio's face. The club shone brightly. The guy looked at the weapon. He grinned contentedly. Standing outside, he laughed loudly. The main character shuddered with fear when a strange creature got out of the stick and said that he was in a good mood today. The player leaned away from the weapon, asking who it was. The spirit replied with a smile that it was the two-headed dragon Urus. The guy opened his mouth in shock. He remembered that huge, powerful dragon. His face took on a skeptical expression. The spirit flew into the air and reminded him that his soul had possessed this weapon. The player poked the monster on the cheek, saying that he had become somehow cute. With a serious face, he asked where his other head had gone. Urus turned. He opened his mouth in horror. He rounded his eyes and asked where it had gone. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from the sky. The young man picked it up. There he saw his own face. Gio raised one eyebrow in bewilderment. A pile of leaflets fell from the sky. People were walking through the city. Leaflets were pasted on the walls. All the posters had the protagonist's face on them. The dragon closed his eyes and screamed loudly. They walked down the street as the spirit praised its new master for killing 800 people with a single blow. The young man held a piece of meat in his hand while Urus said that the reward for his capture was truly royal. The guy took a bite of the meat and said that he thought that NPCs did not know what real money was. How could artificial intelligence know about the presence of the player's world? Urus sighed and replied that he had already died, and Gio called him headstrong to the NPC. The dragon raised his hand and asked what the player's plans were, as he would be hunted day and night. A spirit with a furious face offered to deal with humanity right now. The young man was covered in sweat and remembered how he accidentally destroyed the planet. He turned around and looked at the leaflets with his face on them. The player chewed, looking away. The posters were lying on the ground. He thought with a sly smile that he felt like a celebrity. With his mouth full, Gio said that he would act on a certain principle. The familiar touched his face and asked what he meant. The protagonist looked at the monster and explained that this is the principle when someone very strong and powerful pretends to be harmless. Urus with a puzzled face asked why a player should tolerate being treated like a loser, so that everyone would despise and not notice him. The young man closed his eyes and explained that it was funny. He added with a smile that no one around him would know that in front of them was not just anyone, but the main character of the game. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his bodies. Urus opened his mouth in shock. The shell went through. Blood gushed out of the guy's mouth. He fell on his stomach. The dragon looked at his master in fear. A quiver with arrows was visible. Bao was the same color. The archer lowered his weapon, reporting a hit. The leader of the Justice Guild furrowed his brows. The warriors ran forward. The other guild also moved. The main character was lying on the ground. The soldiers surrounded him. The man furrowed his brows and shouted that he was the head of the Joint Forces Guild. An arrow protruded from Gio's back as the warrior ordered the capture of this man who had killed 800,000 people. The rest of the knights shouted in unison that they were taking orders. Urus covered himself with sweat and asked if the young man was alive. The familiar looked at the army with fright, shouting that these people were weak, but all together they were dangerous. The main character coughed up blood. He got down on one knee. Then he stood on both feet. The warriors immediately tensed up when they saw this. The head furrowed his brows and said that there would be no mercy for the villain. The knights surrounded the player. The spirit called the guy. Gio gritted his teeth and said that he had changed his mind. He pulled the arrow out of himself. He threw it to the ground. He had a truncheon in his hand. Looking at the huge army, he said that the principle of the loser was definitely not for him. With a mad smile, the protagonist shouted that they had asked for it. A powerful explosion was visible from afar. The archers opened their mouths in shock. The explosion was visible even from space. The corpses of the soldiers lay on the ground. The warrior was coughing. He opened one eye. All members of the guild were injured or killed. The head was covered with sweat from shock. He looked at all his comrades around him and said that the capital of the First Kingdom had been destroyed. He turned around abruptly when he heard a loud sound. The archer gritted his teeth. Gio put the baton on his shoulders. The warrior put his hand in his bosom. He took out a summoning crystal. Then the man smashed it. A blue circle immediately appeared below it. Several more such symbols appeared nearby. The archer opened his mouth wide and ordered all members of the Guild of Combined Forces to appear. The seals shone brightly. An army appeared on the symbols. There were different guilds there. The protagonist looked away. The knights wore helmets. Enemies surrounded the player. The United Forces Guild was simply huge. The armor of the warriors had a coat of arms. There were about 3 million of them in total. The army filled the entire field. The head raised his hand. He opened his mouth wide and ordered an attack. He held up one finger. The knights immediately rushed towards Gio. He only sighed softly. Then he raised a wooden club. A beam of light swept across the ground. This swept the enemy army off its feet. Urus opened his mouth in amazement. The young man waved his weapon. He knitted his brows. A golden beam cut through the crowd. The dragon was covered with drops of sweat. He remembered shouting to his wounded master that these people were weak, but all together they were dangerous. The spirit frowned. The protagonist imagined the dragon's past form and thought that he was the strongest boss in the world. It was not in his power to defeat all the players at once, and the guild of combined forces was too strong an opponent. The guy imagined himself on the turtles and came to the conclusion that it was better for him to run away from here quickly. The monster froze with an expression of horror. The spearmen raised their weapons. Sequoia grinned. He and his guild then jumped up to attack the guy. The main character stood motionless. Then he smirked and grabbed a stick. A beam of light threw enemies into the air. The energy swept through the army like a wave. The witch closed her eyes and cast a spell. She was surrounded by assistants. Gio looked to the side tensely. A blue circle appeared above him. Abracadabra furrowed her brows and used ancient destruction magic. The circle suddenly began to shine. The main character opened his eyes in amazement. A beam of magic struck from the circle. The player opened his mouth and said that this spell sounded cool. He lowered his club and added that he also needed a spell for his attacks. Then he waved his hand. A yellow beam struck from the ground into space. It broke through the blue magic circle. Cracks appeared there. Then it broke into small fragments. The witch was dazed by sweat and screamed that the newcomer had interrupted her greatest, most ancient spell. They raised their hands up. Abracadabra looked at Jaiwu in fright. He raised his hand up and prepared to strike. Even beyond the mountains, the energy of his weapon could be seen. The mages began to fall down. The sunset began and the player thought that he was 1 against 3 million, and this is definitely a disaster. The United Forces Guild was defeated. The head sat on his knees. Drops of sweat dripped down his face. He trembled, not believing it. The protagonist stood in front of him. He opened his eyes wide and said that he would not kill the archer, but it was because of him that he fell off. The man looked at the young man with fear and surprise and asked why he wasn't going to kill him. The guy sighed with a smile. Then his face twisted with anger, and he reminded him that the enemy had shot him with a bow. The warrior opened his mouth in fright. The truncheon hit him in the face. There was an explosion in space. This battle was on everyone's lips on the same day. Swords protruded from the ground. The guild members were killed. Sawdust flew from the truncheon. Gio stretched out his hand forward. Suddenly, Urus got out of his weapon and shouted that his master was simply magnificent. Suddenly someone took a step forward. The guy turned sharply. Someone was coming to him. The main character was surprised to ask if anyone was still alive. He opened his eyes wide and said that it was very unfortunate. His eyes reflected the silhouette of a woman. They stood opposite each other. She was the goddess of life. Gio looked at her in shock. He knitted his brows. Hamka smiled. She looked straight and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The sun was setting over a field dotted with the bodies of 3 million people. The girl was smiling slightly. With a soft look, she greeted the guy. The player looked at her furiously and thought that they had met again. Their silhouettes were visible against the sunset, and he thought that this was a rather fateful meeting. His hair hid the young man's eyes. He remembered how this girl called his parents beggars. His hand trembled. He gritted his teeth. Gio then let out a chuckle, although he didn't understand why he had such a reaction. The goddess stood in front of him. She closed her eyes and asked how he was doing, while the protagonist looked at her with displeasure, while she said that fate brought them together, because she definitely did not expect to meet him under such circumstances. The guy replied with a grin that he understood that she was looking for him, with the intention of killing. The girl smiled. Her cheeks were pink. She asked if he really thought so of her. The young man furrowed his brows. He closed his eyes and said that he had cracked her skull open right now, but he needed to talk. They were standing opposite each other, and he asked if she had dyed her hair. The goddess raised her hand to her face and said that she was glad that he had noticed this. She held a staff in her hand, saying that she had sacrificed the protagonist to enter the new, hidden class of the goddess of life. She remembered herself with wings when she reached 1,000 killed. Back then, the girl stood in front of Gio's slashed body. She looked to the side and explained that this was the reason why his hair color had changed. The protagonist furrowed his brows. He sighed. Then he raised his truncheon. Stretching out his hand, he said that the scoundrel had sacrificed 1,000 players to become the goddess of life. While the girl was smiling, he asked why she was not the goddess of death. She agreed with a smile that it was funny. The player arched his eyebrows in anger and replied to her with sarcasm. He attacked her, but she managed to jump into the air. He looked up and said that he had asked everything he wanted and now it was her turn to receive the blows. The goddess opened her mouth in surprise. A golden light appeared in the air. A fog appeared around the young man. He furrowed his brows and looked up. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was sorry. She stood behind the protagonist, saying that she wanted to talk more. Gio turned around abruptly, gritting his teeth. He immediately attacked the Burish. The golden energy swept through the land. Urus noted the direct hit with a joyful smile. The young man put the weapon on his shoulders as the dragon praised him loudly. The main character said with a smirk that people like her only know how to bluff. Suddenly, Her silhouette appeared in the middle of the fog. The player's eyes widened in surprise. On the trench stood the goddess of life. She closed her eyes and said that Gio had become much stronger. With a smile, she added that he wouldn't be able to defeat her with this thing. The monster stuck to the owner's face and shouted that this scoundrel had survived. The girl came closer. Her face was still calm. The dragon turned around in surprise. He sweated and realized that she could see him, but it was impossible. The player removed the familiar from his face and said that this is strange. A trench stretched out in front of him, and he added that he was sure he had hit the target, but there was not a single scratch left on the goddess. With the same smile as before, she reminded me of her class. Squinting her eyes, she added that a mere mortal could not kill the goddess. The main character smiled happily. He put the club on his head and said that he was very angry. Then he rushed towards the enemy. His brows were furrowed. She didn't move, holding her staff in her hand. Even her smile was not lost. A golden explosion appeared where she stood. The young man gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to the side. This light was visible even beyond the mountains. Gio began to swing his stick furiously. Flashes of light were visible from space. The dragon watched in admiration on the sidelines. He opened his mouth wide and thought that the whole planet was shaking, and the guy might just destroy it if he went on like this. The girl smiled and told the young man not to bother. White wings appeared behind her. She looked straight with a familiar look. Then it rose into the air. Urus was covered with sweat in amazement. The protagonist was breathing heavily. He knitted his brows, staring intently at the boar. The wings of the goddess shone. Feathers flew around. Her long hair rose up. She sank down. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what the loser would do, because he probably dreamed of taking revenge on her. She went ahead and advised him to put up with it. When she was right in front of him, she said that he could never kill her. Gio furrowed his brows in rage. His gaze was serious. Then he closed them. He sighed loudly. Then he put his foot to the side. The player walked away. The goddess rounded her eyes in surprise and asked if he was leaving because he was giving up. The young man swung his baton, but then lowered his hand. He turned around and replied that he was just trying to see how much force he could put into the blow. While he was stretching his shoulder, the villain reminded him that he would not be able to do it. Gio narrowed his eyes and interrupted her, saying that he didn't want to break through her, but this planet. Finally, the smile fell from the girl's lips. She was left behind. The main character turned around and said that he should destroy this planet, since he was not able to destroy the goddess. She furrowed her brows as the protagonist said that she would either die in the explosion or end up in outer space. She opened her mouth and said that it was an interesting train of thought. Standing at a distance from the player, she asked if he thought that a mere mortal could do such a thing. Gio put his hand on his shoulder and explained that this was the reason why he was calculating the force of the blow. He remembered one of his attacks. He remembered how the beam had swept across the ground several times. He then remembered attacking the goddess, and said that it wasn't the full force of the blows. Hamka furrowed her brows and looked furiously at the guy. He turned when she asked if he had thought that he would die with her, since he was also mortal. A shadow fell on his face as the girl asked if he was willing to die just for revenge. He remembered how she had cut him into two halves, and thought that he had paid with his life for his knowledge. The main character let out a laugh. He remembered that rude night, and the essence of this game again. The young man began to laugh loudly. He remembered a child picking his nose. With a smirk, the protagonist ordered the girl to listen to him. Gio said with a sly smile that now it was time to teach all the scoundrels a lesson. The goddess was covered in sweat when the player said that someone like her would not understand him. He raised his hand and spoke of self-sacrifice. He looked to the side and said that she shouldn't have touched someone who had nothing to lose. A drop of sweat dripped down the cheek of the Burschness. She raised her hand and asked the young man to stop, but he had already brandished a truncheon. The weapon touched the ground. A shockwave swept around. The girl opened her mouth in shock. The dragon pressed his hands to his face. Only the protagonist smiled happily. The ground cracked. These cracks covered the entire planet. Many explosions thundered at once. A blinding flash of light filled everything around. The rays swept through space. The light was still on. It was getting brighter. Binary code was visible. I could see a large office with game capsules. VR capsule hall. The manager slept peacefully. He opened his eyes when he heard a loud scream. People took off their glasses, shouting that they had been thrown out of the game. They looked at each other, screaming with indignation. The administrator's eyes bulged out in fright as the players looked at him angrily. He raised his hands and explained that it wasn't because of the electricity, and it wasn't done by him. Another player looked at his phone and shouted that a notification had appeared on the site. It was written about technical problems. The girls looked at their phones, saying that something was really broken on the server. It was written on the screen that the player was online. He was still in the game. Binary code was visible. Synchronization with the system was underway. There was only one player on the server. Gio was standing in the middle of the server. He looked away in surprise. He was wearing a black cloak. He did not understand where he was. The main character touched his head and said that he had just been to another place. His eyes widened in shock when he heard someone's voice. He turned around and the stranger said that the protagonist had destroyed one of the most beautiful planets in the fourth universe. The man was standing next to him. He smiled, saying that it was his mother's favorite planet. The young man turned around and furrowed his brows. He looked at the strange man and asked who it was. The stranger had blonde hair. His face was calm. Then he smiled slyly. His smile became very creepy, and he replied that he was the creator. After these words, the guys silently looked at each other. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. Suddenly he grinned. Shaking his head in different directions, he said that since he was the creator, then let him remain the creator, and then asked if he had seen a girl with black hair here. Having received such a question, the guy with long blonde hair asked what kind of girl. After all, they were actually alone here. Immediately after these words, a system screen appeared in front of Gio, informing him that there was only one player on the server. The creator suddenly smiled broadly and asked if he was a fool or just pretending to be one, because he had killed everyone. From these words, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. He recalled how he destroyed a huge planet, and his interlocutor asked who could have survived such a massive explosion, adding that nothing alive remained. But as soon as the guy heard this, a crazy smile appeared on his face. From such a reaction, drops of cold sweat appeared on the creator's face. Gio, still standing in one place, began to laugh loudly. He suddenly raised a stick above his head and shouted loudly that he had done it, adding that he was incredibly happy because that's why he played online games. With his mouth open in surprise, the creator looked at an ordinary player. A few seconds later, the guy looked at his weapon and told Urus to come out, because he had finally taken revenge. But nothing happened to his stick. Then the main character began to hit her with his hand and call Urus. Seeing this, the creator smiled broadly and said that there were only two of them here, and he had already said so. Then the guy looked at his interlocutor from under his brow. The guy with long blonde hair did not move from his place, continuing to say that this animal was not here. Hearing this, the main character knitted his eyebrows and asked what it means, who he is. Because he is the only player on the server, is he really some kind of NPC or is he a developer? After these questions, the two of them looked at each other. After a few seconds, the creator smiled and replied that he was neither one nor the other, he was. The smile disappeared from his face, but everything he said was drowned out by a crack. After speaking, the creator smirked. He suddenly put his hand to his head and said that he had already begun to interfere. Immediately after these words, a bright flash of light appeared between them. With surprise in his eyes, the main character looked at her. The creator smiled broadly again and said that it was a shame, but there was nothing wrong with it, because it was a pleasure to meet him. Then he waved his hands, said goodbye, and asked him to say hello to Furry. Hearing this, Gio opened his mouth in shock and shouted loudly, asking him to wait for a while. The bright light grew brighter with every second. He quickly absorbed the creator. In less than a second, a flash of light engulfed the main character. The space began to change rapidly. All surfaces consisted of binary code, and a system screen appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had been kicked out of the game. There was no one in the computer club. All the capsules were open except one. Suddenly it began to open. Inside sat Gio. He slowly brought his hands to the helmet on his face. Taking it off, the guy frowned in displeasure. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said that he had no other words besides obscenities, after which he asked why he had even appeared then, and what kind of nonsense about Furry was all this. Suddenly, the main character saw a man with two guards standing next to him. The man with the cigar in his mouth was smiling broadly. Suddenly he rested his hands on the armrests. Then he took a few steps towards the main character. As he walked forward, the man said that he was Gio, a 21-year-old who had been playing Chrono Life for 3 months, and his weapon of choice was a wooden club. His guards were standing nearby. Coming close to the guy, the man asked if everything was correct, and then the guy asked himself if this was Furry. A grimace full of fear appeared on his face, and he replied in a shaking voice that it was so, after which he asked who he was. Having received such a question, the man took off his glasses. He frowned angrily and replied that he was the one who had come for his club. The main character, an ordinary skinny guy who is 21 years old, he is a college student and a fan of the game Chrono Life. When he first loaded into the game, he began to shout loudly, which caused all the players to turn to him. Gio looked at the shiny blade of the sword in his hands with tears in his eyes. He then lifted it above his head, but he hadn't actually risen above the level of an amateur during the entire game. But one day he was lucky, and he was able to pump an ordinary bat into the level of 99+. Thanks to this, the main character was able to kill all those whom he did not like. Remembering the goddess of life, he remembered that he was able to take revenge even on her. The guy made a strong blow to the ground. It was this blow that completely engulfed and destroyed the planet. But after all this, a guy appeared who called himself the creator. But after a few minutes, he disappeared in the bright light. At present, a bright moon was shining in the starry sky. At one of the cafes there were several cars full of guards. The sign of this institution burned with yellow and red letters. There were very delicious dishes on the table. The main character was sitting at the same table with that unknown man. He suddenly looked up at the guy and asked why he was looking at him, adding that he should just eat, because his old acquaintance is a cook in this place, and she cooks mind-blowing. Gio, shaking with fear, brought the spoon to his mouth and asked himself what was going on here. The man raised his head and said that when he was a beggar, he often came here to eat gukpab. Putting a spoon in his mouth, he wondered when it was, and then said that about 15 years ago he founded his company at a time when Chrono Life was still in the development stages. As soon as the protagonist heard this, shock appeared in his eyes and he asked himself if it was the development of Chrono Life, and if it was the company. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he asked in a shaking voice if he could be. But before he could finish speaking, the man, smiling broadly, asked in response if it was not clear that he was the president of Chrono Life Dokby, to which he received a loud shout, asking if he was really just a president, and not some kind of mafioso. But then who were all these people in suits? People were standing next to them all this time, and the man replied that they were ordinary employees. Each of them had a separate role, such as the designer of the hero model, the sound engineer and the head of the marketing department. Gritting his teeth, Gio frowned and shouted that he thought he was a mafia, and so he was very scared, after which he asked why the president of Chrono Life had found him then. Dokby then put the spoon in his mouth and asked if he didn't know, adding that he had already told him at the computer club that he had come for his baton. After these words, the two interlocutors silently looked at each other. The main character's eyes were full of shock and surprise, with which he asked what he was talking about. Then the man, closing his eyes, asked in response what was incomprehensible here, answering that it was normal practice on the part of the leader of the company to take an item with a bug. As soon as the guy heard this, he jumped to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, asking what other bug it was, because he had pumped this weapon with his own hands. There was no emotion on the man's face as he answered firmly, 3%. He continued to eat, adding that this was the probability of successful improvement after the 10th time, and after the 10th time, as he understood it, that probability decreased. After that, the president frowned and asked if it was true that he understood him. Drops of cold sweat ran down Gio's face. He presented a number that should be the percentage of improvement, and Dokby said that let's assume it wasn't a bug, and then asked if he could then tell him, according to their formula, what the probability of what he did with that baton. Having received such a question, the main character silently lowered his head. With no answer, the man closed his eyes and said this is it, so he will confiscate his 99+ level wooden club. The bright moon continued to float across the starry sky. At the same time, the sun was shining brightly in the game. Its rays illuminated the surroundings of the city of the front. The huge ugly monster roared angrily. The 21st level Gortys's eyes burned brightly, and smoke was coming from his mouth. 4 players took up fighting stances as the monster charged. The tip of the staff suddenly caught fire. The girl swung, about to use a magical attack. With a single swing of her staff, she aimed a fiery projectile towards the monster. At the same moment, the fierce flames engulfed Gortys. With glowing eyes, the monster screamed in pain. One of the players, seeing this, smiled broadly and shouted loudly that they had succeeded, after which he ordered to attack again. At the same moment, the girl behind him showed her strong aura. Then, with a loud shout, she rushed to attack. She quickly ran towards the burning monster. As soon as the guy saw this, shock appeared in his eyes and he screamed loudly, asking where she was running alone. But as soon as he shouted that, Gortys attacked the girl with his horn. The player flew up to the sky. Her shadow overshadowed the sorceress. Seeing her partner flying in her direction, the girl opened her mouth in surprise. In the next second, there was a collision. The other 2 guys turned to look at them and shouted loudly that they needed to be helped as soon as possible, otherwise things would be bad. All this time, the main character was watching them from the sidelines. There was no emotion on his face. He suddenly exhaled in frustration and asked himself what he should do now. Asking himself this, he looked into the distance. Suddenly the monster bit off a piece of meat. Urus sat behind his master and asked what he was going to do now. Gio didn't turn around with a blank look in his eyes. He suddenly put his hand on his stick. Holding it up to him, he saw that its durability was infinite, and the level of ego. The guy, reading all this, did not take his eyes off her. He suddenly remembered the brightly glowing sign of the establishment. Inside, the president of Chrono Life looked at him and said this is it, which is why he is confiscating his wooden club. Hearing this, the guy gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise at his interlocutor, who said that this was what he had been instructed to say in the company. Dokby suddenly smiled broadly and added that he thought it was unfair to do so. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked in confusion if he really thought so. Then the man put the spoon on the table and replied that he had done his own investigation, and in his opinion his baton was not a bug at all, and then he decided that he would not interfere and would leave him alone. Having said that, the president closed his eyes. He remembered Urus in his true form and added that he had killed the strongest monster. He also recalled how the protagonist littered the battlefield with corpses, and said 3 million users. The man also remembered the blow that destroyed the entire planet. Taking another dish from the table, Dokby said that he had even destroyed the planet, but in any case, he was a user who had the right to freedom of action. After saying that, he poured the sauce into the dish. The main character opened his eyes wide when he heard this. His interlocutor smiled broadly and said that he could even add kadugi to his gukpab because it was his choice. Seeing the dish handed to him, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. After a short pause, he accepted the dish handed to him. In complete silence and a good atmosphere, they silently looked at each other. Suddenly, a female cook appeared and, hitting the president on the back of the head, she shouted loudly that he was unscrupulous, because he put kaduga in the gukpab, adding that she had been cooking beef bone broth all night, and he was trying to spoil it, because she had included a separate soup with kaduga on the menu especially for him. After all these shouts, the woman left. After such a scene, the main character carefully put the kadugi on the table. Leaving his memories, the guy continued to look at the stick in his hands. He suddenly frowned and said to himself, "Kadugi soup." But when he heard a loud scream, he looked up. The guy with the spear pointed his finger at the girl and shouted, asking what kind of priest she was. He frowned angrily and continued to shout, asking if she didn't know how to behave during a team fight at all, why it was necessary to tank on the wall, and when he was asked to calm down, he shouted even harder that he would not do it, because of her they would now have to postpone the hunt, and it would be better if they did not accept this fool at all. Gio looked at them out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly remembered a completely clean plate after eating and the words of the president, who said that he wanted to ask him something. Closing his eyes, the man smirked and said that he didn't know if he could say such a thing as the president, but Chrono Life was a good game. Folding his hands, he continued to say that this is freedom, romance, an open world, and therefore this fantasy world has no equal. Knitting his eyebrows, Dokby smiled at everything and asked not to destroy Chrono Life, but just to enjoy his stay. After these words, the main character left his memories, continuing to sit in the same place. Suddenly the player spat forward. His saliva fell on the girl in front of him. He then gave her the middle finger and shouted furiously that there would be no more raids on her. After that, he turned around, ordering everyone else to leave, adding that he never thought that she had the same weapon as him. The girl with the long pink hair continued to stand still, and in front of her was a system screen that announced that she had been kicked out of the team. Gio followed this incident to the very end. He suddenly exhaled heavily and asked himself, an open world means romance. Suddenly, his eyes filled with anger, and he exclaimed that this is all shit, and the most important rule is that the strongest survive. He remembered the pleased face of the president, who had asked him to just enjoy being in this wonderful game. Leaving his memories, Gio put a stick behind his head and said that of course he would take everything from life as he could, and when he wanted soup with kadugi Pozorist, he would put more kadugi in it. After waving the stick, a madly powerful magical energy appeared in the air. This attack flew at great speed into the backs of the departing players. With each passing second, she was getting closer, after which painful screams were heard. On the face of the main character after this was the widest smile. Suddenly he turned around in surprise. The pink-haired girl continued to stand in the same place, shouting loudly that this game sucked. Her face expressed anger and rage as she continued to shout that they didn't know a damn thing about weapons. She stared at her brass knuckles and kept screaming, asking if they didn't realize what a cool weapon she had in the first place. Tears came to her eyes, and she added that she had given so much gold for those brass knuckles. Gio, seeing this, opened his mouth slightly. He suddenly remembered himself at the very beginning of the game. His eyes filled with shock. He recalled how other players turned to him. Gradually, the shock was replaced by a kind of surprise. Gio remembered raising his first weapon above his head. Sometime later, the girl closed her eyes and shouted loudly that everyone should go to hell. She did not need any command, because she would go alone to the raids. After these screams, she began to leave. The main character, together with the pet, watched her from the side and said to themselves that they did not even know what to think. Suddenly, shock and horror appeared in the girl's eyes. In front of her stood an enraged Gortys. But he brought a whole tribe with him. The girl involuntarily opened her mouth from what she saw. The huge monster opened its mouth, from which drool poured. Suddenly, the eyes of each of them lit up. The whole tribe rushed in her direction. They tapped their huge paws on the ground, causing it to shudder. The flames of the Gortys were rapidly approaching in the direction of the lonely girl. She couldn't do anything but raise her hands to her face. But at the very last moment, the main character appeared in front of her, who said to himself that he did not understand why he did so. He swung his stick to strike. In the next second, the guy used a blow from below. Immediately afterward, there was an insanely powerful explosion that spread thousands of kilometers into space. Gio stood with his hand raised, and smoke was wafting around him. The girl still had her hands on her head. But realizing that she was not dead, she carefully opened one eye. Suddenly shock and surprise appeared in him. There was not a single monster in front of her. The guy looked at her without any emotion on his face and asked himself if it was sympathy or pity. The girl stared at her savior with her mouth open in surprise. Torn blades of grass slowly fell to the ground. The protagonist threw a stick over his shoulder and said to himself that he doesn't think that's the case, but he thinks he did it just to have fun. After these thoughts, he smiled broadly. The girl with her hands raised could not take her eyes off the guy. A few seconds later, Gio turned to face her. For a few seconds, they stared at each other in silence as the guy said to himself that all he needed was a little action, and that's it, that's the prologue. All this time, they continued to look at each other. Having finished, the main character grinned. Warmth and kindness appeared in his eyes, with which he greeted the girl. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, the girl's eyes sparkled. Dropping her hands, she continued to look at her savior. The two of them did not move from their seats, and then Jaiwa asked if she wanted to team up with him, at the same time saying to herself that now his story had truly begun. Suddenly, the girl showed the middle finger and shouted loudly that the main character should go away, because she does not communicate with noobs. After that, she spat on the ground and left herself. The guy looked after her with his mouth open and realized that this was some kind of not very rosy beginning. The sun came out of the horizon, chasing away the night sky strewn with stars. Going to school or work, people were completely absorbed in the phone. In schools, colleges and institutes, students constantly watched some videos or played. Even on the bus, holding on to the handrail, people were flipping through the news feed with their other hand. Even at home, lying on the bed, they did not look up from the phone. All continents were marked with a bright light, an incident that riveted the attention of the world community. This event was even given the name of Judgment Day, the end of the world. 3 million corpses lay on the ground. Gamers all over the world discussed this incident day and night. They had a picture of the protagonist, and they asked each other who he was, adding that in the first massacre 800,000 people died, and in the second 3 million, he was a master assassin and the god of war, the strongest in Chrono Life. This message appeared in a bright flash of light. Seeing this, the man shouted loudly that it was all a lie. His face expressed anger as he shouted, asking how he could be the strongest, adding that he either had a buggy character or a cheat, and was very close to the truth. A guy with piercings on his face held a phone in his hand and said that if 3 million players could not defeat him, then this is some kind of unreal imba. One of their interlocutors also held a phone in his hands and said that this was for sure, because it was impossible to defeat such a superior number on a regular, and even pumped character. The girls smiled broadly and shouted that they needed to destroy this cheater, because they wanted justice. On the brightly glowing screen of the tablet, they quickly typed messages, sending them directly to support. Everyone was waiting for the game's administration to respond, and in the end, an announcement appeared that was addressed to all players. It was written in capital letters that the administration wants to make an official statement on this incident. After reading this, the man smiled broadly and, laughing, said that someone was waiting for a lifetime ban. But contrary to all expectations, the administration of the game wrote that no violations on the part of the violator were revealed. The smile immediately disappeared from the gamer's face. He continued to read the message, which revealed that a thorough investigation had determined that the offender was not a cheater, and his character was free of bugs, and his actions did not violate the rules of the world of Chrono Life. All gamers who read this opened their mouths in surprise. This is how this issue was put to an end. Clouds floated across the blue sky. One of the players looked at his friend and asked if he had heard the news that the Chrono Life server was taken down that time due to the user's action. All the players looked at each other, discussing this topic. There have always been players on the streets who talked about how the protagonist killed millions of players in one hit, and because of this, the server froze. There were posters on the walls about the capture of the main character for a decent reward, but even this did not help the players understand what he looked like. In this photo, there was hatred and bloodlust in the guy's eyes. But in reality, there was a warm smile on the face of the main character. With his hands behind his head, he walked behind the girl with pink hair. The girl frowned in displeasure. The guy followed her, keeping his eyes closed. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and shouted loudly, asking why he was following her. Then Gio, don't open your eyes, asked what was the matter, because they should already be on the roadstead together. Hearing this, the girl furrowed her eyebrows in anger and screamed, asking when she agreed, adding that she would never go on a raid with some homeless exhibitionist. Hearing this, the main character pointed his finger at himself and asked if she was talking about him, to which she shouted, asking what, is it not true, adding that he is in only underpants under this cloak. She pointed her finger at him and kept shouting that on top of everything else, he was also fighting with a stick that was only suitable for the bottoms of the first level, and she didn't play with beginners, so he had to leave. After these screams, she turned away and began to leave. Gio looked after her and asked what was wrong with her, why she called her names. He had saved her from the monsters. Then Urus, flying nearby, replied that he saw what happened then, adding that when he killed the monsters, she closed her eyes in fear and did not see anything. As soon as he said that, the protagonist remembered how he destroyed the monsters with one swing. But all this time, the girl covered her head with her hands. Leaving his memories, Gio put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that it meant that she hadn't even realized how strong he was. He continued to watch as the girl stomped her feet on the ground in anger. Suddenly, there was shock in his eyes as he realized that he actually had to hide his true strength. Realizing this, the main character caught up with the girl. He smiled broadly and, with a blush on his cheeks, asked to be taught. Hearing this, the girl turned to him and asked him discontentedly what he was talking about. Then the guy put his hand behind his head and exclaimed that he had only recently started playing, so he asked to be taught how to do it, after which he called the girl sensei. After these words, the anger disappeared from her face. Her eyes lit up, and surprise appeared in them. She suddenly remembered how her former comrade spat forward. His saliva fell on her clothes. After that, the guy showed her the middle finger and drove her away. Suddenly, a blush appeared on her cheeks and she asked herself if she was a sensei. At this time, Urus frowned in displeasure and asked the owner what he was doing, to which he whispered that he was pretending to be a noob, because he needed to pretend that he was a weakling. Hearing this, the monster's expression changed and he asked if this was the loser's strategy he was talking about. But before he could get an answer, the two of them were swept away by the girl's loud scream. With a big smile on her face, she straightened her hair and exclaimed that she was very embarrassed, but actually Sensei does teach noobs how to play, so she doesn't mind. Immediately after these words, the protagonist looked up at the red system screen, which announced that Love was inviting him to his team. Closing her eyes, the girl continued to say that she could be his teacher once. Her system screen revealed that she was level 24 and a master of hand-to-hand combat. After some time, the first cave was located in front of the city front. Inside, someone was running fast on the ground. Love swung for a punch. At the same moment, she struck the monster with all her strength. Blood spurted out of the mouth of a 4th-level bear. After that, he fell on his back with a crash. His kin immediately rushed to attack. Then the girl easily dodged one of the blows. In the air, she exhaled heavily. Then, before landing, it began to spin rapidly. As soon as the monster saw this, shock appeared in its eyes. Love appeared above his head, about to kick him. Using the kick of the diving dragon, she destroyed the beardozer. Everyone else looked at it with their mouths open in shock. They began to surround her on all sides. But Love stood on one leg without a drop of fear. She smiled broadly and told the monsters to attack her, because she was a sensei. The main character all this time was watching this fight from the sidelines. He smiled and said that she was a good fighter, and his pet replied that it really was. The guy sat on the ground while his sensei fought and said that in general, even when the opponent is of a low level, it is better not to allow yourself to be surrounded. Then Urus turned his gaze to his master and said that there was no need to worry, because this man had quite decent equipment. They both looked at the girl's shiny brass knuckles, and the monster said that they were worth 10 million gold, causing Gio to shout in shock that it was 10 million won in the real world. They continued to watch the epic fight, and Urus said that all the other equipment she had was also expensive, and in total it would be about 100 million won, after which the guy asked if she wasn't a noob, but where did she get such things? Closing his eyes, his pet replied that everything was obvious here, pay to win. Hearing this, the main character abruptly shifted his shocked gaze to his interlocutor. He suddenly remembered how Love, her mouth wide open, shouted in fury that they did not know the slightest about weapons. She stared at her brass knuckles and kept yelling, asking if they didn't realize what a cool weapon she had in the first place, adding that she had given an incredible amount of money for those brass knuckles. As she screamed this, tears began to appear in her eyes. After these memories, drops of cold sweat appeared on Joe's face, and he realized that she had indeed given away a lot of gold, and of course he understood everything, but to give 100 million won for gold in the game. But before he could finish speaking, the girl jumped towards him, screaming loudly. She gritted her teeth in anger, asking him if he was going to sit there and chill while she fought, adding that he had to go and work with his club. The main character took his weapon in his hands and asked if she was really talking about it. Folding her arms over her chest, Love shouted that this was the case, because he also needed to level up, so he had to fight, and then asked if he was going to scrape the bottom all the time. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her as she continued to scream that this is not how they behave in the game, because he doesn't even do anything. Before she could finish speaking, Gio touched the bear's nose with his stick. At the same moment, a madly powerful explosion rang out. Not seeing this, the girl turned around. She suddenly frowned and displeased asked where the wind in the cave came from, and then the guy realized that the concept of a loser with super strength was starting to stress him out. Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of Love. She received a message informing her that everything starts in 10 minutes, adding that she should quit the game as soon as possible. After reading this, the girl narrowed her eyes slightly. After a short pause, she exhaled heavily. Love then looked at her apprentice and said that she needed to log out for a while and would come back later, adding that she would be there in half an hour, and he had to practice on groups of opponents in the meantime. After these words, she disappeared. Surprise appeared in the guy's eyes from this picture, and he said that she just took and merged. Flocks of seagulls were flying across the sky, and Jaiwo wondered who she was in the real world, as she had the ability to spend 100 million won on gold in the game, to which his pet replied that he didn't know, maybe she was the kind of person who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. At present, the night sky was dotted with bright stars. The door leading to one of the centers was closed. A girl was lying on the bed inside. She was wearing a virtual reality headset when a system screen appeared announcing that she had quit the game Chrono Life. Taking off her helmet, she stood up. She wore glasses over her eyes. Holding the helmet in her hands, she exhaled heavily. There was sadness in her eyes. She suddenly remembered how the main character ran after her. With a wide smile on his face and kindness in his eyes, he looked at her. But there was a displeased expression on Love's face. Leaving her memories, she smiled warmly. Suddenly a woman ran into the room, cursing loudly. She gritted her teeth and hissed furiously, asking if she hadn't taken the hell out of her head yet, if she wanted to lose her job. Leaning towards her, the girl shouted back that she seemed blind because she had already taken it off, to which she congratulated her on this achievement. Waving her hand, the woman shouted that they had less than 10 minutes, so she had to sit down here, to which she shouted back that she would go deaf if she continued to scream like that. Then the woman turned to the girl and screamed even louder, asking if she had put the VR helmet on top of her glasses again, adding that she had already told her not to do it again, because it left dents on her nose. Then Love, touching her glasses, looked away and said that she herself knew that she could have a panic attack if she took them off, and although there were traces on her nose, she would still do makeup. After listening to the girl, the woman calmed down. After a short pause, she exhaled heavily and said that she had a lot of trouble with her, but right now she had to sit in a chair, because they were running out of time. When Love sat down, the woman approached her and said that if it were not for the size of the salary, she would have killed her long ago, and then herself. On the table, she laid out everything that was necessary. Then the woman carefully removed the glasses from the girl's face. She put them on a table nearby. The woman began to quickly apply makeup. She ran a special brush over the girl's lips. Then she took hold of the elastic band, which gathered her hair into a bun. Loosening it, her lush hair neatly lay on her back. After a while, the whole scene was brightly lit. A video played on the screen, and a loud voice shouted that they were grateful for the wait, adding that today's festival had been closed by the first place winner in the charts for 13 weeks. People filled the entire hall in anticipation of this. A guitar appeared in the bright light, and a loud voice said that it was a popular solo idol, the best voice in the world, Han Sarung. Hearing this name, the audience began to rejoice, and someone even cried. The girl folded her heart and said their first love. Love stood on the stage and greeted everyone who came. She had a warm smile on her face. She was a 17-year-old idol, singer and composer, but no one knew about her hobby of online games. At the same time, no sunlight entered the cave. Inside, the beardozers were quickly running somewhere. They ran to attack the main character. Seeing this, the guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would practice a little while his sensei walked away. Hearing this, Urus raised his paw to his face and asked what his master was up to. Gio then smiled ominously and replied that he needed practice to hide his superpower. And when the monsters pounced on him, he said that in other words, he needed to learn how to strike and not kill. Immediately after these words, a madly powerful explosion rang out, which was visible even from space. A smirk appeared on the creator's face from this picture. He kept his hands in his pockets, saying that it was quite an interesting practice, and he would try it himself. He said this while in space. There was a huge sun right behind him, when suddenly he asked if his mother was true. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the building of the high school, where 17-year-old Love was in the second grade. She came to the music industry when she was young, and it was difficult at first, and popularity bypassed her. But now she is called the best idol and author performer, and for 14 weeks in a row she has been holding the first place in the chats. The host smiled and congratulated her on this, adding that he couldn't believe that she had been in first place for 14 weeks, adding that she was truly amazing. Holding the microphone to his mouth, he continued to say that he liked the sad lyrics of her hit story of the Little Mermaid, after which he asked how she managed to write such touching lines. The girl, closing her eyes, smiled and replied that she liked to be at home alone. She read poetry collections and sometimes even fairy tales. She suddenly covered her mouth with her hand when the host asked if they were fairy tales, adding that now he understood where the name of the story of the Little Mermaid came from, to which she replied that the manager asked not to mention them. Closing her eyes, she smiled awkwardly and said that she was very embarrassed, because this is a rather childish hobby. From this, a blush appeared on the host's face. The entire film crew and the audience had exactly the same emotions. All this time, the manager watched this episode. She drank her tea slowly. Suddenly the woman frowned and said that this girl was deceiving the whole country. Without getting up from her seat, she asked what kind of poetry, what other fairy tales. It's all complete nonsense, because her hobby, which the public does not know about, is gaming. All this time, a VR helmet was lying on the girl's bed. At this time, the host, closing his eyes, said that Love was also a successful actress in addition to songs, and he heard how she had an interesting role in the drama High School Swearing. Upon receiving such a question, the girl smiled. Raising her head, she firmly replied yes, adding that it was quite a difficult role. Closing her eyes, she smiled warmly with a blush on her cheeks and finished. After all, she had never cursed in her life. But less than an hour later, she showed the middle finger in the game and shouted in fury that the main character is just a bastard in only underpants, who asks for a beating. She kicked the guy and angrily asked if he didn't even greet his boss. Hearing this, the main character looked at Love with fright in his eyes and asked what boss meant. Since when is it? Gritting her teeth with rage, the girl hissed, from now on. She continued to hit him, screaming and asking if he had any objections or if he didn't want her to pull him out, to which he replied in a shaking voice that he wasn't, and that the thing was that a popular idol was one of those people who got rid of stress through games. Urus frowned at this and asked his master what he was doing, adding that he should just throw this rude woman out. Squeezing his eyes shut in pain, the guy didn't say that he was just hiding his strength and had to pretend to be weak. When the girl ordered him to repeat after her, he stood up straight and shouted loudly that he would obey the boss. Urus's expression changed drastically when he saw that his master was acting like a rag. It was very dark in the cave all this time. The main character walked in front, and Love followed him. Suddenly, with her hands behind her head, she asked how long he had been studying to hunt mobs. Then the guy looked away and with a smile on his face replied that it requires incredible patience, because his journey is far from over. His pet, hearing this, exhaled heavily and asked what other crappy tactics were to fight without killing, to which he ordered him to shut up. After receiving such an answer, the girl laughed and said that he was such a sissy. She suddenly looked at her subordinate and said that she still did not know his name, after which she asked what his nickname was. Hearing this, Gio raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he didn't say that his nickname was. But before he could finish, Love, closing her eyes, said nonchalantly that she was not interested, and she would call his panties, and it sounded very good. And as they walked forward, a man appeared behind them. The old man with glowing eyes stood in front of his entire army. He was watching the guys intently, when suddenly he said that he had found her. The main character, frowning, followed his boss. Then one of the guys in the cape asked what they should do. The old man, without taking his eyes off them, replied that it was necessary to gather all the members of the guild in this dungeon, because today they would do justice. There was not a single source of lighting in the dungeon. The beardozer opened his mouth with glowing eyes. Not far from him stood Love. She suddenly pointed her finger at the monster and ordered the protagonist to attack. The guy immediately rushed to attack like a dog. Frowning, he shouted loudly. The monster did the same. But unexpectedly, Jiwoo's expression changed drastically. He began to stagger from side to side. His trembling hand slowly approached the huge bear, and after a few seconds, the stick finally touched the monster. At first, it approached very slowly, but in the end, the bear's fur touched the strongest weapon. At the same moment, blood from the monster spurted in all directions. A deep depression appeared at the point of contact. The monster crashed to the ground. Pools of blood began to pour out of his mouth, and his system screen reported that he had one strip of life left. As soon as the main character saw this, his mouth opened in shock and realized that it was still alive. He immediately smiled broadly and exclaimed to himself that the task of fighting without killing had been completed. And while the beardozer was begging for death, Love raised her fists and exclaimed loudly that he had killed the monster with one blow, and it had become very strong. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blade whistled in the air. The girl, sensing this, immediately shifted her gaze to the side. She then grabbed Jiwoo by the cloak. Bending it to the ground, she deflected the blade with a kick. The old man who was watching them caught his weapon. Blood flowed from a small scratch on his cheek. After sheathing his sword, he said that she was adorable, and then asked if it was all due to her equipment. Love looked at the stranger and shouted loudly, asking who he was. When the old man folded his arms over his chest, all his comrades appeared behind him. Upon receiving such a question, the head of the Volcano Guild, Mr. Kim, laughed and asked if she had forgotten his voice. It was pain. On one side were the members of the Volcano Halisen Guild, Mr. Lee, Mr. Hyo, and Mr. Kam. On the other side were the members of the Halisen Volcano Guild, Mr. Choi and Mr. Oh. As soon as the girl saw this, there was shock in her eyes. Seeing such a reaction, the old man said contentedly that they had not seen each other for a long time. Pointing his finger at the girl, he suddenly asked what they were up to, and then ordered an attack. His men immediately rushed to attack. Seeing this, Love looked at her apprentice out of the corner of her eye and said that it had become dangerous here, so he had to hide behind her. After these words, she got into a fighting stance. Raising their blades and swords, the members of the Halisen Guild leaped towards her. Seeing this, Love frowned. Her foot slipped on the ground. At the same second, she struck a strong blow to the opponent's face with a turn. From such a blow, one tooth flew out of the man's mouth. No sooner had he fallen than the girl stepped on his head. Pushing off from it, it soared into the air. Her eyes filled with anger and rage, with which she screamed in fury. Love used the dive dragon's kick. All this time, the main character watched this fight from the sidelines. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he asked what was going on, to which his pet replied that he had no idea. They continued to watch the girl defeat each of her opponents, and the guy said that he could only guess that these guys from the Halisen Guild decided to get even with her and avenge the previous losses. But this old man didn't know when to end. Without a drop of fear in her eyes, Love struck around her. All this time, the old man and the girl next to him watched from the sidelines. Sitting on the ground, Gio said that he was most likely right. Less than a minute later, all the attackers were lying on the ground, and seeing this, the protagonist laughed, saying that they were damn weak after all. A group of 20-level attackers had been defeated by just one girl. With his arms folded over his chest, Kim was smiling contentedly. When suddenly he said that everything was going according to plan, she was distracted, which meant it was time to act, to which the girl next to him smiled and answered well. At the same second, she took off. In the blink of an eye, she was behind Love. The stranger immediately stretched out her hand in her direction. Seeing this, Love asked if she had bare hands, adding that she might be a fighter class. But unexpectedly for her, the elf, smiling broadly, used the theft. Immediately after that, a bright flash of light appeared. Love had to close one eye to avoid going blind. But as soon as the lights went out, there was shock in her eyes from what she saw. The brass knuckles that were on her hands are gone. The elf held them in her hands and said that these weapons were truly amazing. Looking at the girl, she added that she would be born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and these brass knuckles of silence cost almost 11,000 gold. Seeing this, the protagonist rounded his eyes in shock and asked what kind of skill it was, to which his pet replied that theft belongs to the thief class. Urus suddenly raised his paw to his mouth and added that it looked a little strange, because it shouldn't be like this. Then the guy threw his hands behind his head and said that he did not care, because he had nothing, only underpants and a raincoat. After these words, he continued to smile carefree. But all this time, his all-powerful stick stood next to him. Remembering his weapon, Gio immediately looked at her. The smile that was on his face began to tremble nervously. Suddenly he jumped to his feet. At the same second, with a loud scream, the main character began to run away. Seeing this, Kim grinned and said that the guy was hanging around, and let him go, because there was nothing to steal from such a newcomer. But the thief continued to watch him. She saw the guy running into the tunnel frightened. Suddenly a blush appeared on her face, and she shook with excitement. At the same moment, she threw down the gloves to the old man. Looking at him, she explained that he did not understand anything, because stealing from a beggar was even more fun. At these words, her eyes lit up with happiness. In the blink of an eye, the elf found herself in front of the main character. She smiled mischievously, greeting the guy. Stretching out her hand in his direction, she asked with a bright blush where he was going. Gio, seeing this, froze in place. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his opponent, and knew that it was not the time to hide his strength. Then he gripped the stick tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, the guy made a quick shot. A powerful wind flows spread in all directions. Feeling this, Love turned around in surprise. Kim watched with a snide smile on his face. Urus's eyes were shocked by what he saw. In the smoke and dust, the black silhouette of the main character was visible, but there was nothing in his hand. His cloak fluttered from the powerful wind current. A few steps in front of him stood an elf. A wide smile suddenly appeared on her face. Putting the wooden stick to her face, she said contentedly that she was now hers. As soon as the guy saw this, shock appeared in his eyes, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. Bringing her hand to her face, the thief said that after that she would steal his cloak, and then he would only have his underpants. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above her. The elf immediately shifted her gaze, asking herself what it was. But suddenly, she saw the true form of Urus in front of her. He looked at the elf with huge burning eyes and said that she was just a nasty mortal, and then asked how she dared to touch him at all, not even knowing who he was. Drops of cold sweat immediately appeared on the girl's face, and her eyes were filled with primal fear. She fell to the ground at the same second, letting go of the stick from her hands. A powerful weapon fell at the feet of the main character. There was a green leaf on a small twig. Joe stretched out his hand to the stick. Picking it up from the ground, he saw system messages that said that the soul of Urus refused to surrender to the enemy, and now he was the owner of this weapon. As soon as he read this, the soul of Urus was released, who shouted that it was simply ridiculous. He furrowed his eyebrows in anger, continuing to shout and ask what she allowed herself, adding that his master was only the main character. His muzzle turned red with anger as he shouted that this elf had overestimated herself. Suddenly, the guy put his hand on his pet's head. A blush immediately appeared on Urus's muzzle. At this time, cold sweat poured down the thief's face. Her whole body was shaking with fear. Gritting her teeth, she asked herself in a trembling voice what it had just been, if it was a ghost. She couldn't see anything else in front of her, and she knew it wasn't a ghost, because it was too realistic. Suddenly, Kim, seeing this, furrowed his eyebrows and shouted loudly, asking what was wrong with her, if she had forgotten about her work. The thief immediately jumped to her feet and replied that everything was wrong, adding that she was a professional mercenary working for money. Suddenly, her expression changed as she heard a scream behind her. At the very last moment, she managed to bend down, avoiding a strong kick. Love gritted her teeth in anger and hissed through them, ordering her weapons to be returned to her. Then the thief smiled mischievously and said that she had frightened her greatly, because she had attacked her so suddenly and furiously, but she had attacked the wrong one, for her weapon was not hers. As soon as the girl heard this, surprise appeared in her eyes. Her brass knuckles were held in his hands by an old man. Love immediately turned around and shouted loudly that they were indeed. But before she could finish, she flew down sharply. All this happened because of a blow to the head with a stick. The main character was standing behind his partner. There was no emotion on his face as he said that he used the skill of fighting without killing. Seeing this, the thief rested her hands on her hips and asked what he was doing, if the two of them were not on the same team. Gio looked at the elf and firmly replied that he was hiding his strength. Hearing this, the girl smiled and mockingly asked what it meant to hide his power, what he was talking about. But the second she said that, her comrades behind were struck by a powerful magical attack. Everyone except the mercenary was defeated. Feeling this, the girl turned around in confusion. Absolutely all of her comrades were lying unconscious on the ground. Then she turned to the main character and asked in a shaking voice if he really did it. But unexpectedly for her, Jaiwa forcefully hit her on the back of the head with a stick. His eyes were filled with death wishes, with which he said that everything was right, he did it. Blood spurted from the thief's mouth, and she had only one strip of life left. With a characteristic sound, it collapsed to the ground. With the last of her strength, she raised her head at her opponent, who said that he had been through so much shit that he was stronger than her psychologically. He gripped his weapon to such an extent that the veins on his hands protruded. His expression twisted into a grimace of rage and hatred, with which Gio suddenly shouted that he was about to have a heart attack because of her. Immediately after these words, a powerful stick reached the elf's head. At the same second, a madly powerful explosion rang out. After a while, Love was unconsciously lying on the grass. She suddenly slowly opened her eyes. At the same moment, she jumped to her feet abruptly. The main character, who was sitting behind a tree, saw this and asked if she had already woken up. Surprise appeared in the girl's eyes, and then she asked if it was him. The guy was silently eating a piece of meat. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky, and Love suddenly began to scream, asking where they were and what had happened to their opponents, to which her comrade replied that they were in a field near the dungeon, and their opponents had already left. Hearing this, the girl tensely knitted her eyebrows and asked in confusion if they were gone, what he was talking about, and why she fainted. Gio continued to eat meat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, her brass knuckles appeared in the girl's hands. Their quality and appearance have remained the same. As soon as the girl saw them, she involuntarily opened her mouth in surprise. A few seconds later, the protagonist approached her and asked if it was true that it was the Halasan Guild. There was firmness and confidence in his eyes, with which he asked what they were doing, who they were, and what they were doing. These questions made Love's face blush. Quickly coming to her senses, she pulled the guy's cheek and asked why he was so frightened to try on the mask of a tough man, if he really wanted to die. After that, she smirked. Turning away, the girl said that she would tell him if he got involved in all this because of her. Putting brass knuckles on her hands, she turned to her companion and asked if he had ever heard of P2W. Gio looked at his companion and asked what it was. Then Urus, who was next to the owner, replied that it meant pay to win, and such an abbreviation was used in online games. Hearing this, the guy shifted his gaze to his pet and asked how he even knew about it. He was only an NPC. Then Urus, closing his eyes, smiled broadly and replied that he had read about him on the site, after which he began to explain the full and detailed description of this abbreviation. But while he was saying that, Love, who was standing with her back to them, said that simply put, these are people who invest billions in their game characters. After saying that, she looked at her friend out of the corner of her eye and added that these are the people who are called P2W players. The protagonist continued to stand in the same place, asking if he had correctly understood that the Halasan Guild is a P2W player, to which the girl replied that it was so. She looked at her brass knuckles and revealed that a few months ago, by pure chance, she bought these brass knuckles at auction, and then the Halasan Guild started chasing her to take them away. However, they are just old crooks with terrible skills, so she comes out victorious from every skirmish. As she spoke, she remembered Kim, who had brought all his comrades to the last fight. After leaving her memories, Love looked at the protagonist and asked how he got them back, if he managed to steal them. The bright sun illuminated everything around, and the guy replied in confusion that they just left them and ran away, probably forgot about the brass knuckles. After listening to her friend, the girl closed her eyes and said that she had no idea what had happened, but she was sure that they would return, because the obsession of this old crook went beyond all limits. Hearing this, Gio brought his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked, "Isn't it strange that they are so attracted to her weapon?" Then Love raised her hand and asked if it wasn't obvious, answering that it was because those brass knuckles cost 10 million. Then the main character fixed his penetrating gaze on her and firmly said that all this was strange, because the old people who give billions to the game are obsessed with weapons for 10 million. And as soon as the girl heard this, shock appeared in her eyes, because she understood everything. There were only two of them standing in the clearing, and the main character said that, of course, this was not the reason. At night, a moon floated across a clear sky. In the hideout of the Halasan Guild, the windows were brightly lit. Suddenly, blood spurted in all directions. Kim missed a cutting blow to the stomach. Losing his balance, he collapsed to the floor. Drops of cold sweat poured down his face, and he screamed through the pain, begging for another chance. Not far from him, a man in golden armor was standing. He frowned angrily and replied that they were all useless. Approaching his subordinate, he added that they no longer had time, and he would hand over this mission to the 4 divine kings. Hearing this, Kim looked away in fright. Several people came out of the darkness and talked among themselves. The same divine kings appeared before the old man. The second of the 4 divine kings, who had a net worth of 1,700,000,000, smiled mischievously and asked how this guy could be in the same league as them, the divine kings, a guy who only had 100 million in gold. The third of the 4 divine kings, whose net worth is 1,400,000,000, raised his hand to his face and said that's why they wanted to kick the younger one out. After all, he only brings trouble and the eldest is too kind. The first of the 4 divine kings, whose net worth was 2,100,000,000, stood silently with his hands folded on his chest. The second divine king suddenly sat down next to Kim. Smiling broadly, he said that his strategy was too pathetic. After all, he had hired a mercenary, which was why he had failed. Hearing this, the old man remembered the elf thief. Standing behind everyone, the first Divine King suddenly said that he would take care of it. He ran his hand through his hair. Without lowering his hand, he looked at his comrades and said that the brass knuckles of silence, or whatever it was, he would be able to pick them up in half a day. Suddenly, the old man in golden armor began to laugh. With his mouth wide open, he burst out laughing all over the house. Guild leader Master King, whose eyes lit up, said, "So be it." An inscription appeared in the bright light that his net worth was 12 billion. The four of them were in the bright light, and the old man was shouting loudly, ordering the first Divine King to go and show them the real horror of their guild. There was a crazy smile on his face. In the eyes of the first Divine King, there was not a drop of fear or doubt. The third Divine King licked his lips contentedly. At the same time, the second Divine King's face had a huge smile on his face, as the four of them understood that the blood festival had begun. The main character at this time was picking his nose. Suddenly, everyone present turned to look at him. For a few seconds they stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, Gio, without taking out his finger, laughed madly. King looked over his left shoulder at the stranger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he angrily asked who he was and where he came from. Closing his eyes, the guy ordered to figure it out for himself. Then, with a flick of his finger, he shook off what he had taken from her nose. Afterwards, he wiped his finger on his pet and said that it would be difficult to hide his strength if they continued to pester Boss Love, and this time it was difficult for him to pretend. Suddenly, a mad smile appeared on his face, and he mockingly asked if they were the four Divine Kings. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, the guy looked at them and suggested that they not pull the rubber and end it. Hearing this, the old man exhaled heavily. Frowning, he angrily said that the guy was just a crazy idiot, after which he ordered his subordinates to kill him. The three Divine Kings rushed to attack at the same second. Their faces expressed madness and pleasure. At high speed, all three flew towards their guest. But all this time, there was a wide smile on the face of the main character. Without hesitation, he waved his stick. She created an insanely powerful energy wave. She had struck the three Divine Kings perfectly. The light burned brightly in the windows of the shelter. Beautiful blue flowers grew along the edges of the path. Suddenly a girl stepped on her. She walked to the shelter, humming something to herself. At this time, the first Divine King with glowing eyes rushed to attack. The girl slowly continued to walk forward. At the same second, Gio struck a strong blow with his stick on the opponent's stomach. Blood immediately spurted out of the guy's mouth. An artifact shone brightly on the girl's neck. There was a satisfied smile on the protagonist's face. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion that she saw. Her mouth involuntarily opened in surprise at such a picture, but after a moment, she smiled contentedly. The girl, whose class was the goddess of life, looked forward with a smile on her face. Her eyes sparkled with happiness and joy. This explosion reverberated to madness with powerful magical energy. At this time, Master King, whose eyes lit up, opened his mouth wide and ordered all the guild members to charge. All his subordinates rushed towards the main character, but the guy just grinned. In his hand he gripped the stick tightly. He remembered how 3 million people crowded in front of him, and said that if they wanted to kill him, they needed to bring at least 3 million people. As he left these memories, enemy soldiers jumped in his direction. Then Gio swung. He carried out an incredibly fast attack that left a magical trail in its wake. At the same moment, a powerful explosion rang out. Immediately after that, the main character turned his burning gaze to the side. Waving his stick, he released an attacking magic wave. When it reached its target, an explosion rang out. Master King's subordinates could not dodge the protagonist's terrifying attacks. The old man looked at all this from the outside. There was shock in his burning eyes, and drops of cold sweat ran down his face. Kim, who was lying behind him, suddenly raised his head. Closing one eye in pain, he said with the last of his strength that he had to run away, or he would be killed. Hearing this, King gritted his teeth and said to himself that he did not understand. He stood in the same place, thinking that in addition to Mr. Kim and his subordinates, all members of their guild were donations. He saw his defeated subordinates, and added that the weakest newcomers spent at least 10 million, and even the top 5 guilds couldn't look down on them. The old man gritted his teeth in fright. He looked at the protagonist destroying everyone who attacked him and asked himself who the hell he was and how he could do it. But suddenly, a shock appeared in Master King's eyes. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face again, and he said to himself in a shaking voice that this simply could not be. He remembered the announcement about the capture of the main character, and realized that it was about him that there were rumors. Gio raised his stick again in the bright light. Master King's mouth dropped open in shock and asked himself if his equipment was his underpants and a wooden club. Many years ago, there was a computer in the room. It ran a pixel game similar to Chrono Life. Mr. King at the age of 9 played it with glowing eyes. In general, he began to play in the 2nd grade. The games were easier then than now, but leveling up was more difficult without quests and raids. But even so, he had a lot of fun. At the time, the mouse was even bigger than his hand, and his parents scolded him when he spent all night gaming, but he still fondly remembers the days when he spent the weekend with his internet friends. A huge building was rising into the sky. There was no one on the upper floors in the corridor. The years passed, Master King had matured, and he had many responsibilities, and there was not even time to remember. There was a sign in the door at the end of the corridor that said that CEO King was sitting inside and this was the president's office. He was sitting alone inside, when suddenly he realized that he was already over 40. The man, folding his hands, sat at his workplace. Suddenly the doors swung open. A man who ran into the office held an old computer in his hand and said that he had found it. They quickly set everything up in the workplace, and the thing is, for all his incredibly hard work, Master King wanted to give himself something special, and those were memories. His friend sat next to him and asked if he really wanted to use this antique, since he could play this online game on a more modern computer, to which he replied that he didn't seem to understand that it was called Atmosphere. Mr. King put his hand on the mouse, and his heart began to beat as if he had returned to that time, as if he had met his first love. He remembered how at the age of 9 he played this game with glowing eyes. At this moment, his eyes were burning just like they had been that day. There was a huge smile on his face. Suddenly she began to disappear. In a few seconds, the smile completely disappeared from the man's face. Without any emotion on his face, he closed his mouth completely. His eyes were still shining brightly, for he knew that he was not the only one who had changed under the pressure of time. And when he left the memories, the main character smashed the face of another of his comrades. The guy drove his opponent into the ground. This blow spread around him for tens of meters in a shock wave. Master King was still standing in one place. He gritted his teeth with anger and tension. A few minutes later, all his men were defeated. The main character turned to the head of the guild with a smile on his face and said that he was almost done, because only the two of them remained. As soon as the old people heard this, they shuddered with fear. Master King lowered his gaze in frustration. Gio threw the stick over his shoulder. He walked towards the old man and, laughing, said that the end of P2W players turned out to be very pathetic, after which he asked why they were stealing other people's equipment. They were rich. Receiving no answer, he knitted his eyebrows and said that it was time for a beating. The old man's expression showed his fear and horror. Some time ago, he was holding an old mouse in his hands. In his office, he played on an old computer that he had once used as a child. A notification flashed on a small monitor, informing him that his final donation amount of 12 million won was successful. Master King frowned, saying to himself that he was not the only one who had changed under the pressure of time. He let the mouse out of his hand and said that no more effort is needed. 2 clicks are enough to become the strongest with the help of money, and people who have not invested a penny are persecuted. The atmosphere in the office changed dramatically, because the man realized that he had to pay to win. In order to win, he needed to invest money, because this is the status quo in online games. After these thoughts, he rose to his feet. Master King took a few steps around his office, thinking that all the games he had studied were the same, and the final one was critically acclaimed. He put his hand on the VR headset. Taking it in his hands, the man smiled contentedly and said, "Chrono Life." He remembered his hideout, in the windows of which the light was always on. No matter how, he wanted to find something long forgotten, something left in the past, and so he gathered the 4 divine kings. Mr. Kim always looked at him with a smile on his face. This is how Master King led the powerful Holocene Guild. Sitting on the throne, he folded his hands. But as soon as he left his memories, he saw a stick flying at him. The main character hit him on the head. Twisting his face, the guy used the skill to fight without killing. Blood spurted from Master King's mouth. He immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing his master shaking in pain, Mr. Kim screamed loudly. Gio at this time put a stick behind his head and said that the Holocene Guild was now finished, and now they shouldn't bother Boss Lav anymore. After these words, he began to leave, saying at the end that he hoped that he would never see each other again. Suddenly, Master King clenched his hands tightly into fists. With difficulty, he rose to his feet and asked if it was really him. Gritting his teeth in pain, the old man said that he was the one who had destroyed the top 5 guilds and killed 3 million players of the World Guild Alliance. Without any emotion on his face, the main character turned around. Suddenly, Master King smiled broadly and laughed. In the night light, only their black silhouettes could be seen, but the old man could be heard asking how much money he had spent. With burning eyes, he looked at the guy and added that it would take a lot of money for such a power, but soon it would dawn on him that he had spent effort looking for something that did not exist. Gio continued to stare at the old man silently. Master King remembered his 9-year-old self. Mr. Kim looked at the guild master with excitement in his eyes. Drops of cold sweat flowed down his face. After a short pause, the main character closed his eyes and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, adding that he actually spent a lot of money too. At these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on the old man's face, and he asked in confusion what a lot meant, how much it was, whether it was tens of billions or hundreds. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Gio nonchalantly replied that he had spent 55,000 won on the warrior's initial equipment. From these words, shock appeared in the old man's eyes. He silently continued to look at the guy. The main character after these words began to leave. When Gio left, Master King closed his eyes. There was no emotion on his face as he spoke. 55,000 won, so for a warrior's initial equipment. Then he remembered the computer from his childhood. A game was running on it that was similar to this one. When he was 9, He gave his all to her with glowing eyes. Leaving his memories, the old man suddenly laughed. He stood in the same place, unable to stop. Seeing this, Master Kim raised his eyebrows in surprise. In less than a minute, the guild master calmed down and asked how many games they had played since Lineage, to which his comrade began to fold his fingers, answering that about 8 games. Upon receiving the answer, Master King smiled broadly. Frowning, he suddenly said that this game was quite fun. Suddenly the goddess of life, smiling broadly, exclaimed, "Of course." She stood a little behind and added that Chrono Life was a divine game. Waving her hand, she greeted everyone from the Halcyon Guild and said that tonight was an incredibly good night. Taking a few steps forward, the girl added that she hadn't come here for a long time, and then asked why the guild's lair was in such a bad state. Receiving no answer, she turned sharply. The goddess of life, smiling warmly, suddenly asked what they were well prepared about this. The head of the guild did not turn to the girl, answering that the preparation was going well, to which she decided to ask why it was in the past tense. Then the old man frowned and firmly replied that he was leaving, and he was also breaking the cooperation agreement with her. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. There was no emotion on her face, and her jewelry shone brightly. Suddenly she smiled and asked, "That's how?" At the same moment, she slashed Master King with a single blow. Master Kim saw his friend being torn in two. From this picture, primal fear and horror appeared in his eyes. 2 parts of the old man fell to the floor with a characteristic sound. His companion opened his mouth and wanted to say something in a trembling voice. The dead guild leader's head lay at his own feet. The goddess of life thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin. Suddenly, closing her eyes, she said that she should have asked the reason, but she was in a bad mood now. As she spoke, she stabbed Mr. Kim, who was already wounded. Blood splashed on her face. Tears poured from the old man's eyes in pain. His hand was shaking, but after a few seconds she fell helplessly to the ground. Of the 3, only the goddess of life survived. Mr. Kim's blood dripped from her face. She suddenly remembered the protagonist, who, picking up his stick, said that the guild was now finished, and now they would no longer pester Boss Love. Immediately after these memories, a powerful magical energy enveloped the girl. She took her new form as the true goddess of life. The girl was smiling contentedly, when she suddenly wondered what kind of Boss Love was. A separate counter said 998.99, after which system screens appeared stating that he had destroyed the Halcyon Guild and was now counting combat experience. A few seconds later, the last 9 increased by 1, and now the integer was 999. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the sound of firecrackers. He was walking along the path when system screens began to appear in front of him, informing him that he was being congratulated for reaching the maximum level. After reading this, the guy asked what it was, and then his pet asked what he was talking about. Gio then opened the system screen in front of him and asked in response if he hadn't heard that the system had just said that he had reached the maximum level, so he wanted to check his status now. After saying that, he opened his stats screen, one of the items saying that his level was 999. As soon as they saw this, their expressions changed drastically. A bright moon floated across the night sky. The sun was shining in the clear blue sky. Each computer club had special capsules for the game Chrono Life, because it is number 1 in terms of total users, number 1 in terms of active users, number 1 in sales, and number 1 in terms of reviews. In a bright flash of light, it was written that this is the world's best virtual reality game. Once a guy was invited to an interview on the game Chrono Life. Sangyak, a professional player with the nickname Faker, raised a microphone to his mouth and said that it was simply impossible to reach the maximum level. He answered the host's questions, but in fact, although players around the world disappeared day and night in this game, no one had yet managed to get to the highest level. At the end, when you get 999 level, the player is assigned the level of Master. Sangyak put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that even if all the best players in the world, including him, were to play around the clock, it could take decades. At the moment, the protagonist's level was 999. From the realization of this, streams of cold sweat poured down the guy's face. But Urus, raising his paws, began to shriek happily and shout that he could not believe that he was the first to reach the level of a master. He began to circle around his master, continuing to shout that everything was as expected of him, adding that he was very proud of him. But Gio's expression still showed that he was confused and shocked by such information. He suddenly remembered as soon as he started the game, and realized that he was only at the 7th level back then. With his hand raised, he continued to stand in the same place, realizing that there was only one reasonable explanation for all this. The main character remembered that on the very first day of receiving the baton, he killed 800,000 players. In addition, an infinite number of monsters and dungeons have come under attack. He then drew the true image of Chrono Life's strongest boss, Urus, in his head, and added that he had also gained his experience. Remembering the powerful aura of the monsters of Urus, the guy realized that he had also taken experience from them, because they belonged to a top-level dungeon. After thinking for a while, Gio remembered the field littered with corpses and said to himself that he could also gain experience from killing 3 million players of the World Guild Alliance. After that, he remembered how he struck his strongest blow to the ground. This is what caused the planet to tear into small pieces, and this is what brought him an incredible amount of experience. Leaving his memories behind, Gio said to himself that the world's first master-level player had been born. And just as he thought about it, a bright flash of light appeared underneath him. Shock immediately appeared in the guy's eyes. The light grew brighter with every second. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the protagonist read on the system screen that the player who has reached the master level will be sent to a transcendent space. As soon as he finished reading, the bright light completely absorbed him. At the same time, a bright moon floated across the star-studded sky. Love was lying on the grass. She looked at the sky with a displeased expression on her face, saying that she was bored. As soon as she said that, the moon flashed in the sky. Suddenly, veins appeared on the girl's face with anger. She jumped up abruptly and screamed in fury, asking where her subordinate was, because he said to wait a little, but the sun had already set. Shouting this, she remembered how the main character waved his hand to her and said that he would go somewhere for a while. Leaving her memories, Love frowned tensely. She also remembered how the guy had approached her and asked if it was the Halasan Guild. His eyes were full of confidence, with which he continued to ask her who they were and what they were doing, and then asked her to tell him everything about them. From this request, a bright blush appeared on the girl's face. Leaving her memories, Love exhaled heavily. She lay down on the grass again and shouted that it didn't matter. Closing her eyes, she added that the good lady would wait another hour. At this time, a small island was drifting somewhere in space. There were even ancient buildings on it. The main character appeared among the ruins. Frowning in displeasure, he asked where he was. Not far from it were two sources of light. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, the guy suddenly asked why he had been dragged somewhere lately without his consent. What a meeting with God, what with the president of Chrono Life? To which his pet exclaimed that he was very popular. Suddenly, Jiwoo's eyes showed surprise when he heard a voice greeting him. The guy looked to the side and heard a voice again, which said that he didn't think he would meet him so quickly, but he was indeed outstanding. But all this time there was no one around the main character. There was no one on the island, nor around the island. Suddenly, a stranger, whose skin was blue, said that he was the guide of the best. The god of superiority, the guide of the best, appeared before the main character, who said that he was glad to meet him. He did not open his eyes, saying that he highly appreciated that he had taken part in this difficult journey. In 6 of the 8 hands, the god of superiority held a weapon, continuing to say that he had gone all the way to the level of a master with a beginner, and it was worthy of respect. Hearing this, Urus looked at his master in surprise and asked what he was talking about, if he was a beginner, if he had even changed his profession, to which he replied that it was so, because he had been a novice investigator before. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when he read from the system screens that the necessary conditions had been met, and now the transition to the hidden class had begun. At the same moment, a bright light appeared around Jiwoo. Magic cores began to rise around him. A sword was drawn on one of them. Suddenly, a cannonball flew into the guy's body. His magic energy immediately became stronger, and the system screen said that the sword's soul had penetrated his body. On the other cores were drawn a shield, a bow and a wand. At high speed, they flew into the protagonist's body, after which he was informed that the soul of the shield, bow and rod had penetrated his body. Eventually, the souls of all the weapons penetrated into his body, granting him incredible strength. The guy smiled broadly when he read that the change of profession was completed. Then he carefully lowered himself to the ground. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, Gio read that a novice master had opened a hidden class, and now he would be presented with the privileges of the novice master profession. First of all his stats will be reset, and non-distributed points will be tripled. At the very bottom of the system stats screen, it was written that the protagonist had 4,960 indeterminate points. But the next second, on the same line, it was written that he had 14,985 unallocated points. As soon as Urus saw this, his mouth involuntarily dropped in shock. He looked at the number 14,985 and shouted loudly that he had almost 15,000 unallocated points. Being near his master, he continued to shout, asking if it was really so harsh, adding that due to a bug when switching to a hidden class, his glasses tripled. Seeing this reaction, the guy looked at his pet and asked if it surprised him more than the hidden class, to which he shouted loudly in response, of course, after all, when leveling up, he only gets 5 points, but he got 15 for each. Every scream of Urus could be heard outside the levitating island. The monster's eyes were filled with primal shock, with which it continued to shout that even if another user with the maximum level showed up, its master would have 3 times as many points as him. Hearing this, the main character thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked if it was really true, to which he shouted back that it was simply ridiculous, because it would go down in the history of the gaming community as the greatest achievement. As soon as the protagonist heard this, there was some surprise in his eyes. The corners of his lips were drooping. But suddenly he smiled madly. Then the guy clicked on the plus, after which the characteristics he chose grew up. At the same second, with a big smile on his face, Gio began to press the plus over and over again. Seeing this, Urus raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked his master what he was doing. Then the guy, in whose eyes there was not a single drop of doubt, replied that he was distributing his points, and if he pressed on the plus, then things would go much faster. Having received the wrong answer, the powerful creature closed his eyes and asked why he was so unwise in allocating his points, because if he wasted even 1 point, he would be treated like a loser. Suddenly, what he saw made his jaw almost fall off. Raising his paws, he shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if he really wanted to put all the points into one characteristic, but why do it, and why in this one? But as soon as he asked this, a system screen appeared stating that the protagonist had distributed all his points, after which a crazy smile appeared on Gio's face, and he replied that he didn't need any other stats, because he only needed this one. As soon as Urus heard this, his expression changed dramatically, and he realized that his master had screwed up. After all, he was a confirmed loser. In the real world, the night sky was strewn with stars. A man was running quickly down the corridor. The man burst into the principal's office and shouted loudly that they had problems. Docby, hearing this, raised his head in surprise and asked what it was. His subordinate knitted his eyebrows and replied in a shaking voice that he thought he should see it, because it was about that user. At these words, surprise appeared in the man's eyes. On many screens, various characteristics of the game were displayed. One of the workers was quickly typing something on the keyboard. When the president entered the office, he immediately asked what the problem was. With his arms folded over his chest, he approached his worker, who asked him if he could see it. A wide smile appeared on Docby's face from what he saw. The main character was displayed on the screen, and the man asked if the boy with a wooden club had already reached the maximum level. Then his subordinate replied that this was not the problem, he had to see what he was doing, and then the man, bending over, asked what exactly. Suddenly they saw that Urus began to fly around the owner and shout, asking why he was putting all the points into one stat, and why in it. Hearing this, the president raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked why all the cheese was boron, what characteristic he chose. Then his subordinate pointed his finger at the monitor and answered, this one. As soon as the man saw this, surprise appeared in his eyes. But after a second, he raised his head and laughed heartily, after which he shouted that the guy really enjoyed this game and lived it to the fullest in his own way. Hearing such a reaction, the guy turned around and said in confusion that now was not the time for laughter, because this made his character third-rate trash without the possibility of growth. And when he realized that he had created garbage, then what would he do in a fit of anger? Hearing this, Docby closed his eyes and said that it was not worth paying attention to it. Picking up a cigar with his fingers, he asked if he remembered having said it many times, that the company could not interfere with the player's choices. After these words, he began to leave. His subordinate looked after him and tried to tell him that they needed to take at least some action. The man silently grabbed the door handle and said to himself that he had really put all the points into this characteristic, and now he was even a novice master. From these thoughts, a wide smile appeared on his face, and he asked himself if according to his people he was trash without a future. And even though he was smiling, drops of cold sweat were dripping down his face as he said that the worst, strongest character in the history of the VR game had appeared. There was a wide smile on the face of the main character. Suddenly, the god of superiority, who was in the same place, asked to hear him. Without opening his eyes, he said that this was the last step in leadership, and now he was given one chance. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. 6 of the 8 hands of the god of superiority held weapons of different types, one of which he would hand over to Jiwoo. These words made the guy's eyes sparkle, and he exclaimed that he was very lucky today, and since it was free, he had no reason to refuse. In the first 2 hands, the god of supremacy held a blade and a scepter. In his 3rd and 4th hands he held a bow and a sword. In his 5th and 6th hands he held an axe and a rod. The main character, folding his hands on his chest, thoughtfully said that he did not even know what weapon to choose, because to be honest, they all looked very cool. After a short pause, he raised his head and said that he had decided everything. After saying that, the guy stretched out his hand. Opening his eyes wide, he ordered everything to be given to him. There was no emotion on the face of the god of superiority. Keeping his hands folded on his chest, he replied that he could not satisfy his request. He didn't open his eyes, continuing to say that excessive greed leads to intense anger, so he must choose wisely. But before he had time to finish, the main character smiled madly. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he looked at the god of superiority and asked if he would give them to him as soon as he beat him, or just like that. Upon receiving such a question, the god of superiority frowned slightly. Urus, hearing this, opened his mouth in shock. Shock and horror appeared on the employee's face. Even the president froze at the exit door. His mouth involuntarily opened in shock. Because of this, the cigar flew out of his mouth, and then the man realized that the guy was actually crazy. The god of superiority with a calm face did not answer anything. Suddenly, after the announcement that the god of superiority was angry, veins appeared all over his face, and his eyes lit up. The protagonist's relationship with the god of superiority deteriorated to hostile, so the all-powerful being prepared for battle. Seeing this, the guy clutched a stick in his hand and said that now everything was clear to him. He took a fighting stance and asked if he was asking for a fight. Immediately after this question, the god of superiority rushed to attack. God opened his mouth wide. The weapon was rushing towards Gio. The main character grabbed his stick. A beam of light descended on the ground. The axe plunged into the soil. Covered with sweat, Urus called out to his master. Furrowing his brows, the guide expressed regret that he would personally kill the excellent. A flash of fire hit the giant. The creature lost half of its head. Standing still, the protagonist suggested that it was painful. The guy smiled, and his health bar only slightly dropped. It was seen that the stamina stat, which increases health and affects its regeneration, was extremely high compared to the rest. The spirit opened its eyes wide. Raising his hands, the familiar thought that his comrade was crazy, because he had spent all his points in one characteristic. Looking at the character settings screen, Urus couldn't understand why this particular stat was chosen. Floating in the air, the spirit stated that distributing stats in this way was a fatal mistake, because now the character has become garbage. The man was pulling on his boot, and the familiar explained that all the equipment in the game has weight, so each item requires a minimum level of strength. Stretching out his paws, the ghost shouted that now his ally would not be able to have any other equipment than this wooden club. Lowering his gaze, Gio read the conditions for activating the hidden skill, which included reaching the master level, exceeding the stamina stat of the threshold of 14,000, and the damage dealt should not exceed a certain number. Looking at the character icon, the adventurers realized that a skill called Healing Factor heals the wearer after taking any damage, and also gives full immunity to status effects. The health bar has fully recovered. Smiling, the main character was glad that his character was not garbage at all. The god of superiority clutched his head. Baring his teeth, the giant was furious that a mortal would dare to do such a thing to him. Lasers flew from the guide's eyes. A beam of light pierced the protagonist's body. The guy fell to the ground. With his mouth wide open, the spirit called out to his master. Lying on the ground, the guy began to laugh. Looking up, the young man was delighted with how good this game was. Squinting his eyes, Urus thought it looked disgusting. As he brandished his weapon, the god of supremacy shouted that his enemy was a filthy parasite. The blow hit the young man in the stomach, and the health bar immediately recovered. The creature made a sweeping attack. Gio continued to take every punch. Raising his head, the main character was pleased with the result. Standing still, the protagonist suggested that he should end it. Opening his mouth, the guy ordered his opponent to give up the weapon. The creation began to sweat. Baring his teeth, the guide warned his interlocutor that one day he would be consumed by his own greed. Waving his stick, the young man listened to the words that this day would soon come. Looking in front of him, the young man wondered what would happen then. Gio swung his club. After creating a bright flash, the main character used an ability called Vertical Strike, after which the god of superiority ceased to exist. The sky began to crack. A second later, shrapnel flew down. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw a message that the transcendental space was about to collapse, so he would be returned to his world. The flying island was among the fragments. After a moment, the crack became quite small. Everything around him suddenly turned white. It was a dark night outside. A powerful explosion rang out in the distance. Gio stood in a cloud of smoke. At the feet of the main character lay swords. There were many different weapons on the ground. With a slight grin, the protagonist saw a message that he had become the owner of all the excellent weapons. A bright figure flew above the ground. The guns began to disappear into subspace, so they can always come to the call of the master. Blushing, the young man was glad that he had succeeded. Love made an enraged face. Spreading her legs wide, the girl said that she would never forgive her friend for making her wait. Behind the lady there was a rustle. 2 fingers were visible. Looking ahead, the young man notified that he had returned. A moment later, Gio was punched in the face. Kicking her friend, the young lady shouted that she had been waiting for him until nightfall. Covering himself with his hands from the blows, the main character justified himself by the fact that he was detained by some things. My friend bared her teeth. Turning around, Love said she was leaving. Without turning around, the girl added that she was logging out. Lowering her gaze, the lady heard the words of farewell. The young lady opened her mouth. After a moment, she closed it. Standing still, her friend talked about how tomorrow at 8 o'clock they would meet again as soon as she was done with her work. Turning her head, the ally promised to finish off her friend if he was late. A moment later, the companion disappeared. Covered with sweat, the main character was dissatisfied with the fact that she was doing what came to her mind. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist suggested that it was time for him to go too, because in reality it was already after midnight. Pressing the exit button, the guy heard his companion saying goodbye to him. I could see the building of the virtual reality game room. As he walked forward, the young man listened to the suggestion that he should come here more often. The young man yawned, putting his hands in his pockets. The young man thought that today was a great day. Closing his eyes, Gio pondered how much he could sell the weapons he had recently received. Covered with sweat, the main character understood that it would be a shame if they could not be sold. The protagonist looked back. Looking at the sign, the guy realized that he was hungry. Opening his wallet, the young man realized that he would not be able to eat today. Lowering his head, the young man was upset that he was so poor. Exhaling the air from his lungs, Gio thought that due to the ever-increasing pay for the game, he would have to take more shifts on a part-time job. The main character continued to go forward. Suddenly, the protagonist stood still. Opening his mouth, the guy realized something. Love clenched her fist and said that the weapon was worth 10 million gold, which was equal to 10 million won. Flying nearby, Urus said that her other equipment was also excellent, so it would cost 100 million won in total. Smiling broadly, the young man decided that he would be able to exchange the in-game items for real money. The young man turned around. Geo ran back. There were skulls on the ground, so the first players called this place the grave of all mortals. Urus opened his mouth, and it was clear to everyone that he was the boss of this location. Standing in a forbidden location, the main character knew that this was the Valley of the Dead. The spirit showed its paw. Cross-legged, the familiar invited the owner to come into his house. The protagonist silently walked forward. Smiling broadly, the guy asked Urus to take him under his wing for a while. Lowering his head, the spirit agreed to this condition. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he was so blinded by revenge that he completely forgot about collecting objects in this place. Covering his mouth with his hand, the demon asked for forgiveness from his companions. A strong wind blew. From the cloud of dust, many eyes stared at Jiwoo. The monsters began to move towards the enemy. The monsters looked ahead. Looking from under the forehead, the main character suggested that the opponents attack. Standing in front of a crowd of demons, the protagonist understood that this day would be the beginning of the end of his poor life. Blushing, the guy notified that he was going to collect some money. The Valley of the Dead could be seen. Strange creatures looked before them. After creating a bright flash, the young man used a skill called Total Annihilation. Looking at the three generals of the Urus army, the young man realized that Bird of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, and Tri-Zion of Dawn were the strongest monsters in the area. The monsters were covered with a bright light. Geo stood in the middle of a cloud of dust. Putting the club behind his back, the main character was glad that in just 2 blows all the opponents were defeated. The blade fell in front of the player's feet. Valuable objects fell from the sky. Sweating, Urus praised his companion for finishing in an instant. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist replied that he had only just begun. Looking ahead, the spirit was surprised by these words. Another cloud of dust rose in the distance. Opening his mouth, the guy noticed that the mobs had spawned again. The horde of monsters was moving forward. Starting to cry, the ghost advised his comrades to simply run away from here. Raising his stick, the young man said that he was selling things for the first time. Furrowing his brows, Jiwoo suggested that he needed to farm equipment with a margin. A powerful explosion could be seen from space. Remembering the surroundings of Harvard University, the main character thought that there was a very interesting lecture. Pointing with his hand, the lecturer asked if they knew the richest man in the world and the founder of Microsoft named Bill Gates. The man walked forward, and the teacher said that even if he had found $100 on the way to work, he would not have taken it. The man ran on. Smiling, asked the students if they know why this would happen. Someone was holding a wad of money, and at this time the words were heard that if he did this, he would only suffer losses. Introducing Bill Gates and the wad of money, the speaker explained that it would take 2 or 3 seconds to sit down and pick up the bill, but he earns at least $150. Grabbing the microphone, the man added that in this case, the founder of the company would have lost at least $200. Looking at the many skulls, Gio knew that this was a good joke. The treasures lay in a huge pile. The main character stood in front of the found objects. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist knew that killing monsters 100 times took him about an hour. Standing still, the guy tried to calculate the cost of the knocked out items. Imagining a lot of money, the young man calculated that he had earned about 15 billion gold. Remembering the portrait of Bill Gates, the young man reasoned that this person earns about 500 million won per hour. Spreading his arms, Gio was glad that a simple part-time employee in a store earned more than the richest man in the world. Thick clouds floated across the sky. Looking at the sign of the branded boutique, the main character listened to the words of gratitude for the purchase. Fashionable slippers were worn on the foot. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist realized that his jacket was worth 2 million won, his pants 1.5 million, and his shoes 600,000. The guy was traveling in an expensive car, in which there were a large number of expensive things. The schoolchildren looked back. The girls opened their mouths. Looking at the rich man, the guys talked about how cool he was. Gio took off his glasses for 2 million won. The car glittered in the sun. The wheels of the car began to turn. The main character crashed into a pole. There was horror on the protagonist's face. The guy's eyes widened. Clutching his head, the young man shouted that his Lamborghini for 400 million had crashed. The young man was beaming with happiness. Sitting in the new car, Gio knew that buying another one wasn't a problem for him. The sun illuminated the skyscraper with its rays. The man set fire to a cigar. Dokby put his hand to his forehead. Looking at the aide, the president asked to continue the report. Covered by sweat, the employee told me that because of a recent transaction for 15 million won, people began to doubt the reliability of the company and sold shares, and he himself thought that their organization was over, so it was worth getting out of here. Frowning, the director said that he could hear his subordinate's thoughts. Imagining the boy's stupid face, the president of the company asked if there was any way to block the funds of this bastard. to which he received the answer that this was not yet possible, because in-game transactions were added not so long ago. The phone vibrated on the table. Bringing the device to his ear, the man asked who was talking to him. Opening his mouth, Jaiwoo greeted his interlocutor. Closing his eyes, the main character said that now he was going to spend money, so he could buy something for him. Veins bulged on the businessman's face. Opening his mouth, the protagonist heard a lot of insults in his direction. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what had happened. Putting his hands on the back of his head, the young man pondered what to buy, because he had already purchased everything he wanted. Closing his eyes, the young man was sure that some key moment was missing. Gio opened his mouth. The main character grabbed the steering wheel. Blushing, the protagonist could not believe that he had forgotten about the most important thing. A huge building was visible. Smiling terribly, the guy laughed loudly. Looking at the large hall, the young man understood that the dwelling was of the best quality. Looking at the helmet, the young man was glad that this was his new home. Spreading his hands, Gio was sure that this was the key moment. Looking away, the main character remembered that he needed to do something else when moving. The protagonist pressed the button. In the hands of the guy was a plate with a cake. A question was heard from the device about who it was. Smiling sweetly, the young man replied that he was a new neighbor who had just arrived. From the speaker, I heard the words that it was necessary to wait a little. The door opened. Blushing, the young man greeted his neighbor. Raising his eyebrows, Jaiwoo realized something. Looking at the girl's neck, the main character realized that the previous moment was not the key. Love peeked out from behind the door. The guys looked at each other. The game avatar stood opposite. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist knew that the present moment was indeed crucial. The lady opened her eyes wide. Spikes protruded from the ground. Someone stepped on skulls. Stepping forward, someone thought about how all the best players know this location as a forbidden place. The stranger was standing in front of the monsters. The creature held out its hand. The red projectiles flew forward, and the fighter used a skill called Total Annihilation. The demon clenched his fingers. With its mouth open, the monster shouted that man had no right to come here. Tentacles rushed towards the enemy. Opening his mouth, the man said that his 3 strongest fighters were not even able to recognize their master. Some appendages burst out of Urus's back. The dragon pierced his soldiers. The tentacles began to pulsate. The demons looked up. In a moment, all life was sucked out of the soldiers. The king removed the appendages from the bodies of the victims. Without turning around, the overlord used a skill called Ruin. The wind was flying in the air, and the boss realized that 3 of his strongest monsters had lost the ability to resurrect. The tentacles began to disappear, and the intruder saw a message that he had absorbed the target's level. Looking ahead, Urus noticed a notification that said that he had absorbed the characteristics of the target as well. Looking down, the demi-human knew that the information about the 3 strongest monsters of the army had been deleted. The monster opened her mouth. The 2-headed dragon looked forward. One head was cut off. Steam emanated from the wound. The creature bared its teeth. The spirit looked away. Dropping his hands, the familiar asked where his second head was now, to which Gio replied that he didn't know. Standing still, the monster claimed that it was Urus's lost head. The main character opened his mouth. Looking ahead, Huracan said that he was born to exterminate people. Looking at Love's portrait, people shouted that it was impossible to take first place for 14 weeks in a row. Looking at the girl, the protagonist realized that she was the #1 idol in the music industry. The players stood opposite each other, and the guy remembered her game nickname. The lady looked back. The guys stood silently in place. Raising his eyebrows, the young man realized that this was the first time he had met her. The young lady made a surprised expression on her face. The screen showed the evil expressions of the game characters' faces. Holding the pie in her hands, Love thanked her neighbor for such a treat. Gio looked forward. Closing his eyes, the main character was surprised at what his game companion was like in real life. But at that moment he did not recognize her. The girl slammed the door. Holding a plate in her hands, the lady explained that there was a rice cake on her, which was given to her by a new neighbor. The young lady blushed. Rolling her eyes, the singer thought that she had already seen this man before. Holding out a treat, the idol offered to try it. Looking down, Love heard the words that she needed to change her school uniform as soon as possible. Veins protruded from the girl's head, and she told her mother that it hadn't even been half an hour since she had come home from school, to which she replied that her daughter was going to finish filming at 8:30 and go play. The lady furrowed her brows after remembering yesterday's conversation with her gaming friend. As she walked away, the young lady agreed to hurry. The woman took a bite of the pie. Blushing, the mother was sure that her child had met someone special in that game. Gio grimaced terribly. Standing in an empty field, the main character could not understand where all the mobs had gone. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist assumed that his familiar's subordinates had escaped. Opening his eyes wide, the spirit replied that this was impossible, because the zone of their movement was limited by the program. Looking into the thick fog, the guy decided that all the monsters had disappeared without a trace. The young man looked to the side. Scratching his head, the young man decided that he was just using other locations to make money. Looking down, Gio noticed that it was almost 8:30. Clenching his fist, the main character was dissatisfied with the fact that his hunt ended in failure. Putting a paw to his chin, The spirit listened to the words about how long they would have to walk. Standing still, the ghost felt a formidable aura. The moon was shining in the sky. It was snowing in the mountains. Elaros began to hiss. The tentacle cut off the snake's head. The appendage began to pulsate. A liquid was flowing from Hurakan's mouth. Looking ahead, the demon knew that this was not enough for him. The villain's eyes burned purple. Remembering the face of his offender, the monster understood that there was a long way to go to destroy him. The scoundrel noticed something in front of him. Bringing her hand to her face, the girl was surprised that he had gone so far. Blushing, the lady said that this was to be expected from his beloved child. A moment later, the stinger plunged into Luna's abdomen. The assistant looked down. Raising his head, Hurakan declared that this was not enough. Opening his mouth, the monster said that the lady looked appetizing. The appendage began to pulsate. The girl was covered with sweat. In a moment, the lady was completely dried. Luna was falling down. The creature stood still. Looking away, the Urus incarnation noticed that the absorption had failed. Putting her hands on her hips, the assistant said that this should not be done. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady said that her mother did not like such surprises. Turning his head, the demon was sure that he had swallowed this person. Looking ahead, the monster asked about what her nature was. Smiling, the woman listened to the words that she smelled just like him. The priestess pointed her finger. A large city stood among the mountains. Looking at the high mountains, the woman offered to shift her gaze there, because there is a lot of food there. Blushing, the lady allowed her son to eat as much as he wanted. Hurakan's eyes widened. Drool dripped on the ground. The lady noticed the dripping liquid. A smile appeared on the trader's face. The monster showed its fangs. In a moment, the dragon grew wings. Rising above the ground, the villain introduced himself by name. Baring his teeth, the monster declared that he was born to exterminate humans. The madman flew down. The creature was flying towards the city. The monster saw some kind of building. There was a powerful explosion. Covering their faces with their hands, the guys could not understand what was happening. The sting bit into the guy's neck. The girl watched in horror. Tears appeared on the adventurer's face. A second later, a second tentacle appeared. Numerous appendages cut into the skin of people. The inhabitants were pierced by incomprehensible stingers. The silhouette of Hurakan was visible. Dripping with salivation, the madman saw many notifications that he had absorbed the levels of the killed. The warriors rushed to attack, but it was clear that all the players in the village had become food for the dragon. The swordsmen went into battle. The crowd pounced on the intruder. The enemy's hands began to be covered with purple fire. Saliva dripped from the bastard's chin. The company building was visible. Opening the doors, the assistant shouted that they had problems. Holding a cigar in his mouth, the director listened to the words that the flow of customer complaints did not stop. Sitting at the computer, the employee said that she was very sorry, but there was nothing she could do. Scratching his head, the employee said that they were now figuring out the problem. Typing on the keyboard, users wrote that the game had turned into a garbage dump, because they could not figure out one hacker. The director folded his arms over his chest. Smiling, the head of the company found it funny that Hurakan had already come out. Sitting at the table, the president ordered to keep an eye on two characters, one of whom is Hurakan. The houses were on fire. The monster stood in the middle of the smoldering ruins. Smiling sweetly, Luna couldn't believe that her creation could consume an entire village. Saliva dripped onto the floor, and the dragon declared that he was still not satisfied. Looking to the side, the villain asked where he could find even more food. Raising her eyebrows, the woman began to think about her child's question. The lady opened her mouth. After a moment, the lady smiled. Standing still, Luna said that there is another very tasty delicacy. The trader raised her hand to her face. Trees grew among the mountains. Love began to tremble. Without turning, the girl said that the meeting was scheduled for 8:30. Turning her head, the lady promised that she would finish off her comrade if he was late. With a terrible grimace, the young lady swore that she would keep her promise. The soldier looked back. Clenching her fist, the 24th level warrior shouted that she couldn't be so late. Hurakan stood in front of his victim. Sweat appeared on the player's face. The mouth of the 999th level monster was drooling. The pet's eyes turned white with surprise. Birds flew over the city. Elm, lowering his head, was upset. The man looked down and looked exhausted. Suddenly, the image of a hawkeye appeared. On the neck of the hero was a brooch in the form of a bow. Screaming, the guy stood still, and it was clear that this was Hawkeye, a top player in Chrono Life and the supreme commander of the World Guild Alliance. His appearances on single broadcasts, YouTube, live broadcasts and so on, were always accompanied by a unique and stunning charisma. The coat of arms fluttered in the wind, and it was obvious that the player had no equal in Chrono Life. However, after the end of the World Guild Alliance was disbanded. People lay dead on the ground. The hero walked down the street in torn clothes, due to the fact that the Hawkeye took all the blame and responsibility on himself. The man who had holes in his clothes muttered that he was Hawkeye, the supreme commander of the World Guild Alliance. The man, knitting his eyebrows, said that all the guilds in the world were at his feet, and continued that they were all fucking at his feet. Standing in the middle of the street, the player shouted that everyone thought he would fall like this. People were frightened, saying that the monster had appeared in the central square. The man was at a loss. The creature was standing in the middle of the city, and it became apparent that Hawkeye had witnessed the scene that day, after which most of the players were removed. The man was watching from around the corner. Opening the bulletin board, the elf wondered what it was. Looking through the bulletin board, the hero saw information about the removal of the character, and said that this really crosses all boundaries. The girl noticed the Hawkeye. The lady grinned. The lady, looking at the monster, said that it was amazing, and added that she couldn't believe that it was able to swallow an entire village, later stating that the frontline village became a ghost village overnight. The droplets landed on the ground, and it was obvious that the monster was still not enough. Huracan, looking away, asked where he could find more food. The girl, touching her mouth, wondered where she could find more food. The lady broke into a smile. Raising her hand to her face, Miss said that there was a very tasty delicacy. The villains took to the skies, flying over the ruined city. Players moved over burning buildings. The man was still standing around the corner. The announcement window was open. The hero silently looked at the system. A drop of sweat dripped from the guy's face. Hawkeye grinned. The elf laughed in a panic. Birds flew over the forest. Huracan stood in front of the girl. Love stared at the creature in bewilderment, wondering if it was a player or not. Drool dripped from the monster's mouth. The opponent, smiling, said that she was glad to meet the girl, and asked if she was the boss. The heroine, exhaling, asked if she knew Geo, adding that only the main character called her that. Standing by the monster, the lady said that she almost hit it, and asked why her character had such a frightening design. Miss grinned. The girl, looking at Love, asked about how she seemed to be close to a guy named Geo, while Love hesitated. The heroine, looking away, stated that they had actually recently started playing together, and added that she did not like this clinger, but he was so persistent. The villainess continued to smile. On the neck of the lady there was a red stone. Suddenly memories surfaced. The girl laughed loudly. The lady stood and put her staff on the corpse of the hero. Her hair was blowing in the wind. Miss stood in the light. Luna, sparkling, said that the opponent was annoying. Love, opening her eyes wide, did not understand what she was talking about. Suddenly, the girl was lifted into the sky. Blood spurted from the heroine's mouth from the injury. Huracan pierced the lady. The villain, smiling, wished death to the overrated bitch. Blood spread to the wind. A sample of fabric fell on the grass. The monster stood surrounded by purple light. Looking fanatically, the monster said that what he ate was delicious. The main character was horrified. In the company of the pet, Geo turned to the dude with tentacles. Waving a club, the hero said that he would start with beating him. Suddenly there was a blow. Huracan was flooded with light. A powerful beam began from the forest. The shock wave went beyond the planet. The main character stood surrounded by dust. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that he was giving the last chance to crawl away, flashing his paws, and added that the crazy cockroach should fall through. The lady put her hands behind her back. Luna, laughing, asked if there was a cockroach as beautiful as her, and added that the protagonist should stop pretending to be strong. There was pure anger in the guy's eyes as he listened to the fact that he couldn't kill the girl. Smirking, the lady told the hero to finish his work first, and added that the enemy was right in front of him. Suddenly, movement was visible from afar. Huracan returned to his opponent. The monster swung its claws. The creature struck with particular force. A cloud of smoke appeared. The pet, soaring into the sky, said that he was surprised. Surrounded by dust, Geo parroted the dragon's words. Putting the bat on his back, the hero asked who he was, and added how he managed to survive his blow. The pet, flying up to the owner, asked if he was okay. In turn, the hero replied that everything was fine. The wounds began to heal. From the system window, it became clear that the character's health points had been replenished to the maximum. The villain, soaring into the air, replied that there was nothing to be surprised at, and added that he simply evaded. Huracan, looking down, said that the main character's attack did not reach him. The man glanced at the sky. The guy, scratching his head, said that he needed to swing harder. The monster knitted his eyebrows. The creature, with the sun behind it, said that it was a disgusting bluff, and replied that the protagonist spoke as if he had not struck with full force. The guy with the club on his back asked about what the monster had said. Suddenly, memories of the shots appeared, and it became obvious that all the players' shots up to that point were normal. The hero shone with an unusual glow. Huracan's face was yellow. A sphere of light appeared near the human body. Suddenly, a stone with an engraved sword appeared, and it became obvious that a special skill called Swordsman's Spirit had been activated. The system warned the hero that the number of possible uses of the skill called Swordsman is 1. The protagonist, standing on the ground, turned to the Cockroach Jr., and added that this was the first time he was using the skill. The guy frowned and warned that if he hit, the monster would be seriously injured, and added that he should try to dodge. The young man was holding a truncheon in his hands. The boy's cloak went up. After taking an attacking stance, the protagonist activated a skill called Continuous Slash. Suddenly there was an image of a ray flying from the planet. Suddenly, memories of love appeared. A beam of light was approaching another planet. In the flashback, the hero obeyed the girl's orders. The protagonist, exhaling, smiled. The lady hit the player. The wave almost reached the lonely planet. Love, smiling, appeared in the memory. The hero's eyes were filled with hatred. The girl turned around and looked ahead. Huracan blurred in the shockwave. The monster was almost invisible because of the light. The light completely consumed the creature. The planet was pierced through by the consequences of the impact. The light was gradually moving away from the planet. The shock wave dissolved in space. Suddenly, cracks formed on the surface of the planet. The celestial body began to collapse. The explosion overshadowed everything in its path. The planet shattered, and it became clear that the guy had used a basic swordsman's skill called continuous slash. There is a notification from the system that the broadcast will start soon. The system window displayed that the broadcast had begun. An image of a Hawkeye appeared. Looking ahead, the hero greeted everyone and added that he was Hawkeye, the supreme commander of the World Guild Alliance. In a chat that suddenly appeared, the player was called names. The number of viewers on the broadcast began to increase rapidly under malicious comments from people. Hawkeye used broadcast mode, and it was obvious that this was a built-in feature for in-game streams. People were lying on the ground, under the message that the broadcast could be used by any Chrono Life user, but during the Day of Judgment, the World Guild Alliance did not use it to successfully complete the raid operation. A reward of 10 billion in-game currency was set for the player, and it was known that to this day, the identity of the wanted person has not yet been determined. Hawkeye smiled and said that he would get straight to the point. Standing in tattered clothes, the player stated that he wanted to fight against 3 million users and asked, if logically speaking, if this was possible. Walking through the woods, the character stated that he had seen a bulletin board and added that the company was saying it wasn't a bug or a hacker, continuing to ask how they could believe it. The man, with a face full of anger, said that the game company only sees dogs and pigs in the players. Hawkeye, pointing to the bulletin board, asked to take a look at this commotion, and added that the monster that deletes characters is some kind of devilry. The hero, starting to run through the endless forest, said that those whose characters were deleted should join his broadcast, and added that he was tracking this monster right now. Suddenly, a poster appeared on the air, and it became clear that today he would make a full expose and reveal the truth hidden by this rotten gaming company. The guy stopped with a sharp movement. Raising his fingers up, the player reminded viewers not to forget to subscribe, like and turn on notifications. There was a strong gust of wind in the mountain valley. The hero was standing in the middle of a tornado. The main character, looking up, doubted. Glancing at Huracan, the protagonist said that he was amazing. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man stated that the monster had dodged all the blows, and asked where it came from. The creature sighed heavily. Sticking out his fangs, the villain said that his name was Huracan, and added that his only goal was the destruction of humanity. The guy looked in surprise, listening to the words that Huracan is the strongest boss, the lost head of Urus. The dragon, who was next to his master, said that it was a familiar feeling, and stated that it did not seem to him. Suddenly, a memory appeared in which the dragon was standing on the ground covered with human skulls, thinking that he was feeling a familiar and at the same time sinister aura. The pet, dangling his paws, warned the main character that this bastard could be behind the disappearance of monsters in the Valley of the Dead. The dragon, his eyes filled with sadness, added that he was behind Captain Love's death. The protagonist, turning around, was in shock. Huracan watched Urus tell the young man something. The villain, looking down, said that he would kill the player. With the words of murder, the creature launched an attack. The man did nothing. The dragon finished his story. The guy, hiding his gaze, asked if it was true. Looking down, the man said that the character Love had been deleted. There was a blow. The protagonist, raising a club, struck the villain. Making a menacing appearance, the main character said that it was not a fatal blow. Huracan received a severe blow to the face. Hawkeye saw an explosion in the middle of the forest. Continuing the broadcast, the player said that the audience should not miss the event, as it is already approaching. A stick with a leaf at the end was surrounded by red. The guy hit Huracan in the side. Smoke rose as the young man said that it was not a fatal blow. Blood came out of the villain's mouth. The enemy tried to counterattack. The main character took a defensive stance. Putting on a serious face, the protagonist shouted that he was using a non-killing blow, a version of the continuous slash. Suddenly, waves of fire rang out. The hero unleashed a flurry of attacks on his opponent. Behind Huracan, a strong shock wave arose. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth in a torrent of blood. Hawkeye watched the duel. Watching the fight, the commentators did not understand who was fighting whom. The player froze in shock. Suddenly there was a memory of the search for the protagonist. Gio looked forward. In an instant, the chat wondered what the guy had forgotten there, because it was clear that it was because of him that the end of the world happened. Hawkeye, beginning to grin, remembered the offender. Memories of the conversation between the players flooded in. The man was kneeling in front of the main character. The guy was holding a baton on the center. On the face of the Hawkeye, there was horror. The protagonist, grinning, exhaled. The man lowered his ears. Gio hit the player with a bat. The victim was in the middle of the street. The hero felt terrible. Gritting his teeth, the Hawkeye thought that he had met that bastard again. Summoning his bow, the elf said that he could not believe that he had faced a worse enemy in a worse place at a worse time. The man began to pull the bowstring. The arrow flew straight at the main character. Huracan's horn suddenly broke off. The guy, preparing to shoot again, stopped in shock. Suddenly, a window appeared with a message from one of the players that his character was resurrected. Hawkeye, along with the chats, were confused. With his eyes wide open, the archer looked at the user's reports that their characters were being resurrected. Watching the battle begin to take on a deadly character, the player did not believe that the resurrection of characters was possible. Suddenly, a system window appeared, which contained information that the stolen souls had been returned to their owners. Exhaling heavily, Huracan stared at the system's reports that his level had been reduced, and that his skill points had been reduced as well. The monster grabbed his shoulder. From the pop-up window, it was clear that the creature was now 723rd level. The main character, holding a baton over his shoulder, asked what happened to his opponent, and added that he was good at dodging his attacks, but why did he slow down now? The dragon, looking ahead, replied that the energy it had absorbed was returning to its former owners. The skyscraper stood under the night sky. The employee, raising his hands with joy, said that he realized that the player's data had not been deleted, but had been moved to the Horn of Huracan, while the boss replied that this was obvious, and asked that he, being a team lead, did not know such things. The man, looking at the boss, said that he was the team lead of the design team, and it was clear that he was not the right guy. Flashing his teeth, Gio asked if this was true. Smiling, the protagonist asked about the fact that if he finally destroyed this bastard, then Captain Love would also return. Huracan stared down in panic. The monster clenched its teeth tightly. The creature rushed into the attack, saying that the opponent was just insignificant food. The main character has taken an attacking stance. Let's announce that he is going to use a non-lethal version of the continuous slash. Huracan was immersed in a fiery explosion. While burning alive, the monster saw the system's messages that the stolen soul had been returned to its owner, and that its skill points and level had been reduced. The windows of the system showed how rapidly the monster's level was dropping. Hawkeye was still on the air, which was already 35,969 spectators. On the bulletin board there were reports that on the player's broadcast you could see a fight between a man who had a bounty of 10 billion gold for his head, and Huracan, who kidnapped characters. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face. The hero continued to stand in the forest. The guy gripped the bow tightly in his hand. Hawkeye lowered his gaze. The tall building was located within the city. An image of an explosion appeared on the pink phone. Love, sitting on the couch, watched the stream. The main character continued to fight the monster under the instructions of the audience. The protagonist was smiling. The girl opened her eyes wide. Suddenly, the lady remembered how the guy had followed her. The hero portrayed a stupid face, asking to be taught. Love could see confusion in her eyes. A cloud of smoke appeared over the mountains. Huracan sat on his knees, sitting on the ground, drooling from the monster's mouth. The opponent was exhausted, and it was clear from the system's report that the creature's level was now 180. The main character and his pet looked at the villain who fell to his knees. The dragon, flying beside the master, said that all the energy had gone from that bastard's body, and added that he had now returned to his original state, while the guy noted that his appearance spoke for itself. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist asked what they should do to wrap up. Huracan continues to salivate from her mouth. Without changing his position, the creature said that he was Huracan. Suddenly, a purple tentacle pierced the guy's body. The protagonist glanced at the strange part of the villain's body. The developer, smoking a cigar, was shocked. Hawkeye opened his eyes wide. Love, holding the phone in her hands, feigned surprise. The dragon's eyes could be seen with confusion. The monster, showing its fangs, said that it was a creature that would destroy humanity. Huracan began to laugh loudly. The protagonist stared at the tentacle as it siphoned out its life force. The pet, being surrounded by a red light, called for the owner. The body of the main character was divided into two parts, to the cry of the dragon that called him. The villain smiled broadly as he looked at the system's message that he had absorbed the target's level. The wooden club fell to the ground. The creature's horn began to pulsate. The horn has completely regained its shape. Looking up, Huracan began to laugh. Throwing back his head, the creature said that it was very tasty, and added that it was the first time the monster had eaten something so delicious. Suddenly, a system window appeared, and it was clear that Huracan had once again become level 999. Still laughing, the villain said that this was not enough, and added that he would never be able to satisfy his hunger. Saliva did not fall on the green grass. Maniacously looking ahead, the guy said that he was a glutton Huracan. The dragon approached his master's club. The pet knelt, looking at the stick. Tears began to flow down the creature's chin. The wooden club continued to lie on the ground under the call of the dragon who grieved for its master. In the midst of nothingness, a system suddenly appeared saying that a hidden skill called Healing Factor had been activated. A new system window appeared, adding that all damaged parts of the body would be repaired. The villain's stomach suddenly swelled. The antagonist looked at his venous skin. The creature began to scream, baring its fangs. With a crack, something burst through Huracan's stomach. Suddenly, a man's muttering head appeared. The skull of a man on a very long neck said something indistinct. The man's face, covered in the skin of a monster, turned away from the creature. Suddenly the skull began to turn. His head began to laugh with his eyes closed. Huracan cried in horror, and it became clear that it was all due to a hidden skill called Healing Factor, Enhanced Recovery, which after any damage guarantees immediate healing and complete immunity to status effects. The neck of the creature towered over the opponent. The villain continued to cry. The head on the long neck opened its mouth. The ashes from the cigar fell down. The developer, looking at the current picture, could not understand what was happening. The dragon's face could be seen stunned. Hawkeye and the audience watched this madness. The girl, soaring, looked at the performance. Luna, covering her mouth with her hand, expressed surprise. The head, sticking out its tongue, began to laugh loudly. Something on the long neck, looking at the villain, said that it was so funny, and added that he felt like a worm. The dragon, flying up to Geo, asked him if it was him. In turn, the main character greeted the pet, and replied that it was really him. Huracan, gritting his teeth, expressed his displeasure. Standing on the ground, the monster said that he was a creature that existed to kill all people. Knitting his eyebrows, the creature declared that he was an insatiable Huracan. Standing in front of the villain's face, the protagonist asked what he wanted to say by this. The guy looked at his opponent, making gurgling sounds. The young man began to break out of the creature's belly. The dragon looked at the situation in bewilderment. Huracan's face looked emaciated. His foot touched the green grass. Depending on what was left of the opponent, the main character used the skill of recovery, which guarantees immediate healing after any damage. The person's strength was returned to him in small portions, and it became clear that when the healing factor was activated, the absorbed cells would return to their original owner. The red flower cells were surrounded by their own kind, reminding us that most of the cells had merged with Huracan's cells. The villain's face gradually dried up. The main character watched, gradually suck the life force out of the opponent. The creature was pulling further and further into the protagonist's stomach. The monster was completely placed in the guy's torso. A young man in a torn robe regurgitated the remnants of the offender. Suddenly, a system window appeared, which made it clear that the hidden skill had been acquired. The dragon was surrounded by purple light, and it became clear that the protagonist had acquired a skill called Glutton, which consisted of absorbing all the characteristics and levels of the target when eating. Luna, looking down on the young man, asked about whether he had finished. The girl, smiling, said that she did not expect this, and added that it was fun. The guy, looking at the lady with wings, said that she looked happy even though he had just killed her son, and added that she was a cockroach mother, while the lady replied that it was rude to call her a cockroach mother. Luna, exhaling, stated that it was figurative, and asked about the fact that the protagonist really thought that she gave birth to a monster. The girl, smiling, said that she was 21, and announced that she and the protagonist were the same age. The young man froze in confusion. Looking at the villain, the young man asked how she knew how old he was. The girl took out something glowing. The lady held a staff in her hands. Blushing, the lady continued to look ahead, saying that she did not know. Luna has opened a rift in the sky. Huge claws appeared from the crack. A paw of unusual size could be seen above Geo. Shock was noticeable on the hero's face. The lady landed carefully on the dark skin of the monster. Walking along the hand, the girl said that they would see each other again. Turning around, the lady said that the protagonist was a loser. The cigar fell to the floor. As he was leaving, the manager told the workers to wrap up, and added that they should publish a note and organize a consolation event. The man, who had a scar on his face, told them to continue watching as he had spoken. The chief was sitting in an armchair. Smiling, the supervisor thought that Huracan had finally come out and ordered that from now on, let two characters be watched, one of them Huracan, and the role of the other would be taken by Luna. The man was sitting at the table in front of his subordinate. The girl was smiling. The sun was shining over the ruined city. Players began to raise their hands en masse. People rejoiced. Standing in the gate, the main character listened to the greetings. Trumpeters played a melody to the words that the inhabitants of the frontline village and travelers should meet their hero. A cloaked Geo stood on the stone street of the village. The guy, clutching his head, was indignant. Scratching his head, the guy sarcastically said that his secret had been revealed. Suddenly, a system window appeared, in which the main character cancelled the hiding of his power. Suddenly, a live broadcast of Hawkeye appeared, and it became clear that the maximum number of viewers at the same time was 234,582 people, and clippings from the broadcast took over various social networks. The player, pointing his finger at the protagonist, told the idiots to stop talking nonsense, and asked why they considered this idiot a hero. The elf, still pointing his finger, said that this bastard was a mass murderer, and went on to say that they didn't remember how he had recently killed 3.8 million people. Still standing in front of the guy, the user said that they were licking the feet of the most wanted criminal, and added that he was just a role model for madmen like these dogs and pigs. In turn, one of the crowd called out to him. Hawkeye, full of brilliance, asked that for him. Killing the character was now tantamount to deleting him, and told him not to talk nonsense. The player, holding Geo's hand, said that he was very happy to meet him, and stated that they had already met. The guy, maniacally tugging at the protagonist's hand, said that it seemed that Mr. was working alone, without a guild, and added that maybe he would like to join his guild called Justice. Suddenly memories appeared. The man in golden armor could barely stand on his feet. The head looked furious, and it became clear that Jiva was the one who had wiped out the top 5 guilds and killed 3 million players of the World Guild Alliance. The main character raised his hands up. The golden statue of the player stood in the center of the destroyed city while the man explained that he was very impressed with the protagonist, so he built this statue. The guy, looking away, asked what this strange reaction was, and added why he was in only his underpants, absolutely without things. The man, standing surrounded by the ruins, said that they had sold everything to build the statue, and added that it was worth more than 20 billion. Suddenly, the young man saw a cloud of dust, in which he could hear the words that they had found a hero. The city was in ruins. The skyscraper stood in the night city. The girl sat on the bed in the dark. Love, twisted, was suppressed. Sadness was visible on the lady's face. In the blink of an eye, memories appeared. The monster stood in front of Love. The pack of monsters was getting closer. There was no end to the fiend. The girl closed her eyes. All the monsters disappeared in an instant. The main character hit the bear on the head. The beast fell dead. The girl tried to hit the elf. The man was holding a brass knuckle duster. Love tossed brass knuckles. The weapon was in the lady's hand. The protagonist was standing next to the lady. The girl's eyes were filled with sadness. Continuing to sit in the same position, Love asked why the guy pretended to be weak, and why he deceived her. The teddy bear was torn in the head area. The man was looking at the little girl. The daughter began to cry. With her eyes wide open, the lady sat in the dark. The girl reached for her glasses, asking why the main character deceived her. The glasses slipped off and appeared on the lady's face. The gamer began to tremble. The game village was in ruins. The protagonist's lips were very large. Walking down the street, the guy said that they had finally calmed down, and asked if all famous people lived like this. In turn, the dragon replied that many eyes were also turned on him. In the end, the owner said to ignore them. The young man, walking along with the dragon, said that he thought he had forgotten something, and added that it was something very important. Suddenly, Gio's eyes opened wide. Love was standing right in front of him. Breaking with a smile, the main character said that he was surprised that she had already been resurrected, and added that he was wondering where the emptiness came from, continuing that she was simply not there. The crowd surrounded the couple, wondering who the girl was. The girl's eyes were covered with hair, while the player said that she reminded them of someone. The guy, grinning, said that he had something for her. The protagonist tied a scarf around Love's neck. The young man, closing his eyes, said that he had received it after Huracan's death, and correcting himself, added that he had picked it up on the way, thought that he was still hiding his power from Love. The protagonist replied that he had found the scarf on the road. The girl's pupils glowed blue. The lady's hand trembled. The lady began to tremble and told Gio not to make her laugh, adding that this was not true. In the end, Love asked why the guy had lied to her. The young man, blushing with shame, replied that he did not understand what she was talking about, and added that the player did not know how to lie. Drops of sweat slipped on the lady's face. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Love, standing in front of the main character, asked if it was him, and added that he was the one who gave her the rice cake on the doorstep. Gio, holding his head, tried to hide the fact that he didn't know anything about rice cake. The protagonist continued to be in the same pose. Suddenly, there were memories of the guy holding the cake in his hands. The girl looked out of the doorway. The young man stood in front of the girl. The player's eyes widened. Love was standing with glasses on. On Gio's face, you could read shock. The user, looking at the girl, said that it was impossible and asked about her being Love's boss. The players were confused. Being in the center of the crowd, the lady answered positively. Shining, the lady replied that she was Khan Sarung. There was a view of a tall building, and it was said that it was a story about a girl who just liked to sing. Opening her mouth wide, the lady clarified whether she was crazy, because she revealed her identity in front of many people. The top of popular personalities appeared, and then the woman exclaimed that she was now the most popular topic on the internet, and dozens of journalists were eager to interview her, and unfounded rumors were spreading everywhere. Love's mother, blushing, shouted if she had adjusted the character to her appearance, and if she was thinking with her head at all. The girl's expression was joyful, and it was reported that customization is a way to change the skin of the game character. One, according to government policy in virtual reality games, the appearance of the character should match the appearance of the player. Biting his lips, the player listened that at least she had changed her hairstyle, and it was a miracle that she was not recognized earlier. Standing opposite her mother, the lady inquired what it made of being recognized, and at the same time added that she did not even plan to hide her hobby. Clenching his fists, the popular idol asked if it was a sin to play and why she should hide, after which he explained that he plays games to have fun, and also clarified why she should think about other people. Sighing heavily, the woman replied that suddenly her image would be destroyed, and then asked if she had forgotten that she was pretending to be in front of the public. Suddenly, Love clenched her jaw angrily. Through tears, the girl said that she did not want to wear this mask, but it was she who made her behave like this, and from the very beginning she said that she did not want to lie, because she hated to deceive her fans. After a moment, the lady slammed the door. Frowning seriously, her mother remarked what a stubborn girl she was. Suddenly, the player grabbed the virtual reality glasses. The popular idol put them on his eyes. It seemed as if Love bared her teeth, and then the system announced the activation of the VR device and the scanning of the retina of the eye. The girl put her palm on the device. Her hand could be seen shaking. After a moment, the lady removed her fingers from the virtual reality glasses. The player was lying on the bed, and at the same time the artificial intelligence reported that the user's authorization was completed, and the connection to Chrono Life was underway, after which he greeted her. A view of the playground opened. Holding a microphone in his hand, the popular idol clarified who came to drink water. The girl, standing in front of the children, sang a song. The children rounded their eyes in surprise. The child, blushing, continued to hum the melody. The lights were bright on the ceiling, and it was said that Love discovered her talent for singing as a child, and made an amazing debut at the age of 5. You could see how the girl was standing on the stage. The young singer closed her eyes, and then she was called a genius, a talent, a singer from paradise, and reborn. The audience raised glowing sticks, and at the same time, Love's debut was the most brilliant. A tall building appeared, and the main character said that the tragedy seemed to be waiting for the right moment. Tears ran down the child's face. The popular idol was sitting on the floor. Her parents entered the room, and then Gio said that it was like a beautiful flower had been trampled on by vile adults. The adults looked ahead. The photos showed a young family, and the guy added that those who were supposed to protect it, namely the parents. After presenting a lot of banknotes, the young man explained that money was to blame. The elders stood opposite the young singer. Love covered her face with her hands, and then the main character noticed that some people can say that this is common in the entertainment industry. The parents of the popular idol appeared on the TV screen, and at the same moment the protagonist said that it was a tragedy for the little girl, because she seemed to have turned into the hero of a snobby drama. Tears dripped on the floor, and Gio added that this was how Love was loaded with work. The child tucked his legs, after which the guy reported about various music programs, talk shows, all kinds of programs, a lot of advertising and much more. The young singer bit her lips, and then the guy said that she coped with a schedule that was unbearable even for adults, and oddly enough because of her parents. Adults, leaning over to their daughter, asked her if something had happened, and if it could be better. Grinning menacingly, the elders noticed that they still loved her. The girl looked down. Sweat was dripping down her face. After a moment, Love reluctantly lifted the corners of her lips. The popular idol smiled sharply. A child was standing on the stage, and the main character reported that, however, her small body quickly reached the limit. Holding the microphone, the young singer was confused. Tears appeared under her eyes, and it was said that there would be a special broadcast at the end of the year, as well as she had the highest rating of all time and an impressive final performance. Love could see her lips pursed. Suddenly, the popular idol began vomiting. The men opened their jaws in surprise. The child's parents opened their mouths in bewilderment. The young singer tilted her head down. The girl, through tears, turned to her mom and dad. Her expression was sad. The father of the popular personality touched his forehead. It seemed as if the elders bared their teeth. Love's mouth drooled. A moment later, the young singer closed her lips. The child was sitting on the floor, and the protagonist explained that this was how she got a deep scar in her heart. It seemed as if the girl wrapped her hands around her knees. The lady narrowed her eyes sadly. The player looked down thoughtfully. In the past, Gio tied her scarf. Then Love touched a piece of clothing. Suddenly, the popular idol's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he had finally found her. Behind the girl stood the main character. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, said that he had guessed that she would be there, after which he asked why she had suddenly run away, and added that she had frightened him. Parting her lips, the lady asked to leave her alone. After a moment, the player tilted his head down. Bringing his palm to his mouth, the guy asked what was wrong with her, to which Urus replied that he thought she was angry with him, and he could not understand why. Deuce, sighing heavily, noticed that he did not understand women, because she was angry because he had hidden his power from her. The young man clarified what he should do now, and then the unusual entity explained that he should apologize, namely to apologize for the lie. Then the teenager grabbed his chin. Turning his gaze to the side, the master apologized to the user. Love continued to look down. Gio, standing behind her, said that he didn't want to deceive her from the very beginning, and wanted to tell her one day, but he couldn't find the right moment. The girl could be seen adjusting her scarf. Standing up, the lady asked if he thought that his apology alone would make things right. Clenching her fingers, the singer said that he just asked for forgiveness. Scratching his head, the main character asked what she meant. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. A huge monster flew in front of him. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the popular idol. With his mouth wide open, the player addressed her. A moment later, the evil spirits flew high. The guy, sitting on the giant bird, asked if he grabbed it too sharply. Smiling, the young man noticed that she should not have lost consciousness. Urus opened his jaw in bewilderment. Frowning maliciously, the spirit recognized this man. Lowering his eyebrows, the master asked who he was and asked him to come down to him. The teenager, turning his head, asked for forgiveness and added that there were people who wanted to meet Love, and therefore would lend her for a while. Baring his teeth, Gio called him a bastard. The strange creature, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed that he could not attack him so thoughtlessly. Parting his lips, the main character used the vertical punch skill. A magical trace from the blow appeared. A bright flame appeared. The fire was rapidly approaching the monster. I could see how the guy grinned. Stretching out his palm, the young man activated the skill of 8 panoramas and 8 mirrors. Suddenly, the protagonist's attack was repelled. Yellow energy flew towards the master. The player's pupils narrowed sharply. There was a powerful explosion. A bright beam raced through space. A deep crater has formed in the ground. With his mouth wide open, Urus asked the user if he was okay. Jaiwa's expression was serious, and at the same time, the system reported that he had been critically injured. A thick haze appeared behind the protagonist, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the hidden skill healing factor was activated. Suddenly, the skin on the protagonist's arm began to move. The master lowered his eyebrows angrily. The spirit, flying near his shoulder, asked if he understood now, and said that he was not an ordinary person. A huge monster fluttered in the sky, and an unusual creature reported that his name was Habek. Urus frowned menacingly. The guy smiled contentedly, after which the spirit said that he was a creature of the same kind as him. Turning his gaze to the side, the player wondered why he was not a weakling then. Suddenly, the unusual artifact cracked. The young man looked down in surprise. The mage parted his lips in bewilderment. Grinning, the teenager said that he was really amazing, because he was the only one who was able to break it, not counting that person, and added that it would take a long time to fix it. Sitting on the monster's body, Habek said that, however, an ordinary person like him did not deserve to have a piece of God. The girl's eyes were closed. Suddenly, a view of a hidden tower in the western forest opened. Love quickly jumped back. Standing opposite the guy, the singer asked what it was, and who he was. Clenching his fist, the popular idol clarified where she was, and why he dragged her here. Stretching out his palms, the mage asked her to calm down, explaining that he did not want to harm her, and added that someone wanted to meet her. Looking ahead, the girl asked who else wanted to meet her. A moment later, the feet of adults appeared. Sweat ran sharply down the lady's face. The singer, her eyes rounded, was stunned. The popular idol noticed his parents. The elders looked happily in her direction. In the reflection of the broken glass, a young family could be seen. In the past, the child vomited right on stage. The girl tilted her head down. The adults bared their teeth angrily. The child opened his mouth wide in sadness. Tears ran down Love's face. A view of the tall building opened, and then Jaiwa revealed that after that day, the popular idol decided to end her singing career. A lot of certificates appeared, and the main character added that, however, some could not come to terms with this. Suddenly, the woman hit her daughter. The girl hit the floor. The elder's gaze was fierce, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that they were Love's parents. The lady sat down next to the child, after which the guy said that they did not allow him to leave and took him back to the stage. Smiling, the singer's mother asked if she had not yet understood the reason for their actions. The woman said that they just love her, which made the popular idol round his eyes in fear. An orange sky was visible. The door to the room appeared, and then Jaiwa said that for many years the singer could not end her career. On the wooden surface, it was written that this was Love's room. A torn toy lay on the floor. The child tucked his legs together in fright. The girl's expression was confused. Strangers stood behind her close relatives, and then the main character said that when the income completely dried up, her parents finally crossed the line. The men grinned menacingly. The young singer's father grinned furiously. The mother of the popular idol grinned evilly, and the protagonist noticed that these people did not deserve to be called parents. A wad of money appeared, and at the same moment the master explained that they had only one child, and they sold it. Love clenched her jaw in disbelief. Suddenly, the girl ran past the elders. The child quickly shuffled his legs, after which Jaiwa said that it was a miracle that she had escaped. The child lifted his heels off the floor. The police building was visible, and the main character said that this was the place where she came. The young singer wiped away her tears. The law enforcement officers looked at her in surprise, and then the protagonist told her that she had been freed from the hell that had tormented her for many years. The judge held a wooden hammer in his hand, and at the same time the master said that the guardianship had deprived him of parental rights. The adults furiously opened their jaws, and the guy said that the parents wanted to appeal the verdict, but it did not work, and thanks to the law, Love was completely free from them. A huge number of correspondents appeared. The girl was sitting on a chair, and at the same time, Gio noticed that this did not heal the already broken psyche. The child's expression was sad, and the main character said that the girl had suffered an injury. In the past, close relatives of the child came to her room. The elders, grinning menacingly, said that they still loved her. The young singer clenched her fist when she heard that they just loved her, after which the protagonist added that she had suffered a serious trauma due to a vile lie. The popular idol was seen sitting at a computer desk, and then the master reported that she had not left the room since that day. The monitor screen was bright, and the guy explained that she was escaping from the real world to online games. Love poked at the keyboard, and then the young man said that she had been sitting in a dark room for one day on end, and her eyesight had quickly deteriorated, and she had been prescribed glasses. A screen appeared in the reflection of the lenses, and at the same time, Gio added that the memories of those days made her feel anxious to take them off. In the game, the lady's manager approached her and greeted her, and the main character explained that the day when she would go out into the world again would be told a little later. Opposite the singer stood her parents. The hands of the popular idol shook violently. Through the sweat on her face, Love asked about the injunction. The man, smiling, replied that they were in the game, and added that they had seen an article about her playing Chrono Life. Looking ahead, the player clarified how they found her, after which the gentleman noticed that this person turned up in time. Habeck, happily closing his eyes, said that it was not worth talking about it, and said that he would come out for a while, and they could continue the conversation. A moment later, the guy disappeared in the teleportation beams. Lifting the corners of her lips, the woman said that their daughter had grown up a lot, and also they had only seen her on TV, and therefore they were pleased to meet her even like this. The lady could be seen crossing her palms, and the lady said that the world was very cruel, and wondered how custody could separate the parents and their child. The singer opened her mouth in confusion. After a second, the popular idol clenched his jaw. Frowning menacingly, Love asked why they had come here, because if she was not there, she would be out of the game. Parting her lips, her mother replied that they were apologizing. The girl's pupils narrowed sharply. The woman, clenching her fingers, explained that they had wanted to apologize for a long time, and that time they had acted too cruelly, and they were really sorry. Raising her eyebrows, the lady asked if she would forgive them, and added that if possible, they would like to return to those happy times. The back of the lady's head appeared. At the same time, Habeck kept his hand in his pocket. The monster looked thoughtfully ahead. Through the sweat on his face, the guy wondered if he was already there. Behind him stood the main character. Grinning, the young man noticed that people did not know about this place, but believed that Urus had shown the way. Looking in the direction of Geo, the magician began to talk about himself and the spirit, when suddenly the spirit interrupted him and asked him to close his mouth. Baring his teeth, the master offered to fight, and also said that he could beat as much as he wanted, because he would calm down only by taking revenge. Habeck then winked at the player. Snapping his fingers, the guy said that there was nothing to be done then. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The evil spirits quickly flew up. Raising his head, the protagonist asked the bird if it was the first, and how it dared to do such a thing. After a moment, the user raised his eyebrows in surprise. A second monster appeared in the sky. Geo frowned in bewilderment. The main character rubbed his eyes with his hand. After a moment, the protagonist narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A huge number of undead appeared. The master's pupils narrowed sharply, and he wondered if it was copy-paste. Suddenly, the mage stretched out 4 fingers. Smiling, the young man used the skill of photocopying. Many monsters hovered in the sky, screaming loudly. Suddenly, the animals rushed towards the player. The user swung his weapon. A bright flash rang out. The remains of monsters flew in the air. Suddenly, a new undead appeared. Opening his mouth wide, Geo asked who he was, to which Urus replied that photocopy was Habeck's 4th mirror skill. Frowning seriously, the spirit warned the protagonist to be careful because it is a skill called 8 panoramas. A huge number of birds were seen in the sky, and at the same time, the protagonist noticed that this was the first time he had heard about this, and the unusual creature explained that in other words, these are 8 mirrors, and each panorama has different effects. Imagining a powerful flame, Urus added that the skill called reflection previously deflected all physical and magical attacks, after which the master asked where the balance was in this game. The spirit looked at the player in bewilderment, and he clarified what it was, to which he received the answer that it was strange to hear such a thing from him. Opening its mouth, the unusual entity said that it didn't really matter if there was a balance or not, because the company didn't intend to maintain it in the first place. Flying near the user, Urus said that he was not a player, but a boss monster that needed to be defeated. The boy's expression was pleased. Lowering his eyebrows, Geo noticed that this game was fun, and then clarified if the boss was just walking around and pretending to be human. The main character asked who came up with this, when suddenly the monster stabbed him in the back. Blood flowed sharply from the protagonist's mouth. Suddenly, the undead began to charge the magic balls. There was a powerful explosion. The remains of birds circled in the air. A moment later, new enemies appeared. Magic traces from many blows appeared. The master, using the skill of continuous slash, incinerated his opponents. The player continued to attack furiously. The monsters burned quickly. The user parted his lips and reused the continuous incision ability. A bright flash was visible. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out. The mage's unusual artifact cracked. Sweat ran down Habeck's cheek. The guy lowered his gaze in bewilderment. Suddenly, a wooden stick appeared near his head. Smirking, Geo asked if it had broken. Raising his eyebrows, the main character clarified whether it meant that since he was like Urus, he was a weakling. Smiling broadly, the young man replied that he was more likely to be crazy, and added that he had not expected him to be so harsh. Imagining a cockroach with a girl's head, the protagonist noticed that he was not painted by this stupid smile, because of it he looked like that cockroach. Standing in front of the boss, the master explained that if he wanted to live, he had to answer, and then asked why he had kidnapped Love, and what kind of god he was. Scratching his cheek, Habeck said that he was not sure whether he should answer. Baring his teeth, the player asked if he wished to die, and then ordered him to stay there. Inspecting his artifact, the mage said that it was almost broken, but he believed that he would be able to use it for the last time. The user abruptly turned his gaze to the side when he heard a step. Looking to the side, Gio clarified if it was a bird's head again, and added that it was very annoying. A second later, the main character raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. His pupils narrowed sharply. The protagonist then opened his mouth wide. A clone of him appeared opposite the mage. The double was holding a wooden stick in his hand. A leaf hung on a small branch. You could see the underwear of a copy of the master. Sweat quickly flowed down the player's face. Opening his jaw, the user wondered if it was him. At the same time, the clone frowned menacingly, and the system wrote about the photocopy skill that the target would be completely copied, but the appearance would be reflected. The doppelganger was standing in front of Gio. Parting his lips, the copy of the main character pronounced the name of the skill. Suddenly, a magic beam appeared. An unusual energy flew towards the protagonist. The blue aura was quickly approaching the master. Squinting, the player realized that it was bad. In pain, the user stuck out his tongue, and the system reported that his health had decreased. It was as if a powerful burst of energy hit the ground. Halbech watched as a cloud of black smoke rose to the sky. Smiling broadly, the mage said that it was amazing, and then added that if he had known about it, he would have copied Mr. Hero from the very beginning. Urus flew up to his shoulder and asked why he was doing this. Shifting his gaze to the side, the boss exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then apologized for not greeting him earlier, because he was very busy. Raising his eyebrows, the wizard noticed that the spirit had become even sweeter, to which the wizard told him to shut up. Furrowing his brows angrily, the creature asked him to stay on topic, and then asked why he was spinning around the player. A slight grin appeared on the monster's face as the other party asked not to tell him that this was the man's order. The sorcerer's teeth were visible through his smile, and he began to speak. Putting his fingers up, Halbech asked if he could touch his cheeks, to which he replied that he was a jerk. Suddenly, the heroes rounded their eyes in surprise when something fell to the ground. A gray substance lay on the grass. At the same second, the unusual substance began to grow upwards. Looking down, the mage did not understand what it was. Hovering in the air, Urus wondered if the body horror was starting again. The system reported that the healing factor had been activated, when suddenly a leg appeared on the ground, and Jiwoo's health began to regenerate. Drops of magic liquid crawled on the grass, and the protagonist's life bar was completely filled. After a moment, the humanoid creature began to wriggle around itself. Parts of the face appeared in the palm of her hand, and she heard it greeting the boss. The frightened wizard abruptly began to run away. Grinning, the monster spotted the enemy. In the distance was a replica of the player, and the substance called him fake underwear. The protagonist's hologram furrowed its brows angrily. Squinting his eyes, the spirit noticed that he looked more like a fake now, so it was a failed experiment, and he told him to slam shut. The enemy tightly gripped the handle of the wooden weapon with his fingers. Pulling his hand back, the clone cast a spell. Suddenly, a powerful flow of energy rushed through the air. The human face substance exhaled heavily, closing her lips. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. Transforming into human form, Gio said that it was a splash. The main character grabbed the weapon with his hand. Furrowing his brows angrily, the player decided to throw a vertical punch. The guy abruptly waved his hand up. Urus opened his mouth wide in surprise. Halbech's pupils bulged out in bewilderment. Streams of multicolored magic intertwined together. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred on the surface of the planet. It was as if black debris raced through the air. The protagonist and his clone quickly approached each other. The copy clenched its teeth tightly in alarm. The young man clenched his jaw in anger. The black eyes of the doppelganger noticeably decreased in size. Gio opened his mouth wide in fury. The opponent jumped sharply on top of the main character. The opponent's weapons crossed in the air. From the silhouettes of the enemies, a shockwave spread across the field. The main character's eyes instantly turned white. A blue beam swept past the clone's head. Lowering his jaw, the player decided to use the skill. His copy opened its mouth and said the same thing. Swinging the weapon from top to bottom, opponents used the ability to continuously slash. Suddenly, there was a powerful flame explosion. The streams of magic crossed with each other. Red lightning could be seen from the player's eye. The traces of the attack of both enemies clashed sharply. The copy gritted its teeth furiously. Sword swings could be seen in space. The guy opened his mouth wide in fury. The magical aura spread in different directions from the opponents. Drops of sweat dripped down both cheeks of the protagonist. Streams of flame approached the face of the double. A bright sphere has formed on the surface of the planet. Halbech abruptly covered his head with his hand. Smiling broadly, the mage shouted that they hit each other with blows, and then added that they would definitely not last long. Urus closed one eye and called out loudly to Gio. Near the tops of the rocky rocks, streams of wind flew by. Unusual substances began to wriggle on the grass. The souls abruptly ascended to the sky, when suddenly the system reported that the healing effect had been activated. The boss lowered his jaw in bewilderment, and wondered why they only recovered like this, even if they were the same. Suddenly, the enemies took on human form in front of each other. At the same second, the main character abruptly took off. Behind the clone that ran forward, trees could be seen. The two elements of the opponents instantly collided with each other. Closing his eyes, the wizard suggested that the entity should not make such a fuss, but dispel a couple of misunderstandings, after which he added that he had no interest in Mr. Hero. Shifting his gaze to the side, the monster stated that his target was only a particle of God. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, Urus asked if he was talking about love. Placing his hands on his sides, the sorcerer began to laugh loudly and clarified whether Captain Love was a part of God. Halbek smiled broadly and asked how any person could be so worthy. After all, she was just the owner of a piece of God. It seemed as if the girl was standing in front of people in black cloaks. Mom's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she said that they were asking their daughter for forgiveness again, and then added that she hoped she would accept their sincere apology. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. Her daughter touched her palm with her fingers in confusion. At the same second, the parent lowered her jaw. The mother abruptly grabbed the girl by the wrist. Love's eyes widened in fright when she was called sweet daughter. A moment later, her teeth could be seen through the woman's broad smile, and she asked where the brass knuckles of silence were. Urus opened his mouth wide in bewilderment, and clarified whether these objects were 10 million pieces of God. Squinting his eyes, Halbek explained that it was not about the price, after which he added that for normal players, the price may be a deterrent, but something else is more important. The mage grinned contentedly and said that the items in Chrono Life were divided into different classes. A piece of underwear and a small wooden stick appeared, and the boss said that the former was the most shameful, ordinary class. In the teleportation beams, knightly equipment could be seen, and the wizard noticed that this was the second rare class. The girl's dark silhouette was wearing clothes, and the monster said that the third class was unique. The delicate gloves sparkled brightly, and the sorcerer declared that this was the last divine class. Closing his eyes, Halbek noticed that the superior class was even higher than everyone else, but he had never met him, and Urus thought about the fact that he had seen him before. Looking in the direction of the interlocutor, the magician stated that even if you do not pay attention to power and rarity, especially a particle of God, then excellent class is still another conversation. The girl was sitting on the grass, and the boss was heard saying that this is appreciated by the gods. Bringing the sandwich to her mouth, the lady said that Mr. Halbek had already told everything, and then added that men with long tongues were simply terrible. Shifting her gaze to the side, the lady clarified whether he agreed with this. Next to her sat the creator of the game's server. Taking a bite of the sandwich, the guy replied that this was nothing new, because many people guessed about it, after which he added that his assistant also collected particles of God. In the past, the girl with the magic staff on her back waved her hand and sent greetings from the Halisen Guild to everyone, and said that tonight was a very good night. The lady rounded her eyes enthusiastically and asked what about it, and whether they were well prepared. The man furrowed his brows angrily and announced that he was leaving, and then added that he was also breaking the cooperation agreement with her. Luna raised her eyebrows and noted that, as expected, the developer knew everything from the beginning. Dark slime seemed to be absorbed into the player's body, and the young man wondered if she had expected Huracan to consume a piece of God. In the past, the lost head Urus grinned maliciously and stated that what he ate was very tasty. Closing her eyes, the lady said that of course it was delicious, because she was a piece of God, and now she said that it was, because she remained calm, but the result was different from what was expected. A powerful explosion suddenly occurred on the surface of the earth. Gio and his clones slammed the weapons together. Gritting his teeth tightly, the main character cried out loudly. His opponent closed his lips resolutely. The enemy's equipment began to pull back. At the same second, the guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size. The remnant struck a devastating blow. A powerful stream of magic rushed forward. Pressing his hands to his body, Urus called out to the player. Lowering his eyelids, Halbek explained that their characteristics and control are identical, after which he added that there is an important difference. Looking down, the mage noticed that these were the differences between the user and the bot. The opponents jumped up at the same time, and the boss said that, unlike a person, the copy of Mr. Hero does not have mistakes due to fatigue. The spirit lowered its jaw in fright as the wizard said that this would radically change the situation. Abruptly breaking off from its place, the creature began to loudly call for the guy. The monster pursed his lips as he watched what was happening. At the same moment, a black liquid spread over the grass. A moment later, Gio appeared sitting on the ground. Flying closer, the pet screamed loudly, when suddenly the system reported that the healing factor was activated. The wound on the main character's body was gradually healing. Dark blood ran down the player's lips. Suddenly, the guy clenched his teeth tightly in pain. Smiling broadly, the protagonist exclaimed that it was damn fun. Urus raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Wrinkles appeared on Halbek's forehead. Putting his palms to his head, the user noticed that before all enemies died from one hit, and this damn depressed him, after which he added that he did not want to kill this fake clone, but on the contrary, he wanted to continue playing with him. With his jaw lowered in confusion, the spirit wondered what he was talking about, and whether he was not in a terrible situation now. At the same moment, the young man jumped forward. Standing in the distance of the copy, Gio laughed at the pet's words. A moment later, the doppelganger jumped on the enemy from above. Smiling broadly, the main character said that there are two ways to bring down this snot right now. The dark creature opened its mouth wide in surprise. The mage lowered his jaw in bewilderment. The creator of the game happily raised the sandwich to his lips. Luna's eyes widened in alarm. Large wooden sticks collided with each other. The clone hovered in the air during the attack. A powerful explosion occurred on the surface of the earth. Urus covered one eye with his paw in fright. Putting her hand to her hair, the developer's assistant shouted that it was her cute bangs. Streams of gray smoke rushed in the direction of the wizard. Grinning, the boss noticed that the player said that there were two ways. Looking away, the sorcerer said that it was curious, and then added that he wondered how he could bring him down. The girl took a bite of the sandwich. Closing her eyes, the assistant to the founder of the game's server said that he was bluffing, because compared to other bosses of Chrono Life, Halbech is just on a different level. A magic fist appeared, and the lady noticed that its 8 panoramas were just a cheating skill. Holding the sandwich with her fingers, the servant explained that she would not be able to pass this boss on her own, and then added that he would not be able to defeat him by any means. Tightly wrapping his fingers around the wooden club, Gio revealed that the first way was to destroy the planet. A drop of sweat began to run down Luna's cheek. Biting into the food, the creator grinned contentedly. The protagonist's cloak flew up sharply, and he said that if he broke the game like last time, then Boss Love would return to the village, and the fake clone would disappear. Smiling broadly, the guy said that it was very boring, after which he clarified whether he should try something new in this case. The assistant of the game developer touched her lips to the food. The maker, holding the sandwich in his mouth, breathed a sigh of relief. The man with the beard bit his finger with his teeth. Dokby's face was dripping with sweat from anxiety as he begged him to choose the second way, and it was said that he was the most concerned person. A flock of white birds flew near the top of the rock. The mad woman smiled broadly and asked her sweet daughter to be honest about where the brass knuckles of silence were. Love gritted her teeth tightly in fright when her mother said she wouldn't be mad at her. Holding the girl's hand, the lady exclaimed that Halbech would pay them generously for them, after which she added that they were not asking for real money, because it was just a trifle for her. The parent's pupils have noticeably narrowed in size, and she has stated that they gave birth to her, so she asks if she will at least do that. With alarmed rounded eyes, the girl exclaimed that she did not know where they were, and then added that she had lost them recently. Suddenly, the father approached the girls. Lowering his jaw, the man asked if his daughter had hidden this object. Tears welled up in Love's eyes, and she muttered that she hadn't done it, because she really didn't know. At the same second, the parent hit the girl on the cheek. His mouth wide open in anger, the elder shouted that she was ungrateful, and then added that they tried to accept her escape and move on with their lives. Continuing to slap his daughter in the face, the father was indignant that she was so sorry to let them earn money, and then added that without them she would not have existed, and clarified who, in her opinion, changed her diapers, fed her and put her to bed, and she repaid them so much. The lady's cheeks turned very red as the man asked questions about where his money was. A view of the tops of rocky rocks opened. A magical seal appeared under the feet of the opponents. Covering his eye with his hand, Urus did not understand what kind of light it was, and whether it was a new skill of a novice master. Halbech's pupils bulged out in bewilderment. With its mouth wide open in fright, the spirit in its thoughts only asked not to tell him that it was a purple aura. A huge monster with bright eyes appeared. Smiling broadly, Gio began to use the skill. Thick mucus ran down his black trunk. The protagonist's eyes instantly turned white after casting the gluttony ability. Lowering her eyebrows, the dark entity was surprised that it had come out of his mouth. Suddenly, a vile tongue clung to the clone's neck. The magical limb began to pump out the enemy's entrails. Tilting his head down, the magician asked if this was his whole plan, and if he thought that photocopy could also copy gluttony. At the same moment, a black trunk flew out of the jaws of the double. A magical part of the body double bit into the player's chest. I could see how the enemies were sucking liquids from each other. Putting his hand in his pocket, the monster stated that his opponent was a reflection of him, after which he added that he also had the skill of gluttony, as well as a high-performance battery, which was a healing factor. Closing his eyes, Halbech said that the first method would be more effective. The protagonist's face was hidden in the shadows, while the mage talked about how his strategy had failed. Lowering his jaw, the user said about using a spare battery. Winking with one eye, the boss asked him again. Suddenly, a dark trunk dug into his chest. At the same moment, a black liquid spilled out of the wizard's mouth. Holding a wooden club in his hand, the young man said that this was his second attack. Shifting his gaze to the side, Jaiwa clarified that this was the murder of the main body. White veins appeared on the surface of the magical limb. Gritting his teeth tightly in fright, the sorcerer was surprised that he had released a second tentacle, and that it could not be that the first attack was just a feint. After a moment, the monster's eyes and mouth turned black. The image of the clone began to crack in the air. Suddenly, the remnant disappeared, leaving teleportation beams in its wake. Standing opposite the enemy, the main character said that he knew that the photocopy would disappear if its creator was near death. Smiling broadly, the player admitted that he had a lot of fun, and then said goodbye to the jerk in another language. Lowering its jaw, the monster shouted softly. At the same moment, Halbech clenched his teeth tightly. A moment later, the mage cut the tentacle in two. The guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size. The boss grabbed the artifact with his fingers. Furrowing his brows angrily, the wizard sighed heavily. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he muttered that his opponent was problematic, because he did not expect to be cornered. Standing in front of the enemy, the monster said that it was unpleasant, that he had no choice but to give up trying to get his hands on the brass knuckles of silence. The creator of the game's server opened his mouth in bewilderment. Resting his hand on the ground, the developer wondered if Huracan had absorbed a piece of the god Lav, and if Habek knew it. Squeezing her eyes shut, Luna exclaimed that she hadn't told him about it, much to her boss's surprise. Suddenly, the wizard lifted his leg from the grass. Hovering in the air, the boss said goodbye to the young man. The tentacle abruptly returned to the owner's mouth. Tightly gripping the wooden baton with his fingers, Jaiwa didn't understand how he dared to leave, because the loser was not given the right to escape. Grinning in alarm, the mage noticed that in order to escape, the lizard threw off its tail. The magic artifact quickly raced through the air. The object hit the player's palm. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around Habek's mirror, and the system reported that it was the Mirror King's hand mirror, and one of the skills of the 8 panoramas was sealed in it. With his eyes rounded in bewilderment, the guy did not understand what it was, and Urus was surprised that the monster had given it to him. Looking down, Habek stated that he could consider this a reward for clearing the raid, after which he added that although it was not a formal reward, he hoped that he would be released. Smiling broadly, Gio asked if he should be spared for this, and then added that more sensible items would spill out of his corpse, to which Gio replied that it was a reasonable remark that would make even the devil cry. Closing his eyes, the mage said that if he died, it would stop working, so it would be more profitable to let him leave alive. Hiding in the beams of teleportation, the boss said goodbye to the player, when suddenly a notification appeared that the owner of the mirror had changed. The protagonist furrowed his brows angrily as the artificial intelligence congratulated him on becoming the mirror's new owner. Looking intently ahead, the user said that it would be as he said. A view of a high cliff opened up in front of him, and the young man noticed that his target was still Boss Love, and not the mirror man. Glare of light fell on the grassy mountain. Bright torches hung on the walls of the dungeon. Suddenly, traces of blows appeared in the air. Waving his palm near his daughter's face, the man shouted that she was ungrateful, after which he added that she was to blame for their suffering. A memory appeared in which a teddy bear lay on the floor with a torn body. With his mouth wide open in rage, the father told the girl to obediently obey her parents, and asked if she was trying to rebel. In the past, a small child would sit on his lap in front of adults. Love's cheeks were red from the many blows, and the man asked if she had forgotten who had given her life. Suddenly, the lady collapsed to the floor with a crash. The idol's face was hidden behind pink hair. At the same second, my father's pupils noticeably decreased in size. A satisfied grin appeared on the elder's face. Standing next to his wife, the man exclaimed that they did not need brass knuckles of silence. The parents squinted their eyes angrily, and one of them clarified whether it was true that from now on they could just receive money from her. There were abrasions on the girl's cheeks. Squinting her eyes, the popular personality thought that she was tired of this. The daughter was lying on the floor, when suddenly the mother asked if it was a game, and then added that the court's restrictions do not apply here. A memory appeared in which the child's toys were scattered around the room, and now the parents said that now she would not even be able to run away from them. At the same moment, the trembling idol clenched her teeth tightly. The woman, happily closing her eyes, said that their family would be together forever. Love looked down sadly. After a second, the girl began to cry. Presenting her glasses, the lady hoped that someone would rescue her from this hell. Gio, picking his nose, asked if they were dumb. Looking ahead, the main character noticed that she might just stop playing. Opposite the adults stood the protagonist. The lady turned and asked who he was, and how dare some rude idiot interrupt them. Squinting, the singer thought about her underwear. The man, opening his mouth wide, clarified that he was not the guy from the video, and added that nothing good should be expected from such a, but only stuck to their daughter. Suddenly, the guy struck a powerful blow to his head. A moment later, the master fell to his feet, and the system reported a hidden skill of non-lethal strike. The young man, clenching his jaw, explained that even if he was usually rude, he at least respected his elders. The teenager, frowning furiously, noticed that selfish old people like them were an exception. Urus, his lips parting, muttered that he was informally communicating with all the elders in the Halasan Guild. Through the sweat on his face, the man called him a rude idiot, and exclaimed that they were Love's parents. Baring his teeth, the master said that this was a lie, after which he clarified in what world parents beat children and extort money from them. Opening her mouth wide, the lady replied that she could ask the singer herself, and added that they were really her parents. Squinting, the player said that he couldn't stand it when reality was repeated in the game, and then asked what the point of the game was. Standing in front of the user, the mother of the popular idol objected that this is why children become like this when they play games. Parting his lips, Jaiwa asked the boss why she was just sitting there when she was hit. After a moment, the girl turned around. Smiling, the protagonist said that she might not hold back because her level is higher here. Sweat ran down the lady's cheek. After a second, the singer rounded her eyes in surprise. Sitting on the floor, the popular idol remarked that they were indeed her parents. The protagonist, putting his finger in his nose, said that it was disgusting, and then clarified why he should behave in the game as in real life, and also added that it was pathetic. The player opened his mouth in bewilderment. The guy, standing behind the woman, said that he understood the atmosphere in the family, and at the same time asked why he was playing if he was behaving like a loser, and why he continued to run away. Suddenly, Love clenched her jaw. Standing up abruptly, the girl asked what he even knew. A few drops could be seen on the ground. Through her tears, the lady exclaimed that he did not know at all how she had lived with it all along. Suddenly, the lady slapped her on the cheek. Opening her mouth wide, the singer's mother clarified what she meant, because they are the victims here. Raising his hand, the popular idol listened that it doesn't matter if it's reality or a game, but they are still her only parents. Then the player bared his teeth menacingly. Smiling, the young man laughed and was surprised that she had just hit her, after which he told the woman that even a stone has more emotions. Looking ahead, the teenager said goodbye to her and noticed that the boss had a high strength value. The system wrote the characteristics of the users, and then it clenched its fist. Love's tears flew in the wind, and then the master explained that even without weapons, with her bare hands, her blows would sting unpleasantly. The lady's pupils narrowed sharply. A moment later, the girl's mother opened her jaw in bewilderment. Sweat quickly flowed down her face. In the past, adults entered the child's room. The child was sitting on the floor. The elders looked menacingly ahead. Drool flowed from the girl's mouth. Love's expression was serious. Tears could be seen under the eyes of the young singer. The popular idol was sitting on a chair. Snot flowed from the child's nose. Then the child closed his lips sadly. A second later, the girl began to cry. Suddenly, the girl swung her fist. The lady struck a powerful blow to her mother's face. The woman quickly flew back. After this day, a view of a tall building opened up. The singer, holding a microphone in her hand, said that it was her, and added that she had been enjoying Chrono Life all this time. The popular idol seemed to squeeze his eyes shut as he gave a solo interview as a user of the game, which included questions about whether she was a copycat of Love, or if it was really her. The guy, sitting next to her, noticed that this was unexpected, because Chrono Life is a fairly realistic game, and thought that she would not hurt a fly. Clenching her fingers, Love said that beating monsters to their death helps relieve stress, and at the same time, the main character said that she finally overcame her trauma, and now she lives peacefully on. After presenting the girl's glasses, the protagonist said that the anxiety that bothered her had also disappeared, and she no longer needed the glasses. Through the sweat on his face, the young man was surprised that she was punching and killing, and therefore very different from herself in the game. Smiling slightly, the lady asked again if it was very different. Happily closing her eyes, the singer replied that she thinks that it is in the game that she truly reveals herself. The teenager blushed sharply. The operators opened their mouths in bewilderment. Sitting on a chair, the popular idol noticed that who cares about all this at all, after which she wondered if it mattered what she really was. Holding a microphone in her hand, Love explained that the game loses its meaning if you repeat reality in it. At the same time, Gio was watching her through the TV screen. Crossing his arms, the master muttered that perhaps the reason was the girl's calm and honest answer. Reaching for the virtual reality glasses, the player added that she now has a lot more fans, and everyone supported her. Lying on the couch, the main character said that he would also support as a fan, and added that the idol Love overcame her trauma. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that she really got out of the game world and her real life also became happy, and at the same time the system reported that the user's authorization was completed, and the connection to Chrono Life was underway. Suddenly, green numbers appeared. With her mouth wide open in displeasure, Love shouted that Gio was late again. Kicking him, the girl clarified whether it had become a habit for him to be late, and whether he really wanted to die. The main character covered his face with his fists and muttered that he was watching a music show and asked if she was currently on a live broadcast. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the lady cried out that the interview had been recorded in advance, and it was said that it was true, as she had not abandoned the game after coping with the injury. It seemed like the player was beating up the guy, and the protagonist said that the idol even began to enter the game more often, and from what he heard, her schedule was cut by a third for this or something like that. Turning away, the popular star exclaimed that since they did not have time, he should already go after her. Furrowing her brows angrily, Love admitted that she was very annoyed by this, and then asked if he was going to dig into everything, since she had not yet accepted his apology. Scratching his head, the user muttered that he was coming. A satisfied grin appeared on the girl's face. Putting her hands on her sides, the idol agreed and forgave him only now. Turning her head to the side, the lady asked to be taught this time. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the young man asked his interlocutor again. At the same moment, Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. A memory of how the main character ran after a popular personality and called her loudly appeared. In the past, a player would smile broadly and ask to be taught. Lowering her jaw, the lady did not understand what was wanted of her. Squeezing his eyes shut, the guy said that he had only recently started playing, so he wanted Sensei to teach him. Clasping one hand on the other, Love admitted that she was actually a newcomer herself, so she didn't know anything. A moment later, the girl ran her foot across the grass. The idol slightly tilted her torso in the direction of the guy. The lady's lips shone brightly, and she politely asked to be taught. Grinning embarrassedly, the popular person called Gio Sensei. Chrono Life is the best VR game in the world. Lush clouds floated over the vast kingdom across the blue sky, and due to the sheer number of players, there are many guilds throughout the game. The best of the best are included in the ranking of the 5 strongest guilds. Their reputation is quite consistent with them. They have sufficient resources and distinctive qualities. However, one of these guilds has taken a completely different path. They collect data more valuable than the World Guild. Their comprehensive information network covers the entire continent. A cloak fluttered in the wind. The man who was looking at the burning building was wearing a long robe. A hood was worn over his head. A rare and expensive sword hung from his belt. Everyone in this guild belonged to the thief class, and this was the Robin Hood Guild. Their headquarters was on fire, and hundreds of dead warriors lay on the ground. This guild was destroyed overnight. Hong, the head of Robin Hood, stood at the top. She wore a mask on her face. After a few seconds, she turned away. Then she jumped off with a sharp jump. After a few seconds, even her magical energy dissolved. At that time, she did a somersault in the air. Pushing off the ground, the girl continued to move. Guild leader Robin Hood moved forward at high speed. Suddenly, a man appeared next to her and said that they had another live rat here. From what she heard under the mask, Hong's eyes were shocked. With one swift blow, she sliced her opponent in half. The upper half of his body soared into the air. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on the man's face, and he mockingly said that she seemed to be different from these guys. Immediately after these words, his body dissolved. The girl looked at it and asked herself what it was, if it was some kind of strange decisive blow. Suddenly, guild leader Robin Hood froze in place. His opponent stabbed her through from behind. The man smiled ominously and continued to say that she was not far in level. Blood spurted from under the mask. In the moonlight, only their silhouettes were visible, but the voice of an injured girl could be heard, screaming, asking who the hell he was and why he was doing this. This question made the killer's face smile even wider, and he grinned and asked if it wasn't obvious. At the same moment, a mask began to appear on his face. It was exactly the same as the one on all the members of the dead guild. Under the mask, the man continued to smile, answering that it was all because it was fun. The bright sun illuminated the surroundings around. A cart was driving along the path. A large beast was pulling it behind it. It was a cat with a horn on its forehead. The coachman, closing his eyes, smiled and said that they were almost there, so they would soon arrive at the Stone Mountain dungeon. The main character was silently eating meat. Hearing this, he turned his gaze to the old man and asked if it was so soon, adding that it was closer than he thought. Love sat opposite him, holding a map in her hands and answering that it was on the map if you looked not far away. She smiled warmly and added that they would be there in 5 minutes. There was no one else in the wagon. The cat kept pulling the wagon, and it's actually quite a popular transportation service in this game called Meow Wagon. A level 130th demon cat was transported from the demon world and tamed, and then trained to pull a cart. There was a big question mark on the man's black silhouette, and surprisingly, the founder of this service is a regular monster tamer, and the Meow Wagon has become more popular and expanded, which is why it brings more regular small businesses. Love suddenly turned around and exclaimed that this was it, adding that it was very large. Hearing this, the young man shifted his gaze in surprise. They were heading for a stone mountain that rose into the sky. This dungeon is a giant stone of the highest size. The point is 1,025 meters above sea level, about 400 floors, and on average the monsters in it have a 30th level, and because of their large number, many beginners come here to level up. Having bitten into another large piece of meat, the main character said to himself that this is what he heard, but he himself was not there, because the 7th level was then an insurmountable frontier for him. Opening his eyes, he added that the introduction was long, but the reason they were here was because of Boss Love's training. He looked at the satisfied girl in front of him. Gio remembered how she leaned towards him and said to himself that she was more serious than he thought. Smiling warmly, Love asked to teach her and called him sensei. At the moment, she had the same warm smile on her face, and the guy was saying to himself that they had somehow ended up here. Continuing to eat meat, the main character wondered to what level he should pump it, and maybe immediately go to the nest of Urus and finish it off to the maximum. And while he was asking himself about it, the girl raised her hand. Seeing her, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes, and he exclaimed that he remembered something. He immediately lowered his head and exclaimed that he had a gift for her, to which she asked in surprise why so suddenly. A bright light appeared in Gio's hands as he used the summoning of Superior Brass Knuckles. As soon as the glow faded, Superior Brass Knuckles appeared. Closing his eyes, Gio smiled and explained that he had completely forgotten to return her brass knuckles when he gave her the scarf, but he had his own, so he thought it was a suitable gift for her. As soon as the girl took the brass knuckles in her hands, a bright blush appeared on her face. Tears suddenly came to his eyes. Pressing the gift to herself, she began to thank the guy in a shaking voice and say that she had received a gift for the first time. The demon cat, wagging its tail, continued to walk forward, and the main character asked in surprise if she was serious. After all, she was a popular idol and should be overwhelmed with gifts from fans, to which she asked in response if her dear fans were really like him. Hearing this, the guy threw his hands behind his head and laughed, and replied that they were clearly not like him. Love did not let go of the brass knuckles given to her. With her other hand, she wiped away her tears and said to herself that everything was so, he was completely different. After a short pause, without lowering her hand, she thanked her comrade once again and said that she would use them carefully. As she suddenly raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what the name of his character was. Hearing this, the protagonist took a bite of the meat and asked back if he hadn't told her, to which she replied that he had, adding that she had caught a glimpse of him when they formed a team, but then it completely fell out of her mind. And just as Joe was about to say his nickname, the carriage stopped abruptly. The demonic cat, standing on its hind legs, began to scream loudly. The donated brass knuckles and a piece of meat flew to the floor. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the old man's face, and he screamed, asking if his passengers were okay, adding that the cat had suddenly gone berserk. In the rising dust, 2 black silhouettes were visible. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked in a shaking voice what it was and if Boss Love was okay. The girl, closing her eyes, quietly replied that she thought she was fine. Suddenly, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. The same emotions were on Love's face. She touched the main dignity of the main character with one hand. All this time, Urus was flying next to them. The emotion on his face defied description. Suddenly, the old man abruptly pulled the reins and shouted loudly, ordering the cat to calm down. A man appeared not far in front of them. He pressed his hand to the wound on his body. Hong wore a Thieves' Guild mask on his face, and he struggled to ask if they could help him. The 4 of them immediately stared at him in surprise. Gio raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a while, the stranger's wound was bandaged, and she said that she did not know anything about this person. She sat in the carriage next to the guys and added that she did not know his level and even his class was a mystery, but she only knew the name of his character and also that he was an unusual user. There was dried blood on her mask near her mouth. She remembered how his opponent smiled ominously. Suddenly, a second later, the same mask appeared on his face. Right before her eyes, an exact replica of the Haho appeared. Hong looked at the guys and said that his character's name was Trophy Guy. Hearing this, Love raised her eyebrows in surprise and said to herself that she had never heard the name Trophy Boy. At the same time, Urus drew an image of a trophy guy in his head, in his opinion. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his head slightly and asked if he could ask something, to which the girl answered of course, after which she asked what he wanted. Then the guy put his finger in his nose and asked who she was anyway. Hearing this, Lav abruptly leaned over to her comrade and shouted loudly, asking if he was serious. It was Hong from the Robin Hood Guild, and even all the kindergartners knew her, and Urus asked the master if he had forgotten. After all, she was on the day he killed 3 million players. After listening to his comrades, Gio exhaled heavily and asked what it had to do with him. After all, some random idiot had destroyed his guild. Why would he help him? Then Hong took hold of the mask and, asking for forgiveness, said that they did not even know her name, and she was already asking for help. Hearing this, the main character looked at the interlocutor with one eye and asked where so much impudence came from in her. He said that he had no reason to help her. But before he could finish speaking, the beautiful girl Hong, who was also the master of Robin Hood, looked at the guy and introduced herself. Seeing her, the main character gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, asking who cares about the reasons at all, because helping is his vocation and strength. As soon as Love heard this, her expression changed dramatically, and she said to herself that this asshole was just a sight to behold. The girl put the mask on her face again and thanked the main character for agreeing to help her, adding that he would definitely not regret it. She looked at the guy and said that it was because it had to do with him as well. Hearing this, Gio raised his hand to his face with surprise in his eyes. At this time, the stars were shining in the night sky above the Chrono Life headquarters. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. At the server support team's office, the boss got up from his seat and said it was time to wrap up, because it was time for everyone to go home. The guy, throwing his hands behind his head, said that he was jealous of him, because he could already go home, and then the girl next to him raised her hand and added that the 2 of them needed to work overtime. Hearing this, the man, on whose face he exhaled heavily and asked, overtime, but who allowed them to do this? The team lead smiled broadly and said that they could both go, and he would work for them. Hearing this, the girl raised her hand to her face and asked if it was true, adding that he had already worked overtime yesterday, and the guy next to her mockingly asked if he had not yet reconciled with his wife. In the tall building, the light was on in the windows, and the man was saying goodbye to his employees. When the door slammed shut, he was the only one left in the office. At the same moment, a smirk appeared on his face. The man smiled sinisterly, saying that they were just idiots. Opening the drawer in his desk, he laughed and added that they were a generation of idiots, because everyone only wanted to fool around, adding that they were damn millennials and buzzers, but he knew how to balance between work and life. In this box there was a VR helmet, and the man continued to say that their lives were ruined by an attempt to take everything from it, and let them continue to live at the bottom. After these words, he put a helmet on his head. Smiling broadly, the server support worker said that now that the pesky idiots were gone, it was time to make some money. Folding his arms over his chest, he read that the device with VR was activated, then the retina was scanned, and only then the user authorization was completed and the connection to Chrono Life took place, at the moment of which the manager's rights were discovered. Plunging in, the man continued to smile contentedly. And when the system greeted him as a trophy guy, his smile reflected on his character. The trophy guy was flying high in the sky. He bared his teeth with pleasure and said that the time had come. He stretched out his hand, in which a bright flash of light appeared. It quickly took the form of a sword in his hands. A few seconds later, the weapon was fully formed, and the system screen reported that it was a 99th plus level executioner's sword of a unique class, a sword of the god of war that existed only in a single copy and possessed incredibly destructive power. There was madness in the trophy guy's eyes, with which he said that it was time to work overtime, and in his system screen, it was reported that he was the manager of the 999th level, and each of his characteristics was equal to 99,999. Professional Chrono Life player Sangyak was called for an interview, and there he said that even pro gamers can't reach the highest level in this game. When the player reaches the master level, he can get a weapon of the best superior class, and due to the leak of information, this topic has become popular among users. However, no one has ever seen it, and this is truly a dream weapon. Love held excellent knuckle dusters of excellent class in her hands. Her face expressed boundless shock and surprise. She was sitting opposite the main character, when she suddenly said in confusion that she had taken a closer look at the brass knuckles when she was going to put them on. Drops of cold sweat ran down her face and she decided to ask if it was really a superior weapon, to which he replied that it was, adding that she could dispose of them as she wished. After all, he has a lot of such things. The dungeon they had arrived at was rising into the sky. After a few seconds, Love's surprise disappeared. She equipped a superior weapon, after which a bright light appeared, and the system screen announced that superior brass knuckles were now associated with her. At the same moment, a bright flash of light enveloped the two of them. It became so bright that it could be seen even outside the forest. Over time, the outbreak died down, and notifications announced that Love had become the owner of excellent brass knuckles. After reading this, the girl smiled contentedly. But unexpectedly, the bright light from her brass knuckles began to fade, and an unpleasant squeak appeared. As soon as it ended, the brass knuckles changed their shape. Seeing this, Love raised her hands slightly and asked in confusion what was wrong with them, why their appearance was now so worn. The rays of the sun were reflected from the brass knuckles, and the system screens reported that they were now sealed excellent brass knuckles. And the thing was that due to the insufficient level, most of the weapon's capabilities were sealed, and the higher the level of the master, the stronger the weapon. After reading this, the girl knitted her eyebrows in displeasure and said that it seemed that a low-level superior weapon was not very effective, adding that even a unique item would be better. After these words, she lowered her hand, and the brass knuckles hit the stone. At the same second, an incredibly strong shockwave spread around them. Through the entire forest I could see stones and trees flying in all directions. Love involuntarily opened her mouth at this. Her eyes were full of shock and surprise, and she wondered if she had done it, but she barely touched it. Its knuckle dusters rested on the ground. Rising to her feet, the girl asked herself if this was really called a sealed weapon. At this time, Wura smiled and said that it was so weak. Knitting his eyebrows, he added mockingly that there seemed to be nothing special about the excellent class, and he wanted to see it so much. He continued to eat the meat when he suddenly asked his master what he would do if he was going to help Hong. Lying on the ground, the guy ate meat. Standing up, he replied that he was thinking about it, adding that since Hong had said it had something to do with him. Some time ago, a cart was driving along the path. Inside, the guy pointed his finger at himself and asked what it meant to him. He sat on the floor and added that all this was nonsense, because it was not known what could connect him with this trophy guy. He did not even know him by sight. Across from him sat Hong, who asked what he thought was his target. She remembered everything that had happened the night before, and added that he had claimed to be doing it for fun, but it was a blatant lie. Continuing to keep her hand on hers, Hong went on to say that his goal is money, as he copies items and sells them. Turning her head slightly to Gio, she said that according to her information, he was also a merchant, to which he firmly replied that he was. Then the girl, after presenting countless treasures, said that recently he had sold many items from the Urus nest. The lots were depreciating, their number fluctuated, but it was legal, but the trophy guy was illegally abusing his powers. Hearing this, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant to depreciate, to which she replied that it didn't matter now. His interlocutor did not take off the mask from her face, continuing to say that this is how they are connected with him, and if everything is left as it is, the economy will collapse and Chrono Life will collapse with it. Then Gio put his finger in his nose and asked if it was really true. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he asked again what the problem was, because he could just report it to the support service. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy continued to say that in this case, his account would be blocked, and there would be a happy ending, after which he asked if he was not a genius. Hong looked at Jaiwo and laughed lightly and said that he was more stupid than she thought. From these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character, and he asked what she was talking about. The girl's beautiful face was not visible through the mask, when suddenly she asked if he really thought that the support service would solve this, adding that he would only receive an automatic template answer in it. Having said that, she rose to her feet. As she continued to look at the boy, she added that only he could handle him, since he had single-handedly crushed the World Alliance of Guilds. After these words, the main character frowned. Suddenly, Hong jumped out of the carriage at high speed. The guy looked away out of the corner of his eye and repeated to himself that Hong had said that she was counting on him. And before he ruined the game even more, he had to find and destroy the trophy guy. At present, Gio has taken another bite of meat. Closing his eyes, he exhaled heavily. The guy took a few steps forward and said that it was annoying, but he had no choice, because it would become more difficult to sell if he was left alone. Hearing this, Love raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had any ideas, adding that they couldn't blindly wander around looking for him. Then the main character smiled broadly and replied that since it was impossible to report to support, there could be only one reason. His face beamed with happiness when he said that this was a conspiracy of his superiors. Hearing this, Urus forgot to bite the meat in his mouth. His girlfriend looked at him with surprise in her eyes. In the real world, the huge building was shining brightly. The guy was holding a phone in his hands. The main character put the device to his ear and, calling the president, said that he had to go to the house of the Gukpab, otherwise he would break the server again. Hearing this, the man knitted his eyebrows in shock and shouted, asking what it meant. But before he could finish, in the bright light of his phone screen, the sounds of the end of the call were heard. Gio, ending the call, laughed. Then he pressed a button to turn off the phone. The president, unable to get through to him, threw the phone into the table in a rage. At this time, the main character was running with long jumps to the exit from the room, saying to himself that if the support did not work, he would just meet with the president. Opening the door, he said with a big smile on his face that he would ask for a double portion of Gukpab. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Not far in front of him stood a black figure. But when the guy looked closer, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. At his room, he saw a beautiful Love. The girl held her hands behind her back and said that she also wanted to go. A bright moon was floating in the night sky, and Gio asked if she would be okay, because if someone noticed her, to which she interrupted him and replied that it was already night, she did not care at all. After these words, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Love frowned slightly and asked to be called Sarung in real life. From this, embarrassment and surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. Love's manager saw messages from Love on her phone, saying that she would take a short walk with the main character. The woman found out about this only when she got out of the shower. The moon was floating in the night sky. Dokbi threw open the doors to the establishment. His face was red with anger as he shouted furiously, asking where Jaiwa was and how that ill-mannered idiot dared to call him. Not far ahead, he saw two black silhouettes at the same table. The main character and his girlfriend looked at the man with surprise in their eyes. Suddenly, the president began to strangle the guy, shouting loudly that he was just an impolite idiot, after which he asked how he dared to tell the elder. Without letting go of the guy, he suddenly turned around in surprise. Without taking his eyes off Love, he asked who she was, if it was his girlfriend. The idol sat with her hands folded on her legs. After these words, a bright blush appeared on her face, and she, looking away in confusion, asked if it really looked like this from the outside, adding that then she had to admit. But before she could finish, the main character with his tongue sticking out asked if he was crazy. After all, she is a popular idol Sarung, and if he talks such nonsense, her fans will curse them. Hearing this, the girl smiled lightly. Suddenly she slammed her fist the table. Love smiled through anger and suggested that they get down to business. This caused drops of cold sweat to appear on Gio's face, and the attacker smirked contentedly. After a while, there were delicious dishes on the table. After listening to the guys, the president raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what it meant to copy objects. Putting his hands down on the table, he said that he thought it was something important, after which he asked what they took their VR technology for, adding that the government had approved in-game money transactions for a reason, and they were telling him about a genius hacker who broke into the national security system. Then the main character, taking a spoon out of his mouth, said that he was damn disappointing him, because someone saw it with their own eyes, to which the man replied that this Hong or whatever he was most likely mistaken, because the probability of this is less than 1/100%. And while they were arguing, Love looked at them. She suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked what about breaking inside if it wasn't possible from the outside. Hearing this, Dokbi turned sharply at her. Then he closed his mouth thoughtfully. After a few seconds he straightened up and replied that this was also impossible, because even with the rights of a manager, it was useless to add the skill of copying objects. After saying that, the man put the spoon on the table. As he was leaving, he raised his hand and said that he had a lot to do, so it was time for him to go, and they should continue to enjoy their date. From these words, a bright blush appeared on the girl's face, and the guy asked himself if he really wanted him dead. Less than a minute later, the president went outside. He slowly lit a cigar in his mouth. As he did so, he put his hands in his pocket and exhaled in relief. A few seconds later, without moving from his place, the man turned to his subordinate. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at him and ordered 5 people who know how to keep secrets to cook. In the game world, clouds swirled around the dungeon, which rushed into the sky. The main character sat on a rock and said that they went back to the beginning. Having bitten into a piece of meat, he suddenly said with displeasure that it annoyed him a lot, and it didn't matter if he was a trophy guy or a prize man, if he saw it, he would crush his skull. Hearing this, Love looked at him with a blush on her cheeks and said that it was very masculine. She then looked at the dungeon and asked what the trophy boy's real purpose was, to which he asked in response, why did she suddenly decide to ask? Then the girl knitted her eyebrows and replied that no matter what version she thought about, it was still strange, because if he needed money, then why attack Robin Hood? Gio continued to eat meat, saying that he didn't even know what to assume, and then asked if the guild members had a lot of valuable items, to which his girlfriend replied that this was strange, since if he could copy anything and sell, then why would he attack ordinary users and the Robin Hood Information Guild at that? As soon as the guy heard this, surprise appeared in his eyes. He frowned, trying to think of something. A few seconds later, with the same expression on his face, the guy firmly replied that he did not know. Upon hearing this, Love put her hands on her chin and said that she wasn't surprised, to which he laughed and replied that he wasn't a particularly smart character. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion far away from them. Looking in his direction, the girl shouted in confusion, asking what it was, what had happened. A huge column of smoke and dust rose into the sky. With surprise in her eyes, Love looked at this and said that it resembled the attacks of the main character. Jiwoo, seeing this, frowned angrily. Suddenly he began to run. Seeing this, the girl shouted loudly after him. The smoke rising into the sky became blacker and thicker. Habek fell to his knees. He was breathing heavily through his mouth, from which blood was flowing. His left arm was cut off at the elbow. Blood poured from the open wound. In front of him was a trophy guy who was laughing and saying that the rumors had seriously exaggerated his strength. He smiled madly, adding that in front of him was the one and only Habek. Grinning, the boss asked with difficulty why he was doing this, adding that he did not think that such behavior would turn a blind eye to the manager, after which he decided to ask if he would cope with it, because if he was caught by the management, he would have a hard time. From this question, fury appeared in the player's eyes. At the same moment, he grabbed the wounded opponent by the throat. The man strangled him and shouted loudly that he was just a smug artificial intelligence, and then asked how dare a bunch of code like him treat him like that. The rage in his eyes gave way to madness as he continued to shout that unique bosses were unrecoverable, and if he didn't want him to kill him, he had to answer where his master was. Habek's mouth drooled. Suddenly he smiled. His whole body was shaking with exertion, but he asked with the last of his strength if he really thought what he would say. Hearing this, the trophy guy opened his mouth in surprise. A few seconds later, he raised his sword above him and said that death awaited him. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a familiar voice ordering him to stop. The man smiled contentedly and asked if it was her, adding that he had thought of visiting her later, but she had come herself. Not far behind him, a black silhouette could be seen in the dust. When the dust cleared, the goddess of life Luna appeared in front of the trophy guy. Turning away from her, the man said that she needed to wait, because as soon as he finished off Habek, he would immediately take care of her. At these words, the girl smirked. She stood in the back and said that it was all pointless, adding that when he logged out of the manager's account, he behaved like a preoccupied idiot. As soon as the trophy guy heard this, he gritted his teeth in fury. The goddess of life looked at the man with contempt in her eyes and said that he was just a garbage bastard. The trophy guy continued to stand with his sword raised to the sky. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face. With a sharp movement of his hand, he threw Habek to the ground. The smile did not slip from his face when he said that he had nothing to waste time on, because it was next anyway. After these words, the man turned around. He walked slowly towards the goddess of life. Stopping right in front of her, he asked where Habek's master was. His eyes were full of madness, with which he allowed her not to answer right away, because they were in no hurry, adding that he would cut off all her limbs and hang them on a tree. The girl stood in front of him with her head bowed. Drool flew from the mouth of the trophy guy, who did not stop, telling her that he would cauterize her wounds with fire and heal her so that she would not die. When Luna looked up, the man said that they could talk all night long because he was working overtime today. There was no emotion in the girl's eyes. She suddenly remembered how she stood in front of the main character in the same way. Leaving these fond memories, Luna closed her eyes. A few seconds later, without moving from her place, she quietly said that they were similar, but apparently he was his complete opposite. From what he heard, the trophy guy's eyes were surprised, and he asked what she was saying. But before he could finish speaking, the monster's huge paw crushed him. Blood spurted onto Luna's face. She summoned a monster whose paw literally split the sky. After a short pause, the girl opened her mouth slightly and asked what else, adding that he was disgusting. The man's blood slowly flowed down to her heels. Turning around, the goddess of life began to leave. She gracefully left with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the girl stopped, hearing a voice that said that he had forgotten about it. The trophy guy's hand touched the monster's thick skin. There was not a single wound on his body as long as he said that she was the owner of this thing. Blood suddenly began to flow from his mouth, and he continued to say that he now understood where she got such self-confidence, adding that it would be troublesome. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl looked at the man and asked if he was still alive, adding that this time she would indeed kill him. And as soon as she said this, A terrifyingly terrible creature stared into the crack in the sky. The eyes of the goddess of light were filled with bloodlust and hatred, with which she said that she would do it because garbage like him was not worthy of living. Hearing this, the trophy guy smiled madly and shouted that it was all nonsense. Immediately after these words, the space around him began to change. Seeing this, the girl knitted her eyebrows tensely. The ground beneath them was changing rapidly. A few seconds later, it was painted red, on which numbers floated. Only the two of them were in the GM area of the game manager in a space that can be created by a privileged user, which is used for game maintenance, such as testing. The trophy guy looked at the back of the goddess of life and asked what she said there, that he did not deserve to live, adding that he felt Spanish shame from these words. A huge smile crept across his face as he said that she had to stop putting the game into practice. Hearing this, the girl looked at her opponent without any emotion on her face. At this time, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the path in the forest. Someone was running along it at high speed. They were the main character and Love. The girl looked at her friend in surprise and asked if this explosion was because of the trophy guy. Then Gio looked back at his partner and replied that he was sure that it was possible, but perhaps it was one of his own. He suddenly remembered how Love raised her eyebrows when she met the director and asked if it was possible to break inside if it was impossible from the outside. Hearing this, the man abruptly shifted his gaze to her. Without answering, he closed his mouth. The protagonist continued to run forward, explaining that the president had said it was impossible, but his face said otherwise, and then asked if it was true that she had heard it too, that the trophy guy had destroyed the Robin Hood Guild alone. The guy frowned angrily and continued to shout that he was sure that this bastard had created a super account and was now at work. Hearing this, the girl looked at her friend with some excitement, addressing him. She was running behind him when she asked him if he could run a little faster, to which he turned around, apologized, and said that he had not invested in agility. A few minutes later, they reached the wall of the GM area. Stopping, Love asked in confusion what it was, to which the guy replied that he did not know himself. Suddenly, Habeck, sitting by a tree, replied that it was a trace of a trophy guy's teleporter. Breathing heavily, he held hands and added that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning to his comrade, the main character suddenly shouted, asking what he was doing here and what was wrong with his hand. Drops of cold sweat were running down the boss's face, and he could hardly answer that he had been attacked by a trophy guy, and now he had moved the moon to the GM zone to fight with full force. Hearing this, the guy stiffened his eyebrows and exclaimed that the GM zone meant that this bastard really was the manager, after which he asked who Luna was, to which Luna asked in surprise if he didn't know her, adding that she often talks about him and how hopelessly he is in love with her. As soon as Love heard this, her expression began to express rage. Bringing his hand to his chin, the guy imagined long straight black hair and bangs according to the boss's description. A few seconds later, he imagined a cockroach with Luna's head and asked if they could even be called familiar. Love, who was standing next to him, suddenly grinned and mockingly asked if he had such taste, adding that she couldn't even think about it, to which he replied that she was the only one who was chattering around about it. With a distressed face, he added that it would take a madness to fall in love with someone who had abused her parents, after which he stated that he had no interest in her. As soon as his partner heard this, a blush appeared on her face. Opening her mouth, she tried to say something. A few seconds later, the girl raised her hand and exclaimed in confusion that it didn't matter. Urus looked at them from the side with a blush on his cheeks and said to himself that it looked simply incomparable. But unexpectedly, Halbeck put his hand over his mouth as blood spurted out of it. Seeing this, Gio raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was okay, adding that he looked like he was about to die. Through the pain, the boss continued to smile, answering that he was in a lousy state, after which he asked if he could heal him. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he mockingly asked why he would do this, because after his death he would receive excellent items, and his girlfriend offered to share them, since they found him together. Hearing this, Halbeck closed one eye in pain and asked if he had forgotten that the mirror would disappear if he died. From these words, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. A moment later, he put his hand on the boss's shoulder. Giving a thumbs up, he firmly said that there was no need to worry, because he would cure him no matter what, to which he replied that he was just trash. Love looked at her friend with surprise in her eyes and asked how they could heal him, since she did not take potions that restore health, to which he replied that it did not matter at all. At the same second, he showed his powerful aura. A bright light appeared in front of him as he used the activation of a unique skill. The spirit of a priest appeared before him. Stretching out his hand towards the wounded, the main character used the healing skill. Immediately afterward, a bright flash of divine light appeared. But when he saw that his health was restored 1 point at a time, Halbeck knitted his eyebrows tensely. Closing his eyes, he asked in confusion if this was really a treatment, adding that it had barely restored his physical strength, to which the guy laughed in confusion and replied that he probably should have invested in intelligence. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what would happen to his arm, adding that if his health was restored, the scar would disappear, but a part of his body could only be restored if he went to the hotel and logged out. The boss smiled through pain and said that at least that's how it is for the players, and the mob can only restore body parts after respawning. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gio's face from what he heard, and he asked if it was only after respawning. At the same moment, he prepared to hit him with a stick, saying that he would kill him painlessly with one blow, to which the latter immediately asked him to wait. Opening his eyes, he calmly explained that he was a unique boss and therefore would not be resurrected after death. Hearing this, the main character knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, if the bosses would not respawn after death. Flocks of seagulls flew across the sky. Lowering his head, Habeck explained that, firstly, there are few unique bosses and this does not affect the game at all, and by the way, Urus is also a unique boss. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his pet and asked if it was true, to which he replied that it was so, and that was why he desperately begged for mercy. After these words, the young man remembered his victory over the greatest creature. After a short pause, the boss looked up at Jaiwa and said that in addition to them, the unique boss was Luna. As soon as the guy heard this, his mouth involuntarily opened. His eyes were immediately filled with surprise. He remembered the girl who looked innocent at first glance, and asked himself if it was the boss. At this time, a binary code was floating on the walls and ceiling in the GM zone. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. The trophy guy gritted his teeth and rushed to attack. His eyes were full of madness and rage as he shouted that she was going to die. A dozen meters in front of him stood Luna. Smiling mischievously, she said that he could try it. Then, the man, slamming his sword on the floor, created an incredibly powerful magical attack. Then he raised his sword behind his back again. After that, he slammed it into the floor again, sending a powerful explosion forward. But when the fire dissipated, Luna appeared, who said that all this was pointless. Wings appeared behind her. The girl's face expressed some dissatisfaction. Remaining in the same place, she said that she was the goddess of life, and then asked if he really thought that a pathetic person like him was capable of killing a deity. Smiling madly, the trophy guy repeated the last 3 words at the same time as his opponent. He kept his eyes on Lune, asking her if she was really going to say that. Hearing this, the goddess of life frowned. Putting his hand to his face, the man laughed and said that she looked like a child, adding that such phrases would not make her cool. The smile didn't leave his face as he continued to say that he had been working for this company for years, after which he asked if she really thought he didn't know about her skill. Remembering how the main character met Luna after killing 3 million players, the trophy guy said that he saw a fight between them, because the recording was shown to all employees of the team lead rank and above, adding that the stick insect also behaved as if his attacks did not work against the goddess. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes as he stated that the special hidden skill of the goddess of life is the creation of existence. Standing on his toes, the man explained that the attacks on her work, she just recreates herself when she dies. Having said this, he took off. In the blink of an eye, with glowing eyes, he was right in front of his rival. The trophy guy made a strong sword strike on the floor, creating an explosion. In the fire, the black silhouette of Luna was visible, which activated the creation of existence. Her body began to recover rapidly. When the fire went out, the girl appeared before her opponent without any wounds. Seeing this, the man smiled madly and shouted that everything was as he expected, the skill was just cheating, adding that it was the most controversial during the design phase. He remembered Urus's severed head and asked if it was true that she had created Urakan with this skill from fragments of his left and head that she had found in Urus's nest. After leaving these memories, he attacked again, adding that this was why she called Urakan her son. But after all these screams, there was no emotion on Luna's face, and she firmly said that he was talking too much. With one blow, she sliced him in half. After that, the girl smiled contentedly and asked, "And what next? What difference does it make if he can't defeat her anyway?" The man's upper body soared into the air. Suddenly, in this state, the trophy guy smiled broadly and asked if she was finally attacking him. At the same second, the system visuals absorbed the staff of the goddess of life. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ordinary magic staff. From what he saw, horror and shock appeared in Luna's eyes. The trophy guy recovered his body and asked her why he moved her to this space. After this question, systemic visuals enveloped the girl's body. Immediately afterward, she returned to her original form. The girl raised her hand in confusion. Drops of cold sweat appeared on her face. Suddenly, the man leaned over to her face and said that she had a cutie in her, adding that he had thought she was just an annoying bug at first. After that, he pierced her through. Continuing to smile madly, the trophy guy stared at the girl. Blood spurted from the edge of Luna, and her opponent said goodbye to the unique boss goddess of life. After a while, the light burned brightly in the office. There were many bottles of alcohol on the table. The trophy guy drank one glass. Setting it down on the table, he exclaimed happily that there was nothing better than a drink after overtime. His subordinate brought the glass to his mouth and said that he had done a very good job, after which he asked if there was only one last stage left. The girl next to the trophy guy was feeding him, and he replied that this was not so, because it was the bastard Habeck who refused to call his master until the very end. Hearing this, his comrade smiled broadly and said that at least he had killed Luna, after which he asked if that wouldn't provoke Master Habeck to appear. Suddenly the man looked down, and firmly said that he could not kill her, and it was all because of him. After these words, the smile immediately disappeared from the employee's face, and he asked in confusion what he was talking about. The trophy guy frowned angrily. After a short pause, he drank some alcohol and replied that it didn't make any difference, because there were other ways to meet Master Halbech. Then his subordinate, without taking his eyes off him, said that there was something that was bothering him, and then asked who Halbech's master was and why he should meet him. Hearing this, the man looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and asked if he was serious, if he had worked with him without knowing it. Then the employee hugged the girl next to him and replied that he had decided to follow him without any questions from the university and until that moment, to which he, exhaling heavily, replied that he was proud of him. Lighting a cigarette, the man said that in simple words, he is one of the bosses related to the main plot of Chrono Life. Imagining a huge black silhouette lying on a pile of money, he added that it was the best merchant Sloth Riot. Hearing this, the man with glasses kept his eyes on the boss and asked if this best merchant was a mob merchant, to which the boss replied, well, yes, why not? Because if the boss wants to be a merchant, he will be, adding that such freedom is common in Chrono Life. With that, the worker put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that he seemed to have heard about laziness somewhere, adding that if you think about it, Huracan, who had made a fuss before, was known as gluttony. Hearing this, the trophy guy frowned and asked if he didn't know that either, explaining that these are the 7 deadly sins from Catholicism. They are often used in movies, webtoons and even games. Having said this, he drew in his head 7 madly terrible creatures and listed them: pride, greed, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and laziness. Leaving his performances, the man closed his eyes and said that those sins that gave rise to all the others are called the 7 deadly sins. After listening to the boss, the employee frowned and asked discontentedly if this was not plagiarism, adding that only idiots work at Chrono Life, to which he replied that he thought that he was the only idiot here. Lowering his hand with an empty glass, the trophy guy asked if he understood now, adding that the concept of the bosses of the main plot of Chrono Life is the pride of Urus, the gluttony of Huracan, the laziness of Riot. As suddenly he imagined in his head Luna in the form of a goddess and finished, and Luna's lust. Hearing this, the worker kept his eyes on his boss and said that she was expected to be the boss as well, adding that such a cheating ability in an ordinary user would ruin the balance. The trophy guy closed his eyes and said that he didn't understand, she was the boss, but he didn't say that she was an NPC. Hearing this, his subordinate raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion what he meant by how an ordinary user became a boss. Then the man put the empty glass on the table with a thud. Looking at his subordinate, he replied that the freedom in Chrono Life is much wider than he imagines, and just as a boss can become a merchant, so can an ordinary user become a boss. At this time, in Chrono Life, the warm rays of the sun illuminated everything around. The main character, putting his finger in his nose, displeased said that it was very difficult. He then folded his arms over his chest and asked what he was leading to, if this cockroach was a cross between a user and an NPC. Having received such a question, Halbech closed his eyes and replied that he was not sure about it, and he did not know it, but probably the trophy guy knew, since he was the manager. Hearing this, Gio gritted his teeth in anger and said that now he had another reason to beat up this guy. Suddenly, Love put her hand to her chin and, thinking for a moment, said that she still didn't understand something. Looking up, she asked why a trophy guy wanted to meet laziness if his goal was to make money, and by selling items, he could just load them into the goods house, and as for attacking the Robin Hood Guild, his actions were inconsistent. After listening to the girl, Halbech looked up at her. After a short pause, he closed his eyes and said that he had one guess. Without raising his head, he hinted at a god particle, but abruptly changed his mind and said that it was because of a god-grade item. Hearing this, the protagonist knitted his eyebrows and asked what other part of the god was, adding that he had already heard it somewhere. Urus then replied that this was what Halbech was talking about when he kidnapped Lav's boss, adding that god particles name all god-class items. As they spoke, someone rested his toe on the ground. A moment later, Hong came out to the guys and said, so they were also talking about divine things. Removing the mask from her face, she apologized for the sudden disappearance, after which she said that she was busy with a personal investigation. She looked at the guys sitting on the ground and suggested that they all walk together for a while. The girl held a mask in her hand and explained that she had found the shelter of a trophy guy. Flocks of seagulls flew above the clouds among the rocks. After a while, all 4 of them came to a lonely house. Love, looking at him, asked in confusion if this was really his hideout, adding that it was quite ordinary. Then Hong put her hand on the wall and replied that it was for sure. After all, she had checked the owner of the house with judgment, after which a system screen appeared, informing that it was a wooden shelter owned by a trophy guy. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked if it was true that she said that he was not here now, to which she firmly replied that everything was true, nothing indicated his presence, adding that she could not see what was inside, because no one could enter unless he was the owner. But while she was saying this, a strong surge of magical energy appeared in front of her. With one blow, Gio destroyed the wall of the house. A large hole appeared in it, and Hong, seeing this, asked in confusion how he did it, to which he replied that it just broke when he hit. Approaching the entrance, the girl offered to come in to start a more detailed investigation. What Love saw made her involuntarily open her mouth. In this house there was a whole mountain of gold and rare objects. Bringing her hand to her mouth, Love asked in confusion if these were all objects, and if they were copies, to which Hong firmly replied no. She tilted her head slightly and added that none of these items were copied. Moreover, they were all god-class items, and there were 5 billion in them. Among the gold coins were the rarest weapons, scrolls, and artifacts. Coming closer to the treasure, Hong said that there were a lot of items from their guild here, and she thought he left them here due to the limited space in his inventory. She kept the mask on her face as she continued to say that everything was as expected. His target was divine objects. The protagonist stood behind and asked if it was because they were expensive, adding that he should have just gone to the Urus nest as he did. Hong did not turn around, answering that he would have earned crumbs, and the company would have noticed, but the divine objects were different. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked over her left shoulder at the guy and said that someone was endlessly buying them. As soon as the guy heard this, he shifted his gaze to the side and asked if this was the buyer. Before he could finish, Hong drew an image of Habek in her head and said that all this was done by him and the best merchant in Riot. Then Habek closed his eyes and quietly replied that he agreed with this, adding that he was thinking the same thing. The girl at this moment straightened up and said that the trophy guy was much worse than she thought, but the plan was worthy. She looked at the whole mountain of treasure and added that since the best merchant Riot was an unusual user, then there was no risk of information leakage, and so that the economy would not suffer too much, he would sell them individually, and as a result, there was almost no risk of being caught. Hong looked at the rarest scrolls, artifacts, and continued to say that if they recorded it and sent it to the support service, the case would definitely get off the ground, and since the manager was hiding all these items in his house, it was all important evidence for them. After saying that, she removed the mask from her face. Turning to her comrades, she said with a smile on her face that they had done a good job, and now it was possible to close this case thanks to them. He bulged his eyes at the girl and asked if she was filming a detective drama here, adding that she had been chatting all day, and the most interesting thing ended with a report to the support service. Hong looked at the guy and replied in confusion that everything was so, after which she asked what they should do then. Then Gio shook off what he had taken out of his nose from his finger. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, he asked how it was, adding that they should teach the trophy guy a good lesson. After a while, he walked through the city with a mask on his face. The trophy guy gritted his teeth with rage. They were at a distance of several meters from each other. Lav, a drop of cold sweat running down her cheek, swallowed hard. She looked at the man and wondered if this man was a trophy guy, adding that he had indeed appeared, as her friend had said, right in the middle of the village. All this time, a lot of players and NPCs were walking down the street. The trophy guy's eyes were full of rage and hatred, with which he asked why he needed a mask, if he was trying to hide his identity. Then Gio put his hand on the mask and laughed. After taking it off, he replied that he had borrowed it from Hong so as not to be too noticeable. On the roofs of the houses stood Hong and her men. One of them turned to the head and asked if this was not a trophy guy, to which she replied in confusion that it was so. He appeared as the main character planned. She furrowed her eyebrows excitedly as her companion asked what he was planning to do, since he had called him to the center of the village. Even before that, rare artifacts and scrolls were lying among the gold in the man's house, and Gio offered to collect all these items first, to which the girl asked in surprise why they needed all of them. Then the guy approached her and replied that it was very tiring, so she should not clarify the details, because he had already thought of everything. Turning to her, he said with a blush on his cheeks that she should lend him her mask, preferably the one she was currently wearing. But as soon as he asked for it, Love kicked him in the back. The warm rays of the sun fell on the roof of the house. After a while, a human leg appeared. The trophy guy's expression expressed all the negative feelings in the world. He saw the destroyed wall and shouted loudly, asking how this was even possible. At the same second, he rushed into the house, shouting that his personal hideout was protected by the system. Drool flew from his mouth in all directions as the man screamed, asking what had become of his money. But when he entered the house, it was already empty. From this picture, the guy could only grind his teeth. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes. A lonely note lay on the floor. Picking it up, he read with shaking hands that if he wanted his items back, he had to come to the center of the front village tomorrow at 7 o'clock in real time. Realizing that this was a letter from the main character, veins appeared on the man's face with anger. At present, his expression was exactly the same as when he read the note. Grabbing his sword, the trophy boy asked how he dared to steal his money, to which he raised his hand and said that it was better for him not to come closer. Stretching out his hand to his girlfriend, he said that she should give him one of these items. Love gave him a god-class fire dragon dagger. At the same second, the guy was ready to hand this item to the NPC merchant, saying that he would do it if his opponent took a step. Seeing this, the trophy guy pointed his finger in his direction and shouted loudly that this item was worth 200 million, but if he sold it to an NPC, he wouldn't even get 300 gold. With anger, he did not stop grinding his teeth. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face, and after calming down slightly, he asked what he was trying to achieve. Upon receiving such a question, Gio licked the fire dragon's dagger and laughed and replied, "Nothing, but since he is waiting for an answer, then he thinks of laughing at him." With a kind of fright in her eyes, his girlfriend looked at him and said to herself that he really looked like a villain. The main character showed the man the middle finger and mockingly asked if he had any problems and what he would do if he didn't. His opponent remained in the same place as he continued to laugh at him, shouting that he was shaking with anger, which is a lot of fun. But unexpectedly for everyone, the trophy guy disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Gio. As soon as he used the GM zone, a huge pillar of magical energy struck the sky. Everyone who was outside at that moment covered their faces and heads with their hands from the blinding flash. A few seconds later, Love opened her eyes and called out to her friend. But when she turned around, she saw no one. At this time, numbers were flowing along the walls of the GM area. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion. The main character and the trophy guy crossed their weapons. The eyes of the latter were filled with killing intent and rage, with which he shouted, asking how dare a pig like him interfere with the steward, adding that he would cut his body into small pieces and make a cockadoogie out of it. After this shout, he carried out a successful attack. A powerful magical explosion followed. Gio slammed his stick into the floor to stop. He left a trail of magical energy behind him. The mask on his face was cut. Both parts of it suddenly fell to the floor. The guy was on one knee. Blood was dripping down his face when he said that his opponent was even more trash than he thought, and then asked if he was calling the user of his company's product a pig. After saying that, his healing factor was activated, so the incision on his body began to regenerate. Suddenly, the trophy guy rushed to attack, shouting loudly that he didn't care about it, and then asked if pigs like him didn't have illusions and forget about reality. He carried out a quick attack, continuing to shout that he was too involved, going crazy because of some and there was no reason to treat such garbage like a person. Stick and sword crossed. Because of this, a madly powerful explosion rang out. But there was a wide smile on the protagonist's face, with which he mockingly said that his opponent was actually an ordinary boomer. He restrained the man's pressure and added that he blamed users for no reason, after which he asked if he was having a midlife crisis. After this question, rage overwhelmed the trophy guy, and he gritted his teeth and hissed through them that he was a bastard. At the same moment, he took off. Realizing that the opponent was from above, Jiwoo raised his head. But unexpectedly, he missed a strong blow to the back. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the guy asked himself if it was from behind his back, adding that he did not expect this at all. But just as he thought of it, swift attacks rained down on him from all directions. The trophy boy's eyes burned as brightly as they had never burned before, while he shouted in fury, ordering them not to mess with him. Drops of sweat were dripping down his face, and he continued to shout that they were all the same, and no matter how hard the developer tried, all he got was humiliation and criticism. About 7 years ago, the sun shone brightly over the Chrono Life headquarters. One of the workers was quickly typing the code on the keyboard. He was a young trophy guy, a developer who hadn't lost his naivety yet. But unexpectedly, he was knocked out of his memories by a blow to the head with a stick. The protagonist, covered in his own blood, without any emotion on his face, asked how he dared to use the villain card with the story, adding that it didn't change his criminal intentions, so he didn't need his flashbacks. The trophy guy missed one of the strongest blows right in the face. After such a blow, an explosion rang out. The entire area of the GM was filled with smoke. Due to the hidden skill, the healing factor of the wounds on the trophy guy's face began to regenerate rapidly. Surreptitiously, he carried out a quick attack on his opponent. Blood spurted out of the protagonist's mouth, and he asked himself if this idiot really had a healing factor, adding that it was not surprising, since he was using the manager's account. Suddenly, the man bent over and shouted, ordering him to activate the hidden power skill. He opened his eyes wide and called the skill Spirit of the Titan. Immediately after these words, a bright flash of magical energy enveloped him. Gio stared at this with eyes full of shock and wondered if it was a hidden skill of strength, adding that it was like a healing factor, only not out of vitality, but out of strength. The trophy guy's aura was getting stronger with every second. Suddenly, a huge titan appeared above him, which allowed his master to gain the power of a titan. The man gritted his teeth. Raising his head, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The titan inside him repeated the same actions. The spirit of the titan poured into the body of the trophy guy in streams of magical energy. The main character, seeing this, jumped into the distance and shouted, asking what these special effects were, adding that even the healing factor did not have them so dramatic. And after a few seconds, the trophy guy's aura became several times stronger because the spirit of the titan had been activated, and now his damage and attack range had been increased by 1,000% for the duration of the skill. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at his opponent. In his hand, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Suddenly the man made a wave. This caused shock and horror to appear in Gio's eyes. A powerful explosive attack completely hit him. The entire GM area was once again mired in smoke, and the protagonist activated the healing factor. When the smoke cleared, there was not a single scratch on his body. This attack went all the way to the end of the zone, hitting a huge area. Suddenly, the guy smiled broadly and said that this skill was just cheating, so he should give it to him. Hearing this, the trophy guy looked at his opponent from under his brow and asked what he was talking about. But at the same moment, tentacles pierced into his stomach. The protagonist used the hidden skill of gluttony, which absorbed all the characteristics and level of the targets when eating. He smiled madly as he explained that he could steal his stats and get this skill as well. But as soon as he said this, the image of his opponent began to ripple. Suddenly, the man appeared behind the guy, using a hidden agility skill. His eyes were full of hatred and anger as he used the speed of light. Immediately after that, he began to attack the main character from all sides. Blood spurted out of Gio's mouth, and he wondered if there was another hidden skill that allowed him to move at the speed of light. Suddenly, the opponent inflicted one of his strongest blows on him. Baring his teeth, he shouted that the outcome of the battle in the game is decided by characteristics and strategy. The trophy guy punched the main character in the stomach and added that he had all the characteristics for 5 nines. After such an attack, blood spurted out of Gio's mouth again. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. The man landed neatly on the floor. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he mockingly asked if he didn't know that was such a difference. No matter how good the control, he would not be able to win. A mad smile crept across his face, and he added that his control was still terrible, adding that he was just an over-equipped idiot who had reached the maximum level. The main character at this time was on one knee. Veins protruded from anger on his face. Standing up, he took a few steps towards his opponent, and said that hearing such a thing from him was very annoying. After all, he was an ordinary bastard. Hearing this, the trophy guy continued to look at the guy with a sneer in his eyes, asking what it would be, adding that he was an ordinary pig, and if he didn't like something, then let him become the manager himself. He was probably jealous. And now he even wondered why he played games so diligently, because in order to become a first-class character, you can only change the meaning of a couple of bits. But as soon as he said that, the main character flew into his face with his head. The man did not have time to block such an obvious attack. Because of this, he flew hundreds of meters back. The trophy guy was holding on to his nose, from which blood was pouring. Sitting on the ground, he suddenly shouted, asking what it was. How did he get such speed with such low agility? Gio was lying on the ground nearby, but he looked with his head at the floor, asking where he meant from. Suddenly, with a crazy smile on his face, he looked at the opponent and replied that it was control. Enraged, the man grabbed his sword. Using the hidden skill speed of light, he began to swing his sword indiscriminately. His eyes burned brightly as he shouted, asking why the guy didn't try it again, adding that he didn't know what skill he used, but he couldn't match his speed. Gio slowly rose to his feet. Picking up the stick, he replied that it wasn't a skill, he was just using a game system. Having said that, he swung. Suddenly the guy turned sharply. There was shock in the eyes of the trophy guy from what he saw, and he wondered if he was just turning around. Then the main character, smiling broadly, turned off recoil control. At the same second, he launched a quick attack through the air. Because of the shockwave he created, he flew back. This allowed him to gain incredibly high speed. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth in fear. But before he could do anything, Gio hit him with a stick. The blow perfectly fell on the face of the trophy guy. Seeing this, the main character smiled and asked if he had really hurt him, adding that it was a great luck. At even higher speed, the man flew into the ground. Having landed, the main character asked, after all, that it is cool. He continued to smile broadly, explaining that he had simply turned off the recoil control option in the game settings, after which he asked what kind of recoil to feel from a devastating attack. When the smoke cleared, a trophy guy appeared, standing on one knee. After the blow, the man lost several teeth and screamed loudly, asking why he was so turned on. He simply said that his control was terrible, adding that luck would not smile on him again. Hearing this, the protagonist, standing in the same place, said that it was true because it was much slower than the speed of light. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, he suggested that they stop fooling around and end it. A wide smile immediately appeared on the man's face. Rising to his feet, he said that his opponent was just a dumb pig who had become proud because of a successful blow. Suddenly, anger filled his eyes, and he asked in displeasure if he really thought that a pathetic user like him had a way to defeat him, the manager. Then Gio knitted his eyebrows and firmly answered, "Of course, there is one." After saying that, he stretched out his hand in front of him. A second later it lit up. Smiling broadly, the main character said goodbye to the trophy guy, saying that they had a lot of fun, albeit for a short time. At these words, a certain excitement and confusion appeared in the man's eyes. At this time, Love rested her hands on her cheeks. She sat on the bench and said that she was very interested in what the main character was planning to do, and whether he would be able to defeat the manager. Standing next to her was Hong, who had a spare mask on her face, answering that he hadn't told her anything either. It seemed that his girlfriend didn't know either. After these words, a blush appeared on Love's face, and she replied, "Everything is true, he only said that he would provoke the use of the GM zone." Suddenly, Hong brought her hand to her chin and said thoughtfully that something was bothering her. She remembered the note that the main character wrote and said that she was worried about the reason why the guy left the note and postponed it for one day. Players and NPCs walked around them, and the girl continued to say that she thought the reason had something to do with the way to defeat the trophy guy. At this time, powerful magical energy began to be released from the hand of the main character. This power was spreading more and more around the guy with every second. A kind of fright appeared in the eyes of the trophy guy. He saw the confident face of his opponent, and wondered if he really had a way to defeat him. And as soon as he asked himself about it, Gio opened his mouth slightly, ordering him to use the summoning skill. Immediately after that, a magical seal appeared under it. The man did not take his eyes off his opponent. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek as he asked if it was a summoning skill. And when he realized this, a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, clutching his head, the trophy guy burst into loud laughter. He brought his hand to his face and began to shout mockingly, asking if it was a summoning, adding that he thought he was using some super cool skill, but it was just a summoning. Lowering his hand, he continued to shout, asking if the guy really thought that a novice master was something like an all-powerful, adding that with low charisma and intelligence, this skill was simply useless. Fear disappeared from his eyes, so the man continued to laugh and shout that they were both basic stats, and with his levels, some insignificant mob would appear. A black silhouette appeared in the bright light. The trophy guy looked at this as he continued to call his opponent names, but suddenly, the smile instantly disappeared from his face. The bright glow faded, and a man appeared. He held a cigar with his fingers. He was wearing sunglasses on his face. The main character successfully used the call of President Dokby. As soon as the trophy guy saw his boss, his expression changed drastically. Seeing such a reaction, Gio laughed and shouted that his reaction was simply amazing, and it was worth it. Last night, the night sky was dotted with stars. The trophy guy, along with his subordinate, walked out of the bar and said that he needed to go into the game for the final counts, so he would refuse the second round. Hearing this, the man with glasses gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that he admired his passion for the work and respected him for it, to which he ordered him not to fool around too much, and to go home, since they would be busy tomorrow. The worker, hugging the girl, asked if they could drink another glass, but unexpectedly, two colleagues blocked their way, and not far from them stood the president of Chrono Life. There was a cigar in his teeth, and veins protruded all over his face with anger. It was very dark in one of the alleys. The trophy guy's subordinate with a completely beaten face folded his hands and shouted loudly that this is the case. He heard that he was going abroad as soon as he got enough money at a time, and he was just following his orders, so he asked for mercy. Then one of the president's guys turned to the boss and asked how it was so, what they should do then, to which he indifferently ordered to get rid of him. After that, the man went towards the main character. Stopping a few steps away, he thanked him with a smile on his face, because thanks to him he caught him before the case took on even more destructive proportions. Cold sweat poured down the guy's face from the scene he saw, and he asked himself if they were a game company or the mafia. And as soon as he asked himself about it, the president approached him and admitted that he had thought of killing him if the case was not worth a damn. After a short pause, he closed his eyes and said that he was actually just joking, after which he added that he would immediately deal with the trophy guy as soon as he found him, because they planned to assemble a legal commission in order to sue him for everything that is possible, and fire, of course. Frowning, Joe silently listened to Dokby. When the president finished, the guy came around the corner and asked if he had any plans for tomorrow at 7 in the evening, to which he replied that there were none. After these words, a wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he said that in this case, he should also teach him a lesson. Currently, numbers were flowing down the walls of the GM area. Seeing the president, the trophy guy began to back away. Sweat poured from his face in streams, and his whole body was shaking with fear. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted loudly at the command exit. But at the same second, the system screen appeared, informing him that he could not get out during the battle. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth in horror. But suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and at the same second, he cancelled the GM zone. The walls of the GM zone began to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, the main character raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly that this guy was going to run away. Holding a cigar between his teeth, the president ordered the opening of the presidential zone. Immediately after these words, new walls, floors, and ceilings appeared around them. Seeing this, the trophy guy spread his arms and legs in different directions. He gritted his teeth with rage and fear, cursing loudly at the same time. In his hand, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. But unexpectedly, the man got into a fighting stance, and said that they would throw him out of the company anyway. Immediately after these words, he took off. At high speed, he ran towards the president, shouting loudly that he didn't care who he was, because he was going to die. The trophy guy's eyes were filled with hatred and malice. In the next second, he launched a quick attack on Dokby. But this blow did not leave even a scratch on the president's body. Shock appeared in the man's eyes from what he saw. The main character, seeing this, experienced similar emotions. At this time, Dokby took a drag on his cigar. Then he took off his sunglasses and said that even rabid dogs hesitate to bite their master, and he is an idiot who does not even have rabies. The system screen reported that the president's level was infinite, as were his stats. The man clenched his hand tightly into a fist. He stretched out his other hand in the direction of his former subordinate, and said that he was fired. The trophy guy froze in place with fear. In order not to look at this, he closed his eyes in fear. At the same moment, the president's fist was in front of his face. In the very next instant, Dokbi's punch perfectly reached the traitor's face. After that, there was a madly powerful explosion. It spread thousands of kilometers into space, hitting most of the planet. The main character shook with fear after what he saw and said to himself that he neutralized the trophy guy with just one blow. And he can't believe that the president bypassed even the healing factor with the characteristics of 99,999, adding that he is a very scary old man. But in any case, on this note, the matter ended. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. All the divine items were returned to their rightful owners, and it turned out that other guilds besides Robin Hood had suffered losses. Later, the main character found out that the trophy guy was fired and relieved of his duties on the same day, missing a strong blow to the face. The president beat the traitor like a dog, after which he drove him away. After that, he wanted to sue the president for compensation for the breakdowns, so he went to court, but only got himself into trouble. The bright rays of the sun reflected off the smooth surface of the court's coat of arms, and in the end, because of the counteraccusation, the president entered the second round irritated, and the legal team fought off all his empty accusations. The trophy guy's entire face was covered with abrasions and bruises, and his whole life is not enough to pay for the damage caused to the company, and now they say that the path to the industry is closed to him forever. Having committed a stupid thing, the man was left completely alone. In the game, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the city. The protagonist's foot stepped on the road, because after that day, his trading life returned to normal. The girls immediately turned around. Seeing the guy, Hong took off the mask from her face. Love, seeing her friend, smiled broadly. The guy threw a stick over his shoulder and said to himself that now everything was going on as usual again. After a while, he left Chrono Life. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Taking off his VR helmet, the guy exhaled heavily. When he opened his eyes, he said to himself that there was something that was depressing him, because he could not ask something. He suddenly remembered sitting on the ground next to Habeck and asking what he was leading to, if this cockroach was a cross between a user and an NPC. Closing his eyes, the boss replied that he did not know exactly. Probably something in between, but probably a trophy guy knows, since he is a manager. Hearing this, the main character clenched in anger and said that now he had another reason to beat up this guy. After leaving his memories, Gio wondered if Luna was an NPC or a human, while a girl was sitting on his couch. Immediately after this question, the guy saw her. His expression changed in an instant. The stranger slowly turned her head towards him. After a moment, she smiled warmly and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. On the table was freshly brewed ramen. The girl, seeing this, smiled broadly and exclaimed that he looked great. Picking up some noodles, she added that she was going to eat a good meal. The main character burned her with his eyes, sitting opposite. He saw the girl enjoying the food and asked himself what was happening now. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face, and he added that at least he had no more doubts. She was definitely not an NPC. Luna took another portion of noodles with chopsticks. She smiled lightly, and the guy understood that she was really a user. Suddenly the girl looked up at him. A blush immediately appeared on the face of the main character. This also made Luna's cheeks red. When she asked why he was looking at her like that, Gio looked away in confusion and didn't know what to say. Then his guest smiled warmly and asked if she was really so beautiful. Having received such a question, the main character grinned and displeased asked if she had gone crazy, adding that she should not be stupid and just eat her ramen. They sat opposite each other. A guy with a bright blush on his cheeks was eating ramen. He quickly sucked the noodles into his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered how Luna closed her eyes and said that she didn't need someone like him on the team, such a poor loser. From these memories, the expression of the guy's face changed. He remembered again how the girl, raising her hand to her face, mockingly said that he had boasted to her of the newcomer kit. She smiled broadly and added that this meant that his parents were beggars. After these memories, Gio closed his eyes. Suddenly, he put his chopsticks on the table with a thud and said that he had almost sunk like a loser. Frowning, he looked at his guest with displeasure and asked who she was, how she found out where he lived and the password to the house. Lights were on in almost every window of the building in which he lived. Luna put the chopsticks in her mouth. A few seconds later, she got up from the table. She smiled mischievously and said that since he had made her ramen, then she had to repay in return. Turning to the guy, she said that she thought he had a lot of questions and she would answer them all. The main character looked intensely at his guest. There was no emotion on his face as he said that he would start with something simple. Folding his arms over his chest, Gio asked if her hair color was real, adding that when they first met in the game, it was light pink. This question made Luna's cheeks blush. She smiled broadly and replied that he had already asked about it in the past, and she was glad that he noticed. She remembered how she met a guy and then he asked her why she had different hair, if she had dyed it. That day, after such a question, she brought her hand to her face and laughed, and said that she was glad that he noticed. Leaving her memories, the girl ran her hand through her hair and replied that it was her real hair color. The main character, hearing everything she said, frowned and asked in what other passed, to which she replied that it did not matter. After that, the girl took a step towards the guy and asked if she should change her hair if he liked light pink, to which he replied that he would move on to the next question. Placing his hand on the table, He firmly stated that he knew she was a unique boss and that she had been killed by a trophy boyfriend, before asking if her character had left. Closing her eyes, Luna replied that she had indeed died, but the character had not left. That was essentially her human common, after which Gio asked if human form meant. The girl sat down across from him and replied that it was so, explaining that when the manager attacked in the zone, the divine authority disappeared, and she didn't know about it either. She remembered how her rival had pierced her through, and added that it was a relief, as otherwise she would have died as a unique boss and her character would have been removed. The main character looked at his guest with displeasure in his eyes, when he suddenly asked when she was planning a massacre again, because she needed to kill 1,000 players to become the goddess of life. Upon receiving such a question, the girl closed her eyes and said in confusion that this could not be, after which she asked if he really thought that everything was so simple. Running her hand through her hair, she explained that this was only one of the conditions, and before that, it was more difficult to fulfill the conditions, and after that, she could change the type of activity to the goddess of life. She remembered how after the destruction of the guild, Halasan came and finished off King and Kim, after which she said that after that, she would be able to freely switch between human and divine forms. It was after these 2 kills that she was enveloped in a strong magical energy. After that, Luna took the form of the goddess of life. Leaving her memories, the girl asked without opening her eyes if he was interested in anything else. Exhaling heavily, the main character replied that he appreciated the patience with which she answered his questions, but she forgot to answer the first ones. Looking up at his guest, the guy again asked who she was. There was not a drop of doubt in his eyes as he continued to say that she appeared in the game everywhere he went, but in reality, it was too much, and he asked not to avoid it, but to respond normally, otherwise he would report to the police. Luna looked at her interlocutor with a slight smile on her face. Her eyes shone brightly. After a short pause, she closed her eyes. The smile did not slip from her face when she suddenly said that there were too many troublemakers in this world. With that, Luna got to her feet. She looked at the main character and firmly said that she wanted to propose to him. A few seconds later, she slightly opened her mouth and turned to the guy. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl asked to be her. After such a sentence, the expression of the protagonist's face changed dramatically. His eyes expressed primal shock and confusion. For a few seconds after that, they stared at each other in silence. Suddenly they both twitched when they heard the doorbell. Drops of cold sweat immediately appeared on the guy's face. After a short pause, he pressed the intercom button. Love was standing at his door, asking if he was home. As soon as the main character saw his girlfriend, the question immediately appeared in his head why she was there. The girl smiled warmly and said that she needed to discuss something with him, so she asked to open the door. Hearing this, Gio abruptly shifted his gaze to his guest. Shock appeared in his eyes, and he wondered what it meant to open the door, if it was right now. Luna in her home clothes stood with her back to him. After a while, the door to his apartment opened. As she stepped inside, Love put her hands on her hips and asked why he had forced her to stand outside for so long, to which he immediately apologized. Then the girl looked away and said, "This is where he lives." She looked around her friend's apartment, adding that it was much cleaner than she thought, and it looked more like her home. Suddenly, Love saw something on the side that caught her attention. She looked at the guy's table and asked if he had a night snack. There was half-eaten ramen on the table, and the girl asked if he really liked spicy food, to which he replied in confusion that everything was so, after which he asked why she decided to come in so late. All the while, Luna was hiding around the corner while Love replied that she was here because of the game, after which she asked what time he was going to come in tomorrow. And while they were discussing tomorrow's workout, Luna was holding ramen in her hands. Listening to all these conversations, she closed her eyes in frustration. A few minutes later, Love opened the front door and said that they would see each other tomorrow morning, and if he overslept, she would kill him, to which he replied that he would be in time. Suddenly the girl turned around, remembering something. She stretched out her hand towards her friend and asked for her phone so that she could write down her number in it, because she could not look for it every day. After handing over the phone, Jaiwa asked if everything would be fine if the celebrity just gave her number, to which she asked him why he was suddenly like this. Seconds later, she threw the phone in his hands and said that she had recorded herself as Han Sarung, so he had to call her so that she could save his number. After these words, the girl disappeared behind the door. Suddenly she leaned out and angrily said that if he did not respond to the message, she would kill him, to which he replied that he understood everything. After that, his front door slammed shut. Putting his hand behind his head, the main character asked himself what it was just now. At this time, Love was standing right outside the door. She leaned against the door. A few seconds later, the girl exhaled heavily. But suddenly a blush appeared on her face, because she realized that now she had his number, after which she began to overwhelm herself with questions whether she behaved naturally, whether it was right to ask for the number so abruptly, and probably her voice trembled. After all the worries, she jumped home, saying to herself that she needed to hurry up and write to him as soon as possible. The main character's apartment was well lit. The guy was lying on the table and said that all the energy had been sucked out of him, after which he wondered why he was doing this in the middle of the night. At the same time, Luna smiled warmly and asked why he told her to hide, They didn't do anything strange. Closing his eyes, Gio replied that her presence was already strange enough and he didn't need her answer anymore, she just had to leave. But as soon as he said this, the girl smiled even wider and asked if it was possible to spend the night with him. She suddenly laughed and put her hand to her face and said that she was just joking, adding that she would leave as soon as he responded to her proposal. Hearing this, the main character abruptly raised his head and shouted loudly, asking what kind of sentence it was to be her, adding that he only asked who she was, and she said some nonsense in response, and there was no need to laugh. Smiling broadly, Luna suddenly said that it seemed that her request sounded too ambiguous. She looked at her interlocutor with sparkling eyes and explained that she wanted him to unite with her in the game. At this time, there was a huge chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the game. There was no emotion on Habek's face as he turned to the Grand Master. He put his only hand to his chest and said that his humble servant was greeting him. Compared to what was in front of him, he seemed like a small bug. In the shadows, there was a huge throne that housed a great merchant, a unique boss of the 7 deadly sins. Riot's glowing eyes were wide open. Also with his mouth wide open, he suddenly asked what was wrong with his left arm. Habek's left arm was cut off more than elbow deep. Without looking up, the man apologized and said that he was not capable enough to save the body that the master had given him. The shadow of the huge throne completely overshadowed him, and although Riot's eyes were wide open, there was no emotion in them except coldness. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, shrouded in magical energy. Exactly the same force enveloped Habek. Unexpectedly for him, his left arm grew out. Seeing this, the boss smiled in confusion and said his hand had recovered. But after that, a scar appeared in this place. He did not dare to rise before his master, who, being on the throne, ordered to tell him who had wounded him. Riot's eyes lit up even brighter, and he asked in displeasure if it was because of the hero he had mentioned earlier. Closing his eyes, Habek replied that everything was wrong, on the contrary, he had saved his life. Only black silhouettes could be seen from the side, but the boss could be heard adding that if the master met him, he would like him. Opening his eyes, Habek said that so far he was the most suitable candidate for the place of one of the 7 deadly sins. The warm rays of the sun heated the sand on the beach. This place was a paradise on the earth called the Silver Coast, where sea water beat against the shore. The beach was a farming ground for level 30th and above because it was inhabited by slimes, liquid monsters that were very popular with beginners and could melt the body of a toucher. But at the same time, there were huge tentacles lying on the sand among the small slimes. It belonged to a huge level 85th kraken octopus, which was several dozen times larger than the island itself, and a beginner could not cope with it. He has incredibly tough skin that will only scratch the sharpest blade. Thanks to its limbs, it could move freely both in water and on land. It had countless razor-sharp teeth in its mouth, and it also had a ferocious temper. Rising on its tentacles, the kraken screamed in fury, and it is from this boss that the newcomers are left with irreparable injuries. But unexpectedly, the great monster missed a strong blow from the main character. The guy, smiling broadly, used a non-killer blow. Blood spurted out of the kraken's mouth, and he had one strip of life left. The monster crashed to the ground. Then the main character turned to his girlfriend and exclaimed that it was her turn. There was a powerful explosion. The girl soared into the air above the kraken. Having reached the peak, it began to dive down. Just before the collision, Love used the kick of a diving dragon. This technique dealt a devastating blow to the wounded kraken. The guy, standing aside, happily exclaimed that it was a clean final blow, and then asked if she had gained experience. Landing, the girl answered, "No, not one." Then Urus, who was next to the owner, explained that this was all due to the difference in the levels of the two of them, and no matter how he dragged her, she would not gain experience. Hearing this, the protagonist shifted his gaze to his girlfriend and asked if this skill had always been strong, adding that it looked more powerful than last time. Then Love raised her hand and replied that it was probably because of the weapon's excellent brass knuckles. Seeing them, Gio smiled broadly and exclaimed that he now remembered that she had them, adding that in this case, she could level up without him. As soon as the girl heard this, the smile immediately disappeared from her face, because she realized that if she pumped alone, she would not be able to walk with the main character. After a short pause, she abruptly turned away and laughed and shouted loudly, asking what he was saying, because nothing could be better than leveling up with him. All this time, someone was watching them. It was Luna in the form of the goddess of life. There was no emotion on her face. She suddenly remembered how at night, sitting opposite the main character, she offered to team up with her in the game, and in exchange she would answer any questions. Jiwoo then looked back at her and firmly replied that he didn't want to do that. He folded his arms over his chest and added that he hadn't lost his mind yet, and then asked why he would play with her, adding that he didn't like to be poked with a gun, and even more so that he was in a team with Lav's boss and would be beaten to death if he took her as well. After leaving her memories, Luna continued to stare at the boy. She saw Love dragging her friend with her and telling her to go to the next place to level up. Suddenly, with a warm smile, Luna said that she was beginning to be jealous and wanted to destroy her. After these words, she turned away and added that for the time being, it was worth letting go of the situation. Then she looked over her right shoulder out of the corner of her eye and said that soon he would do it to her with his own hands, because he would be her for the sake of the ending of chrono life. The bright rays of the sun reflected off her beautiful jewelry. Urus frowned and angrily said that he could not help her. He flew after his master and added that it would be like this everywhere, and he had already told him that due to their differences in levels, nothing would work, to which the guy asked if it was really so. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She turned to her friend, who was asking the heir what he should do, if there was no other way. After letting him go, Love said that he often began talking to himself, after which she asked if there was anyone next to him. Then the guy poked his finger at the cheek of his pet and asked if she could not see this pseudo-dragon, to which she asked in surprise where and what kind of dragon it was. Then Urus, closing his eyes, smiled and asked his master if he had forgotten that others did not see him. And when the guy lowered his hand, he said that there was one way: if he shared the mana with him, he could get a material form. Hearing this, Gio raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that his intelligence and wisdom stats were very small and his mana was almost zero, to which Gio replied that it would probably be enough, and then they decided to do it right away. A few seconds later, an incredibly powerful pillar of magical energy appeared. There was a bright flash of light in front of the protagonist, and the system screen reported that the materialization of the soul of Urus was taking place. Because of this light, Love had to cover her face with her hand and ask herself if the light was gathering in one place. With each passing second, the light grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly it went out abruptly and Urus appeared, whose soul was materialized. With a blush on his cheeks, he smiled broadly. As soon as the girl saw him, blood spurted from her nose. Clutching her cheeks, she screamed and shouted loudly that he was very cute, after which she asked if she could squeeze him. Seeing such a reaction, Urus exhaled heavily. After revealing his true form, he angrily asked how a pathetic person like her dared to squeeze him, if she wasn't afraid of death. But while he was saying this, his master allowed his girlfriend to do so, and she rushed to hug. Suddenly, the main character turned his surprised gaze to the side, hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, he asked in surprise why he had come here. Habeck was standing not far ahead next to the griffin. Smiling in confusion, the boss replied that the situation had become complicated, and he had flown here in a hurry to find the hero. The guy then pointed his finger at himself and asked how he knew he was there, to which he replied that it was one of his mirror skills. He held a mirror in his hand and explained that the seventh panorama, the study, showed the way to the enemy he had already met with an arrow. After the explanations, Habeck closed his eyes and said that in any case, now was not the time for talking, because this was the place where the man was going. But before he could finish speaking, Gio grabbed his grown hand and asked if it had already recovered or if he had put it back on it, and then congratulated him on his recovery. But immediately after this conversation, the ground shook. The protagonist lowered his gaze and shouted loudly, asking if it was an earthquake. Lav, hugging Urus, turned around in surprise. Only Habeck stood silently with his eyes closed. He suddenly smiled and calmly said, "Then he is already here, his unfailing master of the great throne." In the bright divine light, an army of angels appeared, guarding the huge throne. They were quickly approaching in the direction of the main character. Seeing this, the girl raised her hand to her mouth in surprise and asked what it was. Could it be soldiers with angel armor? But the main character, frowning, immediately realized that this was laziness, after which he said to himself that he thought that he would be a monster like Habeck, since he is called a great merchant, but then why is he so big? A gigantic throne hangs over the sea. Habeck on a griffin immediately rose into the sky. Bowing his head, he greeted the master and apologized for not having time to explain everything to Gio in detail. But before he could finish speaking, Riot opened his mouth and firmly said that everything was all right, because he would come down and tell him himself. From what he heard, surprise appeared in the boss's eyes. Not daring to argue, he closed his eyes silently. A few seconds later, the huge throne began to fall down. With a characteristic sound, he landed on the ground. The shock wave almost swept away the main character and his girlfriend. The guy was holding his hand to his face, when suddenly he heard a voice telling him that he was glad to meet him. The guys had to raise their heads to the sky, because it was from there that the sin of laziness said that he had heard about him from Habeck, heard that he was a hero of our time. Suddenly, surprise and tension appeared in the eyes of the main character. He looked into Riot's wide-open eyes and wondered if this fellow was the sin of pride, laziness. At this time, the bright rays of the sun illuminated the ruins. A girl in white heels walked along them. Luna walked forward alone. She smiled, not stopping for a second. Suddenly, the smile on her face widened and she said contentedly that she had found him. Not far in front of her, a skeleton sat on a throne. It belonged to the strongest man at the time of his life, the first hero Master Yopi, who had died 100 years ago, and had a magical mark on his forehead. Luna, closing her eyes, exhaled heavily and said that this is what the game says, an outdated and familiar legendary hero. Immediately after these words, magical energy began to ooze from the mark on the skeleton's forehead. The light that was beating out of it was getting brighter and brighter. Seeing this, the girl lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice, "Everything was as expected," adding that she knew it would happen. After these words, she held out her staff. Getting into a fighting stance, Luna added that she did not know whose idea it was, but the story of this game is childish and cliched. Closing her eyes, she said that this was the highlight of Chrono Life. With that, a bright divine glow appeared at the end of her staff. Her magic power had increased to unimaginable results in a matter of seconds. At the same time, the warm rays of the sun heated the sand and the sea. Riot is lazy, one of the 7 deadly sins, and his retinue are the strongest of the angelic tribe. He is also called the Great Merchant of Chrono Life, because he has endless mountains of gold. Riot itself occupies a huge throne made of pure gold, which right now was in front of the main character and his girlfriend. But Riot himself was a little boy with a halo over his head. Compared to his huge golden throne, he was too small. As soon as the guys saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Urus suddenly frowned and said that they had known each other for a long time, but his charisma was still beating him. Suddenly, the mortal sin of laziness was enveloped by a strong magical energy. At high speed, he flew towards Gio. The boy looked at the main character and asked if he was the same hero that Habek mentioned. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the face of the main character, and he replied in confusion that this was probably so, at the same time saying to himself that he had the feeling that a child was mocking him. Suddenly Riot exhaled heavily. Opening his eyes wide, he asked if a guy like him was a hero, adding that the level of people had dropped a lot these days. Hearing this, Gio frowned in displeasure and asked what he had just said, but before he could finish, he missed a strong kick in the face. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. Love opened her mouth in shock at what she saw. The sin of laziness attacked again. His next kick hit the protagonist's face again. Having missed such a blow, the guy flew tens of meters. Seeing this, Habek raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly why he was attacking the hero. After all, he had helped him. Clouds of smoke and dust rose into the sky. Suddenly, his master looked at him with glowing eyes and ordered him to be silent, after which he asked why he would show up in person just for the sake of talking. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he turned around and said that they exist to confront people, and he has become close to him and probably does not even understand how stupid it is. A drop of cold sweat ran down Hanbik's face. At the same second, the main character came out of the smoke, saying that he was right. Wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand, the guy said that the boy seemed to understand that the user and the mob could not be friends. Continuing to smile madly, Gio ordered Riot to stand where he was, because since he started first, then there would be no problem. Hearing this, the sin of laziness frowned. He watched his opponent and said that he was mistaken, after which he asked if he had not taken the first step, to which he asked in response when he had managed to do so. Then the boy raised one leg. Slamming it into the ground, he created a powerful magical blast. Grabbing a huge boulder, he said that the pride of Urus, one of the 7 deadly sins, and he killed him and accelerated everything. After these words, Riot threw a stone in the direction of the main character. Seeing this, Gio swung and asked why he was complaining about it now. With one quick blow, he destroyed the stone flying at him. But at the same moment, something approached him at great speed. It turned out to be a sin of laziness, who, stopping in front of the guy's face, said that Urus was officially the strongest boss in Chrono Life. After saying that, he slapped his opponent in the stomach. Frowning, the boy continued to say that he had a role in the raid ending the story, but he killed Urus and ruined everything. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth again. The boy beat him violently, and went on to say that Huracan's gluttony wasn't supposed to be swallowed up so easily either. They were supposed to be defeated in 10 years. Love was watching from the sidelines when she suddenly shouted that Huracan had attacked first, and her friend had just saved her. But before she could finish, Riot looked at her with eyes full of anger and ordered her to be silent. Horror and fear immediately appeared in the girl's eyes. After showing his powerful aura, the boy asked how she dared to interrupt him, adding that he didn't even give her the right to talk. This caused Love to fall to the sand. Cold sweat poured down her face as she wondered where the pressure came from. Her whole body was shaking with fear, and she knew that this had never happened even when she had met Huracan. All this time, Urus was flying carelessly next to her. Suddenly, a certain surprise appeared in his eyes. The sin of laziness and the sin of pride stared at each other. The boy suddenly frowned. Urus did the same. After a short pause, Riot exhaled heavily and said that Huracan appeared because of the death of Urus, and therefore the main character is the cause of everything. Lowering the corners of his lips, he added that he was a tumor-like problem that would soon kill everyone, and that the strongest man in Chrono Life, the first hero Jopi, would soon be resurrected. At this time, Luna unleashed her boundless magical energy. The mark on the skeleton's forehead glowed brighter and brighter. Suddenly his eyes lit up. At the same moment, a strong magical energy enveloped the entire skeleton. Seeing this, the girl grinned contentedly. Raising her eyebrows, she said that she knew it was too early for him to wake up, so she had come to share her power. The tip of her staff was accumulating more and more magical energy. Under its effect, armor began to appear on Yopi's hands. A second later, flesh and skin began to appear. At the very end, a knight's glove appeared. The first hero rose from his throne. At this time, the protagonist raised his hand and asked that even if this Yopi was resurrected. He blew the blood out of his mouth and added that if he was a hero, then he was on the side of the people, and then asked what the problem was. Having received such a question, the boy exhaled heavily. Closing his eyes, he replied that the guy was stupider than he thought, because he should have already guessed. Looking intently at his interlocutor, the sin of laziness explained that this guy would not rise as a man, but as one of the 7 deadly sins, and his main and only goal would be to destroy the people who had dirtily betrayed him. At this time, a huge magic seal appeared on the floor in the ruins. As soon as the light went out, the stones on the ground suddenly began to shake. Suddenly, a skeleton hand appeared from there. A few seconds later, his head and torso appeared. In a few minutes, a whole army of skeletons crawled out of the ground. Seeing this, Luna closed her eyes and, addressing the strongest man in the first hero, said that he loved and trusted people more than anyone else, and hated them just as much. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion. Everything around was swallowed up by clouds of dust and smoke. Suddenly, brightly glowing eyes appeared in such a veil. The girl continued to smile broadly, saying that his life was like a children's fairy tale, and now he would become one of the 7 deadly sins. A huge bone dragon appeared behind them. Jopi completely took on human form. Raising his head, he firmly said that he was now the sin of wrath. Chrono is a continent that has existed since ancient times. It was a place where there was no enmity and wars, blessed peace, complete peace. However, one day the devils appeared. They killed every person in their path. As a result, the cities were destroyed, and the ground was littered with corpses. The continent turned into hell in a moment. The tiara glowed brightly with divine light. It was at that time that a ray of light broke through the thickness of despair, and Jopi appeared with his comrades. Against all odds, there was a smile on his face. Closing his eyes, the sin of laziness said that later they began to call him the first hero, and all this time the main character repeated the same phrase, to skip. When the boy asked him what he was doing, he introduced the skip button and replied that he always clicks skip, because he does not like to hear about the local lore. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, Gio asked if he understood correctly that the first hero would be resurrected, and meanwhile Riot talked as much as he wanted, and he would still get an undeserved slap in the face, although he listened attentively, after which he asked how long he would repeat the same thing. He suddenly frowned, saying in displeasure that he had defeated the Urus he looked up to in one blow, and whether it was the first hero, the strongest man, or whatever, he didn't care, and then asked if he should really be afraid of him in this situation. Hearing this, the boy raised one eyebrow in surprise. When his interlocutor finished, he closed his eyes and said discontentedly that he was much dumber than he thought. They both looked at each other while Riot said that he didn't know human fear, even though he was human. Lowering his head slightly, he firmly said that the hero himself would run over him. After these words, he began to leave. Seeing this, the main character asked where he went, because he came to fight him. Without stopping, the boy calmly replied that it was no longer fun, because he was wondering what the current hero was, but it seemed to be all he could. Suddenly he turned abruptly, and said with glowing eyes that he had once fought together with Yopi, and he was the only person he recognized, and he would never defeat him. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the eyes of the main character. Hearing these words, he chuckled and said that he was now looking forward to it. At the same moment, the guy swung and mockingly asked how he dared to run away when he hit him first. But before he could attack, Habek grabbed his hand and shouted loudly, begging him to stop. Jiwoo's eyes filled with anger and bloodlust, with which he asked if he really wanted to die, after which he ordered him to be released. Smiling in confusion, the boss asked in a shaking voice to calm down, because there was no need for a fight when the conversation ended on a good note. Then the main character remembered how the boy was the first to hit him in the face, and said that his hands were itching, and his chin was still sore after the blow of this guy. Habek continued to hold the guy, asking him to calm down and listen to him, after which he asked if he correctly understood that he was making money by selling items, to which he replied that it was true, after which he asked how he knew it. Then the boss pointed his hand at his master and said that he had heard it from him, because it was Mr. Riot who bought all his 15 billion items. Sinlenia, holding his hands in his pockets, stood nearby. At this time, the bone dragon's eyes burned brightly and smoke came out of his mouth. Flames burned brightly in his chest, and the first hero was standing right in front of Luna. There was no emotion on the guy's face when he replied that everything was clear to him. His left eye was different from his right, when suddenly he said that many years had passed since his death. The girl, closing her eyes, smiled broadly and said that everything was true, adding that he was supposed to be resurrected much later. But now the story was moving much faster than it should be, and she had already shared the necessary energy with him, so there was no need to worry. Jopi stared intently at his companion. After a short pause, he walked past her and, thanking her, said that he would repay her if the opportunity presented itself. Luna followed his gaze and asked where he was going. Without stopping, the first hero replied that this is a stupid question, because it is one of the 7 sins, lust. With that, the bone dragon spread its wings. Raising his head, he growled furiously. At the same second, he pushed off the ground, creating a shake. A huge bone dragon rose into the sky. In his mouth, he began to gather powerful magical energy. All the skeletons rushed forward at the same second. With their mouths open, they ran towards their master. Out of the corner of his eye, Yopi looked at the girl and said that he had once protected this world, and now he would destroy it. Using teleportation, he was hit by a powerful pillar of magical energy. As soon as the glow faded, it was gone. Left alone, Luna exhaled heavily. Raising her head, she smiled and said that now her job was done. She looked at the bright sun in the sky and wondered if it was the right thing to do. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky, and the girl wondered why she regretted it, because in the story with Huracan, she did as she wanted. Closing her eyes, she told herself that this time was different, because in the main story, this guy was just a grain of sand. The creator, hearing her words, smiled and said that you shouldn't worry about it, you just need to enjoy it. He was in space. With his hands in his pockets, the creator continued to talk about how this world would be protected. At this time, it was very calm on the beach. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he heard this information. Dropping his hands, he asked in confusion if this guy had bought his items for 15 billion. Then Linia's Sin pursed his lips. After a short pause, he looked at Jiwoo out of the corner of his eye and said that to be precise, for 15,303,890,000 gold coins, he bought up all of his items at once. Turning away, he added that in about a month he had sold them for 51 billion and 700 million and had received about 37 billion in net income. From these words, shock and surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. With the same emotions on his face, he turned to the boy. Bowing his head in front of him, he took his hand and asked him to teach him business, to which he replied that he did not have a milligram of pride in him. But as soon as he said this, the earth and the air trembled. Riot immediately looked up at the sky. A huge shadow appeared over Love. There was no emotion on Sinsloth's face as he firmly said that he was here, the end of the world. A huge bone dragon appeared in the sky above them. Seeing him, the main character frowned tensely. The girl looked at the monster with surprise in her eyes. So suddenly the war began, and the houses in the city were set on fire. The skeleton opened its mouth and screamed loudly. He launched a quick attack, killing one of the players. Exactly the same skeletons killed everyone they saw on their way. The players, seeing this, frowned and shouted loudly, asking what kind of monsters they were, if it was a surprise attack, and why everyone was taking over the village so easily. Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of one of them. At the same moment, he appeared in front of everyone else. The guy with ears on his head was confused. He read if the main quest in which you need to protect the world from Yopi's hero, the Sin of Wrath, when suddenly blood spurted in all directions. A skeleton pierced his chest from behind. The guy immediately collapsed to the ground. One of his comrades gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly that there was no time to read the notifications now, because they would die like this, because monsters were everywhere. Hordes of skeletons surrounded the players from all sides. They smiled madly and set fire to all the houses that they had. Those players who were still alive backed away in terror. Suddenly, the man knitted his eyebrows in fright and asked himself if the hero shouldn't fight on their side. Why would he destroy everything in Chrono Life? But as soon as he asked himself about it, the skeleton army rushed towards them. Suddenly, a bright light appeared at the end of the staff. The girl used the fire tornado. A powerful magic technique absorbed the attacking skeletons. Inside the tornado, they were dismantled by the bones. Seeing this, the players immediately turned to their savior and recognized her as the strongest royal mage Abracadabra. The girl slammed her staff on the ground. She looked at all the survivors and said loudly that an order had come from the kingdom that from now on, they, the Holy Land, would defend this place. With some surprise in their eyes, the surviving players looked at her. Suddenly they began to raise their hands and rejoice in the praises of Abracadabra. Hearing this, the girl drew an image of Huracan in her head and said to herself that their response was quick and accurate, which meant that they had definitely learned from the previous clash with Huracan and reacted to the attack in a timely manner. Suddenly, she saw a bright light coming from the sky. Raising her head, the great Magus saw a giant bone skeleton above the city. Opening its mouth, the monster was already ready to attack. In the next second, he released all the destructive flames from his mouth. The fire had consumed more than 50% of the city, and the only reason they lost was that they weren't ready yet. After such an attack, all the players lying on the ground were dead. Originally this main quest was supposed to start a year or later, and they had no chance of winning with the current stats and items. At this time, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the hero's mountain. Suddenly, a pillar of powerful magical energy appeared. When the glow faded, the first hero appeared. There was not a single emotion on his face. He stood in front of 3 graves and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. On the first grave lay a lute. The guy remembered the girl to whom this object belonged, and who thanked him with a smile on her face for giving her the opportunity to sing for the world. On the second grave lay a shoulder pad in the form of an angel's wing. Jopi remembered the girl who owned this shoulder pad, who said that she would always pray for him and hope that God's protection would always be with him. On the last third grave there was a cap. The first hero remembered the sorcerer to whom it belonged, and who said that they were not here because of his ambitious goal of world peace. They were with him because he was fun. From these memories, bloody tears flowed from the guy's eyes. He remembered all his friends in the gathering. Leaving his memories, the guy closed his eyes. But suddenly, a completely wrong image of his comrades appeared in his mind. At the same second, the first hero unleashed his powerful energy. Stretching out his hand in the direction of the graves, he ordered the dead to rise. The ground beneath the graves began to tremble. A few seconds later, skeletons crawled out. Lowering the corners of his lips, Yopi said that he would no longer allow them to walk the path of honor they had walked with him before. On his side was a level 999 magus with a hole in the eye area. With them was a 19-9 level priest, and the third skeleton was a level 999th bard. Yopi himself was a level 999th hero who was frowning angrily. Standing next to his former friends, he said that it was time to end this endless story, after which system notifications appeared, informing him that the level of the main quest had increased to disaster. The main character suddenly stuck his finger in his nose. Smiling broadly, he asked, "Well, what next, because this guy will fall after being hit by a stick." Turning around, he began to walk away, asking if he had understood correctly that Bone Dragon would fly here, adding that it had been a long time since he had used an intercontinental strike. Hearing this, Sinleni exhaled heavily and asked if everything would be fine, adding that there could be casualties among innocent users. Then Gio stopped, keeping his hand on his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy looked at the guy and said that there was still an army of the dead, so an attack without the use of holy forces was doomed to failure. There was not a drop of doubt in his eyes as he continued to say that the great destruction of the planet was also meaningless, because even when the servers broke down after restoration, Yopi's army would not disappear, no matter how strong he was. After all, one man in the field was not a warrior. The main character continued to stand in the same place. Suddenly he smiled and calmly said that it sounded good. Without turning around, he continued to say that for the time being he would try this war on his own. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, he looked at his interlocutor. Then he raised his stick. Disabling recoil control, the guy swung his weapon. At the same second, a powerful explosion rang out under him. Thanks to this, Gio rose into the sky. At great speed he flew away. Smoke filled with smoke, and Love screamed loudly to her feet, asking where her friend was, to which the boss replied that using the recoil of the attack, he soared into the sky, adding that he had done something so crazy. The sin of laziness silently looked in the direction where the main character had flown away. At the moment, he could only see a bright sky, but he still said to himself that he liked his indifference. At this time, the frontline village was set on fire. This is where everyone's journey began, which is why it is an emblematic landmark of Chrono Life, and there was even a statue of the protagonist. But at present, there were hundreds of corpses lying around her. The huge monster opened its mouth, from which smoke immediately poured out. The Bone Dragon sat down on the houses with flames in his chest. Skeletons walked the streets. This once peaceful place became a city of death with a snap of the fingers. Capsules for playing in computer clubs began to open en masse. Players would go outside and shout loudly that the game had just gone crazy, adding that they couldn't play it because of what was happening. And now even the village was not a safe zone, and the monsters kept raiding them. The employee of this computer club looked intensely at the visitors and said to himself that it seemed that talk about Chrono Life was coming up again. Then he raised his hands and with a smile on his face asked everyone to calm down, after which he said that if they were thrown out of the server again, then they just needed to re-enter. At the same moment, one of the guys gritted his teeth in anger and shouted in fury, asking if he was joking. After all, the skeleton dragon had appeared in their village, and he would die again if he was reborn there. One of the guys folded his arms over his chest and said that this game was just garbage, after which he wondered if it was time to give up and play something else. In the next capsule sat a girl who smiled warmly and asked, "Isn't it more fun? It's better than senseless daily pumping." And although she is also angry with this sudden attack, but probably it only improves the immersion. After these words, a blush appeared on the guy's face, and he said in confusion that it was true. Pointing his finger at himself, he asked in a shaking voice if she would like to play with him too, since his level is quite high, to which she coldly replied that everything was fine. And while the guy almost lost consciousness after refusal, the girl was one of the first to see a post about the current situation from Chrono Life. Suddenly, from what she read, surprise appeared in her eyes. This was an official notification from the developers. The players gathered in a circle and began to shout loudly and be indignant about this announcement on the Chrono Life page. A drop of cold sweat ran down the girl's cheek, and she said to herself that if the notification was true, then it turned out that the game would soon cease to exist. At this time, there was a blue sky over the Chrono Life headquarters. One of the workers knitted his eyebrows and shouted loudly that this was just nonsense. He stood in the principal's office and kept shouting that the main quest could not be completed with the current level of players and equipment, so users from all over the world would simply be finished off by the hero Yopi. Spreading his hands in different directions, he added that they needed to intervene, so the director himself should come in and deal with it like last time. Hearing this, Dokby brought the spoon of food to his mouth and asked if he was crazy. After putting the food in his mouth, he explained that their company's policy was non-interference in the gameplay, and the trophy guy was an exception. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his subordinate's face, and he asked in a shaking voice if it was true, adding that he had even posted this alert. A notification was sent to each gamer's phone, which informed them that this was not part of their plans, but the main quest of the game began. With surprise in their eyes, each of the guys read that perhaps this was too sudden, but someday it would happen if from now on the fate of Chrono Life was determined by the result of the quest. They presented a large map of the world and continued to read that after the failure of the quest, the world will be taken over by Yopi, and then it will wipe out all life and dark times will come, so the future of Chrono Life is in the hands of users. When the players read this, their mouths involuntarily opened in shock. The flames grew fiercer by the minute. Only dead skeletons walked around the ruined city. When they suddenly heard a strange sound, they raised their heads in surprise. Something flew right into the center of the city at high speed. In the rising smoke and dust, the silhouette of the main character appeared. He was on one knee and said that it was faster to move this way, but it was not very pleasant to land. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound to the side and immediately turned his gaze there. When the smoke had completely cleared, he saw that he was already surrounded by skeletons. A big smile immediately appeared on the guy's face, and he exclaimed contentedly that he was now in the right place. Immediately after these words, the skeletons rushed to attack. With one quick blow, Gio shattered the skull of one of them. Suddenly, another plunged his sword into his back. Immediately afterward, all the other skeletons pierced the protagonist from all sides. They opened their mouths wide and hissed loudly. But unexpectedly for them, the main character turned to them without any emotions on his face. After such weak blows, his health hadn't decreased by a single percentage, so he asked what they were doing. After this question, an almighty stick fell on the skull of each skeleton. As the skeletons fell to the ground, Gio displeased said that they were just typical mobs. He saw that a crowd of skeletons appeared around him again, and wondered if it was all because he had put everything into stamina, adding that he couldn't even avoid their slow attacks. Suddenly, a skeleton rushed in his direction. Ignoring him, the guy opened the skill window. Then the undead struck several quick and strong blows. But Gio, not having received a single wound, thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin. Suddenly, a hidden skill of gluttony appeared in his eyes, which absorbs all the characteristics and level of the target when eating. At the same second, a crazy smile appeared on the guy's face. With glowing eyes, he laughed. At the same time, he saw that the skeletons he had defeated before began to slowly rise to their feet. A few seconds later, tentacles popped out of G's mouth, and he said contentedly that it was time to have fun. Raising his head, he used the gluttony skill. Its tentacles rushed forward at great speed. She quickly reached the first skeleton. The tentacles easily pierced the undead bone. In less than a second, the skeleton turned into dust, and the main character was informed that he had absorbed the enemy and now his level and characteristics had increased. After reading this, the guy smiled contentedly and said that it was nutritious calcium. In the system window, it was reported that his stats had begun to increase, and due to reaching the maximum level, the absorbed level and stats would be recalculated and doubled. Thanks to this, from one skeleton, his characteristics changed to very good numbers. Seeing this, Gio smiled madly and asked himself if his strength had increased by 220 points, adding that he couldn't leave this cheating skill gathering dust, because it seemed to him that he was losing just because of this. After what happened, the rest of the skeletons were in no hurry to attack. The guy's eyes were filled with a death wish, with which he said that now he would not be picky and would eat well. At these words, the undead froze in place. They suddenly began to slowly lower their swords. Then they carefully turned around. At the same moment they began to run. And although they are deceased who are not alive or dead, they have lost everything except instincts. The strongest army is not afraid of death, but instincts forced it to flee from the battlefield. And just as quickly as they surrounded the main character, they also quickly began to run away. With their mouths wide open, they didn't even think of stopping. Each skeleton ran where the eyes looked. Tentacles were still sticking out of the protagonist's mouth. His eyes were full of madness. Suddenly, its tentacles rushed to attack. She quickly reached one of the skeletons. Continuing to smile, the young man used the Devour ability. In the same second, the skeleton turned to dust. Then, its tentacles struck another skeleton. With his eyes wide open, Gio looked at this and used his Absorb ability. Skeletons turned to dust in front of their own comrades. At first, at least skulls remained of them, but after a moment, they also turned to dust. Thus, there is no one left around the main character. The skeletons continued to run. They knocked their bones on the ground non-stop. The frontline village was attacked by about 2,000 skeletons, and even the country could not resist this. But in an instant, this army turned to dust. A bright light appeared in the distance. The bone dragon opened its mouth wide. He walked on the roofs of houses, spreading flames. His eyes burned brightly, but even he, who had led the dragon fire after Urus's disappearance, was consumed. At the same moment, the protagonist's tentacles stuck into the bone dragon's bones. Sensing this, the monster turned. But before he could do anything, his head turned to dust after being absorbed. All of the protagonist's stats had increased to 99,999, and he had reached the level of a master. Seeing this, Urus raised his paws and shrieked happily. He began to fly around his master and shout that this was exactly what he expected from him, adding that the trophy guy would not have a chance now. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them. Gio immediately turned around and asked if there was any food left. He saw a black silhouette walking in his direction. Suddenly Luna came out to him. Seeing her, the guy said that she seemed to be appearing lately. Then the girl cancelled the god mode. She returned to her true form. Gio turned to her and asked why she had done this. Lowering the corners of her lips, Luna quietly replied that she didn't want anyone watching them. Hearing this, the main character knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes. Luna kissed him. She hugged his neck, kissing his lips. All this time, Urus was not far from them. The expression on his face from what he saw was impossible to convey in words. The city was consumed by fire, the corpses of the players were lying on the ground, and the main character said to himself that he came just to beat all the shit out of this first hero, but right now he doesn't understand what is happening. He was kissing Luna. The girl hugged his neck, not letting go. After a few seconds, the lips parted. The guy immediately jumped away from her. A bright blush appeared on his face. Without lowering his hand, he suddenly began to shout in confusion, asking what was wrong with her, what she was doing. After all, it was his first kiss. This made Luna's eyes look a bit surprised. Suddenly, raising her hand to her mouth, she grinned. A few seconds later, the girl turned around. She sat down and replied that it was an accident. Turning to the guy over her left shoulder, she explained that she had just slipped. At the same second, Gio pointed his finger at her and shouted that she wouldn't make him laugh, because she didn't slip and it wasn't a coincidence, because they had a kiss, and during it, she even hugged his neck. From these words, a blush appeared on the girl's face, and she said snidely that even such a short moment would not hide from his eyes. From what he heard, surprise and embarrassment appeared in the guy's eyes. After a short pause, Luna turned to the guy and asked if his speed hadn't already reached 99,999. Closing her eyes, she smiled broadly and added that he could have dodged. Then the main character spread his arms and legs in different directions and did not know what to answer. Suddenly, Luna tucked her hair behind her ear. With warmth in her eyes, she looked at the guy and admitted that it was her first kiss too. This caused confusion and shock to appear in Gio's eyes. He began to step back, screaming in confusion and asking why she suddenly kissed him, to which she replied that she had already answered, she just slipped. Closing her eyes, she smiled warmly and added that, in addition, she had something to give him. She put her hand up her sleeve and added that she had come here for this purpose. After saying that, Luna handed the protagonist a small orb. It was a brightly glowing god-grade gemstone. The girl put it in Gio's hand and said that the fact that she had it with her, and then gave it to him, should remain between them. With sparkling eyes, she looked at the guy and added that this was why she had abolished her god mode. Hearing this, the main character frowned tensely. After a few seconds, he put his hand behind his head and said that he didn't know what it was, but she seemed to be serious, and so he would accept it. Clutching the ball in his hand, he suddenly leaned over to the girl and asked why she kissed him, to which she, laughing, said that his obsession was simply disgusting, and she had already told him that she had just slipped. After a short pause, Luna lowered her hand and said that it was an important item anyway, so he should take care of it, because it would be useful to him. Suddenly, they looked sharply in one direction, hearing a familiar voice. Love ran at full speed towards her friend and shouted loudly, asking how he could leave alone. Suddenly, from what she saw, surprise appeared in her eyes. She saw her lover next to another girl. Then she braked sharply. Love stopped a dozen meters away from them. Jaiwa and Luna looked back at her in surprise. Looking closer, the girl saw that the two were standing not far from each other. At the same moment, her expression changed as she activated her feminine intuition. Suddenly, the protagonist put his hand to his head and asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had flown away in a hurry because he was too excited. And while he was explaining this, his girlfriend grabbed him by the cloak. Closing her eyes, she smiled warmly and asked who this ant was, after which she asked to introduce them better. She looked at her lover with sparkling eyes. Seeing this, Luna lowered the corners of her lips in frustration, and the guy replied that they had already dated her. Luna exhaled heavily. After activating God mode, a bright light enveloped her. A few seconds later, her hair changed color. What Love saw made her open her mouth in shock. A beautiful goddess of life appeared before her. She smiled mischievously and asked if she recognized her now, after which she called her an overrated girl. Drops of cold sweat began to run down Love's face. She suddenly remembered how she had almost died during the battle with Huracan. It was on that day that Luna smiled with a blush on her cheeks and asked her to die, calling her the same name. As she left her memories, Luna, who was standing in front of them, turned to the protagonist and asked if he was going to fight against Yopi. She smiled warmly and explained that it wouldn't be easy because he had reached the maximum level because of the energy she had given him. The smile on her face grew wider as she continued to say that by this time, he had probably already arrived in that place, in the heart of the demon world, the Demon King's castle. Over the Demon King's castle, lightning struck in the black sky. A guy in iron shoes walked on the floor. 3 of his comrades followed him. There was no emotion on Yopi's face. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a creature that, seeing him, said that it was surprising that he was there. The great Demon King's assistant Death smiled under the hood and asked if this wasn't the first hero that their king had destroyed. Slightly knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked if she was still alive, adding that this is an amazing longevity. Death looked at the resurrected hero and explained that his body was immortal, after which he asked what they owed to their visit to their humble abode. Then Jopi took a few steps forward and replied that she was asking the obvious. He stood in front of his sword and said that he had come to take it. He stared at the powerful weapon, and the system screen said that it was a god-class greatsword that only a hero could handle. Death smiled contentedly and asked if he would be okay, as the Demon King's energy was sealed in this sword. She was one step away from the guy and added that if he took him away, she thought he knew what she was talking about. Jopi lowered the corners of his lips silently. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth slightly and firmly replied, yes. Putting his hand to the hilt, he added that he knew everything perfectly, better than anyone else. After these words, the first hero clutched the hilt of his sword in his hand. At the same moment, insanely powerful magical energy was released. A bright light enveloped the guy's body, and the system screens reported that the conditions had been met, and now the change of work to a new hidden class was about to begin. An orange-colored crystal was inserted into the hilt of the sword. A few seconds later, its color changed to green. Death, standing beside him, gave a thumbs up. Less than a minute later, Jopi raised his weapon, and the system screens reported that the job shift had been completed, and he now had the hidden class Demon King. Seeing this, Death smiled broadly. The young man's left eye changed its color, and he firmly said that a new Demon King had been born. His left eye was glowing bright green, and the system notifications informed him that he would now be granted the privileges of the Demon King profession, and all of his stats had been increased tenfold. There was no emotion on his face as he read that he now had the hidden skill of Demon King authority, which allowed him to rule the demon race without any problems. Putting his sword on the floor, the young man turned to Death and said that he would give her his first order as king right now. Opening his eyes wide, he ordered the entire demon army to be summoned and the human world destroyed. Death, having received this order, lowered his head slightly. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on her face, and she replied that she listened to him. At the same second, it flew to the ceiling. It seeped up through the bars. Black clouds were moving across the sky above the castle. A few seconds later, Death appeared on the roof. She was smiling madly, showing her grin. Her shape was getting bigger and bigger with every second. At this time, Jopi frowned and ordered all the troops to attack. Death opened its mouth wide. In it, she created a spatial gate. The portal opened slowly. In less than a minute, through the mouth of Death, one could see the evening sky, on which clouds were floating. In the human world, a burning city could be seen in the distance. Everything inside was burned to the ground, the human world and the world of demons, two dimensions that are not connected to each other in any way, and not everyone has access to interdimensional teleportation, like Jopi. Suddenly, Love opened her mouth slightly. From what she saw, there was horror in her eyes. As soon as the main character looked in the same direction, shock was reflected in his eyes. A huge Death appeared in the sky with a huge mouth that had a portal in it. Death's eyes burned brightly. She possessed this skill, so she could open the interdimensional gate with her mouth, and it was because of this that Death became the Demon King's assistant. Entire armies of demons began to appear from the portal. Drool poured from their mouths. Thus, the invasion of demons began. Endless black silhouettes penetrated the world of people. Seeing this, the sin of laziness exhaled heavily. He knitted his eyebrows tensely and said, so this is the strength of his anger against humanity. Together with their subordinate, they watched this demon invasion. Suddenly the main character gripped the stick tightly in his hands. A wide smile appeared on his face and he asked what it would be. Swinging once, he used an upward punch. A colossal level magic attack could be seen even from space. After Jiwoo's blow, clouds of smoke and dust rose up. The guy threw a stick over his shoulder and with a wide smile on his face congratulated everyone, because they had won the war. But before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Death and all the other demons remained unharmed. Luna then smiled and revealed that the demon race has unique physical strength and abilities, and there is an infinite source of magic in their horns. Each demon had horns. Luna looked at the guy with a smile on her face and added that the already strong demon army had received immortal bodies thanks to the energy from Jopi, and if you combine the quality of demons and undead, you will get a truly powerful tribe, and even gluttony will not be enough for such a quantity. Terrifying terrible demons flew towards the main character. Without moving from her seat, Luna asked what he would do now, how he was going to defeat the first hero. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the boy's eyes. After a few seconds, he exhaled heavily. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around him. A magic sphere appeared in front of him. The guy activated the soul of the priest with the help of a unique skill. Stretching out his hand towards his weapon, Jiwoo used a blessing. The blessing skill was quickly superimposed on the almighty stick, and then the guy said that the holy item was perfect for the undead. After that, his expression changed and he used a sacred upward strike. In the bright divine light, he swung. The sacred magical energy that he unleashed towards the demons struck them. This blow could be seen even from space. Shocked, Luna stood aside. There was a forced smile on her face as she asked someone to gouge out her eyes. The demon's eyes burned brightly. He was one of the members of the demon tribe, and this tribe has strong bodies and endless magic from birth. Yopi wore a brightly burning tiara on her head, and the demons gained even more power from the first hero, and together with the immortality of chrono life, this is the strongest tribe. But unfortunately, it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. In the huge mouth of death, the portal was still open, but as soon as she saw the ashes blowing in the wind, surprise appeared in her eyes. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that they were not immortal at all, they were just weak mobs dying from attacks with the priest attribute. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, he added that he had become a little bored, so now he was waiting for the appearance of the hero Yopi. In the wind, ashes and dust that remained after the death of demons fluttered, but suddenly demons began to emerge from this. From what she saw, Jawa's eyes showed shock. In a few seconds, the powerful demons completely recovered their bodies. Frowning tensely, the protagonist asked what was wrong with them, if they were resurrected even after a holy blow, to which Luna replied that it was Yopi's hero's skill. She looked at the guy without any emotion on her face and explained that as long as he had enough mana, the demonic army would not die. Hearing this, Gio closed one eye and said that in that case, he had no choice, he would have to fight until all his mana ran out. With that, he raised his stick and prepared for another sacred upward stroke, but he also wanted to loop endlessly. No sooner had he attacked than Luna, spreading her arms in different directions, stopped him and explained that it was a waste of time to constantly try to kill them. After all, as she had already said, they would soon be resurrected, so the sacred upward strike should not be used anymore, after which she asked if it would not be faster to destroy the hero Yopi himself, to which the guy asked in response, "Why is there so much despair in her words?" Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the girl and added that she herself had said that Yopi was in the demon world, and he didn't know how to get there. And as soon as he said that, his girlfriend pointed her finger at the sky and asked what about that hole, adding that if he walked through it, he would most likely go to the demon world. A portal was opened in the huge mouth of death, and looking at it, Gio said that it seemed to be true. Everything was burning behind the moon, and she suddenly said that the hole was a portal to one side, and if you tried to pass from this side, it would tear the guy to pieces. Hearing this, the guys turned to Luna in surprise. Hatred suddenly appeared in the eyes of the goddess of life, with which she ordered Love to stop talking nonsense, calling her names at the same time. This made the girl grit her teeth in displeasure. Suddenly, she raised her fists and shouted in fury, asking who she was to make fun of her. After all, no player had ever entered the demon world. Lowering the corners of her lips, Luna asked in displeasure why she had decided so. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that she, as a goddess, could use interdimensional teleportation. Then she stretched out her hand towards the main character. After that, the girl smiled warmly and asked to take her hand, because then she would take him to Yopi and that was why she had come here. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned and asked if that was why she was looking for him, adding that he now thinks she is. Luna did not take her eyes off the guy. Before Gio could finish speaking, surprise appeared in his eyes. He remembered the god-grade gem that had been handed over to him. Handing it over, Luna said that the fact that she had it with her, and then gave it to him, should remain between them. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and added that this was why she had abolished her regime by God. After these words, the main character tensely knitted his eyebrows. After that, he left his memories and, closing his mouth, said to himself that she had said that it should stay between them. A few seconds later, he took Luna's hand. Closing his eyes, he smiled and asked to be taken to the demon world. Suddenly, Love knitted her eyebrows and screamed, asking her friend if he really believed this woman. Then the guy looked at his girlfriend and replied that there was no other choice, because he could not get to Yopi anymore. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Luna's cheeks. She held hands with the main character. A satisfied smile appeared on her face from the realization of this. Closing her eyes, the girl smiled and asked if he was ready to go, to which he firmly replied, yes. At the same moment, Love frowned and shouted loudly for them to take her too, but as soon as she shouted this, a powerful magical energy appeared around them. Smiling broadly, Luna replied that this was her maximum, and she could only carry one person. After that, she put her head on the guy's shoulder. Raising his hand, the girl promised that they would have fun on the date and return immediately, after which she used an interdimensional teleporter. A bright flash of light engulfed them. A few seconds later, they disappeared. Left alone, Love lowered her head slightly. Suddenly she grinned. Her expression changed dramatically, and she firmly said that this woman was now her rival. At this time, lightning struck over the palace. In a bright flash of light, the protagonist and Luna appeared inside. After that, the flash of light faded. The guy looked to the side out of the corner of his eye and asked if they were inside the demon castle. Inside, the walls and ceilings were beautifully painted. Looking at this, the main character shifted his gaze in the other direction. In the distance, he saw the hero Yopi sitting on the throne. The demon king saw the guest and frowned in displeasure. Opening his mouth slightly, he firmly said that he was no more. His armor shone brightly, and he continued to say that only anger remained in this body, and now, as one of the 7 deadly sins, he would do away with these nasty and wretched people. But before he could finish speaking, he was caught in the radius of a powerful magic wave. There was a madly powerful explosion that could be seen even outside the castle. Gio stood in a fighting stance. Raising his head, he frowned and said that he had missed the dialogue again. With his blow, he destroyed the throne and the wall behind it. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the girl and asked if it was really over now, after which he offered to return to the frontline village. But unexpectedly for him, Luna closed her eyes and replied that this was not the case, because the date had just begun. Hearing this, the main character frowned and asked what she was talking about. Suddenly, a dozen meters from him, Jopi stepped on the floor. There wasn't a single scratch on his body, while he said that it was amazing, adding that even the past demon kings didn't have such powerful attacks. Seeing the opponent, the guy pointed his finger at himself and asked if he could avoid this attack, adding that he was a master with maximum stats. As he said this, the demon king raised his great sword. He burned Jiwoo with his eyes, replying that attacks and dodges don't depend on stats alone. After that, he used a sickle strike. When the magic attack reached the place where the protagonist was standing, an explosion rang out. The first hero looked at one point and continued to say that the curve of the wrist, the gaze and breathing of the opponent, all this allows you to predict attacks and dodge. But at this time, the main character was standing right behind him. Smiling, he mockingly asked if it was true, adding that he would definitely remember it for the future. Hearing this voice, the man gritted his teeth in shock and screamed loudly in his head, asking when he managed to get behind. At the same moment, he made a quick horizontal strike, but there was no one behind him. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the face of the first hero, and he was talking to himself that his opponent had disappeared again, when suddenly he heard a voice that said that he was here. Abruptly lowering his gaze, he saw the main character, who had an insane expression on his face. Then Yopi slammed his sword on the floor with all his strength, but the guy dodged it with ease. Jumping to a distance of 10 meters, Geo laughed. He smiled broadly and said that high speed was a lot of fun, as was playing with him. This made the Demon King's eyes look surprised. At this time, the flames spread more and more strongly in the human world. The demon with glowing eyes rushed to attack. Seeing this, Love squeezed her eyes shut and screamed loudly. She began to run away, screaming and asking how the main character could leave her alone like this. Suddenly the girl stumbled over her own leg. This caused shock and horror to appear in her eyes. It fell to the ground with a characteristic sound. Raising her head, she clenched her teeth in pain. But suddenly a demon appeared above her. His paws flew at great speed towards Love. The girl lay motionless on the ground. She suddenly remembered how Luna held her lover's hand. These memories made her grit her teeth in anger. At the same moment, Love jumped to her feet. She also remembered Luna resting her head on the guy's shoulder and lifting his hand. Leaving these memories, the girl clenched her hand tightly into a fist. With tears in her eyes, she swung and shouted in fury that she was very annoyed by this. In the next second, she struck the demon. Such a blow made the demon's mouth drool. The level of demons is at least 100th, and the level of Lav is barely 1/4 of that, so she wouldn't have been able to deal damage if it weren't for her divine brass knuckles. On the girl's hands were knuckle dusters donated by the main character, which completely covered the difference in levels. A few seconds later, the demon collapsed to the ground with a crash. The gloves have been spotted for the first time, and the thing is that they have a hidden ability to automatically change the attack attribute of the weapon to the most appropriate one. The girl's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She stood silently in place with a distressed expression on her face, when suddenly the system screen announced that she had gained experience, and her level had increased, after which 13 more similar system screens appeared, reporting the same thing. As a result, the girl's level rose to 39. Love stood in front of the defeated demon and understood that the level of creatures in the demonic army is huge, which means that you can earn much more experience from them and the bonuses of the main quest than even from bosses. At the realization of this, she gritted her teeth. As suddenly, raising her fists, the girl screamed, ordering to attack her, because they would help her relieve stress. But as soon as she shouted this, a huge shadow appeared above her. Huge demons rushed towards her, and her main problem was the size of the army. Worries and excitement appeared in the girl's eyes. After a few seconds, she exhaled heavily and said that as soon as the protagonist returned, she would kill him. But immediately after these words, a huge demon paw appeared above her. At this time, the main character stood opposite the first hero. The Demon King kept a close eye on his opponent, and said that he was strong, as well as faster and stronger than him. Stopping, he asked if he was right to assume that the rest of his stats were higher, to which Geo, throwing a stick over his shoulder, replied that everything was so, because he had already said that all his stats were maximum. His face showed displeasure, with which he said that if Jopi understood everything, then let him obey and die, and then they would not waste any more time. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, the first hero looked at the guy when he suddenly said that just like in the past, all his battles were like this without a chance of winning. After these words, his friends began to appear behind him. Standing next to them, the Demon King said that even so, they always won. From these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character, and Urus. And when the guy asked if this was his command and if he openly stated that they would attack together, his pet laughed and replied that it seemed to be so. Geo kept his eyes on the opposing team, saying that heroes can't behave like that, because you need to fight one-on-one to keep things fair. Suddenly, Luna, who was standing nearby, said that he should be more careful. She smiled mischievously and explained that the success rate of his squad in raids was 100%, which meant that they had never lost. The main character silently looked at the girl who addressed him. The goddess of light put her hand to her chest and offered to do this, to unite into one team. Clouds of dust and smoke rose into the sky. Love squeezed her eyes shut. After a few seconds, she carefully opened one eye. In front of her, she saw a huge severed demon leg. Looking up in surprise, the girl asked if his leg had been cut off. The demon's right leg was cut off. Tears suddenly appeared in the monster's eyes. Suddenly, he jumped back, screaming loudly in pain. At this time, Hong, with a mask on her face, was using a moon attack. Her quick slashes with the blade destroyed the monster. Blood spurted from the demon's mouth. In the next second, he fell apart into dozens of pieces of meat. Straightening up, the girl took off her mask and asked if she was okay. After asking this, Hong turned to Love. Seeing her idol, she smiled broadly. But unexpectedly, the demons rushed at them to attack. Several huge individuals flew at them at once. Seeing this, Love frowned and shouted loudly that they were advancing again, to which her partner added that there was no end to them, adding that only rare species of demons seemed to have appeared on the ground before. There was no emotion on her face as she said that it seemed that the great war between humans and demons had begun in this typical game. She suddenly remembered sitting in the next capsule and hearing the guy say that this game was just garbage, and he wanted to try something else. Then she smiled and asked if it wasn't more fun, because it was much better than pointless daily leveling. Leaving her memories behind, Hong smiled and said that it was true, Chrono Life was indeed a fun game. Hearing this, Love looked at her rescuer in surprise. Suddenly, Hong spread her hands in different directions and shouted loudly, ordering all members of the Robin Hood Guild to prepare their weapons for battle. She frowned in order to turn off the invisibility mode and go on alert, and protect the frontline village. Members of the Robin Hood Guild began to appear on the rooftops of buildings while their leader shouted that Yopi had bestowed immortality on the demons, so they needed to sprinkle holy water on their weapons and engage in battle. The guys in masks carefully came out from around the corners. Standing in the same place, Hong shouted at the end that the battle for the demon spawn was beginning. At the same second, all her men rushed to attack. On the fly, they delivered quick and strong blows. The guys attacked the demons head-on. The demons, missing blows, did not have time to counterattack. Love, putting her hand to her face, looked at it, and said that this was the famous Robin Hood formation, adding that it was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. Hong then closed her eyes, smiled and said that she was using it for the second time, adding that since she became the third guild leader, she had used it in a fight against her boyfriend. Hearing this, the girl brought her palms to her face and asked if it was really so, adding that she had her fill up with things to do back then, but she had only heard rumors that all broadcasts from the game had stopped since then. A huge horde of demons flew towards them, and Hong said that this was not really all. But before she could say anything, an arrow whistled through the air, shrouded in powerful magical energy. She destroyed several demons in a row at once. Seeing this, Love turned around abruptly, and shouted loudly that it was impossible. Not far from them stood the head of the Justice Guild, Hawkeye, with a taut bowstring. He frowned and explained that he had received a report from intelligence, and they, the Justice Guild, would join them as well. Behind him stood a huge army. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, after which she screamed loudly, and Hong said that she seemed to have told him about it in advance, so everyone still hadn't pulled themselves together. Knitting her eyebrows, she added that this is an all-out war. The flag of the Holly Guild depicted a double-headed eagle. The flag of the White Cross Guild had a white cross on it. The flag of the Holy Land Guild had a cross on it. And as soon as the guilds gathered, the war of the demonic army against the top 5 guilds began. Huge and ugly demons screamed and roared furiously. People, strong players, raised their weapons, preparing to attack. At this time, pink clouds were floating in the clear evening sky. At the same time, an incredibly strong surge of magical energy rang out in the Demon King's castle. The bard was playing his instrument. There was an elastic band on his forehead, and the system screens reported that the bard's skill had been activated, the Seraphim's Song. Powerful magical energy spread to half of the hall, and the system screen reported that Seraphim's Song is a skill that increases the speed of the entire team, as well as activates a hidden effect after the start of the second act of the song. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed that it was damn cool, after which he asked what it was, to which the girl behind him replied that it was one of the main skills of a singer, a song in the rhythm of time. She frowned tensely and added that the hero squad had begun their raid, and before it was too late, they should team up with her. Hearing this, Gio turned to the moon. Suddenly, a few seconds later, he gave her the middle finger, saying that this would not happen. As he left, the guy added that he had already said that he would refuse to do so, and although he did not know her ulterior motives, he could deal with them himself. Having said this, the main character raised his truncheon. Then he took a fighting stance. Suddenly the main character bent sharply. At the same moment, he took off. Gio used his speed pumped by 99,999. He left behind powerful bursts of magical energy. At the same moment, he was in front of the bard's face. Swinging, he said to himself that no one could keep up with such a staggering speed. Smiling madly, the guy said that the first thing in battles is always to kill the support. After these words, a blow of a stick whistled in the air. But unexpectedly, this attack was blocked. At the very last moment, Joppy blocked. The Demon King gritted his teeth in exertion. He gripped the hilt of his great sword tightly in his hands. But unexpectedly, Joppy redirected the blow of the main character. This blow created an insanely powerful magical explosion. Seeing this, Urus raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had turned his sword to deflect his master's attack, adding that his abilities were something. Without any emotion on her face, Luna looked at this and explained that perfect reflection is Joppy's best skill, and he learned it while he was a hero. And the system screen said that perfect reflection is a skill that completely changes the direction of the enemy's attack, and also the success rate depends on the level of control. After listening to the girl, Urus looked at her and shouted in shock, asking if it was too cheating, if it turned out that Joppy was invincible. To which she replied that it was enough to stare for a tenth of a second for the skill not to work, so if the opponent attacked continuously, he would easily defeat him. And as soon as she said this, the bard ran his hand over the strings and activated the buff of Seraphim's song, after which it was written in the system screen that due to the vibration of time, the speed of the team members increased dramatically. At the same moment, the first hero increased his pressure. Feeling this, the protagonist smiled and asked if his movements had become sharper after the buff, adding that it was still not enough. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. His pet experienced the same emotions. The tiara on the Demon King's head burned brightly. Suddenly, it had greatly increased in size because the guy had activated the hidden skill glory of a hero. Joppy frowned angrily, and the system screen reported that this ability greatly reduced strength in exchange for doubling his steel stats. At the same second, the first hero rushed to attack. Even while moving, he swung. He attacked the main character, who constantly jumped back. Gritting his teeth in anger, the Demon King didn't stop. Gio managed to block attacks in the very last moments. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he said to himself that some bastard was fighting him, because he felt like he was playing with a cat. Having said that, he imagined a small cat chasing a toy. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes from what he saw. In the distance, there was a magus who had been concentrating his energy all this time, and when the guy noticed him, the mage pulled out his staff. At the same second, clouds appeared above the head of the main character. They suddenly began to blush. A few seconds later, a meteor appeared from them. At great speed, a giant stone flew towards the main character. Seeing this, the guy smiled broadly and asked if this was the tricky meteor spell, adding that it was the first time he had seen it in action. Tightly clenching the stick into a fist, he added that he could dodge it with his eyes closed at the current speed. Spreading his legs in different directions, he prepared for battle. After all these words, he waved his stick. The upward impact destroyed the meteorite into small pieces. A madly powerful explosion rang out in the air. After that, stones began to fall non-stop around the main character. Gio smiled broadly and said that everything went somehow like this, after which he asked if they had any other tricks. The opposing team stood next to him as he asked if it was all their aces up their sleeves, adding that they should stop playing and end it all quickly. The Demon King was breathing heavily. Drops of sweat were streaming down his face when he suddenly said that he was sorry, but they had just begun to take out their cards. Hearing this, the guy frowned tensely. Suddenly, there was a flash of powerful magical energy after the activation of the second act of the Seraphim's song. Notes floated around the main character in the air. With his mouth open in surprise, he stared at this and read the notifications that said that the hidden effect had been activated, and now all of the enemy's stats would be halved. Seeing this, Urus opened his mouth in shock, not knowing how to react. The characteristics of the protagonist quickly descended from 99,999 to 49,999. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the Demon King said that this was their main trump card. He frowned and explained that due to the hidden work of the Demon King, his stats had increased tenfold, and the effects of the bard were now completely equal, so he could only count on his gluttony. But he must not forget about the perfect reflection, so his vile tentacle could not reach them. The main character, throwing a stick over his shoulder, listened to him silently all this time. Joppy stood in the same place, saying that he wanted to ask the guy what aces he had left up his sleeve. Having received such a question, the main character scratched his cheek thoughtfully. There was no emotion on his face. Suddenly he smiled broadly. Without moving from his seat, he laughed and asked if maybe he should try it. Hearing this, the Demon King knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked himself what this meant. Then Urus smiled contentedly and said that he knew what he was talking about. These were the hidden skills of a trophy guy, to which the girl next to him replied that he could not activate them, because he did not fulfill the third condition. Gio put his hand under his cloak and said that he had to take a look, because he was sure he had put it somewhere here. After a few seconds, the smile on his face grew even wider, and he exclaimed that he had found it. As soon as Urus saw what it was, shock appeared in his eyes. The protagonist held Hobek's mirror in his hand, in which one of the skills of the 8 panoramas was sealed. Without thinking twice, he used it, activating the hidden skill of 8 panoramas. He received a second panorama of the loop, which allowed him to increase the size of the caster depending on the mana level. The guy was enveloped in a strong magical energy. Unexpectedly for everyone, after a few seconds, it began to grow. It got bigger and bigger. With eyes full of shock, Yopi looked at it. Urus and Luna stared at their master and friend with their mouths open in surprise. One of the differences from the human world and the demon world is a completely black sky, but it suddenly became completely white because the protagonist had grown to such a size that only his underpants were visible in the sky. Small splinters scattered across the battlefield. A whole army of demons, with their mouths open, confronted the people. Representatives of the 5 best guilds rushed to meet the creatures. The creature covering half of the sky opened its mouth. A huge army gathered below. The monster opened its mouth and howled. The girl left only a flash after moving. Love gritted her teeth as she stared at the demon. It disappeared from its former place. The girl spun up, finding herself in front of the creature. She kicked her leg hard. The demon fell to the ground. The system informed the sweaty lady about the level increase. Looking at the monsters in the sky, she said that there were too many of them. Rubbing her chin, Love said that these were hardly ordinary demons. There were more and more of them. Hong disagreed with her. Frowning, she said that they had dealt with ordinary demons a long time ago. They used the king's mana to resurrect again and again. Only there was one problem. The mana of Yopi, the new demon king, was now infinite. Now there is no end to the monsters flying out of the mouth. As Love screamed, saying that no matter how difficult the task was, they could have warned them in advance what kind of test awaited them, the monster stepped on the roof. The girl's pupil dilated. The monster rushed towards the couple. Love, clenching her fist, said that they were not even allowed to talk normally. Mana has accumulated in the staff. The girl raised her staff. A fiery spear shot from his staff. A stream of fire pierced the monster through. The monster fell to the ground, being injured. The lady parted her lips and said that there was only one way to complete the task. Abracadabra, frowning, said that they needed to calm the sin of anger Yopi. Lav turned to the girl and asked how they could do it, if they really needed to quit the game and wait for Jaiwood to deal with him himself. Abracadabra, moving her lips, said that this would turn everything into ashes, animals and plants would die, and the world of people would look more like the world of demons. Love's eyes widened in shock. Shifting her gaze to Hong, she said that the game company must fix it or the game would be ruined. The guild head objected, asking if she remembered the notification. When she was sitting on the bench, the company notified that from that moment on, the fate of the game would be determined by the result of the quest. Looking at the players fighting monsters, Hong said that the fate of the world for the first time depends entirely on users. Love was indignant, saying that apart from sending a notification, there was no further action from the company. Now if the world collapses, it cannot be restored. Events take us to the headquarters of the corporation. The man lit a cigar. He stood in front of many monitors. The employee informed him that, based on the data received, they needed to stop servicing Chrono Life. Docby frowned. Love, crossing her arms over her chest, called the developers crazy. Throwing up her hands, she asked if there was nothing they could do. Hong smiled, saying that she loves this game very much. It has its own romance. As she ran towards the monster, Love said that now was not the time to chat. Other users should also find out about it. Seeing how the blood was scattering, the girl said that she would inform everyone herself. Abracadabra, who was standing on the sidelines, said that she should not worry, most simply missed this notification. Glancing at the players on the sidelines, she said that since many did not know, they must win this war on their own. The man, holding a dumbbell, said that they needed to attack in the head. The girls, meanwhile, attacked the monster's leg. Love smiled, saying that apparently it wasn't just the members of the 5 guilds who had made it to the front lines. Abracadabra stepped forward and said that they would fight shoulder to shoulder again. Smiling, she said that they should protect this world. The man grinned broadly as he received a unique item. A crowd of players attacked the monster, demanding that it give them items and artifacts. The girls were stunned as they listened to the players laughing, wondering how much XP the poor demon would drop. Looking at the burning houses, Abracadabra said that they would definitely save this world. Love, hearing her, said that she already doubted it. Yopi's mouth dropped open in shock. He raised his head and froze. Directly above him was Gio. The skeleton played the instrument, using the Song of the Seraphim. All the enemy stats were now reduced by 5 times. Mana enveloped the bodies of the priestess and bard. Urus, who was near the was indignant, saying that this is a fraudulent skill. A healing factor should protect against this, but it does not work. Luna smiled, saying that this skill does not impose status, but directly hits the target. But now this song cannot reach the guy's ears. The protagonist leaned slightly, showing his torso. Yopi frowned when the guy called out to him. He looked at the sky, from where Gio had asked him what skill he was currently using. Grinning, the now giant asked if he was really repelling the enemy's attacks completely. Breaking through the clouds, the Titan told Yopi to try again. The Demon King gripped his sword tightly. The protagonist raised his club. He swung for a blow. The club rushed down. The gun caught fire. A huge shadow covered the castle. The 4 small figures froze. Yopi froze, raising his head. His eye widened in shock and fear. The Demon King lowered his eyelid. A moment later, the club slammed into a huge magic circle. Cracks began to appear all over the planet. The energy began to burst out of the center of the planet. A moment later, the planet exploded. A bright light flooded the space. The protagonist has regained his former appearance. Looking at the artifact, he realized that it had broken. It would take time before it would work again. Looking at the shards, the young man realized that he had destroyed the planet. But the servers were not destroyed because they were in the demon world. Urus flew over to Geo, glad that he had returned to his normal size. The guy looked away as Luna said he had done a mess. The girl, sighing, asked how he was going to deal with the consequences. The young man, turning to her, asked if she was alive. She was indignant at his question. Shaking his head, the protagonist suggested that Jopi might be alive. The demon king, who was sitting nearby, coughed. The protagonist, seeing his shabby appearance, laughed. Closing his eyes, he said that Jopi was not bad. Not only did he not die from the explosion, but he also survived in space. Luna, turning, said that the king did not have long left. Life was slowly beginning to leave his body, and the rest of his comrades had already disappeared into oblivion. Jopi was breathing heavily, sweat rolling down his face. Geo smiled and said that it meant that their mission was complete. The young man flew up to the king. Sneering, he asked the king if he was going to die so easily. He also chuckled, saying that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. The protagonist, raising a baton, said that he was only pretending to be strong, and in the end he was on the verge of death. Parting his lips, Jopi asked if all the characters were so arrogant. Smiling again, the man said that he had never met anyone stronger than him, so he admitted his loss. Geo froze, looking at his opponent in front of him. The houses burned as the demons flew over them. Tar opened her mouth and roared. The players gritted their teeth. The monster easily inflicted wounds on both of them. Demons grabbed warriors not only with their hands, but also with their mouths. The elf, looking at the king, said that they had been cornered. The man, throwing an arrow, said that he knew it himself, but they must not give up. Frowning, he said that they had to go to the end until that person defeated Jopi. They had to keep fighting. No matter how weak they were, they had to fight with their last strength. Blood gushed from the palm of his hand. Love was breathing heavily. The girl clutched the wound. Hong turned around and asked her friend if she was okay. The lady winked and said that everything was fine. It was just that the blow was too strong. She needed to rest a little. Hong turned her head. She frowned, realizing that her friend was already ill. She was exhausted. However, not only Love was exhausted, other players were already lying exhausted. At this rate, they would not last long. Suddenly, the demon grabbed the girl. Hong began to cough up blood. Suddenly, the demon's hand began to crumble. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The monsters began to scatter with a wild scream. The many demons around him were turning to dust. Hong raised her head and said that they were saved. Love, who sat in the back, said it was a fine job. Smiling, she said that the guy had saved them. Hong's mouth dropped open in amazement. The demon king's body began to emit a bright light. Closing his eyes, Jopi said that his time had come to an end. The protagonist threw the baton over his shoulder. Looking at the king in front of him, he said that he wanted to ask him something. He was previously a hero who had defeated the demon king in the past. Why did he hate people now? The man, grinning, said that this was a boring story, old and painfully ordinary. His lips parted even wider as he said that mortals could not reach the sun. Remembering the past, he said that people adored him. But then they hated him because of his strength, and they rushed at him with a grin. Tears poured to the ground. Jiwoo's eyes widened in shock. Weeping, the king said that he loved people like no one else. Luna floated calmly to the side. She looked down, saying that the one who loved humanity more than anyone else was dead. Her pupil enlarged. The girl closed her eyes. Yopi's body disintegrated, and the main quest was completed. The protagonist raised his head when the system notified that he had received a reward for destroying the main boss. The chest appeared in front of him. When he grabbed the Suduk, the system reported that he had defeated the hero Yopi, and as the one who contributed the most to the completion of the quest, he received an additional bonus. One of the stars lit up. Golden hair opened in space. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The maker, descending, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not expect that they would meet so soon. God waved his hand. Hovering over the young man, the god said that he had surprised him while he was watching them, not even imagining that he would win. Smiling, the creator said that he would give him an additional reward for the main quest. The system bar appeared in front of Geo. The guy's mouth dropped open in amazement. The system offered him to become one of the 7 deadly sins. Grinning, the creator said that after defeating the demon king, Yopi faced the same choice. He chose to remain human and eventually tragically died. Because of his anger, Yopi was reborn as Mortal Wrath, his skeleton coming to life. As he began to approach, the god said that he was talking too much. Grinning, the creator said that he should make a choice right now. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and became serious. He remembered how the hero cried. The young man pursed his lips. He chuckled, saying that he didn't even need to think. He stretched out his finger and made a choice. The moon behind her was surprised. Urus, crashing into her, asked what the guy had chosen. The girl froze in amazement, her mouth agape. The maker grinned. Looking at the youth in front of him, he asked why he chose this. He was curious. The protagonist threw the baton over his shoulder. He smiled. Events take us to the real world. Saliva flowed from the guy's mouth. The protagonist opened his eyes abruptly. He froze, lying on the bed. His phone vibrated. Love texted him, asking what he was doing. The young man took the phone in his hands. He wrote to the girl, saying that he was on vacation, and he did not even want to think about work, because she was only trouble. Closing his eyes, the guy asked where the day off for the hero went. He made the biggest contribution to the main quest. The girl texted, saying that her lesson was about to end. If he didn't mind, they could have dinner together. Gio's eyes widened abruptly. He frowned, saying that Love must have mistaken the number. Luna, lying down next to the young man, said that Love was clearly flirting with him. Looking up, she said that this girl was a student. The protagonist jumped up abruptly, asking where she came from, why she was here again. The girl, smiling, said that falling out of bed must be very painful. Gio, standing up, asked if she really wanted to kill him. Why was she so frightening? Frowning, the young man asked why she had come here again, sneaking into the house. Gritting his teeth, he said not to pretend to be innocent and stop ignoring his question. He would now go to the police, and she would be imprisoned for illegal entry. Luna slapped his shirt, saying that he shouldn't scream. Smiling, she said that she had only come to return the shirt she had borrowed. The protagonist, frowning at the shirt, asked when he had lent her the shirt. He abruptly remembered the image of a lady. He remembered wearing a shirt on the moon. The guy was sweating and embarrassed. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she had taken his shirt, but the pants that day were hers. Standing up, Luna asked what he was going to do. She stopped abruptly. Turning around, she asked what he would do with dinner. Lowering her eyelids, she said that she also wanted to go with him. The protagonist's face froze. He realized that he had screwed up. Events take us to a restaurant. Love's face contorted in anger. Luna was eating soup with a satisfied face. Gio felt uncomfortable sitting between the girls. Sweat was actively dripping down his face. He flinched when Love called out to him. Grinning, the girl asked how he would explain this. She frowned, saying that they had agreed to have dinner just the two of them. The protagonist's pupils shot in different directions when he said that they were playing the same game with Luna, so why not have dinner together? The guy's eyes were spinning. He did not understand why he was making excuses, although he had done nothing wrong. Waving his hands, he told Love to just ignore the guest. The moon squinted. The protagonist froze with outstretched arms when Luna said that they did not meet by chance. She smiled, saying that they had been lying in the same bed not long ago. The young man, falling into a stupor, raised an eyebrow. Gio froze as an angry Love behind him asked how he was going to explain it to her. The girl sighed, saying that she did not understand what was happening at all. Narrowing her eyes, she told Love that they weren't dating yet, so why did she keep pressuring the young man? Closing one eye, the lady said that she was the leader of the team, and she had to take care of the members of this team. Frowning sharply, she asked Luna what kind of relationship they were having. It looked like she was chasing him. The girl, lowering her eyelids, said that their relationship was very special. Approaching Jaiwoo, she said that they were together in the real world. Moving her lips, she said that they were together even in the game. The guy's cheeks turned red. He involuntarily remembered how the girl rushed, hugging him. She kissed him. The protagonist sweated again. He smiled nervously, saying that it was in the game, not in reality. Luna, raising her head, said that the sensations in the game are almost the same as the real ones. She touched her lips, asking if he wanted to check it out. The guy looked at her. Love jumped up abruptly, telling them to keep their distance, then asked what they were doing in broad daylight. Crossing her arms over her chest, she told me to stop talking about such things. The girl froze abruptly, her mouth open in shock. Her eyes widened at the realization of what Luna was saying. Her pupil fluttered as she asked if the two of them had already done this. Luna smiled, saying that it was taking too long for her to reach her. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she had previously thought she was an innocent girl, but she looked terribly boring. Love gritted her teeth. She stood up. Turning around, the girl said that she was leaving. She slammed the door. The protagonist, sighing, said that it was time for them to go as well. The sky turned red, and evening came. Luna, smiling, said that she had eaten too much. Standing in front of the guy, she thanked him for dinner. Turning around, she said that next time they would go to her favorite restaurant, he would definitely like it. The lady smiled gently. Looking at the young man behind him, she said that the sun was shining just like it was then. Then they stood on the battlefield. The protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, asked why she remembered the past. If she really did not want to go home, Luna did not answer why he chose that option. The young man narrowed his eyes. When the system bar with the choice appeared in front of him, Jaiwoo pondered. After choosing, the creator in front of him asked him why he had made this choice. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if she really thought that he would make the same choice as that guy. The girl replied, saying that she thought about it, but it seems to her that this is not the main reason. Her hair stirred. Looking down, she said that Love's love could be the reason. The young man froze, looking at the girl opposite. He scratched his cheek, thinking that the moon was dull. He turned around, saying that he didn't understand what she was talking about. It was time for him to go. So the moon was left alone. The binary code flowed like a waterfall. Soon, the player was able to see a beautiful landscape. Houses in the city were destroyed. Urs smiled, glad to see the guy return. Flying up to Gio, he asked him if he was okay, because he had been gone all day. Shaking his head, the spirit asked the guy what he was doing. Wasn't this a frontline village? Why was he here? The protagonist, throwing his hands behind his head, said that he did not know this. Sighing and smiling, he said that it was so nice when no one flashed before his eyes. He needed to rest a little to finally come to his senses. Urus, hovering nearby, asked why he hadn't rested in the real world. Gio, with a twist on his face, said that things were even worse in the real world. The truncheon fell near the guy. The protagonist took a closer look at the club and read its description. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. The club was useless. Suddenly, a boy appeared. He jumped and waved his arms. The protagonist froze with his mouth open in shock. Events take us to the real world. Doppy lit a cigar. He frowned as he stared at the monitor. On a huge monitor, an image of the protagonist was displayed. The worker turned around and asked what they should do, and he replied by saying that he had to do what he had to do. Opening one eye, the man said that it was time for them to meet. He frowned. Events take us to a ruined village. The protagonist, smiling broadly, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, whether everything was fine with him. The young man began to wave the boy like a branch. Sitting him down next to him, he said that he could not even believe that they had met in such a way. Smiling, Jaiwa asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. Seeing the boy's puzzled expression, the young man asked if he knew him. The boy rubbed his chin in thought when the boy said that his weapon had collapsed because he had put all his strength into the attack, and suddenly he appeared here again and gave a new one. When the light bulb came on, the protagonist realized that the boy remembered him. Closing his eyes, he said that there was still a golden statue in the center of the village. It looked like him. Urus appeared and asked who the boy was. The boy waved his hands in surprise. Gio realized that he was seeing Urus. The spirit reminded him that it had materialized, and now everyone could see it, just like the time it compressed the energy. Love hugged him that time. The young man, taking the spirit in his arms, said that Urus was a two-headed dragon. He was supposed to be the final boss, but something went wrong. The dragon opened its mouth. When the boy hugged him, he asked how this man dared to touch him. The protagonist sighed, seeing the boy's love. He took a truncheon. The young man smiled, saying that it was the same wooden club. It had already changed his life once. Urus and his tormentor froze. The guy, smiling broadly, said that they would be surprised by this story. The guest, opening his mouth, was puzzled. After putting away the baton, the protagonist said that it all started after he upgraded the baton. The young man with a smile on his face told about his most important moment of his life. Until now no one had a chance to hear this whole story. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement as he listened to what Gio was going through. The young man, looking at the destroyed houses, told about what he had hidden in the depths of his heart. Looking at the guest next to him, Gio said that after defeating the hero, he was given a choice, to become one of the 7 deadly sins or to remain human. Moving his lips, the guy asked if they knew what he had chosen. Steam escaped from the boy's nostrils. He was in anticipation. The protagonist grinned. Throwing his hands behind his head, he said that he had chosen to remain human. When the boy lowered his head, the young man realized that he wanted to know the reason. Standing up, Gio said that he had something for him. The protagonist poured mana into his hand. The mana around him raged. Many types of weapons appeared in front of him. Resting his hands on his hips, Gio said that it was all for him. The boy waved his hand, saying that he did not need it. The young man immediately asked why. After all, they were expensive. The guest smiled nervously. He took the sheet and began to write on it, and then he gave the sheet to the guy. The protagonist, bringing the sheet to his face, was surprised. Events take us to the real world. On the piece of paper that the child gave was written a strange address. The protagonist found himself near the door. As he opened the door, Gio was confronted with something he hadn't expected at all. The young man froze in the aisle. He saw an oxygen mask on the patient's face. The only person to whom he told the whole story, to whom he opened his heart, turned out to be the one who died of an incurable disease in 2 weeks. He was sitting right in front of him. The girl turned her head. Clear sky. The hero looked in surprise at the one who was in the hospital bed. He froze in the middle of the aisle. He looked at the oxygen mask. A small child was lying in a bed with his head bandaged. The only person to whom he had told his story. The only person to whom he had opened his heart. The girl smiled at him. She would die in 2 weeks from an incurable disease when she was very young. The guy was still standing in the aisle. A drop of sweat rolled down his anxious face. The girl smiled knowingly. With claps she asked me to come up to her. Gio sat down on a chair beside her. The child began to write something in a notebook. She showed it to the surprised hero. An embarrassed smile appeared on her face. She asked if he was surprised. She knows it was a surprise request, but she really wanted him to come here. The guy's eyes widened. He smiled nervously. The girl wrote that she could not speak because of illness, but he asked her not to apologize. The little pen made a new entry. She made a new inscription. She showed with a smile. She was happy to hear about his adventures and she would like to tell her story. It is not as interesting as his. But she just wanted someone to remember her. She assumed that her selfishness was speaking in her. The guy sighed. With a blush on his cheeks, he began to explain that this was not selfishness. So everything was fine. He asked her to tell her slowly, because he loves to listen to stories. The girl giggled and called the hero a liar, because she knew that he always skipped the dialogues in the game, because he thought they were boring, but the hero explained that all this is in the game. The girl turned over the paper. Her eyes flashed, and she began to write about how there were many roles to choose from in their acting. In that world, she was a young merchant girl. Merchants constantly communicate with each other, sell and buy items. She found this role very interesting. In the real world, she couldn't make friends because of her shyness. But in the game, things were different. Everyone in the game smiled when they met her. Thanks to their attitude, she always had a great time there. The president of the game lit a cigar. He smiled with a slight sadness and called her a bright child. The employees turned to him. Dokbi said that this player in his free time distributes healing potions to newcomers. Although he knew that he would go into the red, he still sold things at the lowest prices. The guys with glasses didn't understand much. The man kept saying that the girl wasn't a saleswoman, of course. But was profit the most important thing? After all, everyone loves it, not only users, but also ordinary NPCs. She doesn't literally shine, but like a star, her smile lights up the world. Dokbi took a long drag. He felt sorry that one day she stopped entering the game. The people of the game became confused. Someone assumed that she was probably busy studying, or the merchant went on vacation. Everyone was looking at the empty shop. Everyone had different thoughts on this matter. But one thing united them. Everyone missed this little girl equally. Time flew by. It was too long ago. The shop was ruined. Those who started playing with it at the same time had already leveled up and left the city long ago, going on a journey. New players came to the game, and there were few people left in the city who remembered it. Suddenly someone appeared in front of this shop. A little sickly child, a girl who has come into this game again. Dokbi smiled and noted that she had changed a lot. Her long hair disappeared, and her clothes became the simplest. She gave all her remaining things to the newcomers. Her words replaced emoticons. The director looked at the workers and explained that she had given away the gold and almost all the items, except perhaps the baton that the players received at the beginning of the game. One player took it. He looked at her with displeasure. He threw it back and said that everyone gets it at the beginning of the game. Why does he need the most useless item for beginners? The girl silently looked at the thrown object. She picked it up, and an embarrassed expression appeared next to her face. Suddenly she turned when she heard the screams. In one of the gateways, the sounds of blows were heard. The girl looked in, and she saw a guy in underpants with destroyed equipment. All his belongings turned to dust. However, the guy was smiling and crying. The girl did not understand anything. Her mouth squinted slightly. She gripped the club tighter. She smiled. An idea came to her mind. A crimson protruded on his cheeks. The girl showed this recording and said that this was her story. It was too early to think about it, but perhaps it would end there. Gio looked at her gloomily. The girl said that she was the one who started a new story. The story of the wooden club of the 99th plus level. The smiling guy turned sharply gloomy. The girl only pretended not to notice her condition when she first learned about the diagnosis. Cried a lot. She thought that she would no longer look the same as before and everyone would forget about her. She stood in the middle of the playground and cried. If one day a miracle happened and she could overcome the disease, it wouldn't be exactly what she wanted. No one dared to touch the girl. She cried and thought that she only needed someone who would remember her. A new day has come. The hero ran across the city. He gritted his teeth. He burst home. He grabbed his headphones. I joined the game. He went to the most dangerous biome. And with great cruelty he began to destroy monsters. Hordes of creatures were advancing on him. But each was killed. For miles around, pillars of fire could be seen in the sky. His eyes blazed with rage. The entire battlefield was covered with explosions. The pet watched this in shock from the sidelines. His paws drooped, and he didn't even know how to call the guy. Horror appeared more and more on his face. It was the first time he had seen Hyanim being so angry. New explosions broke out. Where did such cruelty come from? Gio gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed purple. On a second visit, he asked the girl if there was any other way out. He looked down and asked if even surgery wouldn't help. The girl sighed sadly. She wrote that she had a very rare disease, and the operation was too expensive. She showed the recording to the hero. It was written that her parents did everything possible to find money for the operation, but the guy did not read further and said that he would pay tens of billions, no, even hundreds of billions. The price didn't matter to him. In the game, he got a lot of expensive loot. His pet looked at him in shock. Sweat rolled down his face. Gio has just begun. Now silence fell in the ward. The girl sighed heavily. And she fell silent. She began to write, not understanding why the hero gives her hope. She squinted angrily, thinking it was all a vain hope. She showed the sheet to the guy. In the record, even if the operation is successful, the disease will not go away. Her chance of survival is only 30%. Gio shook his head and said that this was enough. At the very least, it was much better than giving up and accepting that he would only live for 2 weeks. The girl fell silent. She was sweating and asked not to say it so easily. She is not a game item. There is a difference between deciding on an operation and deciding to upgrade a weapon. Her hand was trembling. It's true. As long as there is at least a 30% chance, you need to try. But what if it doesn't work out? Gio shuddered. He says that he can't give up, resigning himself to the thought of an imminent death. He wants her to have an operation. Tears flowed from her eyes. Maybe she would die on the operating table, Wouldn't it be better to live at least 2 weeks instead? If she dies, everyone will forget about her. Gio closed his eyes and asked not to worry. He was sure that the operation would be successful, and she would live happily ever after, and no one would ever forget about her. The girl trembled. She began to quickly write something on a piece of paper. She screamed, making a wheeze, and wrote not to say it so simply, because he doesn't know how much it hurts. She was pulling a notebook in her hands. It was written that everything would disappear, family, friends. The sick girl cried, remembering everything that had happened in her life so far. Gio fell silent gloomily, pursing his lips. He remembered the skulls of the killed players, on which an unknown girl stepped on. The girl believed that if she died, everyone would forget about her. She believed that all the words of the hero were lies. She remembered the game and understood that one day everyone would forget about it. She clenched her trembling hands. She cried. She was very scared. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to be forgotten. She held out her hand in the darkness. Gio put his hand on her shoulder with a smile. The patient looked at him questioningly. Her eyes widened, not knowing when he had approached. There were many more people around her in the ward. The guy smiled and asked if he was right that no one would forget about her. The girl sighed. All the people asked with a smile how she was doing and told how she shared things with them in the game. And the girl suddenly remembered their skins from the games. She gritted her teeth. The rest of the people talked about how their teams still go hunting with the weapons she gave them. They wanted to thank her, but they didn't find her in town when they returned. All of them did not forget about the little merchant for a moment. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She began to wipe them clumsily. She could not hold back more tears. The hero sat down with a smile and began to look at the happy merchant. She and her appearance inside the game cried, with players saying that they all loved her very much. A few days later, the operation would take place soon. She promised to return after it the same radiant. It was the moon who was diligently looking for everyone. There was a blush on her cheeks, also that meeting them would give her the strength to move forward. The girl was transferred to the operating table. The chance was only 30%. Human life was at stake. A little girl with tears in her eyes inhaled anesthesia. The fragile girl turned out to be the strongest. She may have been unhappy inside, but in the game she is always like a radiant star. The players returned to the destroyed shop. The girl softly lit up the world with her smile, warming everyone's hearts. Gio looked gloomily at the small ruins. Although due to kindness and naivety, she, as a merchant, suffered huge losses. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Gio looked back in amazement. A little girl with long hair stood behind him. The hero could not say anything. He closed his lips, his cheeks flushed. Tears flowed down them in a moment. Gio was crying. This merchant was the only person he had told his story to. She was smiling. She was the only person to whom he opened his heart. Her character's name is Luhua, the world of demons. A dimension cut off from the human world. After the battle with King Yopi, it evaporated, but after a while it was completely restored. The monster growled, baring its fangs. The demons tore each other apart with powerful claws. The resurrected demons began a bloodbath. This was because the Demon King had disappeared again, and there was nowhere to vent his anger at his inability to conquer the human world. These shocks were the last straw for them. In the end it all came to the murder of their relatives. But there were still some who were genuinely worried about the demon world. Assistant Death looked at the carnage and grumbled that it was a mess. The spirit watched the monsters swirling in the sky and concluded aloud that there was only one way to calm their anger. Death held the essence of the Demon King in his hands. The assistant looked at the marble, remembering that he had picked it up nearby, apparently after Jopi's death. The spirit sighed, and admitted aloud that it would have caused problems if it had been sealed as before, but he could not give it to just anyone. Death narrowed his eyes, wondering aloud whether he should wait for a suitable candidate again, or if it would be better to find him himself. And then he had a vision of the main character. The assistant's eyes widened. He smiled insidiously, and said that he had already found it. The sun was shining over the mountains. Gio's fingers clenched the club. The young man with a smirk voiced his attack. His blow pierced the monster's head. There was a dent on the cheek of the rabbit bear, after which he fell. With a satisfied expression on his face, the protagonist began to break his teeth, singing under his breath. He collected a whole bag of teeth from these creatures. The warrior looked at his companion and asked him to come back, who was surprised that he was so fast. The young man walked away from the pile of corpses, thinking that he had killed enough demons. With a tired smile, Gio promised his weapon to come back here later. Soon he returned to the dilapidated frontline city. The young man looked around, muttering that he was supposed to meet someone else at the exit. As the protagonist walked through the crowd, they recognized him and whispered enthusiastically. Then the warrior saw what he was looking for. He waved his hand happily, drawing attention to himself. Luhua greeted her friend with a smile when she noticed him. Yes, today the guy decided to meet with the star. The alchemist smiled happily. This kind and cheerful girl was stricken with a rare disease, but thanks to willpower, she overcame it. And now, having recovered, he can, as before, live a full life. Gio handed her a bag, saying that he had brought the materials she had asked for, and she thanked him for his help. The girl opened the bag and activated the potion-making skill. Several dozen healing potions appeared from the teeth. The young man looked at the pile of flasks with delight, and noticed that Luhua would receive a lot of money from selling them. But the girl smiled broadly and objected that she had not made them for sale. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The friend rushed to the workers before he could ask why she needed the potions. The builders immediately turned around, recognizing the star. The warrior watched as Luhua distributed potions to the builders who were rebuilding the city. The guy smiled himself. Then he informed Urus that they needed to get more materials. At this time in the real world, Sarang sat on the bed, hugging her knees. She put her face on her knees. The girl remembered the past evening, and wondered how the moon was connected with her friend. The idol's gaze was sad as she remembered it. The manager crunched the chip, grumbling that it annoyed her. With a displeased face, the woman asked why her ward was so gloomy, if it was that guy in underpants again. The idol raised her head and lied that it wasn't, but the manager understood everything at a glance. Sarang lowered her head. The idol put her head on her knees and began to tell her sister about a good friend. The woman continued to chew while the girl told that her friend liked one guy, and in her mind she immediately understood who she was talking about. Sarang, hiding her eyes behind her bangs, continued that at first he was the most ordinary player for her. But they played together for a long time, went through many trials together, and sometimes she was angry with him. The idol, without changing her position, said that she herself did not understand, but at some point she began to look forward to meeting him. He helped her. Together in sorrow and in joy, and after a while, she noticed how the guy occupied all her thoughts. She wanted to know more about him. Sarang raised her hand, and added that her friend did not fall in love with the guy, she just wanted to see him more often. A blush spread across the idol's cheeks, and she assumed that it would pass. The manager's face expressed skepticism when the ward recalled that these were all the words of her friend. The woman took a bite of the chips while Sarang was laughing. The girl looked at the manager in surprise when she asked what kind of relationship she wanted. But when the idol began to deny that this was not her story, she demanded not to lie. The woman arched an eyebrow and reminded that the artist was under her wing, which means that she made inquiries, and knows what she is saying about that guy in underpants from her team. Love's eyes widened. Then she lowered her embarrassed gaze. The idol didn't look at the manager when she admitted it. The woman sighed. She crumpled the bag in her hands, and reminded that most of the fans would turn away from the idol in a relationship. The manager threw the lump aside, and added that it was not she who was so terrible. Such were the laws of the market. The star receives money from the love of fans. Roughly speaking, this will betray their feelings. The manager narrowed her eyes, threatening that Sarang's years of work would fall apart like a house of cards. The girl lowered her gaze again. But the interlocutor suddenly smiled and said that she would not stop the ward. The idol stared at the manager in surprise as she continued that this was her life, and it was up to her to decide who would say what, and asked her to remember that she would always be on her side no matter what she did. Tears of happiness appeared in the corners of the girl's eyes. The woman sighed sadly and added that if she went broke, she would find another artist, even if the small one did not forget about the good payroll. But she immediately smiled and admitted that it was a joke, after which she again asked what kind of relationship Sarang wanted. The idol thought for a moment. Then she replied embarrassedly that she did not know. Images from the past flashed before my eyes. She pursed her lips. And again I remembered that scene in the restaurant. The girl clenched her teeth, and with a resolute look she said that she definitely wanted to make it her own. The manager grinned and said that this was her girl. But then she folded her hands on her chest and asked her to hold the horses so that she could think. Suddenly, the woman tensed, remembering how old her ward was, and asked if the object of her feeling was of age. The idol rubbed her chin and squinted her eyes. Then she showed 3 fingers, and said that he should first fall in love with her, and then wait 3 years until she came of age, and her sister found it cruel. Sarang looked at her assistant pleadingly, and said that she would be waiting for her advice in the future, because she had no experience with this. The manager smiled and asked not to worry and rely on her. The idol immediately grabbed her VR glasses, thanked the woman, and decided to immediately meet the object of her love in the game, and asked to write her hints in the chat. The manager sighed, and she said that she would do everything. She took out her phone. I opened the search bar, and I entered a request: how to seduce a man. When Sarang began to collaborate with her team, she became its manager, this talented and famous artist. She had built a successful career, but not a single relationship in all her 27 years. It was a clear, fine day in the forest. Death prowled thoughtfully through the forest. The spirit sighed, muttering that it was so difficult, did not prepare, and rushed into the world of people, having no idea where to look for that guy. Suddenly, the whole forest shook as soon as the assistant complained that even the demons would not help him. He opened his mouth in surprise. A column of flame rose over the mountains, and Death shook again with a roar. The assistant smiled happily, shouting that he had found it. Smoke rose over the trees. The main character stood among the defeated enemies. Gio, tightening the bag, told his companion that he was lucky. While a lot of things were dropped, there were only 30 pieces left to accumulate. At this point, the young man squinted at the strange sound. Something was fast approaching. Love jumped out from behind the trees. The huge monster swung its paw at her. She managed to bounce off his blow. Then it turned sharply in the air, and she kicked the bear's face. Teeth flew in all directions. The monster fell, and the girl landed on her feet. The warrior stared at her with his mouth agape. His friend looked at him, and she looked away embarrassedly. Love handed the boy the object in her hand. Gio saw the teeth he needed there and thanked her. For a while, they were just silent. The young man scratched his cheek in embarrassment. The protagonist visibly blushed and apologized for that incident at the dinner. It was his fault, and he shouldn't have taken Luna with him. He didn't know that they had such a terrible relationship. The warrior looked away and added that he should have apologized earlier, so he invited her to dinner again. The girl opened her mouth. Then she smiled. The idol folded her arms over her chest and stated that she had a busy schedule in the near future, but she would try to find time. The guy flinched when she addressed him. Sarung asked greedily what they were doing that day. She recalled how the villain teased her with hints of indecent things. The idol wanted to know what her rival was talking about then. Sweat ran down Gio's face. He deviated from his girlfriend and assured her that nothing had happened, but she thought it wasn't convincing enough. The young man began to shake his head. Sarung knocked the protagonist to the ground, demanding that he stop avoiding the question and just say. When death got to them, they kept screaming. The assistant was sure that the goal of his search was somewhere nearby when he heard a cry for help. The spirit's face expressed surprise when he saw the man he needed being strangled by a girl. What was happening amazed him. He even thought that he was dreaming. After all, Death saw with his own eyes that the guy who defeated the demon king Yopi was defeated. The assistant's eyes widened more until he decided that it was surprising. If someone beat him, then stronger, the world of people terrified him. The spirit couldn't take its eyes off the devil's gaze and that demonic grin. He flew up to Sarung and held out the essence of the king, deciding that she was destined to become the successor. The girl glanced at the ball in surprise and asked what it was. Death grinned and asked to take the item, because she deserved it. The idol grabbed the artifact and demanded to explain who he was and what he meant. The next moment, the clearing was illuminated with light. Love stared in shock at the notifications of obtaining the essence of the demon king and the class change. The creator smiled and announced that it had finally happened. He stared at the bright flash above the horizon, announcing the last point. God continued to smile, adding that it was supposed to be Yopi. In his mind's eye, the words of the deity of wrath flashed through his mind, and the way the goddess of life sent him high up. How she saw him off with her eyes, doing what he was asked to do. A complete cleansing of the world has already begun. The creator remembered how the moon asked the strongest warrior in the world to unite, in a party. The man sighed, noticing that this was the first time that someone had refused this girl. He had no idea what she was up to, but now it was too late. God put his hands in his pockets, and announced that this was the final chapter of the story. The green light continued to flood the clearing. Gio covered his eyes with his hand, trying to understand what was happening. His eyes widened in surprise. The light grabbed his girlfriend and lifted her into the air. Sarung hovered in midair as the game announced that it had obtained the hidden class of the Demon King. The idol opened her mouth in confusion as the system continued to notify about privileges and stat increases. The girl pounded her limbs in the air while the young man and his companion watched in confusion, and cursed that she hadn't asked for a change of class, had never said that she wanted to be the Demon King, and demanded that everything be returned to the way it was. The protagonist was shocked. He asked Urus what was going on, but he also had no idea. Sarung was getting more and more excited by the next notification and demanded to stop immediately, but asked what else the Demon King's advent was. To the girl's shock, the system accepted the request to train the hidden demon, and launched a demonstration of abilities. An even brighter flash enveloped the idol's figure. Her hair flew up from a gust of wind. At some point, they began to turn pale, until they became completely white. The warrior's clothes lit up, flashed with a bright light. After that, she changed both color and shape. The Demon King's advent had taken place. Sarung didn't even understand what had happened. She looked at her hair with horror when she realized that it had changed color. The spirit watched the girl in confusion as she cursed at her new clothes, and it finally dawned on him who she had become. The master remarked in response that she had not even consented to this. Then the idol saw Death, who explained that her new ability gave her the appearance of a demon king, as well as a huge amount of mana. The assistant smiled contentedly as he added that only in this form are the demon king's exceptional skills available, although the only exception was the passive skill of authority. The warrior looked at the spirit in fright, and asked what it all meant, and then she opened her eyes wider when the system started the demonstration of abilities again. The stone on the tiara began to glow. Next, the light passed to the rest of the costume stones. Behind Sarung, demonic wings flattered out. Emotions disappeared from the avatar's face when the system started the synchronization progress, whose error was equal to the permissible level. Horns appeared on the girl's head. She opened her eyes, which turned red. A red aura spread around her as the game notified her of a full launch. The guys watched it with delight, taking out popcorn somewhere. The character stretched out his finger forward. With an impenetrable face, the girl gave the order to exterminate. A ball of light lit up on the tip of his finger, and it flared up brighter and brighter. Then he separated from the limb. A bright red beam met far ahead. There was a powerful explosion. When the warrior regained control of the character, she froze in shock. Her face expressed a deep degree of shock, and the system simply announced the end of the demonstration. The mountain was literally wiped off the face of the earth, and Sarung could not believe that she had done it. At this time, the antlers began to fade, until they disappeared completely. The girl sank to the ground, and the wings were also gone. Gio threw his hands behind his head, happily shouting that the boss was tough to become so strong. The idol turned to him and asked what she should do about her sudden change of class. The young man looked at her in confusion as she began to whine that she would have to fight with humans, and with him in particular. The warrior's face was flushed. She cursed that it happened so suddenly. Her clothes were changed without her permission, and her hair turned white. With tears in her eyes, Sarung looked at her friend and asked if she looked strange now. The protagonist's face turned red. Death watched as the warrior convinced the newborn queen that she did not look strange at all, and exclaimed that his instinct had not let him down. With a satisfied face, the assistant stated that the lady had activated the advent of the Demon King and had even used the destruction only by changing classes, and the error in synchronization was only slightly more than 1%. The spirit grinned maliciously and added that he knew that deep inside this warrior there was real evil. But the idol stretches Death's face, demanding to return everything to the way it was. The assistant, confused, stated that this was impossible. The essence of the Demon King did not leave the body until the wearer died. The girl almost cried when she heard that her character would leave after death, as the Demon King was a unique boss. Urus looked indignantly at his owner when he said that he also wanted to cuddle this soft baby. The dragon began to squeeze his face, demanding to open his eyes, because he is much softer and sweeter, but the protagonist sensed the spirit of competition in this. Sarung looked at herself indignantly, and asked if there was really no way to get rid of it, and she would always have to walk like this. Death whistled and said that it was not mentioned anywhere, and in his opinion it suits her very well. The girl furiously began to stretch the face of the spirit, demanding to tell him how to get everything back, but he refused. Gio looked at his friend in confusion, thinking she was stupid because he could have simply cancelled the skill, and his companion agreed with him. Then the young man remembered that he needed to give the ingredients to the star, but when the dragon noticed that she was like his own sister, he wondered who would take such care of his own sister. That evening at the castle of Arden. It was one of the 3 largest castles in the game world. With huge, majestic walls, it has recently been called the most impregnable fortress. Something caught the guards' attention. A cloud of dust was approaching in the wall, and the guy was swearing. The guards looked at each other, not understanding what kind of psycho had decided to approach the walls of the castle. But the monster jumped up rapidly. He began to jump up the wall, approaching the soldiers with a grin. The young man's eyes widened in fear. A huge beast jumped out from behind the wall. His eyes burned with rage. The guards looked at him in fear. One of them trembled. At the same moment that the claws pierced the backs of the nearest opponents, they managed to shout about the monster's attack. The startled guards fell to the stone floor. The third guy clutched a spear in his hands, trying to understand what kind of enemy was standing in front of him. He looked at the wolf's face and decided that it was a werewolf. Suddenly, the beast grinned and wondered where it was the monster. The enemy moved towards the survivor and asked if their eyes were purely for decoration. The guard tensed, shouting that the werewolf was talking. Suddenly, 2 more beast-like creatures jumped down behind him. The lizard stuck out his tongue and declared that they were not just monsters. And with a grin, he added that they were beastmen. The guard's eyes glazed over with horror. In the next moment, the beast clawed through his armor. The fighter fell next to his dead comrades. The knights banged loudly with their feet on the floor. The second group of guards was approaching from the other side. The beastmen looked around. They were surrounded by several hundred fighters. The foot of the owner of the castle hit the floor. Hawkeye clenched his fists, indignant that someone would dare to attack Arden Castle head-on. It was just a stupid beast, but it was still hard to believe. The guild master folded his hands on his chest and ordered them to deal with them, not paying attention to the fact that they were beastmen. His fighters rushed at the enemies with shouts. The guild master calmly watched the battle. After that, with a perky smile, he turned to his viewers, reminding them of subscriptions, likes and notifications, because what was happening was so cool. The streamer rubbed his chin and asked if anyone knew what these monsters were, as he had never seen such monsters. The guy nodded to himself, continuing to think aloud that it was the first time he had seen talking monsters. Only bosses and humanoid monsters are capable of this. While the chat demanded to show the battle, Hawkeye burst out laughing as he remembered that the enemies had called themselves beastmen and asked the audience to leave a comment if they had heard of them. But then the master's face stretched out in shock. The streamer stood in complete silence among the corpses of his own fighters. The dust began to settle, and the young man saw the monsters. Their eyes burned with rage. The player's face contorted in horror. He turned sharply. Then he rushed to run. And at that moment, the Hawkeye stream was watched by almost 40,000 people. Even though the audience was hungry for content, everyone wrote that he had to run. And the streamer completely agreed with them, so he immediately fell off like a rocket. The guy clenched his teeth in panic, cursing in his mind, since he had never seen such a nightmare in Chrono life. Sweat dripped down the master's face as he tried to figure out what kind of nonsense it was. The shadow of the enemy covered him. The young man turned. Even the nimble legs of the elf could not protect him from the beastmen. The monster grabbed the player's upper body with its teeth. At first, Hawkeye dangled his legs in the air. Then they trembled. until they go completely limp. That's how the castle of Arsene was empty in a matter of seconds. Blood was dripping from the monster's teeth. The wolf raised his head up and roared triumphantly. This is how 3 previously unknown beastmen introduced themselves to the world. At this time on the other side of the world, Death smiled ominously as he told the demon queen that it was time to summon all the demons and destroy the human world. Sarung furrowed her brows and said she didn't want to. The spirit began to get angry, indignant at this, wanted to flood the entire continent with blood and cover everything with mountains of human corpses, to which the girl was indignant that she was not going to do such disgusting things. The assistant continued to follow the idol, answering that this is the path of the strongest, natural selection, to which the girl objected that she should not even be, since she was a complete weakling. Death looked at the queen in surprise, and asked if she wasn't the strongest person. Sarung closed her eyes, said that she didn't, and her level was low. The spirit looked at the girl in confusion and asked what level she was, and she replied that she had risen decently while completing the previous quest. The idol showed 2 fingers, and reported that it was 92, originally she was 25th, but she caught a couple of demons and stood up. Death looked stunned. He waved to the man in his underpants and clarified his level, to which he heard that it was the maximum. The assistant panicked when he reminded him that the protagonist had lost to the queen, and generally called her the boss. But he replied that everything had to do with their first meeting. The story was long, but somehow it happened. The spirit looked in front of him in confusion, cursing inwardly. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the sky. A huge crack appeared above the heads of the players. Sarung stopped and asked if her friend could see the same thing as her, and he confirmed that the sky had split. The guy rubbed his chin, remarking that he did not remember that this had happened before. Suddenly, 2 claws appeared from the crack. A huge arm stretched forward, carrying a woman's figure. Jill recognized her as the goddess of life. She looked at them menacingly. Her gaze swept the queen away. The girl hid her eyes behind her bangs and admitted that her rival had become quite tasty until they saw each other. The moon jumped down. With a strange look, the goddess wondered if she could take a bite. The idol met her with a frown. The wind rustled the leaves. The rivals stood opposite each other. Luna stared at Sarung with a heavy gaze. She answered her with an equally determined look. They stared for a few seconds without blinking. The deity's staff seemed to be motionless, but at some point he trembled. But then the main character stood between them and demanded to stop. Gio looked at the goddess with displeasure and stated that her staff reeked of blood, and he would not allow Lav's boss to be killed. A shadow fell on the girl's face, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Luna turned around and said that it would be a pity to kill the demon queen now. The girl walked away, grumbling that she had almost been stupid, even funny, but so far everything was going as it should. Sarung looked tensely at her opponent's back. The idol's face stretched as it dawned on her that the strange phrase meant a threat of murder, and she could very well have lost the character because she was in the clouds. Suddenly, Luna smiled, remembering aloud the nickname of her rival. With a smirk, the goddess congratulated the girl on becoming the demon queen, recognizing the regime as cute. The queen took her hand behind her back. The goddess's face turned sinister as she added that he was so cute that her hands itched to kill her. The young man frowned and said that he could not understand the villain, who helped during the operation of the star. Without further ado, the girl did not immediately find the answer to the question of whether she was good or bad. The moon bit her finger and called the loser cute, asking if he liked good ones. She turned to the warrior and added that she could pretend to be kind and innocent if he wished to. The player closed his eyes in irritation and asked to forget, and if she came not on business, she could fail. The goddess grinned. She didn't change her face when she asked if the guys were aware that the last chapter of the game had begun. The girl looked at her interlocutors, explaining that soon this story would come to its logical end. Gio arched an eyebrow and clarified what the end of the online game was. While the game company released updates and expansions, the story remained endless. But the goddess, still smiling, admitted that she used to think so too, but soon they themselves will find out about all the rapid changes in chrono life. The protagonist exchanged glances with his companion while Luna continued that the dragon Urus, who had recently been alive and well, had become an ego sword, and his fallen head had been reborn by the sin of gluttony. And suddenly sloth, riot, shows his face, and even the resurrection of anger, Yopi. The girl continued to smile, noticing that the main storyline was made with the years of playthrough, which made it difficult for an ordinary user to oppose something to Yopi, and even more so to defeat him. But even such a quest, destroying everything in its path, was completed in an instant. Sarung stared at the speaker intensely as she said that it had not been long since Yopi's death before a new demon king had appeared on the scene. The moon pointed sharply at them with her staff. It lit up brightly. The idol looked at this in fright. The guy covered his girlfriend with himself, and wondered if she was ignoring his demands not to kill her. But the goddess with a smile asked not to worry, she was not going to yet. In the next moment, the queen was covered by the light of a teleportation spell. The girl's face reflected horror as she realized that it was spatial magic. She looked at the protagonist desperately, and she disappeared in a flash of light before she could shout the name of the young man. Gio stared in horror at the place where the boss had just been. The guy grabbed the villain by the shoulder. He took out his baton and demanded to answer where she had sent her rival. The goddess's smile became clear when she replied that she had teleported her to the last chapter of the story. A wave of dust rose into the sky. Sarang coughed into her fist. The girl squinted until the dust began to settle. She opened her eyes, cursing aloud that this woman thought too much of herself. When the corpses flashed into the idol's eyes, she couldn't understand what kind of place it was. The queen found herself on the fortress wall, where the battle had just taken place. In the castle of Arden, Gio stared at the moon indignantly, and asked why she did this. With an innocent smile, she replied that this was the first test in the last chapter, in which an ancient race came from the northern continent. A shadow covered Sarang. She turned around in confusion. A huge beast man loomed over her. Saliva dripped from his fangs. The demon queen's gaze was filled with fear. The protagonist and Luna were still standing in the clearing. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his hand from the scoundrel's singing, and remarked that he had been worried in vain, because he thought she was up to something. The warrior put his hands on his belt, and decided aloud that human men were also animals, and the boss was now the demon queen. With a big smile, the young man said that his girlfriend would not lose to some animal. The goddess rubbed her shoulder, and noticed that there was meaning in his words. At this very moment, the idol aimed her signature dive dragon kick at the huge wolf. A crater formed right under the carcass of the monster. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The girl looked at the defeated enemy with a smile, noticing that her body had become so light, as if she was about to take off. Sarang's smile widened, and for the first time she felt that she would never lose to anyone. But then the wolf got up, wiped the blood from his lips and said that the man was fine, which meant it would be interesting. To the queen's shock, the beast man rose to his feet. The idol opened her mouth in surprise. She couldn't understand how the enemy was able to get up after such a blow, moreover, how he spoke in a human way. The wolf hovered over the queen, threatening to devour her, and it finally dawned on her that she was not an ordinary werewolf. Jiwoo's eyebrows crept up as the goddess revealed that the race she had named were not ordinary beasts. All the articles increased tenfold if you went into Demon King mode. Luna's face became menacing as she explained that the ancient man-beasts were 10 times stronger than humans from birth. The young man's eyes reflected fear. He clenched his fists and shouted that this could not be and that the scoundrel was making it up. But the girl closed her eyes and reminded that these were not ordinary animals, but ancient beast men. According to the script, they were supposed to appear in 10 years. It will not be easy for a newborn demon to cope with them. The beast swung its paw to use its beast claw skill. The attack was rapidly directed at the enemy. Sarang clenched her teeth in fright. She barely managed to jump away from the powerful blow. The forest outside the castle crackled strangely. The girl turned around and noticed in shock that one blow had swept away all the trees in the forest. From the tension, she did not immediately notice the face of the wolf next to her, while she figured that if he hit her at least once, he would immediately tear her apart, and asked where she was looking. The idol's eyes widened. The beast man charged at her with the skill of beast hunting. The claws were rapidly approaching, and the queen screamed. An explosion blazed over the castle. Gio frowned, cursing out loud. After all, it was the same with their invasion of the Yopi demon army. The balance was disgusting. Luna stared at the guy in shock, not understanding what the balance was. The warrior looked at the goddess with displeasure, who admitted that she never thought she would hear such a word from him, but he demanded to shut up. With a confused face, the girl remarked that it was certainly not for him to talk about it. Changing her expression to a smile, the villain began to tell that all this happened for one reason: Huracan, riot, Yopi and the invasion of the demon army. Beast men and the end of this game, its last chapter. The protagonist looked at Luna in surprise when she stated that he was the cause of it all. The guy's face became slightly offended, and he told the judge that it was unfair. The goddess closed her eyes and asked him not to pretend to be a fool. He himself had long understood that he was too different from this world. She winked at the other person, and added that there was another point of view, such as his level 99th club. Gio glared at the girl gloomily when he heard that perhaps his weapon was the main cause, but she didn't think so. It was much more important who wielded the tool. The young man put the weapon back in his belt, and said that he did not care who and what he thought, and it was time for him to go save the boss. Hiding behind the cloak, the protagonist demanded that the villain send him to Castle Arden, but she replied that she did not want to. The warrior swung his baton at Luna, demanding to think at least 1/10 of a second, but she began to laugh. The guy put the baton on his shoulder, and wondered if he would be able to turn off the recoil control. He raised his eyebrows and realized that this was a bad idea. Then he would not be able to meet the deadline, and the castle was too far away. Gio looked towards the forest and decided to run, but despite the 5-digit speed, it would take forever for him to get there. Luna flirtatiously straightened her hair, and advised the loser to give up and have fun here with her, because how can the demon queen blow out? And with a chuckle, she added that she would not lose from one loss. The guy didn't answer. He just smiled broadly. Then he squatted down. The goddess looked at him in surprise when she heard that he remembered a beautiful way. The protagonist got on all fours, and the girl looked at him against her will, but her eyes reflected a beautiful view. And only then I heard what he said, but I did not understand what the player was going to do. Gio announced the start with a smirk. He pushed off the grass with his toes, and he rushed to run. He quickly broke the distance from the moon. but then he began to run in circles. The goddess opened her mouth in puzzlement, not understanding why he was doing this. But the guy just continued to spin in one place. Gusts of wind knocked down the villain's hair. From the speed of running, a tornado formed in the forest. The girl opened one eye, still not understanding anything. The dust began to settle. Sarung was breathing heavily. She clenched her fists as she stared at her opponent. Wolf moved towards her again, remarking that it was really impressive to survive after this. His eyes exuded rage as the beast suggested that this was her limit, and now he would chew on every bone of her, starting with her head. The queen clenched her teeth in despair. At this time, the tornado was growing in size. Luna looked at the loser in confusion. She thought that he was going to fly there with the help of a tornado, but it had already lasted more than a minute. And then her eyes widened as she realized everything. Jiwoo was fulfilling the conditions for a hidden skill. The guy braked sharply, and he looked triumphantly at the scoundrel. With a smirk, the guy ordered the speed of light skill to be activated. After that, like a rocket, it flies high up. He literally moved from one end of the planet to the other. After that, with a crash, he landed next to his girlfriend. Dust rose into the air, and the opponents turned around. With a satisfied smile, the protagonist announced that he had come to save the boss. The girl smiled happily, and jokingly remarked that he was late. Jiwoo took a step forward. He approached the enemy, showering curses. His gaze was gloomy as he asked how the beast dared to raise its paw at the boss. The wolf only grinned, and said that he would devour another person with great pleasure. A lizard's paw collapsed on the stone slabs. Bear paws appeared next. All three beast men surrounded the players. The bear looked at the people angrily and asked who they were. He thought that everyone in the castle had already been killed. While Sarung was looking around in fear, the wolf replied to his comrade that these were unfinished worms that had crawled out of somewhere, but he was more interested in whether they had dealt with their part. Barry looked at the leader, and said that there was no need to worry about it. Everything was going exactly according to plan if they continued to follow his orders. But in the next moment, the monster's eyes flew out of their sockets. His muzzle was swept away by the strongest blow of the club. A column of fire rose to the clouds. The lizard stared at his fallen ally with a very dull look. The protagonist curled his lips, mimicking the beast men, and asked if they could only scratch their tongues. With a menacing look, the young man added that they would not live. Both the lizard and the wolf were confused. The enemies rushed at the strange fighter, demanding to answer who he was. But the protagonist swung at them, and refused to answer. But then the warrior turned when the girl called out to him. The guy turned around, as if he did not notice the attack that fell on him, and asked what it was. The queen lowered her embarrassed gaze. She remembered how freely Luna had behaved with him. The idol pursed her lips. Sarung pressed her hand to her chest and expressed a desire to finish them off herself, and added to herself that she had also become stronger, and wanted to fight next to her friend. While the monsters were breathing rapidly, Gio looked at the girl in surprise, and with a smile he agreed to leave one for her. The lizard tried to catch his breath, but then he was grabbed by the tongue. The player dragged the enemy aside, suggesting that they step aside and not interfere with the boss's fight. Both opponents saw the pair off with confused looks, while one asked not to tear off his tongue, and the other tried to understand how cold-blooded sweats. The demon queen raised her fist in the air. She got into a fighting stance and offered to start. With a determined face, the idol offered to see how it all ends. The wolf was furious, and told her that she had already lost to him, and silently tried to understand what kind of boy in underpants appeared here. Remembering that blow, Wolfhound already understood that the guy was crazy. He had to finish here as soon as possible and move towards him. The girl did not change her position and said that nothing was of course yet, and the monster agreed to fulfill her wish, since she was so impatient to die. The girl jumped while the wolf thought that in this case he would also die. She had to seize the moment and escape in the middle of the battle. Sarung delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's head. The beastman coughed up blood, not believing what was happening. The idol landed on her feet, while the monster cursed in her mind. As the queen lunged at him, the wolf realized that she had accelerated dramatically. A series of blows fell on the wolfhound. He clenched his teeth as he took these blows. The monster swung, about to use its beast claw again, but the girl left him through a somersault. True, I had to strain to stop my fall, and she managed to stay on her feet somehow. The girl's eyes widened. The monster was flying straight at her. With fury in his eyes, the beast man used beast hunting. But Sarung jumped up from him again. Her face expressed delight. Her body became so light, and everything came out exactly as she had imagined in her head. The wolf looked at the warrior angrily and called her a rat. But the idol simply stretched her finger forward and commanded to activate the destruction. The stone on the tiara lit up. Her wings swung open behind her as the essence activated. A red ball of light lit up above the finger while the synchronization was in progress. With a smile, the demon queen ordered the enemy to die. A crimson beam shot down. He was rapidly approaching the beast man. His muzzle twisted with fear, and he cursed loudly. His mouth opened at the scream. There was a powerful explosion. His heel hit the stone floor. The wings and horns disappeared along with the deactivation of the Demon King's essence. Sarung sighed tiredly as she received the experience notification for killing the monster. The girl's eyes rounded as the signals of an increase in the level poured in. She had just reached the 139th level. The protagonist came up from behind and said that the boss was the coolest. He was going to help if something went wrong, but she coped on her own. But the warrior showed him 4 fingers, and said that the problem was that she had added 40 levels, which looked like a bug. Gio calmly chewed on the meat, protesting that it wasn't a bug, it was just that they were beast men. The guy handed his girlfriend another piece of meat, and explained that he wasn't really fumbling, but they were supposed to appear only in 10 years. No wonder they brought a lot of experience. And when she clarified this to the race, he briefly told what he heard from Luna. The idol began to chew thoughtfully, thinking aloud that she could find out the details about the main quest herself, and then asked where the lizard that her friend had taken away. And then she spat out what she had eaten when the warrior told her that it was his meat that they were eating now. Sarung angrily hit the young man on the head and shouted that there were so many things in the world that could be cooked, but he decided to eat the poor monster, to which he tried to justify that it would be delicious. Furiously, the girl demanded that he call that goddess and resurrect him, but the protagonist found it not very ethical to resurrect someone who had been roasted and eaten. At the same time, in the forest near the castle of Arden, blood dripped on the grass. Wounded Hawkeye sat under a tree. Beastman remarked that he expected the inhabitants of the southern continent to be foolish. The griffin looked at the elf angrily, and asked if he really thought he could escape. The monster raised its clawed paw and asked if the lord of the castle would not be resurrected there even if he died, which meant that resistance was pointless. The guy looked up at him, and wondered if their target was his castle. He lowered his head, and added that they could capture him right now, so why chase after him? The enemy looked at the guild master with a threat, and was surprised that he didn't understand anything. They didn't need the castle, their target was himself. Hawkeye stared at the beast man in horror. Then he suddenly blushed and covered himself with his hands. To Griffin's anger, the streamer looked away and stated that he was not his type, and the streamer threatened to bury him right under the tree. The monster leaned straight towards the elf, and he froze in horror. The enemy's eyes were full of rage as he called the guy an idiot, and reminded him that he could transmit messages to a huge number of people through telepathy. The streamer stared at the beast man in confusion, muttering that he didn't have such a skill. But then his eyes widened when it dawned on him that the griffin interpreted the streams in this way. Still with the same threat, the monster demanded that Hawkeye relay his message to everyone on the southern continent. The guy clenched his teeth in a panic. The broadcast was launched. There was a streamer in the frame, but he did not look at the camera. The elf stood with his brows furrowed, not knowing how to properly communicate the situation to his viewers. He valued his reputation on YouTube very much. It was his pride that did not allow him to show how Arden Castle loses to an army of monsters. Therefore, he was forced to interrupt the broadcast, dying from the clutches of a werewolf. The young man clenched his teeth, cursing in his mind. Hawkeye stepped aside, suggesting that someone outside the frame speak, and he found this skill convenient. When a feathered monster appeared in the frame, panic began in the chat. The griffin greeted the wild inhabitants of the southern continent with a formidable look, and introduced himself as an ancient beastman from the northern lands, and he wanted to make an important announcement. The monster's beak flashed as he began to say that not too long ago he had watched people repel the advent of demons. Even though defeat in this battle was inevitable, they miraculously won, which amazed the beastman. The enmity between demons and beastmen has not faded since ancient times. People looked at their phone screens in horror. With madness in his eyes, the enemy announced that as a thank you for this, they would give the southern continent exactly 1 month before invading their lands. The entire continent will be sprinkled with blood, and people will become slaves of the ancient beastmen, and may it be an honor to serve them forever. Of course, this quest was of a higher level of difficulty. If only a miracle saved him from demons, then completing this quest was a completely impossible task. Many players believe that this game would go down in history for its antics. It's surprising that someone hasn't been disappointed in her yet. Thanks to the latest broadcast, the number of Hawkeye subscribers has increased several times. The upcoming battle has become a hot topic not only in the gaming industry, but all over the world. And of course, the company that released the game became the object of criticism, and the director of the company knew that the reputation of his brainchild had fallen to the bottom. The sun continued to set. The griffin glanced sideways at the elf and declared that he had done everything he wanted. He raised his claws and added that he didn't need the guy anymore, and he could kill him right now without any problem. With bloodthirsty eyes, the beastman said that he would leave it for dessert to enjoy in a few days. After that, the huge bird disappeared. The poor streamer didn't even have the strength to finish the broadcast. At this time, in the center of virtual reality, Hong sat in her cubicle, staring at her phone. Her gaze seemed calm. Some guy noticed a girl, remembered that she was next to him then. In his mind's eye, he saw how he had been refused to play together. The young man blushed and decided that she was 100% watching something about ancient beast men. The player coughed to get the attention of the guild master. With a smile, the guy asked if she was watching a video about beast men from that game, mentally deciding to roll up to her, praising the game. He feigned delight, noting that 2 such large-scale events in a row are very cool, as expected from Chrono Life. Hong replied with a sweet smile that it was just a nightmare, and she was too angry to talk to anyone. And the player was sown again. But the girl was thinking about the ancient beastmen with a smile. The guild master thought that they had crossed the line. The tension that reached its limit turned into anger. In the game, people could escape from reality and relax. And now she made me feel like a useless loser. Anger only inflamed their desire to resist. You can attack the call centers again, but no one has called, because they knew that the company would be inactive again. The director laughed, clenching his cigar in his teeth, shouting that it was not the first time they had been the worst to be the worst. The man looked in front of him with delight, adding that none of his favorite users would complete this quest. The game's rating has reached record lows. But as ironic as it may seem, the number of simultaneously connected players has reached an all-time high. Love ran to her friend, shouting that Hawkeye's stream had announced an invasion of beastmen from the northern continent in 30 days. The girl continued to shout that shock users were in a hurry to farm the level, saying that there were crowds on the hunting grounds. Panic flared up in the girl's eyes as she continued to worry that they wouldn't win, even working like the damned for a month. After all, these ancient beastmen were only supposed to appear in 10 years. It wasn't easy to kill even one. But what if there was a whole army? Gio gritted his teeth. The guy threw his hands behind his head and exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. The idol glanced at the protagonist in surprise. Her gaze became confused as the warrior complained that he had been forced to wait for a month. And with the face of a maniac, he said that he would immediately go to the northern continent. The queen's face stretched in shock. But he had already sped away at the speed of light. His eyes expressed complete delight. Love saw the guy off with a confused look, wishing good luck to the ancient beast people. The main character flew through the heavens like a comet. His face expressed insane anticipation. At some point he slowed down. He froze for a moment. Then he turned around with delight. Gio hovered in the air, and noticed where the northern continent was. With a maniacal expression on his face, the young man once again ordered the speed of light to be activated. He took off again. A crazy smile lit up the player's face. And with her, he broke his nose on the magic barrier. For a while, the protagonist froze like an ugly candle. The warrior flew to the side, cursing loudly at the protective dome. And then a sign caught the guy's eye warning that this location was inaccessible. Gio's face reflected resentment when he realized that the company had betrayed him. The director laughed out loud. The man nodded confidently. Because that boy was ridiculously predictable, he guessed that he would immediately go there, and therefore blocked everything. The assistant reminded the chief that he had promised not to interfere, to which he heard that they were already enemies of the people in any case. Sarung looked at her friend in confusion. She also found it hard to believe that the administration had closed access there. The girl laughed. She understood why the protagonist was sulking like a duck. While the young man was seething with anger, the queen remarked that if the founders of the company closed the access, then even he would not be able to get there, so he would have to wait a month. But that he said that he was infuriated by this and even wanted to break the planet again. The directors shuddered at their vantage point. A woman's heel stomped on the grass. Luna smiled, and advised me not to do so. Her smile widened as she explained that the servers would simply be rebooted, and nothing would change as a result. The warrior folded his arms over his chest and objected that at least he would feel better, and then asked why she had come here in the first place. The goddess put her hands behind her back, and replied that she had come to find out who won, the new demon queen or the beast man, and it seemed that everything went as she thought. But she immediately looked away and added that it would be better if he at least did something to her leg. The warrior clenched her teeth angrily. Her face was indignant as she demanded to know why the hell the moon was clinging to her, and demanded a duel. The face of the scoundrel expressed friendliness. She admitted that they really did not really get to know each other, since they saw each other only in passing. It seemed that sparks were about to fly between the ladies. The goddess introduced herself with the same smile and greeted the demon queen. But the idol only got angrier, stating that she only saw an ugly cockroach in front of her. But the scoundrel bent over Sarung and declared that she was 21 years old. A shadow fell on the girl's face when she reminded her that they had seen each other not only in the game, but also in reality, and the 17-year-old girl should have been more polite. The queen pressed her palm to her chest, and advised the scoundrel to go in a certain direction, because she lowered other people's parents, cursed and killed whomever she wanted for no reason. The girl's gaze squinted to the side as soon as she finished that she wasn't going to be polite. Death flew up to his mistress, glad that he had finally found her. The next moment, Sarung was already stretching the assistant's face when he gave out that it would be better if she died, and he could choose someone better for her role. The queen turned to her interlocutor to ask what she was doing alone, but she was not around. The moon has already clung to the protagonist, inundating him with questions and persuading him to take him with her. The idol rushed after them, shouting that she would also go with them. The guy grimaced in irritation, and asked them not to destroy the village, otherwise he would be ashamed. At the same time, somewhere in the west, the sand heaved and began to crack. A huge worm appeared from the sand. The desert boss opened his mouth. The nearest mage immediately gave the order to attack. And at the end of his staff, a fireball lit up. A magical volley struck the monster. He roared and began to descend. The mage raised his staff and exclaimed that they were succeeding, so he gave the order to continue the attack, including the nearby fighters. The guild leaders watched them gloomily. Hong took off her mask, noting that all the members of their guilds were eager to fight like never before. Probably because those 3 beastmen had made a mockery of them, and for the sake of leveling up, they would have to sacrifice sleep. However, looking at all this, the girl admitted that all this was unlikely to allow her to win the event that was supposed to happen in 10 years. Abracadabra frowned and agreed with her friend. One beastman was equal in strength to a top-level boss. Eagle Eye sighed and admitted that they had no choice but to rely on the great warrior. The elf turned around as the sorceress said that they too should prepare. The girl clenched her staff and added that there was nothing more foolish than relying on one person in a war. After all, even during the demon invasion, they had fought on their own as long as they were in the demon world. It would be useless if they couldn't become stronger themselves. Silence fell on the rock. Hong rubbed her chin and said that she had an idea. The girl looked thoughtfully in front of her, adding that if everything worked out, they would be able to fight the beastmen on equal terms. Hawkeye turned and asked what her idea was. The master frowned, and explained that they were unlikely to be able to close the gap of 10 years completely, but it was definitely worth trying. The other masters looked at their friend in surprise. Once she added that they still needed the help of a great warrior. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She looked hopefully at her comrades in arms, and admitted that they would have to rely on him anyway. At this time in the front city, Lu Hua joyfully greeted her named brother. Jiu rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when the girl asked where he had been for so long. Because she was looking for him everywhere, he apologized, explaining that he had collected monster teeth for her. The star's eyes rounded in surprise. She did not even believe it at once. The young man turned to his companions when the little girl noticed them, and immediately recognized them, since he had told about them before. Sarung immediately approached her friend's ear and asked who the baby was, and he was even surprised that she had not met her before. With a warm smile, the warrior said that he had met her in the hospital. The idol, hearing the whole story, even burst into tears. She fell to her knees and called it very sad. The girl hugged the star tightly, asking about her health, and she replied that everything was already fine, and asked not to embarrass her, otherwise everyone was already looking at them. Lu Hua gave the queen a curious glance and asked permission to ask a question, and she was allowed to ask anything. All 3 froze when the child asked which of them was her savior's girlfriend. Then a bag pressed against the girl's cheek. Embarrassed, Jiu replied that none of them, and in general, let him take the teeth. The star did not take her curious gaze off. Love tucked her hair behind her ear in embarrassment, and the little one thought that she and her brother had been through so much, it was unlikely that she was indifferent to him. Luna, on the other hand, who had slyly averted her gaze, was clearly also interested in him, although her intentions were not known to Lu Hua. The girl rubbed her chin thoughtfully, feeling like a real detective. The baby's jaw dropped when she decided that this was the same love triangle that she had only read about before. Zvezdaka sat down next to her older comrade and whispered which of them he liked. Could it be both? The guy looked irritably at the curious girl, and demanded to stop inventing herself, and she asked him not to be shy. Lu Hua covered her mouth with her palm and asked if he could choose between 2 beauties, or if he liked someone else. The player sighed tiredly, and said that he loved only Uris. When the faces of both stretched out in shock, the protagonist admitted that he was joking. Then he began to jump on the spot and yelled that this was not the problem at all. He still had to wait a whole month. To which the star put her hands behind her back and offered to slowly enjoy the game, because her brother was always running somewhere, headlong, and she was worried about it. The young man arched an eyebrow and remembered that the hairy uncle had said something similar. The face of the director of the company came to mind during their only meeting. Jill almost cried when he grumbled that this scoundrel said that the game would never limit users' freedom of action. Suddenly, Hong landed in front of them. The girl smiled happily as she greeted the great warrior. The protagonist smiled and remembered that they hadn't seen each other since the incident with the trophy guy, so he wanted to know how she was, and in response he heard that thanks to him, she was alive and well. The master pondered when the young man asked what she was doing here. Hong straightened her hair and admitted that she wanted to ask him for a favor again, which was related to the upcoming battle with the ancient beast men. Jill looked at her questioningly. His girlfriends also paid attention to the conversation. At the same time, far to the north, the entrance to the cave was flooded with darkness. The griffin rubbed his beak with his claws, finding something strange. The beastman bowed, informing him that they had announced the attack in 30 days, as ordered. The great Aventador loomed over the figure of the subject. The dragon's eyes expressed rage. He leaned closer to his comrade in arms, and said that they had enough time and needed to prepare well. The overlord began to shrink into human form, muttering that the southern continent would belong to them. A flash lit up the cave. The man's foot stepped on the stone floor. The man walked over to the beastman, and he passed him by. Aventador smirked. He couldn't wait to meet his brother Uris, who was now enjoying his dinner in the form of a spirit. Hong stared at the fire, as she explained that they would have to rely entirely on the great warrior for this plan. With excitement, the girl looked around at everyone present, waiting for their opinion. Love looked up from her food and said that the plan was excellent. It would not be easy to defeat the ancient beast men, but such preparations would not be superfluous. Luna rubbed the back of her head and declared that she was against it. The goddess removed a strand of hair behind her ear, and added that for a loser it would be pure volunteering, and in general, it looked like a sacrifice on his part, if he continued to agree to all their ideas, then they would sit on their necks, and this one would also cross all boundaries. The girl rubbed her ear, and added that if the plan works, then there may be problems with the company, and all the dogs can be unleashed on the main character. Gio took a bite of the piece of meat and let out a chuckle. The moon squinted at him. He, biting into the food, began to laugh maniacally. With a smirk, he said that there was no difference now, and nothing would be lost from all these problems. They had already lost their chance to attack first. With madness in his eyes, the protagonist stated that he would do as Hong wished. He liked this plan to the point of being stupefied. The guy stood up, and with a resolute face he announced that he would go there at once. He didn't change his face when he activated the speed of light. Then he disappeared, taking off into the sky like a rocket. Dust kicked up, and the girls coughed. Luhua looked at her friend in surprise, and complained that he could at least eat first, and then run away. Hong looked at the warrior and explained that he had agreed to comply with her request, although it was not necessary to comply with her at that moment. The little girl looked at the master in embarrassment, and asked him to repeat what this plan was, because the meat was so delicious that she almost did not listen to them. The girl smiled and offered to play a quiz, and then she would explain. In 30 days they will be attacked by strong enemies who call themselves beast men, and they need to become stronger to defeat them. The little girl thought about it when she was asked how to do it, and she suggested that she would raise the level. As the others watched, Hong confirmed the star's hunch, and added that all the users were working in now. However, there was something that allowed them to become stronger much faster. The girl raised her eyebrows, and explained that she was talking about equipment. Luhua opened her mouth in surprise when he guessed where her brother had gone. The master confirmed with a smile that the main character had gone to the hunting ground of the highest level, to the Urus cave. The great warrior would get artifacts and sell them to users. Which is what Gio actually did. He flew into this place on the map like a comet. Zvezdaka was upset and said that this was not allowed. She began to wave her hands and explain that the game's economy would collapse, the equipment of ordinary users would lose its value, and it would cease to be scarce. The company would not ignore such a situation, which meant that her friend would be punished. Hong sighed and admitted that she knew it, but there was no other way to win this war. The girl stared at the master in confusion as she added that a great warrior was not bothered by such things. Sweat ran down the girl's face as she explained that the only reason he had done so was because of the lockdown of the northern continent. It was not worth touching a man who had nothing to lose. The girl smiled and spoke of the hunting ground of the highest level in chrono life, the cave of Urus. Suddenly, there was a place strewn with the skulls of the players. Gio stood surrounded by various monsters, with the words that the great warrior would get clothes there and sell them to all users. The lady, sitting by the fire, said that it was impossible. Waving her hands, the girl said that because of this, the game's economy would simply collapse, and continued that the clothes of ordinary users would lose their value, adding that the things obtained in the Urus cave would no longer be scarce. In the end, the lady summed up that this would definitely collapse the economy of the game and the company would punish the protagonist. Hong, exhaling heavily, asked if she understood now. The man began to smile maniacally, and it became clear that it was not worth touching a man who had nothing to lose. The guy was holding a thunderphone, saying about a special offer. Jivu, standing in front of the weapon, shouted that it was an unprecedented rarity, and added that it was the weapon they had wanted all along. Standing next to the girl, the guy talked about the fact that old weapons should be thrown away, and added that people should buy excellent weapons on the cheap. The boy, approaching the main character, said that he just needed a new sword. In turn, the young man asked if he could find out his level. In the end, the player replied that he had the 19th level. The user was holding a huge dead man's sword of a unique rank, and it was obvious that it was worth 10,000 gold. Raising his sword, the young man said that he would go to level up. Gio stood with a gramophone in his hands, according to the desire of people to buy his weapons. In turn, the main character said that users should be calm, and added that there is enough for everyone. The girl looked at the crowd wanting to buy the goods. The lady, sitting down on the plen, said that quite a lot of people had gathered, and added that today was only the third day of sales. In turn, the friend confirmed this. Luhua, while trading, communicated with buyers, while the girl asked why they did not put up for auction, but sold like this, and added that it took a lot of time. Hong in turn replied that she had asked about it yesterday, and continued that the main character said that Riot would buy everything. The girl remembered the guy. A foot in spiked shoes appeared out of nowhere. The man walked past the girl. The lady, looking at the warrior, analyzed him. Gio, shouting into the gramophone, told people to come and choose, and added that whoever grabs first wins. The protagonist's face was suddenly covered by something. The man stood directly above the protagonist. The warrior, looking down, said that he wanted the same thing that the young man had just sold to that level 19th noob, and added that he wanted a huge dead man's sword. A guy from the queue, standing behind the man, addressed him with words about who he was and why he was jumping the line. The player added that he should return to the end. A huge palm covered the user's face. The warrior threw the guy out with a slight movement of his hand. People from the crowd looked at the cloud of dust. The main character looked away without moving. The player was passed out. The man needed his palm. Looking away, The player asked if there was anyone else who was not happy with something. The protagonist stood in front of the thug. Gio smiled broadly. Still smiling, the young man asked about the man's desire for a huge dead man's sword, and added that it would cost the warrior 10 million gold. The user, making an angry face, said that the young man had just sold it for 10,000 and asked why the hell he was demanding 10 million. A memory of the guy appeared. The player, smiling, said that the pricing depends on the level, while the thug asked if he was bullying, and added that he was a damn scammer. Standing in the city, Gio sarcastically asked if the player had any complaints. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that if there is, then everything can be solved in a fair fight. The opponents stood close to each other. The girl, opening her eyes wide, asked what this man was. Hong, looking ahead, replied that he was rank 38th, and added that the player was very famous among the rankers. The guy was unconscious, and it became obvious that the warrior kills everyone without a second thought if he is not in the mood. The man began to grin. The warrior blushed with anger. Suddenly the man, holding out the money, said that here are your 10 million gold, a great warrior. In turn, the main character replied that he was grateful for the purchase, and added that next time you should not go ahead of the line. The girl, looking at the departing man, said that he had to listen to a lecture about his behavior. The lady, looking at Love, asked about how she was doing with leveling up, and added that she must have become stronger after becoming the demon queen, while the girl replied that this was not entirely true. The lady, smiling, said that she hadn't risen that much, and replied that she was now somewhere between 210. Hong looked at her in surprise. The girl looked away, thinking about the fact that a couple of days ago she had turned 139. The lady, sitting on the stone slab, said that she and Gio had been hunting in the Urus cave lately, and continued about how they were very strong, and only managed to kill 2 or 3. Luna looked at the girl. Hong also glanced at her friend, hearing that Jaiwa was always teasing her about being a weakling, but it became clear that Love was a noob not long ago and didn't know that it would take at least 2 years for an ordinary user to reach the 200th level. Around the girl's neck was a green amulet. The girl, looking at her friend, asked if they were going to the cave today. In turn, the lady replied that they were going to go there as soon as the main character sold all the weapons. Hong, smiling, wished him good luck, and thought that they had a chance to win this war. The girl was sitting on a stone slab. The Valley of the Dead appeared. The monster opened its mouth. The skulls shattered from the monster's blow. Love, jumping, said that she would not be led to such a predictable attack again. Smiling, the girl said that the creature should show her something new. Another mouth came out of the monster's mouth. The girl, glancing at this picture, showed disgust. The tentacles began to reach the lady. The lady, with a face full of disgust, thought how disgusting it was. Suddenly, the red stone began to glow. The system window gave information that the activation of the Demon King essence had begun. Red horns appeared on Lav's head. The monster began to attack with many of its mouths. Flying demonic wings, the girl thought that the monster was attacking head-on. The lady flew past the tentacles. The lady suddenly beamed. A gloved hand gently touched the creature. Love, soaring on magical wings, ordered the monster to die. There was an explosion. Blood suddenly began to flow from the demon's mouth. With her eyes wide open, the lady continued to order the creature to die. The girl fired a red ray from her finger. The spell struck the giant. The beast, lying on a pile of skulls, trembled with pain. The monster fell dead. Suddenly, a game window appeared, which said that Love had gained experience for killing a monster. The girl went down to the monster. The system showed an announcement that the Demon King essence had been deactivated. The horns began to disappear from the user's head. Stepping on her opponent, the lady said that he had frightened her, and asked what the tentacles were. Gio, looking at his friend, praised her for killing the monster already, and added that she was making progress. Embarrassed, Love replied that she wasn't that good. The girl's eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, the lady saw that a mountain of weapons was lying behind the protagonist's back. Sitting at the monster's mouth, the lady said that she was beginning to hate him. Continuing to sit at the head of the huge monster, the lady said that she wanted to be alone and asked everyone to come out. Luna stood with her staff. Envy could be seen in the girl's eyes. The protagonist put his hand on his girlfriend's head. The girl took the bag of money, and it became clear that time had passed in an instant. Hawkeye stood on the rock. The mages were preparing for a fight with a huge worm. Hong closed her eyes and was surrounded by the moonlight. Sorceresses used magic. The boy hunted using a newly acquired sword. The village was still in ruins. There was a cave in the icy mountains, and it was obvious that the decisive day had arrived. The man did not feign emotions. The man's eyes lit up as soon as the command to go forward sounded. It was time to fight. A red haze appeared. The animals were surrounded by red. Monsters opened their mouths. The man was standing on top of a cliff. The snow was obscuring everything around them, and it was obvious that they were ancient beast men, and there were 1 million of them. The creature stood on the rock, saying that today the southern continent would be erased from the annals of history. A blue light came from the villain. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared. There was a claw at the end of the wing. The monster had horns on its muzzle. The ice dragon let out a roar. The sun was setting behind the mountains. There were guards on the walls of the castle. There were drops of sweat on the faces of the soldiers from fear. The guards' eyes were filled with horror. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. The soldier clenched his teeth tightly, saying that the war was beginning. The monsters ran forward. The animals rushed with all their might. The sun was not visible behind the dust. The banner of Castle Arden, the most indestructible fortress on the southern continent, was raised high. Suddenly, a map of the continent appeared, and it became clear that the fortress was located in the very north of the Chrono continent. It was impossible not to pass through it if you wanted to get deeper. The beasts approached the castle, which was the first and last line of defense. The monsters looked bloodthirsty. Suddenly, the monster noticed something. A violent explosion rang out in the ranks of the creatures. The enemy, raising his head, said that they were being attacked from the flank. On the top of the mountain stood an army of people. The magi led by the girl were ready to attack. The lady opened her eyes wide and shouted for the mage squad to prepare to attack. The wizards began to cast spells. The golden staff was tilted downwards. The lady, looking down, shouted that the attack had begun. A lot of spells flew down. The beast opened his eye and said that they were not afraid and began to fight outside the castle, and added that these people were only stupid nonentities from the south. The enchanted arrow shot down. Suddenly the arrow was in the animal. Looking at the arrow, the monster thought that his opponents were attacking from the other side. Holding a bow in his hands, the player told the ancient beast man not to be mistaken, because they were not going to fight in the castle from the very beginning. Hawkeye, pulling the bowstring, said that they would win, and shouted for the archer party to attack. In the next moment, many arrows rushed forward. The animals, standing in place, looked at the sky. The monsters began to die from the attack. The gates of the fortress remained unyielding. Suddenly, the gate opened. People appeared from the fortress. The man smiled and said that this was the first time since the day they had fought together. The girl, also smiling, said that it sounded so romantic that the man embarrassed him, and added that they were defeated by one person then. The knights looked ahead. Suko, smiling broadly, announced that the 5 guilds were together again. Saintry, glancing to the side, agreed. The friends rushed into battle. The guy and the girl went on the attack. Comrades in arms, looking ahead, ordered the army to attack. The infantrymen began to move. A battle broke out near the castle, and it was known that 25 million users had joined the battle. The cloak was flying in the wind, and it was clear that in the future this battle would be listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest event in the gaming world. Gio stood on the wall of the castle with a stick at the ready. The protagonist smiled broadly, knowing that thanks to him, this war would end in the blink of an eye. The man raised the stick up. The muscular hero, starting to warm up, asked why it took so long. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he could no longer restrain himself. Striking a strange pose, the young man said that he was ready to use his baton, and love told him to wait. Looking ahead, the girl asked if he was going to attack now, and warned that their comrades could die. The guy, smiling, said that he did not care. With a strange face, the guy said that they would just be reborn, they would die into monsters with the ends. Continuing to smile, the protagonist said that the victory in the end would be theirs. In the end, the girl told him to stop. Bringing her hand to her chin, the lady thought that this might make sense. The protagonist, holding the club above his head, declared that he was starting. Swinging his stick, Gio ordered the monsters to die. The castle was empty. The heroine opened her eyes wide. Love, looking in the direction where the young man stood, noticed that he had disappeared. Suddenly, blue squares with numbers appeared. The player was surrounded by numbers. By the face of the hero, you could see that he was dissatisfied. The user, looking around, said that he seemed to have been here once. The hero turned his head when he heard the greeting. The blonde, looking at the hero, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how he was doing. Exhaling in anger, the protagonist said that the man was already sick of him, and asked if he was him again. The man that Gio called a god raised his hand, greeting him. The guy, looking at the creator of the server, asked what it was this time, and added that it was worth getting down to business, since he was busy. In turn, the man said that he just missed him. The creator, hiding his gaze, offered to discuss everything calmly, since he had a chance, and added that even a hairy man could not interfere with them now. The man was smoking a cigar. It was possible to see malice on the man's face, and it could be understood that he was too focused on the war with the ancient beast men. People are working on the game. Making a scary face, the main character said that he did not want to. Towering over the man, the protagonist asked how it was possible to discuss it calmly, and added that he knew at least how much the guy was waiting for this damn war. Baring his teeth, the man declared that the creator should return him there if he did not want to put the head back together later. The man, covered in sweat, could not answer a word. The blonde exhaled. Standing in front of Gio, the man said that he couldn't bring him back, as he would finish it all with one blow again. Manically looking ahead, the man said that this story should not have its ending at all. The main character knitted his eyebrows. Standing in a holy cloak, the guy said that now it dawned on him. Taking the creator by the t-shirt, the young man asked if he was a spy of the hairy man. In turn, the man said that this was not true. Gritting his teeth, the player asked what he had done and why he had dragged him here, and added that if the blonde didn't say, he wouldn't even look at what he was, but would just smash him. The man who was sweating on his face agreed. Taking a step away from the guy, the man said that for a start, he should know that the creator is in no way connected with the Chrono Life Company. Smiling, the user replied that there was only one reason why he had invited him here. Standing in the immeasurable space, the blonde replied that he had done it to accumulate sins. The flags of the castle were raised high. The girl wielded a spear using a skill called the Storm Spear. The lady struck the beast. The reptile, spewing blood, said that it did not impress him. Sticking out its tongue, the monster said that it would no longer spare her. The monster slammed its head into the raised barrier of the holy shield. The creature broke the bridge of its nose on the blue barrier. The man was holding a shield. Raising his weapon, the guy said that he was now using a blow with a sacred hammer. Suddenly, only blood remained of the beast. The system's message reported that he had gained experience for killing a monster. The friends were standing near the dead monster. The man, looking away, said to the girl that he was not worthy of gratitude. Blushing, the lady said that she could have done it alone. The battle near the castle continued at full speed, and it was clear that the 30-day preparation for war had paid off for desperate users in the form of level-up, strategy, and group training. People went on the attack. Players dealt with monsters. The sky was covered with arrows. On the man's hand were rings from the cave of Urus. Wizards used magic. The girl closed her eyes, realizing that it was thanks to these things that they had greatly surpassed their previous selves. The animals died because of the cuts. Hong wielded 2 daggers. Suddenly the girl closed one eye. A dragon appeared in the sky above the warriors. The dragon was preparing to attack, and it was clear that before his appearance, the forces were equal. An explosion of incredible force occurred on the battlefield. People were scattered. The shockwave threw the player's back. At the end of the stick there was one leaf sticking out. Gio, hanging the stick over his shoulder, said that it was profound, and added that he was waiting for an explanation and being sent back. The creator smiled, thanked him for condescending to listen to him, and stated that he could not tell the protagonist about the details. Fire burst out of the man's hand. Holding the flame in his palm, the man said that it was better to hold the new skill. The young man caught the thrown flames. Continuing to smile, the creator said that it is called the omnipresent flame and added that with its help you can see anything you wish. The guy stared at the raging fire, unlocking a new skill that allows him to see any place or living being. Suddenly, there was a lock in Gio's palm. The main character opened his eyes wide. Everything was surrounded by dust and smoke. Blood was coming from the man's mouth. The man held the shield above him, covering the girl. Lowering his gaze, the hero asked what the hell the dragon's breath had come out of the blue. The player fell to the ground dead. You could see horror in the lady's eyes. Something covered the warrior's face. The dragon looked at the girl. Suddenly, there was a notification from the system that it was the polar dragon Aventador. Cold emanated from the creature's mouth. The protagonist's pet was ready to say something. Looking into the flames, the dragon asked why this idiot was the king of the ancient beast men, while the protagonist asked if he knew him. The creature, looking ahead, gave a positive answer, and went on to say that the name of this is the polar dragon Aventador, one of the 3 greatest dragons. The protagonist, looking at the pet, asked about the 3 dragons. In the end, the companion replied that there are the 2-headed dragon Urus and Huracan, the polar dragon Aventador and the giant dragon Giard, and added that they are considered the strongest bosses in Chrono Life. The numbers continued to move across the blue squares as the friends talked about the last 2 dragons. The guy, pointing to the dragon in the flames, asked that it turned out that Aventadorus was stronger than him, in response to which the pet said that he had smashed him to smithereens, and added that he was the strongest among them. Continuing to look forward, the dragon said that something else was important, and went on to talk about how the polar dragon is also known as one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. The guy glanced away. The hilt touched the ground. Barely standing on her feet, the girl said that she was unlucky that the boss of the ancient beast men turned out to be a dragon. Smiling, the lady declared that their weapons were from the cave of the strongest dragon Urus, and announced that they would not surrender. The warrior, standing in front of the huge dragon, said that no matter how many times he killed them, they would be reborn and fight again, and declared that they would avenge Sequoia. The polar dragon froze in place, thinking. Suddenly there was a bright flash. The girl closed her eyes. The lady opened her eyes wide. A man towered in front of her, enveloped in cold. Smiling, the dragon said that he did not think that he would hear the name Urus from the lips of an insignificant human. Looking down, the creature said that the dragon had indeed settled here. The guys looked into the fireball. The main character, looking at the dragon, asked if the polar dragon was his brother, while the pet replied that he had no brothers. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Aiming her spear at the enemy, the lady cried out that the dragon was pretending to be moved when he talked about his personal life, and added that he had also turned into human form. Continuing to smile, the heroine said that it was thanks to this that her spear could reach his throat. The leg encased in armor began to move. The girl's spear was surrounded by green magic, and it was clear that she was using a skill called Spiral Spear. The dragon did not change positions. The attack went through. Looking up, the girl thought about what she had done. Smirking, Aventadorus replied that the attack was weak. Looking down, the monster said that he didn't even dodge. You can see confusion in the girl's eyes. The man stood with a spear at his throat, saying that just because you see the reflection of the sun in a puddle doesn't mean you can reach it. Baring his teeth, the monster said that no matter how hard they tried, they could not harm him. Sweat accumulated on the girl's face from fear. Tentacles sprouted from the man's back. The tentacle took on a purple color. The dragon attacked the girl from different directions. Love looked at this picture from the walls of the castle. The girl was stunned by the ability she saw. A lady with a staff in her hands looked down. Hawkeye was confused. Drool began to flow from the dragon's mouth. Continuing to drool, the monster said that he was the polar dragon Aventador, which is the sin of greed and gluttony. The monster lifted the night girl up. From Gio's expression, you could tell that he was surprised. Standing in the same holy cloak, the protagonist repeated that the dragon is the sin of greed and gluttony. Looking into the fiery sphere, the guy asked why he had 2 out of 7 deadly sins if he had already killed gluttony, while the pet replied that he did not know, because before Aventador was only greed. The young man, looking at the man, asked what was going on in general. Smirking, the creator said that he didn't want to reveal it. Raising his hand, the man asked if Gio remembered what he had said a couple of minutes ago, and added that he had summoned the hero to accumulate sins. The maker snapped his finger. Suddenly, a huge hourglass appeared. The guys froze in bewilderment. Standing at the clock, the man said that the main quest in Chrono Life was to defeat the 7 deadly sins, and asked if he knew why they existed. Smiling, the man said that it was their duty to accumulate sins. Suddenly, an image of the dragon Urus appeared, and it became clear that he had already coped with this task. The skulls of people were lying on the ground. The man was surrounded by skeletons, and it was obvious that Yopi had died as soon as he succeeded. The players were lying dead on the ground. There is a memory of Huracan that he could not accumulate the sins of gluttony, as the main character killed him too quickly. The creator, with a smirk, said that this was what caused gluttony to go to the polar dragon, and added that at that point in time, it was the most suitable. Looking at the protagonist, the man said that the fact that he became the owner of 2 whole sins was a surprise even for him, continuing to say that maybe this is such a feature of the sin of greed. Suddenly someone knocked. Standing near the clock, the man declared that these were the hours of sins, and explained that when the lower half was filled, it meant that all sins had been collected. The young man, knitting his eyebrows, asked about the fact that such a clock appeared whenever one struggled with one of the sins, and began to wonder what it meant to accumulate sins, and what this damn clock was for. The creator smiled and said that Gio was asking the obvious. The man stood on the watch, and said that every grain of sand is equal to a human life. Love held a hair tie in her mouth. Hawkeye, surrounded by red light, ordered the troops to prepare for defense. The polar dragon was smiling. Tentacles flew at the archers. The elves held their bows in bewilderment. Purple tentacles attacked players. Looking away, Aventador spoke of a takeover. Users suddenly evaporated. Suddenly, a system appeared, saying that he had absorbed the target's level and abilities. Hawkeye, looking at the battle, asked what they were doing, and added that the people should not yawn with their mouths, but dodge. The guy opened his eyes wide. The tentacles suddenly stung the archer. The commander's blood began to suck out. Blood poured from the hero's mouth. The sorceress stood on the mountain with a staff in her hands. The girl, looking ahead, called to the Hawkeye. The tentacles flew on. The mages suffered the same fate as the archers. On the top of the mountain, traces of the battle were visible. The system window once again spoke of absorbing the levels and abilities of targets. A dragon in human form stood on the ground. Smiling, the monster said that it was ridiculous, and added that the players were the pathetic spawn of the southern continent. The monster praised Mr. Aventador, while another monster claimed that he was truly their master. The polar dragon stood surrounded by his subjects. The monsters, looking upward, began to shout the name of their master. The monsters, opening their mouths, continued their cry. A horde of creatures stood near the castle. People were surrounded by monsters. Hong's face was filled with anger. The sky was orange, and it was clear that the balance of power that had been achieved by exorbitant effort had been destroyed in an instant. The players were lying dead on the ground. Tentacle towered in the sky, making it clear that the advantage of the ability to revive had been lost, as those who died from the absorption could no longer be resurrected. The girl bared her teeth. The lady, looking away, said that since Commander-in-Chief Hawkeye had passed away as his deputy, she was taking over all the responsibilities, and added that the people should leave the panic and continue fighting. People examined the fallen. The elves had watched from the top for years, hearing that they needed to kill their comrade if he was touched by a tentacle, for even if his powers were absorbed, he could be reborn. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Hong rushed to attack. The players ran forward. Users began to kill the beast. The dragon smiled and used the absorption again. Suddenly, the tentacle rushed forward. The girl's eyes opened wide. The lady of the lungs cut off part of the tentacle with a movement of her hand. The warrior's foot slipped on the grass. Miss held daggers in her hands. Hong, looking ahead, was breathing heavily. The polar dragon sneered. The girl crossed her blades and said that Aventador would never be able to reach her with his stupid tentacle, and added that he could try as much as he wanted. The monster grinned and said that it was fine. A lot of tentacles suddenly appeared from the villain's back. The girl froze in a daze. The players were confused. The tentacles were raised into the sky, and it became clear that this was the maximum number of tentacles that Aventadorus could release was 100,000. The purple tentacles were pointing upwards. The players were killed in the blink of an eye. The warrior stood while her friends were killed, and it became obvious that the abilities of the polar dragon were many times greater than those of the previous sin of gluttony. Fear could be seen in the girl's eyes. Against the background of the salivating mouth of the monster, the windows of the system appeared, which spoke of absorbing the levels of targets. The red message of the system warned that the sin of greed was activated. Suddenly, a window appeared saying that the maximum level limit had been lifted. The dragon began to rapidly gain levels. The girl's dagger fell to the ground. Dropping her hands, Hong said that the sin of greed had only intensified the new sin of gluttony. A red haze appeared, and it was clear that this was how they created a perfect synergy. The monster began to walk. The polar dragon approached the girl, who realized that this news about synergy did not mean anything good for users. The tentacle touched the warrior's neck. The man was smiling. Suddenly, a system window appeared, which indicated that the polar dragon Aventador was now 3890 level. Love was emitting a fireball from her finger. Shooting magic from her finger, the girl used destruction. The ability targeted the dragon and Hong. The girl turned. Suddenly, there was a big explosion. The lady sat surrounded by smoke. The warrior was breathing heavily. Glancing to the side, the lady thought about it being the ability to destroy the demon queen, and added that it was so powerful. The smoke began to dissipate. Love's black heels landed on the ground. A smile appeared on Hong's face. Wings sprouted from the demon queen's back. The girl, looking at her friend, asked that this was the skill she was talking about, and added that a little more and the warrior would have died. Turning around, the lady said that there was nothing to be done then. The user, opening her eyes wide, asked what had just happened. Love, leaving her friend behind her, told her to stay away. The girl, looking ahead, said that this attack did not cause any damage to Aventador. The opponents looked at each other. The dragon smiled as he looked ahead. Hong, sitting in the smoke, thought about the fact that she had never seen a friend like this. Love had horns on her head. The animals were embittered. The monsters intended to kill. Suddenly the girl looked away. The lady, surrounded by the army, realized that now her chances of victory were zero. The demon queen exhaled heavily. The user turned to death. In turn, the spirit asked what she wanted. Looking ahead, the heroine said that she was ordering him as his queen, and added that on behalf of the demons, she was declaring war on the ancient beast men, and told him to open the gates to the demon world. Death smiled broadly. The spirit from whose mouth the light escaped said that he would do as he commanded. Suddenly, a small beam of light appeared next to Love. Hong opened her eyes wide in surprise. The girl looked up. The mouth of the huge demon was open. Death, showing his fangs, ordered the interdimensional gate to open. A blue ray appeared from the monster's mouth. The creature took a strange shape. Suddenly, a wall of dust appeared over the opponents. There was surprise on the girl's face. It was hard to see anything in the dust. The man, stepping on his foot, said that there was a small mistake. The main character, approaching the villain, said that it seemed that he was on their side, and added that he accidentally stepped to death during landing. Love looked ahead. Suddenly, the system window made it clear that the essence of the demon king had been deactivated. The girl was surrounded by rose petals. Through the cloud of dust, the silhouette of the protagonist could be seen. Standing in a ragged cloak, it became clear that it was Gio. Hong's cheeks suddenly turned pink. People were looking at their phones. The couple, sitting in a cafe, were watching something in the device. The main character knitted his eyebrows, making it clear that the great hero had returned. The man was lighting a cigar. Starting to smoke, the man said that the enemy had stuck after all. The supervisor, looking at the screen, asked why he had only appeared now, and added that he thought the protagonist would get in the way from the start. The man took the cigar between his teeth, wondering if it was the creator's tricks. A man was sitting next to a huge clock. The man was smiling. Standing in front of the guy, the blonde said that now the young man could return, since all his sins had been collected. The man, opening the portal, said that the exit was there. In turn, Gio was indignant, saying that he dragged it out whenever he wanted, and threw it away whenever he wanted. Entering the portal, the main character warned the creator that this was the last time. Glancing down, the protagonist stated that if a person were to forbid him again, he would kill him. The main character entered the window with an unusual sound. Smiling, the blonde exhaled. Sitting down at the watch, the man told him not to worry, because he would no longer have a reason to do so. Smiling maniacally, the creator continued about the fact that this game has come to an end. Starting to cry, Love said that Gio was a fool. Striking at the main character, the girl said that he suddenly disappeared and also suddenly appeared, and added that did he even know how scared she was. In turn, the protagonist replied that he was not to blame, because he was kidnapped. Continuing the beating, the lady asked why he killed Death, saying that she was going to call all the demons for help. In the end, the guy apologized. Hong exhaled, thinking about Love being herself again, and assumed that she was just imagining it. The spirit was lying on the ground, and it was clear that its vitality was almost at zero. The demon queen, looking at the main character, asked what they should do, because now she would not be able to summon demons, and they would still have to fight these idiots. In turn, Gio asked what kind of idiots they needed to fight. Looking at the horde of monsters, the hero understood everything. The polar dragon stood with his arms crossed. The guy exhaled. Stroking Love's head, the young man told her not to worry and enjoy the sight, adding that she should leave everything to him. The embarrassed girl looked ahead. The player approached Aventador. The man was 2 heads taller than the young man. The protagonist looked ahead. Suddenly, a stat window appeared, from which it was clear that the user had maximum abilities. The polar dragon smirked. A system window appeared, saying that the monster's level was 3,890. The man handed over the cigar between his teeth, thinking that they had finally collided. The creator, crossing his arms, said, "The strongest player and the highest level boss in Chrono Life clashed." The dragon looked down on the guy. Love looked confused. Beads of sweat rolled down Han's face. People looked at their phones. The couple tensed up as they sat next to each other. Aventador's pupil has become smaller. The club was in his hand. The main character was turned to the rear. Baring his teeth, the monster said that it was ridiculous, and added that this pathetic human dared to approach him. Suddenly, there was a memory of the dragon standing on top of the cliff, and it became clear that he was the polar dragon of Aventadorus, who had lived for an eternity. The beasts began to open their mouths. Strange monsters were looking to the right. Laughing loudly, the monster said that there were 1,000,000 beastmen under his command, continuing to say that he was the sin of greed and gluttony, adding that he would soon become the king of this world. Suddenly the dragon asked what this ridiculous situation was, and added that a man in only his underpants dared to block his way. Waving his arms, Aventadorus stated that he would personally tear him apart and feed him to the animals. Hitting with a stick, the main character said that the opponent was sick and tired. Looking away, the monster thought that he had really attacked him with only a club. Suddenly, a blow rang out at the head of the polar dragon. A fiery beam came out of the creature's head. The explosion spread further and further into the universe. The beast froze in a daze. His knees and white trousers fell to the ground. The dragon was missing half of its body. Aventadorus, baring his fangs, screamed. The creature stared at the burned half of its body. The man spat out the cigar. Love's face showed surprise. Hong, looking ahead, was shocked. You could read confusion on people's faces. The couple, looking at the phone, did not understand what had happened. The creator was smiling hysterically. Grudgingly, the protagonist said that he was fed up with this dragon spawn, and added about his hatred for the creator of the game and the self-proclaimed god. The protagonist looked at the window of the system, which indicated that the northern continent was not available at the moment, and added that the guy should come later. The player took the creator by the collar of his shirt. With a stick at the ready, the main character said how good it was that the dragon fell under his hand. In turn, the dragon said that he would kill the young man. The monster was missing half of its face. Aventadorus, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he would soon become the king of this world, and asked what the ridiculous situation was, and whether a man in only his underwear dared to block his way. The boss, smirking, said that he would personally tear him apart and feed him to the animals, and then Gio said that he was bored. Unexpectedly, the main character hit his opponent on the head. There was a powerful explosion. The monster's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Half of the monster's body quickly incinerated to ashes. The undead opened their mouths wide in pain. Sweat dripped down the face of the polar dragon. Baring his teeth, the main character called him a dragon spawn and added that he was very tired of him. In the past, it was written on the system screen that the northern continent was not available at the moment. The protagonist grabbed the creator of the game's server by the clothes and reported that both the self-proclaimed god and the creator of the game were sick of him, and also noticed that lately there have been too many divorces who make him mad. Clenching his jaw, the guy said that it was very good that he got his hand. Aventadorus raised his eyebrows in fear. The young man and his opponent were surrounded by a thick haze. The boss could be seen coughing up blood. The teenager frowned seriously. A second later, the master leaned towards his opponent. Parting his lips, the player asked if it hurt him. Opening its mouth, the monster called him a pathetic person. The user, grinning furiously, explained that life is always painful. A moment later, Gio slapped his opponent on the cheek. The monster spun quickly in the air. Then the main character pushed him with his foot. Quickly attacking the enemy, the protagonist uttered the word pain. It seemed as if the evil spirits stuck out their tongues. Suddenly, the guy slapped Aventador on the back. The boss blushed sharply. Love's pupils suddenly turned white, and the young man could be heard repeating the word pain. Narrowing her eyes in bewilderment, the demon queen realized what the dark side of the master was. Suddenly the monster bared its teeth. The monster's eyes burned red, and he exclaimed that he needed to save his master. A second later, a huge number of undead rushed towards the player. Opponents quickly approached the user. Gio sneered slyly. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, the protagonist said that this was the moment he had been waiting for. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that it had finally come. A lot of terrible monsters appeared in front of the young man. The teenager furiously waved his weapon. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Bright lightning pierced the bodies of the crowd of undead. A shockwave trace appeared. The monster, opening its mouth, could not understand how it did it. Suddenly, the master landed on the ground. The monster turned sharply. In his pupil you could see the reflection of the player. The user stuck out his tongue in fury. Gio then hit the evil spirits on the head. A moment later, the monster fell to his feet, and his comrades wondered if this human spawn was going ahead, completely out of fear, and then they shouted that he must be killed. The main character hovered in the air. Suddenly the protagonist rounded his eyes menacingly. His opponents burst into tears of fear. At the same time, Aventadorus was sitting on the ground, and his henchmen could be heard calling for help. A monster fell near the boss. The undead, lying beside the master, apologized to him and explained that they would not be able to defeat this devil. Tears could be seen dripping down the monster's head, and he said that he was ashamed of his powerlessness. Opening his mouth wide, the monster remarked that if they were a little stronger, they could support him and help him. The polar dragon parted his lips thoughtfully. Snot dripped from the nose of the assistant leader of the beastmen. The silhouette of a monster could be seen, and at the same time he asked Brother Urus to devour them all. Opening his mouth, Aventadorus asked if he understood what he was saying, and informed them that they would not be able to respawn as long as he lived. The evil spirit's limbs seemed to be shaking, and at the same time, he replied that he understood it. A view of a huge number of monsters opened up. The guy struck at his opponents, after which the henchmen of the main boss of the game said that they would all fall at the hands of this devil in any case. Through tears, the unusual creature exclaimed that it was better to give their lives to him, because he had sacrificed a lot for their common good. Sitting in front of the polar dragon, the monster said that he had a request for him. Opening his mouth, the monster asked if he could listen to the heavens as soon as he won. There was a view of the orange sky, and he could hear that from there he would definitely hear their victory cry. Through the sweat on her face, Hum wondered who this king of drama was. The audience, sitting at the table, said that it was very sad and touching. Tears flowed sharply from people. Squinting, Love wondered what kind of atmosphere it was, as if the main character had become a universal evil. At the same time, Gio turned his gaze to the side in surprise. Noticing many enemies in the distance, the protagonist wondered if they were gathered there. Opening his mouth wide, the guy said that he was already in a hurry to their party. Suddenly, the young man took off. The teenager could be seen jumping high. The master furiously swung his wooden stick. Suddenly, magical tentacles appeared. Unusual limbs touched the bodies of evil spirits. The player rounded his eyes in bewilderment. A view opened up of how Aventador feeds on the energy of his minions. Clenching his jaw, the main boss of the game noticed that they had remained loyal to him until the very end, and therefore he was grateful to them. Magic appendages appeared behind the polar dragon's back, and at the same time, he used the absorption skill, and the system wrote that he had absorbed the opponent's level. The leader of the beastmen, baring his teeth, hoped that they would win this battle, after which the artificial intelligence reported that it had absorbed the opponent's abilities. The demon queen could be seen wiping her face with a handkerchief. Tears appeared under Hang's eyes. The expression on the faces of the spectators was sad. The heroes, biting their lips, were upset, and then the protagonist explained that at that moment, although they were enemies, no one could hold back tears. Suddenly, the guy landed on the ground. Smiling broadly, the young man asked if he had eaten all of his subordinates, and at the same time it was said that only one could not do so. Standing behind the enemy, the teenager noticed that as levels and characteristics, these garbage would be more useful. Opening his jaw menacingly, the master clarified that he was not complete garbage, since he had mercilessly devoured his followers. The players, frowning angrily, thought that this was too much. The people, hearing the laughter, lowered their eyebrows and muttered that how could he laugh at the noble sacrifice of beastmen. Aventador seemed to open his lips, and at the same time, Gio laughed loudly. Trying to get up, the main boss of the game said that he was right, because he had absorbed his useless subordinates. Suddenly, magical tentacles appeared, and the polar dragon said that there was something strange. Strange appendages burst from the body of the leader of the beastmen. Suddenly, the monster's hand began to recover. A moment later, the limb was completely recreated. The monster was surrounded by an unusual aura. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. Around the body of the undead, a blue flame could be seen. Tears flowed from the undead's eyes, and he reported that he was no longer hungry, after which the system wrote his level. Suddenly, Aventador kicked his foot off the ground. Gio abruptly took off. The polar dragon clenched its fangs tightly. At the same second, the monster began to swing its fist. The main character's teeth chattered against each other. A bright lightning bolt could be seen from his eyes. The player's wooden baton collided with the opponent's hand. A sphere filled with two different auras formed around the opponents. The shock wave resolutely diverged in different directions. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy appeared. Love tried to cover her face with her palm. The witches scattered in different directions from the force of the attack. Large boulders were visible in the ground. Fragments of huge stones fell sharply down. The cobblestones hit the grass at great speed. In spite of everything, the opponents continued to fight. A dark liquid suddenly spilled out of the mouth of the beastman leader. An evil smile appeared on the guy's face. At the same second, the monster attacked the enemy's weapons. A powerful explosion threw the opponents in different directions. After the attack, the main boss of the game lost one of his limbs. A stream of black haze emanated from the surface of the cut. Aventadorus clenched his sharp jaws tightly in anger. With the help of the reincarnation skill of rebirth, the polar dragon restored part of the limb. There was a monster's mouth on the ground, and it was said that it was the skill of the ancient lizard beast men, and that this hidden ability was somewhat similar to a healing factor. The gray substance spread over the shoulder of the undead, and it turned out that the sin of gluttony, which had been enhanced by greed, could even absorb abilities. Suddenly, the eyes of the beastman later lit up brightly. The enemy sharply pierced Jiwoo's stomach. Falling to the ground, the girls watched in bewilderment. Looking at the screen of the phone, people bulged their pupils in alarm. The main boss of the game clenched his fangs in a rage, and it became clear that he had absorbed approximately 1,000,000 beastmen. A splash of black liquid appeared from the protagonist's mouth, and it was said that all the skills that the beastmen had in principle were concentrated in one Aventador. The monster's sharp claws gleamed brightly. After a moment, the player began to fall backwards. The polar dragon spread his fingers wide as he prepared to attack, and it turned out that he was a unique ancient beastman himself. Bright traces of the monster's blows appeared in the air. The undead clenched his fangs tightly, and it became clear that he was the one at the top of the food chain, namely the strongest predator. Large drops of black liquid could be seen around the protagonist's body. His opponent's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size, and the system reported that the hidden skill healing factor had been activated. The hole in the player's abdomen began to overgrow with skin. The young man tightly wrapped his fingers around the handle of the wooden club, and the artificial intelligence notified that the process of repairing the damage had begun. Smiling broadly, Gio inquired about whether his opponent had finished. Suddenly, Aventador's head exploded. A powerful stream of flames rose to the sky. A black liquid spilled out of the monster's mouth. At the same moment, the polar dragon clenched its sharp jaws. Pulling his hand back, the undead began to shout loudly. After a moment, the beastman leader furrowed his brows angrily. At the same time, an empty part of the clearing appeared in front of him. Bright rays of magic swept through the air as the protagonist activated the speed of light skill. Drops of sweat began to drip down the monster's face. Suddenly, a powerful stream of flames pierced his back. The main boss of the game opened his mouth wide in pain. Under the influence of the magic beam, the undead began to fall down. A black liquid was leaking out of his mouth. Through the bright flashes of energy, the silhouette of the player could be seen. With her eyes rounded in delight, Love realized that her partner had managed to win. At the same moment, the body of the beastman leader was enveloped in a sphere of blue aura. The girl bulged her pupils in fright. A moment later, a huge dragon flew high into the sky. With a bright glow in Aventador's mouth, he declared that there was no point in having any minions left, and then wondered why he would conquer the continent. Folding his hands in displeasure, Dokby was indignant that it could be ice breath. With his mouth wide open in fear, the president of Chrono Life shouted that if the dragon with the 9,999th level used it, then the continent would be finished, and then told his subordinates to immediately contact the server team to turn off the power. Opening his sharp jaws, the main boss of the game declared that they were all finished. Suddenly, a powerful flow of energy swept through the air. The flow of magic approached Jiwoo, who was standing on the ground. Smirking, the protagonist decided to activate a hidden skill called the Spirit of the Titan. At the same moment, a ghostly silhouette rose high into the sky. Magic rays enveloped the player's body, and the system reported that this hidden ability gives the user the ability to obtain the power of a Titan, and the conditions for acquisition are the presence of a master's level and strength statistics in the amount of 14,000 or more. A memory appeared in which the protagonist threw a wooden club over his shoulder. The huge bear clenched its jaws furiously. With one crushing blow, the young man struck down the enemy. Through Jio's cunning smile, his teeth could be seen, and the artificial intelligence notified that the third condition after completing the previous two was to defeat the bear with one blow. A magical cloud appeared in the sky above the main character, and the system reported that the Spirit of the Titan was activated, for the duration of which the damage and attack range increased tenfold. The guy abruptly swung his weapon behind his back. The magic spirit in the air began to spiral. The ice breath attack collided with a powerful burst of flames. The protagonist's power began to absorb the polar dragon's magic beam. At the same moment, the monster opened its mouth wide in alarm. A burst of fire began to envelop the head of the beastman leader. The monster was completely covered by the user's attack, and then shouted that this could not be. A powerful flame explosion rang out on the surface of the planet. A long beam of energy swept through space. An earthen crater formed around Gio. The main character tightly grasped the handle of a wooden baton with his fingers. Looking up, the user wondered if there was only one left. An air whirlwind could be seen high in the sky, and the young man said that it was a sin of envy. You could see how the player left traces of running behind him. Suddenly the girl raised her hand. Love, happily opening her jaw, turned to the main character. Stretching out her thumbs, the lady exclaimed that she knew he would win and added that he was her #1 servant, after which Gio remarked that who would doubt. The demon queen looked away in surprise. Aventador appeared behind the guys. Opening her mouth wide, the singer asked if he was still alive, to which she received a negative answer. The monster could be seen sighing heavily, and then the protagonist said that given its condition, it would die soon. Sweat ran down the monster's face. Approaching the boss, the guy said that it was better for the girl to step aside, because he could start the absorption again before he died. The young man frowned menacingly. Smirking, the teenager asked if he was still alive and called his opponent a dragon spawn, and also added that it was not for nothing that he had 2 sins and 9,999th level. The undead, clenching his jaw, announced that he would admit his defeat, and asked to simply kill him. Raising the corners of his lips, the master said that he was just going to do this, and then asked who had given him, the loser, the right to order him. Swinging a wooden stick, Gio said goodbye to his enemy. The dragon could be seen crying. Sweat ran down the monster's face. In the past, a huge number of evil spirits sat not far from the boss. The main character's weapon was quickly approaching the monster's head. Brother Urus remembered how magical tentacles touched his minions. Through tears, Aventadorus apologized to everyone. Standing opposite the opponent, the protagonist noticed that he was going to end everything with this phrase. Smiling broadly, the guy added that it was somehow a pity. The boss stared ahead in bewilderment. Leaning towards him, the young man explained that he would become an ego sword. Earlier, the terrible monster, opening its mouth, asked the teenager if he had ever heard of the ego sword. Opening his mouth, the master clarified what it was. The monster's pupils burned purple, and he said that in other words, he would inhabit his weapon and dwell in it with his spirit. Urus, flying near the player, asked what kind of sword he was, and if he was going to kill Aventadorus, to which he received a positive answer. The user, grinning, said that killing him would still not change his level, and if he did, the stat would remain at the same level, and at the same time, the system reported his stats. Grinning furiously, Gio wondered if it wouldn't be much more interesting to make him the same ego sword. Suddenly, the boss turned to his brother, causing him to open his mouth in surprise. Sitting on the ground, the evil spirits said that they had been feeling his energy all this time, but could not understand where it was coming from, and then asked if he had really become a henchman of man. Lowering his eyebrows, the spirit responded positively. After a moment, Aventadorus bared his teeth and laughed, and also noticed that the proud 2-headed dragon Urus had fallen, and who would have thought that he would serve any person? Frowning maliciously, the monster said that he would not agree to such a thing and would rather choose death than become a servant of a man. The main character bit his lips, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that the contract was refused, namely the polar dragon Aventadorus refuses to give up his soul. After a moment, the protagonist smiled. Raising his eyebrows, the guy explained that he was not going to force anyone. Putting his hand on his forehead, the young man said that it was a shock for him, because he could not even think that he would be refused. Sweat ran sharply down the monster's face. Covering his face with his hand, the teenager said that there was nothing to be done, and in order to moderate his resentment, he would have to go to the northern continent tomorrow. Smirking, the master clarified if there were still ancient beastmen there, and added that he thought their deaths would help restore his mental balance. Opening his jaw menacingly, the player shouted that they needed to be killed. Standing in front of the enemy, the user said that he would endlessly mock them, and they themselves would beg for death. The evil spirits bared their teeth when they heard that they would then skin them, make scarecrows, and put them on display for all to see. Aventador called the protagonist a nasty and disgusting person, and then asked if he was threatening him, to which he waved his palm and laughed at him. Leaning over to the boss, Gio noticed that he was thinking well. The monster knelt in front of the protagonist, and the protagonist said that it was true, that he was threatening him. Bringing a wooden stick to the enemy's chin, the guy asked what he would do. The spectators, frowning maliciously, thought that he was a scoundrel. People, holding phones in their hands, called the player a villain. Pursing his lips, Urus muttered that he had told him that it was better to listen to him. The monster's pupils narrowed sharply. It seemed as if the dragon had been crying in the past. Aventador's minions could be seen worshipping him. Magical tentacles touched the undead. After a second, the boss closed his eyes. The monster, sitting in front of the young man, said that he would become an ego sword and asked not to touch his subordinates. Suddenly, the system wrote that the polar dragon agreed to give him his soul, and whether he accepted the deal, after which the teenager, smiling, said that it was necessary to do it right away. The spirit, flying near the user, wondered where he was going to put his soul, because one weapon correlates with one's soul. Closing his eyes, Gio noticed that he wouldn't be able to do it with a baton, and added that there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, the main character stretched out his palms. Blushing sharply, the protagonist asked Aventador to come up to him, and named him his child. The boss curled his lips in bewilderment. Opening his mouth, the monster asked if he could think for a while. The monster's body was half hidden in the teleportation beams, and then the guy exclaimed that it was time to stop whining and climbing. Suddenly, a magic seal appeared under the young man, and the system reported that Aventador's body had been destroyed. The teenager was surrounded by a purple aura, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the soul of the polar dragon had moved into his underwear. The master could be seen holding his hands behind his head. Suddenly, the player flew into the sky. Love's pupils narrowed in bewilderment, and then the system said that the main quest was completed. A moment later, a chest appeared above the girl's palms. Hong picked up the box. The players, raising their eyebrows, were very surprised that they received a reward for completing the main quest. The lady, opening the unusual box, exclaimed that this was a reward for the main quest, and then asked what was there. The Demon Queen's eyes widened in amazement. Inside the chest was a snow crystal of 10,000 frost, after absorbing which the ability to withstand the cold of the northern continent is given. It seemed as if the singer opened her jaw. Hong's expression was astonished. Users, holding the boxes in their hands, were shocked. A view of a high mountain opened up, and at the same time, Geo revealed that the hidden northern continent became available to users after winning the main quest with the ancient beast men. An identification room was visible, and the protagonist explained that the plateau and leveling up high-end users was successfully overcome, and adventures in uncharted lands spurred users' interest in the game, which significantly increased the number of visits to Chrono Life. Suddenly, the protagonist bit off part of the snow crystal. The guy chewed it contentedly. Then the young man took a sip. The teenager was standing in the middle of the field, and at the same time the system reported that the snow crystal was activated. An adaptation to the cold of the northern continent was underway. Opening his mouth wide, the master said that it was fine, and asked if he could finally get there. In the past, it was written on the screen that the northern continent is closed to the public at the moment, so let them come later. Lowering his eyebrows, the player decided to go to the northern continent. Green numbers appeared, after which the user said that this was the end of the war with the ancient beast men, but the story of the sortie to the northern continent would wait a little. A view of a tall building opened. I could see a cozy room. Rays of light illuminated the room. Jaiwo was lying on the bed, and the artificial intelligence announced his exit from Chrono Life. Then the main character took off his virtual reality glasses. The time on the screen showed 2 hours and 38 minutes, and then the protagonist wondered if it was still daytime. A second later, the guy grabbed the phone in his hand. Placing his hand on his stomach, the young man said that he was very hungry. Suddenly, Luna, smiling, asked if he had already graduated. Lifting her leg off the floor, the girl noticed that it was very good that she decided to set the table early. Raising her eyebrows happily, the lady invited them to sit down at the table. Blushing sharply, the teenager exclaimed that he looked cool, and asked if they had cooked all this. Putting the cutlery in his mouth, the master wished the assistant of the creator of the game server bon appetit. Suddenly, the player slammed his spoon on the table. Baring his teeth, the user asked if she thought she would say something like that. Frowning menacingly, Jaiwa asked who she was, why she was constantly breaking into someone else's house, and whether he should call the police. Sitting opposite the main character, the lady asked if he had already eaten. Parting her lips, the goddess of life called him a loser and said that he managed everything very quickly. Smiling, Luna added that both in real life and in the game, the protagonist's expression was displeased. Putting her hands on her knees, the girl explained that this time she had come to him because she had an important business with him, and at the same time, the guy asked what the matter was. The lady could be seen lifting the corners of her lips. Closing her eyes contentedly, the lady offered to go on a date. The young man's pupils narrowed rapidly. The teenager looked ahead in bewilderment. A view of the tall structure opened. Suddenly, the walls of the room appeared. Love was holding a phone in her hand. Sitting on the floor, the singer thought that the main character was probably not busy with anything now. The popular idol, blushing, muttered that he had logged out at the same time as her. A plush toy was lying on her feet, and then she wondered if she could send him a message. Entering the chat with the protagonist, the girl thought about whether to ask him out on a date. Opening her mouth wide, the lady exclaimed that she had almost sent it. After a moment, Lav's eyes widened in surprise. On the phone screen, it seemed like the manager was calling her. The singer greeted and asked what had happened, because they had nothing planned today, after which her manager, lowering her eyebrows, asked a counter question, where she was now, to which she received the answer that she was at home. Through the sweat on his face, the supervisor said that she was near the house, and that guy was leaving with a dark girl. Gio and Luna were standing near the car. Opening his jaw, the popular idol clarified if her hair was dark. The lady imagined a cockroach with the head of a girl. Love asked them to wait there and added that she would come down at once, and then the lady, sitting behind the bushes, said that it was too late, because they had left, and the singer ordered to stop them even at the cost of her life. Suddenly, someone ran. Quickly shuffling her legs, the popular idol could not even think that she would get ahead of her. Baring her teeth, the demon queen muttered that she would never forgive her. Through tears, the girl was very surprised that she dared to seduce her beloved. The lady exclaimed that she was there, and at the same time her manager, standing by the car, said that she had started it, and added that she needed it quickly. Sitting in the car, Love asked where the goats had gone, to which she was told that she was not sure, but that they had turned in the direction of the sea. Clenching her jaw, the singer was talking about the sea. A cockroach with the head of a girl appeared, who asked the main character how he liked her bikini, after which he noticed that she was beautiful, and the popular idol wondered if she was going to seduce him. Opening her mouth wide, the demon queen shouted that the protagonist should not be fooled by this stupid banality. After putting on gloves, the supervisor asked her not to worry, explaining that she would not even have a chance to get her swimsuit. Holding the steering wheel tightly, the lady said that she would catch up with this sports car in an instant. A second later, the girl pressed the gas pedal. The wheels began to spin rapidly. The car jerked abruptly. A view of the wide highway opened. In the blue car were Gio and Luna. The goddess of life, blushing, said that the weather was wonderful, and then asked if the sky and clouds were not especially beautiful today. The guy turned his gaze thoughtfully to the side. A view of the tall structure opened. The white ceiling of the room was visible, and then the young man asked about the date and the sea, to which the girl replied that she had always dreamed of having a date on the seashore. Crossing his arms, the teenager explained that he had no desire to go anywhere with her. The lady lifted the corners of her lips. Placing her palms on her knees, Luna remarked that if you think about it, this is not the last chapter in Chrono Life, and at the same time, she clarified if there is still a sin of envy. Looking ahead, the goddess of life said that she had something to tell him about him, and added that he would need this information. A sandy beach appeared, and the girl asked to take a break from Chrono Life for one day and give her some time. As she approached the stairs, the lady exclaimed that it was very beautiful here. Fixing her hair, Luna said that the wind was fresh and she felt very good. Opening her mouth wide, the goddess of life thanked the main character. Happily raising her eyebrows, the girl added that he had fulfilled her wish. The master calmly looked ahead. His gaze was thoughtful. In the past, the player stood next to a lady. After imagining Luna's satisfied face, the user wondered why this smile was so similar to the one she showed him when they first met, namely a bright but full of lies. Closing his eyes, Gio muttered that memories that he wanted to forget were coming to life next to her. It was seen how the goddess of life pierced the protagonist through. The guy fell sharply to the ground. Drops of blood appeared on the girl's cheek. Biting his lips, the young man thought that the memories were disgustingly clear. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and then the teenager asked if she was happy, because they came to the sea, as she wanted. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the master asked to stop wasting time and give information about the last chapter or what she wanted to tell as soon as possible. Smiling, the lady asked if she was getting to the point at once, and noted that she wanted to look around here with him calmly first. Frowning angrily, the player clarified why, and at the same time said that let her tell the information and he would immediately leave. Luna, looking forward, said what was expected of him. In the past, the goddess of life said that he manages everything very quickly, and added that both in real life and in the game. The user lowered his eyebrows menacingly. Parting her lips, the girl explained that he was always in a hurry, but it was thanks to this quality that they were able to reach the last chapter so quickly. Joyful heroes were visible, and the lady noticed that he always saved everyone coolly. Luhua raised her eyebrows happily. Opening her mouth, Luna called the protagonist a great warrior. Standing in front of the protagonist, the goddess of life asked if she could ask him for something. Scratching his head, the guy said that it him off, after which he clarified what kind of request this was all of a sudden. Suddenly, a drop fell to the ground, and the young man said that her impudence must have some limits. Then the water particles quickly increased. Tears flowed down the girl's face. The teenager opened his jaw in bewilderment. The lady, looking sadly ahead, asked to be saved too. Drops of sweat dripped down Gio's face. The main character lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the guy did not understand why she was crying, why it was happening, and what he should do. Smiling broadly, the player began to speak quietly. Frowning, the young man exclaimed that the cockroach should stop pretending, after which he asked if she thought that he would so easily fall for such a performance. The girl's hair was blowing in the wind, and the user suggested that she was going to catch him off guard again and stick a knife in the back, arrange a bad ending. Suddenly, Luna rushed to hug the interlocutor. A tear ran down her cheek, and she quietly begged for forgiveness. The main character bulged his pupils in surprise. Closing her eyes, the lady apologized several more times. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the guy thought that he was confused. The assistant to the creator of the game pressed her head to the player's chest, while he reflected on the fact that her arms and shoulders were trembling very much, and her voice was very thin. In the shadows, the silhouette of the heroes could be seen next to each other, and the protagonist realized that it was the first time she looked so weak, and that he froze. Suddenly, someone quickly ran forward. Love bent her knee sharply. With alarmed rounded eyes, the idol asked if her manager was sure it was here, to which she shouted that she needed to believe because there was no other place to date. Tightly grasping the phone with her fingers, the woman cried out that there were almost no people, and the view was beautiful, and everyone wrote that this was the best place by the sea, on which her partner noted that she could be relied on. Running along the other side of the road, the escort cried out that she saw them. Luna put her head to Gio's chest. The popular personality rounded her eyes with anxiety. Suddenly, the girl slipped her foot on the asphalt. The player clenched her hand sharply into a fist. The manager turned her head towards her partner. A drop of sweat ran down the manager's cheek. Love stared ahead intently. In the distance, she noticed the protagonist and the goddess of life, who were standing close to each other. Lowering his jaw, the guy asked the interlocutor to listen, after which he clarified whether something had happened to her. Curling her fingers, the girl trembled, and the player asked what it meant to save her and shouted for her to explain it normally. Shifting his gaze down, the protagonist said in his mind what suddenly dawned on him. The user's body seemed to be pierced by a sharp spear. Luna brought her palm to her chest, and the young man suggested that she might have had a good reason to do this all along. The goddess of life stood on a huge paw with claws. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes. At the same time, a tear ran down the lady's cheek. Pushing Jaiwo away with her palms, the assistant of the creator of the game screamed loudly. Putting her fingers to her chin, Luna asked if he had fallen for it, after which she exclaimed that she was only acting out a turn, where the villain turned out to have had a motive all along. Smiling broadly, the lady asked if she had managed to whitewash her image, and whether he felt sorry for her. Lowering his jaw in confusion, the main character remained silent. Remembering how the interlocutor looked at him with crying eyes and asked to save her, the guy wondered if they wanted to tell him that it was all a lie. Looking at the joyful face of the goddess of life, the player realized that anyone would say that something was wrong with her smile. Suddenly, the protagonist closed his lips in alarm. Silhouettes of the heroes appeared in the shadows, and the user asked the lady to listen to him, after which he said that she was alone all this time. At the same moment, Love's furious face appeared in front of him. Turning away, the young man began to shout loudly due to the sudden appearance of the boss. Her mouth wide open in anger, the idol wondered what the hell was going on. Raising his leg, the protagonist shouted that he had done nothing. The lady's eyes lit up brightly, and she muttered that the player had hugged her, to which he thought that he was very scared. Hiding behind the car, the manager exclaimed in her mind that Love was great, and she had to pin him to the wall. The girl told him to raise both hands up briskly, when suddenly Gio put his palm out in front of him and clarified if it was true. As the idol's head approached his body, the protagonist cried out that he had picked it up. The enraged girl lowered her jaw and said that he needed to stand like this. Standing still, the player began to tremble and muttered that he did not understand why this was necessary. Suddenly, a popular personality hugged him tightly by the torso. The guy's eyes widened in alarm. The lady's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. The manager bulged her pupils in bewilderment. Luna watched in bewilderment. Lowering her chin, Love said that now he could lower it. Pressing her head to the protagonist's chest, the girl explained that he should put one hand on her head and the other on her shoulders. Stretching his palms up, the user muttered that it was a hug, to which the interlocutor shouted for him to shut up, after which she added that he should not contradict her and follow the boss's order. Biting his lips in fright, the young man was silent. At the same second, Gio put his hand on the idol's hair. The main character ran his second palm over her head. A drop of sweat began to drip down the player's cheek. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The guy lowered the corners of his lips in confusion. Suddenly, the popular personality turned towards the goddess of life. Raising her eyebrows, the lady cried out contentedly, and it turned out that a winner's smile appeared on her face. Grinning, the assistant to the creator of the server remained silent. Standing behind the heroes, Luna inquired about whether she had told the loser that she would share information with him about the sin of envy, to which he shouted that he remembered it. At the same moment, Love clenched her teeth tightly in anger. Adjusting her hair with her fingers, the girl said that she had two pieces of news, after which she added that the first one concerned the subject. The goddess of life asked if he was looking at the reward for defeating Yopi, to which the protagonist wrapped his fingers around his chin and asked if she was talking about the possibility of becoming one of the 7 sins. A flashback appeared in which the user held the chest tightly with both hands, and the system wrote that the conditions for obtaining the abilities of one of the 7 deadly sins had been met, and gave him the choice of becoming one of the 7 deadly sins or remaining human, which was obtained before. Squeezing his eyes shut, Gio said that he didn't remember it, and asked to be reminded of what was there, and then added that it seemed to him that he never opened it then, because there was no time for that, and Love said that there was nothing special there. Frowning angrily, the girl said that she had seen a mid-ranking earring there, after which she added that at that time all users were unhappy that such nonsense was slipped in as a reward for the main quest. Particles of magic surrounded the precious cross, and the idol noticed that it could only be worn from the 500th, although even the top ranker had not achieved such a thing, and then added that she had tested his sense skill, but found nothing, so she decided that it was a normal cosmetic item, while the artificial intelligence notified that this item could not be sold, disassembled, or deleted. Lowering her chin, the lady exclaimed that she did not want to hear her brag so much if she had only that in her hands, and called her a damned fraud. Closing her eyes, the goddess of life asked the players to listen to her, after which she stated that she did not know about the rest of the users, but they had definitely seen this artifact. Standing in front of the heroes, the assistant to the creator of the server said that the loser never opened the chest, but Love did not understand something, to which she was indignant at her words, and Gio said that they had taken up their own again. With a smirk, Luna clarified that this was the first clue, and the second was a quest. A bright flash appeared in the endless blue sky, and the girl advised the players not to let the master of the sky change. Putting the bag in the car, the goddess of life said that this was it, so she left, to which the main character clarified whether it was already. Turning back, the lady noticed that they would see each other again, and then added that she had enjoyed their date with the loser. The idol's eyes instantly turned white with anger after hearing it. The assistant to the creator of the server lifted her leg off the ground, and the guy said that she really left. Scratching his head, the protagonist did not understand what was what. The popular personality abruptly grabbed his hand. Lowering his chin, the popular personality said that he did not want such a memory to be with her alone. It seemed like Luna threw herself into the user's arms some time ago. At the same time, Boss Love could be seen wrapping tightly around his torso. Suddenly, Gio's eyes widened in alarm. In the past, the girl had asked where those goats had gone, and her manager furrowed her brows angrily and exclaimed that they had turned in the direction of the sea. Gritting her teeth, the idol asked her anxiously. The player's cheeks visibly red with embarrassment, and she admitted that she also wanted a date by the sea. Drops of sweat began to flow down the face of the main character. There was a view of a long beach with a crystal blue sea, and the guy agreed. In the sky between the tall buildings I could see the sparkling sun. The girl took step after step up the street. Luna was rapidly advancing through the crowd of people. At the same moment, the lady stopped in place. The goddess of life tilted her head down slightly. She lowered the corners of her lips in sadness. The assistant to the creator of the game's server recalled how she pressed her face to Gio's chest. A memory appeared in which she abruptly pushed him back. In the past, tears appeared in the lady's eyes. Looking down, Luna was silent. The sun was glinting in the vast sky, and she wondered if it would help her if she told the truth. After a moment, she grinned contentedly. The goddess of life remembered how love had looked at her angrily. The lady imagined the winner's smile on her rival's face. Bending her torso back, the assistant to the creator of the game's server said that she was jealous of her, because she also wanted to be just as honest. Tears flowed down the lady's tears, and she admitted that she was even a little jealous. In the distance of the sea horizon I could see the setting sun. The idol was wearing red shoes on his feet. Gio was dressed in branded flip-flops. The two of them were walking along the beach. Standing next to each other, the players were silent. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that he was very embarrassed, because they had been walking in silence for 30 minutes. The girl looked down, and the guy did not understand what she could be thinking. The popular personality abruptly leaned down and asked if the protagonist regretted that he could not see what he wanted, to which he clarified what he wanted to see. The lady pointed her finger at the cockroach with the head of a man and stated that he wanted to look at Luna in a bikini, when suddenly the user asked why he should want to see it. Closing her lips in sadness, the girl said nothing. The young man looked anxiously in the direction of his interlocutor when she said that she was worried and very jealous. Folding her hands behind her back, Love admitted that she would not want him to be alone with other girls in the future, after which she added that only if he was with her. There were footprints of the player's shoes in the sand, and the lady asked if he could write to her more often and call at least sometimes, and then asked if he knew that sometimes guys would give a girl a jacket to keep her warm, and asked him not to lend it to anyone but her, and as for the other girls' numbers, he allowed 10, but no more. Gio bulged his pupils in bewilderment. Scratching his head, the main character asked what Boss Love was saying, because he was not even her boyfriend, after which he clarified whether she had feelings for him. Raising her eyebrows, the girl replied that it was true. The guy continued to smile broadly. After a positive answer, drops of sweat began to run down the player's face. Lowering her jaw, the idol asked if he knew about it. The lady's bright red lips glittered. With enthusiastic rounding of her eyes, the popular personality declared that she liked the protagonist. The sea water near the shore was covered with white foam. Columns with green numbers appeared. A view of a spacious forest clearing opened up. The logo of the Chrono Life game was visible, and it was said that this is the first most popular virtual reality game, which has recently undergone a lot of changes. On the player's forehead hung a magical brooch with 3 rays. The little knight was running in a crowd of people with a sword in his hands during a sudden main quest. The wounded monster collapsed to the ground, and it became clear that the game was experiencing an increase in available content at breakneck speed. Flakes of snow flew near the high cliff, and it was said that the most impressed users were the unexplored northern continent. The users smiled broadly, and it turned out that most of them had eaten the ice crystal and embarked on a longer journey to the new lands. White birds flew in the endless blue sky. Glare of sunlight fell on the rooftops of the houses, and it became clear that one player was not interested in anything, not even in the northern continent. The man opened his jaw wide abruptly. Luhua stood next to Gio with her eyes closed. Behind the heroes you could see a grocery store, and the girl asked why the guy was sitting with such a sad face, after which she added that she should trade, and not worry about him. Lowering his eyelids, the player asked if she was going to go to the northern continent, because many had gone there, so the trade was going badly, to which she replied that she was not going to, since she was good here too. Smiling broadly, the alchemist explained that many would return exhausted, so she decided to stay here for their sake. Happily raising his eyebrows, the main character muttered that she was immensely kind, as always. Folding her hands in front of her, Starlight asked if something had happened to him. The guy's eyes noticeably turned white with anxiety when the young lady noticed that they suddenly confessed their love to him. Turning away from his interlocutor, the protagonist was silent. With her eyes rounded in delight, Luhua cried out in her mind that this seemed to be true, and realized that it was a correct guess. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl asked which of them had confessed her love to him, and then asked him to speak faster. The alchemist exclaimed that it was very nice that he was trying to deny everything, but the truth could not be hidden, when suddenly a woman's heel appeared behind them. Suddenly, the players looked back when they heard coughing. In the shadows, the silhouette of a girl could be seen, which Starlight was happy about. Love's cheeks were visibly red with embarrassment. Thoughtfully raising her fingers to her chin, the girl greeted her comrades. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. Biting his lips in confusion, the young man realized that this was the first time this had happened to him. A flashback appeared in which the idol stared intently ahead and asked if he knew that she had feelings for him, and the player thought about how he could not even look her in the eye because of this. Luhua began to turn her head from side to side while the others were silent. At the same moment, the girl transformed into a detective and said in her mind that she had revealed everything. Waving goodbye, the alchemist exclaimed that she remembered that she had an appointment, after which she wished them a good time, because she realized that she was definitely superfluous here. Lowering her jaw, Love loudly begged her not to leave. Suddenly, Starlight rounded her eyes in alarm. Standing near the grocery store, the girl said that she needed to talk about the main quest, so the young lady should be with them, to which she agreed. Gio was holding the treasure trove in his hands when the idol suddenly asked if he had a chest, after which she exclaimed that he should open it quickly, and thought that there was no need to rush, because he had just begun to notice it. Rounding her eyes in confusion, the player said in her mind that she did not want to become a burden for him, so she would move slowly. Inside the delicate box was a silver cross, and the system reported that it was an angel's earring, namely a mid-rank item that could not be sold, disassembled, or removed. Smiling broadly, the popular personality shouted that he had 999th level, so he would be able to use this artifact. Putting his fingers to his chin, the user thoughtfully said that he thought he had seen him somewhere. A memory appeared in which magic particles scattered from the jewelry. In the past, Luna has closed her eyes and said that she asked her interlocutors to listen to what they have definitely seen this object. Putting the earring to his ear, the protagonist shouted that he was not there. He would try to put it on, when suddenly the artificial intelligence notified that the player had successfully put on the angel earring, and that the demonstration of hidden abilities had been launched. The young man looked anxiously towards the artifact. Suddenly, a powerful burst of blue aura appeared around its silhouette, and the system reported that the user's body had begun to change. Love and Luhua covered their faces with their hands from the bright glow. Streams of white magic enveloped Gio's hair. At the same second, the black strands began to rise up. With her eyes rounded in surprise, the girl wondered if the main character's hair was getting longer. A memory appeared in which Urus held a green sphere in his palm. Some time earlier, the idol's body was mired in the light of magic, and she did not understand whether this earring, like the essence of the devil, changes the appearance of the user without his consent. The guy gritted his teeth tightly and muttered that he had been frightened a lot, when suddenly the system said that the changes were complete, so he could get rid of the earring. The protagonist's bare leg abruptly stepped into the ground. The ladies opened their mouths wide in bewilderment, and the user clarified why they were looking at him like that. Running his fingers through his hair, the young man asked if the system message had written something about the changes. Gio appeared in the guise of a girl, and he did not understand what exactly had changed in him. The main character rounded his eyes in confusion, and the artificial intelligence notified that the gender of the character had been changed, and the user had fulfilled the conditions for entering the heavenly realm. The angel's earring glowed inside the chest. Gio put on the earring, deciding to take a risk. As soon as he did, his body lit up. Her hair was swaying with magic, and the next moment they began to get longer. Love's eyes widened. The protagonist turned into a girl, looking at himself in surprise. His eyes expressed an extreme degree of surprise. The game that occupies the first place in the world ranking, Chrono Life. Freedom was the main feature that attracted players to it so much. Users were free to do most of their actions, and in some ways this was especially pronounced. If the player decided to use a sword, the skills to use it were also born, and if with a spear, then the corresponding skills appeared. If you are engaged in collecting medicinal herbs, then the necessary knowledge will become available. And if you are engaged in deforestation or become a carpenter, they acquire the necessary skills. With the exception of special conditions where a skill can only be acquired by exchanging or studying books, depending on the user's actions, skills were automatically created using the artificial intelligence of the host computer. Thus, at the moment, the number of generated skills in the game has exceeded 10 million. And it wasn't just about skills, but also about classes, weather and environment. Chrono Life guaranteed freedom in all areas without any restrictions. But there was one caveat: the appearance of users was limited. It was possible to change the color of hair, skin and eyes. As an exception, players could remove existing scars or remove their disability. Add elf ears or even a tail, for example, excluding the external characteristics of the race. In Chrono Life, a person looked the same as in real life. But now, Gio's eyes were filled with incomprehension. It was hard to understand that his body had changed so much. The protagonist immediately ran up to his friends and demanded to give him a mirror. To his shock, the young man saw that a woman's face was reflected in him. Despair appeared in his eyes as he realized that it wasn't just his body that had changed. Here the warrior looked thoughtfully into his face. Embarrassedly, he tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. After that, he enthusiastically said that he had become an incredible beauty, and the friends realized that the character had not changed. The townspeople looked around, not understanding why a girl with a mirror appeared instead of a man in underpants. Gio was even embarrassed when compliments poured in from everywhere. Love turned to her friends and suggested that they find some quiet place. Soon at the nearest tavern. The sign read Guest Yard. The medieval inn is quite a relevant place in Chrono Life. The ground floor was reserved for a bar and a food kitchen. and the second was used as a place where travelers could spend the night and rest. With the crackle of wood in the fireplace, the Demon Queen decided that here they could talk without fear of being overheard. The girl raised her hand and decided to clarify whether the gender had really changed because of the earring, and whether it would help just to take it off. But Gio took off the earring, showing that nothing had changed while they were walking here. He had already tried to do it. The idol turned to her friend in confusion. She squinted at his hips and asked him to bring his knees together so as not to shine what was under his skirt. The protagonist was visibly embarrassed when the boss added that now calling him by his old nickname is clearly irrelevant. Love looked at the warrior carefully and suggested a different name, but he asked him to leave everything as it was. Zvezdaka looked at her brother with curiosity and asked how it felt after a gender change, how different it was from a man, because the feelings in the game were the same as in life. Gio scratched the back of his head and replied that the long hair was a little ticklish, that's all, and other than that, there were no differences. His gaze rested on his own chest. The protagonist froze. With a tense face, the guy said that he needed to go to the toilet, to which the queen remarked that they were in the game. The warrior spread his hands and laughingly asked if they were tired of playing, but they weren't. The player was confused. Then he burst into curses. The girls had to grab his hands so that he would stop trying to feel himself, even though he was yelling that it was his own body. When the idol loudly stated that the water level had already risen too high, Gio demanded an explanation, but she decided not to continue the thought. Soon, the friends were lying on the floor when they finally calmed down. The queen, without changing her position, suddenly remembered that the goddess of life asked to take a good look at the earring, but the protagonist said that he was now in trouble, for which he was called a moron. The girl sat down on the carpet. She rubbed her chin as she scrutinized the artifact, and realized that she had seen it somewhere. The image of Riot came to mind, and on his ear was exactly the same earring. The warrior jumped to her feet, and loudly voiced her thoughts. With an enthusiastic face, the idol said that this is why it is called an angel earring, because that kid and his subordinates had wings and halos. With a satisfied look, Love laughed, shouting that she was just a genius. Gio looked at his friend in confusion when she offered to meet Riot, and maybe then he would return to his normal body. But he scratched his head again, and closing his eyes, he repeated that he was in trouble. The protagonist stretched out his palm to the boss, and stated that there was no point in straining to return to what was. He did not care what character to play, male or female. Before, when playing from the computer, he sometimes chose female heroes. Love sighed and admitted that he was right. The warrior's face flushed as the girl expressed hope that he had no other reason for doing so, and he denied it. The idol immediately threw her comrade into the grip, since she did not believe him at all. The queen recalled Luna's words that the hint about the last chapter was related to the earring, since it was necessary to complete the quest stop the change of the Master of the Heavens. Love raised her finger up, and compared all the available information that the scene for the last chapter would definitely be the heavenly realm. Gio's cheekbones flushed as he thought of the last chapter. The young man folded his arms under his chest, and concluded that there was nothing he could do and would have to go to Riot. He had to see how the game ended, and at the same time regain his male gender, and Love exhaled when she realized that she had convinced him. The girl put her fingers to her lips in confusion, admitting that they didn't even know where the angel was. If only he appeared right now in front of them, it would be so timely. But now the protagonist raised his finger and suggested that we just ask Habeck. After all, he was Riot's errand boy. The player began rummaging through his clothes in search of some object. Finally, he retrieved Habeck's mirror. The warrior put the mirror to his ear and began to summon the owner of the artifact. It was quiet for a while. The guy scratched his head in confusion, deciding that the object was broken, and for some reason the girls felt ashamed of it. But suddenly, the mirror lit up and a familiar voice rang out, which recognized who had contacted him. As the friends watched their casual chatter in shock, the angel noticed that the speaker's voice had become thinner. Love leaned forward as Jaiwa offered to meet. Habeck's voice sounded somehow strained. He did not immediately answer the question about his employment. The young man smiled and agreed to the meeting, because the timing was really surprisingly appropriate. The mirror lit up when its creator announced that he would open the portal right away. The protagonist pulled the artifact in front of him, and a portal opened in the middle of the room. He saw a room at the end of which a figure was sitting. The angel's assistant smiled intensely, and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Breathing rapidly, the wounded guy smiled guiltily, and asked how they were doing. The warrior's face expressed horror when he saw his old friend in such a state. He immediately rushed inside and demanded to know who had done this to him. The last time Habeck was already without one arm. Why did he always get into some kind of scrape? Gio didn't immediately notice that he had been grabbed by the chin as he grumbled that it wasn't the case when a unique boss was constantly beaten up like a neighbor's dog. With a charming smile, the young man said that it was the first time he had seen such a beauty, and the main character did not like that he made a man's heart flutter. The girls barely stopped their friend from trying to kill, while he cursed at the boss for his antics. The guy wiped the blood from his face, and it dawned on him who had appeared in front of him. He looked at the stranger in surprise, recognizing her as the great warrior. But then his eyes caught the earring. The angel's helper sat back down, and understood aloud why they were looking for him. Habeck suggested, first clarifying what had happened before they saw each other. Torches burned on the wall. The boss stretched his muscles. With a smile, he thanked the protagonist for helping with the recovery. Limbs. The guy examined the warrior and noticed that the speed of recovery was incomparable to the previous one. Gio sighed and said that his friend had not changed a bit. After all, he was also left without an arm that time. The protagonist frowned and, to the embarrassed laughter of the angel, grumbled that he could not sit still, and was always looking for problems on his ass. Luhua put her hand to her mouth and quietly asked her sister who the cute girl was, to which the warrior demanded to call himself brother, reminding her that he was still a boy, but in response he heard that he was now a beautiful girl. Gio leaned over to the girl and explained that this jerk's name is Habeck, and in the past, this asshole kidnapped Lav's boss, and the little girl, angry, called him Poop. The protagonist turned back to his friend, and asked where Riot was now, as they had several questions for him. The young man smiled sadly. He knew that they were looking for him because of the owner, apparently to return to the previous sex. But to the surprise of his friends, the angel replied that they would not be able to meet him, since the angel was in the heavenly kingdom. The warrior frowned and said that they just needed to go there, since he had fulfilled all the conditions for access to the heavenly realm, even becoming a woman. Habeck's face became even more guilty, and he admitted that he knew that now Gio could visit the heavens as much as he wanted, since he complied with the conditions. To the protagonist's surprise, the guy smiled sadly and said that they would never meet Riot. Lav flinched as the angel's assistant addressed her, noticing that her spirit had also become stronger as she reached the 500th level. The girl immediately opened her status window, not believing his words, because when she last checked, her level was around 300th. But to her shock, she saw that he was right. The last time the Demon Queen had tested her level was before the war with the ancient beastmen. In addition, it was the first week of 30 days of preparation for war. And even then its level was higher than 300th, and if you add the daily hunt for monsters in the Urus cave for a month, by the beginning of the war with the ancient beastmen, its level had already exceeded 500th. Zvezdaka looked at her friend with a smile, and realized that she could now also wear this earring. But then Luhua's gaze became surprised. She asked what would happen if the idol wore her, since she was already a girl. Would she change her gender too? Love threw up her head in fright, as she didn't know it. With a laugh, she began to cling to the artifact, deciding that she could just try and not guess, and the little one noticed that she was becoming more and more like her brother. And then the earring was in place, and immediately lit up. A bright light enveloped the girl's figure. Luhua screamed, closing her eyes. But when I opened it again, I was shocked. White hair became short. Love really turned into a man. Into a very handsome man. The baby even blushed, noticing how handsome he was. Gio's mouth opened in surprise. Blushing brightly, the idol cursed. With a tense look, he stated that the truth had changed. His open press clearly spoke of a sex change. But immediately she screamed and sat down on the floor, covering her breasts. The protagonist gritted his teeth in frustration. The Demon Queen embarrassedly asked if they had all seen her breasts. There was despair in his eyes, but the warrior advised him not to play shy, trying to cover his huge pectoral muscles with his hands. Habeck laughed, noting that Miss Love had indeed become a tough guy, because the earring changed gender to the opposite, since a pure body was required to enter the heavenly realm. So if you put on an artifact, then the person was reborn in a pure body of a new gender. With a smile, the young man congratulated both of them, because now they would be able to enter the heavenly realm. Luhua whimpered, but in response, she heard that the earring could not be used until the 500th level. Gio crossed his arms over his chest and asked why they couldn't meet Riot now. The guy lowered his head, and he replied that it was because the boy was going to die soon. The angel hung in chains in the dungeon. The protagonist arched an eyebrow and clarified the reasons. Habeck's gaze expressed sadness. After that, he collapsed to his knees. Under the great warrior's astonished gaze, the young man prayed for his master's salvation. Sweat ran down his face as he admitted that his relationship was like fate. The friends looked at the boss when he promised to return them to their former bodies if they saved Riot. Jiwoo's eyes widened as a tablet appeared in front of him with a hidden quest about the Mirror King's request. The amazed protagonist read that the hidden quest is not related to the main one and will not affect it in any way, but if successful, you could get a big reward. He blinked at the word reward. Closing his eyes, the warrior pondered his friend's plea for mercy. With a calm face, the hero agreed to this. The young man's face reflected happiness. He did not even believe in it at once. When the joyful Mirror King began to thank him, Gio immediately set his terms. With a crazy smile, the protagonist demanded all his mirrors in return. Habeck stared at him in confusion, and cautiously remarked that if he gave them all away, he would cease to be king. But the warrior replied with a big smile that if he didn't want to give up, he didn't really want to save Riot either, and Love thought that even after becoming a girl, her friend remained cruel. Sweat dripped profusely down the face of the angel's helper. He lowered his head and agreed to Gio's satisfied laughter. The protagonist continued to smile madly, thinking that now he would get his body back, and even receive a reward. He was terribly intrigued. However, as time passed, he realized that this was his huge delusion. Boss Love, who became a boy, and him, who became a girl. They, who changed sex, who Who would have known what exactly this would entail? Gio sat in the middle of a filthy cell. His hands were cuffed behind his back. But he couldn't have known that. The knight's fist began to drum on the door. The guard kept knocking, shouting for the prisoner to wake up as the time had come. The girl in the cell did not react, and the man again demanded that the human spawn rise alive. Jiwoo's eyes were closed. With difficulty he opened his eyes, while the first guard brandished his sword, demanding that the prisoner wake up, since they were already waiting for her. The second grumbled that the prisoners could even be sold lately, knocked out, and that's it. The man's hand grabbed the protagonist by the hair. He brought his face closer to her, and advised her not to even dream of running away if she did not want to get a sword in the back. With a mad look, the knight called the man insignificant and pitiful. But the warrior only feigned humility. The second guard came closer and ordered not to waste his time on this. Some mortal would not escape from here in the handcuffs of an angel anyway. The shackles that gripped Gio's wrists did indeed seal most of the wearer's power. The guards pushed the girl out of the cell, demanding that she move her legs so as not to detain him. Tears welled up in the corners of the girl's eyes as the knight said that it should be an honor for her. An ordinary insignificant person could not even dream of meeting her. The protagonist lowered his head when he heard that she would be executed anyway after meeting her mistress. More and more tears rolled in, while they continued to throw mud at him with laughter. His shackled hands trembled involuntarily. Without changing his face, the warrior cursed in his mind. The guards laughed, and saw no irritation on the prisoner's face as she tried to convince herself that it was too early to break those stupid handcuffs and kill those cretins. Gio took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She continued to walk down the hallway, remembering that everything had gone according to plan so far. His gaze was full of determination, because he had gone so far and could not spoil everything. Some time ago, before leaving for the heavenly realm, the torches continued to burn on the wall. The mirror began to glow, which meant that it was completely ready. As the portal widened, Hibik told them to stand on the mirror to begin the ascent. But then Urus appeared between the friends, and was indignant that there were actually 3 of them. Gio's face expressed displeasure. He asked where the companion had been all this time. The dragon was indignant, because all this time he had been here and calmly chewing on his food, but they disappeared so suddenly that he could hardly find them. Then the spirit's eyes widened, and he wondered when it was the master who had turned into a beautiful maiden, and he was amazed at such concentration on food. Hibik raised his eyebrows and asked him to end his idle conversations, as he should leave before it was too late. A bright light surrounded those standing on the mirror. The young man stretched out his hand and commanded the departure. The mirror began to rise into the sky. Luhua waved to her friends and asked them to return safe and sound. Love was touched by the girl when she reminded her about the gifts. A bright ray rose above the mountains. The mirror rose so quickly that the children were surprised. The guy said with a smile that they would arrive in 5 minutes. The queen looked at her friend anxiously, grumbling that they had even had to change their gender to get permission, and that it was so easy to get here. At this point, the newly minted youth's gaze lingered on Gio. She noticed it. The boss raised her hand as the young man asked what it was and replied that it was nothing. And I thought to myself with embarrassment that the difference in height after they switched sexes had also become decent. As she continued to look, she decided that it was just because she was now looking from above. It wasn't that she had any preferences among women, but she still couldn't help but think of Gio differently. Therefore, she continued to be drawn to him. Love shuddered when the protagonist asked Habak why he didn't need an earring, since he himself had said that one could only ascend to the heavenly realm in a clean body that had changed sex. As the idol continued to blush, the warrior heard that this rule only applied to inferior races, and he did not fall into that category. With tension, the girl thought that she had gone crazy. Why was she so worried when he looked at his friend in the girl's body? Was it really the effect of turning into a man? The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when Habak announced that they were almost there. As soon as they passed through the clouds, they would be in the heavenly realm. Their rise was almost complete. The warrior froze in anticipation, wanting to see this place, where it must have been very beautiful. The young man's lips quivered as he expressed his uncertainty. He gritted his teeth, and added that he shouldn't have expected much from what it was now. Gio looked at his friend in surprise. Soon the mirror broke through the clouds. From the force of the flight, the travelers were thrown off the platform. In the next moment, the protagonist was delighted. The heavenly kingdom appeared before them in all its glory. His foot touched the clouds. This caused another attack of delight. The guy stomped his feet, finding it cool to stand on a cloud that looked like a duvet. At this point, the guy became wary. He grew gloomy and cursed in his mind. The friends looked around in fright when they heard that the enemies were already close. The loud screeching caused even more panic on their faces. Love couldn't believe her eyes. Some ugly creature was flying at them. To the shock of the idol, Urus replied that it was a real angel. No one could believe that such a monster could be an angel. His only eye lit up. Highback clenched his fists and told her to prepare for a magical attack. An angelic blaster rained down on them, even though the name was strange. The clouds were shaken by an explosion. The fighters managed to fly up. Love looked down and cursed that they weren't even allowed to enjoy the views. A horn glowed above her hair. The eyes turned red when the entity was activated. The Demon King had awakened. She looked back at her friend. With a confident grin, she asked to be left to him while he was safe. The protagonist's face was flushed, but it was immediately pulled out when Love used that stupid nickname. But she just fell down, promising to sort it out quickly. The warrior looked at her with irritation. He narrowed his eyes. Then he shuddered all over his body, not understanding what kind of butterflies in his stomach after the look of Love in male form. The young man clutched his head, cursing the new body that had such an effect on him, wanting to quickly return everything to the way it was. At this time, Love swung her fist with a battle cry. At full speed, she flew into the enemy. Blood flowed from the angel's eye. The girl tensed when something stirred under her fist. A huge mouth full of teeth opened in front of her. The idol had to get down from the attack. A huge tongue appeared from the monster's mouth. It flapped its wings, and a powerful blow threw the queen aside. She fell into the clouds, lifting shreds into the air. Gio called out to his boss in horror. The angel was preparing for a magical attack again. Fiery rays rained down from all his eyes. Everything thundered and exploded. The warrior clenched his fists, cursing at the big-eyed bat that dared to attack his girlfriend. But then he was stopped by Hibik's voice. With a smile, the young man reported that Miss Love's energy had not diminished at all. The angel spread his wings. The smoke began to settle. The queen stood unharmed. She narrowed her eyes and said that it was just ridiculous. Some ordinary angel decided to fight with her. The girl pointed her finger forward and commanded destruction. A bright beam shot forward. He burned the monster's eye. Blood gushed out again and the enemy shuddered, and he was torn to shreds. Love exhaled wearily, and the horns disappeared. After that, she happily rushed to her friend, shouting that she had won, while the guy gloomily asked not to call him this stupid nickname. The idol's palm caught the protagonist under his back. The queen bent over her comrade in arms, worried about his condition. Gio looked at the newly made guy in amazement. Then he flew away from her at full speed, exclaiming that she had completely moved. The man, who could not hold back his hormones, winked at the warrior, and apologized for not being able to resist. The young man looked at the girl puzzled, cursing in his mind. Hibik laughed that they were still getting along just fine. Urus frowned and asked the Mirror King why the heavenly realm had become like this, since there was a basic attitude that everyone here should be kind to people. The guy looked at the dragon as he added that it seemed that they would be more welcome in the underworld. The man sighed, and explained that people were really welcome here before, and the angel whose scraps were lying on the clouds used to be a guide and guarded the guests. Hibik's eyebrows drooped. He clenched his fists, and asked if Urus was familiar with Riol's name. The spirit looked at the interlocutor puzzled, and replied that it was the first time he had heard it. The Mirror King lowered his head and said that the changes in the human-friendly heavenly realm, as well as the fact that he had been left without an arm and legs, and that Mr. Riot was on the verge of death, were all to blame for Mrs. Riolette. At this time in prison, heels clattered on the stones of the floor. Riot looked up, tired. He watched gloomily as they approached him. A sad smile appeared on the boy's face when he realized that she had come. Riol smiled gently. The girl slowly approached her brother. She greeted him tenderly. The mistress put her hands behind her back and asked how he was doing. Riot replied wearily that she had seen him only a couple of hours ago. But before he could finish speaking, the dagger stuck in his stomach. A shadow fell on the face of the tormentor when she asked who allowed him to speak. The dagger moved slightly. The boy coughed up blood, and his sister reminded him that she had not allowed him to open her mouth. She jerked the blade abruptly. The angel shrank and trembled in pain. Riol activated the treatment in a word. A bright flash lit up the prison. Under the girl's palm, the wound completely disappeared. After that, Vladika embraced her brother. With a happy face, she said that she loved the boy and wanted to stay by his side forever. Only for some reason, the King of Mirrors brought guests to them, a dirty and disgusting inferior race. Riol turned to leave. Her heels clattered again. With a serene face, the girl promised that she would exterminate the inferior race of savages. And he will do it for the sake of his beloved older brother Riot. Gio folded his arms over his chest, and admitted that he was happy about his journey to the heavenly realm, but he wanted to know where Riot was now, as he wanted to imagine what kind of hole they had gotten into. Hibik smiled guiltily, and admitted that he only knew that his master had been captured, which annoyed the protagonist. The young man put his hands on his hips, and said that he would have to solve everything as usual, to which he was asked about the plan. The warrior clutched his club in his hands. He smiled broadly, and he swung his weapon. The Mirror King stretched out his arms forward and demanded to stop. Horrified, the man was surprised that his savior decided to just hit him with his club. To which the guy cheerfully clarified whether he had any objections. Hibik angrily shouted that Mr. Riot might be hit by the shockwave, and he was definitely much weaker than usual right now, and could definitely die if he was hit by the shockwave in the slightest. Gio replied that death was also a deliverance, but he was reminded that he had promised to save him. Then an idea lit up in the young man's eyes. With a satisfied smile, the protagonist stated that he remembered another way to find out where the angel was now. He stretched out his hand, and when asked what it was about, he replied that he could use the skill. The omnipresent flames lit up in the palm of the warrior's hand. Looking happily at the fire, the guy explained that he had received this skill from one enemy, with the help of which you can find a prisoner. Gio looked at the fire and commanded him to find Riot. The flames showed a boy in the depths, bound in chains. He seemed completely exhausted. The Mirror King called out to his master by name in horror. Looking at the prisoner, the guys tried to understand where he was. But the next moment, the view was blocked by a creepy face. The friends jumped away from the flames in horror. The King of Mirrors was horrified to recognize Lady Riolette. The protagonist glanced at him. He stared at the madwoman, not believing that she was the Lord of Heaven. The girl grinned. She walked around her brother, wondering that anyone would dare to spy on their secluded moment, especially Habeck and his zoo. The mistress's eyes lit up. She wanted to know where the enemies were right now. The man stretched out his hand in order to quickly deactivate this skill, otherwise the enemy would know their location. But Gio smirked, and retorted that it would be even better if they came here themselves. But the Mirror King retorted that his master's life was in danger, and he didn't know what could happen to him. The frustrated warrior stretched out his hand and extinguished the flames. Love folded her arms over her chest, and noticed that this angel Rio looked very different from what she had imagined, as the customer had described her as a villain. With a frown, Habeck warned not to be deceived by her appearance, as she was very dangerous. The protagonist rubbed his chin, and noticed that the girl was wearing the same earring as them, and was possibly a man. But the Mirror King sternly objected that only the inferior races needed to change their gender. All the inhabitants of the heavenly realm, including the masters, had their true gender. But then the guy squinted and said that he had a plan. With the same good-natured face, Riol grumbled that she could not be distracted for a minute. So many scum wanted to get to her brother. As the poor guy's mouth bled again, the girl concluded that it was logical because he was so cool. She enumerated the boy's dubious virtues, twisting the dagger in his stomach. With a maniacal look, the angel muttered that she could not give him to anyone. Her brother should belong only to her, and everyone who wanted to get it must die. Vladika turned. With a smile, she ordered the angels to apprehend the intruders. Her eyes lit up as she threatened to tear all enemies apart. With a terrible howl, the first monster appeared. A whole army of monstrous angels was approaching the heroes. The guys looked at them frightened. Blasters began to light up in all of their eyes. Love opened her mouth in horror, and realized what they were going to use. The Lord of Heaven was smiling. With a good-natured face, she said goodbye to the mortals. The sky seemed to burn with hundreds of sources of magic. But the main character grinned. He swung his legendary weapon. His fighting stance was resolute. With the light in his eyes, Gio commanded an upward slash, and he made a wide swing. A jet of flame lit up the heavens. All the angels scattered to ashes. A hole was punched in the atmosphere. The young man chuckled contentedly. The Demon King stared at the hole in shock. But the King of Mirrors was delighted. This was exactly what he expected. Riol did not move. Her face expressed an extreme degree of surprise, and the protagonist laughed maniacally. The angels twitched in fear. A powerful blow of the all-powerful stick threw them down. The monsters couldn't even get closer, although they continued to surround the warrior. For a moment, he froze in midair, and then he turned around and made a terrible face. The angels were terrified, and the hero continued to rush between them, handing out blows. Another blow deformed the monster's eye. The baton was already covered in blood. Gio was breathing rapidly, but his face expressed ecstasy as he shouted that it was such a pleasure to break these googly-eyed people. After the great warrior turned into a woman, his voice became high-pitched, and this clear and pure laughter was now even more frightening. The young man continued to beat up the monsters, exclaiming that this game was simply incredible. It seemed that the protagonist did not notice anything at all. The guys watched in confusion. In a crazy battle between heaven and the sinful world, the sinner confidently won. Love flew up to her friend, and asked him not to overdo it. She furrowed her brows and reminded her of Habeck's plan. The warrior shuddered. He remembered how the Mirror King had spoken to them before this battle. The man with a serious look said that apparently his master was kept in a heavenly prison. The king clenched his fists and added that it was completely impossible to penetrate from the outside, so it was necessary to make sure that one of them was captured so that they could save Riot. Then Gio lowered his eyebrows in frustration, because he really thought that his friend had a plan. He could kill everyone and destroy the prison itself. Habeck smiled guiltily, and reminded him that this could put the hostage in danger. Besides, the angels were all obeying the mistress now, and they had all been guarding her brother before. The young man scratched his head when the king explained that it was impossible to negotiate with them, and they would have to put up with it. However, he would be very grateful to them if they did not kill them indiscriminately, so the plan of voluntary surrender seemed to be the perfect solution, and the protagonist complained that he was sick of it all, but only endured it because of his mirrors. The warrior blinked. He clenched his club. Then he lowered it. The guy closed his eyes and cursed. Gio squinted at his companion and asked him to return to the club so that they could proceed according to the plan. The spirit disappeared inside the weapon. The young man cleared his throat into his fist. Then he pressed his palms to his cheeks and began to lament. The protagonist feigned horror in his eyes as he whimpered that the angels were so strong that she seemed to have spent all her strength on them. The angels looked at the man dumbfounded. The warrior, surrounded by him, continued to exclaim that this was such a misfortune. She was so out of breath that she could not lift a finger. Love returned downstairs and remarked that it was idiocy, but received praise from an ally. The girl looked at her friend intensely, noticing that no one would believe his idiotic acting. But Habeck calmly retorted that the angels, despite their appearance, were very naive. He thought that even such a game would be enough to deceive. Gio fell into the clouds, and he began to pretend that he was crying, and with eyes full of tears he said that he surrendered as a hostage. The monsters froze, puzzled. It seems that they remembered the faces that the enemy had made before. The guys below froze in anticipation. But everything turned out just as the King of Mirrors said. The angels, even in spite of the terrible game of the Great Warrior, did not hesitate for a second to take him to prison. Perhaps at some point they thought it was strange, but their intelligence turned out to be really low. In any case, the protagonist was taken as a hostage, and Love and the customer hid nearby. The idol tensely asked if they had left, and the man thought they were. The queen looked anxiously at the castle, expressing the hope that it would be all right alone among the enemies. In response, the Mirror King smiled wryly, and remarked that it wasn't for him to be worried, but for the people of the heavenly realm. Habeck prayed that the unsuspecting inhabitants of the heavenly realm would not anger the great warrior, and so the plot returned to the prison cell. Banging the guard's fist on the door, the main character was pushed out of the cell. He could hardly restrain himself, so as not to kill those who humiliated him, but he managed to calm down, so as not to jeopardize the whole plan. Soon he was led to the huge doors. The guards pushed the prisoner forward, and told her that Mrs. Rioli was waiting inside. The doors opened. The young man's face remained resolute. On the throne at the end of the hall, the Lord of Heaven was waiting for him. Continuing to smile good-naturedly, the girl greeted the man from the sinful world. She put her hand on her knee and wondered if he had been spying on her conversation with her brother recently. Angel leaned forward and added that she had had a poor view of her enemy last time, but now she saw that he looked much more vulgar. Gio frowned, feeling angry. Vladica went down to him, saying that she was even interested in whom Habeck had brought with him. Rioli approached, asking where the others had fled. The protagonist, trying to remain calm, replied that he was more interested in where Riot was since he had heard that the boy was locked in this building. The angel's face reflected surprise. She thought that she was just a mercenary, but it turned out to be an acquaintance of her brother. The warrior sighed and confirmed that Riot had recently come to see him, and they had a nice chat. The Heaven Lord clenched her fists. She realized that this was the one she had heard about, the great warrior of the current generation. The young man arched an eyebrow and confirmed that he was indeed called that, although he did not like it. The angel, without changing her face, pierced the interlocutor's stomach with a dagger, not allowing him to finish that his nickname was childish. Blood poured out of Jaiwa's mouth before the smile left his face. Rioli's hand with the dagger trembled. Blood splashed on her face. While the guy was coughing, the angel said that the stupid man didn't even know what he was talking about. She was disgusted to see his happy face when he said that he communicated with her brother. With madness in her eyes, she asked him whether he liked it more, from top to bottom or from left to right. The protagonist clenched his teeth, not understanding what she was carrying. But the Lord of Heaven simply cut him in half. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she added that it seemed to her that left to right would be the best way to get a better look at the enemy's insides. Both halves fell to the floor. Rioli breathed a sigh of relief. The girl turned around and concluded that these people were just bugs. But at that moment, the hidden healing skill kicked in, and the flesh of one half of the body reached for the other. The tentacles slid across the floor, trying to connect their master's body. The angel froze as the corpse of the enemy she had killed began to reassemble. She turned to see the eerie face of the former dead. The Heaven Lord screamed in horror. Rioli plunged the knife into the hero. Black blood splashed on her face. The angel smiled madly. The girl began to cough up blood. She didn't even know what she was talking about. She was a stupid person. Rioli was disgusted to see her happy face when she said that she communicated with her brother. The ruler made a slight stroke and the victim's body shattered into two parts. Two halves fell on opposite parts of the carpet. The lady sighed heavily. I went further and called people just bugs. At this moment, the parts of the body began to grow together. A modified girl hovered over the angel's head. Her face began to look terrifying. She leaned even closer and said the word unification. Rioli screamed in horror, her little finger up. Night fell. The moon lit up the heavenly palace. In the distance, in the middle of the clouds, Love and Habeck were walking. It was time for them to move towards their goal. The monster looked at the player and said that they needed to find Mr. Riot's recovered weapon. If they found it, he would be able to regain his former power. Love flinched and asked. Habeck began to explain that most of Mr. Riot's forces were now sealed. He turned around and asked if the player remembered the moment they met him in the human world, when his power had already been sealed. Love froze nervously. I remembered how that boy kicked the hero, how he then mercilessly beat him. Was his power sealed even then? Habeck grinned and said that this was why Mrs. Rioli was able to get the better of him. It was impossible to even imagine it before. They looked at the rising moon. The monster said that Mr. Riot was the most powerful of the 4 emperors in the world. The player looked at him and asked if there was such a thing in this game, and he answered yes. Riot from the heavenly realm, the demon king of the underworld, the strongest dragon of the Death Valley Urus, and Yopi from the human world. These creatures are the 4 emperors of their game. Each of them is a representative of a certain race and territory. Love scratched her finger nervously and asked if this cheeky kid was really so cool. But why did he live as a huckster in the human world with sealed power? Halbek smiled in confusion and said that this was why he was called Lazy Riot, because he refused everything in the heavenly realm and was just idling. He pointed to the palace and said that it was really time for them to move out. They needed to find his weapons. He knew where they were. Love looked down sadly. She asked if they could definitely cope without panties. The boy drooped even more and said that the monster was always fooling everyone and was restless. Wings fluttered in the sky. The silhouette eclipsed the moon, the voice saying that it would help them. After all, the server assistant herself was looking at her coldly from the sky. Meanwhile, in the palace, screams were heard from the ceiling. Rioli backed away with tears in her eyes. The girl she killed was following her, her upper part hanging on appendages. She directed her withered face without eyes to the angel and asked why she was so frightened. She offered to have fun together. The girl screamed even harder and asked not to say her name. The guards entered the room. The men looked at the strange monster in fright. The scary girl crossed over to them and greeted them in a strange way. Rioli gritted her teeth and said she wouldn't forgive that. She was still cowering in fear, but she asked how the little man dared to frighten her like that. She opened her hand. A bright heavenly light appeared in her. The lady straightened up and summoned the sacred whip of the heavenly realm, asking him to respond to her master's call. A sacred weapon appeared in his hand. She swung her red-spiked whip, still clenching her teeth in fear. Tears appeared in the corners. She screamed to die. The guards turned around and ran away. Rioli struck a shot. At different angles, the red tourniquet began to rush towards the target. With his touches, he destroyed the walls of the palace. The fused girl looked at her in surprise, and she made a simple expression on her face. The palace collapsed to the ground. The hero calmly asked if he really frightened the mistress so much, she would destroy everything here. Everything was filled with dust. The guards fell to their feet and tried to recover. One of them looked ahead in shock. Rioli stood in front of them, and the wretched little man was gone. The soldier turned to the lady and asked if she was all right. The angel stood motionless in place, sparkling with all her being. But her gaze was gloomy. She ordered the troops to be mobilized. Her eyes flashed. She decided that this scum decided to kidnap her beloved brother. The guards' eyes lit up in response. They said to eat. They ran away and left the lady alone. The sovereign looked angrily ahead. In her mind, she said that she would kill the hero. He ran as fast as he could. The truncheon rested on his belt. Gio looked ahead and began to complain that this castle was too huge. How could he find riot here? A crowd of soldiers met him in front of him. The beauty fled for an unknown reason. They looked at her and asked who she was. She didn't have a halo. Was she human? One of the guards began to scream, but his face was crushed by a level 999 club. She pierced the second guard's forehead, and the third one's eyes rolled out from the blow. So they were left lying on the floor with cones emitting smoke. The hero frowned. He would like to kill them all first, and then go in search, but Halbek asked not to touch anyone if possible. He looked around and began to call to Riot piteously. The sin of arrogance appeared nearby. The hero asked him to get out of the club and said that the game of surrendering prisoner was over. Then the guy came to his senses. Beauty looked at the spirit and asked where Aventador had gone. She remembered exactly how she had made him Urgatwards. That divine moment popped up in my head. How the hero sucked a terrible demon into his underpants. Aventador's soul is now in his underpants. Gio stretched with great pleasure. Now his panties had infinite strength. The hero looked at Urus and asked why he didn't climb out like him. Urus raised his paw. He had just asked him about it when he met him in the club. If the owner of the ergo of the weapon is alone, then the inner space is also one. He smiled and said that he was no longer bothered by the mortal world, so he didn't want to go out. The guy got angry and asked if he really needed to be blackmailed again. Urus blushed and said that his neighbor had gone to Buddhism, so now even that wouldn't work. He thought that for a while he would just sit in his underpants. The girl sighed with a groan, digesting what she had heard and saying. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide. She slowed down, and she looked ahead anxiously. Her knees crossed. Urus looked at his master uncomprehendingly. A strong blush appeared on the face of the woman. Realizing that Aventador was sitting in women's underpants, the hero screamed and called him a pervert, demanding to immediately get out of his panties. The sin of arrogance looked at the hero uncomprehendingly, and asked again. Gio looked at him in despair and asked if he really didn't understand. Aventador was a male dragon. The pet looked at the master in irritation and asked what it had to do with it. He was originally a man. The woman's appearance was covered with sweat. Gio twisted and barely admitted that he was originally a man. But why is he so shy now? His eyes widened. He remembered how the angel confidently asked to leave everything to him while she was safe. Then the hero greatly admired this. He clenched his shoulders and asked if he had gone off the rails. Why the hell was his heart beating faster just by looking at Boss Love, who had become a boyfriend? Was it a side effect of changing his body? Hero began to wave his arms and legs from emotion, realizing that he needed to return to his native body as soon as possible. He waved his club and said that he had certainly guessed, but it seemed that his assumption had just been confirmed. Gio ordered Urus to find Riot with a bullet, and as soon as he found it, he had to return to him alive. Meanwhile, in the middle of the clouds, Luna landed. Love began to step back and ask when she was here. The server's assistant looked at her gloomily and said that he was talking nonsense again, even though they had just met. She came closer and said that Miss Love was still a fool, even though she was in a man's body. Love froze. She put her hand on her chest and asked how Luna knew she was her. She was a guy now. The girl shook her head and said that this is a stupid question. Everything becomes clear as soon as she opens her mouth. Her first question was how she got here. In fact, she was the one who sent the loser here, so the fact that she is also here is quite logical. The guy listened to her attentively. The girl was going to ask the second question. She was going to show her. The earring staggered. Luna reached out to her with her hands. It was an angel's earring. In front of the player's eyes, the assistant also began to change her body. Her hair flushed under the moonlight. Love's eyes widened. Luna said that she was the first and herself or the loser, or rather, the first of all. A handsome pumped-up youth appeared in front of her and said that she was the first player to ascend to the heavenly realm. Luna frowned and asked if Love had gotten into what was going on here. The player froze with his mouth half open. A drop of sweat ran down her face. Blush appeared on the guy's cheeks. Love noticed that Luna in the male version is very good. The guy asked not to talk nonsense, because they are both girls. Love looked at her friend and asked if she had also reached the 500th level. Since she wore the earring, she decided that even if she was ranked first in the official rankings, she wouldn't be able to wear it if her level was below 500th. Luna frowned and asked if the player really believed in the rumors about the official rankings. She revealed that their game had never published an official player rating in its entire history. In addition, how can the first place be below the 500th level? After all, the Les has 999th. Those who are now called rankers are just users from the lists on community sites, which are compiled by ridiculous rumors. They are aimed at users who are engaged in active activities, such as guild warfare or storming fortresses, and in their chrono life there are enough masters who do not show off. She got into a sexual position and said that she was also one of them. Love noticed that the cockroach slightly changes its character when it becomes a man. Luna raised her finger and said that since she had explained everything, she would return to her body, because this male form did not suit her at all. She touched the earring and the transformation began. The creator's assistant returned to her original guise. Love was indignant, asking if she had just become a girl again. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He asked if he also learned this spell, he would be able to get his body back? The girl looked down and said no, nothing would change even if she learned it, because she hadn't completed the quest yet. Love froze. Meanwhile, in the palace, Gio continued to run. He was diligently looking for the cute riot. He looked around. There were empty corridors everywhere. Where was the small one locked up? The hero looked at his hand and used the omnipresent flame skill, telling him to show him where the riot of laziness was. Steam spat out of his hand. The system reported that it took time to restore the skill. The girl grabbed her hair and began to jump. The player did not know that the skill had such a long cooldown. Then Urus returned and showed that the descent to the cellars was very close. Suddenly, Gio couldn't hold back his emotions and kissed the terrible dragon, greatly embarrassing him. They ran downstairs, and the hero snidely asked if the pet liked that such a beauty smacked him. He only replied that the owner needed to return to his body as soon as possible. In one of the dungeons there was a man hanging on chains. Riot, all beaten, stared menacingly ahead. His red eyes stared at the entrance. He heard a loud stomping, but it definitely did not belong to Rioli. A woman's silhouette appeared, hurrying towards him. Gio ran towards him with a face terrified with joy. He stopped near the sin of laziness and began to dance, greatly embarrassing the prisoner, who did not understand what kind of pervert he was. He looked at her in surprise as she said that all of Habek's mirrors would now be his. The boy continued to watch the ugly woman with her mouth open. She knew Habek from somewhere. He noted that vulgarity was flowing from her. Suddenly he noticed a truncheon sticking out from under his skirt. Riot looked at the hero and asked if he was the great warrior, if he had changed the sweat with the earring. Gio smiled and said that since he guessed, then let him tear off these stupid chains and go down. They need to get out of here. Riot sighed in displeasure and asked if the hero was an idiot. He, if he could, would have run away long ago. He pointed to the chains that bind his hands, called angel handcuffs, and they cannot be broken simply by physical force. At that moment, the hero with a stupid expression on his face did just that. Riot fell to the ground with a disgruntled. His nipples shone and his face was amazed. Gio, as if nothing had happened, pointed to the exit and offered to go. Suddenly, someone came down to them and said that he did not think that he would allow them. Rioli and her army stood in front of the prisoners. The sovereign looked at them angrily and clutched the sacred whip in her hands. The clouds were thickening. The trio continued their journey through them. Luna led the monster and the player. Love looked at her angrily and asked if she was going to remain silent. She was asking what quest was she talking about. The girl shook her head, told her to shut up and move her legs. She said that she would help. Why was she being pulled once again? The guy behind her sighed and said that she was softly bedding, and she was climbing with hugs and snot to her panties. Luna remembered the moment when the player said that hugging someone without his consent is sexual harassment. The creator's assistant sighed. She looked ahead and said that the only limitation in their game, which puts freedom above all else, is the appearance of the players. Users can only play using their appearance. She stopped and asked if Love knew why this was done. The player asked if it was not prohibited at the legislative level in their country. Because if the appearance is different from the real one, there will be problems with solving the crimes committed. This is especially true for games with augmented reality. Luna looked down sadly and was right. So with the exception of a few specific situations, players only use their real appearance. All gaming companies follow this rule, because this is a law adopted at the state level. Director Dokby is back at work. The girl decided that one company, apparently, did not like it. The man smoked a cigar again while the player said that the game, which puts freedom above all else, had been deprived of the right to personal settings of the character. Therefore, they found a loophole in the law in the form of an earring, allowing users to change their appearance. She stopped and looked at Love, who realized that it was an earring and was going to check it. Luna averted her sad gaze and answered correctly. It was about changing the gender with the help of the angel earring. This is the concern of the company, which wanted to give users a little more freedom. The girl looked around. She said that there was no one else in the heavenly realm but them. But after a while, the average level of the players would rise and there would be no crowding here. She turned around. I went ahead and decided that in any case, probably due to the company's intentions, the quest to return to my own body was not so difficult. Her staff began to emit a bright light. The clouds began to scatter from his strength. The player watched this spell in surprise. The NPC remained calm. Love opened her mouth wide. The sun's rays in the darkness pointed to the tree ahead. Luna looked ahead in admiration and called it a heavenly spring. She said that if you drink his water, the body will be cleansed, and she will be able to easily return to her original form. Love immediately broke down and ran towards him. Suddenly, dissatisfaction appeared on her face. She looked angrily at the creator's assistant and asked why she had brought them here right now. At the moment, it was more important to find Riot's weapons. The guy sighed in irritation, cursed at the player and went back to look for the weapon of the sin of laziness. Habeck grinned in confusion. He smiled and said that this was the place where his weapon was sealed. Love stopped, everything indicating that the weapon was in the spring. She began to talk in confusion about the fact that the water is so clear and probably delicious. It is probably worth trying it first. Luna grinned and asked if Love had decided to try it after all. She had nothing to say. She took water in her hands. And I started drinking. The system reported that she had drunk from the heavenly spring and began to cleanse the body. A bright light enveloped his body. Her hair has grown loose. Love has completed the quest angel earring. Love looked at her original body in amazement. The earring hung on her ear. Now she could change her gender, using the earring as she wished. The game showed a description of a hidden skill. The girl was happy. She just drank the water and returned to her former self. The creator's assistant came up. She said that the quest was simple. She sat down next to her and began to draw water into a small jug. She explained that the quest will work even if you drink from a bottle, so you don't even have to come here. The girl had sealed the vessel. She didn't think they would be able to come back here, saving the panties and Riot. It was stressful, of course, but she would personally give it to the loser. Then Love held out her hand. She smiled and offered to let her carry this heavy burden, but Luna said. Habeck crossed his arms and watched the heated argument. He frowned and thought about the server assistant, trying to figure out who she was. She easily found the heavenly source and seemed to know that this was where Mr. Riot's weapon was located. Moreover, she even knew what he did not know. How did she know that water did not have to be drunk here? He stared at her. He remembered that it was she who had revived Yurikan. She was the first to draw attention to the illegal activities of the. She even revived Yopi. Moreover, she seemed to know that Miss Love would become the new Demon King. And during the war with the Beastmen, she was always by the side of the great warrior. It was as if she was as close as possible to watch him. And although it seemed that a great warrior was at the center of everything that was happening, in fact, Miss Luna was always behind everything. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. Love turned to him cheerfully, and the monster asked himself if he had underestimated her too much. Now it seems to him that everything in this game is based on her. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard somewhere behind. Love was alarmed, the sound giving her goosebumps. Luna stood up and abruptly stated that we needed to get together. It seemed that the battle was about to begin. The girl looked around intensely. She warned that these guardians were guarding Riot's weapons. The player looked at her anxiously and began to clarify. The sounds began to get closer. Luna said that she came to their aid because of them. She imagined a creepy angel. Sweat rolled down from her face. She told her that the guardians are no match for angels. They are really fierce and strong. Ahead of them, the eerie silhouettes of the ancient celestial guardians appeared. Love took a fighting stance. Funny little minions appeared on the bizarre cannon. Everyone froze. The girl looked at them in surprise. The minions smiled cheerfully and made a sound similar to the combination of the letters Q. The player immediately got emotional from a fit of cuteness. She rushed to hug the little creature and began to talk to it. She lifted him in her arms and said that she wanted one for herself. Mignon thought for a moment and spat in the man's face. Love smiled nervously, her eyes plastered with white liquid. Luna sneered and said that minions are heavenly creatures, so they hate creatures from the underworld a lot. The minion immediately got angry and started calling the player a filthy spawn. The creator's assistant smiled and advised not to be deceived by what these creatures look like. The girl wiped her face and looked at her in fright. She slowly turned her gaze to the cute weirdos. And before that, the small minion had now turned into a huge stone golem. The super minion looked down on her. And there were 2 more giants like him. Luna smiled and offered to start. Love returned to them and took a fighting stance. The real battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the palace, Rioli looked angrily at the wretched little man and asked if he really thought he could get out of here. She pointed at the 100 elite warriors behind her. Gio rubbed his chin dumbfounded. He smiled mischievously and said that this was the smallest number of opponents in his entire history. The fact-checking begins. The hero fought against a guild alliance of 3 million people. By Yopi's army for 500,000, and the ancient beast men are about 1 million in number. Rioli blushed and asked angrily how the hero dared. She pointed ahead and ordered him to be killed at once. Riot looked at the girl with displeasure and told her not to kill these soldiers, because they just fell under the control of the mistress. The great warrior did not let him finish and held out his hand. His face turned into the face of a greedy monster, and he told me to pay. Riot curled up in the fish's face as the snake asked how much he would give if he promised not to kill them, the sin of laziness, not understanding how a man could be so greedy. He slapped himself in the face and said that he would buy any item that he was now selling at the highest price and did not care how many of them there would be. Would such conditions work? The creature licked its lips sweetly. Her eyes flashed, and it said Oki. Jiwoo's hand gripped the 99th level club. Wave. And the elite warrior got the first hit. He was thrown back with great force. The girl smiled beautifully and said that she would carefully lay their bankas with her non-killing blow. Rioli froze in confusion. Meanwhile, at the heavenly spring, Wave, super minion attacked. His stone hand was rushing towards Habeck. He slowly lifted his bandaged hand. I smiled and activated the launch of the 8 mirrors skill. The 6th mirror of protection appeared in front of him. The blow hit him, and the shock wave bounced in the opposite direction. The guy calmly held his hand outstretched and talked about how the 6th mirror has almost perfect infinite protection. The monster began to attack again in a rage. He hit the flat circle over and over again. Habeck smiled and said it was his turn to attack. He used the first mirror of a light wave. The golem stared at him uncomprehendingly. He found himself in the middle of a huge pillar of light. The monster looked at him and said fire. A powerful beam pierced the clouds and the one standing in its center. The golem made a terrible sound. It was becoming more and more difficult to distinguish him in the pillar of light. After a moment, it seemed that he had completely evaporated. So a giant hole appeared near the spring. Habeck was sweating slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief. The heavens trembled and he had to keep his balance. He looked at the fight that was happening nearby in surprise and said wow. Explosions thundered and clouds of fire flared up. After the fire, a stream of smoke followed. He was scattered by red wings. Lav transformed and fought in a bizarre twist. A sphere of energy began to form on the tip of her finger. A powerful beam shot out of it, which rushed to the minion's head. He held out his hand. The shot began to be taken on her. There was a powerful explosion. Love gritted her teeth and cursed. The sky continued to blaze and thunder. The demon looked at the distant enemy. A ranged super minion pointed his cannon at her. Habeck smiled. He couldn't even think that a monster could copy even the unique skill of the Demon King. The Guardians amazed him. They were truly amazing. He grinned nervously and decided that he had to help Miss Love. Blood gushed out of the hole in his stomach. The slain enemy was safe and sound. Mignon looked at him angrily and grunted. Love immediately noticed her comrade's injury. The guy fell to the clouds and began to cough. As the demon stared at him, a shot aimed at her was about to explode. And the player hit the very center of the projectile. The system reported that she was mortally wounded. It began to fall down. The system deactivated the essence of the Demon King. Love was falling, but she couldn't understand anything. Her body fell near Habeck. The minions loomed over them like 2 mountains. One of them pointed his sharp bayonet at them, and he began to charge a new sphere of energy at its tip for the shot. Love stared into the void with a blurred gaze. She could barely pronounce fragments of phrases. She called for panties. Luna at this moment smiled casually and said pooh. The minion's cannon exploded. The monster looked at the stump of his hand uncomprehendingly. Tears flowed from his creepy eyes and he groaned. Then he grabbed the stump and howled at the entire heavenly realm. The girl folded her fingers into a special gesture and reminded her that she had promised to help. But Miss Love really looked pathetic. The demon had already been able to sit down. Just think, the Demon King had been defeated by some heavenly guardian. Had her pride suffered? Love looked angrily at her assistant. She walked calmly past her and told her to crawl away and hide behind her. She straightened her hair and stated that from now on, she would be the only one fighting. After she became the goddess of life, she only attacked with her staff. Luna put her fingers to her face. It was time to show how the goddess of life fights. Events take us to prison. Rioli, bending her whip, cursed. The knights rushed to the couple. The protagonist took out a bat. He struck at the knight. Smiling broadly, Gio said that he would carefully put them to bed. Rioli's mouth dropped open in shock. The 3 warriors rushed towards the girl. Their comrade was bleeding unconscious. Clutching the sword in his hand, the knight said that he was only a vile person. The protagonist's hand gripped the club tighter. Suddenly, he twisted his truncheon. A moment later he gripped the club tightly again. Gio struck with a grin on his face. Smiling broadly, he said that he had used the skill by changing the end of the baton. Riot frowned as he realized that Gio had simply flipped his baton. The warrior disappeared from his seat. He was behind the enemy's back. The protagonist turned around. The bat struck the knight's face. The warrior's helmet was destroyed. The warrior's body flew towards his comrade. A moment later, clouds of smoke rose. The eyes of the two knights began to spin and they lost consciousness. The protagonist bent his foot. He rushed forward abruptly. In an instant, the crowd of knights was startled. The young man ran among the crowd, beating everyone. Sweat ran down the joyful guy's face. He screamed, telling everyone to die. The knights froze when they heard his words. Riot, who was standing behind, said that he had told him not to kill anyone. The protagonist, grinning, said that it was not necessary to kill. The guy struck a blow to the warrior's arm. An arm and a pair of ribs were broken. The man gritted his teeth, spitting out blood. He had a fractured skull and a crack in the cervical vertebra. Gio was beating up his opponents with a wild laugh. Riot's mouth dropped open in shock. He narrowed his eyes, saying that it would be better if the guy killed everyone. The young man raised his truncheon. He frowned and froze. Looking at the defeated enemies, I realized that 100 opponents had already run out. The soldiers, who had received bruises and fractures, lay on the floor. The young man threw the baton over his shoulder. Smiling, he told Rioli that she was the only one left. Younger sister Riot froze. She frowned, looking at the enemy. In her hand was a whip. Parting her lips, she said that she would have to deal with him herself. The girl swung her whip. The tip of the whip rushed towards Gio. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was most likely a steel whip. The whip wriggled around the girl. Striking the pillars around, the whip destroyed them. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he would no longer buy into such an attack. His eyes opened abruptly as Riot told him to dodge. The sin of laziness picked up Gio and ran to the side. The whip, hitting the place where the guy had been before, raised smoke. The protagonist frowned and cried out, realizing what position he was in. He gritted his teeth and asked Riot what he was doing. As the kid continued to run, Gio said that he wouldn't die from such a pathetic attack. Why was he panicking so much? The sin of laziness looked at the young man, saying that he would not die even if she attacked around the clock, but he needed to think about why he was captured by her. The protagonist opened his mouth with realization. Rioli was not dangerous because of strong attacks. The problem was the charming skill. Her blue eye had this skill. Knights, having fallen under the enchanting skill, froze and became slaves. Usually, the duration of the skill is short, and if the magic resistance is high, it will not be bought at all, but the lady is too strong in this. Riot, not noticing that his sister had appeared on the sidelines, said that the activation was not only through the eyes. Smiling, the girl said that her charm was activated by the whip as well. The whip struck the young man. Frowning, the protagonist screamed. The sin of laziness fell to the floor. Rioli, approaching, said that the charm activated through the eyes was weak. It could never be compared to what was activated with the whip. Her pupil lit up as she said that no matter how strong their magic resistance was, if they were even hit by her whip, they would obey her 100%. Jaiwa opened his mouth, mentally saying that this was cheating. The girl parted her lips and said that he did not know who he had contacted. When Riot stood beside his sister, she asked if his goal was to save her brother. Pouring mana into his eyes, she said that he should try it now. Riot's eyes sparkled. He was fascinated. The moon in the sky illuminated the earth. The moonlight fell on a lonely tree. The monster howled as he stared at his target. Part of his arm fell off. Love, parting her lips, was puzzled. She remembered how Luna summoned a green monster, although she could only see eyes and hands. Looking at Luna's back, Love assumed that she was going to summon him again. The girl smiled. Turning around, she said that she would not summon anyone for the sake of these pathetic monsters. Love froze in shock. The guy, standing up, said that, fortunately, he was able to return to life. Habeck chuckled and said that Miss Luna possesses a sin of lust that is incomparable in power to Mr. Rayet, who is one of the 4 emperors. Closing his eyes, the guy said that after her appearance, they were definitely safe. Love gritted her teeth, mentally saying that it was hurting her self-esteem, all because of the super cockroach. Habeck moved his lips and asked if she had noticed. He remembered the minion cannon. Then, looking at the monsters, he said that the minion cannon had somehow disappeared imperceptibly. The monsters did not move, waiting for something. Love shook her head and asked where the minion had gone. Habeck replied by saying that while they were trying to fight their opponents, Miss Luna had already killed him. Opening his eyes, he said that he would also be interested in how she would fight. The monster opened its mouth and howled. The girl standing in front of him was motionless. The hand rushed down. The titan struck. He began to beat the ground non-stop. The girl, clenching her jaw, said that this was too rough an attack. The main thing was that the clouds did not fall. Habeck calmed her down, saying that the clouds of the heavenly realm could not fall because of such an attack, but he could not vouch for the attack of the great warrior. A huge amount of smoke rose into the air. The girl, stepping forward, was absolutely calm. Her body was renewed. She held out her hand. Waving her hand, the girl asked if they had attacked her enough. Opening her eyes, she said that he should not regret it. The monster in front of her howled. He swung for a blow. A moment later, a fist rushed towards the girl. The girl clenched her fist. She smiled. The Titan's hand shattered into pieces. The Titan's eyes lit up. The monster howled as he looked at his severed arm. Luna, tilting her head, said that she had previously thought that they did not feel pain. Lowering her eyelids, she asked for forgiveness, saying that if so, she would kill him immediately. The lady held out her hand. Smiling terribly, she shot like a child. The monster trembled with fear. A moment later, his body shattered into pieces. The cobblestones began to fall. Halbek's mouth dropped open in shock, not understanding how this could be. Love turned. Earlier it became clear that the melee minion has complete immunity to magic and physical attacks. It was invincible. The pillar of magic that fell on it did not cause harm. A huge crater was left behind by this mana flow. Unharmed by the light attack, the Titan attacked Halbek. Sweating, the guy asked if this was really a skill. The girl frowned. The second Titan, standing nearby, froze. She looked down and felt sad. The Titan turned and ran away. Love, who was sitting in the back, said that the ranged minion had just run away. The girl raised her hand. Clenching her fist, she caused the Titan to shatter into pieces. The monster's head began to fall. Soon, his head began to crumble. A moment later, the head crumbled. Luna smiled. Turning around, she said that they seemed to have dealt with the guards who were bothering them. It was time to find Riot's weapons. Halbek, who was sitting next to her, asked what kind of ability she had just used. Frowning, the man said that she had killed a monster that was completely immune to both magic and physical attacks. What kind of skill was this? Luna pondered, turning to him. She looked at the guy's wound. Her pupils twitched involuntarily. She held out her hand. Closing her eyes, she applied healing magic. Smiling, she said that she was still the goddess of life. Halbek's wound was seething with mana. When the wound disappeared, the girl said that she had some abilities related to life force. She could bring her back to life someday, like now. Waving her hand, she said that she could do the same thing as with minions, that is, take someone's life. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. It turned out that her ability had nothing to do with magic or physical damage. His abilities were higher level than normal magic, because it was an area of authority. Love frowned. Raising her eyelids, the girl said that it was time for them to go in search of Riot's weapons, since they were at the bottom of the heavenly spring. Halbek grinned inside, saying that she was really frightening. How did she know so much? She replied, saying that it was nonsense. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she hated getting wet. Maybe he would go there and bring a weapon. Halbek stood up and said that he would do so, because he had to repay for the healing. Love, standing beside Luna, asked if she would heal her, who replied by telling her to smear herself with saliva. Glancing at the lonely tree, Love decided that someday she would definitely beat this cockroach. Events take us to the castle. Inside the dungeon, the sounds of battle could be heard. The protagonist ran away due to Riot's constant attacks. He gritted his teeth, saying that this was too bad a situation. Earlier, he pretended to be a girl, and tears arose in his eyes. However, the knights captured him, and he had to go through all the humiliations. He ran through hundreds of corridors to save Riot, only to come across Rioli. Now this idiot was under the spell, and his eyes were shining. A huge amount of smoke rose up. Rioli, smiling, said that there was no point in subduing such a man. He needed to die at the hands of her brother. Someone was running down the corridor. Love, who was running ahead of the group, screamed, saying that they had finally come and brought the sealed weapons to Riot. Gio turned around and praised her. The boy's fist struck him in the face. His body flew towards the wall. Halbek, who was holding a weapon, suggested that Rioli had charmed the master. Suddenly, the weapon lit up. Glancing at the gun, he said that they had a problem. He was too close to the master, so the seal on his weapon would be removed, and if he took possession of it again, he would regain his former power. The weapon flew out of his hands. The spear with an explosion was in the hand of the sin of laziness. Rioli smiled nervously as the seal was lifted from the power of the master of the sky. She trembled all over her body with excitement, saying that they had been giving her such gifts from the very beginning. Her face turned red. It had been so many years since she had not seen her brother's true face. Riot, who had shrouded himself in mana, dispelled the fire and smoke. He parted his lips. Now one of the four emperors was awakened. Nothing could be seen because of the dust and smoke. The main character said that his chin hurts. The protagonist, holding her cheek, turned to the little boy, and added how he dared to ruin his handsome face. The player, looking at Riot, asked if it was the same thing. Luna, approaching the character, said that it was an awakened Riot, and continued that this is what he looks like when the seal on his weapon is removed, while the player asked if it was Luna. The girl, smiling, asked how the loser was doing, and added that he looked good. Glancing away, the protagonist said if it was true that she was here again, and added why she had come here. The girl, standing behind the staff, asked why he was so rude, and added that she had actually come to help them. The lady handed over the blue potion. The girl, smiling, said that it was water from a heavenly spring, and added that if he drank it, he would return to his former body. In the end, the main character thanked the lady. The lady blushed at hearing that the protagonist had always liked her. The girl was glowing with joy. Luna snuggled up to the player. Embarrassed, the user asked what the lady was doing. Looking at the main character, the lady asked about what was wrong, and added that girls often hold hands, continuing that this is a completely normal phenomenon. Standing next to his friend, the main protagonist asked why she decided to do it now, to which he received the answer that the player is a girl right now. Love, who had a look of confusion on her face, said that Luna is a genius and added that she used the fact that they are both girls now to touch him. The lady with the red stone around her neck asked if they were having fun. Standing in front of her friends, the girl replied that they were only pitiful people. Smiling, the lady said that they should quickly swallow the water that they had collected from the heavenly spring. Making a cunning face, Rioli said that she would wait, and added that it was in gratitude for unsealing her brother's weapon and strength. The main character, standing with the girl, thanked for the opportunity, and continued that then he would not rush and drink it calmly. The protagonist began to drink water from a transparent flask. Suddenly, a red window of the system appeared, which said that the hero had drunk water from a heavenly spring. A window following said that the process of changing the body had begun. Suddenly, the guys were surrounded by blue light. The system announced that the quest called the Angel Earring had been completed, and added that a return to the original gender had been launched. Suddenly, a torn cloak appeared. The system window stated that the protagonist can now change their gender using the Angel Earring. Luna continued to hug the player. The red table stated that a hidden ability called Transformation had been obtained. Suddenly, a system appeared that explained that with the help of a new hidden ability called Transformation, the hero can regain his gender using the tear of an angel, adding that the cooldown time of the gender change is 24 hours. The user, grinning, said that it seemed that the story with the trance was over. Lav, her face showing displeasure, said that Gio was now a guy again, and Luna had to remove her raking paws. The girl, pressing closer to the protagonist, said that her head suddenly began to spin. The spear was pointed forward. Riot took a fighting stance. The main character, holding a club in his hands, asked if he wanted to say that it was time to stop chattering and move on to the fight. An explosion rang out behind the boy. You can tell from the guy's eyes that he is furious. The player deftly parried his attack. A ray of light originated at the end of the spear. The shock wave broke through the roof of the building. The guys were confused. The young man continued the attack. The protagonist dodged every attack of the kid. Smiling, Jaiwa said that he kept thinking about what the breaking of the seal meant, but then he understood, and added that the opponent had become much stronger and faster, and not compared to the past. There are memories of Riot kicking a player. The boy hit the main character. The user, showing his teeth, still did not give away his true strength. The guy hit the young man on the back. The main character, laughing, said that he is much stronger. Suddenly, the character's characteristics appeared, and it became clear that all his skills were of the maximum level. The kid received a blow to the head. The guy gritted his teeth. Raising his spear, the young man began to glow. Raising his hand, the user asked what kind of lightning it was. Riot stood with his weapon raised. You could see the fury on the boy's face. The opponent launched a spear attack. The protagonist's face was blurry. Suddenly the young man stepped on the floor. The protagonist jumped up. The kid raised his weapon above him. The man slammed the back of his spear into the floor with all his strength. Hiding his face behind his hair, the young man used a lightning strike. Suddenly, the player was struck by a discharge. The system window made it clear that the ability called Lightning Strike is the ultimate electrical magic, and it consists in the enemy being struck by lightning that descended from the sky. The hero's face was terrifying. Friends were perplexed. Riot watched as smoke poured out of his opponent. The main character was completely burned by magic. Love, looking at the boy, asked if the boy could use such strong magic, and added that he could only kick before. Suddenly, there was a memory of the young man kicking the protagonist. Surrounded by a red haze, the guy hit the player. The young man, looking away, said that it was because he did not fight with all his strength, and added that he did not have a weapon at that time. A couple of hairs remain on the user's head. Really, looking at the scene, called them fools, and added that they had finally realized the greatness of her brother. The girl with the red amulet around her neck said that the awakened brother could use his weapon as a lightning rod to imbue his body with the power of lightning, going on to say that after that, he could use the magic of electricity without a single risk. The young man stood with his staff, and it was clear that he could now use his body to generate electricity, and until the battle was over, his level would rise endlessly. Riot was surrounded by the red tables of the system, which reported that his level was increasing by 1 point. The lady, looking ahead, said that they initially had no chance and added that they were fighting the inevitability. Anger was visible on the faces of the heroes. Love, looking at the girl, said that she was standing too far away, and added that the lady did not hear what she was muttering there. The guy, in turn, stated that he did not hear anything either. The lady, smiling, said that it was time for them to wrap up. Rioli, opening her eyes wide, told her brother to kill them all. Suddenly, the terrible face of the main character appeared near the lady's face. The protagonist stood on all fours with a very long neck. The girlfriend, looking ahead, said that she knew that the player was not dead, while the young man said that he had not seen this disgusting sight for a long time. Smoke was coming out of the user's mouth as he talked about how his eyeballs had not yet recovered. The girl, tears on her face, said what had happened, and asked how he could be alive at all. As she continued to cry, the lady thought that he had survived even after she had cut him in half. Suddenly, there were memories of Rioli waving her weapon. The girl cut the main character into two parts. The protagonist's body united. Stepping back, the lady ordered her brother to burn him to hell so that not a speck would remain, and added that he should get rid of this monster at once. The head of the main character was looking at the boy. You could see anger in Riot's eyes. The player was covered in burns. Suddenly, there were memories of how the guy kicked the main character. Blood was coming from the user's mouth. The boy hit the man. The young man flew over the ground in the hope of a blow. Showing his teeth, the protagonist said that he had given the player a good beating. The guy's tongue fell out of his mouth. Jiwoo's head approached the youth. The protagonist placed Riot's head in his mouth. Biting, the protagonist said that he would take revenge on him today. The young man, gritting his teeth, was confused. The boy's sister looked at him in surprise. Luna covered her mouth with her hand. Friends were shocked. The boy, whose head was in the player's mouth, struck him with a spear. Suddenly, lightning struck directly at the young man. The bloodied boy said he would kill the user. The protagonist, having fully recovered, asked if the baby had said anything, and added if it hurt him. The player looked at the approaching opponent. The hero hit the boy with a club. Smiling, the protagonist used a skill called Indestructible Strike from below. Something was in the red haze. The guy, hitting the youngster, said that he used an indestructible blow from above. Smiling, the player said that he had overheard what Rioli was saying, and added that she had said that the boy's level was constantly rising when he was awake, going on to say that that meant he could hit a little harder. The young man's face was covered with drops of sweat. Jiwoo used an indestructible punch again. The girl, opening her eyes wide in surprise, said that this could not be. The sister watched her brother being beaten. The guy, smiling, said that he expected this. The young man, looking ahead, said that Mr. Riot is no match for a great warrior even in awakening mode, and added that he was silent about the fact that the main character was now fighting playfully. Lab blushed and said that everyone who is called the Four Emperors had been defeated by fighting Jiwoo. Habeck, looking at the beating, said that the Four Emperors are the strongest and stand on top of this world, adding that there is a feeling that he is just scolding some naughty child. The protagonist jumped with a smile, and it became clear that he was on a completely different level, a great warrior who would go down in the history of Chrono Life as the strongest creature. Suddenly the man fell to his knees. The main character stood in front of the boy. Riot was breathing heavily. The player, looking down, asked about the fact that another one ended up kneeling in front of him. The user, making a brutal face, told him not to be embarrassed, since soon everyone in this world would kneel before him. Love, in turn, said that Jiwoo began to squirm again. The girl, standing next to the guy, said that he had settled the situation better, and added that only Riot was still fascinated. In the end, the young man replied that he didn't even know what to do. Casting a glance at Rioli, the hero asked her to take off her filth. In turn, the girl replied that she would never do it. Gritting her teeth, the lady thought that she could not believe it, and added about how her awakened brother could lose. Riot sat on his knees. Holding the whip in her hands, the lady thought about what she should do, and added that if everything went like this, they would take his brother. Suddenly, a system appeared that told that the charm skill charms the target and makes them obey for a short time, and it became clear that the farther away from Rioli, the weaker the charm effect would be, and at a certain distance it would dissipate altogether. The full moon was in the sky. The girl clenched her weapon. The lady, looking at her opponents, thought that her only way out of this situation was the charm of all these people. Looking ahead, the lady tried to find a loophole and hit them accurately. Holding the whip in her hands, the lady thought that she had only one chance. The main character stood thoughtfully next to his opponent. The protagonist, imitating a stupid face, said that he had an idea. Love, glancing at the player, asked about his idea, and added that she gets nervous every time he says that. Sweat continued to accumulate on Riot's face. The kid made a desperate attack. Raising his leg, Jiwoo struck him with his club. Blood began to flow from the opponent's mouth. The man landed on the ground, holding his head. The young man attacked again. The main character hit him on the head again. The boy made a stupid face. The protagonist continued to deliver blow after blow to the opponent's head. Waving the stick, it was clear that the player was not going to stop. Biting his lip, the user said that a broken car and a broken person would be repaired if they were slapped well. Love, looking at the beating, said that his next great idea was just as idiotic as the others, and added about how the charm could be saved by Jiwoo beating him on the head. The main character, continuing to beat, stated that this is the only medicine for people like him, and asked if she wanted to take a look. The club went down. The young man froze in place. The man stopped beating. Turning around, the player said if she had seen the boy shrink, and added that it was proof that he was slowly but surely returning to sanity, while Love replied that it was just a survival instinct. Suddenly, a whip with a point at the end flew at the guys. The girl opened her eyes wide and told Jiwoo to be careful. The main character was looking at the blade. The whip struck the protagonist. The player received a strong blow to the head. The lady, looking at her friend, asked if he was all right. The user hid his eyes behind his hair. Suddenly, the hero's eyes turned red, and it became clear that this was a state of charm. Rioli, laughing, said that he was caught. Looking at the characters, the girl said that even if he wanted to seem cool, in the end he turned out to be just a pathetic person, adding that as a result, he also obeyed her. The guy, looking ahead, asked how this was possible. Taking slow steps forward, the lady asked what she should do with those who remained sane. Standing with the guys, the girl asked if they should fight again, and added that there were just 3 of them. The friends looked ahead. Rioli, standing in front of the protagonist, said that they were stupid, pathetic people, and added that they brazenly wanted to steal her brother, but ended up becoming her slaves. Suddenly, a red system window appeared, saying that a hidden skill called the Highland Factor had been launched. The following notification made it clear that the spell had been dispelled. The protagonist woke up from the charm. The girl, opening her eyes wide, told them to answer faster, and began them with pathetic insects. Suddenly, the lady was hit on the head with a club. Rioli was lying on the ground. The lady was trembling with pain. The main character, smiling, said that he did not know what happened, but it was cool. Holding a stick with a leaf in his hands, the player said that the girl was right in front of him, as if she asked to hit her with a club. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared, which contained information that a hidden ability called Highland Factor, a super innate ability that repairs any kind of damage, had been unlocked, and it became clear that the skill gave complete immunity to dope, disease, paralysis, and so on. The girl had a cap on her head. The knights were greatly weakened. There was something red in the eyes of the soldiers. The system window made it clear that Rioli's charm had been removed. The warriors came to their senses. Love watched the knights rise. The girl turned around and told Habak that it seemed that the guards had freed themselves from the charm, while the young man replied that it was true, and wondered why this had happened. The collared boy said it was because she had lost consciousness from a blow to the head. Standing next to his sister, the guy continued that this was why all the spell that she had cast was removed in an instant. Riot, holding his head, said that this was another weak point in Rioli's charm. The system notification made it clear that the charm had been removed from the young man. The man, looking at the master, said that he was no longer charmed, while the boy said that he was. The young man, standing behind the protagonist, asked why he had such a headache, and suggested that it could be because the charm had subsided. In the end, Habak said that he would explain everything to the master later. The protagonist, looking down, said that they had figured it out. There was a huge bump on my sister's head. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. Holding the whip, the lady asked about why she suddenly passed out and assumed that someone had suddenly attacked her from behind. The heroes stood around her. Rioli, smiling, did not understand at all what was going on. Gio, smiling broadly, said that there was only one thing left. The protagonist smiled maniacally. You could see fear in the girl's eyes. Waving her whip, the lady asked how he had managed to free himself from her charm. The man cut the whip into 2 parts with a club. The system window made it clear that the weapon had been destroyed. The girl was holding the remains of a weapon in her hands. The system notification was that Rioli's whip had been broken. Shock appeared on the girl's face. Looking down, the player applied the second part of the series called Destruction, Weapon Destruction. Suddenly, cuts were heard on the planet, and it was clear that in the previous episode of the series, called Destruction, there was the destruction of the planet. The blade of the whip fell to the floor. The protagonist, looking at the girl, asked what she would do now, and added if she had anything else to show. The lady's eyes filled with tears. Gio made a terrible face, asking why she wasn't running into trouble now. Luna, laughing, said that this was too luxurious an end for her, and added that Rioli was dying surrounded by such characters. The girl was surrounded by people with incredible titles. Shedding tears, the lady asked about the end. Looking away, Miss asked if she would die and added that she didn't want to. Smiling, Gio replied that no one was going to kill her, and said that he wasn't such a cruel person. Standing with a club at the ready, the hero said that he was not going to kill her. In turn, the girl asked if this was true. Suddenly, a tentacle appeared. The player, releasing the tentacle from his mouth, said that it would become part of his body, and added that they would live happily ever after with it. Rioli looked up. The tentacle was getting closer. The lady was sitting on the floor. Crying, the lady called her brother. Someone's hand grabbed a gray tentacle. Love froze in shock. Luna was confused. There was surprise in the eyes of the main character. Riot grabbed something coming from the protagonist's mouth. The guy, looking at what had happened, asked if everything was all right. Looking down, the young man told the player not to do this. Sitting on the stone floor, the girl listened to the fact that she was his sister. The lady continued to cry with happiness. Removing the tentacle, Gio asked about what kind of sister she was and added that she was going to kill him. Continuing, the young man said that Habak begged him to save the kid. Standing beside his sister, the brother replied that Habak had misunderstood everything, and added that she never intended to kill him, but the way she expressed love might seem a little strange. The young man is hanging with his hands tied. Rioli runs a knife over his brother's body. The lady embraced the man. Closing his eyes, the young man said that his sister had done all this for him, even this restoration and her becoming the Lord of Heaven, it was all for him. The girl could not hold back her tears. Suddenly, the heavenly realm that was a few years ago appeared. The gate was decorated with various figures. The lady, looking at the young man, asked that he was going to the world of people again, while the brother answered positively. Closing his eyes, Riot said that perhaps the throne would be empty for several years, and added that he was therefore asking her to take care of the heavenly realm in his absence. The girl, looking ahead, exclaimed that his truth would not be there for several years, and added that he had decided to gather a team of people again and go on adventures. The guy, sitting on the throne, stated that chaos reigned in the human world now because the Demon King had invaded their world. The huge monster was surrounded by monsters, and it became clear that Riot would go down there and help a young man named Yopi the Brave. The hero looked at the high mountains. The friends were standing on the stone floor. Looking down, the main character thought that it turns out that he is saying that he was on the same team with Jopi. Suddenly, a memory appeared, and it became obvious that the protagonist had also once fought him. He was the only one he respected among humans. Love, crossing her arms, asked about what the young man said was a few years ago, but Chrono Life released not so long ago, while Luna replied that he was talking about game time, and asked that the girl wants to look cute, which is why she says something so stupid. The lady looked away. Getting into an unusual pose, the lady in a cute way asked if her friend thought she was cute. In the end, Luna realized that she had made a terrible mistake and asked not to do it again, and it became obvious that this was Love's first victory. The young man, keeping his eyes closed, went on to talk about how he had to leave the throne for some reason, and added that it had caused Rioli a lot of trouble. Without showing his eyes, the young man said that he still couldn't finish the 7 deadly sins. Rioli, standing in front of her brother, asked that he was going to descend into the human world and fight alongside Jopi. The girl, clenching her palm into a fist, said that she still did not understand why he was doing this, although she repeated to him and Habek every day that they would always be the enemies of people. The lady, looking at the young man, asked what difference it made to him whether they died at the hands of demons or not, and added why he, the 7th sinner, should help them. Still squeezing her hand, the sister asked about the fact that he had not yet been able to collect his sins, and continued what his brother would do if he decided to kill him. Opening her eyes wide, the girl answers the question of whether he loves people, honestly. The guy lowered his gaze. Opening his mouth a little, the young man replied that it was possible. Getting up from the throne, the guy announced that he planned to leave today, and added that his sister would take care of the heavenly realm while he was gone. The relatives separated. The lady stood with her back. Riot walked away. The hourglass stood in timeless space, and it became clear that the 7 deadly sins must be filled with people's lives. But because the young man loved them too much, he couldn't even fill his own, and this is open disobedience to God. The guy leaves his sister. The young man continued to walk into the distance. The girl did not show her eyes, and it was clear that she had made a decision that when the hour came, she would destroy all the people instead of her brother. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. His hands were tied with a chain. The guy was hanging with his hands up. The friends stood together. Love was surprised. Standing next to her friend, the girl asked if Rioli did not intend to kill Riot, and added that he was trying to save him. The lady continued to cry. The young man, closing his eyes, turned to the great warrior of the new generation. Glancing to the side, the young man suggested that he end there, adding that he should pardon his sister. Holding his club at the ready, Gio asked what the short man was carrying and added if he really wanted it to end like this, continuing on to see if he really didn't see what she had done. The building was completely destroyed. The knights rose to their feet. The soldiers were weakened. The soldiers were coming to their senses. Making a scary face, the protagonist said that if someone committed a crime, he should be punished, adding that this is how the world works, and continued that she should pay for what she has arranged here with her life. The girl began to shake with fear. The lady continued to cry. Riot, looking at the protagonist, said that this happened because Habek misunderstood everything, and asked the player to pardon her, because she had personal reasons for this. In turn, the user called him a bad person. Taking the tentacle out of his mouth, Gio said that he disliked villains who pretended to have personal circumstances the most. Approaching his sister, the main character said that it was time to receive his sentence. Imitating a scary face, the protagonist asked from which part of the body he should start sucking it. Rioli looked at this picture with horror. Standing behind the player, the brother said that the hero does not do anything without payment. Suddenly there was a memory of how the young man asked not to kill the angels, since they were under the spell of Rioli. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, told him to pay, and the boy agreed. Hiding his face behind his hand, the guy said that he would buy what he was currently selling at the highest price, regardless of the quantity. Looking straight ahead, the young man said that he would do this for the rest of his life. The player stood backwards. Turning around, the main character asked that he really believed that the protagonist would fall for such a proposal. In turn, the young man thought that all that remained was to put the squeeze. The guy looked at the girl. Suddenly, there is a memory of Habek asking the player to save Riot. Lowering his eyes, the young man thought that he had done it in vain. Looking away, Habek felt guilty for what had happened. The guys looked at the guy with anger. His comrades in arms said that he was to blame for all the troubles. On the young man's face, one could read a sense of guilt. The man approached his friends. The guy was approaching. A young man putting something in the palm of the main character. In the palm of his hand were 8 mirrors of Habek. Covered in sweat, Habek said that these are all 8 mirrors, which he promised, and added that the mistress should be spared. Love, looking ahead, asked if he was really trying to settle everything with this junk, and added that he should see what he had done. The main character, making a stupid face, agreed. Suddenly, a system window appeared, from which it was clear that the hidden task, which was called the Request of the King of 8 Mirrors, had been completed. The person handed over the objects. Suddenly, the system announced that the protagonist had received a new rank, which was called the Keeper of the 8 Mirrors. The object was surrounded by blue. Waving to the young man, the hero said that they were leaving, and added that they should not quarrel with his sister anymore. Relatives looked at what was happening. The player, smiling, ordered to move down. Standing with his friends, Jaiwa said goodbye to the heavenly realm. The teleporter stretched all the way to the sky. The lady, blushing, asked if he was really going to leave just like that. Riot, closing one eye, assumed that he got everything he wanted, and added that the main character is always like this. The guy smiled, saying that he was indeed an interesting person. Comrades in arms went downstairs. The friends looked around. Gio stared into the distance. Love was smiling. Luna closed her eyes. The teleporter beam was very high. The moon was shining over the village. Suddenly, a man's foot appeared on the stone floor. The girl turned. The friends stood together. The protagonist told about the adventure. Suddenly, the characters began to glow. The system reported a hidden skill called transformation, which returns the original gender with the help of an angel earring. The friends were reincarnated. The girl was happy. The lady raised her hands up. Clouds could be seen in the sky. Suddenly, the heavenly realm arose a few days later. The door was still decorated with patterns. Someone went forward. Riot, looking ahead, asked why she had decided to come here alone. The goddess of life Luna looked forward. The guy, sitting on the throne, said that he had to thank her, and added that he thanked her for contributing a few days ago, continuing about the fact that thanks to her, everything was resolved without consequences. The girl, looking ahead, asked if he really thought that this circus was the end. The young man stared in surprise. The lady, looking ahead, said that it was simply ridiculous. Suddenly, there were memories of how the guy grabs the tentacle of the main character. My sister was in tears. The protagonist made a stupid face. The man gave away the artifact, and it was clear that the fact that the seventh sinner had warm feelings for people, or the brother who saved his sister, who did nothing but mock him, or that nonsense that she was kind, and did all this for the sake of his brother, users who did not kill the boss, receiving a lot of money and new toys in return. The lady, smiling, said that it was childish, and added that she wanted to destroy it. The lady pierced the young man's chest. Standing over the dying overlord, Luna said that the heavenly realm was an important episode and added that wouldn't such an ending be more appropriate, asking what the little lord of the heavenly realm was thinking. The girl pulled the staff from the boy's chest. The goddess threw the mantle over the body of the young man. Looking at the guy, the lady said that the only evidence left at the scene of the murder would be the gray robe of the rookie, which is given automatically by creating the character in Chrono Life, and added that it is now Gio's hallmark, and went on to talk about how even though the whole situation screams that the protagonist was framed, the sister will decide that it is the protagonist. The girl hugs her brother. Smirking, Luna said that the lady would want revenge and added that she would gather all the angel soldiers and attack the human world. Looking blankly, Miss said how easy it was to predict stupid artificial intelligence. Suddenly, the heavenly realm appeared, and it became clear that everything happened exactly as the girl had said. The protagonist's cloak was on him. Riot was killed, and it became clear that the peace between humans and angels, which the guy had been trying to maintain all his life, was destroyed in an instant. My legs went away. As she left, Luna stated that she had only been talking about him all along, but now it was really time to start. The girl, looking ahead, spoke about the last episode of Chrono Life. Burning buildings could be seen, and at this time the Heavenly Kingdom began its offensive. The knights rushed to attack. The warrior struck his opponent with a sweeping blow. The fighter pierced his opponent with his sword, and it became clear that their army was strong. The soldier stabbed his opponent in the back. The warrior swung his trident. The cross was illuminated with a bright light, and the heavenly realm could only be entered after reaching the 500th level, but the heavenly guards were created to fight against such users. A huge worm stuck out its tongue. Angels fluttered over people. Covered in sweat, the players shouted that they were seeing this for the first time. The monster's eyes began to glow yellow. The fire rays were burning the ground, so it was clear that the strongest monsters of the heavenly realm had also joined this war. A puff of smoke rose. The adventurers were lying on the floor. Writhing in agony, the victims knew that the power of the angels was too strong for them. Someone raised their hand and then used a skill called a sanctuary. A blue beam illuminated the bodies of fallen users, and the system showed a message that this ability restores health within a set range. The creature was looking down. The ground under the bodies of the wounded guys began to glow. The hand of the murdered man began to twitch. The travelers began to get to their feet. Opening her mouth, the girl was surprised that her health had fully recovered. Stamping his foot, the stranger asked his comrades if they were all right. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the rescuer said that they no longer needed to worry, because he had come. Clenching his fists, the fighter shouted that this was the first ranker among the healers. Looking at the man with the cross, the boy realized that he was a physiotherapist who had a healer class. The angel's eyes began to glow yellow. A moment later, the lasers were firing at the enemies. The priest approached the wounded man. Looking up, the soldier turned to the doctor. Holding a cigarette between his finger, the man advised the victim to grit his teeth. Covered with sweat, the young man did not understand what was about to happen. Clenching his fist, the thug struck a holy blow. A cloud of dust rose near the impact site. Bringing his hand to his face, the young man felt a little pain. Closing one eye, the adventurer asked his ally what he was doing. Smiling broadly, the priest explained that this was his method of treatment. Sitting on the ground, the boy shouted that his blood had really stopped flowing, and his health had reached its maximum. The thug began to turn around. Looking at the wounded people, the healer asked who else needed help. Stretching his fists, he invited the soldiers to the reception. With a punch, the physiotherapist made up for the missing health of an ally. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the priest asked God to take these young sheep into his arms, and the girl was completely healed. Striking a blow to the face of his comrade, the doctor prayed that the Lord would envelop him in his love. Having inflicted many attacks on his comrades in arms, the man knew that his main skill was called a holy strike. The physiotherapist rushed forward, and everyone his fists reached would restore the evil at an unimaginable speed. The angels watched in bewilderment as their enemies communicated about how it would be better to restore the squad's health with an ability called the sanctuary. With his mouth wide open, the old man shouted that it was time to stop staring at what was happening. Furrowing his brows, the commander ordered the Sky Knights to attack and destroy these pathetic people. The warriors ran forward. The physiotherapist bared his teeth. Standing on the roof of the building, Minchoko offered to help her friend. With his mouth open, the man shouted that she was the winner of the Royal Duelist Tournament. The girl blushed, and the priest addressed her by name. Stretching out her arm, the swordswoman used a skill called magic activation. The ice began to move towards the enemies on the floor. Beginning to tremble, the knights heard a cry that they needed to stop, because ice appeared under their feet. Baring his teeth, the commander was amazed that someone would use such childish magic in war. Covering his face with his hand, the man realized that a wind spell had been cast. The foot began to slip. The leader's eyes widened. All the warriors fell off their feet. Frowning, the soldier shouted that he could not stay on his feet because of the ice under his feet and the strong wind. Slung her sword over her shoulder, Minchoko said that you shouldn't underestimate the spell just because it does little damage. Looking down, the girl added that this game does not reward high damage, but a large amount of control. The warrior sat on the ground. Raising his blade, the commander was furious that some pathetic person could behave like this. Blushing, the lady cast a spell called a shrew. The man stomped his foot. A moment later, the fighter stumbled, because the skill created a hole in the indicated place. Covered with sweat, the commander-in-chief was dissatisfied with the fact that his rival was again using childish techniques. Minchoko held her weapon with both hands. Opening her mouth, the swordswoman replied that these techniques were not childish at all. After all, they were control. Swinging their blades, the knights shouted that they could not attack their leader. The sorceress's hand began to glow, and she herself cast a stone wall spell. A block of stone appeared in front of the enemy. Turning his head, the soldier shouted for his rival to remove this devilry. The warrior cut the stone in half. The fighter opened his eyes wide. Standing still, the invader realized that his offender had evaporated. Minchoko was high above. With her legs crossed, the warrior heard the words that she had pushed off the stone wall and jumped so high. A moment later, blood poured from the knight's body. Looking ahead, the young man cursed at the enemy. The warrior fell to the ground. With their mouths open, the audience was delighted with what they saw. Looking at the rankers, the players understood how strong they were. Covered in sweat, Love was amazed that users were fighting with all their might. Opening her mouth, the girl said that there were many people in this war whom she had not seen before. Closing her eyes, Luna recalled that she had said that there were many hidden high-level players in the game who did not participate in clan wars or assaults, as they were only interested in their specifications. The rankers looked back. Smiling, the soldier asked to join them. Looking at the person who came, the players shouted that other rankers had also begun to join. Raising his dagger, the robber offered to attack the enemies. The fighters rushed to attack. Holding her staff in her hands, the goddess of life said that the only thing that had brought them here was the desire to test how much they had improved their skills on the northern continent. The guys looked at the carnage below. The killer spun his weapon, after which it became clear that Luna's prediction was correct. The fighters struck at their opponents, because they decided to take part in this war in order to test how much stronger they had become thanks to the northern continent. Flags fluttered in the wind. Smiling, the elf declared that 5 guilds were also joining the battle. Standing in a fighting stance, the knights of the Heavenly Kingdom realized that the difference in strength had changed dramatically. Snow-capped mountains were visible, in which users received the power to overtake the Heavenly Knights. The whip flew forward. A cloud of dust rose at the sight of the impact. Someone's silhouette appeared in the fog. Rioli furrowed her brows. Looking at the warrior, the guys were surprised that it was her attack. The lady opened her mouth. Raising her whip, the girl asked her enemies to die. A powerful attack swept through the air. The lady bared her teeth. Covering the battlefield with a cloud of dust, the mistress of the heavenly realm suddenly appeared on the front line. Putting their hands to their heads, the players could not understand what it was. The whip hit the man in the face. The adventurer fell to the ground. With his eyes wide open, the robber asked his friend how he was feeling, to which he replied that his cheek was about to fall off. The traveler's eyes began to glow red. The possessed man plunged the sword into his friend's chest. The enchanted man spoke of what he was doing for his mistress. Blood spurted from the user's mouth. The heroes looked down, and the allies shouted that they were being attacked. Furrowing his brows, Gio was unhappy that Rioli had appeared now and was confirming her character. Standing at the edge of the roof, the protagonist said that love had to deal with the angel knights, to which she replied that she wanted to go with a friend. Closing one eye, the protagonist explained that he was not going to fight the girl, but to explain to her that he did not kill her brother. But if the negotiations failed, he would have to use the power of rebirth. Averting her gaze, her companion listened to the words that they would soon return. Closing her eyes, the lady was disappointed that she was honing her healing skills all the time, not martial arts. The lady quickly jumped down from the roof. The girl looked back. Clenching her fists, the baby shouted that she recognized the arriving fighter. Standing around the girls, the crowd whispered that this was a famous singer. With a joyful expression on her face, the players shouted that she was the most loyal fan. Blushing, Love realized that she could not ignore the fan who loved her so much. Opening her mouth, the lady thanked the young lady for treating her like this. Beaming with happiness, the user listened to the words that she should call the character by the game name, and not the real one. Running away, the demon queen added that she needed to deal with the enemies, so it wouldn't hurt to help her. Digital walls were visible. Sitting on the floor, the creator noticed that it was getting more and more interesting, because he did not expect that the heavenly realm would attack the human world so suddenly. Putting his hands on the back of his head, the developer suggested that all this was Luna's plan. However, he wanted to enjoy everything himself. Sitting next to the huge hourglass, the man added that thanks to her, the sin of laziness was completely filled. Opening his mouth, the young man reasoned that it was a good idea to return to the reins of the heavenly realm, because if Rioli declared war as the sovereign of the heavenly realm, then sin would not be filled. Younger sister Riot was smiling. The guy was sitting on the throne, and the creator knew that in the episode of the Heavenly Kingdom, he returned to the throne again. Remembering the moment of the boy's death, the developer was convinced that he died as a ruler. Rioli furrowed her brows, and the man thought that she had declared war out of anger at a time when the throne was essentially unoccupied. The knights rushed to attack. Smiling, the young man admitted that Luna is truly incomparable. Turning her head, the girl thought that the clue of the last episode was that the Lord should not change. Looking out from behind the wall, the maker was glad that thanks to this lady, they were almost finished. Looking at the hourglass, the developer noticed that the sins of pride, lust, anger, greed, gluttony, and laziness are now filled. Looking from under his brow, the man said that he was the last one left. The young man raised his finger. The watch fell to the floor. Showing his teeth, the stranger realized that only the sin of jealousy remained. The creator hovered in front of Gio, and he thought that he would be able to give him to this person, after which a notification appeared about changing his profession to the 7 deadly sins. With his hands in his pockets, the developer couldn't expect him to refuse. Exhaling steam from his mouth, the man realized that there was no choice but to give this sin to the next candidate. Smiling broadly, the villain decided that he would not give anyone the right to choose, because he was infuriated when he was refused. Looking at the digital walls, the villain promised that he would make it happen. The starry sky was visible. The city was covered with fire. At the front of the crowd stood Love. Something was approaching the girl. Suddenly, the lady fell to her knees. The fan held her weapon in her hands. Opening her mouth, the girl asked if everything was all right. The lady opened her mouth, after which she saw a notification that she had a hidden profession. The demon queen began to rise to her feet. Covered in sweat, the user asked if everything was okay with her idol. Horror froze on the baby's face. The player was cut in half with one blow. Turning her head, Love realized that the demon king and the sin of jealousy had merged. Opening her mouth, the girl noticed a message that a new personality had been created in her. The starry sky was visible. Someone spread his wings. The spirit flew through the air. The ghost was holding Luhua by the scruff of the neck. Raising her head, the girl asked Urus where they were going. Looking ahead, the demon replied that they were flying away from the front, and the location didn't matter. Flapping his wings, the familiar added that this was his master's order, because the war was about to begin, so she needed to be taken to safety. The baby stepped on the ground. Raising his tail, the ghost said that it was quite safe here. Hovering above the ground, the spirit explained that this was the end of the hill, which was quite far from the front, but sometimes bears could wander here, which she was able to cope with herself. Sweating, Luhua called out to her guide. With a pitiful expression on her face, the girl asked if the villagers and her friends would be all right. The ghost turned his head. Opening his mouth, Urus replied that he could not say anything about the last episode or this war. Dropping his hands, the familiar added that they had to believe in Gio. The alchemist blushed. Flying in the air, the demon expressed confidence that as long as the main character is with them, the human world will never be defeated. The buildings were smoldering in flames. The whip rushed forward. The weapon hit several opponents at once. Opening his mouth, the man said that he would do anything for the sake of Mrs. Rioli. The enchanted ones grabbed their blades. Minchoko held onto her sword with both hands. Covered with sweat, the girl did not understand when this game managed to become a horror. Turning her head, the swordswoman asked her friend to remove the curse from the infected. Beating the shorty, the man replied that he could not do it, to which the duelist replied that this spell is unlikely to be removed in this way. Baring her teeth, the sorceress said that the skill that allows you to charm so many users is cheating. Gio walked forward. The main character put the truncheon on his shoulder. Looking at the protagonist, Minshoko noticed that he was equipped with a gray noob robe. Looking at the guy's legs, the girl realized that in addition, he was wearing nothing but underpants. With her eyes wide open, the lady was surprised that this man had just logged in and immediately went to the battlefield. Rushing to attack, the zombies shouted that they were fighting for their mistress. The guys were standing in the middle of a crowd of enemies. With her mouth open, the swordswoman shouted to the young man to run away as soon as possible. Looking forward, Gio asked why he would do this. Making an angry expression on her face, the duelist said that there was no place for a noob here, because there was a war going on here now. The main character picked up his stick. A moment later, the protagonist shook the ground with his punch. Pillars of fire reached the angels. A smile appeared on the sorceress's face. The explosion was visible from space. Feathers and stones flew down. The guy stood still. The battlefield was covered with cracks. Furrowing his brows, the young man was glad that he had managed to deal with the winged monsters. Closing her eyes, Luna said that her comrade was going to protect people. Standing still, the young man replied that he had adjusted the force of the blow to do so. Looking away, the young man noticed that even their enemy was alive and unharmed. Opening his mouth, Gio offered to negotiate. Rioli held her hand. With a satisfied expression, the goddess of life agreed to restore the wounded fighter. The body of the ruler of the heavenly realm began to be covered with magical light. Lying on the ground, the girl noticed that her wounds had disappeared, and her health had fully recovered. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist was surprised that his ally healed much better than he thought. The lady got to her feet. The lady's hands began to tremble. Sweating, Rioli asked if her opponents were bullying her. Placing his hand on his thigh, the protagonist replied that he just wanted to clear up this misunderstanding. Closing his eyes, the guy began to talk about how someone had killed Riot. A moment later, the blow of the whip struck the young man's face. Baring his teeth, the young man noticed that his resistance to charm had worked. Her mouth wide open, her sister shouted that no one would dare to say anything so shameless about her brother. Swinging the whip, the girl expressed confidence that the killer was her interlocutor. Dust began to fly on the ground. Covering his face with his hand, Gio asked to listen to him. Baring his teeth, the main character repeated his words that he did not kill her brother. Frowning, the lady shouted that Riot's robe was next to his body. Blushing, the protagonist stated that no one in their right mind would leave the clothes they wear every day at the crime scene. With a wink, Luna explained that in the game, NPCs are too emotional, so in such an excited state, nothing can change her mind. Smiling, the traitor found it funny that in a state of excitement they could not think sensibly, just like real people. The guy turned his head. Baring his teeth, the young man asked what she was doing behind him, to which she replied that she was hiding from the whip. Deflecting the blow of the whip, the young man offered to clarify something. Looking back, Jaiwa asked about whether his ally Riot had killed him. Luna stared at her comrade in silence. Opening her mouth, the girl said that no one knew this. Looking out from behind her ally, the goddess of life asked the enemy about the state of her brother's body now. Smiling sweetly, the traitor asked if his body had been burned. Rioli made an angry face. Brandishing her weapon, the girl shouted that unscrupulous people would answer for their words. A moment later, Luna was behind her opponent. Raising her hand to her mouth, the creator's assistant said that today was the 3rd day since his death, so he would soon be resurrected. The stars shone brightly in the sky. Luhua looked back. An object flashed in the sky. The girl took cover behind a tree. On the ground lay Riot. The boy was lying unconscious. The young lady blushed. Someone stepped forward. Sitting on the ground, the team heard the words that it is not easy for ordinary people to survive after such an attack. Gio looked to the side. Love looked ahead. Opening her mouth, the possessed woman said that this body belonged to the sin of jealousy. Furrowing her brows, the girl explained that she had only one goal in this world. Making a strange grimace, the protagonist listened to the words that this body only wants human life, so it's time for the entire continent to drown in crimson blood. Turning his body a little, the protagonist asked if this childish speech was invented by artificial intelligence. Raising her eyebrows, Luna advised her comrade to kill the enemy as soon as she attacked first. Closing his eyes, the guy agreed that she had really attacked first. A moment later, Love kicked her opponent in the face. Blood spurted from the young man's mouth. The fighter prepared to jump. The girl lifted her leg. The next attack also reached the target. Closing his eyes, the young man could not understand when his partner managed to learn this. A cloud of smoke rose at the crash site. Sitting on the ground, the traitor told that each of the 7 sins has a special ability, and jealousy has a special dislike for people. The sin of jealousy looked at his victim. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Gio said that he didn't care who she hated, because what mattered was why she had become so strong. Love took a fighting stance. Looking forward, Luna clarified that she was at the top of the user after becoming the Demon King. However, she was stuck to him all this time, so she did not reach her potential. The girl blushed, and the goddess of life added that if you consider the special characteristic of the Demon King, which increases all abilities tenfold, then she would already be at the top of the pyramid. The lady looked at her hand, and the traitor reminded her that she possessed the perfect brass knuckles, which he had given her. The possessed woman made a leap forward. A second later, a punch hit the chest of the main character. The protagonist's chest turned red. Opening her mouth, Luna stated that all this time, Lav hadn't used even 10% of her abilities. The girl prepared to attack. A lot of attacks hit the guy's face. Looking ahead, the traitor said that now everything was different. Looking at the flying mod, the goddess of life explained that the sin of jealousy was using her abilities 100%. Standing on the opponent's stomach, the lady used a skill called a diving dragon. The waves diverged from the place of the fight. Covered in sweat, the Demon King tried to call out to her friend. Baring her teeth, the lady couldn't understand why this happened at a time when she was able to shake off her reputation as a troublesome woman. A drop of sweat rolled down Love's cheek. Looking at the screen, the lady came up with something. The lady's finger reached for the exit button. A moment later, the player disappeared. A skyscraper was visible. The singer took off her glasses. Frowning, the girl thought that the problem was solved. Standing still, the manager said that it did not help. Holding the phone in her hands, the woman said that the character cannot be taken out of the game only by logging in. Holding the device in her hands, the lady asked what it meant. The young lady's eyes widened. On the screen, her character could be seen beating up Gio. Opening her mouth, the singer could not understand how her character remained in the game if he left it. The Demon King clenched her fist. With a thumbs up, the elf greeted his followers. Putting his hands on his hips, the streamer said that he was here to talk about the current situation, and the commentators cheered their idol. Rankers began to appear, and the correspondent explained that now a huge number of users are rejoining the game. Frowning, the blogger offered to check the situation on the battlefield. Love held out her hand, and the columnist talked about who she was in real life. Holding the phone in her hands, the manager couldn't understand why they were fighting if the war with the heavenly realm was over. Opening his mouth, someone said that her idol was now under someone's control. Clenching her fists, the fan said that she fought with enemies just a few minutes ago. The baby was beaming with happiness. The guys ran after the celebrity. The possessed woman cut her opponent in half. Opening her mouth, the girl assured that some kind of magic was acting on the singer. Love opened her mouth slightly as the player explained. She had never had such a terrible expression on her face. Sitting on the floor, the idol listened to the words that she always smiled broadly at the sight of them. Closing her eyes, the assistant expressed doubt that she was worthy of such a devoted fan. Lowering her head, the girl turned to her assistant. Blushing, the lady decided that she should return to the game. Raising her eyebrows, the woman suggested looking for another way to connect to the game. Putting her hands on her hips, the subordinate reminded that after all this, it was worth finding a fan and hugging her tighter. On her knees, Love assured that she would have done so. The girl lay down on the floor. The manager looked down. Opening her mouth, the assistant could not believe that this game was so interesting. Smiling, the woman suggested that she should try it too. The light was on in the room, and thanks to this little interest, an unknown master appeared in the game. Stars covered the surface of the sky. The sin of jealousy continued to attack the enemy. The villainess furrowed her brows. The blows flew into Gio's body. Looking ahead, the streamer said that the massive attack continues, and everyone just stands and watches. Blushing, the elf greeted Michoko. The swordswoman turned her head, and the interviewer asked why she called the great warrior a noob. The legs of the character were visible. The sorceress made a surprised expression on her face. Rolling her eyes, the duelist justified herself by saying that she did not believe that a player of this level would walk in the initial equipment. Standing still, the correspondent asked to comment on the current situation. Opening her mouth, Minchoko told that one side was being beaten. With a distressed expression on her face, the swordswoman didn't understand why she was looking at this battle at all. Looking ahead, the sorceress thought that the war with the heavenly realm was over, and this was a one-on-one battle. Looking at what was happening, users thought about why they did not leave, but watched the fight. Standing still, no one moved. Frowning, the observers felt that the real war had not even begun yet. The fighter made a dash forward. Gio blocked the attack with his hand. Looking from under his brows, the main character said that they would end there. Looking up, the sin of jealousy listened to the words that he had to get someone else's body back. Looking down, the protagonist promised that otherwise the villain would die. Love made a surprised look on her face. After a moment, the possessed woman jumped back. The girl bared her teeth. With her eyes wide open, the lady could not believe that a person would sow such a relationship with the deity. Stones began to fly upwards. After growing wings, the lady used a skill called the Demon King Essence. The tiara on the villain's head began to glow, and the system showed a message that there was not a single obstacle to synchronization. Looking in front of him, the sin of jealousy began to launch his skill. Kicking up dust in the air, the demon used an ability called Death Grip. Some kind of clot began to form. In a moment, the mass turned into wings. Holding the microphone in his hand, the elf drew the attention of the audience to the fact that suddenly the wings became simply huge. Looking at the giant appendages, the streamer compared what he saw to the hands of the devil. Gio looked up. Opening her eyes, the possessed woman wished the enemy to die. The villain was flying down. The wing turned into a fist. The attack shook the ground. The SMM covered their faces with their hands. Love opened her mouth wide. The girl struck the next blow, after which there was a hint that the skill called Death Grip turns the magic power of the Demon King into physical power. Opening his mouth, the main character said that the Death Grip looks cool. Throwing a club over his shoulder, the protagonist expressed a desire to try this ability himself. Rushing to attack, the Sin of Jealousy shouted that his opponent was only a pathetic human, so this skill was not for people like him. Lowering his head, the guy began to apply a skill called the Materialization of Ego Cowards. The young man began to glow brightly. Huge hands appeared in front of the young man. The audience narrowed their eyes. The SMM watched in embarrassment. The player blushed. The enemy's hands grabbed each other. The limbs began to contract. The guys continued to fight. Looking from under her brow, the girl said that it will crush the opponent. Gio threw back his head. Love leaned on the walls of the cube. Raising her hands, the captive cheered for her friend. Opening her eyes wide, the lady heard the words that there was no need to shout like that, because no one could hear her anyway. The lady turned her head. Covered in sweat, the singer was surprised that Luna saw her. Smiling, the traitor confirmed that she heard this nasty squeak. Furrowing her brows, the Demon King heard the words that this loser would never hear from her again. Standing still, Love noticed something strange in these words. Opening her mouth, the goddess of life explained that her interlocutor was originally a hindrance. The guys sewed forward, and the villainess said that from the very first meeting she was just a plug from boredom. The protagonist threw his hands behind his head, and Luna revealed that they met by chance when he was trying to hide his power. The fighter turned around, and the traitor said that even after that, she did not know her place. The girl was on her knees, and the goddess of life was dissatisfied with the fact that she constantly annoyed the protagonist. The lady kicked the guy, after which the assistant to the creator of the server added that she only interfered with him. The young lady strangled her companion, and the villainess was furious that she was always a nuisance. Looking from under her brow, Luna stated that she had always been just unnecessary luggage. The singer bared her teeth. Furrowing her brows, the idol asked who her companion was to Gio. Closing one eye, the goddess of life answered that she is his soulmate. Blushing, Love expressed confidence that this was complete nonsense. The sorceress held a staff in her hands, and the fighter said that she was garbage who caused trouble for the first person she met, so no one would love her. The healer's face was covered with blood. Putting her hand on her thigh, the singer said that no matter how much she wagged her tail in front of her friend, he would never love her. The smile disappeared from Luna's face. Looking from under her brow, the goddess of life laughed at the fact that her interlocutor did not know about her, but still opened her mouth. Looking ahead, the healer decided that she could cheer up the loser. Pointing her finger, the villainess asked to see Gio enjoying the battle. Hands held each other. The soldiers stood opposite each other. With his hands on the back of his head, the protagonist was in ecstasy. Smiling, the traitor revealed that she had saved Yopi and Huracan, as well as initiating a beastman attack in a war with the heavenly realm. Looking down, Love listened to the words that she was responsible for all the good things that had happened to the protagonist. Putting a finger to her mouth, Luna asked the captive if she thought the boyfriend hated her. Smiling slightly, the goddess of life added that people do not kiss those they hate. The girl opened her mouth. The lady made a sad expression on her face. Floating in the air, the traitor told that they had already kissed. Looking from under her brows, the healer offered to demonstrate this. The villain has evaporated. Fragments appeared in the air. The rivals continued to fight. Looking in front of him, Gio said that it was time to end this, because he was already tired of it. The sin of jealousy was drenched in sweat. Luna appeared in front of the main character. Opening her mouth, the girl asked for forgiveness. Beaming with happiness, the lady added that she had something to do. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist could not understand what was happening. The guys kissed. The guy blushed. The observers looked at the couple in bewilderment. The spectators looked in front of them. Love lowered her head. The idol opened her mouth. Tears appeared in the singer's eyes. A forest was visible. The boy was lying in a crater on the ground. His mouth was open. The girl, looking down, opened her eyes wide. A bright glow emanated from the guy's body. Sweat appeared on her face. She immediately ran to him. Sitting down next to him, the player asked if he was okay and asked him to come to his senses. The boy, dripping with sweat, tried to say something. Rubbing his head, the soldier asked what kind of place it was. She also said that it was a relief for her, since he woke up and explained that it was a forest that was located near the village at the front. The guy, frowning, assumed that he was in the world of people. Looking at the rescuer, the player asked who she was. She in turn introduced herself, then the wounded asked if she saved him. Louvois raised her hands, replied in the negative, and explained that she had just happened to be nearby. Suddenly his chest appeared. Riot fell to the ground and coughed. Blood spurted out of his mouth after realizing that the exact spot where Luna had hit him was hurting. She, waving her hand, shouted a question about what to do and added that she was in such a hurry that she didn't even take a recovery potion with her. Her eyes widened as she said she had something. In her hand was a sweet potato, which restores a small amount of health. Holding it out, the girl asked to eat this tuber. The fighter, closing one eye, thanked her, but explained that this would not help him in any way, because his level was too high and therefore the sweet potato would not restore more than 1% of his health points. She, pouring the medicinal tubers out of the briefcase, replied that there was nothing wrong with this, because she had quite a lot of them. A pile of sweet potatoes appeared and he asked if she really wanted to say that she didn't have a single recovery potion with her, but she had a bunch of such items. She also replied that yams were lighter and cheaper than recovery potions, and new users often came to get them, so she always had about 1,000 with her. Riot, smiling, noted that it was really interesting and explained that he no longer had the strength to eat something and most likely he would face imminent death. Suddenly, the sweet potato got into his mouth. The girl, smiling broadly, asked him not to worry, because she could feed him all this herself. The night sky appeared and she was heard saying that he should eat it, and it was also said that he had regained his health. Luhua, rubbing her head, realized that she had already fed him all the tubers, thanks to which he came back to life. The night sky appeared. Someone was kissing. It was the protagonist. They moved away. Luna, bringing her hand to her face, said that she was too excited, because she finally kissed him for the second time, after their last kiss. The hero wiped his mouth with his hand. Standing in front of her, the young man shouted a question about what she was doing in the middle of the battlefield. She, closing her eyes, explained that this was 50% of her desire, but there were also the other 50. Their hands began to fight again. Smiling, the friend said that they were supposed to help realize something of the sin of jealousy. Love was already running towards them. She immediately attacked him with her foot. The enemy continued to inflict numerous blows. The protagonist, gritting his teeth with force, shouted that he could not pull himself together. Immediately after, a bright spark began to rush across the battlefield after activating the hidden skill of the speed of light. The guy, gritting his teeth with force, realized that she did not hear him anyway, since the sin of jealousy had taken away control of her body. The young man, approaching his opponent, decided to carefully knock her out. The soldier was already approaching her. Tears ran down her cheek. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The hero stopped right behind her. Huge clouds of dust rose into the air after it stopped. People, covering their faces with their hands, tried to understand what kind of sudden hurricane it was. The magus, closing one eye, also did not understand what was happening, because this hurricane appeared after the great warrior simply stepped on the ground. Looking at them, the girl realized that it was just because of this that such a shockwave had risen. The young man looked at his girlfriend. Looking down, the protagonist asked if she had come to her senses. Her face was hidden by shadows. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Throwing the baton behind his back, the guy said that he was happy, because all this time she was controlled by the sin of jealousy. Closing his eyes, the young man also added that he was constantly trying to attack him using her body, and it was extremely strange, and noted that he still could not attack the only boss in response. Raising his finger, the hero also noticed that she did become the main boss after she became the Demon King, and if the main boss dies, then the character returns to the beginning. Smiling, the soldier explained that he was glad that she had returned. He had the same smile on his face. Immediately afterward, the warrior exhaled. Opening his eyes, the young man said that he wanted to ask something. She was still crying when the protagonist asked if she was crying because of him. The girl pursed her lips. Without looking back, Love talked about becoming a celebrity at a very young age. Tears continued to run down her cheek when a friend explained that she had been through a lot because of her parents, and so she didn't have any communication for a while. Memories of how she was on stage appeared in her head, also the way her father stood in front of her. Immediately afterward, she remembered sitting at the computer and the bright monitor. The girl looked at him. Immediately afterward, memories of her first days in the game appeared, and she was told that after a while, she had to accidentally return to the stage again. Smiling, she explained that this is exactly how she became who she is now. Looking down, Love explained that it could have happened because of the environment in which she had to grow up, but she still doesn't have any relationships, because she didn't even get a chance to talk to guys. Standing in front of him, the friend suggested that this was the reason why she had to express her feelings so clumsily. She remembered how she had beaten the protagonist. She also remembered how she hovered over him and screamed. Also the way I looked at him. Continuing to cry, the girl talked about how it looked like she had seen the opposite sex for the first time, like a child. Remembering herself as a child, she explained that her soul was in the body of a 5-year-old child. Tears streamed down her face as she said that it looked like she had to be a little girl who didn't know how to express her feelings properly. Still looking down, she was talking about how she actually really liked the protagonist. His eyes immediately widened. She quickly spun her leg around. Turning her face, the girl repeated her last words. Looking at him, Love explained that she liked his friend very much. Other people looked in the same direction. The elf, opening his eyes wider, asked what was going on here, because they had suddenly stopped fighting and were apparently talking about something. The players were standing at a distance from them and someone could hear someone saying that they were too far away and therefore nothing could be heard there. The host, bringing the microphone to his mouth, asked if they should sneak up on them unnoticed and eavesdrop. Because this is already very interesting, but in the chat people began to ask him not to do this. The woman was holding the phone in her hand and suddenly the words of the presenter were heard from it that it was a joke. Because did they all really think that these words were true? The man looked at his phone and from it he could hear the words that he should watch them from here for the time being. Her face grew sad. The girl, standing next to the protagonist, asked if he remembered this confession on the beach. Memories of how she bowed her head appeared in the young man's head. He also remembered how he looked at her. Her gaze was fixed on him, hiding her eyes under her hair. Her friend explained that her friend did not answer her, and she did not care. Standing in front of him, Love also added that she was afraid that if she hurried him, the young man would reject her and everything would fall apart, and so she had to pretend that it was better not to know anything. Various memories related to him appeared in her mind, and at the same time, she said that she enjoyed all those moments spent with him. A drop fell to the ground. The girl immediately remembered that kiss of his. She also remembered her surprised face. Looking down, she explained that now she wanted to hear the answer. Standing in front of him, Love asked if she could love him. His face immediately turned red with embarrassment. His mouth opened. Immediately after that, the guy's eyes opened wider. His big eyes appeared, and the thought came to his head that he had not heard. His eyes turned white with the realization that this confession was not a joke. Sweating, the hero realized that she behaved in the game as usual after that, and therefore it seemed to him that the girl was just fooling around. A smile appeared on his face. Squinting, the young man asked her not to fool around. Tears were still flowing from her eyes. Sweat continued to appear on his face because of the thoughts that this simply could not be. After presenting her in the rating, the protagonist knew that she was now very popular and was #1 among idols. He also introduced her on stage and realized that she was a singer. The hero also remembered her on the set of the drama, also on a certain TV show, and also at various events. Remembering her, the hero realized that her face flashed absolutely everywhere. A lot of screens with the face of lava appeared. Looking at his crying girlfriend, the young man could not believe that she fell in love with him. His eyes turned into 2 small dots. Standing in front of her, the fighter could not believe that she could fall in love with him. White wings appeared. Someone hovered in the air. It was Luna. She was trembling. Blushing, the girl called the guy a good fellow. Blood appeared on her finger after saying that only the last step remained. The hero rubbed the back of his head with his hand. Looking in different directions, the guy said that no matter how much he thought, he could not believe that this was possible, because how could such a popular person fall in love with him? Pointing his finger at her, the young man shouted that he was apparently joking with her, because she really just wanted to film his reaction to the hidden camera and post it on the network. Tears ran down her cheeks as her friends spoke of what he had guessed. Luna appeared in between. Closing her eyes, she said that his reaction was real, because it was really hard to believe that the girl he accidentally met in the game turned out to be a famous idol, who in the end, for no reason, fell in love with him, and this is so unlikely and unrealistic that this is not even a children's story for elementary school students. Looking down, the girl also added that if it happened in reality, then no one would believe it. Smiling, the interlocutor asked whether this was true, and he answered in the affirmative. His girlfriend's eyes were still hidden under his hair as the young man said that it simply could not be real. Luna took his hand. Smiling, the assistant of the creator said that those who are suitable for each other should meet. Tears continued to appear in her friend's eyes. They were still running down her cheeks. Looking at them, Love replied that she understood everything now. She pursed her lips again. After that, a smile appeared on her face. Closing her eyes, her friend thanked him for his answer. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared near her after there was a notification from the system that the conditions for awakening the sin of jealousy had been met. The young man closed one eye because of the bright light. A smile appeared on the interlocutor's face. Opening her eyes wider, she realized that everything had finally worked out. The crystal on the jewelry glowed brightly. A red substance began to appear on her body. The guy's eyes widened. Her friend soared into the air in front of them. The presenter, looking up, shouted a question about whether subscribers could see everything. Looking at the girl, the elf shouted that a red liquid was gushing out of Miss Love and it was rising higher and higher into the air. The woman, covering her mouth with her hand, read the messages of the audience that it was extremely disgusting to look at. This substance rose into the air and screams were heard that this liquid was moving and really strangely, as if it was actually alive. She began to surround the girl. Immediately afterwards, the substance completely hid her. His mother's eyes widened. The audience also looked up in amazement. The young man's mouth opened. His eyes were also wide open. This ball rushed down. The substance immediately hit the ground. Sweat appeared on the fighter's face. Looking at the orb, the protagonist called out to Love. Suddenly, a crack appeared on this ball. This object immediately shattered. His eyes widened. A bright glow immediately lit up the entire battlefield. A bright beam soared into the air. Luna was smiling as she talked about how this was the extermination skill that this girl had used so often. Bright rays began to soar into the air. The healer's mouth opened in surprise. One of the beams was directed directly at him. People began to scatter to the side after this attack. The rest of the shells were also lowered to the ground. They left many craters after hits. The players flew to the sides. Their eyes were wide open. The others began to run away, screaming loudly. The hero turned back. Immediately after, the young man gritted his teeth with force. Looking at the substance, the young man called out to Love. Luna, smiling, talked about how she was no longer the person he knew. Looking at this cocoon, she explained that now it was a sin of jealousy. The guy, bowing his head, tried to say something. Looking ahead, the fighter could not understand how this could have happened at all. Looking at this cocoon, Gio tried to comprehend how Boss Love had become this monster. A bright glow burst out of the rift again. His eyes immediately opened wide. A bright beam shot out of it. The guy prepared a baton for the attack. This light was rapidly heading forward. The fighter repelled this projectile using a blow from below. A bright flame immediately soared into the air. The dust began to dissipate. There were many bright flashes in the sky. The guy's eyes immediately opened wider. A lot of bright red comets were flying down. A huge number of shells hit the battlefield. They fell next to them. The protagonist bared his teeth. Frowning, the soldier thought about his girlfriend. Luna, standing behind, said that this sight was really impressive, because the extermination skill that used the infinite mana of the Demon King to shoot, and who would have thought that they would not disappear after the loser's counterattack and would fall to the ground. Smiling, the assistant of the creator asked what she was going to do now, because if everything was left like this, then the world of people would soon come to an end. Still standing beside her, she also added that now Miss Love would no longer be able to return to her old form, because she had 100% merged with the sin of jealousy, and this was another feature of it. Raising her hand to her face, the traitor spoke about what she was worried about, because given the nature of their enemy, she would be very upset if her comrade killed so many people, and even if she left the game, her character would remain the same. Smiling broadly, Luna wondered if it would be better if she died at the hands of a hero. The young man, standing next to her, replied that he would have done it even without her words. Opening her eyes wider, the interlocutor said that this was the right decision. Standing behind, she asked to be killed right now. The protagonist, opening his mouth, replied that he would do it quickly and asked her not to go anywhere and wait here. Looking back, the guy explained that she would be next. Immediately after, the fighter disappeared. There was a smile on her face. Looking ahead, Luna said that she would definitely wait for him. A memory of that murdered creature appeared in her mind. Her gaze was directed downwards. Smiling faintly, the creator's assistant said that she was jealous and really wanted to kill her. Turning around, the traitor knew that she would have to wait, because in any case, the hero would soon kill her himself and would belong only to her. Turning around, the girl said that it was for the end of this game. Her face was covered with crimson. A clear starry sky appeared and her words were heard that all this time she wanted to wait for exactly this. The protagonist appeared in front of this cocoon. Bowing his head, the guy apologized to his girlfriend. Gripping the baton tighter, the fighter said that he would definitely do it. Immediately there was a wave of the weapon. A bright light illuminated the battlefield again. The cocoon remained in the same place. This light left a huge crater. The cloak soared into the air. The young man was holding a truncheon below. In front of him was a huge and deep crater. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he would do it quickly and painlessly. His eyes suddenly opened wider. In the sky, the cocoon was preparing some kind of attack. Opening his mouth in surprise, the soldier did not understand why he did not succeed. A bright glowing ball appeared in the enemy's mouth. Immediately, a red ray rushed down. The protagonist looked at this projectile. While swinging his baton, the guy used the skill of continuous slashing. The bright flame soared into the air again. 5 red balls appeared in the sky. They began to go down. Frowning, the warrior shouted a question about if this had happened again, and also said that he wouldn't be able to just blow them up before they hit the ground. Bright swings appeared in the air. After his blows, this bright glow reappeared. They sought to meet each other. A lot of red flashes immediately flashed in the sky. Luna also observed this. Smiling, she noted that this is really an incredible scale, because she will have to witness the end of the world. Her eyes widened. The creator appeared near her. God, smiling, explained that this planet was not weak enough to call it the end. The assistant, standing nearby, asked if he was really saying that, given that until recently the destruction from one blow of a continuous cut could destroy everything. The same one remarked that this player was too strong. Smiling, the god said that he would definitely have to stand up for himself. The girl's gaze was directed to the side. Immediately afterward, she exhaled. Still standing nearby, Luna wondered what would happen to the human world, as it would be too busy preparing for the end. The creator, continuing to smile, explained that it was too early for them to talk about it. Turning her head a little, she asked why he thought so, since the sin of jealousy had not yet been filled. God, hiding his eyes, answered in the negative and explained that sin is just filled to the brim. After imagining those players running away and flying back, the head said that this was understandable because of the recent mass explosions. Putting his hands in his pockets, the god explained that it was too early and that it was the result of this battle that was meant. Grinning, the creator said that if jealousy wins, then there will be no need for any more end. The assistant, putting her hand to her face, asked what kind of jokes they were, because he really said that a loser could lose. The interlocutor, looking ahead, replied that everything would be just like that. Continuing to stand nearby, the creator said that if she did not believe it, then it was just better to look there, because the sin of jealousy is actually much stronger than it seems. The monster's mouth was opened. The hero stood in front of the enemy. His face was extremely serious. Looking at the opponent, the protagonist could not understand why this creature was not even injured if the attack was launched with full force and assumed that this opponent also had regeneration abilities or was able to dodge even given this huge size. The young man exhaled after these thoughts. Looking at him, the guy said that there was nothing more he could do. Immediately after that, his image began to disappear. The hero was on top of this monster. The monster's mouth was still open. The protagonist, looking down, said that he would probably have to get closer and hit properly. The monster began to tip over a little. The baton was already flying to attack. The blow fell on the upper part of the enemy. Cracks appeared at the site of the impact. The monster opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The fighter, grinning, shouted the question that he really could not dodge when the attack was from above, and he simply could not survive this. The substance suddenly flew apart. The young man's eyes opened in surprise. It grabbed him. God, smiling broadly, was saying that the unique ability of the sin of jealousy is that it merges with its purpose and takes everything away from it. Immediately after that, the enemy began to rise into the air. Looking up, the creator explained that this monster is jealous of its target and hates it, as well as corrupting it. The monster's mouth was closed, and he could be heard saying that this creation was taking everything from the target after all. Opening his mouth even wider, the god explained that he had taken the body of a man named Love in the same way. But the most fearful thing was that the monster could consume everything, regardless of whether it was alive or not. A bright beam broke through the cocoon. Sweat appeared on the leader's face. In the smoke I could see the image of a young man. The young man, baring his teeth, asked how he dared to swallow him. Raising the truncheon, the hero said that now the consequences would be on his conscience. Immediately, another attack hit the enemy. The guy's teeth were clenched with force. The fighter rushed after his opponent. The protagonist swung for another blow. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The warrior, looking up, spoke and launched the skill. A multitude of rays began to rush around this opponent. The monster began to shatter into pieces. The guy was above him. Opening his eyes wide, the hero said that this would be the last blow. Immediately after, another swing was made. The attack fell on the body of Sin again. The monster flew down, which caused a bright explosion. The two of them were still looking at it. The girl, looking away, asked what it was, because he still said that jealousy can defeat a loser. The assistant, standing nearby, asked if this was not the greatest shame among all sins. The young man was still hanging in the air. Looking down, the guy said that this was probably the end. A bright flash appeared in the distance. The substance on the ground began to tremble a little. Frowning, the fighter called this creature stubborn. It began to rise into the air. Immediately after, the liquid began to disappear. It flowed into one of the cracks. The guy, opening his eyes wider, did not understand how his enemy had absorbed into the ground. The girl's eyes also opened wide. The god smiled and asked if he had said that his most terrifying feature was his ability to absorb both living and non-living things. The substance began to spread over the earth. The protagonist's mouth immediately opened. The creator, still smiling, explained that now the sin of jealousy has merged with the entire continent of chrono life. This liquid began to rise into the air. The young man, with his eyes wide open, could not understand what it was. This monster rose higher and higher into the air as the fighter thought about how much more it was going to grow. The body of this monster appeared. It immediately became hard. The guy's eyes opened even wider. The monster opened its mouth. A lot of sharp teeth immediately appeared in it. The true image of this sin appeared. A huge serpent loomed over the ground. His eyes burned bright yellow. The fighter, looking up, suggested that this was the true face of the sin of jealousy. His gaze was directed somewhere. On the monster's body there was an image. It was Love. Her eyes were closed. Sweat appeared on the player's face. Hovering in the air, the guy tried to understand what she was doing there. God, smiling broadly, began to laugh loudly. One of his eyes appeared. Standing nearby, the creator noted that they had now reached their climax. The girl also smiled a little when he offered her a look. The guy gritted his teeth forcefully. The body of his girlfriend appeared and the words of the god were heard that he was now interested in what choice he would make, and whether the door would open. His mouth was still wide open in a smile. The monster hovered in front of him. Love was still on this opponent's head. The hero, looking up, could not say anything. His eyes widened as he heard pops from the side. Behind him was a pet who called out to him. The young man immediately turned around. Uriz smiled broadly. The dragon immediately hugged him, saying that he missed him very much. Opening his eyes, the pet noted that he had left that little girl in a safe place. The monster heads forward to attack. The blow fell on the protagonist. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The guy hit the ground, which caused a huge amount of dust to rise. The fighter, getting down on one knee, shouted to the enemy that he was a coward, because they were talking here after all. The dragon, flying beside him, asked if he was all right, but the owner replied in the affirmative and added that he was fine, except for a spoiled mood. A bright white sphere appeared in the air. Leviathan was preparing for an attack. The young man raised his baton behind his back and shouted a question about whether this was really the skill of extermination again. A bright glow lit up the monster's body as the fighter shouted that he would be torn to pieces. Love was still there. The guy's eyes suddenly opened wide. The baton was still raised. It began to descend. The guy stood still. The dragon, raising both paws, tried to understand what was wrong with his master. The beam headed down. This projectile was aimed directly at the protagonist. A bright light illuminated the entire battlefield. The pet flew back after that. His body began to jump on the ground. Large bumps appeared on his head. Lying on the ground, Urus talked about how he survived only thanks to excess fat. Immediately after that, the pet got up and began to call the owner. In front of him was a huge deep crater. The dragon's eyes were wide open at the realization that the Demon King's magic was much stronger than normal, and that was why even the hero had received such a centralized blow. Sweat ran down his face. Immediately after, the monster began to fly around the battlefield, trying to call the young man. The guy's leg appeared. The dragon immediately smiled when he noticed him. Flying closer, the pet said that he was happy to see him in his integrity, and that he was really incredible. The soldier bowed his head, hiding his eyes under his hair. His comrade, looking at him, was silent. Lowering his paws, the pet asked what had happened. Remembering how he lowered his baton and stood still, Urus asked if the master had not counterattacked because of the lave. The young man looked down silently. Opening his mouth, the guy said that it could be so. Memories of Luna appeared in his mind and her words that his girlfriend would be very upset if she found out that she had killed so many people and it would be better for her to die by his hand. He also remembered how he stood next to her. His body trembled after saying that his goal was indeed to kill her. Suddenly the dragon smiled. The fighter, looking at him, asked why he made such a face. Opening his mouth, Urus asked if it was love. The hero, stretching his face, wondered if he really decided to joke in such a serious situation. Blushing, the ward said that it was too unlike the owner. The monster loomed over them when his comrade said that he would overwhelm such an enemy with one blow if he were in his right mind. The guy still held his head when he asked if he was dating Love's boss. The fighter, closing his eyes, explained that she was the most popular idol and she had nothing to fall in love with. A memory appeared in his head of pointing at her and asking if she was rehearsing a role. Tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Smiling, she thanked him for his answer. The protagonist immediately bit his lower lip. Holding the dragon, the young man explained that they had already discussed everything with her while it was gone. Urus, grinning, noted that this was even for the best, because this dragon is a symbiosis of the boss of love and the sin of jealousy, and also asked him to send much more into space without unnecessary regrets. The soldier lowered his gaze. Immediately after his hand let go of the pet. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was just going to do it. Immediately afterward, the image of love in the body of a monster appeared in his mind. The baton was on his belt. Suddenly, something got into his mouth. It was a kind of food. The starry sky appeared and the dragon was heard saying that this was a sweet potato that should be eaten if it was hungry. Flying in front of him, the dragon asked why he was eating sweet potatoes, since it did not look like him. Lowering his hands, Urus suggested that he leave all worries about a clogged throat for later, and as always show them a game devoid of unnecessary thoughts. His eyes widened at the words that only smart people should think, and it doesn't suit him. His mouth was open. Immediately afterward, the young man exhaled. Holding the food in his hands, the fighter noted that he was actually right. The protagonist squeezed the sweet potato in his hand. His eyes widened. A truncheon was immediately in his hand. The monster loomed over him in the air. Smiling, the hero asked if enough sweet potatoes had already been eaten. The young man raised his truncheon behind his back. A bright beam hit the enemy after using the underhand strike skill. Leviathan was covered in this bright light. The enemy flew back. His body suddenly began to move. The serpent crawled forward. It opened its mouth wide. Grinning, the soldier noted that he was really fast, because he managed to leave the affected area and added that the enemy was the first after the sin of gluttony who was able to dodge his attack. Leviathan immediately hit the ground. His head was buried. The guy was right in front of him. Smiling broadly, the young man said that he should do as he did last time and strike closely. Immediately after, the fighter attacked him. The body of the Leviathan soared into the air. Blood spurted from his mouth. The hero was near him again. It was hit by another attack. The enemy's body was thrown from side to side due to the many attacks. The dragon grabbed his cloak and shouted a question about whether he should aim at Boss Lav's body. They flew closer when Urus shouted that they should think about it, since it was sticking out like this, because perhaps this was a weak point for an attack. The boss's body appeared. The fighter, looking at her, shouted a question about whether he really wanted the attack to come to the defenseless girl. Like in the game with moles, he also remarked that this was not a bad idea. Imagining them kissing, the dragon said that this was exactly what they needed. The pet, stretching his lips, shouted that this was the traditional way to wake up the sleeping beauty. The guy grabbed the ward with his hand. Immediately after, his body was launched backwards. Flying forward, the young man said that they were not in a fairy tale, so that a kiss for a sleeping beauty would help. Smiling, the hero began to activate the unique skill of the swordsman's spirit. A bright fire seal appeared on his chest. There was a bright image of a sword, and immediately there were notifications about increasing the swordsman's spirit level and adding available skills. Immediately after, the protagonist grabbed the weapon with both hands. The weapon was raised behind his back. A bright beam was directed directly at the monster. Its mouth was open. This ray illuminated the entire globe. The guy ended up on the ground. Grinning, the young man said that the last sin had finally been defeated. God, smiling broadly, answered in the negative. His hand was pointing upwards. Continuing to smile, The creator noted that he had already spoken about the peculiarities of the sin of jealousy. Pointing his finger, the head reminded that this boss can merge with both the living and the undead. Everything around the protagonist began to shake. His eyes widened. His gaze was directed somewhere upwards. The entire moon turned out to be covered with this red substance. A huge mouth began to appear on it. She revealed it even more widely. This monster was not far from the ground. The Leviathan began to approach even closer. The enemy continued to fly forward. The earth appeared. A small shadow appeared on it. It began to grow. This shadow has already covered almost the entire earth. The battlefield was visible. The shadow began to approach the protagonist. The enemy was already very close. His face was extremely serious. The monster loomed over the ground. The dragon, putting his hands to his face, shouted a question about that he had merged with the moon and planned to fall on their heads. Flying around, the ward shouted that if he fell on them, then the whole planet would come to an end. Smiling, the guy called him impudent, and noted that apparently the enemy decided to destroy this place in front of his eyes. Looking up, the young man said that he would show him something more impressive than the destruction of the planet. Immediately after, a bright glow appeared under it. Smiling, the fighter began to activate the 8 mirrors skill. His body began to increase in size. The monster was flying in the direction of the planet. Its mouth was still wide open. The earth appeared. Because of her, the protagonist began to appear. He had a truncheon in his hands. The soldier rose to his feet. His feet left magma trails underneath. He had a big smile on his face. Opening his mouth, the young man began to activate another Titan Spirit skill. A bright blue image of a person appeared above him, which increases his damage and attack range by 1000% for the duration of the skill. Raising a baton, the protagonist talked about how the enlarged glass combined with the spirit of the Titan gives an improved version of the planet destroyer. Swinging, the warrior pronounced the names of the ability. A bright luminous beam appeared. This shell headed forward. It was directed directly at the opponent. The beam struck the Leviathan. The entire planet began to hide in this bright light. His image began to disappear. Everything suddenly turned white. The beam was still heading forward. A cosmos filled with many stars appeared. Suddenly, the girl's body appeared in it. Her eyes were closed. The young man put his hand on her shoulder. She did not open her eyes. The soldier took her in his arms. There was a smile on his face. Looking at her, the protagonist suggested that she go home. They flew towards the planet. A view of tall buildings with red roofs opened. The sun shone brightly in the endless sky. In one of the houses there was an arch through which people passed. On the wall hung a sign with the emblem of the Adventurers Guild. Announcements were posted on the information stand, and it was said that registration, qualification test, and rank improvement were held here. There were various letters on the sheets of paper, and it turned out that this place is the link between receiving the quest and giving out the reward. The player slung a huge hammer over his shoulder, and it became clear that this was the place to get all the information about Chrono Life, because it was always full of people. Suddenly, intertwined streams of magic appeared in space. The user gave a thumbs up thoughtfully. Tiredly lowering her jaw, the girl said that no matter how much she thought, it hurt off terribly. Leaning her elbow on the table, Minshoko exclaimed that nothing had happened at Chrono Life lately. The characters were sitting at the dinner table, and the lady asked the physiotherapist's uncle if it was true. The man was eating a fried chicken leg with a great appetite. Smiling broadly, the priest laughed loudly and asked why she was going mad, and whether she did not think peacetime was beautiful. The magician looked at her interlocutor with her lips closed, while he cried out that freedom, romance and travel were the real Chrono Life. Raising her eyebrows, the lady asked if this uncle was such a wretch. Closing her eyes, the sorceress sighed heavily and revealed that she had applied to join the team with him because he had a funny concept when they met during the fight with the Heavenly Realm, to which he apologized for disappointing her. Suddenly, the big man put the wooden mug on the table with great force. Other players were sitting around the tables around the heroes, and the physiotherapist remarked that it was true, but that she should think again slowly, and then asked if she thought that such an abundance of events recently was strange. Biting into the juicy meat on the bone, the man noticed that starting with Huracan gluttony and ending with the recent sin of jealousy, namely the main quests, which Chrono Life had not even announced yet, flooded in at once and flew before their eyes in an instant. Putting her fingers to her cheek, Minshoko said that this was actually really strange, and then added that usually the quests of the main storyline in online games are updated every 6 months, or even once a year. Chewing on the food, the priest explained that it is not at all profitable for the company to have the main plotline go too fast, because they also have to earn somehow, and the games of centenarians provide a stable profit. Lowering his jaw in displeasure, the player asked why, in this case, Chrono Life decided to develop the main storyline so quickly. Suddenly, the mage's eyes widened in alarm. Tiredly lowering her jaw, the girl asked if it was because of a great warrior who could accidentally break the quest system, to which the interlocutor asked if she also thought so, after which he loudly expressed regret to the Chrono Life company. At the same moment, the sorceress looked back. People stood in the doorway, shouting loudly and did not understand what kind of tin it was. Smiling broadly, the physiotherapist congratulated the young people and asked if something had happened again, to which the lady replied that she thought it was. Placing her palm on the wall, the sorceress decided to test what they needed to see to make such a fuss. After a moment, the swordswoman's eyes widened in surprise. Bright glints of light could be seen in her pupils. A huge, terrifying eye appeared high in the sky. An unknown object hovered between the clouds above the city. Players looked up, and it was said that on the day when everything turned an unpleasant green and a huge eye appeared in the sky, all users knew for sure that the continent of Chronolife had come to an end. A tangle of green numbers appeared. A view of a tall building in the city opened. A man was lying on a large bed in the room. Love's hair flew across the bed. On the pillow was a plush toy in the form of Geo. The girl slightly opened her mouth during sleep. There was a memory in which the main character follows the demon queen, and she thought that she felt like a very little girl who did not know how to express her feelings normally. Tears flowed from the idol's eyes. The guy rounded his eyes in bewilderment when the interlocutor admitted that in fact she likes him very much. The lady's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the past, the popular personality folded his hands behind his back and confessed his feelings to the player. Suddenly, Love raised her eyebrows in joy. Opening her mouth wide with anger, the girl exclaimed in her mind that she was very ashamed. Swinging her legs from side to side, the demon queen continued to talk about feeling ashamed. At the same second, the idol began to beat the plush toy with her fists. There was a memory in which tears ran down her face, and she said that now she wanted to hear the answer. Putting her hands to her cheeks, the manager recalled that the lady had asked him if she could love him, to which she began to shout loudly. The woman folded her hands behind her back, like her ward in the game, and said that she was like a very little girl who did not know how to express feelings normally. Throwing the bedding at the assistant, the idol shouted that she said it was too far away and nothing could be heard, after which she asked not to tease her since she didn't know anything, to which she muttered that she had read everything on her lips. Smiling broadly, the manager noticed that the lady had said yesterday that she would be dating him in 3 years, and then asked why she could not stand it anymore and confessed now. The popular personality rounded her eyes in confusion. There was a flashback in which the manager handcuffed her wrists and explained that Gio was an adult, even though Love was 17 years old, after which she clarified whether the prison was just a room. Putting a finger to her chin, the girl thought. Placing her hand on her side, the demon queen shouted that he needed to fall in love with her first, and then wait 3 years until he came of age, to which the assistant cried out that it was very cruel. Biting her lips in sadness, the idol remained silent. Suddenly, the lady wrapped her fingers tightly around the blanket. Sitting near a plush toy on the bed, the popular personality explained that this is what she was going to do. At the same second, Love remembered how Luna and Joe had kissed. At the same time, she lowered her jaw in bewilderment. Currently, tears have appeared in the girl's eyes. Squeezing her eyes shut, the demon queen began to cry, and the escort asked if she was going to do it again. Raising her eyebrows in frustration, the idol exclaimed that her assistant also saw that the main character was kissing the goddess of life, to which she replied that in fact it was. With an embarrassed grin, the woman advised her not to attach much importance to what happened in the game, after which she explained that if she kills someone in the game, she does not become a killer in reality, so a kiss on the network is just an electronic touch of lips. The popular personality sharply rounded her eyes in surprise. Tilting her head forward slightly, Love wondered if she really thought so, to which the manager exclaimed that it was true, and mentally said that while there was actually a big difference between a player killing or kissing someone in the game, she didn't come up with anything else to comfort her, so she apologizes. Suddenly, the manager collapsed on the bed. Putting one leg on top of the other, the woman told her to stop crying and thinking that everything was over, because it would be better to get his first real kiss. Her eyes widened with delight, and Love agreed. The assistant shyly ran her hand through her hair when she was told that she was simply the best master of love relationships, even though the number of love relationships they both had was 0. Putting her hand on the mattress, the manager noticed that in any case it seemed to her that the girl had finally cheered up, and then asked what she planned to do now. Gio seemed to be staring at the monster's large mouth in the sky, and the lady noticed that her ward had not joined the game since that day. While the idol pressed the toy to her body, the attendant said that today she just had a free schedule, so she could go into the game and meet the main character, and not torture his plush copy. The girls were sitting on the bed, and the demon queen asked if she really thought so. Suddenly, the interlocutors rounded their eyes in surprise when they heard the doorbell. A guy was standing on the other side of the apartment. The player pressed his finger on the button on the intercom. After a while, the protagonist sadly lowered the corners of his lips. The ladies bulged their pupils in alarm when they saw the familiar silhouette on the screen. Lowering his jaw, the user asked if Love was inside, and if he could spare him some time. Spreading her arms to her sides, the idol quietly shouted and asked why he had suddenly come here. Slightly frowning, the woman exclaimed that she should stop the hysteria, because they were stunned by how lucky. Covering her mouth with her palm, the manager explained that the essence of the first law of relationships is that the first step is taken by the one with the strongest feelings, and this is proof that Gio is now very worried about her, to which she yelled that she needed to write it down. Gritting her teeth tightly as she smiled, the manager declared that this was her chance to meet and seduce him. Biting her lip in confusion, the girl agreed, and it turned out that she was slightly overexcited. The idol exclaimed that she was going, when suddenly the assistant grabbed her by the hood and asked her to stop. Shifting her gaze to the side, the lady said that she hoped that she was not going to go to him in these sweatpants, after which she added that if she was going to go to the battlefield, then she needed to be fully armed. The lady's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There was a view of a spacious room. A message from Love appeared on the phone screen that she would be out soon, so she asks him to wait a little. Putting his hand in his pocket, Gio thought about the fact that she should have left by now. After all, more than 10 minutes had passed since her message. Suddenly, the door began to open with a creak. Tightly grasping the smartphone with his fingers, the main character asked if she was ready, after which he added that he had parked on the first floor. At the same second, the guy rounded his eyes in confusion. A graceful girl appeared in front of him. The demon queen ran her fingers through her hair. Raising her eyebrows, the idol asked if they would go. The protagonist's cheeks turned red sharply with embarrassment. Standing near the wall, the user began to mumble something incomprehensible. A view of the roofs of tall buildings in the city opened. A blue convertible seemed to be moving along the road. The lady's hair flew in the wind. Grinning, the young man noticed that the weather was very good, when suddenly his interlocutor anxiously supported his words. The heroes sharply directed their gazes forward and were silent. Squeezing her eyes shut, Love noticed that they had decided that he would call her not Boss Love, but by her first name, when suddenly he remembered this. At the same second, the players turned their heads towards the road and stopped talking. Tightly grasping the steering wheel with his fingers, the guy called his girlfriend Miss, to which she asked him to do without formalities. Bringing his fist to his mouth, Gio cleared his throat. Smiling broadly, the main character called the interlocutor by name. Love bit her upper lip in confusion. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sitting in the front seat, the girl addressed him as an older guy. Bulging his pupils, the guy began to laugh loudly, to which his friend exclaimed that she just decided to joke, and in general he was older than her, so everything was right. The idol's hair flew in the wind. 2 drops of sweat dripped down the player's cheek. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted that he wanted to ask her something. Holding the steering wheel of the car with his hands, the user asked a killer question head-on about whether what she had recently confessed to Chrono Life was sincere. Shifting his gaze towards the interlocutor, the young man clarified whether she was joking, after which he added that he was an inveterate loner, so he was poorly versed in such jokes. Love closed her lips uncertainly. Lowering her jaw, the girl replied in the negative and explained that there was not a single % joke. The car moved forward along the road. Looking up, the main character was silent. There was a flashback in which the guy put his hand forward and shouted that he realized that the demon queen was joking, and then asked if she wanted to film his reaction to the hidden camera and post it online. Tears flowed down the idol's face, and the player said that he immediately guessed. Closing his eyes in shame, the protagonist apologized and explained that he didn't know it was serious, so he acted like a fool. Raising his eyebrows, the user admitted that he simply could not believe that a star like her could like just someone like himself. Looking in the direction of the interlocutor, the lady asked what it was, and why he always said so, and this time too. In the past, Gio scratched his head and said that no matter how much he thought about it, it was impossible, and did not understand how a popular star could fall in love with someone like him. Putting her hands to her feet, Love noticed that he was usually very confident in the game when walking around in his underpants, and asked why he had suddenly become so shy. The main character lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly, the wheel of the car began to break. Having parked by the sidewalk, the guy said that they had arrived, after which he offered to get out first. Turning her head from side to side, the girl asked where they were, and if they were going to go to the beach like last time. Holding on to the car door with his hand, the player explained that this is a van room area. A view of a narrow street opened up, and the protagonist said that he lived here until recently. Wrapping her fingers around the handle of the bag, the idol thought that this was the house in which the user lived. The lady asked if he had always lived in their complex, to which he closed his eyes and replied that he did not know how such an ordinary guy could afford such an expensive place. There was a memory in which the young man held out a cake in front and now asked if she remembered how he had come to give her a rice cake, and then added that it was then that he had moved. Smiling broadly, Gio remarked that he had lived here before, after which he added that it had lasted all the time from his birth until he was 21. A view opened up of a sports car standing near a 5-storied building. Turning his gaze towards his girlfriend, the guy asked if they would come in, to which she agreed. Suddenly, Love lowered her chin uncertainly. At the same second, the girl abruptly opened her eyelids. After a while, the demon queen was sitting on the wooden floor. The idol bit her upper lip in alarm. The lady's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Grinning, the popular star thought about being alone with the guy in the same room. Standing near the kitchen table, the protagonist said that there was nothing to drink here, and then added whether he should go buy coffee, to which his friend shouted that he did not need to do this, because she loved tap water. Love raised the glass to her mouth, and Gio was surprised that there were serious people who loved tap water. Suddenly, a slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face. Crossing his legs on the floor, the player revealed that the reason he decided to meet her today was because he wanted to show her around the place. Smiling broadly, the young man added that he wanted to tell her his story. Running his hand through his hair, the protagonist noticed that only when it was really time to tell, he began to feel uncomfortable, after which he added that he was afraid that this was not an interesting story at all, and she was hardly curious to know about it. Lowering her jaw, the girl replied that she was curious. Sitting on her knees, the idol said that he had never talked about himself before, so she wanted to hear his story. The user's cheeks flushed sharply with embarrassment. The demon queen tightly wrapped her fingers around the phone, when suddenly a notification was heard that the audio recording was on. Shifting his gaze down, Gio sighed heavily. Pressing his hands to his legs, the main character admitted that he really does not like to tell others about himself, so he did not try to do it until today. A memory appeared in which a small child was sitting next to the guy, and he said that of course he tried to talk to Luhua, but then he did not say a word of truth. Looking sideways, the protagonist remembered that the idol had recently asked him why he always only talked. In the past, the lady raised her eyebrows uncertainly and said that he usually behaves very confidently in the game when he walks around in his underpants. Sitting in the front seat of the car, the interlocutor asked why he suddenly became so shy. Smirking, the user replied that it was because in real life he was a completely ordinary person. The human appearance of the young man appeared, and he explained that he had an ordinary appearance and height, did not study very well, and was not a master in sports either. Bright glints of sunlight fell on the roof of the house, and Gio said that his family was like this, as his girlfriend could see. A magical symbol appeared, and the main character noticed that if you describe his life in game terms, then his rank is bronze 4, no more. Love's eyes widened in surprise when her interlocutor said that if according to the entrance points, then somewhere in the 8th or 9th rank, and in simple words, then at the very bottom. Bed linen was stacked in the corner of the room, and the guy said that his parents were so busy with work that they almost did not appear at home, so since he grew up, he was always alone. Squinting his eyes, the player said that he didn't really feel unhappy, because his parents sent him enough money so that he wouldn't get upset, and there are a huge number of people in the world who had it worse, and then clarified whether this was true. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that he was a little bored. Love's eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly, the user closed his eyes and started crying, and shouted that he really felt miserable after being 20 years old, because since he had become an adult, they stopped financially supporting him, although they sometimes sent small amounts as pocket money, and then added that because of this, he had to take 2 or 3 part-time jobs a day to earn a living. There was a view of a tall building in the city at night, and the young man noticed that this was how he had to survive every day. In the past, the player walked with his hands in his pockets, and now he talked about dragging his tired body home after work. Suddenly, the guy lifted his chin and noticed that when it seemed to him that his whole life would go like this, he accidentally looked up. On a large billboard, an advertisement for game capsules was visible. Looking wearily ahead, Gio thought about the fact that he had never seen these devices live, only on video. Glints of light were visible, and the main character recalled that as a child he played only on a computer or phone, because at that time games with augmented reality were too expensive to buy with pocket money. Suddenly, the guy bit his lips in sadness. There was a view of the identity room, and someone could be heard greeting him there. The administrator smiled broadly and asked what game the visitor would like to play. The indicators on the game capsules glowed brightly, and the protagonist clarified which game has been the most popular in recent times. A trail of green numbers appeared, when suddenly the system reported that the VR device was being activated and the retina was scanned, after which it wrote that the user authorization was completed, and the connection to Chrono Life began. There was a view of white birds flying in the endless blue sky. The rays of the sun spread over the houses in the city. At the same second, Gio found himself in the middle of a crowd of citizens. The main character parted his lips uncertainly. Players in various clothes turned their heads sharply in his direction. The witch was picking out flasks in the shop. A moment later, a wide smile appeared on the guy's face. On the wooden club there was a small branch with a green leaf. The protagonist rounded his eyes enthusiastically and stated that this is how a completely different person was born, and the system showed his characteristics. A half-abandoned high-rise building appeared. Love suddenly raised her palm up. The girl sat opposite the interlocutor, and exclaimed that she had a question. With her eyes rounded in bewilderment, the demon queen clarified if he had a different nickname to begin with. Shifting his gaze to the side, Gio replied that it was true and asked if she knew about it. After all, they even formed a team when they first met. In the past, the protagonist covered his ears with his fingers, and the artificial intelligence notified that the idol was inviting him to the team. At the same time, the lady gracefully ran her hand over her cheek. Lowering her jaw in displeasure, the lady noticed that he had a private profile at that time, and then added that if the profile was closed, then the nickname was not displayed in the invitation window, and the system displayed an example of what the team's profile looked like in this case. There was a flashback in which the user was walking behind the girl, and she said that usually no one wants to accept members with a private profile into the team, so most people keep it open. So then I thought that he closed it so as not to show that he was a noob who could not do anything yet, to which he replied that the principle of a loser who hides superpower worked. Grabbing the young man by the neck, the idol shouted that he would not dare to deceive her again, after which she added that she did not know what about the rest. but she would not forgive him for lying. Suddenly, the demon queen smirked contentedly. Placing his palm on his chin, Gio began to cough loudly. Swiping her finger over her face in embarrassment, Love revealed her name and the first nickname of the protagonist. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the guy clarified what she said, to which she replied that he should forget about it and tell more. Throwing his hands behind his head, the player began to talk about how after that he began to live a completely different life from reality. Looking up, the protagonist noticed that although he was just as low level in the game, in Chrono Life he decided not to worry about other people's opinions. The sun shone brightly in the endless blue sky. The user took confident steps forward. The young man tightly gripped the handle of the wooden club with his fingers. Suddenly, he bumped into a man shoulder to shoulder. Clenching his teeth in anger, the player was indignant at what had happened. At the same moment, the big man grabbed him by the clothes. While the fighter asked if the newcomer wanted to go to the next world, and if he could see anything, his beloved put her hand to her mouth and asked him not to touch the wretched, because he was already scared. Furrowing his brows angrily, Gio spoke rudely of his interlocutor. Suddenly, the big man punched him in the face. Squinting her eyes, the woman asked her companion not to do this, and the main character noted that at that time he behaved as he wanted, so he often died at the hands of other users. Lifting his chin, the guy said that everyone in the team grumbled at him, and then added that it was because he chose abilities and characteristics the way he wanted. Players raised their eyebrows in bewilderment, and wondered why a swordsman would learn such a skill and said that he was a dumb character. Turning his heads back, his teammates asked him to stun the enemy, and did not understand if he was playing without strategy at all. It seemed as if Gio put the weapon down while he was told to go and learn a little, because they can't play with him because it's really annoying. The main character tilted his head down with sadness, and the system reported that he had been expelled from the team. At the same second, the guy showed the others an indecent gesture. Smiling broadly, the player explained that he didn't care somehow. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist asked if it was true that everyone played to keep it interesting. Love widened her eyes in surprise when the interlocutor said that he was already tired of worrying about what others would think in real life, and then clarified why he needed to worry about it in the game as well. A view of the lamppost near the houses opened, and the user explained that therefore, when he continued to play with the same mood, he imperceptibly began to change in real life. Smirking, the young man said that he was the one who ran away from reality and did not pay attention to himself at all, and then added that now he was the one who was telling this story to someone. Leaning his back against the wall of the room, Gio noticed that he felt that the echoes of his past character were still with him. A memory appeared in which the main character made a strange face, and now said that therefore he unconsciously uses such a word as just someone like him. In the past, the guy stood close to Love, and explained that he could not believe that someone could really like him. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if the girl was disappointed in him, after which he added that he was very stupid. Suddenly, the idol jumped to her knees and shouted that everything was wrong at all, because she was not disappointed in him in the slightest. With her mouth wide open, the lady exclaimed that she was glad that he had told her what was in his heart. At the same moment, the demon queen slid the edge of her foot across the floor. A moment later, the popular star crashed down. Closing her eyes, Love cried out in pain and said that her pantyhose were very slippery. With his eyes rounded in surprise, Gio asked if his girlfriend was okay. The girl put her hand to her clothes, and it turned out that this hoodie had slipped off because someone grabbed it in a hurry. The lips of the heroes approached each other, and it became clear that this was a distance that was enough to hear each other's breathing. Suddenly, the idol's eyes lit up brightly, and due to two overly emotional situations, she went a little crazy. Lifting his torso on his elbows, the main character muttered that he was a little frightened by her gaze. At the same moment, the lady tightly wrapped her fingers around her friend's wrist. The demon queen placed her other hand on his shoulder. The guy lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Drops of sweat began to drip down his face, and he realized that he could not move. The limb of the popular star was lying on the player's chest. There were muscles under her clothes, and it was said that her fragile-looking arms were full of muscles, which she had built up since childhood in exhausting choreography training, so they were incredibly strong. Gritting his teeth tightly in pain, Gio begged Love to calm down. Suddenly, the pupils of the main character noticeably increased in size. The girl put her lips forward. The demon queen raised her eyebrows in alarm. The guy's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. The shadow of the lying heroes was reflected on the floor, and the protagonist tried to tell her that she should not do this. The faces of the comrades were resolutely approaching each other. Outside the window, I could see the intimidating silhouette of the manager, who was screaming loudly. The user's eyes bulged sharply in fear. Lowering her jaw, the attendant cried out that this was not the case. The lovers sat on the floor, hugging each other, while the lady shouted that she would not allow this. The manager was standing on her heels near the window of the third floor, and it became clear that this was a dramatic appearance. With their mouths wide open in fear, the players shouted loudly, and it turned out that thanks to the manager, who appeared at the most crucial moment, the flow of love was stopped. It seemed as if the woman was pointing her finger at the ward, and it was said that after that the escort scolded the girl so that she was terribly embarrassed. Frowning angrily, the lady shouted that she did not think that she was such a preoccupied dummy, because she told her that she would just go on a date, and she herself was going to kiss the guy. Shifting her gaze to the side in displeasure, the idol muttered that everything was like in a fog, to which the assistant resented that she was going to deny everything, even though she was caught red-handed in the act. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the manager asked if her ward understood that if they continued, someone would end up in prison, and then added that she should be grateful that she showed up at the right time. The lady calmly closed her eyes when the manager exclaimed that she should be careful with the mode of falling in love next time. It seemed as if Gio sat down on his knees next to his girlfriend and said in his mind that in the end he was also punished, while the lady cried out that he should also remember that a man should be chaste and firm, and then asked what he was thinking when he decided to bring this girl and stay alone with her. Pointing her finger forward, the escort said that he should not have forcefully succumbed to the woman's pressure, because he needed to clearly express disagreement, after which she told him to repeat the words of denial. A view of an old residential building opened. A tall building was visible in the night, and the main character said that this boredom continued until they each went to their personal apartments. The woman was holding on to the door handle. The manager lowered her jaw and shouted that love did not need to drag out and come in as soon as possible, to which she replied that she understood her. Waving goodbye, the player noticed that her assistant was very angry, so she should go quickly. The girl closed her lips in confusion. Her cheeks were visibly red with embarrassment. Suddenly, the idol lifted her leg off the ground. The lady's hair fluttered in the wind. At the same moment, the demon queen threw herself into the protagonist's arms. The user's eyes widened in surprise. A satisfied grin appeared on his girlfriend's face. The manager opened her mouth wide in fury. The heroes were standing in the hallway, huddled together, when suddenly love was heard saying that today was cool. The girl ran her fingers over the young man's chest. The popular star abruptly swiped her foot on the floor. Looking back, the demon queen remarked that they would see each other later in Chrono Life. The player parted his lips in confusion. The doors slammed shut in his face instantly. Drops of sweat ran down the swordsman's cheeks, his cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. The lady crossed the threshold of the apartment. On the floor in front of the entrance were several pairs of women's shoes. Love clenched her hand into a fist in alarm. The girl's legs began to tremble. Suddenly, her pupils noticeably decreased in size. The idol opened her mouth wide in fright when she saw her assistant's face. Turning her head, the manager asked if she had hugged him. The woman's eyes and mouth were black, and her ward thought that this was complete horror. Raising her leg, the lady tried to justify the act. At the same moment, the lady grabbed her by the shoulder. Giving a thumbs up, the manager exclaimed that she was great, because this is how you need to seduce men, and sudden hugs are very good. The demon queen rounded her eyes in bewilderment when the interlocutor clarified whether she correctly understood that in reality their maximum was hugs, and asked to promise her that until she became an adult, nothing would happen. Love put her fingers to her chin, confused. Sitting on the bed, the girl thought. The headphones shone brightly, and the idol said that in reality there were only hugs. Smiling broadly, the lady realized that this meant that she could go further into Chrono Life. A memory appeared in which the woman raised her eyebrows and advised her not to attach much importance to what happened in the game, because if she kills someone in the game, she does not become a murderer in reality. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the popular star in the past, and her assistant noticed that a kiss on the network is just an electronic touch of lips. Happily grabbing the music listening device in her hands, the demon queen said in her mind that it turned out that what the escort had said to her during the day had another side. At the same moment, Love collapsed on the bed. There was a satisfied grin on her face, and she thought that she was very worried, and it was just like the first time she had joined this game. A view of the floor lamp in the girl's room opened, and she exclaimed that Chrono Life is a divine game. The night sky could be seen outside the panoramic windows. Gio sat on the couch alone. A memory appeared in which his girlfriend's hair fluttered beautifully in the wind. In the past, the popular star abruptly rushed into his arms. Suddenly, the main character grinned happily. The guy remembered how some time ago the lady ran her fingers over his chest. At the same moment, the player's pupils bulged out in alarm. Wrapping his palms around the virtual reality glasses, the protagonist thought about the idol's words. Earlier, the idol turned back and said that they would see each other again. A moment later, the user lay down on the sofa. The young man closed his lips, when suddenly the system reported that the VR device was activated, and the retina of the eye was also being scanned, after which it wrote that the player's authorization was completed, and now the connection was underway. A satisfied grin instantly appeared on Joe's face, and he exclaimed that Chrono Life is a divine game. A trail of many green numbers appeared, and artificial intelligence greeted the user. Stars shone brightly in the night sky above the houses. Urus began to wave his paws, because he was glad to see the main character return. Hovering in the air, the spirit wished him good evening and asked how he was doing. Lowering his jaw tiredly, the guy asked if it seemed to him that he had always appeared the same lately, after which he added that he was tired of it, to which he was indignant at his words and did not understand what place it looked like, and then his greeting appeared last time and this time. The protagonist stretched the creature's cheeks when the creature suddenly asked if he knew how long it took him to choose them, to which he was told that it was a joke. Fans watched the swordsman, standing aside. Bringing her fingers to her chin, Love began to cough loudly to be noticed. Folding her hands behind her back, the girl asked if he immediately connected. Smiling broadly, the girl called the new nickname of the young man, but suddenly called the first name. Gio lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Waving her hand, Lav remarked that they hadn't seen Urus for a long time, to which Urus replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the side, while the spirit was talking about how the demon queen was here for the first time after the battle with the sin of jealousy, and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she had a good rest at home. Looking at the appearance of his girlfriend in front of him, the guy thought that this is some kind of new feeling, because the idol turns out to be very beautiful. People turned their heads back, and the player realized that everyone passing by was staring at her. The users rounded their eyes in surprise, and the young man said in his mind that all the boys and girls looked at her differently than at Urus. The popular star smiled contentedly. Closing his eyes, the main character remained silent. Putting his fingers to his chin, the player said in his mind that he still did not understand how such a top singer fell in love with a completely ordinary person. The protagonist was standing with his lips closed, when suddenly he was advised not to talk about it too much, because he is also very cool. Raising his elbow up, the young man thanked Luhua for his support. The girl's eyes widened with delight. Tilting her torso down, Love called out to Starlight, to which Starlight greeted her. The alchemist began to sharply spin the spirit in a circle. The young lady was smiling broadly. Folding her hands in front of her, Luhua exclaimed that the girl had become very prettier until they saw each other, to which Luhua clarified if this was true. Grinning embarrassedly, the girl thought that this was true. The idol brought her fingers to her chin in an instant. At the same time, Gio slapped the pet on the back. The alchemist's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. Sitting down next to the main character, the young lady muttered that the elder was a fool, after which she added that he calls himself ordinary, although there is a reason why the popular star has become so pretty. Covering her mouth with her hand, Luhua noticed that it was immediately obvious that they had discussed their feelings for each other, and then asked if it had happened in private and in a suitable room. Bright stars could be seen in the night sky, and the guy asked if Starlight had learned to read minds, because it seemed that she had read his monologue with herself, to which she replied that it was just a woman's intuition. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl exclaimed that someone was looking for them, and then added that he had said that he should definitely meet the two of them. Rounding their eyes in surprise, the players asked if they were together with the two of them. Smiling broadly, the alchemist asked if they remembered that guest house they had been to last time, where they had gone after the protagonist had turned into a girl. A memory appeared of the user in the guise of a woman holding a small mirror in his hand. A view of the houses with 3 floors opened. On the wall of one of them hung a bar sign. In the past, the heroes were sitting inside a room with a fireplace and a bed, when suddenly a young lady said that he was there now, and asked if they would go with her. An unusual purple glow could be seen high in the sky. Players walked along the evening street. After a while, Jiwoo and his companions walked forward along the corridor. Turning her gaze towards the guy, Love did not understand who it could be, after which she explained that she was talking about someone who wanted to meet the two of them, to which he replied thoughtfully that he did not even know. Pointing to the door with her palm, Luhua exclaimed that they had come and invited them to come in. Thanks to the light of the open door, 2 dark silhouettes appeared in the distance of the room. The heroes were met by Riot and Rioli. Smiling broadly, the young man cried out that the little boy was alive, after which he asked if he wanted to meet them, to which he replied in the affirmative. After biting into a piece of grilled meat on the bone, the user inquired about whether something had happened, and then added that he did not think he decided to hang out with them out of boredom. Furrowing his brows angrily, Riot stated that he wanted it for the last episode in Chrono Life. Suddenly, Gio's pupils noticeably increased in size. A ray of sunlight fell on the floating palace, and the sin of laziness noticed that this was the heavenly kingdom. Dark rocky rocks appeared, and the young man said that this was the underworld. Then there was a view of tall buildings in the distance of the clearing, and it turned out to be the human world. Skulls were scattered on the ground, and the child said that this was the highest level hunting ground, namely Urus Cave. Rioli from the heavenly realm pursed her lips in alarm, and her younger brother explained that everyone gathered here could influence the movement of forces in these places. The spirit ate the meat, sitting on the owner's head, and it turned out that he was responsible for the Urus Cave, and the main character for the world of people. Lav's eyes widened in confusion, and it was clear that she was influencing the powers in the underworld. Standing in the middle of the room in front of the interlocutors, the boy stated that in order to finish the last episode, they needed forces from all areas of Chrono Life. Chewing on food, the guy asked why he suddenly decided to agitate them, after which he clarified whether joining forces with former enemies for the sake of the last episode looked like something from a superhero movie of the 90s. Putting his hands on his side, Riot noticed that there was no time to fool around and sort things out, because if necessary, he would ask anyone for help. Frowning angrily, one of the 7 deadly sins said that he had almost forgotten about the most important character. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the protagonist asked him again. Suddenly, the child stretched out his hand. The creature's limb approached the user's underwear. Love's jaw stiffened in bewilderment at what she saw. Throwing his head back, Gio said that this character was important. Riot jerked his hand back abruptly. Parting his lips, the little boy noticed that he was listening to him, and then asked why he pretended not to understand, and told him to go out. There was a view of the snow-covered rocky rocks, and the young man said that this was the land of permafrost, namely the northern continent. A terrifying monster appeared, and the sin of laziness said that it was the leader of the ancient beast men. The sin of laziness called out to the polar dragon, when suddenly it showed its face. Aventador knitted his brows and agreed to explain everything to them. A bright magical sword appeared, and it turned out to be an Ego-class item. Gio's wooden baton emitted a magical glow, and it was said that weapons and items with egos placed in them were the best class of weapons in Chrono Life. Particles of energy surrounded the weapon, and it became clear that when the soul was placed in the weapon and it passed into the ego class, the value of its durability took on infinite significance. The main character was looking at the head of the polar dragon in bewilderment, when suddenly a notification appeared that his underpants contained the soul of Aventador, have infinite strength, but zero protection. The heroes stood in the room and were silent. Puffing out her cheeks, Love thought that this was some kind of filth. The girl closed Loa's eyes, who was asking about what was going on. The girl clarified why her eyes were closed, to which the idol smiled anxiously and replied that she wanted to protect her eyesight. Grinning menacingly, the leader of the beast men decided to proceed. Furrowing his brows angrily, the monster announced that the beginning of the story lies on the continent of Chrono. The guy lowered his eyelids and said in his thoughts that his assistant should not speak from there in such a low voice. A map of the lands appeared, and it was said that the continent of Chrono had existed since time immemorial. The sun shone brightly in the endless blue sky, and it turned out that this is a world in which there is only peace and grace, because the ancient continent was inhabited by several races who lived in peace and harmony. The fighter threw his weapon over his shoulders, and it became clear that the most numerous race with incredible fertility were humans. A graceful elf appeared, who belonged to the most beautiful and longest-lived race. The muscular dwarf set the axe on the ground, and it was said that people like him were superior to other races in terms of technology. The fox guy's boy jumped up, and it was said that the beast men had absorbed the strengths of both humans and beasts. A burst of flame appeared from the mouth of the sinister monster, and it was the strongest dragon race. White birds flew over the tops of high cliffs, and it was clear that many other intelligent species respected each other and lived in peace and harmony. Yellow strands of hair were developing in the air. The creator of the game's server hovered in the sky, and it became clear that it was God who was in charge of all these races. The founder looked down on the land, and it turned out that God loved the continent of Chrono. The guy grinned contentedly. There was a planet in outer space, and God didn't just love the continent, he loved every place on that green planet. A bright glow appeared, and ST-386 is a star that is known for its beauty in the fourth universe. The surface of the space object was ablaze with fire, and it was the place that my mother loved the most. I could see the houses burning down rapidly, and it turned out that the races that lived on the Chrono continent were not like God. The elf struck the beastman on the back, and soon they unleashed a war and disrupted the course of life. The roofs of the buildings were covered with flames, and all the inhabitants began to kill each other and destroyed the continent. Suddenly, a bright hand rose up. The silhouette of the creator of the game's server was enveloped in a magical glow, and after seeing all these atrocities, he decided that he could no longer tolerate it. The leader hovered in the air above the ground. At the same moment, energy beams splashed in different directions above his head. A malicious grin appeared on God's face, and although he couldn't directly interfere with the human world, that was his only peculiarity. The magical streams moved along different trajectories, and it became clear that God decided to divide his soul into 7 parts and scatter them all over the world. Lowering his jaw, Aventadorus explained that in this way he had managed to indirectly influence the continent. Tightly clenching his hands into fists, Gio insistently asked to let this pass. Suddenly, he was hit on the neck with the palm of his hand. Putting her hand out to the side, Love advised you not to pay attention to him and tell him more, because when you play, you always listen to the storyline to the end, to which the polar dragon agreed. With her eyes rounded in delight, the girl wondered if it was true that the 7 soul shards that God had scattered on the ground were now bosses called the 7 deadly sins. Shifting his gaze to the side, the monster replied that this was half true, but half false, after which he explained that it was because only half of the first 7 deadly sins had survived to this day. Urus eating meat on the bone was a sin of arrogance. Riot squeezed his eyes shut, and the leader of the beastmen said that it was a sin of laziness. Looking at the body of the protagonist, Aventador said that it was the sin of greed, and then added that of the original 7 deadly sins, only 3 of them survived. Lowering his jaw, the polar dragon noticed that his situation was no better than death, because he had saved only his soul, having lost all his strength in the process. Furrowing his brows, the monster reported that he saw that the king of angels had also lost most of his power, to which he agreed. The little boy stared at the palm of his hand and said that he had lost his halo and fell to the ground in exchange for his life. Spreading his fingers, the sin of laziness said that he did not feel the power of the 7 sins in himself now. The monster's neck stretched in length, and he asked if the current demon queen felt the power of the 7 sinners in her. With alarmed rounding of her eyes, Love replied that she didn't feel anything, and then added that she had lost that power as well. Closing Lehua's eyes, the girl said that the power of the Demon King was still with her, so this mode was not lost, and then added that perhaps Gio had only been rid of his sin then. A memory of a huge meteorite falling to the ground appeared. A wide smile was visible on the face of the main character. Swinging a wooden club, the guy decided to use the skill of destroying the universe. With one blow, the player deflected a powerful stream of flames. Suddenly, the idol flew backwards. In the past, the manholes of the ladies were closed. At the same moment, the protagonist grabbed her by the shoulders. After a moment, the user began to gently descend. Closing his eyes, Aventadorus explained that then he had eliminated only sin and spared her life. Rising above the body of the young man, the monster said that he had observed that moment from the inside, and everyone else did not understand from which inside, or from underpants. Turning his gaze to the side, the polar dragon remarked that they should pay attention to this, because this is where the fun begins. The brother and sister closed their lips in alarm as the monster talked about how the 7 deadly sins were originally an immortal power, and then added that therefore, even if the 7th sinner died, then his power was transferred to the next candidate. Lowering his jaw, the leader of the beastmen said that there would be no new 7 sinners in the future. Looking in the direction of the interlocutor, the idol wondered why this was so. Lowering the corners of his lips, Aventador exhaled heavily. A blue digital hologram appeared. There was several hourglasses on it, and the monster explained that it was because all 7 sins were now filled. I could see how the creator of the game's server threw his hands behind his head. Suddenly, the guy smirked when he heard sounds nearby. The girl in the white shoes took step by step forward. A dark female silhouette appeared in the distance. Smiling, Luna asked what he was thinking so intently. Pressing her hands to her body, the lady called her interlocutor Mr. God. Sitting on the ground, the developer replied that he was thinking about it. Closing her eyes, the goddess of life thanked him for this and clarified what she should do, after which she added that she liked another man. There were white numbers on the blue hologram, and the lady admitted that she actually thanked him out of politeness, and then added that he was just impudent, and she was disgusted, to which he remarked that he actually heard everything. Smiling broadly, God stated that he knew who she liked and asked if it was his friend, namely Gio. Leaning his palms against the surface, the young man shouted that it was very dramatic, and did not understand how to choose between friendship and love. Raising her eyebrows, Luna asked him to listen and said that she had always wondered why he called a loser a friend, even though he had only met him a couple of times. Folding his hands in displeasure, the creator of the game's server exclaimed that friends and friendships are not determined by the number of meetings, and that is why she has no friends, to which she asked why she would rush facts at her so quickly, because it annoys her. Grinning, the guy exhaled heavily. Lowering his jaw, the developer noticed that, as she said, they had only seen him a couple of times, but for some reason he missed him, and then added that he was terribly comfortable when he was around. The girl stared intently ahead. The goddess of life folded her hands behind her back when God said that he felt the same way about her, because he was not joking when he told her what he was thinking. There was a memory in which the young man leaned his back against an hourglass and said that he was thinking of her. Grinning, the creator of the game's server said that he remembered the day when he first met her. The lady closed her lips in embarrassment. A view of the buildings in the city opened. The developer of the game was sitting near the wall of one of the houses. The guy lowered the corners of his lips sadly, and it turned out that a lot of time had passed since the founding of the Chrono continent. It seemed as if the citizens were walking down the street, and during this time, God had already managed to punish the continent several times with the help of the 7 deadly sins. Skulls lay close to each other, and at such moments the losses among the population were colossal, and the continent of Chrono briefly found a world that was built on corpses. People calmly passed by the beastmen, but all the races inhabiting Chrono did not change, so they quickly restored everything and history repeated itself. Clenching his jaw sadly, the young man sighed heavily and said that he was beginning to get tired of it. With a view of the pink sky at sunset, the game's founder wondered if the best solution would be to just kill them all. Throwing his hands behind his head, the guy exclaimed that this was a very interesting idea. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to him. With her eyes rounded in delight, Luna said that she was also in business. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, God wondered who she was and how she knew that he was God. Sitting down on the ground, the lady said that she was now a regular user, but in the near future she planned to complete the quest and take the hidden class. Smiling broadly, the player declared that she wanted to become the goddess of life. The founder turned his head in the direction of his interlocutor. At the same moment, an evil smile appeared on his face. A blue hologram with white numbers appeared. Standing near the large hourglass, the young man noticed that if you remember, it was a really interesting meeting. Folding his hands, the creator of the game's server said that after that she still managed to become the goddess of life, after which he added that when she received power from him, she also became a sin. Walking away, the guy said that giving her the power of sin was a great decision then, because the abilities of the goddess of life and lust combined surprisingly well. Both of Huracan's limbs were surrounded by a bright aura. At the same time, Luna put her fingers to her chin, and God explained that after that meeting, with her help, he was able to easily create carriers for future sins. The girl stood in front of the creature on a luxurious throne. The goddess of life spread her legs to the sides, and the creator of the game's server noted that he quickly finished with the rest. Suddenly, the young man held out his palm in front of him. At the same second, the creator of the game's server broke the hologram into pieces. Behind the heroes, a view of a dense forest opened up. Smiling broadly, the developer revealed that he had finally created it. A huge green eye could be seen in the sky. Turning his head back, the founder clarified how effective she was with what he lent her, and how it went. Luna's eyes widened sharply. A man in a dark bandana appeared, and the interlocutor was heard saying that even a manager with all the characteristics, who had almost 100,000 levels, had been injured and had escaped. The face of a terrifying monster could be seen. The fighter stood behind the girl with a weapon in his hand. At the same moment, a wide smile appeared on his face. A red hologram appeared on either side of the heroes. A moment later, both characters were transported to another surface. The orb in the lady's magic staff shone brightly. The goddess of life looked back with concentration. A frightening eye appeared between the clouds, and the lady said that no one could defeat this monster. Smiling, the developer did not understand why the monster was right away, after which he noticed that his assistant was too rude. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy explained that this was just his real body. Suddenly, his legs lifted off the ground. Hovering in the air, the founder of the game announced that it was time to unite. Magic wings appeared against the night sky. The henchwoman found herself behind God and asked him to stop. With anxious eyes, the player asked if he was going to merge with him right now, after which she added that there was still one last step left. The creator of the game's server instantly closed his lips. Grinning maliciously, the guy asked if it was true that she would be able to finish everything on her own. There were glints of light in Luna's pupils. Closing her eyes, the girl agreed and asked to provide the rest to her, to which he thanked her. The founder of the game abruptly crossed his elbows. God began to quickly remove the t-shirt from his body. At the same second, the young man threw the element of clothing down. The server developer ran his fingers through his hair. For the first time, the multicolored eyes of the head of the world appeared. After a moment, he stretched out his hand to the side. The guy's nails dug sharply into his chest. The ominous eye in the sky began to glow brightly, and God asked his beautiful body that had come into this world to accept his soul as a sacrifice. Blood suddenly gushed out from under his skin. With his mouth wide open in fury, the founder of the game told him to become one with him in order to destroy this world. At the same second, a bright flash of light appeared in the air. Luna instantly covered her face with her hand. Its leader instantly vanished into space. The girl closed her lips uncertainly. Rounding her eyes with delight, the goddess of life noticed that it had begun, after which she added that it was the end of the world. There was a view of the bar building under the night sky. A curtained window could be seen in the room. The walls of the house began to shake violently. Closing Lahua's eyes, Love asked what the vibration was. With a satisfied grin, Gio clarified if it had really started. Aventador's head abruptly rose up above the body of the protagonist. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy exclaimed that the end of boring stories had come. It seemed like people were trying to run away, and the protagonist shouted that it was time for action. With their mouths wide open in fear, the players shouted that they needed to run and save themselves. Some users looked up and said that the big-eyed monster began to move. High in the sky, the jaw of a terrifying monster appeared. The protagonist's leg appeared. The players looked in his direction in surprise. The girl opened her jaw happily. The protagonist's battered cloak was visible. Gio was holding a wooden club in his hand. The guy lowered his eyebrows, and then users exclaimed that he had come. The heroes, noticing Aventador's head, wondered what it was. Smiling, the young man laughed. Looking ahead, the teenager was surprised by the size of the monster, after which he asked if this was the main boss of Chrono Life. Holding his chin, the master said that he thought he had seen him somewhere, and at the same time Urus asked if he remembered. In the past, Luna had drawn out her staff, and the spirit had said that she had summoned it in his presence. The great warrior's pupils narrowed sharply. The lady could be seen crossing her fingers. Gio then looked up. The main character lifted the corners of his lips. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it was interesting, and then asked if it turned out that he and the cockroach had not just a connection, but a fate. The guy turned to Aventador and noticed that since he got out, he had to work off the food, which made him look up sharply. Suddenly, a blue aura surrounded the young man's body. Clenching his jaw, the teenager asked to get ready, after which he used the dragon breath skill. Love shielded her face from the bright light. Rounding her eyes, the demon queen was surprised by the master's ability. The head of the monster appeared, and at the same time, the great warrior explained that dragon breath is a special skill of dragons. The undead released powerful energy, and the player said that the type of breath is determined by the dragon's unique attribute, and in the case of Aventador, it is ice breathing. The girl blushed sharply, and then Gio added that since the dragon's breath is a representative of romantic skills in the fantasy world, all users were waiting with bated breath for the next scene. The heroes watched what was happening in bewilderment. A bright flash of light appeared under the feet of the main character. Smiling broadly, the protagonist exclaimed that it was time to move forward. An unusual power appeared inside the mouth of the polar dragon. A moment later, the leader of the beast men released magical energy. A powerful aura appeared, and a loud scream was heard. Love parted her lips in surprise. Putting her fingers in her eyes, the demon queen muttered that she refused to see it. A bright flash rang out. Gio held his palms behind his head. The main character closed his eyes contentedly. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Love blushed sharply. The huge body of the monster was visible. Holding a wooden stick in his hand, the guy asked if he was completely fine. Then the young man slapped on the cheeks of Aventadorus. Stretching the neck of the main boss of the game, the teenager clarified what was happening there, and whether he blew normally. The master turned his gaze to the side when he heard that he hadn't changed in the slightest. Riot appeared behind him. One of the 7 deadly sins, through the sweat on his face, noticed that he ran out suddenly and began to attack, after which he wondered if he could start thinking before doing something. There was a terrible monster near the city, and then the boy said that at first glance it might seem that this thing was right in front of him, but in fact it existed in another dimension. I could see the undead on the other side of the game. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the child explained that he had only pierced the sky with his icy breath in vain, because the enemy was not attacked. Riot parted his lips. Looking ahead, one of the 7 deadly sins announced that this thing would break through into the human world. The eye of a terrible monster appeared. The players raised their heads in bewilderment. Suddenly, the monster broke through the shell of space. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise. The powerful creature thrust its hand out through the hole that appeared. Users raised their eyebrows sharply. A view of the city opened. Suddenly a shadow fell on him. The settlement quickly disappeared into darkness. The evil spirits opened their mouths wide. The monster, having passed through the dimension, screamed loudly. The outline of a creepy creature appeared over the settlement. System screens appeared in front of the heroes. The players' expressions were confused, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that this is the last quest in Chrono Life, in which you need to protect the world from God. Users, looking at the monitors, wondered if this was the last quest. Sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he was frightened that he needed to protect the world from a powerful being. A huge monster's eye appeared. Rioli, raising her eyebrows in fright, noticed that everything was not at all as they had expected. Her brother, frowning seriously, muttered that they expected the god to break through to this world, but they didn't think it would happen so soon, because there was still one last step left. The boy's pupils narrowed sharply, and he realized that God had decided to take extreme measures. With his mouth wide open, Riot turned to the great warrior and informed him of an emergency meeting, adding that he must retreat first. Gio furiously stuck out his tongue. The main character, opening his jaw, shouted loudly. Through the sweat of her face, the lady called out to the protagonist. Using the speed of light skill, the guy flew high into the air. In the past, the young man clenched his fists in displeasure. Suddenly he was stabbed in the neck, and it was said that the boring explanation of the plot and the conditions of the game had pushed his patience to the limit. The teenager fell off his feet, and then it was added that at the moment when the enemy appeared, it simply burst. The master's eyes bulged menacingly. Suddenly, the player attacked a huge monster. The monster began to fall backwards. The user, with his mouth wide open, asked about the strategy. Lifting the corners of his lips, Gio exclaimed that only weaklings needed her. A moment later, the creepy creature hit the ground. Then the main character went downstairs. Grinning, the protagonist asked the last boss to get up as soon as possible. Standing near the opponent's foot, the guy clarified whether he had died with one blow, after which he explained that he had to match his size, and called him a freak. Suddenly, lightning appeared near the rift. The young man looked up and was stunned. The crack in the magic shell began to tighten. The slit continued to regenerate. Looking up, the teenager called himself a question whether the broken boundary between dimensions was being restored. Then the master parted his lips. The player smiled sharply. Picking up the wooden stick, the user said it was great. After a second, Gio waved his weapon. The main character quickly took off. A terrible monster could be seen opening its mouth. Grinning, the protagonist noted that they would fight not here, but on his side. A powerful beam appeared, and at the same time, the guy used the speed of light skill. The young man flew into the rift between dimensions. A bright particle of light appeared in the sky. Love, her eyes rounded, was confused. The players, looking up, said that the great warrior and the last boss had disappeared to the other side of the border. Riot, putting her hand on her head, called the main character a fool, and added that his character was becoming more and more impatient. Smiling, the boy remarked that this time, however, it was his best decision. A view of the night sky opened up, and at the same time, the child explained that if this idiot started a fight with a god here, then the planet would be over. Suddenly, unusual tentacles appeared. The master's eyes burned red. Gio struck the opponent from above. The main character released a bright energy. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Baring his teeth, the protagonist ordered Aventador to get ready. In the mouth of the leader of the beastmen, magical power began to charge. Spreading his hands in different directions, the guy used the skill of ice breathing. The young man parted his lips contentedly. A second later, a blue aura struck the undead. A thick haze could be seen. Looking ahead, the teenager said that it was a relief for him, because there was no need to hold back his strength. The masters unexpectedly attacked. His body split into 3 parts. Opening its mouth, the creepy creature began to growl. Blood ran down his claws. The severed parts of the player lay on the floor. Parting his lips, the user was very surprised, after which the system wrote that the hidden skill healing factor was activated, and immediate recovery began. Suddenly unusual appendages appeared. The monster looked down in bewilderment. The parts of the protagonist's body began to connect with each other. Opening his mouth wide, Gio clarified how he dared to cut it into 3 pieces, and whether he considered it an insect. Bulging his eyes, the protagonist said that this would not work, and added that he would have to answer. A magical aura circled near the pupil of the evil spirits. In a second, the guy rushed from his place. His face took on a frightening look. The young man flew up high. The teenager then attacked his enemy. In pain, the monster opened its mouth and screamed. The master's head fused with his body. The lower part of the body quickly recovered. Lowering his eyebrows, the player announced what he was going to receive. Picking up a wooden stick, the user used the continuous cut skill. A magical trace of the blow was visible. A bright beam of energy abruptly moved to the side. Sparks flew from a powerful stream of flame. The magic blow instantly changed the trajectory. Gio fiercely attacked his opponent. The main character inflicted a huge number of blows. The eye of the monster appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A bright flash appeared near the magic tentacles. A view of a tall building opened. The guys were standing next to each other. Love, turning around, apologized to Riot and asked where the protagonist had gone. Frowning seriously, the boy replied that he had gone to the god world. Through the sweat on her face, the demon queen asked if this monster they had just seen was a god. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the child noticed that she had also received a notification about a new quest, and added that their task was to protect the world from the god they had just seen. Opening her mouth wide, the lady shouted that then they could not hesitate, but needed to find him and help the main character. Closing his eyes, one of the 7 deadly sins asked not to make him laugh, and said that he had underestimated him in the past. Earlier, Riot flew near the master, and then he said that people had completely lowered the bar. Opening his jaw in surprise, the child asked if he was a great warrior. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy said that it was his big mistake, because there was no one in this world who could help him. Standing in front of Love, the young man said that even she, the Demon King, would only be an unnecessary baggage for him, and would not help, but only hinder him. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl explained that she had become much stronger, and could carry out support fire from behind. The guy, frowning seriously, wondered if she hadn't spent the most time with him. Riot, lowering his eyelids, said that he was an alien creature to this world, and his power was clearly abnormal. Imagining the red numbers next to the protagonist, the child noticed that it was as if it was a code error. Placing her hand on her chest, the lady asked what they should do then, and since they would only get in the way, and if they went after him, then did he mean that all the other users, including herself, should just wait for the quest to complete? Keeping his hands in his pockets, the boy replied that there was no need to be so surprised, because it had been so all this time. The young man introduced Huracan. In the past, the protagonist found himself under Yopi's feet. Gio was sitting next to the polar dragon. Sighing heavily, the guy said that in the case of the game bosses, they were only watching, and I would like to say that this will be the case now, but this time will be an exception. A view of the night sky opened up, after which one of the 7 deadly sins said that the last quest needed the power of everyone. Through the sweat on her face, Love noticed that if you thought about it, he had said this at the inn as well. There were guys in the room, and at the same time, Riot explained that in order to finish the last episode, forces from all areas of Chrono Life were needed. Placing her palm on her chest, the Demon Queen clarified what would happen in this final quest. Closing his eyes, the child replied that no one knew. Standing in front of the girl, the boy said that soon she would see everything for herself, and therefore he would not even try to explain it to her. Rioli lowered her gaze sadly. In the past, the main character, holding the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom in his arms, wondered if there were still enemies. Luna, her eyes widening, was surprised that he had saved Rioli, after which the protagonist said that it would be a pity if she died like this. Younger sister Riot narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Lowering his eyebrows, the master said that her only goal all this time had been nothing less than to save her brother, and added that everything turned out as it did, but he wanted her to meet her resurrected brother. Smiling, the goddess of life called the great warrior sweet, and then asked if he had such a caring side, to which he replied that he had always been kind. Opening his mouth, the player asked if she could restore her again, and said that she had to dodge in a hurry, and therefore she was slightly hurt, to which he received a positive response. You could see how the girl bit her lips. Rioli lowered her gaze thoughtfully. Smiling, the ruler of the heavenly realm hoped that Jaiwa would return alive and unharmed, and also called him a dear person to her. The younger sister Riot's expression was pleased. The guys looked at her sharply. Opening his jaw in confusion, the young man asked what else was behind her road. Blushing, the girl noticed that she was even embarrassed, and added what the great warrior wanted to say. One of the 7 deadly sins raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. With her lips parted, the child asked if the man had become dear to her, and then the lady said that she did not know, and explained that their love was only their business. The boy clarified that she hadn't loved only him before, and added that he thought it would be better if she continued to love him and not this jerk, which made Love's pupils noticeably narrow, and then Rioli told her brother that he was like a baby. The girl looked at the brother and sister who were communicating with each other, and it turned out that at that moment she realized that a new enemy had appeared on her way. Suddenly, magical tentacles appeared in space. Black fragments flew through the cloud of gray smoke. A monster lay on the ground with its limbs torn off. A black hole could be seen in his eye. Hovering in the air, Jaiwo didn't understand what this nonsense was. At the same second, the main character lifted his leg off the floor. Landing next to the corpse of the monster, the guy asked if they were calling it the last boss he had already managed to finish off, after which he added that it turned out that for this level he was not just ordinary, but completely useless. A dark female silhouette appeared behind the player. When suddenly he asked if this was true, Luna tightly wrapped her fingers around the magic staff. Grinning contentedly, the girl noticed that she and the loser had not seen each other for a long time. After a moment, the protagonist furrowed his brows angrily. A bright flash of light appeared between the characters. A memory of wounded monsters lying on the ground appeared. The eyes of the goddess of life reflected the glare of light. The user's pupils bulged in alarm and realized that reuniting with her suddenly reminded him of that moment. In the past, swords were seen in front of the participants of the game, which were stuck in the ground. Luna could be seen slicing Gio's body in half. The lady raised her eyebrows tiredly, and the main character said in his mind that the reason he began to take Chrono Life seriously was revenge on this girl. The goddess of life stood on the monster's huge paw. The assistant to the creator of the game's server folded her hands behind her back, and the player realized that even the last quest was connected with her. Throwing a wooden baton around his neck, the guy wondered if there was just a connection between them, but fate, after which he thought that this was a story where the beginning and the end were connected. Suddenly, the protagonist clenched his teeth tightly in anger. At the same moment, the user lowered his jaw and reflected on how this story seemed quite dramatic to him. In the past, Gio had resolutely lowered his chin. Currently, the main character bulged his pupils in a rage and thought that therefore, as then, a smile appeared on his face. A leaf was visible on a thin branch sticking out of a wooden club. Putting the weapon forward, the guy said that this moment had finally come. In front of him stood the graceful goddess of life. Smiling broadly, the player pronounced the name of the interlocutor. A satisfied grin appeared on the lady's face. Looking directly at the protagonist, Luna agreed with him and then called him a loser. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks. Magical tentacles appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The young man frowned menacingly. The lady's eyes widened in surprise. The heroes flew in a magical space. Smiling, the goddess of life noticed that he had become quite strong, and then asked if there was no way to dodge his attack. The master clenched his jaw angrily. Suddenly, the great warrior split the lady's body into two parts. Blood came out of her mouth. Luna then lifted the corners of her lips in satisfaction and used the hidden creature skill. Suddenly, an unusual aura swirled around the girl. Gio closed his eyes from the bright light. The lady's body quickly recovered. The goddess of life could be seen closing her eyes. Raising her eyebrows, the lady said that there was no need to evade. The main character looked thoughtfully in her direction. Scratching his head, the protagonist clarified if it was true that everyone called her Cockroach, and then said that he had forgotten that he had come up with her nickname. Suddenly, the guy grabbed Luna's hand. The young man pulled her towards him. The girl blushed sharply. It seemed as if the heroes were hovering in the air. Opening her jaw, the lady wondered why he had done this. Frowning seriously, the teenager replied that he did not want her to run away. Suddenly, the master stuck a terrible tentacle out of his mouth. An unusual limb touched the goddess of life. The great warrior's eyes lit up purple, and he used the hidden skill Gluttony, and at the same time, the system reported that this ability absorbed all the characteristics and level of the target when eaten. White vessels appeared on the process. Through the sweat on her face, the lady asked the player to stop. After a moment, the girl's skin withered. A second later, Luna evaporated. The user was holding the lady's remaining limb. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence wrote that the takeover had failed, causing Gio to lower his eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, the goddess of life appeared near him. Sighing heavily, the lady noticed that he suddenly grabbed her hand, and added that she was only blushing in vain. The protagonist clenched his fists, and then Luna said that Huracan tried to do this, namely sucked as soon as he saw her. In the past, a magical tentacle had touched a girl. The lady could be seen frozen in midair. The body of the goddess of life quickly evaporated. Smiling slightly, the lady explained that unfortunately, absorption would not work on the god's body. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. Then the assistant to the creator of the game spread her fingers. An unusual energy surrounded her palm. Raising her eyebrows, Luna said that he would have to pay for playing with the feelings of an innocent girl, which made the guy very surprised. Suddenly, a powerful aura swirled around the creepy monster. Stretching out her hand, the girl used the skill of creating things. At the same time, the lady was flying over the monster. The torn skin of evil spirits appeared. A moment later, his limb grew back. The body parts of the powerful creature began to regenerate. The monster opened its mouth. The monster stood up abruptly. His reflection could be seen in the blue space. After a second, the undead furiously opened its jaw. A powerful creature was standing in front of the guy. Looking ahead, the young man said that he thought she would do this time, and then asked if she had decided to just resurrect this freak. Smiling, the goddess of life countered by asking if he had ever played video games, and clarified that the final boss couldn't have just one phase. Lifting the corners of her lips, the lady said that this thing was also a god, and therefore absorption would not work on him either, and then added that she had decided to warn him not to waste time on this. The creepy monster raised its paw abruptly. Suddenly, the monster tore the teenager in two. Frowning menacingly, the master was dissatisfied with the second phase, and at the same time, the system reported the activation of the hidden skill healing factor. The great warrior's body quickly recovered. Suddenly a fiery seal appeared. An unusual aura froze near the player's chest, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that the unique skill of the swordsman's spirit was being activated. The user landed on the blue floor. Lowering his eyebrows, Gio activated the swordsman's abilities. Grabbing a wooden stick, the main character decided to hit the scythe. The protagonist took out a weapon from his underwear. The guy got into a fighting stance. The undead lowered their gaze in bewilderment. The back of the young man's head was visible. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The body of the powerful creature was burning rapidly. Magical traces of the teenager's blows appeared. Luna placed her hand on her forehead. The girl looked away in surprise. A wounded monster appeared. His flesh was torn apart. Smirking, the master noticed that the second phase was over after one blow. Looking up, the great warrior guessed that the next third phase would be. The goddess of life raised her eyebrows in confusion. Frozen in the air, the lady said that she was delighted, because he had destroyed the body of the god twice in a row. Closing her eyes, the lady said that there was nothing surprising with a level 99th club. The great warrior frowned in displeasure. Luna then lifted her palm. Parting her lips, the girl said that she was sorry, but the second phase was not over yet. Suddenly, the monster was surrounded by an unusual aura. The player, shielding himself from the light with his hand, asked if it revived him again, after which he exclaimed that it was a disgusting duo of cockroaches. A moment later, the lady went down to the user. Blushing, the goddess of life said that she was very curious, and wondered what it was like when he sucked on her with an absorption. Gio opened his jaw in bewilderment. Grinning, the lady remarked that it would be great if he did the same to her lips. The main character looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly, a view of a tall building opened up. On the screen, the protagonist could be seen standing in front of Luna. The aide turned around and addressed the president, and said that two players were now fighting. Doppy held a cigarette in his teeth, and then it was heard that they were not inferior to each other in strength. Frowning seriously, the head said that he was aware, because all this time, like him, he was looking at the monitors. Looking in the direction of the servants, the leader ordered not to take his eyes off them, explaining that soon one of them would win. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. Sitting on a chair, the worker asked if they really should only be watching. Parting his lips, the young man said that it was not too late, and they could contact them right now. Baring his teeth, the director clarified what it would be, and whether to say that they should stop playing immediately. The assistant replied that this was not what he meant, after which the president of Chrono Life, crossing his arms, asked what happened then. Lowering his eyebrows, Doppy noted that he just wanted to ask them not to watch the ending because the speed of consumption of game content was too fast. Standing in front of the assistant, the supervisor asked how this was different from forbidding them to play, and then the assistant exclaimed that he understood himself. With his mouth wide open, the guy said that recently Chrono Life has released content for 10 years in advance, and they do not have the next story, which means that there will be no updates for several more years. Looking ahead, the director was asked if he would allow the story to end like this and stop supporting Chrono Life. Closing his eyes, the man grinned. Gripping his cigarette tightly, the gentleman asked a counter question about why users had overtaken the content, and what he was paying them all for. Abruptly opening his jaw, the young man objected that this was unfair, because it was all because of that user with a baton, who single-handedly devoured all the content, using the bug. In the past, there was a guard near the president, and at the same time the aide said that this is why in the beginning everyone said that it was necessary to take this baton. The protagonist could be seen standing in front of Dakpa, and the assistant added that he was against it, saying that it was a useless item. The leader held out a plate of food. Unexpectedly, the director grabbed the guy by the neck and asked if he decided to shift all the responsibility on him, and if he could still reprimand him. After a moment, the man sighed heavily. Crossing his palms, the master explained that he had not been sitting idle all this time, and realizing what was happening, he had hired twice as many developers, and although doubling the number of employees would not double the speed of development, they would be able to extinguish the fire that was flaring up right now. Through the sweat on his face, the young man said that in this case, the company would suffer huge losses. Lighting a cigarette, the president asked why the losses. Closing his eyes, Doppy said that he had earned enough as long as he remained the most popular game, and then clarified that he thought he had taken the money out of thin air. A view of the tall structure opened up, and at the same time, the director said that all these funds were obtained thanks to users who enjoyed their game, and therefore should use them so that people can continue to play Chrono Life. The game city appeared, and at the same time the manager wondered why he would call it a loss. The assistant, raising his eyebrows, replied that if he started arguing with him now, then only he would look like real garbage out of the two, and the man noticed that he had no right to argue with his director at all, and called him an idiot. Parting his lips, the assistant explained that he was just worried that the rest of the users would feel left out because of this one player. Sitting opposite the boss, the guy asked that wouldn't it be the right decision to take the baton from him at least now, and pay him what it takes. The gentleman closed his eyes thoughtfully. Putting his hands in his pockets, the president suggested, imagining that the young man had decided to open a restaurant. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, Dokby said that one visitor began to eat his food with a huge appetite. It seemed like the protagonist was fighting a rabbit, after which the director added that spoon by spoon, enjoying tasting each dish. Suddenly the beast, standing up against the great warrior, defeated him. After a moment, the master began to swing his sword, and the man noticed that he was rolling his eyes in pleasure. Unexpectedly, a huge animal pushed the player away. Lowering his eyebrows, the gentleman asked if he could take a spoon from such a visitor. The young man opened his mouth in puzzlement. Then the assistant closed his lips. Sitting on the chair, the assistant answered in the negative. Hitting him on the head, the president shouted that he could not do it himself, and he asked for permission to do so. Explosions were visible on the screen, and at the same time, Dokby asked to stop thinking about unnecessary things and monitor the situation, and also asked if he understood, to which the guy said that he understood everything. Magical tentacles appeared. Luna stretched out her palm. Suddenly, the protagonist's belly evaporated. Gio raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Grinning, the girl asked if it was the first time he had seen such a thing, after which she said that it was a unique ability of the goddess of life, and could give or take life. In the past, the lady had waved her hand, and now she said that she had already demonstrated this ability once in the heavenly realm. Small particles scattered in different directions, and the lady added that then he was busy with something else, and was unlikely to see it. After a moment, the protagonist exclaimed that it was just a small amount of damage. The main character tore his leg off the blue floor, and at the same time the system wrote that the healing factor was activated and immediate recovery began. Rushing towards the goddess of life, the guy said that he was tired of her, and therefore he would have to get rid of her first. Closing her eyes contentedly, Luna remarked that no matter how much he wanted to, he would have to deal with it first. Behind the young man, a terrible monster appeared. Looking ahead, the girl said that this attack would be very painful. The teenager clenched his jaw sharply. The monster released green energy from its eye. There was a burst of powerful energy. The master covered his head with his hands. The great warrior bared his teeth. There was a powerful explosion. A thick haze was visible. A footprint of a player appeared on the blue surface. Wounds formed on the user's face from the blow. Gio was resting his body on his arm. Then the main character frowned menacingly, and his health was at a low level. Landing near the protagonist, the lady asked if he was in pain. Clenching her fingers, the goddess of life asked what it was like when the healing factor was forcibly suppressed. The guy lowered his eyebrows angrily, and then the lady explained that the healing factor is a cheating skill, but not an invincible ability without weaknesses, and there are many ways to attack even the most perfect immunity. Blushing, Luna asked if he remembered the Seraph Song skill during the battle with Yopi. In the past, the skeleton ran its fingers along the strings of a guitar. Strong warriors appeared, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the enhancement of the Seraphim Song was activated, and all enemy characteristics were reduced by a certain number of %. Urus, frowning menacingly, exclaimed that this was another fraudulent skill, after which he was indignant that the healing factor should protect against such a thing, but for some reason it did not work. Through the sweat on her face, the girl replied that this skill did not impose a status, but directly hit the target. Smiling slightly, the lady said that the attack he had just seen was also capable of suppressing the healing factor. A creepy monster could be seen in the distance, and at the same moment, the goddess of life said that this thing had just used a special ability of a god in an attack. Looking at the lady, the young man clarified whether this was something like her creation of existence, to which she replied positively and added that she was the goddess of life, and therefore her ability was the creation of existence. In the past, the creator of the game's server opened his mouth wide. Lifting the corners of her lips, Luna revealed that his ability is destruction. The master's pupils quickly dilated. The girl's expression was pleased. The god lowered his eyebrows, and the lady said that the guy who called him a friend was the god of destruction. A terrible monster appeared. Magical tentacles could be seen. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. There were bursts of green energy. Opening his jaw, the great warrior was stunned. Flying away from the unusual aura, the player called for help. The eye of the terrible monster burned brightly. The monster released magical power. Baring his teeth, the user shouted that this is unacceptable, and continuous shelling is cheating. Frowning angrily, Gio muttered that he would have slapped him head-on, but if he caught another blow, he would be finished, and so he would have to dodge and wait for the chance to come. In front of him, the main character noticed Luna. The girl, raising her palm, asked where he was in such a hurry. Then the lady closed her fingers happily. Suddenly, the protagonist's body began to evaporate. The guy lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Squinting, the young man said that she had ruined her plans after all. A bright flash appeared inside the monster's pupil. A second later, the undead released a powerful burst of energy. The teenager stuck out his tongue in pain. A green aura could be seen. A view of the houses in the city opened. Rioli, putting her hand on her cheek, said that she was very much looking forward to a honeymoon with her lover. Blushing, the girl asked where they would go, and noticed that it was not bad in the heavenly realm. Crossing her fingers, the lady said that the human world could surprisingly be even more romantic. Riot, standing beside her, clarified that she was saying that, but whether she knew what a honeymoon was. Closing his eyes contentedly, the ruler of the heavenly realm replied, "This is the couple's first trip since the wedding." Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that the first night that the newlyweds would spend was called the wedding night, after which the boy screamed loudly. Opening his mouth wide, the child asked not to tell him what he did not ask. Biting her lips, Love muttered that the urge to kill her was becoming more and more unbearable. Frowning angrily, the young man exclaimed that it was time to stop talking this nonsense about the wedding, and besides, this idiot never said that he liked it. Placing her hand on her cheek, Rioli explained that it didn't take words, because her betrothed's gaze was always filled with love when he looked at her. Suddenly, a frightening expression appeared. Smiling, the ruler of the heavenly realm said that she was stupid, that she did not understand anything, because all his eyes burned with ardent love. In the past, she was hit on the head with a wooden stick. The girl hit the ground, and the guy wondered if she had gone crazy after being hit on the head with a truncheon. Stretching out her forefinger, the lady noticed that she wanted to ask him something. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady clarified that if she gave birth to a child from a great warrior, then he would be a man or an angel. Rioli wondered if he would be a half-angel, and Riot parted his lips in disbelief. Clenching his fist, the ruler of the heavenly realm clarified whether a boy, a girl, or two would be better, and added that a girl who looked like her, and a son who looked like a great warrior. Looking at her brother, the girl asked him what he thought. Suddenly the child fell off his feet. His mouth drooled, and then he fainted from an excess of shame. Love narrowed her eyes in bewilderment, and at the same time the lady asked her brother to wake up. After a moment, Lu Hua leaned over to the demon queen and asked if there was a new rival, and Lu Hua exclaimed that she had frightened her. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the popular idol recognized the girl, after which she greeted her. The singer, through the sweat on her face, asked when she had gone outside, having told her to wait inside because it was dangerous here, to which the alchemist replied that they had returned after the noise had died down, and therefore went out to check. The girl's eyes widened when she heard the crying. Tears could be seen on the face of the spirit. Stretching out her index finger, the lady asked if it was Urus, and if he was crying, and then the child said that he was sitting in the corner all alone and crying. Love's gaze was sad, and she wondered if the creature shouldn't be with the main character, and why he was crying here alone. Opening his jaw, the unusual beast explained that the protagonist was fighting alone in the world of gods in another dimension, and at the same time, the demon queen could not understand what he was saying. Lu Hua raised her eyebrows and reported that Jiao had been fighting the enemy and had suddenly gone to the god world, and added that it was another dimension, and therefore he couldn't follow him and was left here alone. Bending her knees, the girl noticed that he was a sword, and could go into a state of mind and be transported to his master. Looking ahead, the girl said that he was now materialized and therefore could not move, and he needed consent to move into a state of mind, and at the same time, the lady said that she understood him well, and also added that it was an amazing ability. Tears flowed down Urus's cheeks, and he said that he was very worried about the main character. The singer looked down thoughtfully. Patting the spirit on the head, the child asked him not to cry and asked what could happen to the protagonist. The popular idol bit his lips as the alchemist continued to calm the creature. Love turned her head sharply. Looking ahead, the demon queen thought about Jiao. A view of the night sky opened up. Suddenly, magical tentacles appeared. A blue surface was visible. A moment later, Luna landed on the blue floor. The girl held a staff in her hand. Smiling, the lady remarked that it was surprising, since he was alive even after such an attack. The guy's head was lying on the plain, and his health level was critically low. Closing her eyes, the goddess of life congratulated the young man and said that it seemed to her that now the nickname Cockroach suits him better, and also called him a loser. Suddenly, the teenager's hand grabbed a wooden stick. The limb gripped the club tightly. Opening her mouth wide, the lady laughed and was surprised that his hand was moving separately from the rest of her body. Touching his chin, Luna asked how low he was willing to go down, and if he wanted to live like that. Looking down, the girl exclaimed that he was pitiful, and then clarified that this was really all he was capable of. In the past, the lady sat on the sofa in the great warrior's room. The goddess of life put her hand on her chest. Smiling, the lady wondered if this was all. Some time ago, the assistant of the creator of the game asked to team up with her in the game. Luna could be seen parting her lips. The girl's expression was satisfied, and at the same moment, she wanted the main character to be hers. The lady closed her jaw sadly. After a moment, the goddess of life lowered her gaze. Standing near the remaining parts of the protagonist's body, the lady asked if this was all. Opening her jaw, the assistant called the guy a leaser and clarified whether he was a great warrior. On the blue surface lay the head of a young man, and then Luna said that he was a warrior who would save everyone. In the past, there was a view of the sandy beach. The girl was standing opposite the teenager. Through tears, the lady asked to be saved too. A second later, the goddess of life hugged Jiwoo. Drops appeared on the floor, and then the lady clarified that this was really all he could do. With her mouth wide open, the assistant to the creator of the game's server repeated her question. Suddenly, the protagonist hit himself on the head. Luna's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guy's hand tightly gripped the wooden stick, and at the same time, the system wrote that the healing factor was activated, and immediate recovery began. The young man's body began to manifest. The unusual substance gradually turned into a person. Suddenly, a head appeared. Sweat ran down the girl's face with fear. The great warrior's foot stepped on the surface. The master smiled contentedly, and his health had fully recovered. The lady raised her eyebrows in surprise. Standing in front of the player, the goddess of life asked why the healing factor worked, since destruction was supposed to suppress this ability. Grinning, the user asked a counter question if she still did not understand, because she saw everything, after which he explained that he attacked himself before he died from the scorching gaze of this monster. The monster was seen releasing powerful energy at the protagonist, and then he said that the beam contained a special power of destruction, and after falling under this attack, regeneration would not be possible. Earlier, Gio hit himself on the head with a wooden stick, and now he said that this is why he attacked himself, because there is no destruction in his own attack. Clenching her fist, the lady objected that it was impossible, because destruction destroys everything in its path, and even if he committed suicide and started regeneration, then after destruction, it is impossible to restore all the lost health points. Opening her mouth wide, Luna exclaimed that Chrono Life has a priority for calculating damage, and according to the formula, strength has a much higher priority than the usual skill. Through the sweat on her face, the girl said that even the current result is based on an unknown variable, and it is internally contradictory even in the dynamic structure of the obvious programming paradox, although it axiomatically details the result of the attacker's betrayal, and at the same time, the protagonist clarified what she is so clever about, and also noted that it does not look like her. Putting his finger to his mouth, the guy said that the loser was incredible, and added that she was delighted. Smiling, the young man asked the lady to behave as usual, to which she asked when she was doing so. Looking ahead, the teenager replied that what difference did it make what was there according to the formula and what was with the program, and asked if she was really interested in playing like that. The master said that the game should be enjoyed playfully, and then clarified that this was not so, which was why the goddess of life bit her lips in bewilderment. Sweat was dripping down her cheek. After a moment, the lady sighed heavily. The assistant to the creator of the game server smiled sharply. Standing in front of the great warrior, Luna said that this was true and very similar to him. After all, he had always been like that. The player clenched his fists when he heard about an exception to the rules, a bug, a miscalculation and an error in the code, after which the girl added that who, if not him, would enjoy freedom in the game, given that he can be described by all these words. Lowering his eyebrows, the user said that it seems to him that she crosses the line, because she speaks as if he used some third-party program to hack the game. Grinning, the lady remarked that it wouldn't be so terrible, because such people are easy to destroy, but he is different. After presenting the characteristics of the main character, the goddess of life said that he was a master in all statistics. In the past, Gio had opened his mouth wide. A powerful energy was visible. A human-like creature appeared, and at the same time, the lady reported that the healing factor, the speed of light, and the spirit of the Titan were upsetting the balance. The assistant to the creator of the game server looked ahead. Noticing the stick, Luna added that among other things, he had a level 99 wooden club. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, and the girl explained that his existence was a code error, and also clarified that she was not right. Parting his lips, the guy replied that she was actually wrong, after which he apologized and said that in the director's opinion he was the most ordinary character. Suddenly, the young man rushed from his seat. The teenager soared above the lady. Grinning furiously, the master said that if she didn't have normal arguments, then she shouldn't talk nonsense. A bright flash appeared. The great warrior struck from above. The magical energy was rapidly approaching the goddess of life. The lady smiled slyly. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The player froze in midair. Luna was behind him, and then she said that this was indeed a fact. Looking ahead, the girl said that she was overwhelmed by emotions for a while, and therefore went a little too far, because he really did not do anything forbidden and did not use the bug in any way. Closing her eyes, the lady noticed that no matter how terrible his character was, there was nothing to complain about, and at the same time the user wondered if it was a compliment, or if she had just humiliated him. Then the goddess of life parted her lips. Holding the staff behind her back, the lady explained that even if everyone believed him, his mother did not agree with them. Frowning in bewilderment, Jaiwa asked what kind of mother she was. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. In the past, the unusual space in which the creator of the game's server and the protagonist were located seemed to be. The protagonist muttered that he thought he remembered, and the founder, standing behind him, said that ST-389 is one of the most beautiful planets in the fourth universe. Smiling, the developer added that it was his mother's favorite planet, after which the protagonist thought that when he first met the god, he mentioned something about his mother. Raising her palm, Luna said that she had decided that it was a bug, and therefore it was logical that she had injected the vaccine for the sake of killing this germ. The girl spread her fingers. Suddenly, the guy's head exploded. The system wrote that the healing factor had been launched, and immediate recovery began, and then the young man, baring his teeth angrily, spoke rudely about the lady. Rushing from the place, the teenager was indignant that she now considers people to be microbes. Suddenly, the space around the master lit up green. The eye of the terrible monster tanned brightly. After a moment, the monster released a powerful energy. The great warrior froze in midair. Opening his jaw, the player calls the undead a skeleton, and his health level drops dramatically. Frowning furiously, the user shouted that he was very infuriated by being attacked from two sides. Grinning, the goddess of life asked what she was going to do, because in this situation he could not change anything. Raising her leg, the lady asked if he wanted to lick her shoes, and then she noticed that she could then take pity on him. Bulging his eyes, Gio said that it was better to worry about his empty head. Suddenly, the protagonist was behind Luna. The girl looked sideways in surprise. Turning her head, the lady wondered when he had made it, because even at the speed of light, he couldn't be behind her in an instant. The protagonist's clone smiled and replied that it wasn't the speed of light. Sweat ran sharply down the face of the goddess of life. A huge number of copies of the guy were visible. A terrible monster appeared. The young man's doubles filled the entire space. Opening her mouth wide, the lady asked if this was a photocopy of the King of Mirrors Habeck, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote about the skill that the target would be completely copied, but the appearance was mirrored, and the enemies turned blue when copied. Suddenly, the teenager hugged Luna tightly. The girl blushed quickly. The master smiled contentedly. Furiously opening his jaw, the great warrior exclaimed that it was time to put on a show. One of his spears hit the lady on the head. Blood spurted out of the mouth of the goddess of life. Grinning menacingly, the player used the ability to not kill the punch. His doubles continued to beat the lady. The assistant to the creator of the game's server frowned angrily. The clones attacked Luna's head, and the user used the non-kill punch skill non-stop. Blood spurted from the girl's nose. The expressions on the faces of the clones of the protagonist were joyful. With her mouth wide open, the lady begged him to stop. Through tears, the goddess of life again asked to stop and added that she would have had enough of a non-murderous blow, and it would be better to kill her. Gio, grinning furiously, replied that he didn't want to, because she would be reborn anyway if he killed her. Looking ahead, the protagonist explained that he wanted to see her suffer. The lady's pupils narrowed sharply. Copies of the guy surrounded the assistant of the creator of the game's server. The shadow of a wooden stick could be seen on her body. Blushing, Luna muttered that she didn't want to. A view of the magical space opened up, and at the same time, the young man said that at that moment he realized that it was not the killing blow that was created by fate itself for the sake of this moment. Urus cried with his eyes closed. Love asked with an anxious look if the dragon should be with his master now. The pet's cheeks turned red, and he replied that he was very nervous about the main character. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Hua patted the monster's head and comforted him with a smile, saying that nothing bad could happen to the guy. The demon queen turned around. Her eyebrows were arched in an expression of excitement as she thought of Jiwoo. The night sky was strewn with bright stars, and the protagonist at this moment continued to beat Luna. Blood gushed from the girl's nose from another blow to the head. She cried, begging the young man to stop it and kill her better. The player smiled madly and replied in a mocking tone that he did not want this, because she would be reborn anyway. The capillaries burst in his eyes, and he added that he wanted to see her suffer. The goddess of life looked away in fright. Gio and his clones surrounded her. The shadow of the truncheon fell on her tear-stained face. Tears streamed down Luna's cheeks, who didn't want to experience it again. Long and bright stripes were visible as the girl screamed loudly in pain. A wooden stick was visible. The protagonist smiled madly and swung his weapon. The goddess of life opened her mouth in fear. The boyfriend's clone held her from behind while there was a powerful weapon above her. The baton dropped sharply. The guy hit her the head, grinning mischievously. Her face twisted from the blow. Blood spurted from his nose again. The young man suddenly jumped up. His cheeks flushed with pleasure. He floated in the air as Luna followed his movements in horror. Tears did not stop flowing from her eyes. Gio hit her on the head again. She clenched her teeth, through which a red liquid sprayed. Suddenly, the player put on a hat. On his cap was the number 389. He also wears a black and white t-shirt and sunglasses. Then the main character attacked the girl right in the face. He pursed his lips. The baton literally crumpled her face and knocked out several teeth. Clones of the guy with crazy faces watched from afar. Bright streaks could be seen while the protagonist thought that this was a quiet dimension. He stretched his lips into a crazy smile. The club flew directly into the top of the life goddess's head, and Jiwoo concluded that this dimension was drowned in a mad scream. The girl's skull cracked, and the player decided that he would not kill her, only knock on her empty head. A red mist appeared, and the guy thought that there was a reasonable reason for this horrible and cruel act. He remembered how this scoundrel had stabbed him with a weapon. It was humiliation and betrayal for him. Then he remembered how she had called his parents beggars with a sly grin. Blood flowed from the mouth of an inexperienced rookie, who thought that he later took revenge in the episode with the destruction of the planet. Then the ground was covered with several cracks at once. Luna and Urus's faces contorted in horror. The whole earth was covered with deep cracks. The player was sitting on a hill and looking ahead. He thought that for some reason, some part of him was not satisfied with this. Gio stuck out his tongue and laughed loudly. His reddened eyes bulging, he said that the real revenge was happening now. The goddess of life opened her mouth in fear. A bruise appeared under her eye. A muscular hand gripped her neck. She no longer resisted anything that happened to her. The club was approaching. Then it flew right into the girl's face. She just wanted this nightmare-like moment to end. The young man continued to circle around her and beat her. Then he crossed his arms and decided that he had almost dealt with this rascal. Gio looked to the side and added that there was only one problem left. The light maker was standing in the distance. Suddenly, he created a bright green light and shouted loudly. A beam of energy came out of his head. The chains were intertwined. Suddenly, many clones of the protagonists appeared in this space. The monster's eye opened wide in shock. All the clones smiled and at the same time reported that no matter how many times he killed them, it was useless. The creator opened his mouth in amazement when the guy added that he could create countless copies of himself at once. The monster's eye began to emit a white light, and it growled softly. The player grinned madly and rushed forward. He struck a blow in the face of the enemy. He lost his balance and fell to the side. Sparks could be seen in the eyes of the young man, who was clearly enjoying the fight. After that, he struck another blow to the enemy. The monster stumbled again. Gio clutched the club in his hand. Then he raised his weapon. The clone was holding an identical object in his hand. Another copy was also at the ready. A man's hand held a powerful stick tightly. Behind him he could see the threads of this space. The main character did not let go of his most important object from his hand. He raised his hand up. Clutching the stick, he shouted that at last there was a continuous cut. The clones, smiling frighteningly, rushed forward. The dark space was lit by blue chains. Suddenly, an explosion appeared there. Fiery steam filled everything around. Bright flashes were visible. The chain of explosions did not stop. The creator's body stretched. He opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly. Finally, the final explosion occurred. After that, only gray smoke remained in space. The protagonist's hundreds of spears grinned resolutely. The original smiled and told me to turn off the photocopy. After these words, he was left floating in the air alone. The young man furrowed his brows. He quickly descended to the surface. The monster was lying unconscious, and Gio shouted that the end of the second phase had come. He turned around and asked what the goddess of life was going to do now. She was sitting on the floor, and he called her a cockroach. The girl opened one eye as tears rolled down her cheeks. She furrowed her brows angrily and let out a painful moan. Then she smiled and replied that all she had to do was admit something. Luna had a bruise under her eye, and she added that she knew the player would definitely handle it, and didn't understand why he was having any problems in the middle. Gio made a skeptical look on his face as she advised him to put in a little more effort. The girl twisted her face in fear as the protagonist swung his baton. She began to tremble, and he told her to choose her words if she didn't want to get hit on her holy head again. Suddenly the main character turned around. The creator's body began to emit green light. The goddess folded her hands and announced that something had finally begun. A drop of sweat appeared on her cheek, and she explained that she was talking about the third phase. The player furrowed his brows in bewilderment. A beam of light struck skyward. The energy approached the edge of space. Then it passed through the border. The accumulation of green light began to disappear in the portal. After that, there were only circles, as if on water. The guy's eyes widened in shock as he looked up. The creator suddenly disappeared. Although just recently he was lying on the floor in the middle of gray smoke. Gio turned around and opened his mouth in shock. The goddess of life closed her eyes. Sweat was dripping down her face and she said that the arena for the third phase was the human world. There was a night sky over the city. Love turned. Her blue eyes were wide open. Luhua and Urus looked up in admiration. Riot sat on the floor, covered in sweat. Rioli turned, her eyes widening in surprise. All the inhabitants froze, standing in the middle of the street. Right in front of the moon was something black. This something was covered with veins. The young man gritted his teeth. He furiously furrowed his brows and thought that this scoundrel had come here after all. He remembered how the creator went through the portal, and thought that he hoped that the great warrior would cope with him. Then a spark flashed in the sky. A black ball hovered near the moon. Suddenly it began to twitch. The Angel King bulged his eyes in shock. The dark ball began to fall down rapidly. The guy opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to run. The meteorite was approaching the city. Riot turned. Love opened her mouth in fear. Luhua and Urus looked up fascinated. Laziness gritted his teeth and sweated. Then the stone fell to the ground. A shockwave passed. The surface was immediately covered with a web of cracks. All the inhabitants flew into the air. They opened their mouths in fear. The explosion was followed by gray smoke. The space was riddled with blue threads. Gio suddenly grabbed Luna's shoulder. He furrowed his brows and asked what she was doing, and demanded that she open the portal back. The girl arched her eyebrows and replied with pity that she could not do it. The protagonist looked at her furiously and shouted that she had already opened the portal before when she called on the god. He remembered how she had raised her staff up. Back then, it hovered in the air next to a hole in space. The maker stretched out his clawed hand. The young man was covered with horror when she reported that she had simply set the coordinates for the god's power, but that only he himself could create a gap between dimensions. The player gritted his teeth in despair and called the goddess of life a useless cockroach. Then he roughly pushed her away from him. Luna fell to the floor, closing her eyes. Gio raised his hand and activated the omnipresent flame skill. Fire appeared on his palm, and the protagonist ordered to show the frontline village. There was a huge ball with bulges and veins. The young man's eyes widened. Holding the fire in his hand, he loudly asked what kind of meteorite it was, because he asked to show the village. He turned around as the goddess of life reminded him that the third phase had begun. Sitting on the floor, she added that the Chrono continent must enter the last war without Gio. Fog filled everything around. Luhua squeezed her eyes shut. Her cheeks flushed as sweat ran down her face. She opened her eyes uncertainly. Suddenly they rounded up in amazement. She sat behind Riot inside the barrier. The girl opened her mouth in amazement. Blood gushed out of the Angel King's mouth, and he coughed loudly. The alchemist sat on the ground, asking if the guy had saved her. He sweated, saying that if an angel owed his life to someone, he had to pay for it for the rest of his life, because she had saved him once. Len remembered how Luhua poured out a lot of food. Then she brought the potatoes to his mouth. Then his stomach grew from eating all this. Suddenly the angel's knees squinted. He suddenly fell down and let out a pained cry. The girl looked at him worriedly and said that he was already weak, so he shouldn't overexert himself. And Urus said that he would dodge this attack if he threw them. The alchemist curled her lips and cautiously called to Riot. There were many wounded and dead residents around them. The girl began to cry, pressing her hand to her mouth. People lay on the ground and moaned in pain. The angel closed one eye and said that he had been too careless. The meteorite was lying next to them, and the guy added that he didn't expect the creator to appear here so soon. Suddenly, something began to move inside the ball. Luhua opened her mouth in fright. Something quickly flew out of the meteorite. Her eyes widened in horror. This something was coming close to them. They turned around, not understanding what it was. Suddenly, the angel furrowed his brows and shouted loudly for the alchemist to run. However, the claw had already pierced through the girl's body. Blood spurted around. She coughed up blood. The alchemist then fell to the ground. Saliva dripped inside the monster's mouth. His claw was stained red. Blue chains stretched across space. The protagonist held the fire in his hand. His face darkened. He just opened his mouth in horror. Then, his face contorted in rage at what the god had done. Minchoko raised her hand up. She smiled and introduced herself. Her cheeks were flushed, and she revealed that she was the winner of the Royal Tournament, and was famous as a PvP user in Chrono Life. She remembered herself in battle and added that she had also performed quite well in the battle with the Heavenly Realm. The girl used magic in her free hand. She jumped, swinging her weapon. Mintishoko ran forward, laughingly saying that Chrono Life has become very interesting lately because apocalypses happen one after another. She remembered the portal and said that immediately after the battle with the Heavenly Realm, a huge eye appeared in the sky. A green monster suddenly broke through the rift between the worlds and found itself here. The creator screamed loudly, and the swordswoman revealed that it was later revealed that this monster was a god, and the final quest was to protect their world from him. As she raised her hands, Minchoko realized that this was their last mission, after which Chrono Life might no longer be supported. She closed her eyes and laughingly consoled herself that this simply could not be, because it was the most popular game in the world. She imagined Gio's crazy face and reported that they had a green monster, but the great warrior in underpants threw it back with a wild scream and disappeared after him. The creator fell into the portal. The others watched on the sidelines as the girl said that for this reason, everyone thought that the great warrior would defeat the boss as always. The swordswoman raised one finger. She furrowed her brows and reported that at that moment, however, something had happened that no one could have imagined. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. Everyone who was nearby flew into the air and died or was badly injured. The player put her hands on her hips and said that those who turn out to be smart like her escape the blast wave, but the condition of most users does not allow them to fight. A small one flew out of the big ball, and Minchoko explained that something like an egg had popped out of the fallen meteorite. A man with a cigarette in his teeth called out to the girl. He gave the wounded guy a recovery potion and told her to help him if she had time to chat with herself. Mr. Physiotherapist sweated in surprise at the loud scream. The claw pierced through the alchemist's body. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Tears appeared in her eyes and she let out a painful moan. Riot and Luhua were right in front of the monster. The young man opened his mouth slightly. There was an expression of horror on his face. His comrade was lying on the ground unconscious. Saliva dripped from the monster's mouth. The enemy had one big eye, as if it was emitting quiet giggles. The angel opened his red eyes wide. He remembered how he protected himself and his friend with a barrier. Then the guy furrowed his brows and reminded him that the angel is obliged to pay the one who saved his life. He gritted his teeth in rage. Suddenly he stomped his foot on the ground. From his blow, others flew into the air. The Angel King's face darkened. The wind blew his hair up. A flash of golden light appeared above his head. Then it made a semicircle. A second later, there was an almost complete circle. The spark touched its own beginning. A halo appeared above Riot's head, who had unlocked his angel powers. The young man suddenly began to emit a dazzling yellow light. The monster looked at him in fright. His hair hid the face of the guy, who said he wasn't going to forgive it. Lu Hua lay dead on the ground. The angel remembered how he had sat next to her. He touched his own head, looking at the girl in bewilderment. She suddenly poured a sack of potatoes on the ground. The alchemist smiled as she raised her hands. As the angel screamed in rage, Lu Hua asked with a smile what was wrong with her. The young man shuddered with fear. The halo above his head was gone. He turned around and shouted loudly that she had just died, but her corpse was gone. The girl smiled and explained that it was a game, and that she had died and just reconnected. The angel took on a skeptical expression. Long threads rushed into the darkness. The girl raised her hand to her lips and laughed. She stood next to Gio, saying that you can forget that this is just a game if you dive too deep, and it's so embarrassing. She looked at the protagonist, and he agreed with her, despite the fact that she called him a loser. Drool was dripping from the monster's mouth. The angel turned when he heard a loud roar. He immediately held Lu Hua by the waist to him. After that, the young man jumped up. His hand shone brightly as he used the lightning spear skill. Two players opened their mouths at the same time. A beam of golden light shot down. The enemy's body was completely covered with this energy. The alchemist raised her hand to her face and noted with admiration that it was the highest electrical magic, which was a testament to Riot's great strength. The angel was sweating profusely and thought that in his current state, he was only capable of this, and he was simply pathetic. There was an explosion below, and the guy hoped that it would cause at least the slightest damage to the enemy. Suddenly, the monster's eye turned green. A beam of light struck from his body. The player furrowed his brows in shock. He managed to dodge the surprise attack. He gritted his teeth in pain as dark blood gushed out of the fresh scratch. Lu Hua looked at him in fear. The enemy's eye was still shining. The players turned around in fright when they saw that the energy was being concentrated there again. Another beam was approaching them. The angel and the alchemist both closed their eyes and shouted loudly. Suddenly someone stretched out his hand forward. Minshoko used the power of the wind with a smile. Riot sank to the ground with his comrade. The enemy attack passed them by. The opponent's eye went out, and he made a surprise sound. The players touched the ground with their feet. They held on to each other. The angel looked away and asked if his friend was okay. The girl's cheeks turned red, and she replied positively, thanking her rescuer. Suddenly, several loud noises were heard. Minshoko grabbed her sword and screamed. She then attacked the monster. Her hand trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and covered herself with drops of sweat, saying that this bug was very strong. The enemy's eye emitted a faint white light. Suddenly the insect stretched out its claw. The swordswoman managed to jump to the side. She furrowed her brows and thought that the opponent's defense was abnormally high, or it was resistant to physical attacks, but that was the end of her anyway. Holding a weapon in her hand, she thought that her main type of damage is physical, and she uses magic only as an addition. Minshoko turned around and shouted that the two of them needed to run away quickly, and she could only keep the insect here for a while. She froze in surprise when someone announced his presence with a laugh. A physiotherapist stood at a height. The muscular man was smiling, putting his hand on his waist. The swordswoman furrowed her brows in displeasure and asked why he was so late, since he should have followed her right after her. The jock laughed loudly at the fact that he had made the young people wait for him. There was a crowd of people behind him, and he reported that he had to treat the wounded, and there were many more of them than he thought. Then the physiotherapist stretched out his hand and said that he would now see if there were anyone who also needed his help. A huge luminous circle appeared on the ground. Patterns could be seen under the bodies of the wounded. Their health began to recover. The villagers began to slowly rise from the ground, and Ninchoko looked at them in surprise. The monster was surrounded by players. His eye was emitting a white mist, and he squeaked in shock. The players' eyes lit up with anger, and the girl said that she had been watching the larva while she was lying. The witch gritted her teeth and said that there were things in the world of chronolife that should not be touched. Lu Hua bought vegetables at the market. She was smiling while talking to adults. In this game it doesn't matter at all whether you are a god or an insect. The alchemist ran with the basket, then exchanged the bag of money for a weapon. She stood surrounded by her comrades. She was smiling, and the residents said that this girl should not be touched. With a frenzied fury in their eyes, they asked how the enemy dared to raise his claw on Lu Hua. A red light appeared. Everyone took out their weapons and began to run at the beetle. He froze as saliva flowed out of his mouth. Then gray smoke appeared on the field, as if after an explosion. The chain stretched in the middle of the darkness. Gio created fire in his hand. He was smiling, his cheeks turned pink with pleasure. Putting his hand on his waist, he laughingly expressed his joy for the alchemic, whom everyone loves without exception. Luna also smiled and said that it was even good that she died a little earlier, when she was shot in the stomach, because this situation helped to unite everyone. The main character removed the flames and agreed with this assumption. Suddenly he grabbed the girl by the neck. He furrowed his brows and asked if she thought he was amused if he laughed. The goddess began to cry, coughing from lack of air. The player's eyes turned red with anger, and he ordered the rascal to tell him how he could get out of here at once. With a mad look, he added that he would break her neck if she didn't respond quickly. The guy's hand squeezed her throat while her mouth was wide open. Luna smiled unexpectedly. As tears flowed from her eyes, she said that there was no way out of here, and even if the young man died and re-entered the game, he would be reborn here. He furrowed his brows, and she concluded that it was just the two of them here now. They were hovering in the middle of this space, and the goddess of life said that this place was called the Garden of Eden, and he would be Adam, and she would be Eve. The girl stretched out her hand and said that until death did them part, they would live happily ever after. She hugged Jaiwa by the neck. The goddess smiled and said that these were two loving hearts that were united by fate. Their lips were very close. Suddenly, the protagonist pushed her away from him, grabbing her by the throat. He gritted his teeth and asked why the idiot was listening to him. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and he reminded her that he had promised to break her neck if she waited. Suddenly, Luna was behind him, and with a laugh advised him not to be so embarrassed. Raising her hand to her face, she told him to confess that he was lucky enough to become the lover of such a beauty. Her previous body began to evaporate, and the player asked if she was crazy, because he had no reason to be interested in her. The girl smiled slyly and asked if he was really not interested in her at all. She looked away and promised that if he started dating her, she would give him everything. Her cheeks turned red, and she added that she would be the one who couldn't live without him. Gio furrowed his brows in displeasure. He then closed his eyes and touched his head, concluding that the goddess of life did not understand him. He suddenly grabbed her from behind. Luna looked away in fright. The young man furrowed his brows and used the skill of photocopying. His clone appeared nearby. He stretched his shoulder and said that the girl seemed to understand only the truncheon. He smirked and used the non-killing punch skill. Then he hit the villain on the head. She opened her mouth in pain. Dust appeared in the air. The protagonist looked in surprise at how the goddess of life began to evaporate. He knitted his brows, not knowing if she was dead. Luna froze with her mouth open, rapidly disappearing. Suddenly she appeared behind the young man. She smiled and said that this trick would no longer work on her, because such a simple trick would not work forever. Suddenly, a truncheon flew on her head. The body of the goddess began to disintegrate. Gio opened his mouth in surprise, seeing that she had died again with a single blow, although this time he was especially careful about his strength. His eyes rounded. The villain touched her face and realized that the player had guessed how she managed to overcome his non-killing blow. He opened his mouth slightly and admitted that he was a little shocked that there was such a way to avoid this trick. The girl put her hand on her head and said that it was a very painful skill, and she would call it her personal headache. She then stretched her lips into a sly smile and added that Chrono Life doesn't have perfect skills, so you can find a loophole in every situation. The girl remembered how the guy had beaten her and said that his skill was simply disgusting, it only caused pain to the opponent. Looking straight ahead, she added that despite how well Jaiwa controlled power, he dealt at least 1 point of damage. Luna's health gradually dropped while the protagonist was hitting her with a baton. The guy put the weapon on his shoulder and explained that this was the essence of a non-killing blow. He furrowed his brows and said that he didn't expect this to become the weak point of this skill that could be attacked. It turned everything upside down. The goddess of life stared at him as he said that upon death, the player respawns with HP, which is equal to 1. Luna, blushing, said that if he began to date her, she would give him everything without reserve. Closing her fingers, the girl added that she would become the one who could not live without him. Suddenly, Jiwoo slapped her on the head with a wooden stick, using the non-killing punch skill. After a second, the lady's body began to evaporate. The protagonist's expression was confused, and he wondered if she had died again with a single blow, after which he thought that this time he had been particularly attentive to his strength. The protagonist's gaze was anxious. The goddess of life, standing in front of the guy, noticed that she could see in his eyes that he had guessed how she had overcome a non-murderous blow. Holding a club in his hand, the young man said that this turns everything upside down, because after she dies, she respawns with a maximum health value of 1 unit. The lady looked in his direction. A view of the night sky opened up. The player's eyes glowed red. Users clenched their jaws angrily. The heroes surrounded a terrible monster. The guys, baring their teeth, clarified how he dared to raise his claw on Lua. Suddenly, the warriors rushed from their place. Drool flowed from the monster's mouth. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. A purple glow could be seen in the sky. At the same time, Love was lying on the ground. Her hair was scattered on the grass. Then, the demon queen opened her eyes. The girl, standing up, was very surprised. Sweat ran down her cheek. Looking around, the lady could not understand where she was. Suddenly Rioli came up to her and said that she had finally woken up. The singer turned sharply. The ruler of the heavenly realm put his hand on his side. Looking ahead, Riot's younger sister reported that it was a forest 3 kilometers from the frontline village. With his mouth wide open, the popular idol wondered how she ended up here. An unusual ball hovered in the air, and the lady replied that it was because of a recent attack. There was a massive explosion, and then Rioli added that they were the closest to the epicenter of the impact, which is why they were thrown so far. Suddenly, the ruler of the heavenly realm flapped his wings. Younger sister Riot flew up. Parting her lips, the lady asked why she was frozen, and explained that they had to hurry, because they had to return to the village as soon as possible. Looking down, the girl said that if they were late, then everyone could die. Her wings could be seen moving rapidly. Love's eyes widened in surprise. Rioli's blonde hair covered her face. Opening her jaw, The demon queen exclaimed that it was cute. Sticking out her tongue, the lady couldn't understand why she was so cute, and was very surprised that these little wings weren't just for decoration, and then she muttered that she wanted to touch them, and they also looked smooth, and she wondered what they felt like and what they were made of, because they didn't look like birds. Through the sweat on her face, the ruler of the heavenly realm clarified if she was definitely okay, and added that they had to hurry, and at the same time, she thought that her gaze seemed mad for some reason. Suddenly, blood flowed from the singer's nose, and she replied that she was fine, after which she offered to fly together as soon as possible. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounded her, and the system announced the launch of the Demon King Essence and the beginning of synchronization. The pupils of the popular idol burned red, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that the synchronization error was equal to the permissible level, namely 1.3%. Taking off sharply, Love exclaimed that she could move forward, and muttered that she should touch her discreetly while she flew after her. A thick haze could be seen in the distance. Suddenly, the paw of the unusual beast was enveloped in purple energy. After attacking the evil spirits, the player used the cat's spirit claw skill. The girl, charging the magic power, shouted loudly. A moment later, the lady released a magical aura using her wave attack ability. A powerful explosion rang out behind the monster. Suddenly, a fiery staff appeared. The sorcerer abruptly lifted his leg off the ground. The user left magical traces of weapons. A second later, the wizard fired a rocket. Suddenly, flames surrounded the monster's body. The evil spirits could be seen burning brightly. The girl opened her jaw in surprise. Rounding his eyes, the child exclaimed that everyone was very cool, and if it went on like this, then soon this larva would die. Riot and Luhua stood in front of the burning monster. Crossing his palms, the alchemist asked the boy if this was true. Sweat ran down the young man's face. A deep wound appeared on his shoulder, and he knew it was because of the attack. In the past, the magic beam had touched the guy's hand. In pain, one of the 7 deadly sins bared his teeth. Opening her mouth wide, the girl was puzzled. Parting his lips, the Angel King explained that all these attacks were pointless because they didn't cause him any damage. Frowning seriously, Riot added that it was because it was a part of God. The child, his eyes bulging, was stunned. Magical tentacles appeared. Children could be seen in the reflection of the flames. Gio thoughtfully took his chin, and at the same time, the system reported the omnipresent flame skill. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that he had already heard somewhere about a particle of God. At the same time, Luna opened her jaw. Looking ahead, the girl turned to the protagonist, calling him a loser. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady noticed that they were actually fighting, after which she asked what he was doing, to which the guy asked to leave him behind and added that he did not want to participate in it anymore, because they could not even kill each other. In the past, the teenager's expression had been fierce, and the goddess of life clarified that shouldn't this skill be recharged for 24 hours, after all, he had recently used it, and then the master explained that if the target was not the same, then there was no need to reload, and also said that he had recently looked at the frontline village, and now at Riot. A second later, the lady sat down next to the great warrior, and he asked what a particle of God was, and noticed that he had definitely heard it somewhere. Closing her eyes, Luna asked to think carefully, and said that it was quite a long time ago, and therefore it would not be easy to remember. Turning his gaze to the side, the player pondered her words. Suddenly, the user's eyes widened. In the past, Habek held out his palm. The guy was sitting on a huge bird. Blood was flowing from Lav's mouth, and Gio exclaimed that on the day she was kidnapped, Habek had mentioned it. A lot of evil spirits were flying in the sky. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had exactly called the knuckle dusters of silence that he had, and added that it was a mythical level item that Boss Love wore at the time, and then he collected God particles to earn some extra money. The popular idol clenched her fingers and asked why he wanted to meet Riot, and then said that if he really wanted to make some extra money, he could just put the goods up in the store, and also did not understand why he would attack the guild, and added that his behavior was unacceptable. Closing his eyes, the young man said that it was all because of the mythical level weapons. Opening her mouth wide, Luna replied that it was true that mythical level weapons were called God particles. Then the protagonist touched his chin thoughtfully. After introducing the creepy monster and artifacts, the master wondered if these nasty larvae were also mythical level weapons. The girl, looking to the side, said that although they have different shapes, the essence is the same. The great warrior's pupils narrowed sharply, and he asked if he was serious, and was surprised that he had said nonsense that turned out to be true. On Love's hands you could see the brass knuckles of silence. In reality, the demon queen put on the monster's claws. Parting her lips, the lady explained that this battle was not to be won by users with normal abilities from the very beginning. After a moment, the goddess of life looked down. Riot, through the sweat on his face, noticed that God particles could only be damaged by God pieces. A thick haze surrounded the creepy monster. The player, sticking out his tongue, called the larva pathetic and clarified at whom he dared to raise his claws. Suddenly, a magic ray appeared. The unusual energy cut through the users. Parts of their bodies were lying on the ground. Drool flowed from the mouth of the evil spirits. The monster's eye radiated magical power. The heroes, their eyes bulging, could not understand why he was not injured at all. The girl, baring her teeth, thought that it was bad if he was immune to physical attacks. Previously, the lady struck at the terrible creature with a sword. The lady held the weapon tightly by the hilt. Clenching her jaw, the player wondered if his high defense was abnormally high or if he was resistant to physical attacks, after which she muttered that this was the end for her anyway. An unusual glow appeared, and then the girl thought that it was too much to have both immunity to physical attacks and immunity to magic, and also wondered how they should defeat it. On the surface lay the lady's severed arm. The user closed his eyes in pain. Suddenly a shadow appeared over the lady. The terrible monster headed in her direction. The evil spirits opened their mouths. Tears flowed sharply down the player's face. The creature leaned towards the girl. A loud cry was heard, causing the young man to raise his eyebrows. Luhua, crossing her palms, asked what they should do now, because most Chrono Life users have a unique maximum weapon level, and almost no one has a mythic level weapon. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl said that she had heard that all the weapons in the store had been monopolized by a single merchant. Then the child parted his lips. The alchemist said that as far as he knew, his name was Chief Merchant Riot, and then he frowned seriously. Abruptly opening her jaw, Luhua clarified that he was the main merchant, and at the same time the boy asked why she was so surprised by what she herself had said. Lowering his eyebrows, one of the 7 deadly sins replied that he was the merchant, and she was right to say that he had been buying up all the mythic level weapons all this time. A powerful explosion rang out in the distance, and the Angel King added that it was all for this day. The monster's eye burned green. Suddenly, the evil spirits released magical energy. An unusual aura surrounded the players. The magic power quickly spun. The child covered his face with his hand. Smiling, the girl asked if they were going to counterattack sharply now, using the weapons he had collected in the meantime. Parting his lips, the guy answered in the negative. The alchemist's pupils narrowed sharply. Grinning, the young man noticed that it was not yet time. Suddenly a red whip appeared. A sharp rope hit the monster. A deep crack appeared on his body. Suddenly, blood spilled out of her. The players opened their jaws in surprise. The physiotherapist, holding a cigarette in his mouth, wondered if the attack had worked. Luhua clenched her fist contentedly. Riot, lowering his eyebrows, was glad, and at the same time clarified where she was being carried at such an important moment. You could see how quickly the lasso was spinning. Rioli brandished an unusual weapon. It seemed as if the rain was cutting through the air. The girl powerfully attacked the enemy. Through the sweat on his face, the Angel King reported that Rioli's weapon was of mythical level, and the attack with the same particle of the god worked, after which the system reported the level of the enchanting whip. Suddenly, Love pushed herself off the ground. The demon queen waved her brass knuckles. The lady fiercely attacked the enemy. Splashes of undead blood could be seen. The popular idol clenched his jaw menacingly. Opening her mouth wide, the child exclaimed that her attacks were also working. Suddenly, Urus appeared behind the guys, and he replied that it was because her weapons were of excellent level. Stretching out his paw, the spirit noticed that the main character had personally given it to her. Suddenly, the girl spun around with the unusual beast and said that she was very worried, and then asked where he had been all this time. A moment later, the creature vomited, and the alchemist asked if he was saying that he had been thrown far away after dying after being attacked by the maggot, to which he received a positive response. Raising his head, the head merchant said that it was the first time he had seen such a thing anyway. The lord of the heavenly realm furiously opened his jaw. The current ruler of the underworld took a fighting stance. Looking up, the boy reported that this was the first and strongest. Suddenly, the girls attacked the monster from both sides. Splashes of blood appeared. Suddenly, the monster rolled over on its back. The ladies landed on the ground, and at the same time, Riot exclaimed that it was a black and white alliance of heaven and hell. A view of magical tentacles opened up. In the reflection of the fire I could see the girls. Blushing sharply, Gio was surprised by the heaven-hell duo. Opening his mouth wide, the main character said that there is nothing special about these particles of the god, and only sounds cool, and also added that these larvae will soon come to an end. Touching his chin, Luna asked if he thought it would end so simply, and then said that she had already told him that this battle would not be won by ordinary users. Frowning maliciously, the protagonist asked if she was sure, and then offered to see together what the goddess of life had agreed to. A view of the night sky opened up. A huge alien egg appeared. Suddenly, his units began to move. The player raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The user, looking at the extraterrestrial object, asked if it seemed to him that it had just moved. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. Unusual bumps appeared on the surface of the ball. A moment later, many projectiles flew out of the alien egg. Foreign objects landed on the ground. The pupils of users narrowed sharply. The heroes are surrounded by a huge number of terrible monsters. Luna, smiling broadly, remarked that she was right. Looking ahead, the girl said that she had warned not to underestimate the last boss. The great warrior's expression was displeased, and he listened to the fact that even if Rioli and Miss Love joined forces, they would not be able to defeat so many enemies, and he was trapped here and could not help them in any way, and therefore the last episode of Chrono Life would have a bad ending. Then the master bit his lips. After a moment, Gio smiled. Sitting on the blue surface, the main character laughed loudly. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that he thought there would be something impressive, but she just relied on the quantity. Touching his cheek, the guy repeated several times that this was a microphone test. Opening his jaw, the young man pronounced his old nickname. A thick haze was visible, and then the teenager asked to answer if anyone could hear him. The master turned to Urus, causing him to round his eyes in bewilderment. Waving his head, the spirit clarified whether it was the main character, and whether it was not a hallucination, and at the same time, the great warrior replied positively and added that he was stuck in another world and could not get out. Yellow teleportation beams raced down, when suddenly the dark entity asked if the user was okay, to which the user remarked that he was only worried about him, although everything was fine, so there was no need to worry. Putting his palm to his mouth, Gio said that their situation smacked of hopelessness, so it seemed to him that it was time to intervene, and the spirit did not understand what he meant. Suddenly, a magical glow appeared around Urus's body. Smiling broadly, the young man stated that their souls were connected, and then clarified if it was true that even though they were now in different worlds, he could still send him mana. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he would send him all the mana, and then added that he needed to transform into his true form. A sinister monster appeared, and the player explained that it was the strongest boss in Chrono Life. Urus lowered his jaw in bewilderment, and the protagonist said that it was a two-headed dragon. Slyly furrowing his brows, the user remarked that he had to kill all those damn maggots without exception. Behind the demonic creature's back, a small wing could be seen. At the same moment, the spirit bit the skin near its mouth with its fang, when suddenly agreed with the great warrior. With enthusiastic rounding of his eyes, the assistant exclaimed that they would do it together. The starry sky towered over the forest. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Something appeared from behind the mountains. The dragon's back was visible from the forest. The pet's eyes were purple. The creature, looking up, let out a roar. Continuing to look up, the dragon said that he was the strongest of his kind. Towering over the mountains, the monster replied that he was the two-headed Urus. Sitting next to Gio, Luna said that she hoped it wouldn't look like that, while the protagonist replied that she should stop ruining the atmosphere with her stupid fantasies. Looking into the fire, the protagonist said that Urus would definitely not be able to remain so cute after absorbing all the mana of the player. There was a crescent moon over the mountains. The girl froze in surprise. The pet glowed blue. Suddenly, the system window made it clear that he had reached the necessary amount of mana to take on his true form. The dragon did not show his eyes. The system said that materialization in its original form had begun. A beam of light fell down. His comrades in arms were blinded by the blue glow. The girl and the guy closed their eyes. Suddenly, a blue monster appeared. There was a blue light in the dragon's heart. Suddenly, the monster grew a second head. The monster began to grow. The girl, opening one eye, made a surprised face. The beam of light became wider, and it became obvious that Urus was getting bigger. The main character broke into a smile. Smirking, Gio turned to the dragon. Baring his teeth, the protagonist stated that the pet did not even imagine how happy he was to see the real power of the monster again. The air contained dust. The children began to ask if they could open their eyes. Something rose above the players. The girls looked up. The dragon flapped its wing. Huge fangs protruded from its mouth. His mouth was filled with drool. You could read the stunned look on the lady's face. The lady was surprised. Urus stood in the distance. Insects sparkled with eyes. A green glow came from the eye. The monster towered over the users, and it became clear that it was a stronger monster on the continent of Chrono Life, the two-headed dragon Urus. The creature's heads headed down. Suddenly, memories from the past appeared. The monster's head was lying on the ground. The explosion affected the waking head. The head was cut off, and it was obvious that the protagonist did it. However, Luna resurrected its remnants as Huracan. The monster looked ahead. Gio was bulging out of the villain's belly, and it was clear that the resurrected Huracan had been absorbed by the protagonist again. The player's eyes were closed. The monster began to cry. The opponent began to dry out, and it became clear that this is why the dragon was now able to appear in front of everyone as the perfect two-headed dragon Urus. The monster's head was lifted up. The players froze in a daze. The dagger fell to the ground. The lady began to shake, making it clear that the dragon was the greatest fear of Chrono Life users, and the reason for this, ironically, was accessibility. Suddenly, the monster's lair appeared, and it became clear that the so-called Valley of the Dead was very close to the frontline village. Any brave enough user, even the first level, could get there. The main character went to the lair. The foot stepped on the skulls of people, making it clear that every player had been there at least once, because everyone was burning with curiosity, wanting to see the strongest monster of the game with their own eyes. The team went forward over the heads of the players. The floor was strewn with skulls. On the face of the lady one could read the original horror. The girl glanced up. The dragon looked at the users. The dragon's eyes glowed purple, and it became clear that fear lurked in the hearts of all users, due to the terrifying power and endless despair. The lady opened her eyes wide. The two-headed dragon looked down. The girl began to shake with fear. The lady began to cry. The dragon's mouth was open. The ground was strewn with stones. Suddenly, someone stepped on a stone. The man's legs went farther and farther. Urus looked down as the player addressed him. The girl was standing in front of the dragon. The lady stood modestly. With confidence in the eyes, the child asked if the dragon would help them. The girl opened her eyes wide. The dragon opened its mouth. Looking at the people, the monster said that if they care about their worthless life, then they need to flee from here before it is too late. Looking ahead, Urus repeated that they should all leave, without exception. The players were confused. The girl gritted her teeth. The dragon watched as people ran as fast as they could. The girl continued to stand. The lady lowered her head. The lady hid her gaze. Suddenly there were memories of how the main character gives a dragon to the child in his arms. The guy is holding a pet. The monster is eating. Sitting on the girl, the monster enjoys the meat. Urus holds the girl by the collar. Under the moonlight, the creature flies away. The lady, still hiding her eyes, turned to Mr. Urus. The lady opened her eyes wide when she heard the words to leave quickly. The girl looked up, turning to her master once more. Preparing for battle, the dragon said that a fierce battle would soon break out here, so she should run as far as possible. The drooling monster said that he couldn't protect everyone, but at least he could protect the child. The girl opened her eyes wide again. The lady, who had a blush on her face, addressed the dragon by name, and thought that it was the first time he had addressed her by name. The lady took her hand. The guy looked at the girl. Throwing a glance aside, Riot told the lady to go, and added that they should leave everything to the monster. Tears appeared on the child's face. The girl hid her eyes. The guy left with his girlfriend. The young man ran with all his might. The lady turned around, still crying. Shedding tears, the girl supported the dragon, and added that he should be careful. The dragon looked down. Glancing down, Urus said that now only the opponents remained. Insects approached the monster. The monster's eyes shone. Feigning rage, the creature told them to stop playing for time, and assumed that they were non-sentient beings. Steam was coming from the master's mouth, asking if they had shaved when they saw him. The monster suddenly froze. Something was giving off a green light. The insects began an attack. The monster waited for an opportune moment. Rays of green light flew towards the dragon. Suddenly, a light began to spread around the dragon's neck. The fire rose higher and higher. The flames reached the third cavity. Urus opened its mouth, from which a glow could be seen. The two-headed monster was ready to spew fire. The hordes of creatures began to disappear. The violet light obscured everything around him. The beams swept from the dragon itself. The shock wave left the planet. The players got off the ground. Users continued to be thrown up. The guy was holding the girl. Looking ahead, Riot said that the battle had finally begun. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's face, thinking that mere breathing had such great power, and added that it felt as if the planet itself was shaking. The guy was looking at the column of smoke. A purple light could be seen from the dragon's eyes, and it became clear that Urus's attack was fatal to the god particle, except for a mythic or superior weapon capable of effective attacks. Suddenly the equipment appeared. Tentacles crawled out of the creature's mouth. The snake opened its mouth full of teeth. The raven stuck out his tongue. The goat's beard was stretched. The elemental was blazing. A tongue could be seen from the monster's head. The creature had a crown on its head, and it became clear that there were also 7 sinners who had rejected the god, and their strength was also sufficient to inflict damage. The dragon formed a huge crater. The insects stopped attacking. Something came from a monster. The tentacle flew forward. The green tentacle struck the dragon's neck. Drooling was coming from the monster's mouth. At the end of the tentacle was a pointed stinger. A horn was visible on the dragon's head. Flames appeared from Urus's eye. There were claws on the paw. The monster began to shred opponents. The insects were cut into pieces. Covering his claws with blood, the dragon replied that it wasn't even funny, and added that they really thought they could harm Urus with such an attack. Flames emanated from the dragon's throat again. One of the heads belched fire. A horde of insects was advancing on the monster. Monsters were burned alive. The dragon's tail was covered in scales. The creatures looked at the tail falling on them. A green light emanated from the monster's eye. Throwing away the monsters, it became clear that the god's eye could not become a rival to Urus. The dragon looked down. A pet was visible in the flames. Gio began to laugh as he stared into the fire. Looking ahead maniacally, the protagonist said that the creature was on fire today, and added that who would have thought that he could fight so well. Luna, holding the protagonist's hand, replied that he is the strongest monster in Chrono Life, and added that even she cannot defeat the dragon. Smiling, the girl said that if she was not completely honest, even if all the 7 sinners attacked Urus at once, they would not be able to defeat him, and continued about how strong the two-headed dragon was. Continuing to hold on to the player, the lady said that, unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to meet Gio, so he became an ordinary mascot character. Something was in the blue haze while the heroes were talking about when Luna managed to stick so much. Smiling, the lady asked what was wrong with it, and added that there was no one else here anyway, continuing to tell the user not to sit like A, but at least pat her on the head. Looking at his friend, the main character said that since they got to the Garden of Eden, they were not alone here. In turn, the girl stated that there was no one here except them. The polar dragon's head grew out of his leg. The man looked ahead. The goddess made a stupid face. Smoke and dust rose. Urus began to spew flames. A fiery clot flew directly at the insects. The monster's mouth drooled. Flames engulfed the monster. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. A green wound was on Riot's shoulder. The dragon showed its fangs, and it became clear that the two-headed dragon Urus, the seventh sinful of pride, was the strongest monster in Chrono Life. The heads cut the opponents into pieces. The insect was split in two, and it was obvious that even the other confident seven sinners would recognize it as the strongest. However, the guy who was watching the pet's strength up close suddenly had a thought. The young man was holding on to his shoulder. Riot stared at the cloud of smoke behind the mountains, and it became clear that the monster hadn't shown its true strength all this time. A tongue appeared from the dragon's mouth. The monster stood on its hind legs, confirming the young man's assumption that Urus had never fought at full strength until that moment. And the reason for this was very simple. Before all his rivals were too weak, parts of the insects were scattered on the ground. The scraps of the monster's bodies were on the ground, and it became obvious that all the god particles had been destroyed, and their total number was 3,890 units. The dragon towered over the mountain of corpses. Urus, growling, stuck out his tongue. Fury could be seen in the monster's eyes, and it was obvious that it was a creature that could be described with pure power, the seventh sinful of pride, the strongest boss of Chrono Life, the two-headed dragon Urus. Both heads were looking forward. The girl, closing her eyes, was delighted. Running over the stones, the lady said that Mr. Urus had won. The child, running up to the dragon, shouted his name. The girls looked ahead. Comrades in arms exhaled from tension. The pet, showing his teeth, ordered the girl not to move. The lady froze in a strange position. Looking to the side, the monster said that he had only destroyed particles of the god and added that the main enemy was still alive. In front of the monster was an unusual ball. A certain liquid flowed from the cavities. The girl was looking at an unidentified object. The lady was tired of standing in this position. Running away, the lady wished Urus good luck. The dragon flapped its wing. The pet was standing on the ground. A gust of wind lifted Love's skirt. The players covered themselves from the wind. Luhua flew away. The monster's claws dug into the rocky terrain. The dragon lifted his leg. Suddenly, the monster took off. Flames began to break out of his throat again. The fire continued to move around the monster's neck. The violet light reached the third compartment. The creature spewed flames. The dragon that had the flames coming from its eyes said that it would end this battle. A ray of light emanated from the monster's head. The fire attack reached the ground. Something was engulfed in flames. The ball became drier. The porous thing began to evaporate. There was a purple light in the sky. Suddenly a wide trench appeared. Flames burned in the dragon's throat. The fire slowly dissipated. The light has reached the first point. The purple glow disappeared. Urus looked ahead. Love raised her hand. Only crumbs remained of the unusual ball. Suddenly, the gray mass began to move. Love, looking away, thought that he was still alive. Something began to glow green. You could see surprise on the girl's face. The creature rose from the green cubes. The dragon looked at his opponent. The lady, standing surrounded by strange figures, asked what it was. Minchoko, looking at the cube, asked if it was pixels. In turn, the man assumed that it was Minecraft. Suddenly, the geometric figure began to glow. The girl was stunned. A beam of green light appeared out of nowhere. The players looked at an unusual phenomenon. Users watched as their cubes flew away. All strange things sought to unite into one. Suddenly there was a flash of light. In the blue haze I could see blue chains. Gio looked at the events through the flames. Sitting by Luna, the protagonist asked why the pixels had gathered in one place. Glancing at his friend, the protagonist told her to explain to him what was going on. The lady rubbed against the player's shoulder. The lady was smiling. Looking at the girl, the main character got angry. Biting the goddess, the protagonist ordered her to answer. Sitting next to the player, the lady asked how he could bite an innocent girl on the head, and added, "Isn't it too much?" In turn, the guy ordered her to shut up, and added that she should answer before he bit her all. Suddenly, an image of pink cat faces appeared. Smiling, the lady said that she did not understand whether Gio was guessing or not, and added that it was clear what was happening now. With his eyes wide open, the main character listened to the fact that the second phase was over, and that the last step was finally left. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked about the last step. Glancing sideways, Luna replied that it was better to call it the final stage, or the last boss to enter the arena. There was smoke and dust in the air. The players looked at the sky. Users stood in a daze. A foot appeared. His comrades in arms froze in a daze. Suddenly a palm appeared. The girls looked up. Golden hair appeared. Riot looked up angrily. Suddenly, a face appeared. The dragon was with its mouth open. The man was hovering in the sky, and according to the system's message, it was clear that he was a god and his level was unknown. There were no pupils in the creature's eyes. Gio watched the events through the flames. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character thought about the last phase and God. Suddenly, blood began to pour down his face. Blood came from the protagonist's eyes. Sitting next to the girl, the player asked about what was going on, and added that he had red tears flowing. Moon's face showed sadness. The lady did not show her eyes. Blood also began to flow down Love's face. The girl raised her hands up. The players did not understand why bloody tears were pouring from their eyes. The girl covered her face with her hands. Suddenly, a green window appeared, which told people not to panic. Users continued to cry. God, looking down, said that this effect would pass after some time. The man hovered in the sky. The creature flew up to the dragon. Looking away, the god said that Urus had grown up a lot, and added that he remembered him as a cub. Glancing to the side, the dragon asked what the man had said. The monster opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, there was a memory of dragon eggs lying on the ground. A man in flip-flops was standing near the eggs. The creator looked at the unhatched cubs. The creature smiled. Urus's eyes began to close. Suddenly, a purple haze appeared. The god, without showing his eyes, said that he could not understand the dragon no matter how hard he tried. The man, frozen in midair, asked if he was not obliged to destroy people like a seventh sinner, and added why he was fighting on their side now. While in front of the monster, the creature turned to the seventh sinner of pride. The dragon, shining from its mouth, said that the interlocutor was stinking, so he had to leave. Urus spewed fire. The flame column went lower and lower. The players began to fall off their feet. Comrades in arms could not stand on their feet. Suddenly, nothing could be seen because of the smoke. Drool dripped from the monster's mouth. Both heads were looking forward. The dragon's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard that this was sad. God towered over the pet. You could read anger on the man's face. Hiding his eyes, the creature said that among all the seven sinners, it was Urus that he believed and loved the most. Pointing with his finger, the god continued to say that who would have thought that he would have to kill the monster with his own hands. The creator sent an attack. The dragon watched as the green blob approached him. The spell hit the monster. Suddenly, a green light sounded. The dragon was at the center of the spell. The pet writhed in pain. The girl, clasping her hands, called for Mr. Urus. The monster fell on its back. Blood was coming from the creature's mouth. God set foot on earth. Standing in front of the monster, the man said that he was indeed a special cub. Looking straight ahead, the creature asked about the name of the cub that had come into this world with the dragon, and added that it would have died immediately from such an attack. Flames shot out of the monster's eye. Urus swung his clawed paw. The pet attacked with his hand. The mountain plate split. The players began to fall off their feet. Users were in the air. The dragon split the earth. Stones flew into the sky. The monster, looking ahead, let out a roar. Suddenly, a voice came from under the dragon's paw, asking what the monster was trying to do. The god held Urus's huge paw on the tip of his finger. The man raised his hand up. Looking up, the creature asked if he knew him, and added that the pet thought his attacks would make some sense. The man, looking ahead, said that he was a god. A green light escaped from the tip of his finger. A green beam shot out of the ground. The players were shielded from the shockwave. The girl opened one eye with difficulty. The dragon's limb was cut off. The monster looked at the blood. The girl, starting to cry, called out to her master. Gio watched what was happening. The hero, watching the flames, called out to Urus. The man in the tattered cloak said that the pet had done enough, and added that he should cancel the transformation and fly away. Steam was coming out of the monster's mouth. The dragon was in the mood for battle, listening to his master trying to get through to him. The monster, standing on one leg, replied that he hears the main character, but cannot follow his order. The dragon grinned, sensing that Gio could not be allowed to meet this creature. God was standing on a broken mountain. The man looked ahead, and it was obvious that this creature was capable of taking the life of the protagonist. Blood flowed from the wound. The eyes emitted purple flames as the pet thought that he would definitely protect his owner, because this was a new mission that he had chosen himself, and he would complete it even if he had to die. Suddenly, there were memories of how the dragon frightened the protagonist. The player was scolding the monster. The monster guarded the user. The guy stretched the creature's muzzle. The pet jumped on the face of the main character. The protagonist stretched his subordinate's face again. Urus stretched forward. The dragon clenched his teeth. A bright pink flash appeared. This sphere appeared in the monster's mouth. Immediately after, a huge amount of energy burst out of it. The projectile was aimed directly at the deity. The man began to raise his hand. Immediately afterwards, the fighter held out his palm. This purple projectile immediately changed direction. The beam was heading upwards. The dragon was looking somewhere ahead. The creator exhaled. His arms were crossed over his chest. Suddenly, because of something, a huge amount of dust rose into the air. The god was right in front of the monster. The man lifted his leg. The attack fell on the mouth of Urus. The monster immediately threw back its stricken head. The soldier stood on it. A man stood on its wing. His arms were still crossed. Suddenly the deity took hold of the wing. In a second, it was torn off. The monster's wing was divided into two parts. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. Blood splashed on the face of the god. The two girls widened their eyes in surprise. The rest of the fighters were also stunned by what happened. The hero gritted his teeth in anger. The girl brought both hands to her face. Urus fell to the ground. The creature also descended. The deity was standing directly in front of the monster's mouth. A bright green glow began to appear in his finger. That finger was pointing somewhere forward. Suddenly, something was heard from the outside. A huge red hammer appeared. A tear flowed from Lahua's eyes. She ran forward to attack. The girl was approaching the enemy. The man frowned. His finger was pointed directly at her. Her eyes widened. A beam shot from his finger. All the people opened their mouths in fear. A bright green flash lit up the entire battlefield. Clouds of smoke rose into the air. Luhua covered her face with her hands. She opened one eye. There was a huge hole in the dragon's body. Blood was flowing from her. Immediately after, blood spurted out of his mouth. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks. She looked at her ward. The monster began to fall backwards. The mouth of the deity appeared. His finger had a green glow again. Another beam shot out of it. This projectile struck Urus again. Blood flowed from his mouth again. Luhua's lips trembled. God continued to shoot rays from his finger. Many explosions covered the body of the monster. Tears continued to run down her face. The enemy continued his innumerable attacks. The monster's body was covered in a green glow. The girl's mouth was wide open. She closed her eyes and sobbed. Her fists were clenched with force. Her silhouette was illuminated by the green light from countless explosions. Urus, approaching her, asked her not to cry. Tears continued to run down her cheeks. Looking up, she tried to call out to the pet. Many bright flashes continued to appear on his body. Looking down, the dragon said that the hero was sad when she cried. The girl, still crying, did not say a word. A memory of the ward appeared in her mind. Tears also flowed from her eyes. Next to her sat the protagonist. His gaze was fixed on her. She pursed her lower lip. Standing in front of the monster, the player explained that she would be able to respawn even if she died. Her hands began to tremble at the words that this would not work with Urus. Looking up, Luhua asked about what it would be like. The monster silently looked down, listening to her request that he fly away. His eyes burned bright pink. Imagining the sword in front of the seal, the monster explained that it was the soul of the ego sword and just the master's weapon. A star-filled sky appeared and he was heard saying that even if he was completely erased from the game, and even if he had to die in the body of a unique boss, the hero would be fine. Opening his mouth, the pet explained that it was extremely easy to replace. Tears continued to flow down her face. She suddenly began to smile. Standing in front of him, the girl explained that she meant the interlocutor. Luhua, looking up, asked how it would be for him, because if he died, he would never be able to see the protagonist again. Bright green flashes continued to illuminate the battlefield. There was still a gaping hole in his body. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The dragon closed his eyes a little. Some stones appeared. An egg lay on the ground. A dragon crawled out of him. A green glow appeared above his head, and then it became clear to him that some strange voice had left a deep imprint in his mind, according to which he needed to destroy people. Steam was coming from his mouth. In the distance, some flying silhouettes could be seen. The location was filled with human skulls. The knight's hands trembled. 3 players stood on these turtles. Above them towered Urus. The dragon attacked them. A green glow appeared above his head again, and it became clear to him that even with this gray everyday life, he had no other choice, because the voice in his head was still unshakable. The entire area was strewn with bones when the dragon spoke about how this was how he became the very embodiment of death for all people. The monster was looking down somewhere. There were people standing there, and it was clear to him that their faces distorted with horror, their eyes filled with fear, did not give him any pleasure. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The dragon opened its mouth. Immediately after, the monster soared into the air. People began to cover their faces with their hands. Urus flew away from them. That green glow appeared at his neck again. The monster opened its mouth in pain. The insane grin of the creator appeared, who ordered him to kill everyone. Immediately afterward, the dragon looked back. The player's eyes widened. The enemy was returning to them. A bright pink flash lit up this entire location. There were clouds of smoke in the air when the ward talked about killing all those people against his will. His image appeared in the distance. His eyes were still glowing bright pink. The commanders came up to him and called out to him. One of them, standing next to the others, said that a certain person had appeared at the entrance to the Valley of Death. The second, opening his mouth, noted that he only had to give an order for them to deal with him. The dragon, baring his teeth, replied in the negative and explained that he would do it himself. His wings spread. Immediately after, Urus soared into the air. His heads were looking in different directions. All these skulls appeared when the pet talked about what was something that had killed countless people before, and he had no right to have any feelings for them. Someone stepped on the bones. The hero walked through this valley. His eyes were hidden under his hair. The monster was flying at him from above. Opening its mouth, the monster realized that this was the person who had invaded its domain. He was wearing only underpants. The weapon was a truncheon. The monster, letting off steam from his mouth, tried to understand if it was serious, because this fighter looked like a rookie who had just begun his adventure. Immediately after, Urus flew downstairs with the thought that today he had come to kill a man again, harboring a little hope in his heart. Looking down, the monster said that he had to kill them all, as this was the only way to avoid this cursed fate. All the skulls suddenly began to shake. The protagonist stood still. His eyes were still hidden. A large amount of dust rose into the air somewhere in the distance. The monster's eyes glowed bright pink. The monster looked at the hero. Both of his mouths were wide open. The young man continued to stand still when the enemy thought that he was the strongest creature in this game, and it would take countless years for a person to appear who could defeat him. The opponent raised one of his paws. Opening his mouth wide, Urus shouted that the man had crossed the line of the dead. Standing still, the monster also explained that there was a border between life and death, and at the same time he understood that he wanted to believe that someday there would be someone who would be stronger than him, and then the day would come when he would be able to free himself from this hell. The dragon, opening one of its mouths, said that a fool who came to certain death would writhe in irresistible despair. Suddenly, a bright yellow beam struck his head. His head was gone. She was smoking. Only then did the second head notice it. The hero was holding his truncheon. Hiding his eyes, the young man noted that there were only 3 blows left. The monster was still staring at him, not understanding anything. Immediately after, the player raised the weapon behind his back. The fighter, with his eyes wide open, talked about killing the strongest monster in this game. The monster's mouth opened. Looking at the fighter, Urus shouted for him to stop. The young man, frowning, asked again. The monster covered his mouth. Looking down, the monster asked who he was. The guy, waving his baton, asked him not to bother him, because he just wanted to kill the strongest monster of the game. Immediately after the protagonist, make a swing. Bright green flashes began to emanate from his weapon. This light struck the dragon. His body collapsed to the ground. His head was covered with trembling, as he did not understand who this person was. The soldier approached him. Holding the baton, the player said that he had one last blow left. The user, closing his eyes, said that he was very sorry and it would be great if he could do something with this strength. The dragon immediately looked up. Opening his mouth wider, Urus shouted that he could easily solve this problem. The young man raised his weapon back. Looking up, the soldier asked. Raising his head, the monster asked if he knew anything about the ego sword. The hero, looking ahead, asked what it was. The dragon, after presenting various equipment, said that it was easy to possess his weapon, but not with his body, but only with his spirit, since he understood that he did not want to die yet, even though he wanted to get out of this slavery. Imagining the blade against the seal, the enemy explained that in this case, his club would turn into an ego sword. His eyes widened at the words that the weapon would gain infinite durability after that. The dragon, raising his head, spoke about how such a weapon is the strongest in Chrono Life. The fighter, throwing back his head, began to laugh. The monster, lowering his gaze, also began to laugh a little. The young man, bowing his head, could not stop. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had changed his mind after all, because he no longer wanted revenge. With his eyes wide open, the hero shouted that apparently the game really wants this revenge. The monster, trembling, did not understand what was happening. Pressing the button, the fighter accepted his offer. Immediately after, a bright seal appeared under it. Urus also got into it. His wings were covered with a pink glow. They began to disappear. The same thing happened with the boss's head. The protagonist looked at the club, receiving a notification that the soul of this monster had possessed his weapon. She glowed pink and received an ego class. A village of newcomers appeared. A green glow appeared above the dragon's head and the words that he needed to kill all the people. Frowning, Urus asked if they should deal with humanity right now. The 2 of them were walking down the street. The dragon ate the meat, leaning against his master's back. A lot of memories of how they spent time together and what they went through immediately appeared in his mind. I also remembered about an important message from the system. Immediately afterwards I remembered myself in a suit. And there was also a memory of his joy. The hero stretched it over his head. There was a smile on the guy's face when the pet realized that this was his most long-awaited meeting with his dearest person, which woke him up from a terrible nightmare. His eyes were still glowing bright pink. Another green ray fell on his back. The girl, standing nearby, tried to call him. Blood flowed from his mouth again as he realized that now was the time to repay his kindness. The creator continued to launch shells from his finger. His eyes suddenly opened wider. A monster's paw loomed over him. Immediately after, the dragon grabbed him. Looking down, Urus said that the deity would die with him. The creator was still in his clutch. Looking up, the man asked if he was going to blow himself up. The dragon's eyes glowed pink as he answered in the affirmative. The creator's eyes opened even wider. Suddenly, the monster's body began to glow. The creator, also beginning to glow, asked for permission to answer one question. Standing in the same place, the man noted that his order must still be imprinted in the interlocutor's head and wondered why he was so stubbornly taking the side of the people. Without turning around, the man noticed that he was even sacrificing his own life for them. That green glow appeared above the dragon's head. Opening his mouth, Urus said that this was too stupid a question. This glow became brighter. The monster threw back both heads. His mouth was open. His body began to glow even brighter after saying that he didn't want to kill people. The girl closed one eye. Love brought her hands to her mouth. Tears continued to run down Lahua's face. She pursed her lower lip. Her mouth opened wide. Closing her eyes, the girl cried. A bright pink explosion lit up the entire planet. The monster's head began to be covered in light. His eyes began to close. Various memories of the protagonist immediately appeared in his head. Urus's eyes closed. They began to be covered with a kind of white smoke. They became even worse visible. Already after the second, the eyes were almost completely hidden by this veil. The next moment, they were no longer visible. A starry sky appeared. Suddenly a black cloak appeared. The hero picked up the body of the pet. The fighter, smiling, asked why he decided to stage a riot. Looking down, the protagonist thanked the ward for his good work. The dragon's eyes were closed. Smoke flew up. The girl continued to shed tears. The baby hugged her friend. The guys were sitting on the ground. Rankers were standing around. The girls began to cry. The soldiers looked ahead. Making sad faces, users listened to Luhua call Urus. Riot closed his eyes. Looking down, the boy reasoned that the dragon had self-destructed in its true form, and the death of a unique boss meant its removal. The guy, biting his lip, was sure that they would never see him again. Gio jumped down. The children turned their heads. The main character had a spirit in his arms. The monster's cheeks turned red. With her mouth wide open, the alchemist shouted that her comrade was alive. The young lady rushed to her ally. Looking up, the lady asked if they were all right. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he was just fainting because he had used up all his strength. Tears flowed down the girl's face. Luhua closed her mouth. The alchemist fell to her knees. A moment later, the lady began to sob again. Bringing her hands to her face, the little girl said that she was very happy. Tears poured from the physiotherapist's eyes. Urus opened his mouth. Lowering his gaze, the guy asked his companion if everything was all right with him. Raising his eyebrows, the young man heard his friend say something. Lying with his eyes closed, the spirit called for his mother. Looking in front of him, the young man was surprised that his friend was talking in his sleep. Holding his comrade in his arms, Gio assumed that he was comfortable in his arms. A moment later, the familiar sucked on his comrade's chest. The main character made a satisfied expression on her face. The protagonist was beaming with happiness. Snatching the monster from the hands of an ally, Love shouted that they were perverts. Rioli closed the girl's eyes. The monster's cheeks turned red. Sitting on the ground, the little dragon called out to his savior. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked the interlocutor how he felt. Closing his eyes, the ghost responded by saying that he had the sensation of something sweet and delicious in his mouth. Looking in front of him, the creature wondered why he was alive, since he had recently blown himself up along with the god. Looking at his paws, the spirit couldn't figure out when he had managed to return to this form. Stretching his partner over his head, the young man claimed that he personally brought him back before he died. Baring his teeth, the young man scolded his friend for daring to resist his order and not fly away. Lowering his paws, the monster asked for forgiveness. Exhaling steam from his mouth, Gio agreed that he should have apologized for such an offense. Lowering his head, the main character asked if his friend knew how many people were worried about him. The familiar held his head straight. Luhua looked ahead. In a second, Urus was in the girl's hands. With his mouth open, the ghost hoped that this time there would be no turntable. The baby was spinning in place. The protagonist sat next to his friend. The alchemist embraced her ally. Tears rolled down the lady's face, and she herself expressed joy that the spirit had survived. The monster's cheeks turned red. The guys were pleased that their comrades in arms were so happy about the reunion. Looking away, Lav asked about how Hijio got out of the divine dimension. Frowning, the main character replied that he himself did not think that he would be able to get out of there. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist stated that he would be embarrassed by what he was about to say. Standing still, the guy explained that all this happened thanks to Luna. The girl sank to the ground. Opening her mouth, the singer could not believe her ears. The traitor's legs began to tremble. A moment later, the villainess was on her knees. Blood came from the mouth of the goddess of life. Covered in sweat, the demon king asked the wounded woman if she had taken the medicine, to which the young man suggested not to put so much pressure on the person who was spitting blood. Looking down, Gio suggested that he feels sorry for her, as she would die soon. The idol's eyes widened. Luhua looked to the side. As she pointed her finger, Love couldn't believe what she was hearing. Luna looked up. Blood flowed from the traitor's mouth. God began to cast a spell. A hole appeared in Urus's body. The alchemist began to cry. Some threads came out of the darkness. A blow swept through the air. The main character opened his mouth wide. A stream of fire rushed forward. The shell hit one of the cages. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. Several columns of fire were directed at one point. The girl was standing nearby. Tilting her head, the lady was impressed that the guy wanted to destroy the very dimension in order to get out. Looking ahead, the lady explained that it was useless, since Eden was not destructible. Looking back, the young man advised the enemy to close his mouth before he killed her. Fear appeared on the villain's face. After a moment, Luna smiled. Withdrawing her hands behind her back, the goddess of life suggested that her interlocutor was so excited because Urus would soon die. Blushing, the girl could not notice that this was just artificial intelligence, and the player was too attached to a piece of code. Looking into the abyss, the lady reminded her that this was just a game. Gio was holding a stick in his hand. Steam was oozing from the mouth of the main character. Turning his head, the protagonist agreed with everything his former ally said. Hitting the bastard with a club, the guy said that he should have done it a long time ago. The healer covered her head with her hands. Frowning, the young man said that his interlocutor had spoiled the whole atmosphere with her last words. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, the young man offered his partner to leave the game and live in real life, if he wanted to. The girl opened one eye. The lady opened her mouth. The lady smiled slightly. Rising to her feet, the villainess expressed confidence that her companion was worried about Urus. Looking from under his brow, Jaiwa said that he was not an idiot, so he would not worry about any game character. The goddess of life looked forward. Showing her teeth, the healer noted that her comrade looked a little crazy. Making a cute expression, the trader added that in this they are very similar to each other. Covered with sweat, the main character could not understand what his partner was talking about. Luna's face was covered in shadow. Standing still, the girl said that she would help her ally get out of Eden. Putting his hand on his thigh, the protagonist asked why he would suddenly help him. Hugging the guy, the lady said something about Adam and Eve. His friend's lips almost touched. Furrowing his brows, the young man realized that he could not trust her. The lady looked down. Smiling, the healer assured that everything she had been told was true. The young man looked in front of him. Holding his weapon on his shoulder, Gio listened to the words that he should remember the first conversation in the frontline village. The sorceress held her staff in her hands. The swordsman looked away. The guys were walking in the forest. Holding his head straight, the main character replied that he remembers that it was the worst day in his life. Putting her leg out, Luna talked about how many different things have happened since then. The girl, turning her head, said that she had eaten spicy ramen while visiting her friend. The couple was sitting with the table. The lady kissed her friend. Closing her eyes, the lady felt what it was like to be on a date. Friends were standing nearby. The trader held a saucepan in her hands and said that they ate what she cooked herself. Gio was holding cutlery in his hands. The main character was eating food from the table. Going down the steps, the goddess of life recalled that she had ridden in his car. Pulling her hair behind her ear, the healer was glad that she even managed to walk near the sea. Opening her mouth, Luna assumed that she was constantly confusing her interlocutor with her actions. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl was sure that all this time her companion did not understand why she was doing this. Closing her eyes, the lady added that she herself did not understand why she needed all this. Opening her mouth, the lady declared that she had finally realized her goal. Standing still, the villainess realized that it didn't matter now, because it was too late. Making a pitiful expression on his face, the guy said that he had no idea what she was talking about, because he was not interested in it at all, so it was time to get out of here. Luna exhaled steam from her mouth. Smiling slightly, the goddess of life agreed to fulfill this request. Bending one leg, the healer asked if her interlocutor remembered the precious stone. Looking ahead, Gio stated that he had no memory of what it was. Blushing, the trader said that he forgot about it because it was a long time ago, but it still upsets her. Frowning, the lady added that she had handed over the stone on the day of their first kiss. Looking in front of him, the main character remembered what object he was talking about. Standing in the middle of the skeletons, the protagonist realized that this was the day he fought Yopi. The lady kissed her friend. Luna squatted down. Looking at some artifact, the guy thought that he had received something that day. The thing was in his hands. The ball glowed orange. Lightning appeared over the guys. Raising her head, the goddess of life said that it had all taken a very long time, but now she also saw the end. The young man looked back. Smoke rose on the battlefield. The healer sat on the ground. With her mouth open, Love could not believe that her former ally would die. Covered with sweat, the trader replied that it was so. Holding her head straight, the trader recalled two important conditions, one of which is her death. Opening her mouth, the girl added that the second condition was that the divine power did not disappear, but was transmitted. Turning her head, the singer listened to the words that the power will go to the one who broke the jewel of the god. A drop of sweat flowed down the idol's face, and she herself thought that the divine power had been transferred to someone. With her eyes wide open, the demon king decided that her friend had become a god. Bleeding, Luna turned to her buddy. Tears flowed down the girl's face. Raising her eyebrows, the lady asked to protect this world. Gio held the club on his shoulder. Frowning, the main character remarked that he had now become a novice master. Looking at the pearl, the protagonist saw a notification that the change of profession to god was 48% complete. The moon was shining in the sky. The guy began to glow. Smiling broadly, the young man understood that the change of profession had begun. The young man's underpants began to shine. In a moment, the whole body was covered in light. The young man was wearing white clothes. The torso of the player was visible. The body continued to glow. A white cape materialized on Gio. The main character was standing in a woman's outfit. The protagonist stuck out his fingers. Squinting their eyes, the children asked what their friend imagined. The characters looked at what was happening. Opening her mouth, Rioli assumed that it wouldn't be so bad. Closing her eyes, Luna clarified that he would not be able to become the god of life, as he had simply been given divine power. Breathing heavily, the goddess of life told her that the nature of his game would determine what kind of god he would become. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The guy looked ahead. Standing still, the young man reflected on the character of his playing style. Covered in sweat, Love thought that he would become a god of perversion, or a psychopathic god. Closing their eyes, the players were sure that he would be the god of destruction. Putting her hand to her chin, Menshoko was sure that this user would become the god of panties. Looking up, Luna said that there are many options for who he can become. However, only one of all possible ones comes to mind. A moment later, something pierced the trader's chest. Tears poured from the girl's eyes. The lady fell to the ground. Making a surprised expression on her face, the singer called out to her friend. Standing on the floor, someone said that she was talking too much. Pointing his finger, God called her a filthy traitor. Blood gushed from the mouth of the goddess of life. A hole appeared in the healer's chest. The wound began to bleed. Holding onto his wounded shoulder, Riot realized that he was the creator. Looking ahead, Urus wasn't surprised that he had survived. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the spirit was disappointed with what he saw. Furrowing his brows, the familiar was unhappy that his master had met this creature after all. Straightening his shoulders, God said that their fight had been spectacular. Looking in front of him, the creature was surprised that the strongest of the 7 sinners would dare to blow himself up. Covered with sweat, the ghost listened to the words that this was not enough to take his life. Holding his head straight, God heard someone greet him. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, Gio stated that it was a pitiful semblance of a god. Smiling, the protagonist recalled that they hadn't seen each other since the battle with the beastmen. The protagonist struck with a club. A large city was visible. Love opened her eyes wide. Looking to the side, the girl realized that her companion had disappeared. The guy appeared in the Matrix world. The young man furrowed his brows. Turning his head, the young man heard someone address him. Waving his hand, the creator asked him how he was doing. Opening his mouth, Gio noted that when his interlocutor was in monster form, it was more difficult to carry on conversations, and now, he hardly remembered what he had done before. Looking ahead, God replied that he remembered everything because it was all for the sake of this moment. Lying in her friend's arms, Luna began to cough. The traitor closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth, Love knew that the wound was too serious. Looking at the puncture site, the Demon King knew that at this rate, he wouldn't last even a few minutes. The singer lowered her eyebrows. The idol, standing still, thought about why she was sad now. The goddess of life looked back. The girls looked at each other, and the warrior remembered that their relationship had been very tense for all this time. The healer snuggled up to Gio. The sorceress took his hand. Remembering how the guys had kissed, Love thought that she should feel relieved now. A drop of sweat dripped down the lady's face. With her mouth wide open, the Demon King asked her friend to wake up on her own, because she had no restorative skills. Blushing, the lady shouted that she should use the skills she had shown them in the heavenly realm when she cured Hubek with her power. Luna cast the spell. The wound on his stomach began to heal. Bleeding, the traitor explained that she could not do this. Looking up, the healer told her that now she looked like a punctured balloon, and almost all the energy of the goddess had left her. Holding the cigarette in his teeth, the physiotherapist listened to the words that the beam with which she was attacked contained the power of destruction, so no restorative power would help her. Gio looked back. Turning his head, the main character asked why the villain attacked a man who would have died anyway. Furrowing his brows, God clarified that he also had feelings, so he decided to punish her as a traitor. Holding a stick in his hand, the protagonist asked about how she betrayed him, to which he received the answer that it was a long story. Opening his mouth, the creator said that now he understands that his assistant has always been on the side of people. Looking ahead, the guy said that he did not understand what his interlocutor was talking about, because this woman tried to destroy humanity at every opportunity. With clenched fists, God declared that he believed in it too, but it was one big spectacle. Frowning, the creator said that he also had doubts before that. Gio stared straight ahead. Looking back, the main character asked his wounded girlfriend if she was not a cockroach, but a bat. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that he had had enough. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he had already listened to a lot of plot dialogues. The enemies looked at each other. Raising his head, the young man reminded him that he always skips dialogues, but this time he made an exception. Opening his mouth, God began his speech by saying that he had only one question. In a second, the creator's face was enveloped in fire. The explosion was visible even from space. The villain was thrown back. The fighter looked up. The light was on in the windows of the building. Covered with sweat, the assistant reported that they were fighting. Sitting at the table, the worker shouted that the user and God were finally fighting. The director put his hands in his pockets. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, the man did not understand how they could fight if they had just spoken. Standing still, the chief ordered to monitor how the audience reacted to this battle, because the future of their company would depend on the results of this battle. The president smiled. Looking at the screen, Docby stated that the strongest is on their side. Enemies hovered in space. Looking away, Jaiwa asked if there were any questions left for him. A moment later, the main character struck another blow. The opponent flew down. At the place of the fall, the ground began to shake. The stones flew up. Players were swept away from a powerful shockwave. Users fell off their feet. A cloud of dust rose on the battlefield. Huge hands protected the team. Love opened her mouth, and a system window appeared, saying that it was a skill called Stranglehold, which turned the immense strength of the Demon King into physical power. Riot held on to his wound. Giant wings could be seen against the moon, and the boy thought that his ally had used this skill when she was obsessed with the sin of jealousy. The lady rushed to attack. The guys were protected by huge hands, and the mortal sin of laziness realized that in this way they protected themselves from the attack. The stone in the diadem began to glow, after which a message appeared stating that the synchronization had been broken, so it was necessary to stop using the essence of the Demon King. The horns began to disappear from Lav's head. The wings began to disappear. Standing still, the singer asked her comrades if everything was all right with them. Closing her eyes, the little girl was surprised at how cool her partner was. Smiling, the lady explained that it was obvious that her buddy would attack so suddenly, so she was prepared. A second later, something fell next to the group. A gigantic explosion could be seen nearby. Blushing, Love suggested getting out of here, to which Riot replied that the entire planet was not a safe zone at the moment. The club was moving at great speed. Gio struck with his stick. Smiling broadly, the protagonist was pleased that he had landed so many attacks. Baring his teeth, the protagonist used a skill called Continuous Slash. Small explosions began to appear all over the man's body. God lowered his head. Looking in front of him, the villain turned to his opponent. Opening his mouth, the creator asked why he chose the side of humans. Floating in the air, the creature told that man unleashed a war and put an end to the world. And after that, ugly animals continue to kill each other and destroy the continent, so they do not deserve the right to exist. Furrowing his brows, Gio was surprised that this was the question the enemy wanted to ask him. Closing his eyes, the main character agreed with the words of his opponent. Smiling, the protagonist said that there was one nuance. Beaming with happiness, the guy added that people can still change. The creator, making a surprised expression on his face, asked what his interlocutor meant. Hitting the opponent on the head, he replied that he had no idea what he had just said. Opening his mouth wide, the guy explained that he was just talking some nonsense to pass for a smart person. The club began to shine. Looking straight ahead, the young man used an ability called Spirit Titan, which increased the damage and attack range by 1000% for the duration of the skill. Holding the stick in his hand, the young man noticed that the attack area and damage of his weapon had been increased tenfold. Opening his mouth, Gio used a blow from below. A beam of energy followed the stick. The enemy was covered with blue flames. A ray of light flew high up. Smoke covered the starry sky. God appeared in the midst of the cloud. The man was peeking out from behind his hands. Standing up to his full height, the creator realized that they were carried far from the place of the fight. Putting his hand on his thigh, the main character said that he was shocked by what he saw. Frowning, the protagonist was unhappy that after his attack in full force, not a scratch was left on the enemy. Pulling out his club, the guy said that he had heard information that weapons of the mythic class and higher were suitable for attacking, but apparently Eagle-class weapons were an exception. Turning his head, the man asked why his opponent was asking such obvious questions. Turning to the interlocutor, God explained that this was all because of their difference in strength. Gio looked from under his brow. The main character waved his weapon. Clenching his fist, the protagonist offered to check this fact with a direct blow to the head. The guy bared his teeth. The young man rushed forward at great speed. The young man opened his mouth wide. The fighter's eyes began to sparkle. The attack created a powerful explosion at the point of impact. A beam of light flew near the planets. The pillar of fire flew very far. Gio furrowed his brows. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The creator held the club with one finger. The enemies looked at each other. The protagonist's body began to tremble. Holding his head straight, the man listened to the shouts that he was a scoundrel. Opening his mouth, God said that first he needed his opponent to stop talking. A moment later, a shell pierced the warrior's chest. Blood gushed out of the guy's mouth. Clutching his stomach, the young man shouted that he had a healing factor that would grant immediate healing after any damage taken. While bleeding, the young man noticed that he was subject to the power of destruction, so the healing factor was blocked. A hole formed in Gio's body. The main character began to sweat. Looking ahead, God said that he had felt unusually friendly when they first met. Looking straight ahead, the creator greeted his comrade. Exhaling the air from his lungs, the protagonist said that he was tired of it. The man waved his hand. Standing still, the deity asked the enemy if he wanted to join him. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. Looking at the planet, the villain said that all the people inhabiting it are a virus that needs to be destroyed. Opening his mouth, the bastard explained that his mission was to cleanse the planet of this garbage. Soaring in front of the sun, the man added that this is the reason why his mother created him. Furrowing his brows, the creator stated that he is the antivirus that will save Chrono life. Gio raised his eyebrows. Looking at the sphere, the main character noticed that the change of profession was 52% complete. Liquid flowed from the mouth of the main character. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked about the fact that the planet Chrono life is a living host, and the people on it are a virus. Standing in front of God, Gio said that some evil person from the movie he watched as a child was talking similar nonsense, and added that it was possible that villains were plagiarized now. Without showing his eyes, the creature said that if we talk about reality, it doesn't sound true, and added that Chrono life is a virtual world. Standing in front of the sun, the man stated that, to put it more clearly, he was the game's antivirus program. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that God is a medicine, like Dr. Webb, while the man replied positively. Knitting his eyebrows, the antagonist stated that after watching people for a long time, he made his decision that each user is a pathogenic bacterium. The man, standing surrounded by the sun, said that the existence of players in the virtual world causes great damage, and added that therefore they all need to be killed and cleansed of this world. On the face of the main character, you could see indifference. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist said that the man was even more moved than he expected, and added that it would be better to say that he was just short-sighted. Suddenly, illustrations for the game appeared, with the words that what is the point of the game, no matter how many users it kills, they will still be reborn. Gio, closing his eyes, said that he didn't even absorb data as a sin of gluttony. In the end, the god replied that he would just kill them. Meticulously looking ahead, the man said that he would continue to kill the players 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Continuing to look forward, the man continued to do so until all users leave Chrono Life. Putting the club on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he behaved like a child, even the artificial intelligence was infected with this youthful maximalism, and asked if he really thought that the creator of the game was stupid, and went on to say that he would not allow such a thing. The man smiled. The boss smiled as well. Smiling broadly, the god began to speak of the strongest. The man, smoking a cigar, said that the strongest was on their side. A man appeared behind the protagonist. Grinning, the guy said that the main character would understand something. The player, gritting his teeth, thought about how he appeared behind him. God kicked the young man. Blood came out of Jaiwa's mouth. The man was above the main character. Smiling broadly, the villain said to forget that the creator of the game is on the side of the users. The man raised his leg high. The leg hit the player's abdomen. Blood poured from the user's open mouth. You could see rage in the man's eyes. Suddenly there was a blow. The rocks were dissected. The guys covered themselves from the shockwave. The column of smoke was not far from his friends. The girl was surprised. Holding his hand on his heart, the main character heard an appeal to himself. Suddenly his foot touched the ground. God looked in the direction of the girls. The comrades in arms were stunned. The protagonist was on his knees, and it became clear that he had lost. The man folded his arms and said that the bearded man had bet everything on the outcome of this fight, and added that this meant that he would remain neutral. The player held a club in his hand. God, looking at his opponent, said that now the result is quite obvious. With a glance down, the man said that he would give his friend another chance to make a choice about going over to his side or dying over and over again. Gio continued to hold the stick in his hands. The main character grinned. His friends looked at him in shock. The opponent's eyes betrayed his neutrality. The creature exhaled. Turning around, the man was surprised at how gentle he was towards the protagonist, and added that for just a minute he had said that this was the hero's first and last chance. Suddenly there was a memory of how the god invited the opponent to join him. A warrior, holding his stomach, does not understand what a person is talking about. The man went to the girls. Manically looking ahead, the villain told him to think about it, and in the meantime he would have fun with dirty germs. Love froze in a daze. The ladies prepared to attack. Crossing his arms, the god was surprised by the unexpected alliance of the representative of the underworld of the Demon King and the representative of the angels. Love braced herself to defend herself. The lady held her whip. The finger was surrounded by green magic. The villain, holding his finger in the air, said that he would kill them with great pleasure. Suddenly, the opponent's eye opened wide. The creature turned suddenly. Looking down, the man asked about the sound of the bugle. A sound came from a wide pipe. The knight blew into the bugle. The man turned his attention to the soldier. The god raised his eyebrows and asked if the warrior liked to attract attention, and added that he thought that the shockwave during the fight caused all the players to die or flee during the fight, but apparently someone remained. Extending his hand, the villain said that first he needed to get rid of this source of noise. The flag rose into the sky. You could read surprise on the man's face. Flags were raised en masse. Various banners were visible from behind the mountain. Love stopped suddenly. Looking to the side, the girl heard that it was a very dramatic appearance. Luna fell to her knees. The lady turned and asked if her friend was alive. The lady, sitting on the ground, replied that she would not die so easily, and added that she was the goddess of life. The goddess, whose mouth was bleeding black liquid, said that she didn't have much time left, but those she had been waiting for were finally here. The flag was raised against the starry sky, and it became clear that these were the 5 world guilds. Soldiers of different factions stood on the mountain. Sequoia held a sword in his hands. Saintry looked menacing. Abracadabra held her staff. Hawkeye looked ahead. Starting the stream, the hero greeted his favorite subscribers, adding that this is their cute Hawkeye, in response to which users greeted him. Holding a bow in his hands, the player said that he had not streamed for a long time, since they were a secret move in this battle. In turn, the audience was shocked. Love, cheering up, said that they were 5 large guilds, and added that she had been thinking about where they had been all along. The warriors fell to their knees in front of the girl. Someone, taking off his mask, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hong, looking ahead, asked if they were too late. Turning around, the lady greeted the heroine. Hugging her friend, the lady asked where she had been and added that she had missed her a lot, while Hong replied that she had missed her too. Luna, leaning on her staff, suddenly turned to her comrade. Holding the staff in her hands, the girl asked if everything was ready. The friend, looking ahead, said that everything was ready, and added that it was not easy, but they made it in time. Love, not understanding what was happening, turned around. Turning to Hong, the lady asked what should be ready. The warrior, looking away, stated that Miss Luna had asked her for something some time ago, and added that she had recently finished this task. The girl, still looking at her friend, asked when the miss had asked her. Hong, standing among the ladies, said that in order to tell, she would have to go back a long way. Suddenly a gramophone appeared. Gio, standing in front of the mountain of weapons, shouted that he had a special offer and added that this was the weapon they had wanted all along. The protagonist lured the crowd, and it became clear that this was the first time the girl spoke to Luna. Hong, looking at her friend, asked about how she was doing with leveling up, and added that she must have become stronger after becoming the Demon Queen, while Love replied negatively. Looking to the side, the girl said that she hadn't raised her level that much, and continued about how she was now somewhere between 210. You could read surprise on the face of her comrade-in-arms, because a couple of days ago the lady had been 139. Miss, sitting on a stone slab, said that she had been hunting in the cave of Urus with the protagonist lately, but the creatures were very strong, and only managed to kill 2 or 3. Luna looked away. Hong was surprised. The lady, looking at her friend, asked if she was going to the cave today, while the girl said that they would go as soon as Gio sold her weapons. Smiling, the warrior wished her luck, and thought that they had a chance to win this war. Love sat idly by. Miss exhaled, and it became clear that Hong didn't know anything at the time, and this was the first time Luna had spoken to her. Leaning on her hands, the girl said that it was not the time to worry about such a trifle as beastmen. Glancing away, the lady asked what she meant. The foot in the heel rose to the ground. Luna walked past her colleague. Closing her eyes, the girl told her friend to follow her, and added that she had something important to tell. The lady's face showed confusion. The roofs of the houses were red. Standing behind Luna, Hong asked what she wanted to tell her. Without showing her eyes, the girl deactivated the goddess mode. Suddenly, a light began to emanate from the lady. The lady changed her appearance. The warrior was at a loss. Miss, straightening her hair, said that a god was watching her in goddess mode. The girl's hair was pink. Turning to her friend, the lady said that what she was about to say to her should not be told to anyone. Hong froze in a daze. Standing in front of Love, the user said that she learned the whole truth from Luna that day, and added that the last enemy of Chrono Life is a god, continuing that in order to defeat him, they need to prepare a lot. The girl suddenly became more serious, saying that all this time she had been doing what her friend asked, hiding it from others and pretending that she did not know anything. The lady, with her eyes wide open, asked what it meant to be ready. Hong smirked. The warrior smiled broadly and said that the elite troops of the 5 guilds numbered 3,890 warriors, adding that they were all equipped with mythical-grade weapons. Looking at the mistress, the user asked for Luna to take command of the 5 guilds, and added that no matter how much she thinks, it seems to her that this is how the probability of winning will be the highest, continuing that she warned all guild members about this in advance. The girl, closing her eyes, agreed. The lady went forward. The heroine raised her staff. Looking ahead, the lady ordered the warriors of the 5 guilds to attack. The goddess pointed her weapon at the god. Suddenly, a gray haze appeared. The soldiers went on the offensive. The allies continued to attack. The man did not move. The creature laughed suddenly. Smiling, the man said that they were just stupid, insignificant players, and added that they themselves were running towards him, as if begging for a speedy death. The villain raised his hand. The opponent's palm was filled with green magic, and it became clear that in gratitude for their stupid courage, the god would play along with them, descending to their level. The man hit the ground hard. Suddenly, something appeared from the stone. Clots of mucus rose from the earth's crust. A green foot stepped on a stone. There were teeth in the mouth of the creature. Humanoid monsters continued to form. Love, looking ahead, asked about what was going on, suggesting that it was a zombie. Luna, who was sweating on her face, said that they were particles of God, and added that although they looked different, they were no different from the maggots that came before. Suddenly there was a memory of an insect. A horde of monsters pressed the players. The girl, who could read surprise on her face, asked about the god particle, and suggested that they too could only be attacked with mythical class weapons. The creatures looked disgusting. Luna, dripping with black liquid, replied that the god was only having fun, as he had said. Turning around, the girl said that this was what gave them a chance. Looking away, the lady spoke of what Riot had said before the battle began, and added that to win the last battle they would need the strength of each. Suddenly there was a memory of the village. The young man, looking ahead, spoke of the heavenly realm, the underworld, the human world, and even the lair of Urus. Standing in front of his friends, the young man said that in order to finish the last episode, forces from all areas of Chrono Life were needed. Lav froze and stunned as she listened to them need the powers of the Lord of the Underworld. A drop of sweat appeared on the lady's face. The lady hid her eyes as she understood what this meant, starting to launch the Demon King essence. Suddenly, Love found herself surrounded by the red light. The system window made it clear that the synchronization had been triggered, and added that the interference was 0.9%. A red system notification indicated that the synchronization was successful. With her eyes wide open, the girl ordered the Demon King's assistant to answer her call. Suddenly, Death appeared in front of the mistress. The spirit, hovering in the air, asked if his name was called. Looking ahead, the mistress stated that from now on, all demons are involved in the last war of Chrono Life, and ordered the opening of a portal to the underworld. The creature smiled and said that he would do it now. The god's face showed surprise. Monsters flew out of the monster's mouth. The green creatures watched what was happening. The system made it clear that it was a hidden skill called a portal, which opened a portal to another dimension. The demons were full of rage. Monsters opened their mouths. The opponent's eyes began to glow. Love stood surrounded by henchmen. The girl, looking ahead, ordered all the demons of the underworld to go on the offensive. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. They all began to descend to the ground. The man, looking up, shouted that they all needed to get ready, as the demons were attacking. One of the monsters hit the ground. People, looking at what was happening, did not understand why they were not attacking them. The demon grabbed the zombies. They all devoured them. The fighters, standing in the middle of the battlefield, did not understand what they were doing. Their eyes suddenly widened as they heard the words that everything was fine, because the demons were their allies. The girl, closing her eyes, introduced herself as the goddess of life who presides over the battlefield and explained that with the help of the goddess's power, she had the ability to make each of them hear her voice. The woman, putting her hand to her head, asked if this voice could be coming from inside her head, while the goddess repeated her words that demons are their allies. Love came down to earth when Luna said that they had all gone over to the side of humans. The man opened his mouth in surprise at the words that this had happened on the orders of the Lord of the Underworld. His gaze was directed at the girl when she was called the Demon King. Turning her head slightly, she explained that the demons would go in the first line of attack and asked for the support of the rest of the fighters. They all opened their eyes wide. The woman, blushing, answered in the affirmative. All the soldiers, raising their weapons, shouted about their readiness for battle. Love rested her foot. She made a quick dash forward. People also began to run after her. They were all rushing to the battlefield. Suddenly the girl raised one leg. Immediately after her attack, one of the enemies hit her. His body shattered into a green substance after this impact. The other two were also preparing for an attack. Each of them attacked his opponent. Suddenly, the enemy's hand was on the head of one of the fighters. His eyes immediately widened. The zombie opened his mouth wide. The young man, gritting his teeth forcefully, could not utter a word. Suddenly, the body of this monster shattered. The demon, baring his teeth, growled. Immediately after that, the ally began to move away from him. They all stared at him, not believing that he was quietly leaving after saving someone's life. The girl, smiling broadly, said that this was very cool, because this was really a military alliance of demons and humans. The boy, looking up, noted that this was extremely strange. Luhua, holding the dragon in front of her, wondered if they hadn't said that god particles could only be killed with mystic-level weapons, but even so, the demon attack went well. The pet, looking ahead, explained that the 7 Sinners guards did not need a mystic-level weapon to damage the god particles, but their attack power was 10% lower in this case. God stood in the middle of the battlefield. Smiling, the creator talked about how the demons were now their allies, but it seemed to him that it would be a boring battle. But even so, they managed to surprise him. Immediately afterward, the man turned back. Looking at the protagonist, the head remarked that he would probably have to spend some time dealing with all this garbage. Blood flowed from the young man's mouth when the enemy said that he now had the opportunity to calmly consider the proposal. A black hole appeared on the hero's chest. A half-filled balloon appeared and a message appeared that the change of profession was 67% complete, and in order for the god to be born, he needed to enter the realm of the unconscious. The creator held up a finger and said that he was not interested in that, and therefore his creatures should be given a little more power. Immediately after, the man snapped his fingers. The zombie's eyes began to glow even brighter. One of them, his mouth wide open, growled. They began to absorb each other. The soldier gritted his teeth as he listened to the chomping from the sidelines. The monster almost completely absorbed its ally. His body began to change. A huge enemy towered over Lav. The girl, frowning, realized that they were now 10 meters taller than before. The monster swung his arm to attack. The blow was aimed directly at her. Looking up, she began to activate the Stranglehold skill, which turns the Demon King's strength into physical strength. Her red fist parried the blow of her opponent. From such a collision, cracks began to appear on the ground. Lav gritted her teeth and realized that they had not only grown in size, but had become even stronger than the monsters from the Urus cave. The monster opened its mouth and roared again. The rest of the enemies attacked people. They fought demons on an equal footing. The girl, her eyes wide, said that the situation had worsened in the blink of an eye. Glancing at her comrade in arms, she asked what they should do now. Riot closed his eyes, listening to her say that if things continued like this, they would lose. In his mind, memories arose of how they were all in the same room and one of them was talking about how everyone gathered here could influence the movement of forces in these regions. The boy, frowning, explained that in order to finish the last episode, forces from all areas of chrono life are needed. Opening his eyes, the fighter realized that soon it might be too late. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake. Luhua, looking down, asked if it was an earthquake. The soldier, smiling, said that it was excellent, because their forces arrived just in time. In the distance he could see an army. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The demon, looking ahead, noted that he hadn't even hoped to see such a thing. The army continued to approach them when Riot said that he could not have imagined that he would be able to meet a guard there. These monsters appeared. Smiling, Sin said that this is the most powerful force in this game. This army was the Legion of Urus. Suddenly, the dragon jumped out of her hands. Looking up, she asked where he was going. Flying into the air, the pets said that they had not seen the 4 commanders of the Legion of Death for a long time. One of them stopped. 4 monsters stepped forward, showing the others to stay put. The monster opened its mouth and said that they were waiting for their master's order. A smirk appeared on the dragon's face. Frowning, the pet told them to destroy all those vile monsters summoned by God. One of the commanders appeared and said that everything would be done. They immediately headed forward. The entire army went on the attack. In front of him were these zombies. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The zombie, also with his mouth open, growled. The troops began to fight. The girl, clenching her fists, noted that the Urus Legion was indeed very strong. Immediately after her, a dragon sat on her head. Closing his eyes, the ward explained that this was due to the fact that this was his Real Guard. Luhua, spinning him, said that he must have been very cool when he gave them orders. Smiling broadly, she said that she was becoming more and more interested, because now there was even a legion here, and perhaps they could even win this war. A smirk appeared on the boy's face. Sitting down on one knee, the soldier said that they were still far from that, and asked if she remembered what they had talked about at the inn. Memories of their gathering together, and the words that in order to finish the last episode they needed strength from all areas of chrono life reappeared in his mind. The girl's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. A creature could be seen in the sky. It was a griffin. The elf looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the fighter remembered that they were the ones who had invaded Arden Castle last time. Immediately afterward, the archer remembered that huge shadow. It was also a griffin. The man took a step. Immediately afterward, the elf ran back. The soldier stood on the edge of the cliff. The monsters ran forward. They were all heading towards them. The warrior, smiling, noted that this was really extremely interesting, while the viewers in the chat were trying to understand who was approaching there. The whole earth and sky were filled with monsters when the man said that he found it hard to believe that they would have to fight on the same side with these vile creatures, while the audience began to laugh. The girl sank to the ground. Glancing to the side, she realized that even the ancient beast men had become their allies and assumed that they now had a chance. Smiling, someone said that this was not all. Holding hands, the soldier said that the greater the initial capital of the business, the higher the chances of success, and in war, the more diverse the army commander, the higher the chances of victory. Frowning, Riot added that they need to use everything they can, and that is what business has in common with war. White wings appeared. A large army appeared behind him. Smiling, the young man said that the angels and the heavenly knights had finally arrived. These guards appeared. The man knelt in front of them. Habeck, closing his eyes, reported the completion of the mission. Smiling, the king explained that the celestial realm, the ancient beast men, and even the lair of Urus had finally completed the alliance. Sin, closing his eyes, thanked him for a job well done, and added that he was afraid that he might be late. Smiling, the boy said that finally everyone who was supposed to have gathered and now it was an all-out war. One of the troops appeared and it was said that they were ancient beast men from the northern continent, which numbered more than 5,000. Angels and knights also appeared, and it was explained that a legion of the heavenly realm, of which there were more than 8,000, had also arrived here. And people also appeared, who were almost 4,000 people, including the legion of the underworld, whose number exceeded 4,000 units. Immediately after, the Urus Legion appeared. The monster's mouth appeared. There were many monsters on the battlefield. All of these monsters were surrounded on all sides, and it was ordered that all the forces of chrono life attack the god particles in the center. A certain building appeared. The man's mouth was wide open. 4 people were looking at the phone. Someone was moving with lightning speed across the battlefield. People in the subway were also looking at their devices. The elf attacked one of the opponents. The boy and the girl were also watching the battle. One of the demons attacked the zombies. The woman, lying on the bed, was also looking at the phone. Love was already on the attack. The boy's eyes were wide open. The goddess's gaze was directed forward. The guy's face was red with embarrassment. His body was trembling. Holding the phone in his hands, the viewer said that this girl was simply incredible. A battlefield appeared. The monster roared with its mouth open. It was standing in the middle of the other monsters, and it was said that although the Alliance army had caused damage to the god particles, it wasn't enough for them to die. There was also some kind of equipment after saying that in order to end their lives accurately, a mythic-level weapon was needed. One of the knights attacked the zombies. The enemy began to disappear after revealing that the combined attack of the forces of the Monster Legion, mythic-level weapons, and the insufficient strength of the 5-World Guild, numbering about 4,000 people equipped with mythic weapons, was perfectly complemented by almost 8,000 heavenly knights. Riot appeared after saying that the Lord of the Heavenly Realm had long been buying mythical weapons for the sake of this very moment. Only particles of these zombies remained in the air after explaining that the particles of the god, who imagined themselves to be omnipotent, were shattered in an instant, and all this happened thanks to this boy's strategy. A young man with a large army stood in front of the deity. A monster with a crown appeared. There was a smirk on the young man's face after he told him that the 7 sinful lazy Riot, who had failed to fulfill his duty to destroy mankind because of his love for people, had finally stuck the blade that he had been sharpening for so long to the throat of the god. The maker frowned. Steam was coming from the open mouth of the creature. His eyes burned bright purple. The ruler held her whip in her hands. Behind Lav was a huge army of demons. Their eyes burned bright red. There was also an army of people here. At the head of the knights was Riot. The deity crossed his arms over his chest. With a slight grin, the creator laughed. Standing in front of them, the man noted that he could not expect that they would resist so much. His mouth parted slightly when someone asked him to look at something. There was a huge army in front of him. Luna, sweating, wondered if he was facing not only users, but also characters controlled by artificial intelligence, and added that at the moment even the residents of Chrono Life rebelled against him. Standing in front of the head, she asked if he did not understand what it meant. Lowering his gaze, the man asked if his current actions were wrong. The girl, exhaling, answered in the affirmative and explained that this was why she was asking him to stop this senseless massacre. The interlocutor's gaze went down. Opening his mouth, the man asked if she knew why even non-player characters rebelled against him. Luna looked ahead. Smiling broadly, the god explained that this was due to the fact that they had all contracted the virus they had received from users. A bright green glow appeared on his finger. Pointing at them, the fighter shouted that this would allow him to clear them by killing them all. The interlocutor's eyes immediately opened wide. Looking back, she ordered the army to disperse. The beam immediately struck from his finger. A huge bright explosion lit up everything around. Opening his eyes wide, the creator began to laugh loudly. Shooting many times from his finger, he screamed about cleansing, exterminating that nasty virus and cleansing the planet. Bright flashes continued to illuminate the battlefield. People flew back from the shockwave. The demons also flew backwards. One of the players blocked the attack with his shield. Gritting his teeth with force, the fighter called the enemy a bastard. Immediately after, the man rushed to the attack with shouts. The girl, looking after him, asked him to return and remain in the ranks. Raising the sword up, the player began to use a slash from above. A blue glowing pillar appeared in the place where the enemy was. A huge amount of dust rose into the air. Smiling, the guy asked about the enemy's opinion on this matter and noted that he had put all the magic he had into this attack. Looking at the rising dust, the young man said that he must die. Suddenly, a bright green flash lit up the entire battlefield again. The beam broke through the shield. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The body collapsed to the ground. The girl, wide-eyed, tried to call out to him. The opponent, pointing his finger, noted that he knew that users were completely stupid. Looking ahead, the deity explained that even the protagonist's club could not harm his body, and did he really think that such a stupid attack would work? The fighter's eyes turned white as the ally shouted that she knew it would be so, and also asked why the hell he was breaking the ranks and going straight on his own, because he couldn't imagine how pathetic it was if even the artificial intelligence called him a disgrace. Turning around, she ordered Abracadabra to blow up the enemy from afar. The mage, taking the staff with both hands, replied in the affirmative. Her staff had a bright fiery glow. Closing her eyes, the girl began to cast a certain spell. A huge fireball began to appear above her. Opening her mouth wide, the mage began to use a fiery spear. This area immediately began to transform. It took the form of a kind of projectile. Her staff was still emitting a bright light. Looking ahead, the girl ordered the projectile to go forward. The spear immediately flew into the attack. Another bright explosion lit up the battlefield. The dragon pointed his finger forward. Frowning, the soldier began to shout his order. The girl held him as he ordered everyone to use fire breath to attack. Monsters hovered over him. Glowing spheres began to appear near their mouths. A lot of shells immediately headed for the ground. The girl, holding out a spear, ordered the army to attack. They all rushed forward. People fled, and it was said that this was when a full-scale attack began, and the strength and spirit of the Chrono Life Alliance shook the entire continent. There was a lot of dust in front of them. The hand of the creature appeared. The man immediately raised his hand up. After the wave, a bright green trail left behind it. This bright glow struck everything in its path, and it was said that there was still a striking difference in strength that could not be measured in the number of troops or weapons from the beginning. All users watched this attack. The girl gritted her teeth forcefully, not knowing what to do. The roofs of houses appeared and words were heard that she needed to warn her interlocutor about something. The interlocutor, standing in front of her, said that even if they managed to prepare everything, the players still would not be able to defeat the god. Her eyes widened at these words. With her mouth slightly open, she explained that he was a god of destruction who was born to destroy users, and if he fully awakened, even a loser would not be able to defeat him. Luna, standing in front of her, also added that they had only one way to defeat the god, and to do so, they had to create a creature like him. The user, looking at her, asked again and asked a question about whether they really need to create a god. She also answered in the affirmative. Luna, frowning, said that she plans to turn the protagonist into such a creature. The girl's eyes immediately opened wide. Standing in front of her, she asked if the goddess was her interlocutor. Because why would they complicate everything so much and turn a great warrior into a god? She looked down. A starry sky appeared. The battlefield itself was visible. Someone stepped on the ground. Luna was moving forward. Blood was flowing from her chest. It was dripping on the ground, and the words of the goddess were heard that she really did not have long left, because everything around was blurring. Leaning on her staff, she asked if the protagonist would be happy to see her dead. The hero stood silently on one knee. Smiling, the interlocutor noted that the young man had already gone into the territory of the unconscious. But as already mentioned, in order to be completely reborn as a god, you need to sacrifice the most important. Remembering how she knelt in front of them, the girl said that the power of the god does not disappear anywhere, but is transmitted. Smiling, Luna explained that this is her life. Her staff hit the ground. His friend hugged him. Sweating, she asked if she could say goodbye for the last time. A bright blue glow appeared next to them. A certain other world appeared. The guy was standing among the houses. His gaze turned away from incomprehension. Standing in the water, the fighter tried to understand what kind of place it was. The territory of this village appeared, and he asked if there was really such a village in Chrono Life in which there was not a single soul. Another flooded house could be seen. Closing his eyes, the young man tried to remember how he happened to get here. After all, he definitely had to fight with the god before. Raising his head, the protagonist suggested that he should look around from above. Smiling, the fighter began to activate the speed of light. The guy remained standing still. He had the same smile on his face. Opening his eyes wide, the hero did not understand why his skill did not work. His gaze turned to the side when someone said that it was useless. The interlocutor, looking at him, explained that not a single skill works here. Exhaling, the guy asked if she really thought that they would become friends if they saw each other so often. His eyes widened. The girl straightened her hair. Looking ahead, Luna revealed that this is the game's test data location and collects material that has been removed from Chrono Life and that regular users won't be able to get here. The young man, looking at her, asked how she knew about this place, and she replied that she had also been here once before becoming a goddess, although she was not then on the verge of change as an interlocutor. Opening her mouth, the interlocutor explained that his mother had brought him here and apparently wanted to show him this place before he became a god. The young man, frowning, thought about this mother. A memory of meeting the creator immediately appeared in his mind. So his smile and words that this is his mother's favorite place. Closing her eyes, the girl began to talk about the basis of the game. Standing in front of him, the interlocutor explained that this is the basis that observes everyone in virtual reality and is the main computer. The whole village appeared. Immediately after that, the planet appeared. She began to move away. A bright star appeared when Luna was talking about how the sun hanging above their heads was their mother. The guy, looking up, repeated some of her words. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. The girl, squinting, asked if he was going to destroy her, because if she suffered then the game would simply stop being supported. Opening her mouth, the goddess noted that he would not be able to do it with the help of any skills inside the game, since neither magic, nor physical strength, nor special abilities would take her, because she is an invincible entity. The sun appeared after her words that it was also an omnipotent being who created everything in this world, and even God himself was born to her. I could see the houses of this village, and heard her say that this place is especially dear to my mother, and that is why you cannot use any skill here. Holding her hands behind her back, Luna spoke about how this was why she appeared in front of him in her original form. After all, God mode is also a skill. The hero, frowning, asked if she would just come back to life after death, because she would not die as a unique boss in goddess mode. She, closing her eyes, replied that this was the case when she died at the hands of a trophy guy. But in this case, all her goddess power was used up and therefore the character would be completely deleted. Coming closer, the interlocutor explained that this was why she met him here, because she wanted to talk for the last time before her death. Her mouth appeared when she asked if he wasn't interested in finding out who she was all this time. Smiling, the girl said that everyone might think that she was the daughter of the director of a game company, a hacker, a programmer, or a completely unreal person, or even a non-player character. Looking ahead, the goddess noted that he was dying of curiosity all the time, trying to guess. The young man, looking away, said that she went too far with the non-player character, and added that it seemed to him that she was the daughter or granddaughter of the bearded director of Chrono Life. A smile appeared on her face. Closing her eyes, the girl answered negatively. The guy, rubbing his head, asked if she had lied, because if the interlocutor was not the daughter or granddaughter of the director, then how could she know so much about this game? She, bowing her head a little, explained that she would not play like this if she was an employee of the company, and added that she would get closer to the god, or resurrect Yopi or Hirakan to extend the main quest. Standing in front of him, the goddess explained that the game is not actually created by the company, but by its players. Looking forward, Luna said that she is an ordinary 21-year-old girl and an ordinary first user. Closing her eyes, she said that she just liked this game. A certain territory appeared. The roofs of the houses were visible. A lot of people were standing in the square when she said that this was the day when Chrono Life first hit the market. People, looking at each other, said that the graphics here are simply unreal and it is extremely difficult to distinguish it from reality, the same as the feelings. Clubs appeared in their hands, and someone asked if it would be the strongest weapon if it was upgraded to level 99. Two users lifted them into the air when someone suggested that they go to a hunting ground near the village. Someone's foot appeared and immediately a message appeared about the successful connection to the game. It was Luna. Her mouth was half open. A smile appeared on her face, and she said that she fell madly in love with this game that day. A forest appeared. A message appeared above her head about leveling up. Immediately after, the player attacked a certain monster with lightning and said that this was the first change of profession and the first skill. 2 more players also appeared next to her after saying that it was also the first game in the team and the Persian cave exploration. The chicken was roasted on the fire, and the girls said that at night they made a small fire and fried delicious meat. There was a bright full moon above them as she talked about how in those days they laughed, chatted, sang songs, and enjoyed the fantastic life they could only dream of. There was a smile on her face. Remembering herself by the fire, the goddess said that she was very happy then, and this time was just wonderful. In the distance he could see some mountains. A drop fell on the leaf. 2 more immediately followed. The rain fell on this forest. 2 silhouettes could be seen in the forest. A chopped corpse lay on the ground. Blood dripped from the staff. There was a crazy smile on the girl's face, and she said that it was then that a long period of pain began. Luna, still smiling, laughed. Opening her mouth wide in a smile, the girl began to laugh even louder. The territory of this village appeared again. They stood opposite each other. The fighter, throwing a truncheon over his shoulder, asked why she suddenly became some kind of psychopath. Opening his eyes wider, the guy talked about what he did not understand and asked her to tell everything in order, instead of jumping right into the middle. Frowning, the protagonist explained that she should not only whitewash herself, as he does not like it when the villain is romanticized. A faint smile appeared on her face after he said that in any case it would not change the fact that she had stuck a knife in his back. Her mouth appeared as the girl replied affirmatively. The corpse appeared as she explained that if he wanted to understand such a sudden change, she should start the story a little earlier than that day. There was that fierce grin on her face. Some ruins were visible. She crawled on the ground and also said that she was still enjoying the game then, not suspecting anything. Gritting her teeth with force, the goddess said that she must have torn off all her knees. Crawling through the hole in the wall, Luna said that she was almost there, as it was only a short distance to the entrance. One of the fragments suddenly fell on her head. Clutching her head, the player screamed. Opening one eye, the user said that she was in too much pain and added that it seemed to her that the entrance would not be so narrow. Her eyes suddenly opened wider. She got to her feet. Her gaze was directed somewhere forward. Looking around, the girl said that it was very beautiful here and apparently these were the ruins of the horizon. Her eyes widened in surprise when it was reported that she had discovered the ruins of the horizon and that the plains of the horizon had now been explored 100%. Her mouth appeared and another message from the system appeared, informing her that she had received a hidden achievement, as well as a special reward. She began to smile broadly after receiving 5 distribution points. Luna started jumping for joy. The territory of this location appeared and the girl said that if a person fell in love with someone, then he would want to know everything about him. In her case, the object of love was not a person, but chrono life. The goddess sat down near a stone after saying that she liked this game very much and therefore she wanted to know everything about it. The girl walked through the desert and talked about how this is why she gradually explored all the maps. The player also visited the snow-capped mountains and immediately received notifications that the frontline village had been explored 100% and 5 points were added to it for distribution, and the Rocky Mountain Cave was also explored, as well as Silver Beach. She stood on a cliff, talking about how she had been able to explore all the corners of Chrono Life. There was a smile on her face after saying that she had managed to complete a lot of quests back then. A stone tablet with some symbols appeared. She stood in front of her and told her that she had begun to notice something strange about the game. Sweat appeared on her face. Eyes were wide open after saying that the traces of the past civilization of Chrono Life and the chronology of events in each region were different. Another drop of sweat appeared on her face. The territory of this location appeared when she thought about the fact that this world has been destroyed and restored by many rays since ancient times. Some buildings covered with flames were visible, and then the goddess said that her guesses turned out to be correct, and in ancient times the god created 7 messengers called mortal sins. Everything in this place was burning. She was still standing in front of this stone slab and telling that with the help of these sins, God had already destroyed this world several times. The hero, smiling broadly, laughed. Holding a baton on his shoulder, the fighter asked if she really wanted to say that the world of this game had already been dumped several times and noted that only a few years had passed since the release of the game, and this simply could not be true. The interlocutor, rubbing her head, said that she hoped that he was not stupid after all, because all of this was just a setting. Looking at him, Luna explained that he should stop skipping the plot and just enjoy the game, while the young man replied that he would like to do it himself, but when a lot of letters appear in front of him, he immediately begins to feel sleepy. Imagining herself again in front of the stone, she said that this was how she had learned about the past of the Chrono continent. Sweat ran down her face. She immediately closed her mouth. The girl frowned and said that along with the stupid resentment, anger awoke in her heart. Buildings appeared after her words that this was a game in which freedom was valued above all else, and that was why there was still no such thing as a main quest in the system. A sign was visible above one of the doors, and Luna revealed that even though receiving and giving quests was still seen as a quest in the Adventurers Guild, it was not programmed content. A bulletin board with tasks appeared, when the girl said that the players themselves drew up papers for this type of activity for non-player characters. Her legs spun quickly. The goddess turned back and explained that it became clear to her then that soon all users would receive the very main quest, the purpose of which would be to protect the world from destruction by 7 sinners. Someone was running fast. The territory of the city appeared. Remembering herself in front of many other people, she revealed that as soon as she returned to the village, she immediately told the whole truth to the rest of the users. Her eyes were wide as it was explained that she had begun to talk about how if they didn't prepare for war in advance, then the continent would come to an end. People opened their mouths in surprise. Immediately afterward, smiles appeared on their faces. They were all crying with laughter, shouting that all her words were just nonsense. Her eyes were still wide open. Users walked away, saying that there was hope that this person would tell them something useful. Sweat ran down her face as Luna asked them to believe her words. Looking after them, she shouted that everything she said was true and she managed to find out by examining all the cards. Someone gritted his teeth violently. People turned around and said that she really got them and told her to shut up. The girl's mouth opened. They all stood in front of her and said that she probably just wanted to attract attention to herself, and she should have come up with something better. She lowered her eyes, listening to them say that she relied too much on her pretty face and that such people usually provided certain services in the guild. Her lips were trembling. The player, standing next to her, asked if her words were true. Placing his hand on the blade, the fighter explained that he had some doubts about her story and would like to know more. She, putting her hand on her chest, shouted that this was true, even if it was hard to believe. The interlocutor, smiling, replied that he believed in it. Her eyes widened. Looking ahead, the young man also added that he only had to look into her eyes to understand this. Her mouth was open in surprise. There was a strange grin on his face. Sweating, the soldier suggested that she go to a quiet place and discuss it in private. His hand was stroking his shoulder. Sticking out his tongue, the man also added that he knew a good guest house not far from here. With his other hand, the man squeezed her shoulder. She gritted her teeth forcefully. Immediately after, the girl removed him from her. Luna started running away. Looking after her, the fighter shouted that she herself was wagging her tail in front of him. Tears flowed down her face. The setting sun appeared and the goddess said that after that day she had to explore the world of this game like crazy. Her clothes were torn. Lowering her gaze, she said that even if she had everything studied 100%, it did not mean that she did not have a chance to miss something. Walking through the woods, the girl said that she had a feeling that something had to be hidden. Remembering the people who had laughed because of her words, she said that although they thought she was an idiot, she didn't care at all. A memory of that man also came to her mind. The evening sky appeared when she talked about how it was to protect the world of this game, which she loves so much. Her head was bowed a little. She stopped where she was and said that she was not at all sure that she should do this. With one hand clenched in her fist, Luna spoke of the fact that all she had to do was keep going. Her gaze was directed downwards. She suddenly raised her head. His eyes widened. A creature appeared in front of her. Her mouth opened in surprise and it was said that she had managed to find a chance to protect this world. The angel, smiling, said that he had been watching her for a long time. Hovering in front of her, the creature also added that it would give her the power to help protect this world. The girl looked at him when he said that she needed to fulfill all the requirements and become the goddess of life. She still had a staff in her hand when a notification appeared that she had received a hidden quest and also asked if she wanted to continue. Furrowing her brows, she replied affirmatively and said that this was how she began the quest that allowed her to become a goddess. Several windows of the system appeared with information about the task, in which she had to explore the maps of the continent, find the spirit tear, fairy powder, unicorn horn, take 1,000 lives, hunt humanoid monsters and obtain 10 million heads and also complete the hidden 5th quest. The mountains of one of the locations appeared when she talked about how it took her 1,000 days to complete the 1st to the 4th quest, during which she had to play for more than 15 hours. The goblin's body was cut into 2 pieces. The corpse lay in front of her. Luna exhaled and a system message appeared about the successful completion of the 4th task. The girl stood in the middle of many corpses and said that it was quite difficult, but she still managed to do it, because only her anxiety for this world was stronger than physical and psychological fatigue. Sweat ran down her face as she thought that she really didn't have much time right now. Opening her eyes wider, she remembered that the attack of the 7 sinners would soon begin. A system window appeared in front of her when she wanted to know about the last task. The girl put her finger to the message. Her mouth opened wider in surprise. Her eyes were wide open, as she needed to kill 1,000 people in order to complete the task, after joining the group with them. Her face trembled and then she said that this was her last quest to become the goddess of life. Her whole body trembled after her words that for someone who really loved this game and lasted so far only because of it, it was too cruel a quest for her. The staff in her hand also shivered slightly. Sweat ran down her face. The rain fell on the forest. Blood splatters appeared. The player fell to the ground. She grabbed her hand and screamed loudly. Trying to crawl away, the comrade asked why she was doing this, because they really did not unite in a team for a joint hunt. Luna quickly cut off her head. Blood covered her face. The head hit the ground. There was anger on the victim's face. The girl's eyes suddenly opened wider. She pursed her lips. The goddess fell to her knees, saying that this was her limit. Her head was bowed as it was revealed that she had been abused, ignored, and ridiculed. The rain ran down her face as she talked about how easy it was for her to survive such a trifle. Her hand was lowered and the goddess said that what she had to do to save this game, on the contrary, made her even more rotten. Tears streamed down her face and immediately there was a notification that she had 999 more people to kill. A forest flooded with sunlight appeared. She was next to a player, and immediately told me that no matter how hard it was for her, she did not want to give up. Immediately after, the girl attacked him in the stomach. The player fell on his back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, the soldier asked if this was the same user who had been prowling the area lately. Blood remained in his mouth as he called it garbage and added that it would soon cause this game to decline. The girl silently made another attack. His body trembled. Blood was on the face of the goddess. Her eyes were wide after she realized that it was too late to stop and that it would all end if she stopped. Blood was still on his face. Luna began to smile at the realization that this was not a real murder after all. The roofs of some houses appeared. The man, smiling a little, was humming some melody. Holding an instrument in his hands, the musician played. There was a goddess in front of him, Bard. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Remembering that forest and meat, the player said that a long time ago they grilled kebabs and sang songs together. The girl's mouth was slightly open when the interlocutor said that he already missed those times, because then it was really cool. Turning around, the user noted that they really had not seen each other for a long time. These buildings appeared and she said that the Frontline Village is the place where Chrono Life players start their game, and usually after leveling up they all disperse to other locations, so it is very unlikely to meet someone familiar there. Smiling, she asked if he would like to join her group. Mountains could be seen in the distance. A drop fell on the leaf. It was followed by another. The rain began to pour over the tall trees. Two silhouettes could be seen in the distance. It was that Bard. Blood was dripping from the staff. There was a mad smile on the girl's face as she received a notification that there were 138 people left to complete the mission. Smiling, she began to laugh. Her eyes burned bright red as the forest flooded her with loud laughter, and at the same time she told her that while she was killing a huge number of innocent users, her soul was completely destroyed. After introducing her face, Luna clarified that it was then that a completely different personality was born inside her. She slashed another player, saying that this new identity of hers was mercilessly killing others. Smiling, the goddess said that her enemy was more insignificant than any insect. The sun was shining brightly. A system window appeared in front of her face with the information that she had 9 people left to kill. Her gaze was fixed on this window. Her eyes suddenly opened wider when some joyful exclamations were heard from the outside. The fighter, looking around, asked if this was really a real game, because everything was too real here. Her mouth opened slightly. The protagonist had a big smile on his face as she revealed that it was then that she first met him. Her mouth was still open when the hero talked about how happy he was to see the rest of the inhabitants of this game. This village appeared. Someone was walking down the street. The young man held a truncheon in his hand. Looking at this person, she realized that she had already seen this loser yesterday, and said that they had faced each other almost every day then. The fighter hit another player. The man gritted his teeth forcefully. His hand grabbed the guy's clothes. The man, picking up the protagonist, asked if he really wanted to go to the next world. Luna, looking at them, thought that this man is a famous bandit in this area, who deliberately shows off in front of his woman, pretending to be strong, although he squeezed some noob. Turning away, the goddess realized that his goal was simply to impress, so that he would not kill anyone, and therefore there was no point in her helping him. Her mouth opened suddenly. Looking down, she thought about help. The young man, frowning, insulted his interlocutor. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The man's fist had already struck his face. The bandit began to beat the newcomer. The girl, exhaling, could not understand why he had done this, if he was about to be beaten. The sky seemed a little cloudy as she talked about how they continued to collide in the following days. The player, turning around, shouted a question about why the swordsman took up the study of this skill in the first place. The man with the shield, blocking the enemy, shouted that he should already take control of him. The mage, holding a broom, told him to learn first, and then come here, because they can't play with him like this. The young man bowed his head after receiving a notification that he had been expelled from the group. They all began to move away. Luna was standing behind a tree at the time. A corpse lay in front of her, and a notification appeared that she had 8 more people to kill. With her hands behind her back, she realized that this loser was also playing the way he wanted, even though there were a lot of sites with information about the game and he could have advanced by now, and since his character was hopeless, he could be removed and raised in his own way. His head was bowed. The young man immediately gave them the middle finger. Her eyes widened as he talked about how he was a person who had characteristics all his life and how should he give up over such trifles. After all, he had already had enough escapes in reality. Her gaze was still directed to the side. Her mouth opened in surprise, as at that moment a strange feeling appeared in her chest. Placing her hand on her chest, the goddess said that she felt that what the loser said filled her from the inside. Her mouth was already closed as Luna talked about how she was starting to fill with irritation at the same time. Her gaze went down. The bright sun shone on this village. The man, showing the middle finger, rejected the noob. The girl, closing her eyes, said that their team does not accept amateurs. Child. Picking his nose, he said that his equipment was terrible and he should level it up to at least the 11th level. The young man was standing in the middle of the square. His teeth were clenched with anger as she told him that the day had come that would change his and her fate. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that this game was moronic. Holding a blade in his hands, the protagonist also asked why he got such a bad piece of weapon. People looked back and tried to understand what was happening to him. The girl took a step and immediately there were notifications from the system that she had one person left before completing the task. The guy raised his sword, shouted that they all did not understand anything, because they really did not know what kind of weapon he had in his hands. Luna bowed her head slightly. A mad grin appeared on her face. Her hands trembled. My legs also began to tremble. She was standing not far from him. Holding her staff, the girl called out to him. The soldier, looking to the side, asked again. Closing her eyes, the goddess asked if he wanted to join her team. Sweat dripped down the hero's face. Smiling broadly, the protagonist thought that this is just the best game. There was a faint grin on her face. Looking ahead, she made the decision to completely destroy this naive loser. There was a thick fog over the water. Luna stood opposite the newcomer. She closed her eyes and said that after that, she killed him and became the goddess of life. The girl remembered how she mocked the financial condition of Gio's parents. She held a staff in her hand. She cut the guy's body in one movement. The goddess of life looked down and added that she had achieved this by scolding and blaming herself, but still stabbing others in the back. The main character put the baton on his shoulder. He curled his mouth and let out a laugh. He furrowed his brows and asked what they should do, because he still couldn't forgive her even after listening to her story. They were standing across from each other, and the guy admitted that it wasn't easy for her to go through it alone, but she crossed the line by stabbing him in the back. Luna looked down as the player said that for this reason, he would not forgive her, no matter how she made excuses. Then she smiled. The protagonist furrowed his brows in bewilderment as the girl asked why she had done it then. A drop fell down. The goddess began to cry, saying that she would be very happy if she could turn back time. Gio looked at her dumbfounded. A tear ran down her cheek as she said that she had also been thinking all this time why she had done this to him then. The girl remembered the first time she saw the newcomer then, and assumed that she was just jealous of him. Luna was hiding behind a tree. She said that the protagonist was too different from her while enjoying the game. She put her hand on her chest. She couldn't afford it anymore. The goddess of life then wiped away her tears and apologized for it. The young man furrowed his brows as she said that she hoped that if she had a chance to explain everything to her, she wouldn't cry, because it was so pitiful to cry while apologizing to someone. Gio furrowed his brows and thought about her words. He remembered the girl in a different guise while she was crying. Then she clung to him. The guy looked at her dumbfounded. Luna closed her eyes and apologized for killing the protagonist and avoiding him after that, but she has no excuses. Her cheeks flushed as she said she could do anything to apologize. The player furrowed his brows and sighed in displeasure. He closed his eyes and warned her not to regret this promise. The goddess looked down. There was a slight smile on her lips. She took a step forward and called the young man, calling him a loser. Luna brought her hand to her face and said that if it was some kind of strange request, then let the protagonist leave her until they officially started dating. The player was holding a baton on his shoulder, saying that he would save his wish for later, because there was still a lot he didn't understand right now. He asked how she met the god and why she went over to his side. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she had met the god when she had completed about halfway through the 5th quest of the goddess of life, and she had quite accidentally stumbled upon him in the main square of the frontline village. There was a yellow sky above the buildings. The man was sitting against the wall. People passed by him, and he said that he was so fed up with everything that he was ready to kill them all. He turned around when someone called his idea interesting. Luna was standing next to him. She smiled and said that she was in business with God. Standing in front of Gio, she said that she had already learned what the creator looked like from the villagers, so she immediately spoke to him and pretended to join his plan, after which she waited for the very moment. Lowering her gaze, the goddess explained that she was going to kill him. They were standing in the water, and the girl added that at some point a small variable suddenly appeared in her plan. The sun was shining brightly over the village. People were walking down the street. The player turned to look at the crowd. She looked away, not understanding why so many people had gathered around the bulletin board. As she made her way through the others, she assumed that some kind of event had been reported. Suddenly she opened her mouth in surprise. There she saw the face of Gio, who was wanted. In the photo, he was wearing a raincoat. The very variable was him. The knight opened his mouth wide and announced that a criminal was wanted and that a reward had been set. People were covered in sweat with shock when the guard reported that this scoundrel had killed more than 800,000 people in one day. The wall was covered with posters, and the man added that they had spread the word about him around the world in all 12 kingdoms of the 3 continents. A poster with the face of the main character hung at each window. The guard opened his mouth wide and shouted that the reward was 10 billion gold. The players opened their mouths in shock upon hearing this amount of money. The girl was covered with drops of sweat. She furrowed her brows and thought it was a dream. An explosion rang out on the planet. The events that happened next were even more shocking. The protagonist furrowed his brows. A shock wave swept across the ground. The warriors flew into the air. The young man waved his truncheon. Then, he abruptly stretched his arm back. Another ray of golden light swept through the army. The knights jumped into the air, approaching the newcomer. He stood motionless, looking at them. He then smirked and grabbed his primitive weapon. The flow of its energy threw enemies into the air. Another shock wave. Luna opened her mouth in surprise when she heard a loud sound. Floating in the air, she looked down. The sun was sinking behind the mountains. Jill was fighting alone against 3 million people. Their corpses lay on the ground. The result was an indisputable victory for the guy. The girl furrowed her brows and reported that it made her think. Sweat was dripping down her face, then she assumed that this loser could help her. She took a step forward. As long as she was close to the god, there was a good chance that her outside actions were under surveillance, so she couldn't tell the protagonist everything. The goddess sank to the ground. She arched her eyebrows. Considering what she had done, the player would never have agreed to help her. She went forward, taking into account the radical nature of the protagonist. There was a possibility that he would join the creator, and they would destroy the Chrono Life game together. Luna and Jaiwa stood opposite each other. Then they began to fight. The guy furrowed his brows and said that he had learned everything he wanted to know, and now it was the opponent's turn to get the blows. She opened her mouth wide and said that she wanted to talk again. She was standing behind the player. After that, the ground was covered with cracks. The planet split. It came to an end. The goddess of life stood in front of the young man, saying that she had left a variable like him and focused on what she could do. She remembered attacking the enemy, and said that she had asked to provide the Holy Land Guild and the rest of the mythical level weapons. The girl pierced the man from behind. The protagonist furrowed his brows and asked why she had revived Huracan and Yopi then, since she wanted to destroy the world rather than protect it. She smiled and replied that Huracan appeared after the protagonist captured Urus, and then he would have revived anyway and been much stronger. Closing her eyes, Luna added that she revived Yopi at the behest of the god. Perhaps he just wanted to collect sins for the 7 sinners as soon as possible. There were bare trees between the buildings, and the goddess explained that the creator also believed that the existence of Geo had an effect on what was happening as a variable. The guy turned around and said that he had once protected this world, and he would destroy it. A beam of light struck the sky. The creator evaporated. The girl smiled and thought that now her job was done. Looking at the sky, she didn't know if it was the right thing to do. God hovered in space, wanting to watch this world become purer. Luna chuckled and said that she was constantly thinking about how she could tell the protagonist. She closed her eyes and explained that the reason was that she wanted to do it with him. The girl remembered how she tried to look for him in real life when she had the opportunity. She turned around with a smile. Jiwoo and Luna looked at each other. She turned around. She wanted him to save her. The girl held food in her hands each time she was overcome by doubts. She looked up and cried. She didn't know if she could put all this burden on the protagonist. Suddenly, the player raised his hand and said that he had a question. He furrowed his brows and said that he had always been curious about how she had even found where he lived. The goddess of life suddenly blushed. She put her hands behind her back, asking if the young man was so interested that he decided to ask it in such a serious situation. Gio looked at her dumbfounded as she said that it was so simple that he himself would be surprised when he found out. The protagonist looked up and saw messages from the system that the launch of the hidden class had begun. A red ball appeared. Suddenly, his body began to shine brightly. He looked at his hand, asking what was going on. Luna closed her eyes and said that the time had come. The sphere shone brighter. Then it broke into small fragments. She congratulated the player with a smile on being a god now. The sky was covered with cracks like glass. The goddess of life warned with a sweet smile that this place would soon disappear, and he would return to where he was before. Her cheeks flushed, and she added that he would have to say goodbye to her here. Gio looked up at the sky and shouted that she hadn't answered his question. She only smiled as he asked loudly how she got into his house. The goddess closed her eyes and replied that she would say so when the ending was over and would come to visit him. With a joyful face, she asked the main character to join a monster hunting squad with her if she created a new character. The protagonist's body emitted a dazzling light. He raised his hand and ordered to stop the change of profession. He bent his knees and shouted that he really wanted to know how she got to his home. Falling to his knees, he began to beg. Light filled the space. It turned white. I could see the stars in the night sky. Someone coughed up blood. Hong grabbed her injured arm and gritted her teeth. She sat in the midst of her wounded comrades. The warriors were lying on the ground. Someone was already dead. The man with the golden aura hummed thoughtfully. God said with a smile that the girl has a long enough lifespan for a human. He crossed his arms and asked how many times she had already respawned and been attacked again. Hong closed one eye, and the man reported that the others were already exhausted and were not coming back. Sweating, Hong thought that Luna was right, and that even with such careful preparation, they wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. She remembered how the goddess of life stood in front of her and said that even if they managed to prepare everything, the players still wouldn't be able to defeat the god. The warrior gritted her teeth furiously. She got up from her knees. Hong took her weapon. She sighed heavily. She then struck a fighting pose and thought that their job was to stall for time until the great warrior was reborn as a god. The girl furrowed her brows and decided that they had to support him. The enemy crossed his arms and sneered, asking if Hong was really going to attack him using this body. Suddenly, Love looked up. Lying on the ground, she called her friend. Drops of sweat were dripping down the girl's cheeks, and she thought that all this time she had been offended. She gripped her dagger tightly and thought that, like any user of this game, she wanted to be the protagonist. Hong ran forward. Her eyes shone brightly with anger. The enemy stood motionless, as if waiting for her. The warrior opened her mouth wide. Luna stood in front of her as Hong asked why complicate things by making a god out of a great warrior. The goddess of life opened her mouth slightly. With a serious face, she replied that the one who enjoyed and loved this game the most was Gio. There was an explosion. After these words, the girl could not help but admit that she was not the protagonist in this game. She leaped into the air, intending to attack the creator. He curled his lips and sighed. He held up one finger. A beam of green light shot out from his finger. The enemy cut off the girl's other arm. She fell to the ground. Riot opened his mouth, stunned. His sister was also terrified. Lu Hua and Urus watched from afar with surprise on their faces. Hong's severed hand lay beside her. The enemy furrowed his brows and said that the wretched people had come to an end. Suddenly he froze in surprise. The warrior's body began to tremble. She rolled over on her side. Then she rested her knee on the ground. After that, the girl carefully knelt. She gritted her teeth with the effort and thought that it didn't matter now. She rested her head on the floor and decided that she should only stall for time. Her hand and dagger lay side by side. The opponent grinned. He crossed his arms and with a loud laugh asked what she was trying to do there. He opened his eyes wide and clarified that it was a metaphor. When he called her a bug, he never expected that Hong would actually become it. Suddenly, the warrior took the weapon in her teeth. The creator's eyes darkened. Blood remained on her forehead. She stood on her feet with a dagger in her mouth. Her hair was also covered in blood. Her sleeve was stained. She thought that her pitiful appearance now reflected what she had been able to keep in this world. The girl furrowed her brows and decided that this was her pride. The man smiled broadly and told her to stop showing off. He created a green flash of light. Explosions rang out all around. Love opened her mouth wide. She began to cry and called loudly to her friend. The enemy smirked and told her not to overplay, because it was just a game. He opened his eyes wide and told them to connect and return to him as soon as possible, so that he would crush them again like bugs. With a mad look, the god added that he would do this until this world came to an end. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared to the side. The creator furrowed his brows. The black cloak fluttered. The enemy recognized this voice. Gio picked up Hong. Riot smiled. Rioli looked at the guy happily. Lu Hua and Urus were also happy. Love opened her mouth wide. She was still lying on the ground, looking at the main character. Hong turned around and her cheeks turned red. The young man stood beside her, telling her to leave it to him. The enemy stood before him, asking if he had come to his senses. He opened his mouth slightly and asked what answer the player would give him to his offer to join him. His hair was shining brightly. He asked if Jaiwa was going to imprison himself in a prison called Eternal Death. Suddenly, the main character opened his mouth and ordered him to shut up. The enemy looked at him dumbfounded. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist said that the creator should be properly beaten. The man furrowed his brows. He looked down and asked if that was his final answer. The player was standing in front of him, and the god asked how he was going to stop him, because this baton did not work on him. A shadow hid the young man's face. He sighed. The cloak covered his body, and he asked that the enemy not cry when he received a blow. The maker furrowed his brows in shock. Jiwoo with a hard look activated the god advent skill. His body began to emit a bright light. The scoundrel crossed his arms. Love opened her mouth in surprise. She remembered Luna sitting on her lap and saying that what kind of god the protagonist would become would determine the nature of his game over time. Blood was flowing from her mouth. The young man curled his lips. The alchemist and the dragon opened their mouths wide in amazement. The angel knitted his brows. Hong watched him intently. Rioli was covered in sweat. The man with the cigar grinned. He furrowed his brows and said that what kind of god Gio had become perfectly reflected the way he had been playing all this time. The player's eyes shone brightly. His hair turned white. Lightning struck all around. The wind blew with greater force. The whole earth trembled. Fragments of stones began to rise up. Hong staggered and almost fell. She looked down. Inside there were only worries about the continent of Chrono, and in the end it seemed that the whole planet was shuddering. A shadow fell on her, and she froze. Left without arms, she looked ahead. The Chrono night sky was plunged into pitch darkness. A gloom in which not a single star was visible. Lav was lying on the ground, trembling all over. She lifted her head and tried to understand why the sky had suddenly darkened. Could it be that the hero had used the advent of God's skill? The clouds turned red and lightning flashed. Thunder began to roll all over the area. A red light flooded everything around. The girl looked at the sky. More and more flashes appeared on it. Love's assumptions were correct. The wind played with white hair. The hero hovered above the ground with a sad expression on his face. Red lightning emanated from him. In every corner of the game, the presence of the god of chaos was felt. Players and amateurs watched with delight what was happening. The antivirus called Joe the god of chaos. He folded his hands on his chest and said, "Okay, finally all the pieces came together." The creator ate a sandwich. Many people guessed this. After all, Luna has been collecting particles of the god for a long time. Luna then chuckled and said that God, as expected, knew everything from the beginning, why Luna had been neutral all this time. One day, she approached Gio and addressed him as Mr. Loser. She put her hand on her chest and offered to do it, unite in a party. Now everything became clear to the antivirus. He looked at the hero and said that it was all to make him a god. He began to laugh and said that he knew that she was hiding something, but he could not imagine that she would stick a knife in his back in this way. Luna, this girl is really a complete nonentity. He should have torn her to pieces and given her to feed. The god of chaos only gave a brief chuckle. He looked at him intently and said how much the villain was tired of his conversations. He rose even higher and asked, "Won't he fight?" The antivirus grinned and asked if the hero was really angry just because he insulted Luna. Until recently they were ready to kill each other. Did he really like her again? However, before he could finish speaking, the hero's hand squeezed his face. Gio calmly closed his eyes and said, "Hey." He opened his eyes with a lot of arrows inside and asked if he was really tired of living. A whirlwind flashed in the creature's eyes. He broke free from the grip and flew back. A nervous smile appeared on his face. He noted how quickly the hero grabbed him. He understood, and if his new friend wanted it so, then they would fight. The deity began to say something else, but had already managed to get a blow. Suddenly overturned, it slammed its hump into the ground. Bewilderment on his face. He didn't understand why there was a wall behind him, because he flew into the air. He looked at the hero and for some reason he was standing upside down. His eyes widened. Had the world turned upside down? The god of chaos waited patiently. The antivirus in front of him froze, his head buried in the ground. He still couldn't realize that he had flipped over. His hand fell to the ground. The deity turned over, smiled. It was interesting for him. He didn't know what the hero had done, but he was surprised that he made him touch the ground. He smiled even wider. As a reward, he promised to kill him quickly. He pointed his finger at the guy and the energy began to accumulate on his tip. A green ray rushed to the player's head. However, Gio remained steadfast. The beam of energy expanded and pierced the ground, engulfing the man's figure. The antivirus laughed hysterically and asked his friend to remember this. Even if he became a god, this does not mean that he is his equal. He moved the beam in different directions, as if he was playing, and said that he was the god of destruction and the destruction of his horse. Everything in front of him exploded and collapsed. The creature screamed that before the skill of destruction, everyone was equal, living or inanimate, everything would be destroyed, he promised. He opened his mouth even wider and shouted that even the goddess of life Luna was no exception. She was unable to resist the power of destruction and died quickly. Hong could still keep herself on her feet. Luhua and Urus flew into the air after another push. All the stones reared up, forming a sharp cover. Riot and Rioli were also in the midst of the devastation. The angel looked ahead frightened. In her thoughts she said that this simply could not be. The continent was breaking apart before her eyes. Love opened her mouth wide. She got to her feet and began to hold her bruised arm. She looked at the green explosions and mentally called out to her Appa. Antivirus enjoyed this spectacle. He ran his finger back and forth and asked if he wasn't fighting with his friend now, as he wanted. He hoped that the god of chaos was not dead yet. He asked to shout something if he was still alive. A silhouette appeared among the flashes, and the deity continued to laugh. Gio appeared in the light, his hair hiding his gaze. He called the deity Misery. His hands slowly began to rise. A short swing and the energy around the player began to dissipate. Powerful streams, like waves, began to scatter to the side. The antivirus froze with a finger stretched forward. His screams began to reverberate for tens of miles around. Everything rumbled, and water began to condense in the air. Love looked up in surprise. Water dripped on her. The girl noted that the god's attack had turned into rain. The two opponents froze opposite each other. The rain was pouring down. Gio looked down and asked if the god could do anything else. The antivirus looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he meant. The hero put his hand on his hair. He asked if the villain could do anything other than point his finger at everyone. His fingers stretched between his hair. The player said that if the enemy had nothing else to show him. He looked at him with creepy eyes. He decided that it was his turn to attack. The antivirus frowned. The hero raised a mighty club above his head. The rain rolled down beautifully on the wood and the strong hand. The god smiled nervously and asked if the hero himself knew anything other than just waving his baton, especially since his attacks no longer worked on him. The wind ruffled a mighty leaf on a small branch. Gio silently struck a shot, and something incredible rushed right at the enemy. It was getting closer and closer to his frightened face. The monster's eyes widened more and more. He made a dash to the side. His face was bewildered. He did not understand what it was. The wave of attack swept hundreds of miles ahead. The planet was cut into two parts by the shock wave. Space itself cracked from such force. The antivirus looked at the guy. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. He realized that it wasn't just the space that had split. The dimension itself cracked, and that cut-off area no longer exists in this world. God would frown if he fell under this attack. His thought was interrupted by the hero behind him. The guy clenched his fist and raised his fist. The antivirus's eyes widened with horror. He was thrown back after the impact. He clenched his barely intact teeth and asked himself, when was Jiwoo behind him? A shockwave came from the god of chaos. She kicked up a wall of dust around her. The antivirus touched the ground with his hand. He wiped the blood on his lip. He smiled again and said that all this was very entertaining. The hero made him touch the ground for the second time. The guy took a new stance while the villain was about to say something else. The hero clenched the fist of his left hand. He squeezed it so tightly that energy began to pulse around him. The antivirus shuddered. The god of chaos struck the air in front of him. But by some miracle, the blow crashed into the deity. Love looked at him in surprise. Riot opened his mouth wide. Everyone who watched the stream gasped and blushed. Hong was no different. She tried to understand what had just happened. The great warrior slammed the air in front of her eyes. But how did the attack reach the face of the god? The antivirus faltered. All this was not some kind of magic. But then what? Blood flowed from his nose. Realizing the danger, antivirus trembled and perspired. Jill looked at him and asked if he was ready. His hand stretched forward. His eyes flashed. The player asked if the god was ready to get punched in the face. The antivirus made a grimace of horror. Jill bent his knees slightly. He slightly closed his lips and raised his fist. Again the blow passed through space. God coughed up blood. The hero made a dash and raised his fist for a second blow. Many more fell on the enemy. Jill relentlessly continued the beating. The monster's face and body became like dough. There was a distance of several meters between the fighters, but the antivirus received blows. Meanwhile, in reality, Dokbi watched the battle. The game staff did not know how to react to this. They asked, why does the god of destruction lose so pathetically? What does the user piece do to him? The director smiled contentedly and said the probability. He explained that the skill that the god of chaos is currently using is a particle of probability. Previously, such air strikes had never hit the physics engine. The percentage of hits was 0%. He frowned and added that this asshole had used the powers of the god of chaos and made sure that the probability of hitting was 100%. As a result, regardless of the distance to the enemy, the percentage of hits is 100%. The employee looked at him anxiously and asked if this skill was too out of balance. The man shook his head and said that this is not a skill, this is an authority. An authority is a skill of the highest level, so it was originally created without taking into account the balance. Destruction, creation of existence, chaos, and there are other powers that have not yet been revealed. Dokbi put his hand in his pocket. He frowned slightly, thinking that the problem lay elsewhere. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He thought that a particle of probability was only a small part of the cave's god's abilities. He exhaled, and he said that the hero would become much more terrifying than he is now. The heavens were struck by lightning. The antivirus was thrown back, taking hits. He clenched his teeth and couldn't do anything. However, after a moment, he was able to fly up on a huge pillar of energy. In flight, he cursed. I tried to carry myself as far as possible. Sweat was on his face. He could not understand what was happening now. He must retreat first. He landed and suddenly found himself face to face with the hero. He had to get out of here and calmly think about a counterattack. Seeing the face of the god of chaos, he froze. He looked at him and asked, wasn't he just in the sky? Jio's eyes covered his hair again. He said the powers of chaos. His eye flashed red. The arrows on the pupil shone. Red waves began to bend around a piece of reality. The god of destruction screamed. He looked at the chaos around him. Jio took out a baton from his belt and said that now everything was ready. The enemy stared intently at the wooden end. The hero smiled contentedly and asked if they could get down to business now. His gaze became insane. He lovingly called the upcoming trial a merry beating with a truncheon. The antivirus blurred with horror. The club rushed at the enemy. She clearly lay on the fiery head of the god of destruction. Jio smiled and said a warm-up, not a killer blow from above. The god's head concaves into his body. He grabbed it and began to cough. Jio, pleased with the sight, raised his baton for another strike. He opened his mouth and shouted a non-murderous blow from the side. The god of destruction looked at him in fear. Sensing danger, he tried to fly away. However, the hero nailed him with a blow. The antivirus dodged and began to cough up blood, realizing that the enemy had begun to use the particle of probability again. The player's baton was saturated with energy. He smiled. He used the authority of chaos, and now the percentage of hits has become 100%. The antivirus wrapped its arms around its body to protect itself from damage. Jio waved and told him to come down. The blow fell on the enemy's head. At high speed, it slammed into the ground. The luminous hand touched the ground for the third time. The god fell to his knees and grabbed his head with his right hand. The god of chaos came closer, and he looked at him silently. He straightened his hair. He made one of his favorite crazy expressions, stretched out his tongue and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The antivirus could only look at him with fear. Love shivered as she saw the familiar behavior again. Riot also shivered, as did the other survivors of Peace's signature expression. The player swept across the ground. He got into a fighting stance. A confident smile appeared on his face. He spoke forward, after which he immediately used continuous incision and probability. The cuts rushed forward. The god of destruction put out his hands for a block. He was thrown back and even spread out his arms. Gio struck a diagonal blow to the thigh. He did not wait, and after him he struck a dozen other unpredictable and deadly blows. His tongue fell out of his mouth along with mad laughter. The god of chaos took great pleasure in combining hundreds of non-killing blows from different directions. The antivirus took each of them. The girls froze in place and silently watched this battle. Rioli smiled and invited her brother to watch the great warrior defeat the god. Riot only gritted his teeth with envy. He yelled at the great idiot and told him to stop fooling around and end everything quickly. He asked him to stop using a non-killing blow and attack him with something serious. Gio froze, the sin of laziness screaming from behind that he should finish it if he could. They didn't know what this god of destruction could throw out more. The hero only smiled in response and asked what? He gave him a quick glance back and said that antivirus could do whatever he wanted, and he would still smash it. He threw his baton over his shoulder and reminded him that he paid twice as much for good and 20 times as much for evil. Such was his credo. Otherwise, he must return him 20 times more than he endured. He cackled and struck the god again. Then again, saying in the process like this, like this, like this and like this, blow after blow. Riot froze in bewilderment. While this went on one after another, he decided that it was better not to quarrel with him again. Antivirus received blow after blow. He was coughing and spitting blood. He didn't know when things went wrong. After all, he is a vaccine that was created to save this infected world. He remembered the creator against the background of the sun, called himself the god of destruction. After all, he gave players so many chances in the past, and as a result, his solution was destruction. Another blow flew to his cheek. He still did not understand what was happening now. The guy was smiling madly. The club headed for his head again. Did all this really mean that the planned future of destruction would be changed by chaos? This time the baton fell clearly in the middle of the face. The blow came out stronger, and this time the god even fell on his back. The shock wave from this fall began to crush the ground in all directions around. Some teeth flew out of his mouth along with the blood. The impact site burst into a fiery wave. Love was hit by it and thrown backwards. Along with her, the rest of her comrades in arms were thrown back. A wall of dust rose. In the middle of it stood the god of chaos. He smiled and said that he had enjoyed the beating with a truncheon to his heart's content. The antivirus stood in front of him with his hands down. Now he could be done with him. God was silent. His face swam from the beating. The player looked at him and asked, "Is Mr. God ready for this?" A tear dripped to the ground. Gio looked at her in surprise. The first drop was followed by more. The antivirus, sternly closing his lips, cried quietly. He said that for many years there was only emptiness in his heart. To protect his dear planet, he had lost too much. Tears were gradually replaced by blood. Now God did not need anything. His face twisted into something horrible. He opened his mouth and shouted in a changed voice that he would destroy everything on this planet. His body began to release energy. The hero froze and looked at his enemy with a slight confusion. Bloody tears flowed down his yellow face. The activation of the power of destruction began. The antivirus lifted its head up and told its particles to gather. Gio turned back. A green light burned in the middle of the field of corpses. Light began to stream from the bodies of the dead users. The player's eyes opened wide. He was against it. It turned out that the light was pouring from the player's weapons. Rioli pointed to the side and asked her brother to look. Every mythic level weapon was rising into the sky. The sin of laziness was perplexed. He replayed the last memories in his head. The boy thought deeply. The weapons glowed more and more. From them, energy rushed to the god of destruction. She began to nourish the aura around him, from which it began to grow. Riot flinched and shouted that they were in big trouble. He assumed that could happen. He looked at the hero and ordered him to attack as soon as possible. He shouted that the god was now absorbing all the mythical weapons, and this was one of his skills. Gio turned around in bewilderment and stated that this simply cannot happen in this game, to which Riot was indignant and asked if the player's eyes were just for show, because the enemy was doing it right in front of him. The boy said that the mythical weapon contains particles of the god of destruction, and if you leave everything as it is, the enemy will become much stronger. But fortunately, the player's club will avoid this, because it belongs to a different class. But if the god absorbs all the mythic level weapons in the area, then he will become much stronger than the great warrior. New rays soared above the heads of the angels. The number of weapons that belonged to the 5 world guilds and sky knights was 20,000. Each of them emitted a beam. The weapons gathered in one heap high in the sky began to fall to the ground. Gio watched as it rushed into him. The antivirus continued to stand with a grimace of horror and devastation. The energy slammed into him and his body rose above the ground. The god of chaos shielded himself from the stream with his hand and continued to watch warily. The enemy's limbs were filled with new strength, from which they immediately grew in the muscles. Muscles throughout the body grew and strengthened. Antivirus turned into a giant jock with a crazy smile. His teeth turned into fangs, and the god let out a few short chuckles. He smiled maliciously and declared that he would destroy everything. Gio looked at him in disappointment, and chuckled at the fact that the enemy in this game had turned into a monster again. It would be better if he had turned into this one-eyed man that he remembered in his head. The monster raised his hand above his head. He clenched his fist, and there was a screech of stretched skin. The antivirus slowly began to repeat its threat. Gio was completely confused, asked what had happened to the enemy's speech. Had he really forgotten how to speak? Love looked at him and asked him to be careful, because if everything was left like this, the god could destroy the planet. The guy became gloomy. My friend asked me to do anything to stop the attack, otherwise all users. The god of chaos smiled calmly and asked not to worry, because everything would be fine. The girl was amazed. The guy turned around and with a warm smile asked to believe him. From what she heard, a blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. The last words froze in his throat. Her heart began to beat faster. The girl realized that the hero did not call her boss Love, but simply Love. The antivirus, meanwhile, did nothing but giggle. Everything around began to turn dark green. The monster struck and hit the ground. Green energy splashed in all directions. Gio continued to watch what was happening, doing nothing. Love screamed. The monster smiled even wider and more satisfied. Whoever could see would have seen the green streams of energy circle the entire planet. The earth began to crack, emitting light into space. She shone. And it began to dissolve in the light brighter than the star. There was an explosion. The flash filled millions of kilometers around. Everything turned into a white void. A few moments later, a hero was hovering in the middle of the fragments in space. He sighed heavily. He frowned ahead and said that he had assumed, of course, but he had indeed destroyed their planet with one hand. Against the background of the sun, an antivirus hung in the void. He smiled and said that he would destroy everything. Veins heaved on his face. He said that if you can't cure the virus, you need to erase everything and build it again. The hero closed his eyes and sighed. He said that his thinking was quite similar to a vaccine. After that, he silently showed 2 fingers. He apologized and said that he had no intention of assisting the enemy in his destructive plans. The fingers flashed red. The god of chaos ordered the activation of his authority called the particle of time. In the void in front of the gods, a complex structure in the form of hour discs appeared from the light. 3 fingers began to symbolize the hands of the clock. The hand began to turn against their move, and the clock turned the time. The hand scrolled back minutes and hours, until gradually, a planet blown up a few minutes ago began to appear in their center. It absorbed the released light. Green streams began to return to the epicenter of the impact, until the surface of the earth regained its former appearance. Time has regained its course. You could see the antivirus that swung to destroy the earth. The smile disappeared from the monster's face. He screamed hysterically. His mouth had never opened so wide. He shook his head from side to side. Love sighed heavily. She looked down at her hands. The god of chaos threw his baton over his shoulder and said that everything was okay, because even if he could not prevent a devastating attack, he could make it so that it did not happen at all. He smiled defiantly and called it a particle of time. It was the 3rd skill from the powers of chaos. Love continued to examine her hands and look around. She asked what had happened now. She remembered exactly that the world of the game had just exploded. Lu Hua and Urus also looked around in bewilderment. Angels were no exception. Riot slowly raised his feeble hand. He looked at the hero and said in his mind that the great warrior was once again demonstrating something absurd. Had he turned back time? Gio smiled madly and said that the only thing that matters is not a broken heart. He looked at the giant in front of him. He smiled and chuckled. After that, he could not restrain himself and began to whine. The god of chaos shook his head and clicked. He assumed that his enemy was completely broken. The antivirus gritted his teeth. Then he flew into a rage and swung his fist. Gio put his hand ahead of the curve and was surprised. Apparently the god of destruction was not completely broken. The monster struck. The player remained motionless. The monster shuddered. The hero smiled and explained that he had made it so that the god of destruction's hit percentage became 0. His attacks would never reach the target as long as he guarded this authority. Likewise, he had blocked his beam attack last time. After all, even he is dangerous to fall under the authority of destruction. The antivirus roared and raised his fist for another blow. He repeated many more, but everything was missed. Gio stood with a slight smile, completely motionless, each blow passing him by. The guy grinned and said that everything was too far away, sometimes too close. He said that from Urus of arrogance to Riot of laziness, and all the other enemies. The antivirus lowered his hands when he heard the word God. He began to shortness of breath. The hero said that thanks to all of them he had fun. One of the girls watching the broadcast blushed from these epic words. She was not alone, even the couples blushed from such pathos. One of the young spectators pursed his lips. His boys turned to him in surprise. The boy beamed and immediately invited everyone to head to the game bar. The eldest of the group was surprised and asked if he had gone mad, because the teacher would come soon. However, everyone was in favor and ran to the exit from the classroom. Glasses was left alone with his bewilderment. He also could not stand it anymore and shouted that he would also go with them. Whole crowds ran to game bars. Everyone who was thrown out of the game after they died at the hands of a god. Users who have been with their family or loved ones. They took out their phones. Everyone discussed new events with a special trepidation. All Chrono Life users began to connect to the game. An employee of the gaming center was surprised at such a late influx of people. Even schoolchildren broke into the center to play. They waited for their turn and turned to the admin. The boys asked if there was room for 4 more. He said that now everything was almost packed. But what did they want to play? The eyes of the youngest lit up and he immediately answered, of course, in Chrono Life. The reason that users began to connect to the game again was new players began to appear in the game. They began to appear around the lavas. She looked in amazement at all those who had been killed before. Hong was also surprised at the return of the dead. The angels also did not hold back their emotions. Lu Hua could not restrain her childish impressionability from such an inspiring sight. It was a desire to spend the last moments of their favorite game together. Everyone who followed these events had a premonition. There is very little left before the death of the god. God slowly mumbled that he was the vaccine protecting the world of Chrono. It was terribly painful for him to watch the players kill each other, the disease swallowing up this world. Therefore, he had no choice but to make this decision to purify this world. The god of destruction looked at the hero and stated that he would regret all his sins. Tears dripped on the ground. He looked at the god of chaos and asked if he could forgive him. He trembled and said that he loved the world of their game more than anyone else. He bent down and shouted that he ultimately didn't want to die. He wanted to continue living and watching this world. Now the heart of the god of destruction was broken. A system window appeared in front of the player's face. It offered to make a choice whether to forgive God or not. Gio was surprised, calling it some kind of garbage. The giant fell to his knees in front of him. Veins bulged on the face to which he brought his fingers. The monster asked his friend to forgive him. He swore that he would never repeat such a mistake. The god was completely confused. The system said that God was asking him for mercy, and if he forgave God, his sympathy would reach its maximum. When he reaches maximum sympathy, he will receive a special reward. A smile appeared on his face. A laugh broke out. The antivirus was tensely waiting for an answer. The hero said that he did not understand what all this meant, but it sounds interesting. He leaned over and said that since they give it for free, then why refuse, right? Antivirus smiled nervously and said yes. Does that mean all it forgives him? Gio threw his baton over his shoulder. He knocked on her several times and told her that in his experience, in this kind of choice, the reward for killing was much higher. The baton was knocking menacingly on his mighty shoulders. Of course, his reputation could be lowered, but Gio didn't care about it in the slightest. And in general, it's ridiculous that antivirus is now trying to beg him, because a couple of minutes ago he was happy to kill everyone in a row, and when the time came to die himself, he immediately regretted what he had done. The antivirus trembled nervously, tried to smile. He asked, "Friend, what does this all mean?" The god of chaos sneered and called him asked if he had seriously decided to pretend that he didn't understand anything. A trademark expression appeared. The master of the baton lovingly said that he would kill him. The antivirus screamed in horror. He screamed and screamed. Whirlwinds swirled in his eyes, and tears flowed like a river. At great speed, the god tried to escape. He screamed and flew into the sky. Only one phrase was repeated in his head: "I don't want to die." In a moment, only a sparkling dot remained in the sky. His hand gripped the club tighter. It began to burn with energy. The god ordered to activate the power of chaos. He smiled and used a magnifying glass. Only the truncheon needed to be enlarged. Everyone looked at their savior in shock. Habeck thought for a moment. He knew that when using a mirror, its effect extends to everything that is reflected in it. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. His comrade couldn't understand if the great warrior had changed his skill with the chaos authority. Gio grabbed the thick shaft with both hands. He sighed and ordered the enlargement to begin. He took a stop in the groin area and bent his knees, taking on a very eccentric look. And with the increase in the truncheon, the effect only intensified. A moment later, something huge and luminous rushed into the sky from the hero's underpants. Habeck grew gloomy. Gio made a testosterone face and said, "Grow my baton." The pervert curved his pelvis back. Everything shone like a rainbow. Meanwhile in space, the antivirus bit his lips and kept swearing. It flew towards the heart. There is nothing left for him. There is only one way left. Explosions broke out on the star. The god was looking at the star. He was going to ask his mother to hide him. He remembered the horrible face of the god of chaos and thought that he didn't want to die at the hands of this psycho. He clenched his fists with jitters. He turned back and began to wonder what kind of sound he recognized from the planet. His eyes widened in horror. A huge club, much larger than the planet, loomed over him. The antivirus was not frightened, but simply froze in bewilderment at such a sight. He rubbed his eyes, and he looked closely to see if it seemed to him. Measurement. A few moments passed, and the god screamed into the universal emptiness in terror. The hidden skill of the second magnifying glass. The size depends on the amount of mana of the user. Gio fixes the effect of the magnifying glass on the club, and it grows to a size that exceeds its limit. The baton continued to grow. This size was equal to 1.5 million kilometers. The rookie's weapon was a wooden club. At this moment it exceeded the size of his mother's sun. The diameter of the sun was approximately 1,392,000 kilometers. The antivirus hovered in the void and silently looked at the truncheon. From the intensity of emotions, he began to laugh hysterically. The club began to slowly descend. Its huge foundation began its growth from the field of the recent battle. The white-haired man held her. There was a satisfied smile on his face. He promised to kill the monster painlessly, with the utmost care. His face turned into a mad grin, and he struck. A universal blow from above began. A huge tree was approaching the god of destruction. He did not move and continued to laugh hysterically. However, tears and sweat streamed down his face. Complete acceptance reigned in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Friend, in the near future he will surpass even his mother." A terrible sight appeared before my eyes. The club crashed into the god. For now, there was silence in space. From the impact, mixing with the released energy of the killed god, a stream of energy was released. On this day, the number of planets blown up at one moment was 800,617 pieces. By creating many light stars and dust in the universe, this event marked the end of the last chapter of Chrono Life. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the blow destroyed all the magic created on it. The night was quiet and cool. The system reported that excessive use of magnifying glass would reduce its effectiveness. The baton returned to its original size. Geo smiled and ordered the god mode to be abolished. His hair began to turn black gradually. The system reported that the last boss, the god of destruction, had been destroyed. The hero threw the baton over his shoulders, taking on his usual appearance. The system reported that he had completed the final quest of Chrono Life. The guy smiled happily. The system has started calculating the final reward. The player turned when he heard a bunch of screams. A huge crowd of players chanted his name. They were smiling and beating the sky in a single rhythm. And thousands of players did this. A warrior in underpants and with a club stood in the field, surrounded by them. With a slight smile, he looked at their skins and listened to the praise. He chuckled. Now this is really the end. Luhua and Urus jumped on the spot with joy. Memories from this beautiful journey were scrolling through my head. Love and the armless Hong also came closer to their friend. And now the memories associated with them. There was also an elf streamer here. Rioli and Riot walked up to him in silence. Geo sighed contentedly. A lot has happened during this time. Geo stretched sweetly. He sighed and said that now the game was over. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The guy said that Chrono Life was really interesting. His eyes sparkled with pleasant sadness. The smile slowly fell from his face. The question arose, is it possible to log out now? Then golden wings flashed. A woman's voice asked why the great warrior who protected the world had such an expression. A glowing woman appeared in front of the great warrior and asked if he had any regrets. The guy looked at the stranger in confusion. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He looked at the woman with long hair reaching her ankles. The question arose, was she really a mother? The goddess clicked. The skies turned into a huge slice of different galaxies, planets, portals and artifacts. The system reported that the player had discovered a new area. Unlocked the Bayran Machine City area. The eastern island of Juhuando has been unlocked. The floating continent of Astamito. The ghost star of Titania. The land of dragons Galabator. The ancient magical empire of Lai Rui. The iron planet Banif. Geo froze in genuine amazement. The system reported that superior beings were watching him from other dimensions. Huge silhouettes of a powerful witch appeared in the sky. There was a lord of iron and flame who was interested in the hero's club. The shadow of 1,000 swords approved the hero's attack from below. Geo continued to stand silently. Kedjaf, the abyssal eater, hoped to become his patron, and the giant dragon Gallardo was looking forward to meeting them. Mom smiled and said that everything that the hero went through would not be even 1% of their game. Freedom, romance, travel. The guy in underpants was standing in the middle of an infinite variety. Mom hoped that the player did not think of giving up the game, only slightly tasting it. Geo still couldn't move. The corners of his lips drooped. Thousands of memories from the start of its passage scrolled through my head. The guy smiled childishly and sparkled, not hesitating to swear. He admired the game Chrono Life. The next day came to the city. The apartment was lit by dim daylight. The bedroom was very clean. Only the schoolgirl's uniform hung by the wardrobe. On the bed there was a phone and a toy in the form of a hero. Love turned around as her phone rang. She picked him up. Geo wrote that he was getting ready and asked if he should go out. The girl smiled, looking at the phone. She replied to the hero that he could go out. She would also be there soon. Love smiled warmly and a system window appeared that she was the most famous idol in recent times, the author and performer of songs. The girl remembered the main character's battle with the god and thought that since he had killed the god of destruction, she remembered how the hero laughed, and the supreme being suffered, and thought that he then saved the world of Chrono Life. 3 years passed imperceptibly, during which time the girl graduated from high school and got rid of the hated form and became quite an adult. Love jumped up to the manager and began to tell that after she reached adulthood, she and the hero began to date officially. They love and care for each other and are very happy together. A friend did not let her finish and said that it was just ridiculous. Love jumped away, frightened, not expecting anyone to be around. The subordinate was eating chips and asked what 3 years were we talking about, if only 3 weeks had passed? The girl immediately drooped. The manager said that no matter how much she liked panties, she needed to stop inventing nonsense. Otherwise she began to think that her ward was completely crazy. Love hugged the figure of the hero and cried that she wanted to become an adult as soon as possible and start dating an appa. She wanted to date him as soon as possible and do all sorts of things. As she had said, it had only been 3 weeks since then, but she was so engrossed in the events of the game that she didn't realize it at all. The manager took another bite and asked, "Isn't it time for Love to leave?" The ward jumped up and screamed. The eldest said that her romantic relationship was still a fantasy, but she really agreed to meet with Panties today. Love ran away and said goodbye to the Ani. The manager stayed in the room and continued to eat the snack. Meanwhile, outside, the hero was waiting for his girlfriend at the elevator. He frowned at his phone. I looked to the side and thought that Boss Love should have already been out. Now he was unemployed looking for a job. The girl got out of the elevator and apologized for being late. The guy looked at her in surprise and his cheeks were covered with a slight blush. Love smiled at him and bared her shoulder. The guy turned away embarrassedly, put his hands in his pocket, and said that he had not waited so long and offered to go. The girl jumped after her pet and asked if the boy was really shy because he saw her live again and remembered how beautiful she was, breathtaking or something. The hero sighed detachedly and said that she had always been beautiful. Love froze, because the young man said that she was beautiful both in the game and in real life. She bowed and thanked him, and everyone was left with embarrassment and confusion. The two continued on their way in silence. What were the plans of these two? It was a bright day. The car was driving along the road. The hero was driving the track with a girl in his convertible. 3 weeks have passed since the completion of the last quest. The world of the game has escaped the threat called the God of Destruction and returned to its former life. And last night, Chrono Life posted an ad on its page. It said that Chrono Life was releasing a big update. According to rumors, they doubled the number of developers. Dogbay hasn't sat idle all this time and, realizing what is happening, has hired twice as many developers, and although doubling the number of employees will not double the speed of development, they can put out the fire that is flaring up right now. The subordinate looked at the boss in amazement and asked again. Also, perhaps because the fate of the company was at stake after this announcement, they recruited 10 times as many developers. The hero sighed and noted that the bearded director was really funny. If doubling doesn't work, he'll increase it by 10. And if it doesn't work by 10, he'll increase it by 20. So has he decided that a real company isn't a fun farm game for you? How did it become number 1 in the world if it's run so recklessly? Love came to her senses and looked at the Appa, asking if he had gathered enough information. She closed, seeing the confusion of the hero, and decided that he had forgotten. She said that the reason for their meeting today was the exchange of information. She looked at him with a blush on her cheeks and explained that she was talking about the information about the missing Luna. Gio looked at his friend anxiously and asked if she was calling their mutual acquaintance Ani. Love was embarrassed and, a little stammering, called her a cockroach. She began to get annoyed and explained that they agreed to find out something about her location and exchange this information. Then the guy remembered everything. He picked up speed and said that all this time he was trying to dig up at least something, but all the time he was at a dead end, so he just entrusted this matter to a professional. Love asked if they were going to this professional now, and the assumption was correct. Gio sighed. Just as Love had said, Luna had completely hidden her identity. In the first week he tried to find out something, so the second week passed, and in the third week he realized that she did it on purpose. The girl looked ahead and said that to begin with, she died as a unique boss, so her character was definitely erased. That was her assumption. The hero looked ahead. He thought about the same. He remembered the last time he had interacted with Luna, when the sky above their heads cracked. Luna smiled at the great warrior and asked him to get ready, because this place would soon disappear and he would return to where he was. She shrugged her shoulders and added that he would have to part with her here. Back then, Gio didn't see her die, but since she was constantly stressing the fact that it would happen, he looked at Love and asked why she was looking for their girlfriend, when they were the ones who had become close to him secretly. She even called her. Love was indignant and objected. She sighed and said that after the last quest, the hero told her about the cockroach's past, so she found out all the circumstances of Luna and it would be stupid to hate her as before. Gio looked at her with a slight smile. Her friend said that she was looking for her because she wanted to ask something. He closed his eyes, smiled, and decided that it would be great if they stopped fighting and finally became friends. Love shivered and still decided that it was unlikely that they would become friends directly. She turned on containment mode, looked at her friend seriously, and asked why he was looking for her. The hero chuckled. He smiled and calmly said that he also had one question for the cockroach. Love became even more suspicious and began to pry her out. After a while, the car braked noisily. Gio parked the car and said that they were there. He asked his girlfriend to get out. The girl looked ahead in surprise. There was a beautiful cafe in front of them. Love carefully examined her sign. The couple went inside. The admin immediately greeted them. Love turned to her friend and asked why they came here. Didn't the hero say that they were going to meet a professional? He replied yes. I went to the cash register and asked what the girl would drink. He promised to pay. My friend thought about it and ordered a cold Americano. The barista looked at the guy and asked what he would order. He ordered 2 medium-sized Americano ices. Sweat rolled down Love's worried face. She looked at the barista in shock. She saw someone familiar in her. Hong Ani smiled sweetly at her. Meanwhile, in the manager's house, the girl was sitting alone on the sofa. She was bored, 27 years old and lonely. She looked at the ceiling and said that she was bored. The girl fell to the floor. She stretched, got tired, and said that love didn't have any schedule today, maybe she should take a nap. She looked listlessly to the side. Not far from her, on the floor, there were headphones for playing Chrono Life. She remembered how her ward connected to it. The manager looked at the lifeless body in bewilderment and asked, "Is this game really so interesting?" She smiled and decided that she should try it too. The device attractively reflected sunlight. The manager asked herself the same question again, maybe she should really try. She sluggishly picked up the device. I sat back on the couch and decided that this was an augmented reality game. She frowned. If you think about it, she had never played such a game, although as a child she played a lot of online games on the computer. The girl put the device on her head and tried to find the power button. The system welcomed a new player. The manager smiled. The retina scan began. The game asked if the new user wanted to create a new character. The manager lay down on the sofa with anticipation. The system said that very soon he would plunge into the world of the game, and recommended that she lie down in a comfortable position. The connection has begun. Numbers flashed before my eyes. The player finds himself in a clearing in the middle of a colorful forest. His feet touched the stone disc. She looked around and said in surprise that she had just been home. Surprise did not disappear from her face. Slowing down a little, she continued to inspect the location. Was it really all game graphics? She opened her mouth wide. It wasn't just about the graphics that you see with your own eyes. The smell of trees and grass in the forest. The feeling of a skirt blowing in the wind. The temperature of the earth, which can be felt through the thin sole. If you look at everything, it was, in fact, just a reality. A system window has appeared. It turned into a mirror with a stone frame. The player came closer. The system offered to start creating his character. The manager folded her arms in irritation when the system began to warn that she could not change her appearance, she could only change her hairstyle. The manager touched her head and remembered that in computer games she almost always played as a kingpin, and this time she would have to play as a girl. She looked in the mirror and asked the game to show what she could do with her hair, and so the launch of the hairstyle demonstration began. Taken aback, the girl looked at herself with a double tail with ribbons, which was the choice of many users. Next, she rated herself with a huge afro. I saw myself bald. As a reference, she was shown Heihachi Mishima's hairstyle, which was in homage to the famous fighting game character. She did a long familiar combination, and her hands began to emit lightning and fill with muscles. She looked angrily at the window of the system, which almost suggested that she leave the character with such a hairstyle. The manager demanded that she return her hair. There was a return to the original style of the user. The game began to offer to choose a race, and the player remained human. The last step began. It was necessary to determine the name that she would use in the game. The heroine frowned. She knew that, in any case, she would play very little, so any name would do. She called herself a Gandu Rabbit, which was an analog of a game nerd. The system announced the completion of the creation of the character. The transition to the first location of the frontline village began. A blue beam struck the stone disc. A view of a beautiful village opened up. The square was filled with the most diverse rabble of players. They went about their business. The rabbit touched the paved road with her foot. I looked ahead in surprise. The system showed its characteristics. The girl smiled and said, "Wow." In front of her was a real fantasy world, which she once dreamed of. The system announced the start of a tutorial quest. The head of the village wanted to contact the player. Rabbit grinned and said that in her time there were no quests in computer games, there was only a tough hunt. She immediately ran away from the village with a truncheon at the ready. A view of the beautiful fields opened up. The slug jumped out of the bushes, and the heroine's choice was definitely not the right one. A first-level beauty slime with a menacing face rushed to attack. The rabbit looked at him in surprise. A huge chunk of slime slammed into her with all its might, and Chrono Life, which strives for realism, unlike other games, made its fights as real as possible. The player managed to put a baton as a block. Its strength of a first-level player was equal to the strength of an ordinary person in the real world. She was dragged along the ground. She froze in a defensive stance when the strength of the first-level slime was equal to the strength of a bull in the real world, so the heroine received a fatal blow. Blood flowed from her mouth. In statistics, the life bar has plummeted almost to the very end, so if Gandu Rabbit wants to defeat the slime, she must defeat the bull in the real world with a wooden club at the ready. Other players noticed the rabbit nearby. The girl laughed, seeing how the heroine got into a fighting stance, and said that the newcomer decided to withdraw. Her comrade laughed from a wooden baton and said that 100% this is some kind of show-off who skipped her training. Firstly, the wooden club is not designed for battles. It beats a scarecrow during training in a tutorial quest. Most users level up to level 5 during the quest, after which they receive weapons of their choice, such as a sword or wooden bow. In addition, thanks to realistic battles and the power of monsters, going hunting in a group at the very beginning has become commonplace. The rabbit, who chose to skip the tutorial and underestimated the combat system of the game, is a typical example of the first death. The heroine looked gloomily at the advancing monster. Suddenly, she sliced the mob in two. A player nearby froze in amazement. His partner opened her mouth wide. Slime immediately lost its battle momentum. His dying face was imprinted with misunderstanding, so he fell and died. The rabbit grinned and stated that there was nothing special about these modern games. She slung a baton over her shoulder, Everyone told her that VR games were incredibly difficult. But was that really it? She smiled mischievously. In her time, if you played badly, you were immediately sent to your forefathers. Slime shivered in death throes. And yet he died, as reported by the system. Gandu received the second level. The two players were still watching her from the sidelines. The guy pursed his lips. Neither he nor his girlfriend understood who was in front of them and who she was. Now it is an example of a classic relic, online computer games on consoles. But in many of the games that Gandu Rabbit played back in the day, she was a crazy ranker. The girl smiled and said that this is an interesting game, Chrono Life. She looked ahead and began to think about what profession she should choose. Thus began a new birth of the legend. After that day, everyone began to talk about the rabbit as a mysterious expert. After all, she became the best ranker in this game in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, 3 ice Americanos were prepared in the cafe. Hong smiled and announced that the order was ready. Love smiled and thanked her. Friends sat down at the same table. The girl asked the barista if she was okay. Love looked around and noted that there were many other visitors here, but because of them, she had to move away. The barista took the drink and said that everything was fine, because she was after all owner. Everyone commented that Ani is cool. Love did not know that in reality Hong runs a cafe. It was unexpected and at the same time very suitable for her. Besides, the uniform of the cafe is very beautiful. Hong blushed and accepted the gratitude, saying that she chose the design herself. She looked at her friend and said that she was also very beautiful, even more beautiful than she seemed on TV. The owner looked at the couple cheerfully and embarrassed them a lot, asking if the two of them were having a date today. Hong laughed and said that she was joking. They also came for information about Luna, right? She covered her mouth with her hand and explained that they just looked so good, so she was joking. Love made a stern expression on her face and told her to joke again, which sounded like a threat. Gio wiped his mouth from the coffee and asked what was going on with his request. Hong smiled and revealed that the task that the hero assigned to the Robin Hood Guild was to find out the location of Luna in the game. Gio nodded. Their guild is considered the best when it comes to information mining. After receiving the task, Hong explained, all of their guild members did their best to gather information about Luna. The girl closed her eyes and shook her head, going straight to the point. They couldn't find out anything. The hero remained silent, then asked, is that so? Hong smiled embarrassedly and noticed that the guy reacted surprisingly calmly, as if he was expecting such a result. It wasn't that he didn't expect it, but he knew that it wouldn't be easy to find out. He leaned over and revealed that the cockroach was a unique boss, so after her death, all information about the character was erased. What are the chances that she is hiding in a different guise? Hong took a few sips. Of course, they understood all this when they undertook to investigate this case. There is a good chance that Luna is now developing a new character. Therefore, at the starting point in the frontline village, and at the hunting grounds, we put our people, but unfortunately, no one like Luna appeared there. Love looked at her excitedly, and said that it was not so easy to find the person. Even Hong Ani could not dig up anything. The hero yawned. He wouldn't say that she hadn't unearthed anything at all. He set the empty glass down on the table. He smiled contentedly, because now they know for sure that Luna has disappeared from their game, and they can start searching offline. The girls were a little confused, because it was all clear to them. Hong coughed into her fist. Searching offline seemed much more difficult to her. She looked at her friends and asked if they had ever met her in real life. Love frowned in irritation and said that it was once. She remembered how Luna hugged the hero, and she was horrified by this. Hong asked if she had met anyone else besides them. Love didn't know that. Gio thought with great difficulty. He replayed the memories in his head. He hummed as if he remembered something. He straightened up and said that there was a user with whom the cockroach had met in reality. The girls looked at him warily, because the guy said that they all knew this man. Some time passed. They got out into the city. Someone was running fast. The trio stopped in the middle of the street to meet this man. Luhua waved her hand. She waved to the hero and greeted him. The girl was all beaming and smiling. Love looked at her in admiration. The girl threw herself into her arms. She bowed to Hong. The owner of the cafe whispered to the guy that it was this girl who dated Luna in reality. The hero said that Luna had helped her before. He remembered how he had gathered many people in the sick girl's room. Love patted the girl on the head and asked if she was hungry. If she wanted anything, she promised to buy her anything she wanted. The little girl led her sister forward and offered to eat diakbaki. Her favorite place was very close. Hong smiled warmly and said that the star, as always, charges everyone with its bright energy. If you have a child, then I would like to have such a daughter, right, Peace? Gio looked at her in embarrassment. The girl put her hands behind her back and said that she had never thanked the hero properly. She remembered how he had saved her from the god of destruction. Her cheeks flushed. It was too late, but she was really very grateful to him. She smiled and noticed that the hero was actually cool then. The guy was confused and began to scratch his head. He was a man who weakens in front of beautiful women and compliments. Hong sighed. She pointed ahead and warned that a little more and they would miss the star. They had to go quickly. They arrived at a dining room filled with love. The table was generously laid. The girl happily grabbed the cutlery and noted how delicious everything looked. She slammed her forks on the table and wished him bon appetit. She stuck her fork into a juicy sausage. and immediately she took a bite. She tasted a gooey and soft tiak and a perfectly matching spicy sweet sauce. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She threw her head back. It was delicious. Love calmly took a piece and asked her not to rush like this, lest she suddenly choke. She put a piece in her mouth and told them that they were looking for Luna here. She had seen her recently, hadn't she? Luhua smiled cheerfully and said yes, it was just yesterday. Everyone looked at each other, as if nothing had happened. As suddenly they were blown up by realization. Luhua said that it was yesterday at about 3 o'clock. She suddenly received a message and they met not far from here. She remembered this picture. Now she took out an envelope with a heart, signed as for a loser. She asked me to give it to the appa. Gio opened the envelope in surprise. He looked at the beginning of the lyrics. Luna was greeting the loser there. Love came up from behind and began to offer to read together, which is how Luna decided to contact the hero for the first time since the last quest. All this time he wanted to meet him and discuss many things, but she was ashamed to suggest that she was the one who had betrayed her first, no matter how beautifully furnished. Therefore, feeling a heavy sin in her heart, she thought that she would never appear before his eyes again. However, her selfish desire to meet her panties for the last time never disappeared. Therefore, following her greed and desires, she sends him this letter. If suddenly he would like to meet her, she will wait for him. Gio shuddered. It was about her favorite place. He crouched. The letter ended. He looked at the text and did not understand what favorite place he was talking about. Love looked at him madly and suggested that he tear up the letter first. She began to chase the guy, trying to snatch the letter from him. Luhua, meanwhile, picked up another envelope and said that Luna had left another letter for Love Ani. The girl immediately snatched the letter and began to open it warily. This letter is sent once a year from England. In order to bring good luck to the recipient, it was necessary to send it to 7 people, and so on. Love tore it apart in a rage. She gritted her teeth and puffed on steam. She promised to find and kill this creature immediately. The hero reminded that she did not know where she was, because she left a clue in the letter, she said. This is how their difficult day began, with a love letter. On the beach, the girl smiled and turned to the owner. She put her hand on her waist. She waved her hands and said, "Hello, Mr." Physio looked at her and asked what she was going to do here. The man held a cigarette between his teeth. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and asked for a bottle of soju and a set of sashimi. Byung-chul asked if she would drink alone again in the afternoon. The girl sat down on the table and asked in response if he would mumble again. He should thank her for helping them, because they have no visitor except her. The man said that he was grateful to her to tears. Minchoko propped up her head boredly, and the physio noticed that she was really one-on-one, like in a game. He raised his eyebrows and continued that he wouldn't talk about her personality, but she had the same mint hair, and she dressed just like in their game. The girl thought about it. The sushi man asked if she was not ashamed. She shrugged her shoulders and asked why she should be ashamed. The man adjusted her glasses and said that her skirt was too short, so passers-by would definitely look back. Minchoko grinned and raised her finger. She thought it would be about something else. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She said that she liked it. In their time, when no one cares about each other, the glances directed at her only confirm that she is really attractive, right? She carefully stood up, showing off her curves, and added that no one threatened her with a knife in her hands, and she dressed like this just because she liked it. She turned back and coquettishly asked if the man liked it. Her cheeks lit up. She assumed that it was difficult to take her eyes off her. Physio put his hands on his hips and laughed, but agreed that she was right. He was going to grumble at the youth, and in the end he learned a lesson. As a reward, he offered to pay sashimi and soju for her to eat as much as she wanted. Their idyll was interrupted by loud shouts. The couple plugged their ears, and when it calmed down, they looked at the source of the sound. Distraught, Love looked at them and asked, "Where was this damn cockroach?" She went inside with Gio and continued to scream while the hero tried to calm her down. With difficulty he led her outside. The owner grinned, noting that a couple had come to them. He thought that they had quarreled. Minchoko indignantly asked, "How can you arrange concerts at someone else's establishment?" Physio took her by the shoulders and promised that he would sort it out, and asked the young people to calm down. He was smiling and saying that everyone can have their own circumstances. Isn't it a weekday? It's lunchtime. There's not much of anyone in the neighborhood anyway, so there's nothing wrong with them making a little noise, right? Minchoko was embarrassed and fell silent as the pumped-up man led her to the table. She proudly broke free from her grip and declared that she would only endure it for Uncle Physio's sake. But then he is simply obliged not to drink, because in such a mood he no longer wants to drink alone. The physio thought and confused said that he should monitor this place, to which the girl was indignant, because now there is no one here anyway, he will go bankrupt so soon. Meanwhile, by the sea, the team of heroes gathered on the shore. Hong turned around and decided that this is not here. Where is Luna? On a weekday there is no one here at all. Gio looked around and said that it was strange. He really thought it would be it. Love looked around irritably and began to wonder that the cockroach was hiding somewhere. Luhua looked at the sea. She was glad that they didn't find her right away. She smiled and said that she was just awfully glad to be able to walk like that with all of them. The trio smiled warmly back at her. They were adults who had received comfort from the child's words. Hong smiled and suggested that they go ahead so that they could find her. That's how they seriously began to search for a cockroach. They came to the nearest noisy street. The team came to a restaurant, where everyone went together. We went to the gaming club. So the day passed and the sunset began. The whole team drooped and surrendered. Joe looked ahead in vain and said that it didn't make sense at all. It wasn't the 19th century. How could he find a person with just one letter? Luhua smiled shyly, yet she thought that tomorrow they would definitely succeed if they continued like this. The girl again exuded positivity. She asked the adults not to give up, because this way they will definitely find their friend. However, for today, everyone decided to end here. They agreed to meet the next day and went their separate ways. And so this long day ended. Joe returned to his home. He looked wearily ahead and complained about how tired he was. They had been walking all day and now his legs were just falling off. He took out the letter again and began to think about where her favorite place was. After all, they were not shooting a TV series. Eyes widened, a woman's voice asked, "Was the clue too complicated?" Luna was standing right in front of the hero. She thought she would be too obvious. Joe chuckled nervously as he realized everything. He threw the letter away. It was not a nonsense quiz. The sunset painted the silhouette of a beautiful girl. The paper flew in front of her face, revealing only a smile. Luna stared silently at her god. A blush lit up on her cheeks. She said that her favorite place was the house of a loser. A little later, he made her ramen. The guest looked at the offered delicacy in surprise. The guy took the noodles for himself and told her to eat, because she likes him too. Luna smiled admiringly and remarked on how cool it looked. She shook her shoulders and asked if it was the hero who had taken care of her now. He retorted that it was mere hospitality, and even today he had a question for her. The guest smiled and asked if it was really just one question, and yes, there was only one question. The girl sighed patiently. She took the sticks in her hands, closed her eyes and noted that it even upset her somehow. She missed the time when he was interested in learning more about her. She laughed and remembered that the loser used to be so excited and asked her a lot of questions. But the reason was that she made him angry, the hero explained. Luna straightened up and remembered that she had a question for him. When at the end he was about to beat the god of destruction, he had a choice. The girl asked what were the rewards for pardon and for murder? Joe put noodles in his mouth and said that the pardon was some nonsense. Later he went into the game and checked. A special reward of maximum disposition was the free rental of mythic-level weapons. The hero could take a mythic-level weapon containing the power of the god of destruction and change it for a new one whenever he wanted. However, due to the death of the god of destruction, he could no longer get it. Luna was surprised. She didn't know about the others, but for a hero, it would be a useless reward. As Jaiwu expected, for killing, the reward was much better. The reward was an orb with the essence of the god of destruction. By breaking it, the player could become the god of destruction. Luna looked at him in shock. The guy smiled. He was the god of chaos, so he couldn't use it anyway. So he just put it in his inventory for now. He thought that if the entity was put up for auction, it would be possible to sell it for an astronomical amount. But if some strange person got hold of it, they would be in big trouble. He decided that they were distracted and remembered his question. Luna smiled and exhaled. She looked at the hero and decided that the loser must want to ask her about it, how she had snuck into his house so easily. She remembered how he had asked her this question back in the game, then this question interested him the most. Then Luna smiled and promised to say it when the ending ended and she herself came to visit him. She smiled and said that there was nothing special about it. As she said then, when you hear the answer you will probably say, "What the hell?" While she was talking, the hero was eating the noodles with appetite. He threw the empty box on the table. He belched and decided that his guest was mistaken. He was not going to ask about it. Luna was surprised and recalled that the hero said he wanted to know, but that was then. The guy moved to the table and said that now he was curious about something else. He looked at the evil one with displeasure, who now decided that the hero wanted to ask if she had a boyfriend, but that was not it. Luna continued to smile and asked, "Is there anything else that he is interested in?" The guy coughed into his fist. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The girl stared at him in anticipation, seeing how embarrassed he was. The hero looked away and asked what her real name was. At this point, Luna froze in surprise. The guy lowered his gaze and continued to clear his throat. The girl was silent, Gio filling the silence with words that he wasn't too interested. It would just be interesting to know. Luna only smirked and blushed. Gio heard Boreum and looked up. Luna smiled and said her name was Moon Boreum. She fell silent and continued to look at him with a smile. Gio was slightly taken aback. He slowly repeated the name he had heard, which meant the full moon. Boreum leaned even closer to him and asked if the guy wanted to know anything else. She bent over, leaned on the table, and began to tell me that she was 163 centimeters tall, what her blood type was, and so on. Her eyes sparkled even more and she repeated the question, "Does the hero want to know anything more about her?" Gio smiled in confusion and asked how she got to his home. Then the guest said that the hero had already told her that he was not interested in it at all. She sighed and began to tell me how she had come to his home. However, her story was interrupted by a phone call. Gio picked up the phone and asked, who could be calling him so late? He put the phone to his ear and said hello. Dokby smiled and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The director looked at his drawings and asked how the baton was doing. Gio looked away in amazement, and asked if his grandfather boss was calling him. Dokby approached the screens and began to ask what the hero was doing. Was he busy? Batten looked at his girlfriend and said that he was now with Luna. The girl looked at him silently. When he accidentally called her name, it made her smile warmly. The man lit a cigar, grinned and said that it was even better. He told the two of them to come to his office right away. After a while in the Chrono Life observation room, 3 hot coffees were brought on a tray. Dokby sat down with the players at one of the coffee tables, which he put right next to the main observation screens. He looked at the 2 players and asked why they didn't drink. If they didn't like coffee, Gio remained silent and said that it was just too sudden. The man shook the ashes off his cigar and replied that he wanted to meet the 2 of them as soon as possible. After all, they are both the main characters of the first season. The director looked up at the players and asked how they liked the first season of their game. He blossomed into a smile and assumed that they were stunned. How interesting. Gio took the mug and muttered discontentedly, saying that they should answer if the question was posed in such a strange way. He began to say that he was quite interested. But Luna interrupted him and said the word irresponsible. She closed her eyes and said that if I were to describe the season in a few words, it would be complete irresponsibility on the part of the management. She said that the god of destruction was born by the main computer, my mother. All races joined forces to protect the world of their game. And although everything looked reasonable and dramatic, in fact it is all sheer irresponsibility. She frowned and added that all this time she wanted to ask them, why did the headmaster allow the existence of the god of destruction? Luna folded her hands on her feet and said that the god of destruction was definitely hostile to users, and the fact that artificial intelligence has a feature means that this is a violation of the 3 laws of robotics, right? She lowered her gaze and continued that a character with artificial intelligence who had unlimited power in the virtual world should never be allowed to hate users like him. She remembered the pile of corpses and stated that in fact, if there were no loser, Chrono Life would become just a graveyard for players. Dokby took a glass of coffee and grinned briefly. He immediately nodded and noted that the hero's girlfriend was very smart. He stood up and said that he recognized that there was such a risk. But did the first season end well? Dokby lit a new cigar, and while he was setting it on fire, he said that on the one hand it was irresponsible and clumsy, and on the other hand insane and childish. He leaned back in his chair and added that if users enjoyed the game, then he is satisfied. In addition, he did not have a goal to demonstrate his skills in the art of conveying some philosophical idea in this game. Gio looked at him in surprise. The director said that the most important thing was not the message he wanted to convey. Luna stopped sulking and was amazed when the man said that the most important thing was interest. Her mouth opened slightly. Then she pursed her lips. I looked down and was surprised. Dokby looked at her and folded his arms over his chest. He chuckled and asked if she was thinking about giving up the game. The girl looked down embarrassedly. The man closed his eyes, adjusting his cigar. He understood why she used the word irresponsibility, because it was thanks to her sacrifice that everyone was able to complete the last quest. The hero looked warily at his girlfriend. Dokby said that he would also lose the desire to play Chrono Life in her place. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He didn't expect that Luna was going to stop playing. The girl smiled and said that the gentleman was wrong. She refused to play not because she didn't like the game, she still loved Chrono Life terribly. She smiled sadly and said that she was giving up playing for herself. She remembered how she collected a bunch of victims. She could not do anything. There is only one way. She did not make a mistake. It was not her fault. It was not her fault. She trembled, so, calming herself, she killed many innocent users. And she inflicted a deep wound on the Mr. Loser sitting next to him. The hero was indignant and reminded that she had already apologized for this. Why was she worse off than him? Luna stood up silently. She smiled and said that she regretted all the sins she had committed, so she left the game. She closed her eyes and said that this was the punishment she had imposed on herself. No, the end. She looked sadly ahead. Today's meeting with the loser and her coming here. It was all to say this. Silence fell. The man nodded. He understood her, and there was nothing she could do if she decided so. Luna flinched. Doc said he would get down to business, the reason they were here. A lot of graphs were open on the screen. The staff worked the game. Gio looked at the screens and asked, could it be that this is the surveillance room, where you can see everything that happens in the game in real time? Dokby smiled. The answer was correct. He saw everything that was happening in every corner of Chrono Life. The hero opened his mouth wide because the man said that he was talking about undiscovered places outside the continent of Chrono. He remembered how his mother had shown him many such places in the sky. His lips trembled. The guy pursed them and swallowed a lump in his throat. Dokby smiled and revealed that the game's server would be down anytime soon because they wanted to make some improvements. Dokby smiled cheekily and stated that they would be working on them for 3 months and would launch a second season at the highest level. He pointed to a couple. He wanted to offer them both to become alpha testers for the second season of their game. Gio looked ahead in surprise. The director took a few steps and said that both players understood what privilege it was. If they become alpha testers, they will know all the information about the second season of Chrono Life in advance, so they will be able to start the second season with a better position than the rest of the players. Usually, ordinary users are not allowed to do this, so let them consider that this is his little gift to them, who suffered the most in the first season. Dokbi smiled broadly and asked if they accepted his offer to pretest the second season. The hero blushed on his cheeks. He trembled all over, and he smiled broadly in response. He agreed. Luna looked at him excitedly. She looked away. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. She did not yet know what to say. Suddenly, the hero looked at her and suggested that she do it together. He smiled warmly and said that she had explored every bit of their game, so her experience would be useful in exploring a new area. The girl looked at him in amazement. She put her hands behind her back and began to stammer. Inside she knew she had to refuse. She smiled and said that she didn't think she could, as she had died as a unique boss and her character had been removed. Her eyes opened wide. The hero said that he would help her. Gio showed her class and reminded her that she can create a new character, and with it, she will quickly reach the maximum level. And after that, they will create a party. Luna froze. She remembered how she had met him a long time ago, at the beginning of his journey. Now the player she had killed was waiting for her. The girl trembled. She remembered how Gio had refused to be in a party with her not too long ago, but that was exactly what she wanted. Party with a loser. A tear rolled down her cheeks. Who would have thought that the moment she gave up everything, she would have another chance? Luna cried with happiness, and said that she agreed to be with the loser. Silence fell again, and that's how Jaiwoo and Luna took part in the development of the second season as alpha testers. Dokbi exhaled the smoke contentedly. The grandfather decided to do something especially for the girl. Alpha testers usually erase game data, but this time he decided to make an exception for Luna's character development data. Players lay down in very expensive game capsules, but even when they had almost started testing, the girl was in no hurry to put on her mask. Her expression was sad. She looked sadly into the void. I looked away. Gio, almost connected, looked at his girlfriend and froze. I smiled at her, the sight of the two of them sitting next to each other. Luna blushed. The sight suddenly made her laugh. She smiled and exhaled. Happiness sparkled on her face. A connection has occurred, and a connection has been established. A view of the vastness of the continent of the test version of the second season opened up before my eyes. A familiar starting village. Gio appeared at the fountain. Someone appeared behind him. The hero turned. He smiled and laughed. The girl slowly approached him, and he noticed that this time it was the opposite. Now he called her a loser. Luna appeared in a new guise. Her level was only the first. She smiled and agreed. I came closer. She looked into the hero's eyes and said that she hoped for his support. Now she called him a master. A huge crowd gathered in the concert hall. People rejoiced and shouted. They raised their hands up, and they laughed. The host came out to them and greeted them. He raised his hand and stated that he was someone who started with personal broadcasts and succeeded in this. He will host this event. Hanga showed 2 fingers, smiled and introduced himself. There were thousands of people around him. The guy said that they were all present at the opening of the second season of the game Chrono Life. There were about 100,000 spectators. The host smiled and said that it was decided to close the game server for 3 whole months for updates. The show was broadcast on many screens in many cities. People waited. There are only 5 minutes left before the server opens. Today, Hangu invited a special guest. He pointed to the girl and said that she was the best idol and songwriter in history, a famous Chrono Life user. Love smiled. She was introduced. She folded a heart out of her fingers and said that only your love. She smiled and greeted everyone. A bunch of fans immediately shed tears. She took a few steps forward and said that she would perform their favorite song. She raised her finger and announced the story of the mermaid. The crowd shouted as Dokbi watched. He lit his favorite brand of cigars and kept saying how wonderful it was. He smiled and said that the atmosphere was just right. He looked at the employee and said that as soon as Love's performance was over, he would need to open the server right away. Do you know? His smile grew even wider. 5 minutes passed. The man smiled defiantly in order to start Chrono Life. The evening began. Thousands of lights lit up. The hero was sitting in his apartment. He was watching a broadcast of the Season 2 launch show, with Love completing her song. Hanga said that it was an amazing performance by the best idol of their country. Gio smiled warmly. The streamer looked at the time on his phone and noted that so much time had passed, and it was time for them to open the Chrono Life server. He smiled and said that the players had been waiting for this moment. There was already a special device at hand. There were only 10 seconds left before the server opened. Hanga looked around the crowd and suggested that we count down the 5 seconds together to start together. He beamed, grabbed the microphone with both hands, and began to count. The crowd repeated. Love counted with the leader. All the people raised their hands and clenched their fists. There were only 3 seconds left. 2. Dokbi folded his arms on his chest. There was only a moment left. 0. The hero takes the device in his hands. Fanfares began to play. Fireworks were launched. The second season began right now. Jaiwa put on his device. He smiled and said that it was just great. He clenched his fists and told me to come in. User authorization began and the hero successfully entered the game. 3 months before, the students were lying listlessly on their desks. Hanga stared out the window boredly. Many looked out of the window with a blank stare, lethargy. People wandered leisurely through the streets. There was emptiness on their faces. The hero's apartment stood in silence. The device was lying idle. People were boiling with thirst. In the 3 months that the server was down to make updates to Chrono Life, all users looked like soulless creatures. All the experience gained in the game, all that fun, their other side, which was revealed there. For users, Chrono was not just a game, it was part of their lives. They started doing sports, but nothing could fill the emptiness in their hearts. So 3 months of waiting passed. Gio appeared in the game and immediately made a disgruntled face. Immediately after the opening of the game's server, he found himself in the midst of a dense crowd. Every meter of the starting village was filled with a bunch of people. The master in his underpants looked around in confusion. Connecting users at the same time was like an explosion. Sweat appeared on his face from the crowd. He looked around and was perplexed in his thoughts by the number of people. Black wings fluttered. Gio noticed his pet above the people's heads. The guy smiled warmly. Urus flew merrily to meet him. He immediately showed his new set of poses. He flew closer and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. How did he live? The hero replied that everything was fine. But what about him? While he was thinking, the player grabbed it and began to stretch it and said that it was still soft. Urus looked into the void with a stretched face and asked how it was going to participate in the closed beta testing. He wanted to participate with him. Gio sighed, sorry, but nothing could be done, said that only he and Luna could participate. It would be much more interesting if the pet was there. While the hero was talking to the owner, they were noticed by one of the players. The Sin asked if the hero had reached the last boss 3 months earlier. The player spread his arms wide and shouted wow. He pointed his finger at the master of the baton and called him the main character of the last cleanup of the first season. Gio and Urus looked at him in confusion. The system showed statistics. The player's level was again 999. Attention began to spread through the crowd. More and more people turned to the warrior in panties to look at him. The couple had already begun to feel embarrassed. The hero concluded that it had already become too noisy and suggested that he go to another place. The guy grabbed the baby dragon. He put it on his head. He smiled in order to activate the speed of light skill. On a huge lightning bolt, the guy flew into the sky, greatly frightening the players in the square. Meanwhile, in reality, in the artist's room, Love sighed and said it was hard. She propped up the wall. She barely finished this opening. After warming up, the idol walked around the room and called the manager, saying that she had returned and, since that was all for today, she needed to go home as soon as possible. Love was surprised to see her eldest lying on the bed, immersed in the game. She was lying in a business suit and smiling. The singer grinned. She sat down next to her and began to remember how the eldest always told her that she needed to play less, and now she herself was hooked. Isn't it too impudent to leave her ward like this? Love sighed in exasperation and said she didn't know anything, and decided to connect here as well. A few seconds later, she saw the beautiful expanse of the second season. His bare feet touched the grass. Gio landed after the flight and said that they were there. Urus looked around in shock and asked where it was. The hero smiled and explained that this was the hill of the beginning, right next to the frontline village. He put his hands on his belt and offered to wait a little. He agreed to meet with someone here. Someone ran to meet him. Love waved her hand and said hello to the panties. She already had 638 level as the Demon King. She stood next to her and asked how long the hero had waited. She had just finished a concert. The guy replied that they had just arrived and everything was fine. He gave a thumbs up and said that he had seen her perform. Love, according to him, was very beautiful when she sang. The girl was immediately embarrassed and asked again. She turned away and straightened her hair behind her ear. Urus smiled mischievously, and noticed that the Henim's flirting skills had improved markedly in the time they hadn't seen each other. The hero replied that he had just honestly shared his impressions. Urus flew away and asked how they agreed to meet here. The hero said that there was another person. The pet and his partner looked at him in surprise. Luna appeared behind and asked if they were talking about her by chance. Love looked at the stranger tensely and pointed her finger. The pink-haired beauty smiled at her. It was a cockroach. Love lowered her hand and was surprised. A drop of perspiration rolled down her face and remembered that her character had been deleted in the first season. Her friend smiled and asked if Love hadn't heard anything, such as the fact that she and the loser had taken part in beta testing. Love was horrified and looked at the Appa in despair, slowly asking again. The hero said that he would try to explain everything later. He walked forward and said that since everyone was assembled, it was necessary to start preparing, because the beginning would be soon. Pet and Idol looked at him in misunderstanding. The space in front of the players was broken. Gio smiled in anticipation and asked how long had they waited. The windows of the system appeared in front of them. Love looked at him in surprise. It was a window with a task. The system showed a description of the main quest. The hero smiled broadly and said that this was the first main quest of the second season. It all began. Space continued to crack and emit energy. Blue flashes poured out of the crack. Love looked at the sight intensely. She was surprised, but water began to pour from the sky. Luna picked up her staff and activated it. Magic began to work around her. Circles appeared under their feet and a reverse gravity spell lifted the players off the ground. The waves swept a few meters under our feet. Love looked down in surprise and said that they were saved, even though they could have died in this water. They were surrounded by a defensive sphere. The idol asked if Luna was now in the mage class. She asked if she didn't know. She walked everywhere with a staff. There was a loud noise. The girl covered her ears. I looked around anxiously and asked what it was this time. Huge whales swam in the sky above them. The Demon King stared at them in shock. On one of the whales, she noticed many silhouettes. People were standing on the back of the whale. One of them was looking directly at her, his face resembling a creepy eyeless fish. The girl's eyes widened. She couldn't understand where such a creepy feeling came from in their game. One of the deep-sea warriors knelt down in front of his leader and reported in a nasty voice that they had finished analyzing the military forces of this world. He smiled and said that in this dimension, the strongest warrior possessed a level of 999. That is, these beings were very weak and had not yet been reborn. The sea god King Dekars looked at him and asked, "Is this really true?" His level was 7,593. The main element that symbolizes the strength of the character is the level. The creature that caused Lav to feel a shiver in her body was of the highest level. Even the Demon King's hidden class bonus of increasing stats by 10 times was not able to cope with such strength. The trio hung silently in the ball. The frame approached the hero's groin. Dekars looked at him and declared that these were the inferior races that he felt sorry for. Whales swam through the heavens. God said that in this world there is a rule of natural selection: the strong defeat the weak. He ordered no mercy and to kill everyone, all living things in this dimension. However, he heard Jiwoo's voice saying a blow from below. Dekars shook his head and asked. But before he knew it, everything was on fire. The wind blew away the smoke and exposed the king of the sea gods, completely naked, with the stump of a trident in his hands. The monster looked at the camera in confusion and seemed to be waiting for an explanation. Very soon he was covered with a sense of shame for his naked appearance, and he tried to cover himself like a girl. The players looked at him in bewilderment. Gio turned to Urus and recalled that he had asked him to what point he had reached in the second season. The pet remembered that moment. The hero smiled and, as it was said in the trailer for the first season, the second season turned out to be a continent from another dimension. Each of these dimensions was much larger than the continent Chrono that was in the first season. Gio threw his baton over his shoulder. He proudly stretched out and revealed that in the closed beta version, he cleared a total of 30 dimensions. He pointed at the fishing army and said that these guys are from the sea god dimension. The player smiled and said that it took about 10 minutes to clear them. Urus was taken aback. Love too. The hero smiled broadly, like a maniac. He looked ahead with a trademark expression on his face and offered to have a good time. Some time ago, Luna was sitting in a dark room with a device to enter the game. She held it silently in her hands. She was deep in thought. Her face seemed to be frozen. At some point my eyes dimmed. On the TV, Hanga on the contrary spoke about the very moment that everyone was waiting for. It was about the beginning of the second season of Rono Life. There are 10 seconds left before it opens. Luna's face turned sad. She remembered how she immersed herself in the game with the hero. They were smiling at each other then. At that moment, she was having a lot of fun. They lay down with him and could enjoy the game without worrying about anything. Luna pursed her lips. I abruptly got up from the sofa and put the device aside. Fingers began to remove something on the skirt. In an instant, she was under her feet. Luna walked over to the closet and opened it. A calm smile appeared on his face. It was time to start. Inside the closet was a black rubber spy suit. The full moon stood over the city. A button of black hair flew over the night city. Luna, dressed in a suit, stood on the edge of the roof with a coil of rope in her hands. In the background, music was playing, which is perfect for a spy. She smiled shyly. She felt a little uncomfortable in front of the loser, but from now on, she would no longer secretly enter here. She remembered Gio asking irritably who she really was. Then he looked at her from under his brow and asked how she knew that he lived here. Where did she get the key to the apartment? He never heard her answer. In the game he also asked how she got into his house. Luna thought for a moment and gracefully jumped off the roof. The rope was supposed to hold her light body. The girl did a somersault and landed on the balcony. She looked ahead and noticed that she hadn't climbed into the loser's house for a long time. She calmly walked through his rooms, singing a melody. She put her hand to her mouth and remembered that she hadn't brought any clothes with her to change her clothes. Smiling cheerfully, she reached into the hero's closet, deciding that there was nothing to be done. After that, she went to the main room. Gio was lying on the couch and was connected to the game. He did not move at all. Luna sat by his head, dressed in short stockings and his shirt. She bared her shoulder and looked at the guy lovingly. Something crazy flashed in her eyes and the girl said that now they would be together. However, the hero did not answer. Luna joined the game and hugged the hero's body, sitting next to him. In the real moment, Dekars screamed in fear. His subordinates looked at their master in embarrassment. The servant trembled, trying to say something. For his master, he gave the order for the soldiers to go on the attack. A bunch of sea creatures with tridents at the ready rushed into battle. They attacked from all sides. Their goal was only 3 young players. A warrior with a club patiently waited for them inside, and he smiled. With every second with more and more excitement. At some point, he was overwhelmed. The player opened his mouth and screamed. He jumped out of the sphere and hit the first fish with a level 99 club. Her eyes bulged and her skull crumpled. One mob after another received a piece of wood on the head and flew away. Gio smiled madly and ordered the speed of light skill to be activated. He continued to fall down. and in an instant, on a yellow lightning, he swept between each of his opponents. Now their torn pieces began to fall into the sea. The surviving warriors looked at him in surprise. They opened their mouths and were perplexed. A warrior in underpants, a cloak and with a club in his hands fell into the sea. He licked his baton and said that he missed that taste of the truncheon. The fish froze from incomprehension. The hero made a dash in their direction. He shouted madly and stuck out his tongue. He offered to taste the tender fish. The sea warriors screamed in fear. Love froze in bewilderment and silently watched as the fish population was exterminated. She even felt sorry for them. Suddenly she noticed something to the side. The fish spearman rushed at her. Love jumped to the side, but the trident managed to hit her. The girl writhed in pain. Sweat appeared on her face. She was surprised how fast it was. After all, they seemed to her weaker than panties. But in fact they were also very strong. The Demon King gritted her teeth. The stone on her chest caught fire. The essence of the Demon King burst out. The player has grown 2 pairs of wings and horns. She directed her finger forward. An energy sphere began to form on its tip. A red light shone all around. Love knitted her eyebrows and said, "Die." Then she released a powerful flow of energy. The red beam burned through hordes of fish. Ash remained in the air. The girl sighed heavily. I looked at the silhouette among the smoke, where the snide laughter came from. The monster smiled and said that he was worried in vain. She looked so bright, but she had no strength at all. The spearman flew closer and said that Love was kicking up dust around him, and her attacks were tickling him. His eyes began to exude energy. He said that he would first have fun with her, then remove her skin, tear off her limbs and make her stuffed. From these words, the player was horrified. She realized that the enemies are on a completely different level and have incredible strength. The monster was behind her in an instant. It was a member of an unknown race that lived in the depths of the sea. Love turned in fright, sensing the alien's presence, and at that moment the intruder struck her in the stomach. Blood spurted from his mouth. The system immediately sent a bunch of warnings. The player was mortally wounded. The enemies had a tough character and despised the weak. The Demon King staggered and began to fall. The system reported that it was on the verge of life and death. The incarnation of the Demon King was blocked. The fish loved to mock their victims. The monster looked at her in surprise and asked if she would die from such an attack. How weak she was. He grabbed her by the hair. He pulled it up. He smiled and said that there was nothing to be done. He would have to play with the corpse. He raised his trident. Love looked at her approaching demise, frightened. She closed her eyes in fear and mentally called her panties for help. At that moment, the Luna staff burst into flames. She looked gloomily ahead and ordered the magic to be activated. She clutched her wand between her knees and activated the flamethrower. A huge fiery stream rushed at the enemy. The sea warrior looked at the approaching attack in surprise. Luna calmly looked at him and activated the flickering magic. Her body began to exude a bright aura. A huge patch of sky turned into a flash. Luna at that moment found herself next to her partner. She touched the idol's body with her hand and coquettishly apologized. Both players flared up and disappeared. The monster was left alone with the oncoming attack. The flames were getting closer. The naval warrior swore obscenities, resigned to his death. A powerful explosion rang out in the sky. Luna placed Love in a sphere and rose high into the sky with her. The wounded woman looked at the mage and thanked him for saving him. Luna smiled calmly and said that it was too early to thank her. After all, there are many of their opponents left. The sea gods were the strongest sea race. Their most important feature is physical strength. They hatched from eggs, and the number of individuals. In one go, the sea gods could lay several thousand eggs, and as a result, this is an army of sea gods. It has a scale that no other army can match. The total number of soldiers in the sea god army was approximate. Then the hero interrupted the story. He smiled and said, "A blow from below." He waved his baton and smiled maliciously. A fiery shockwave rushed from below to the top. The sea warriors did nothing but be frightened. The flames rushed millions of kilometers into space. After the impact, only smoke remained in the air. Gio smiled contentedly and threw his baton over his shoulder. As a result, the total number of soldiers in the sea god army is approximate. One man, a naked Discars, who remained hanging in the sky. The guy looked at him and asked what the fish was going to do next, because he was left all alone. The king of the seas looked at the warrior in his underpants in fright. He clenched his fangs and sweated with fear like a man. He declared that they were the strongest race in the sea. They dominated everything in the depths. He raised his hand to the sky. He smiled nervously and said that if there was seawater nearby, he could resurrect the army. His hand was covered in energy. A strong beam shot into the sky. Decarce smiled hysterically and decided that he would fill the entire planet with seawater. Love looked at him and asked if that was possible, and Luna replied that it was. She frowned and said that on the first day of beta testing, she and the loser didn't have any information, so they couldn't react in time, and in a second, the entire continent was flooded with water. Love looked at her anxiously. She imagined global flooding, a bunch of drowning people and calling for help. The reason why the sea gods are called the rulers of the sea is that they can get everything they need for life from seawater. And the seawater that Decars will summon contains a huge variety of sea god eggs. Their number is approximate. Gio smiled, interrupted the story, and ordered the skill to be used. He smiled maliciously and activated the Divine Advent. His hair began to turn white. The guy turned into the God of Chaos. He smiled and now activated the Chaos Authority. The arrows in his eyes began to glow. He pointed his hand forward and activated reality control. All the water around turned into soap bubbles. All the seas around. In an instant they began to turn into soap bubbles. The streets of the frontline village were cleared. The almost drowned players began to cough and regurgitate soap from their stomachs and lungs. Everyone's face was bewildered. Love looked around in amazement. All the seawater in the world turned into soap bubbles. Dekairs was left alone in the middle of the bubbles. He opened his mouth. So, the number of sea god eggs contained in the sea water. The god's face drooped. The number of eggs was 0. A guy in underpants flew up to him. He smiled maliciously and said that it was the end of it. His baton began to exude energy. With the help of the skill, it has increased many times over. The god of chaos smiled like a psycho and said spatial. A rift opened in the sky and one letter at a time, the hero said a blow. A huge club flew at God. Dekairs screamed in fright, frozen with fear. The club was getting closer and closer to his face. They were also the last thing the sea god king saw before he died. His face bent from the blow inward. It was a huge club that covered the sky. The club pushed the god into the rift. A huge baton went through space. Its end peeked out in the middle of space. The club smashed the planet of the sea gods. A huge splash swept across the planet from the strikes. For some time, the planet remained intact. At some point, it began to shine. Then stronger. Even stronger. The entire planetary system was filled with light. The sea god dimension disappeared in a second. Geo threw a reduced baton over his shoulder. He smiled, and the system said that the first main quest had been completed. As a reward, the system has unlocked a quest called the Book of Awakening, which promises to level up to a maximum of 9,999. The hero smiled and said excellent. He saw the destruction of thousands of beautiful systems in the spatial rift, and the question arose, which dimension should he smash next? The second season of the game has already officially begun. As already mentioned at the end of the first season, in the second season, the world became multidimensional. A huge map that has no end and no end. Incredibly strong opponents. All users on the mainland have begun to prepare for departure into a new world. They hunted local animals. Some raised their level. Others updated their equipment with their savings. And still others, among them Love, opened her mouth in bewilderment. She looked at the hero in surprise and asked, "Do they really need to assemble a team?" Joe closed his eyes and nodded. He said that the very first thing to start preparing for the second season is not to level up or upgrade equipment. He smiled and said that the most important thing was to form a team of 3. Love sighed and asked what kind of team it was. He could beat everyone without it. The hero made a decision after testing the beta version of the game. He will tell the reasons later. In general, that's why he gathered his friends here to form a team, because they will all go together when everything is resolved with the sea gods. He smiled and said that they would go after the 4th member of their team. The idol smiled shyly and asked, "Did the guy really have someone in mind?" The system showed the card of the new team. The singer kept thinking, "Who will be the last member of the team?" Everyone began to go through the options. Love wondered with a smile. There were options in the form of Hong and Hawkeye, and if NPCs can too, then Rioli and Riot will do. She gave a thumbs up and revealed that the last time she noticed that they had students that they were teaching in a very strange way. They were Minshoko and Physio. Lav shuddered. Urus called everyone stupid in a sinister voice. He said that the last member of the team, of course, should be. He folded his arms over his chest and said that he should become one. Urus sat on the head of the great warrior. The singer was amazed and asked if Urus was the last member of the team. Gio answered sluggishly, "Of course not." He stretched out the satisfied pet and explained that Urus was a spirit that belonged to him, so he couldn't become a member of the team, he was just his pet. Gio smiled, and since he had decided to assemble a team, it was worth choosing the strongest. Everyone looked at him attentively. The hero said that the last participant who would join them. Events are transported to the icy lands, the northern continent, the forest of permafrost. A group of players met in one of the meadows. The guy smiled in surprise. He looked at the lonely girl in front of him and asked who they were. They should meet such a famous player on the first day. He was talking about the Royal Guard, who is a member of one of the 5 largest guilds. Saintry took a fighting stance. She was called by her first name. She frowned and was ready for battle. Finally, she found the thief Rockin. Rockin just chuckled. He raised his eyebrows and said that it was an honor for him that such a famous person recognized him. The girl looked at him seriously and told him to shut up. She said that she had been looking for him since the first season to finish him off. After these words, her gaze became even harder. She made a dash. Cried. She skillfully twisted the spear in her hands. Rockin jumped to dodge the deadly attack, his henchmen being cut in two. Their faces froze in bewilderment at the last moment. Saintry carefully assessed the situation. The thief noted how amazing it was. He folded his arms over his chest and noted how she had killed 2 of them at the same time, even though they were both good masters above the 200 level. The player looked at him angrily and stated that she had tried to impale him as well. Rockin smiled nervously and said that this was cool. He was blown away. He dropped his hands. He had another question. What happened to the Holly Guild since it was alone? The girl looked at him angrily and said that she couldn't use the guild's powers for personal gain, and killing him was a private matter. Rocken grinned again and asked if she had become an animal lover. She didn't seem to like him stealing. He smiled madly and added that perhaps it was the animals he had killed earlier, including her pet. Saintries were furious. She rushed to the attack and ordered the guy to shut up. She used the spear storm, but the enemy player dodged all the attacks. The warrior continued to press menacingly. Rocken, however, dodged playfully. Saintry followed him with her eyes, but her body could not keep up. The guy jumped. A few jumps and he is out of reach. The warrior shuddered. The enemy dodged all her blows. She thought that he was an ordinary rude, but he turned out to be quite a high level. The guy scratched his head. She exhaled and said that people like her were wrong about something. After the words, he jumped. His hand rested on the girl's neck. The thief, holding one hand in his pocket, lifted the player off the ground. The girl trembled and began to cough. Siege Guild users like her consider themselves stronger than ordinary players. Rocken smiled madly and said that people like him simply don't care about assault battles, because there are so many interesting things in their game. With a slight swing, he began to spin the girl. He tossed her far aside. With her body, Saintry broke through the wall. She clutched her wounded arm. The enemy was too strong. She stood up and began to look around. She did not understand what kind of building it was. Could it be a lair? On one of the walls, she saw trophies. When did such a building manage to appear on the northern continent? The girl's eyes widened with horror. The trophies belonged to the killed animals. One of the goals attracted special attention. It was a pink, smiling, three-eyed animal. Her lips curled, and her chin tightened with overflowing emotion. Saintry froze with horror. The spear fell from his hands. Memories are still alive in her mind. She remembered those cute round eyes. She remembered how she had met this animal. His eyes looked at her curiously. It was their first meeting. His body trembled, tears flowed from his eyes. Saintry couldn't utter a word. She looked at the bell under the neck of the killed animal. At first, there was awkwardness between them, but then they quickly became friends. She remembered the collar that suited him so well. The player screamed in pain, the hope that had kept her alive all along. It collapsed in an instant. The girl rushed to hug the soulless trophy and scream in pain, a glimmer of hope that he was still alive. At that moment, Rocken struck her from behind. He smiled mockingly and asked why she burst into tears as if her parents had died. It's a game, you need to know when to stop. Saintry began to cough up blood. Then she fell to the floor, covered in her own blood. Her blood sprinkled the trophy of the killed pet. Tears flowed from his eyes, which said a lot. The thief looked at the girl's body in surprise. I smiled and called her crazy, since she saw a dead pet in the game and bred a nanny here. A group of his subordinates entered through the crack in the wall. They reported their return. They looked around the chaos and asked what happened here. What happened to the entrance to the lair? The head answered nothing special. Some bug made its way, and he had already dealt with it. The players smiled maliciously and showed a cage with an animal. It was a new specimen that they managed to catch. Rocken looked curiously at the new prisoner. His subordinates said that they had accidentally found him in the forest, the first time they had seen him alive. The blue wolf cub growled angrily. The system did not allow us to recognize his characteristics. The poacher's pupils narrowed. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He intercepted the cage and said that they would not sell it. He smiled maliciously and said that he would not sell it. The subordinate shuddered. A drop of sweat rolled down his face and said, well. Rocken placed the cage on the floor and opened it. He made a fake but cute expression. The wolf cub was still confused. He came out and the player immediately kicked him with his foot. The animal fell painfully to the floor. Rocken jumped up to him and continued to trample and whine that he would not sell this. The rest of the players were watching this scene intensely. They knew that such a choice meant that he would make a scarecrow out of him. Rocken continued to trample the wolf cub with his foot and tell him to die. First he would brutally kill him. The process caused great pleasure for the guy. Then he was going to cut off the animal's head and remove the skin. A bunch of other trophies were silently watching. The wolf cub would soon join them. The baby shrank into a ball and continued to endure. Rocken was laughing madly, when suddenly someone told him that it looked too cruel, so he had to stop. Rocken looked back irritably. Someone said that he wanted to hit him. The animal eater turned around abruptly. The mother of the idiot who said this, but came face to face with the jock in his underpants. He gave him a powerful slap in the face. Rocken spun and flew diagonally upwards. A red hand burned on his cheek. The subordinates opened their mouths in amazement. Their leader fell with his feet to the top. Gio smiled briefly. He squatted down in front of the wolf cub, apologized and said that he was a little late, because if he had known that this would happen, he would have come earlier. His team approached. The idol asked what kind of puppy was this. Love looked down in surprise, asked if he was the one the hero was talking about. The guy smiled and said yes, it was the last member of their team. The puppy's name was Pharaoh. The girl had heard this name for the first time. Had he met it in the closed beta? Gio smiled and said that Pharaoh looked different back then. He remembered how the city was on fire. A pile of corpses lay under the ruins. One monster was marching among the fire. A huge monster towered high above the houses, while Pharaoh was under the control of negative emotions, so it took on a terrible appearance. Because of him, Luna died in a very brutal way. Love looked at the gloomy girl behind her in surprise. She looked down and remembered those terrible events. She sighed tiredly. Gio continued to play with the animal. It gradually came to its senses. He looked frightened at the jock in his underpants, who asked if he was okay. He compared the hero's smile with Rockin's smile, and remembered how the hero kicked him. Therefore, expecting the same, he shuddered. And he grabbed the guy's hand. Love covered her face with her hands and screamed Appa, but he said nothing. He shook his head knowingly and said that Pharaoh was just afraid. It seemed that he had an injury to a human smile. He exhaled and stated that it was understandable, given what he had just had to endure. The hero laughed and stroked the wolf cub, promising that he would not offend him. Pharaoh opened his eyes. His whole hand was already covered in blood. The trio looked back. Someone called them idiots. Rockin stood up and asked what they had done here. It was just an animal created with binary code. He looked at the hero intensely and asked if they were all already unable to distinguish the game from reality. Love took a fighting stance and cursed. Rockin was covered in sweat and said that he was lucky to meet such a famous person and it was an honor for him. He smiled with a toothless mouth and said that they were very mistaken. He, as before, made a high jump. He grabbed the hero by the throat. He lifted it off the floor, holding his other hand in his pocket, as before. Gio didn't react, and the thief said that famous warriors like him considered themselves stronger than ordinary players. Rockin, like a madman, began to repeat what Saint Tree had said. It was just that people like him were not interested in the main tasks, because there were many interesting things in their game. Suddenly, his face, frighteningly realistic, contorted with pain. Gio began to wring the hand that held him by the throat like a reed. Pharaoh trembled with fear at the sight of such a massacre. The hero turned to him seriously and told him that his motto was to pay twice as much for kindness, and 20 times for evil. He smiled madly and promised to avenge him 20 times more painfully. Pharaoh opened his mouth in shock. Tears and sweat streamed down his swollen and toothless face. Rockin grabbed his broken arm and cursed. How dare he break his left arm? It was his left arm. Then Gio appeared behind him and broke his right hand. Then he broke both of his feet. The cruel player began to fall to the ground and scream in pain. The great warrior said that it turned out to be a man in underpants. His subordinates looked at the hero and asked him to stop, because it was too cruel. Didn't he hurt him enough? The guy in his underpants put his hands on his hips and asked what they were talking about. Gio smiled frighteningly and reminded him that the animal still had 10 fingers and 10 on his feet. Rockin imagined the impending massacre with horror. The subordinates jumped out into the street. Terrible screams of pain resounded behind their backs. The girls watched the revenge in a detached way. Pharaoh sat quietly on the ground. Then he got up. Love looked at him. The guy looked back when he heard barking. Pharaoh walked over to him. The hero smiled with a blush on his cheeks. He sat down and stretched out his hand to his face, asked if he felt better. The animal gratefully licked the player's fingers. The guy smiled contentedly. Love blossomed and was happy that the wolf cub no longer bites. The system reported that the players managed to gain the sympathy of Pharaoh. The animal began to emit light. The system reported that the heroes had completed a hidden quest. Gio looked at him in surprise. Now Luna is surprised, because in the beta version there was no such thing. There was a bang. The room was filled with smoke. A few seconds later, the ears appeared. Tail. And an embarrassed naked wolf boy. He sat on the floor in short shorts and was silent. Gio opened his mouth in shock and asked everyone to wait. He raised his eyebrows in amazement and did not understand what had happened. The girls also opened their eyes in shock. They looked at the boy who had just been a puppy and wondered how it happened. Pharaoh carefully studied the hero's body. He remembered how happy Jaiwa had been to meet him. The puppy then looked at him attentively. Then the guy sat down and held out his hand. Pharaoh's tail fluttered with joy more than before. He remembered how he bit the hero then, and he told him not to be afraid, because he would not touch him. Gio smiled at him and told him that he had avenged him. The boy lit up and said that they were brothers now, and immediately threw himself into the arms of the guy. He frowned and shouted. What was he doing? The boy hugged him while he asked him to get off him. Gio began shaking his body and screaming to get off him, Love shouting at him to stop these movements. The redhead, on the contrary, laughed, which surprised the other. Luna smiled and noted that Chrono Life is a truly exciting game. She remembered the terrible magic wolf and said that he destroyed the entire Chrono Life in the closed beta. The girl remembered how she lay cut in half and was amazed that now he was just an adorable little child. Luna has taken a few steps forward, and then she stroked the boy's ear. He looked at her in surprise. The girl smiled and said that she hoped they would get along, but Pharaoh bit off her hand. The hero's eyes flew out of their sockets. The boy shook his head and squirted the girl's blood. Luna seemed to pass out and freeze in shock. Then she fell to her knees and screamed, and the system reported the loss of 5 fingers. Love sighed and asked her friend if she didn't know dogs. If he started stroking so sharply, of course they would be scared, that's why he bit her. She stretched out her hand and began to teach her to show them her hand first so that they would not be afraid. The girl smiled amiably and continued her story, but the boy interrupted her. Love froze in shock as her blood spurted in all directions. She began to shake the boy and shout to the hero to get him away from her. Pharaoh turned out to be much more shy than they thought. While the heroes were in the winter location, Love shouted that she was left without fingers on one hand. Gio told her not to worry, they would grow back as soon as she left the game in a safe place. The system reported that in any case, they are now party piece. The system showed the hero's team card. After a while at night, the man was typing at high speed. A lot of agents were watching the cameras and typing something. A blond man in a white suit watched them. He was smoking a cigar and was visibly nervous. The man frowned, thinking about something. The system reported that it was Dokby, the CEO of Chrono Life. An employee approached him and said that he had a report on the current situation. The brunette pointed his finger at the tablet and reported that since the second season of Chrono Life started, they are constantly breaking records for the number of concurrent users. There were a lot of users in the city. The agent reported that in the first season the number of their users reached a maximum, and currently all the starting cities are completely packed. Dressed-up players walked the streets, and the guy reported that the speed of leveling up and improving user equipment by 30% compared to last season. All data coincides with their simulations obtained during the closed beta test. Dokby looked at him with displeasure and was silent. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked what was wrong with that little tomboy. The brunette looked at the screen and reported that he had completed the first main quest in just 7 minutes. Pharaoh appeared on the screen and the agent reported that the hero had been joined by a Dimension Eater. The blond man smiled broadly and laughed. He tilted his head and noted that this bastard had not made such interesting moves for a long time. Recent events appeared on the screen. Dokby said that it seemed to him that he himself was sure that he could cope with this child. He turned around in surprise when the agent asked if he would allow the hero to continue playing like this, because he uses the knowledge from the closed beta test to complete the game faster. The guy nervously adjusted his glasses and reported that Jiwoo was going to reach the end of the measurement as soon as possible. The head smiled directly and said that there was nothing to be done. If he succeeded, then they would close. Dokby smiled slyly and told him not to worry. He knew that this would happen and said that it was time to surprise this tomboy. At this time, he is in the game. Love walked through the city and admired the views. The heroes were standing in an empty city and the girl exclaimed how beautiful it was here. The city was completely covered with snow. It was a city at the end of the earth. This city is located in the northernmost part of the northern continent, and is also called the City of Permafrost because it is covered in snow that never melts. Gio looked at the girl worriedly and asked if she was cold, because she was walking naked. Earlier, they were rewarded with a snow crystal of eternal frost for stopping the ancient anthropomorphs. The hero then ate it so that he could endure the cold afterwards. Urus looked ahead excitedly and asked, "What are they doing here?" Gio looked up at him and said that this was the entrance to the city. They approached the inn and the guy said that this was their destination. The sign depicted beer. The company was sitting at the table, and the system reported that the taverns on the first floor serve food and drinks, and the second room for rest and overnight stays. Taverns are a common institution that is found in all cities. The hero put his hand on the boy's head and introduced him to the others. Pharaoh looked ahead in embarrassment as the guy said that he was known for devouring dimensions. Love got up in shock and asked what this meant. The brunette closed his eyes thoughtfully and said that in the second month of the closed beta test, he met him for the first time. He opened his eye and reminded him that at that time he and the moon were trying to clear the 8th dimension, and then they had heard from someone that the planet was in danger. He remembered the creature and said that they had quickly returned to the continent, but everything had already been incinerated. Love raised her eyebrows excitedly and asked if he was sure it was safe, if he should be on their team. Gio took a bite of the meat and said that then he let his negative emotions take over. Now there is no need to worry. The blonde looked at the boy suspiciously. She raised her finger and said that she had a question. She thought that in the closed beta test there were only him and Cockroach. The girl looked at the hero excitedly and said that there were simply no other crawlers, since Pharaoh had become evil. Luna calmly drank and said that even if there is not a single user, there are still NPCs. They give many roles for the game, which means that they also acquire villainous traits. Gio closed his eyes and said that Pharaoh came from another dimension. He was too strong to be an NPC from the continent. Maybe he is the boss of some main quest that will be in the future. Suddenly, he looked to the side when he was asked if he was really that strong. Urus smiled and said that he was curious now. He held the meat in his paws and asked if he and Pharaoh should fight one-on-one. Love raised her eyebrows and asked what he meant. Everyone looked at the animal, and the girl asked if he really wanted to have a duel. The blonde jumped up and said it sounded fun. Gio looked at the boy and asked if he wanted to. After all, he was not like in a closed beta now, but just a wolf cub. Urus smiled and told him not to worry. They would just arrange a small sparring. He frowned angrily and promised to try to be gentle with him. Pharaoh hiccuped in fear, and then it evaporated. The boy returned to his puppy form and clung to the hero's leg. Luna covered her mouth and admired how cute he was and threatened the other pet for scaring him. Urus lowered his paw heavily. He looked at the puppy defiantly. The creature frowned and said that from that moment on, he was in charge here. Pharaoh pressed his paws and plunged into submission mode. Everyone was watching this situation when the system reported that a hierarchy had been established at that moment. Love began to scratch the puppy's tummy and said that they should not worry about his anger. He was just a cute puppy. He immediately bit off her hand. The girl froze in horror. She tried to shake off the baby and screamed. Why was this happening to her? Luna's eyes widened. She smiled and said that she had a great idea. After a while, Urus took the microphone and announced the start of the first rating match. The demon queen Love had to fight against the Dimension Eater Pharaoh. The monster took a deep breath and shouted heartily to get ready for a duel. The blonde exhaled and asked if her wonderful idea was to fight this puppy. Luna closed her eyes and said they had no choice. She glared at the girl seriously and said that Pharaoh had eaten all their fingers, so she had to avenge them. Gio folded his hands behind his head and reminded his pet that this was just a test of strength, so he had better not overexert himself. The puppy pushed off the ground and jumped. He flew at Love with furious anger. Pharaoh struck and barked. The girl barely dodged. She looked at her opponent with widened eyes and thought that she would recognize this skill. She remembered the ancient anthropomorph and thought that he had exactly the same skill. The monster struck in the same way. Love remembered how horrified she had been at his skill in the claws of the beast. It was so strong that it made cracks in the mountains. The system said that this is the basic attack skill of beast species. The blonde was watching her opponent. He ran towards her and exuded a magical aura. The girl froze in shock and thought about how fast he was. The puppy jumped high. Love's eyes widened. She saw a dangerous monster behind Pharaoh. At the last moment, she managed to dodge. The girl jumped away and gritted her teeth from the strain. Urus hovered next to the hero and admired the course of the battle. He watched the heroes and said that Pharaoh was stronger than he thought. He could even win. Gio took a bite of the meat and said that there were no options here. He would not be able to defeat the captain. His pet looked at him in shock and asked again. The hero remembered how the puppy was imprisoned in a cage and said that he had the right fighting spirit, but Pharaoh was just a wolf cub. The boy grinned then, and Gio reminded him that he was so weak that he was even captured. The puppy opened its mouth, preparing to bite. The guy reminded him that Captain Love had 638th level. The girl dodged the attack when the hero said that there were many hidden high-level masters in this universe, and she was ranked among the top 10. Pharaoh turned around in shock. The blonde was high above him, and Gio continued that if Captain Love became a little more serious, Pharaoh would immediately lose. The girl swung her leg for a blow. A magical dragon appeared and Love struck the falling dragon. The hero and Urus were almost swept away by the shock wave. Dust rose into the air. The puppy lay at the girl's feet, defeated. He began to cry and let out snot. Love stood over him and the system reported that it had won. After a while, Pharaoh was sitting by a tree. He became gloomy and shocked by his defeat. The blonde turned to the main character and asked if she should have lost. He was completely desperate. The bells on the hairpin rang. The couple turned at the sound. The dimensional priestess slowly approached them. She calmly approached and looked directly at the heroes. Blue-haired smiled and greeted the warriors, noting that it was an exciting duel. She stood a short distance away from them and introduced herself as a Slaro, saying that she would guide them to the next level. The brunette looked at her with incomprehension and asked who she was, thinking that this was not the case in the beta test. The priestess looked at him and said that she especially wanted to meet him, since she found out that he took care of her younger brother, who asked who she meant. Suddenly, something big, hidden in her underpants, gained reason and reached out to the stranger. The girls looked at what was happening in shock. The guy blushed from surprise and thought about what it was and why it took so long to come out. Islero watched the creature calmly. She took his chin, and smiling, she said how glad she was to see her brother at last. Aventador, the dragon of the North Pole, looked at her with all seriousness. He opened his mouth and agreed that they had not seen each other for a long time. His sister smiled at him. After a while, a snowstorm began. A girl in heels walked through the snow. Islero walked forward and thought that she had appeared a long time ago, in primitive times. The priestess was wearing a short dress that did not protect her from the cold. She closed her eyes and thought that she had been given the name Islero. The bells on her hairpin were ringing. The girl opened her eyes and thought that her vocation was to protect. The heroes looked at her attentively and were silent. The blue-haired woman smiled and said that she had been protecting this land for a long, very long time. Love stared at the priestess in shock. She smiled back at her when the captain said that they were not at all alike. The girl was embarrassed and said that she was very worried about her brother, and his beautiful face is often compared to her. Islero looked at the heroes and asked them to follow her. She turned around and said that she would take them to the place she had been protecting for many years, the Altar of Dimensions. After a while, the heroes approached him. It was very dark and empty inside. Dragons stood on pedestals. The group walked along them. The girl exclaimed with admiration. She raised her head and said that she had no idea that there was such a place in the mountains. The hero looked around and thought. He looked to the side and thought that everything was the same here. As they walked forward, he thought that the size of the altar, the statues, and even the patterns on the floor were similar. The guy was left alone with Luna and thought that everything was unchanged here, as well as during the closed beta testing. Gio took a step forward and thought that the only thing that had changed was Islero's existence. The brunette frowned and wondered why the hairy old man had added her to the game. If her goal was only to guide them, then it didn't make sense. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. The guy looked at the approaching man in shock. The girl opened her mouth and called everyone in the team. They looked at her in amazement, unable to say a word. The girl raised her hand and reminded her who she was. Luhua threw herself into Love's arms. She also greeted Gio and Luna. Then she grabbed the creature and began to spin it, saying good morning. Suddenly she froze in shock and asked what it was. There was a puppy in front of her, and Urus smirked that they would not be twisted anymore. The girl looked at the brunette and asked who this puppy was. He replied that he just joined them. Pharaoh hiccuped, and everything swirled in his eyes. Suddenly he focused his gaze. The puppy studied Luhua carefully. She smiled and said that she was glad to meet him. The girls looked at her in shock. They remembered how Pharaoh had already attacked them once. They ran forward and shouted at the girl to retreat, or he would bite off her fingers. But the boy only licked her. Luna and Love watched as they squeezed and didn't understand what they had done wrong. They became serious and thought, is this really going to happen to this mongrel? Islero looked at the puppy and said that she was very interested. She stared blankly at the girl and said that for the first time in her time that she was protecting this building, someone had reached here without her escort. Then she looked around and smiled. Behind her was a group of heroes. A boy, a girl, and a little boy were looking at them. Gio raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what they were doing here. Luhua looked at him and said that they had come with her. Now there were 4 people in their group. The brunette looked at her in surprise. Riot stepped forward and asked why he was surprised that there were others who were also forming groups of 4. The boy frowned and asked if he understood correctly that they had prepared the group for the martial artist continent in advance. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked how he knew about it. After all, they did not participate in the closed beta testing. Riot looked at him sternly and said that it was because he was the ruler of the heavenly realm back then. There were many traces of the existence of other dimensions scattered throughout the ancient ruins of the continent. The blonde man frowned and said that these were actually ancient texts from the heavenly realm. Luhua looked at the hero and said that when she heard this, she decided to join him. She smiled and said that she wanted, like everyone else, to be in the group and go on an adventure. The boy nodded his head in confirmation. He looked down and admitted that she had saved his life. Riot remembered lying without a creature. Then the girl gave him a sweet potato. The guy had a swollen stomach, but he was saved. Luhua grew gloomy and admitted that she wanted to join them, but Riley told her that there were probably too many people in their group, especially strong ones. She held out the puppy. The girl smiled and told him to just look. She looked up and said that their group would become very strong and they wouldn't lose to them. The party of blondes looked at the hero with a smile. The system showed the cards of the heroes and their roles in the group. The brunette opened his mouth, and then grinned excitedly. Urus climbed on the hero's head and asked if the star really had his own group. The guy thought that besides, all 3 were bosses who interfered with him last season. Gio pulled out the puppy and said that there was a hidden trump card in their group. The girl replied that this cuteness could bring anyone to their knees. Suddenly, everyone froze when a sound was heard from the side. Islero was all crouched and laughing heartily. She smiled, and the laughter turned ominous. The girl threw off her heads and continued to laugh. She held her hands on her chest and shouted what a cheerful group of warriors they had. She said that they were applauding them all for their courage. The blue-haired woman smiled and said that she had to apologize to them. She couldn't help but laugh as she looked at them all. The brunette immediately frowned and became gloomy. He looked at the woman in all seriousness. She threw up her hands and shouted that it was quite obvious that they knew nothing about the world around them. They were all so pathetic that it was even cute. Islero revealed that they are in the world of Chrono, which is her mother's favorite place, and this is the only reason why they have been completely destroyed from her, as her mother gave everyone her absolute protection. The goddess embraced the globe. The girl widened her eyes in madness and shouted that now this motionless plane of time began to move. Her mother's one-sided love for them was gone, and therefore this world was no longer a safe zone. Love and Luna studied her seriously. The captain frowned and wondered if this was the reason why the sea creatures had been able to invade them. She flashed back on the day when a huge portal appeared in the sky. Monsters crawled out of it. Islero began to exude powerful magic. She smiled and said that she was embarking on her last mission. Her field lit up the entire room. All the statues were absorbed in the light. Suddenly one of them seemed to move. The monster's eyes widened. The dragon moved and screamed. The girl smiled madly and said that they were pathetic, then asked if they could climb the wall in front of them and prove their ability to cross other dimensions. The hero and his team looked at the priestess angrily. The brunette frowned and firmly decided to show himself. He remembered how he had previously gone after the girl and wondered why she had been added to the game. Now he understood. They needed a gatekeeper who would check people's stats before they could move into a new dimension. Islero glanced at the guy in his underpants and called out to him. She softened her face and said that things were going to be much worse now than when he had met her younger brother. Gio looked at her in annoyance as the priestess said that he could try as much as he wanted, but he wouldn't be able to pass her by. The brunette looked to the side and told Urus to take Pharaoh and step aside. The monster did so. He was carrying a puppy and asked why he needed it. Gio stepped forward confidently. He then walked past Islero, much to her surprise. At last he stopped. The hero stood in front of the monsters and asked why, of course, because he had to show how scary his club could be. He took it tighter. Then the guy smiled as if anticipating. His stick lit up and he began to smile like a maniac. He shot powerful magic at the statues. Living stones were blown away by this powerful spell. Islero froze in shock. The magic was so powerful that it burst out of the building. Gio remained shining in the empty hall. His colleagues looked at him with admiration. The brunette smirked with smugness. The night sky appeared above them. The system reported that they had completed a quest related to killing statues. The priestess was shocked and speechless. Her face changed a lot. Gio smiled mischievously and called her brother to check out his sister's expression. He replied that he understood how satisfying it was to defeat her. The hero looked up when the system window appeared. It announced that he had passed the test of the dimensional priestess. Soap bubbles with dimensions suddenly began to appear in front of him. The guy and his friend were examining them carefully. The brunette raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what it was. A volcano was erupting in the bubble. The system reported that the location of the planet became unlocked. Then, the land of dragons appeared in front of them and was also unlocked. Gio looked at them in shock when the system reported that due to the victory, he could choose one region. The brunette opened his mouth and asked again, what did this mean? Luna stepped forward and noted that one should choose between two options. She smiled and remarked that this was all very interesting. During the closed beta testing they had to clear the dimensions for the trip. The guy looked ahead gloomily. In that war, the owner of the company was watching him. He clenched his cigar between his teeth and grinned. The man remembered how the agent looked at him and asked if he was ready to allow the hero to do this. Docby then smiled and told him not to worry. He had foreseen all this and they would have a few surprises to arrange for them. He smiled and said that it was just like that. They changed it because of him, and from now on, he would have more and more surprises. The brunette stood with a stick on his head on the big screen. The head laughed and asked the employee if he liked the idea. Meanwhile, the hero was looking at the measurements. He pursed his lips. The guy then exhaled with a heavy heart. Gio smiled and admired that this old man really knew how to cheer him up. The system reported that the Ascension beings were watching them from different dimensions. The hero and his team raised their heads in surprise. The system reported that Turv, the Lord of Steel and Fire, had shown great interest in his weapons, and he knows how to make weapons even stronger. The creature smiled, and in the system window it was written that the giant dragon Gallardo was looking forward to meeting them. He was interested in the hero's ego. The redhead closed her eyes and said that these two had given them their welcoming words. The group looked at the dimensions and the girl asked the hero which dimension he would choose. They would agree with any of his decisions, because he was the leader. The guy grinned with cunning. He looked forward impatiently. He took a step. The portal offered a beautiful view. The hero smiled. It was Galanvator, the land of dragons, their next destination. Aventador took a good look at the portal and said it was a good choice. He closed his eyes and said that according to their ancient texts, the land of dragons is a place teeming with life energy. It is unique in that players will level up 1.5 times faster than in other dimensions. The dragon's eyes were opened, and not only that, but that this is the home of the last dragon of the three great dragons, the giant Gallardo. Gio grabbed Aventador by the horns and began to push him back into his panties against his will. He asked him to stop chattering. Love looked over her shoulder and asked why he chose dragons. The guy from Manhwa said it would make his weapons stronger. Gio smiled and revealed that he had already been there during the closed beta, but he hadn't been to the land of dragons yet. The girl was saddened and said that she was very sorry. She was a little excited at the thought of having a more powerful weapon. She hoped that she could make her brass knuckles even more powerful. The priestess looked at her and said that she didn't need to worry about it. Orbs appeared around her. The girl explained that all dimensions are connected in a cycle. Although they may not choose it now, they will eventually encounter this dimension later. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She turned to the warriors and said that there was no need to hesitate anymore. Gio smiled at her and asked why she was so kind to them now. Was she really scared to see her little dragons being torn to pieces? Islero came closer and did not deny it. She had never witnessed such an unearthly power, and after that she understood why her brother ended up in his underwear. She calmly looked at the master of the club and recognized his strength. In return, could she ask for their favor? A window with a task appeared in front of the hero's face. Islero put her hand on her chest and said that in the deepest corner of the land of dragons there was a slab that held the truth. Could they give it back to her? A sphere caught fire on her chest. She held it out to Gio. Her gaze turned sad. The priestess said that if the hero did it for her, she would give it to him. The hero shuddered and asked what it was. Suddenly, Aventador crawled out of his underpants. He looked ahead seriously and said anxiously that this simply could not be. He stared at the sphere and asked if Islero was seriously offering this to a person. This was her treasure. Gio could not stand it anymore and began to shake the dragon's elongated head with the help of his pelvis and ask if he could stop jumping out like that. He pulled his cheeks and Luna asked what it was. She had never seen anything like it before. The sphere emitted magical sounds. Aventador called it a magical pearl. He hissed through his distended mouth and revealed that it was a dragon pearl containing infinite power, and whoever wielded it could be spared any disease and misfortune. It could even fulfill its owner's deepest wish. It was truly a miraculous thing. Islero was sadly silent. She was a dragon of Genesis. The hero closed his eyes and said that he would try to look for it. Since I was going there anyway, he would take her little quest. The system reported his acceptance. The priestess nodded and thanked the warrior. She looked at everyone and wished them blessings to accompany them on their travels. The hero smiled with excitement and said that it was glorious. He looked ahead and invited his team to start. His hand reached for the portal. The light from the sphere began to intensify along with the hum, and the search for spatial coordinates began. Luhua waved her hand and said goodbye to everyone. She and her team were heading to the Land of Steel. The girl wished them all to see each other later. The hero and the team smiled and wished her good luck. The guide began to warn about who would meet the girl, but the player did not wish any spoilers. The calibration was completed, and the transfer began. There was a smile on the face of the master of the club. He stretched out his hand forward and said forward. They found themselves in a dragon temple on the top of a mountain. The whole group was carried forward in the energy sphere. Each of them looked forward with anticipation. It was freedom, rapture, and research. At great speed, the blue beam carried the players behind the clouds. In a moment, there was no trace of them on this planet. The game has loaded a new location. The beam flew between many spheres of dimensions. The players were curiously trying to see each of them. It was new fun. Love noticed something. A huge old man was reaching out to them. It was a new thrill. The newcomers were seriously frightened by this. However, the beam carried them on, with all these emotions overflowing their hearts. With the point of destination shining in front of them, they finally set off. The desired sphere was getting closer. Gio smiled happily as he yearned for a new dimension. His eyes were shining. He waited. Suddenly the smile and blush fell from his face. Very soon he became perplexed. The land of dragons turned out to be gloomy and empty. The young man looked ahead in amazement. Could this be the land of dragons? It looked completely different from what was shown. Everything around was obscured by a cold fog. Gio frowned. It was too quiet here. It felt like the entire dimension had died. He turned around abruptly and told everyone to be careful. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. When he turned, Love was standing there with a missing piece of side, blood dripping from her mouth. A huge hole gaped on his stomach. Gio froze dumbfounded. Everyone looked at their partner. She herself did not understand anything. She bent over, stretched her hands to the wound and asked why she was missing half of her torso. Tears flowed from her eyes. She looked at the hero and asked for help. But her eyes rolled back and she went limp. The girl flew down to the ground. Gio shouted. He used the speed of light and flew after his falling partner. His hands picked up the cooling body. The guy landed. He looked at Love anxiously and asked her to just hold on while he applied the healing. His intelligence was low, so he couldn't heal much back then. The hero shouted that now his stats are at a high level. Fear appeared in his eyes. Luna landed calmly next to her. She looked at the girl and said that she was already dead. Love kept her eyes closed as the system reported that a member of the group had died. The warrior immediately became gloomy. Luna looked at him and said that her wound was too serious to deal with. Even a high-class priest wouldn't be able to heal it. Urus looked at her in shock and asked, hadn't Lav become a unique boss after becoming the Demon King? Gio gritted his teeth in rage as the dragon said that in this case, her character would be removed. He activated the Divine Descent skill. His body began to exude a red aura. Her hair was dyed white. The god of chaos closed his eyes. His eyes flashed brightly. He used time manipulation activation on his girlfriend. The guy looked down uncomprehendingly. The wound on the player's body has not disappeared. The hero used time manipulation, but nothing changed. A black beam shot high from the sky at the players. The god of chaos managed to jump to the side. He looked angrily ahead, not understanding what it was. A dark purple puddle of dark slime appeared in front of him. The hero looked to the side. The unknown said that he was impressed, because the player dodged his attack. A whole group of people stood in front of him. A pale priest in black, accompanied by his sisters with blindfolds. His eyes flashed purple. He smiled and said that he had managed to get another one. Gio looked at him angrily and asked who the hell was he? His eyes widened. Luna fell to her knees, a hole gaping on her back. She was coughing up blood. The hole in her body was huge. She reached out to her anxiously. Gio put Love on the ground and asked the cockroach to stand still. He would heal her now. Luna smiled at him with tears in her eyes. She was so sorry. She closed her eyes and began to fall backwards. She touched the ground already dead. The guy froze. The system reported that a member of the group had died. Urus opened his wings. He looked at the hero with wide eyes and asked if he was okay. He looked at the corpses and asked what was going on here, since even Luna was dead. The priest smiled good-naturedly and asked who these lovely companions were. Sin looked at him angrily. The unknown noticed that their life force was so small that he didn't even notice how they appeared there. The man smiled maliciously and promised to kill them too. He pointed 3 fingers forward and a sphere began to form at the tip of each of them. Pharaoh barked. Gio appeared right next to the priest's hand at this moment. He looked at him ominously and asked if it was all about this skill. It was the same dark beam that had killed Love and Luna. The stranger smiled and said that the hero was quite agile for a human. To be honest, for a second he even frightened him. At that moment, the truncheon disfigured his face. A fire broke out at the head of the attendant. The shock wave rushed far back. The whole area behind was destroyed by this blow. The god of chaos threw a club over his shoulder. Smoke was everywhere. He knitted his eyebrows and chuckled. A silhouette of a servant appeared in the smoke. He realized that the player in front of him was the famous warrior piece. His head hung off the ground, but he was smiling and saying that he was a rookie who was being watched by all the ascended beings from all parts of the dimensions, and the one who had a wooden club reinforced by 99+. The man stepped forward, his head hanging on shreds of skin. He was glad to meet him. He was dying to get to know him better. Urus opened his mouth in shock and asked how this was possible. Is he still alive, even after being attacked by his master in his chaos god form? Freedom, delight, exploration. With high hopes, the group headed to this first dimension, the Galinvader, the land of dragons. However, the reality that unfolded in front of them turned out to be much more cruel than they could have imagined. The attendant remained standing where he stood. Now the heroes suddenly collided. The priest's eyes bulged terribly and said that it was time for Jaiwood to die. The guy looked into his eyes seriously. This was their first test in the second season of Chrono Life. The man clutched his head. He lifted it up, as if tearing it away from his neck. The priest smiled. His neck began to grow actively. Soon, there was no trace of a stitch or scar on his neck. The man, smiling terribly, told the protagonist that he would now kill him. The two dragons opened their mouths in shock. The priest jumped away. He landed when he created a distance with the young man. Mana began to accumulate in his fingers. Grinning, the priest used a black dot, magic. A beam of energy rushed at the enemy. Gio stood still as the beam approached him. Soon, the flashes of mana were in front of him. Urus, startled, shouted, warning the young man. The mana beam suddenly bounced, hitting the target. A small strand separated from the guy's hair. The man flinched, not understanding how he could have missed. The protagonist collected mana in his eye. His eye lit up as he applied probability manipulation. At the same moment, the priest's accuracy was 0%. Now the man could only stand with his mouth open. He couldn't help but smile, looking at the chaos god opposite, and said that it was quite an interesting skill. The priest picked up the book. When he opened his eyes, he said that it was just a cheap trick in front of his faith. The system panel hung motionless. Suddenly, the mana of the priest penetrated her. Gradually, mana enveloped both the priest and the panel, and the manipulation of probability was corrupted. The protagonist parted his lips in amazement. His eyes widened as he realized that his magic had been corrupted. The system panel shattered into pieces. The priest, smiling, said that now it was really time to die. The grimoire flew up. A thin stream of mana connected the grimoire and the man. Clasping his fingers, the man began to pray to the Lord. He bowed, telling the god that there was a being standing before him who dared to disobey his word. Suddenly, his hand twisted. A huge eye appeared in the sky. A moment later, the shadow of the three eyes of the god covered the forest. Grinning, the priest told the god that he should open his mouth and feast on the pitiful man. The creature opened its mouth. A demon with many jaws stood in front of the protagonist. The man clasped his hands together again. A three-eyed monster burst into this world. The man stood quietly, waiting for the battle to end. His lips stretched even wider. Looking at the bite marks on the ground, he said it was easy and clean. The priest took the grimoire in his hand again. Turning to his subordinates, he said that it was time for them to go. Turning around, he ordered them to grab it. The girls standing aside answered in unison, accepting the order. Suddenly, the priest stopped when he heard a strange sound. He raised his head, not understanding what the noise was. Something caused the demon's body to distort. The demon's skin swelled from the inside. The demon trembled in pain. A moment later, it shattered into pieces all over the mountain range. The priest froze as the blood fell beside him. The silhouette of a young man stood in the air. The protagonist frowned as he looked at his enemy. He moved his lips, applying the speed of light. The guy immediately rushed to the goal. The young man gripped his club tightly. He struck at the priest's side. Blood escaped through the man's clenched teeth. The priest fell to the side, kicking up a huge amount of dust. A man with a broken arm was coughing. His hand was trembling with pain. Gio appeared behind him and said that he had made the wrong choice. Glancing at his dead girlfriend, he said that Love, the woman he killed, was a unique boss. Now her character has been removed. The girl's side was perforated. She clearly did not survive. Gio turned around, telling the priest that he was now telling him that the guy who killed Lav was so weak. The protagonist hit the priest on the head. The man's face was distorted. His teeth flew out. The guy immediately struck a blow to the jaw. After that, he hit the back of the opponent's head. The club crashed into the priest's face. Gio didn't stop hitting his opponent's head. Parting his lips, he asked what was wrong. Was he really going to just sit there and endure it? Continuing to attack, the guy asked the man if he didn't have some hidden skills that he could boast of, or something like that. The girl put mana in her hands. The priestess, shrouding herself in mana, used a cube barrier. Immediately, a cube barrier separated the man from Gio. The young man walked over to the barrier, saying that he had no idea that they, the ladies, had such powers. The priestesses supporting the barrier tensed. The protagonist swung his baton. He struck, saying it didn't matter. The cube barrier divided the stream of fire into two streams. The priestesses gritted their teeth. Cracks spread along the barrier. The girl opened her mouth in horror. A stream of fire swept through the forest like an avalanche. A moment later, he broke free from the planet. Now a crevasse has formed in the mountain range. The protagonist threw the baton over his shoulder. Right in front of him lay the mutilated corpses of the priestesses. Suddenly, one of them raised her head, and the others groaned in pain. The guy frowned, not understanding how they were still alive even after all this. The young man began to approach the priest. He stood in front of him. Frowning even more, he said that now it was time for another whipping. The priest grinned. He was surprised at the guy in front of him, saying something. By pouring mana into the grimoire, the priest asked the god to deliver him from the terrible dangers that awaited him. Darkness burst out of the grimoire, rushing towards the guy. A hand from the darkness grabbed Gio. She lifted him into the sky. Gritting his teeth, the young man tried to understand what kind of trick was used this time. His eyes widened with awareness. The guy stared stupidly at the crowd below. The priestesses carried the bodies of the girls. Love's body was carried by a priestess with her head barely holding on. Luna was carried by a girl who had already recovered. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, not understanding why they were taking the girls' bodies. His eyes widened at the assumption. He remembered the moment when the man, turning to the girls, told them that it was time for them to go. Then he turned around, ordering to grab it. The young man gritted his teeth as he realized that he was referring to Love and Luna. Gio dispelled the darkness around him. Applying the speed of light, he rushed down. Wrapping himself in mana, the priest said that it was too late. His leg began to sink into some kind of liquid. All the priestesses, including the man, began to plunge into the puddles. Then the priest said that he would definitely make good use of the bodies of his comrades. He grinned, telling the god of chaos that they would see each other again. The protagonist did not have time to fly up. The man had already disappeared. He stretched out his hand, using time manipulation magic and saying that they were not going anywhere. The young man's pupil shrank when the system informed him of the overconsumption of chaos energy. His status would be cancelled. A moment later, the guy's body returned to its usual state. He clenched his jaw as he realized that there was a time limit on how long he could be a chaos god. The young man stepped on the ground. Gio stood motionless, thinking about everything. The smoke was slowly falling around him. A shadow covered the young man's eyes. He experienced for the first time what defeat was. Everything at that moment was unfamiliar to him. It was the first time the boy had seen such an enemy as a priest. It was the first time Gio had seen such abilities, so while holding Love, he was surprised. And most importantly, this was the first time he could not protect his comrades. Love died. After that, a hole formed on Luna's chest. The protagonist pursed his lips. He was unable to save Love, a unique boss, and her corpse lay on the ground. The shadow fell on the young man's eyes again. He involuntarily remembered the words of the priest, and the way the Love was carried. He remembered how Luna was carried. The priest, grinning, said that they would see each other again. Urus and Pharaoh flew up to Gio. The young man clutched his club. Urus opened his mouth, realizing that the guy's condition was deplorable. The protagonist bowed his head. Gio's head tilted a little more. He laughed sharply. Covering his face with his hand, the young man began to laugh like a madman. Sweating with fear, the two animals asked the young man if he was okay. The young man, grinning, said that life was sometimes too amusing a joke. Remembering how he grinned while scaring people, Gio said that he felt like he was doing too much in the first season, so he was going not to strain in the second season. His insane smile always accompanied him. The young man grinned and laughed. However, now it is clear that he must laugh again and rushed like a madman to the goal. Covering his face with his hand, the guy said that this damned world was trying to make him angry. The animals opened their mouths in shock. Death is just a price to pay for knowledge. A beginner will be easily killed by another player. A knight can yell at someone and scold. A boy who will be backed by the strong will laugh at everyone. Even demons freeze before the strong. The protagonist, grinning, said that the heavens above his head were begging him for revenge. Chuckling, he said that it was time to teach everyone a lesson. The guy raised his head and sighed. Clutching his club, he said that he must always stick to his roots. The priest had acted too dirty, so now it was time for revenge. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he said that he would appear to be actually playing the game. Events take us to another part of the mountain range. Gio's cloak fluttered in the wind. Standing in the air, he hummed a song. The young man smiled, looking for his enemies. Looking into the distance, he said that their friend named Rat was very well hidden. Urus, seeing how Pharaoh was trembling, asked why they climbed so high. The guy replied, saying that he was looking for their little friend. Closing his eyes, he said that he was nowhere to be found, so it was a rather stupid way to search. Smiling even wider, the young man said that since it didn't work, he just needed to become even more reckless. Urus opened his mouth in fear. The young man raised his truncheon. He gripped the club tighter in his hand. Opening his eyes, the guy said that he had not destroyed the planet for a long time. The guy's blow fell down. The protagonist stopped abruptly when he heard a scream. The system bar appeared in front of him. Love sent a message, telling him to stop right away. The protagonist froze with his mouth open in shock. The girl said that she sent him a message from the real world after logging out. The game emphasizes the realism of its gameplay, so there is no direct messaging system in the game. Instead, there is a slightly slower yellow bird mail service. The girl, holding the phone in her hand, was tirelessly typing. Love, looking at her phone, said that her character had not been deleted, so it was not worth getting angry and destroying the entire planet just yet. The guy's eyes widened. He was surprised that the character had not been deleted. He wrote to Love, asking if she was lying to him, because the characters of unique bosses are deleted after death. She replied, saying that she was not lying. He should not rush and leave the game for a while to meet and talk. Gio frowned and pondered. Glancing at Urus, he said that he was going to go out for a while. He should stay close to Pharaoh. The young man poked at the panel, logging out of the system. Streams of system code went through the helmet. The protagonist in the real world came to his senses. Gio stood up and took off his helmet. Opening his eyes, he asked if love was a bug. Luna, sitting next to her, said it was unlikely to be a bug. The frightened protagonist fell to the floor. He stood up, asking the girl what he was doing there, when she managed to get into his house. Luna smiled, saying that she had been here since the beginning of the second season. Closing her eyes, she said that she had logged in, lying next to him. The girl secretly entered and lay down next to the guy. Frowning, Jaiwa asked how she did it, how she managed to break into his house every time, if she had spied his password on the panel. The young man, looking at the girl angrily, asked if she was the previous owner of that house, if she owned the entire building and had a universal key, and after receiving only negative answers, the young man became even angrier. Both shuddered when they heard the doorbell ring. The girl pressed the intercom button. Smiling, Love announced her arrival. The protagonist froze, realizing that the guest had come at the most opportune time. Luna, who was sitting next to her, asked if she should open the door. The guy almost screamed, saying that their quarrels were just a headache for him. Lav, who was standing below, received a response from Gio, who asked her to wait for a while. The young man turned around and told Luna that he was going to take Love to a cafe that sold soups, so she had better wait and then leave unnoticed. The lady closed her eyes and sighed. After walking past the guy, she said that they would see each other in the lobby. She still needed to change at home, so she would come down now. The girl opened the door. The young man frowned. Stepping towards the departed girl, he said that this was his wardrobe. Opening the door, the guy asked what kind of crazy plan she was up to. Gio froze when he saw the girl in front. She was wearing a tight-fitting jumpsuit. Luna turned around. She smiled, saying that she seemed to have been caught. Jumping in, she said that they would see each other later anyway. The protagonist's face was distorted. He did not understand what he had just seen. Coming out of the cloakroom, the guy said that Love was waiting for him. For the sake of maintaining his mental balance, Jaiwa decided to just completely forget about what he had just seen. Events take us outside. Love's eyes widened. Looking at Luna, she asked if she also lived here. Frowning, the girl asked why she hadn't seen her all this time. She replied that when this building was first built, she and her whole family moved here. About 10 years had passed. Closing her eyes, she said that now her parents had moved to another city, so now she lives here alone. The protagonist, raising his eyelids, asked Love why she was in her stage outfit, if she had just returned from a performance. Looking away, the lady said that immediately after she finished her performance, she walked into the game in the break room. The tired girl sighed. She was surprised to see the employee lying down. The woman was lying on the bed. Gio patted her legs, deciding to ask her to enter the game. The protagonist, smiling, told the girl that this outfit suits her very well. She looks cute in it. Embarrassed, Love said that it turned out that he liked such outfits. Looking up and smiling, she said she could wear it whenever he wanted. Luna gave both of them a sharp nudge, telling them to stop talking. She forcefully smiled, being angry, and said that they should talk about the game. They were members of the same group. Events take us to a cafe. The soup was served. The trio sat enjoying their soup. Love closed her eyes and asked if they could eat anything else. Luna, after fixing her hair, said that they had no choice. It was the only place that was open all the time. After that, she looked at the guy, asking if he liked soup. He replied, saying that he loved soups very much. The girl, adjusting her hair again, said that she also liked soup, especially when it was hot. The protagonist froze. He involuntarily blushed. Love leaned in abruptly, saying that they had already figured out that she liked soup, and they understood what she was hinting at. Gio, closing his eyes, told them to stop arguing, because they needed to discuss the game. The young man, scooping up the soup, said that they needed to clarify two things. After imagining Love's character, he said that her character had to be deleted if she died. There was no doubt that she had been killed by that guy with white hair, for even the system had notified her of her death. The protagonist, looking at the girl, asked how her character was not deleted. She frowned and asked how many times he should repeat to him. Looking at Luna opposite, she said that after dying, they both respawned in the resurrection zone. The lady put the spoon on the table. Closing her eyes, she said that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it either. The mountain range was filled with fog. At the moment when it was all over for Luna and her corpse was lying on the ground, the system informed her of the death of her character. After they moved to another area in the forest, having lost some of their experience, they were resurrected. Luna was the first to enter the clearing. The girl's eyes were closed. She slowly opened them. It had been a long time since she had last felt her character's death, but instead of getting angry, she was rather excited. The girl froze, not understanding who that priest was. She hadn't seen him in the closed beta. The girl shuddered when she heard a familiar voice. Behind her stood another resurrected woman. Love stared at her friend in surprise. Turning to her, Luna asked how it was that her character wasn't deleted. Her eyes widened in shock. She frowned, telling her to log out immediately and send an external message to Gio. When the girl was puzzled, Luna opposite her said that the guy could just destroy this planet in a frenzy. It could endanger them too. Closing her eyes, the lady said that was all that had happened then. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, asked why her character was not removed. Could it be a bug? Dokbi, who suddenly sat down, replied saying that it was not a bug. Everyone at the table froze. Everyone stared sharply at the guest. The protagonist screamed upon seeing him and said that the hairy old president had come to them. The man frowned a little at his words. He grabbed the young man and, using the rubbing of his beard, said that he had better watch what he said. When the guy was knocked out, the man said that sometimes he couldn't stand him. Love, looking at the man, asked what he was doing here. After all, today was the first day of the opening of the servers. Doppy replied by saying that the only time he was busy was when that little bastard lost his temper and got his antics. The little brat himself was now lying on the floor. Luna surprised the girl across from her, saying that she was the one who called Dokpa. Closing her eyes, she said that she decided that it was better not to discuss it among themselves. It would be better to get an official statement from the employee. Closing his eyes, the man said he wouldn't go so far as to call it an official statement, but the revival wasn't a mistake. He chuckled, saying that they got rid of the unique boss system. The protagonist jumped up abruptly, asking when they did it, why. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he did not know this, for it was not he who got rid of her. The guy, with his mouth agape, asked who did it, since it wasn't him. The old man narrowed his eyes. He imagined the sun and said that the main computer of their game did it. Everyone at the table froze. Love, parting her lips, asked if it was possible, even though it was the main computer. But could he really delete such things so easily? The old man chuckled, saying that it was just a game. He smiled even wider, saying that it was the first time that had happened since the beginning of the game. The unique boss system was a restriction imposed by the god of destruction on the seven sins and their minions. The creator did everything himself. This was because the seven sins had incredible power. It could put him in danger if something went wrong, especially if the seven were united. Picking up his spoon, the man said that it didn't make sense now, for he was dead, and since it was the creator who created them, it seemed that he had also erased the unique boss system. Grinning, the man told the guy that he should be careful, because the creator finally decided to take the game seriously. The young man frowned. The moon in the sky brightly illuminated the night city. The events take us to the game. For 3 months the players have been waiting for the resumption of the game. Some games, after killing the slimes, were as happy as ever. Some have developed a new passion for the game during their battles with demons. A small bell was hung on a cross. The small grave was covered with snow. The girl, like some players, cried, experiencing anguish and sadness. Finally, a new day came. The sun rose up. The players were smiling, rejoicing at the new day. Some bought weapons. People rushed through the city in a variety of outfits. The morning on the renewed continent turned out to be livelier than ever. The renovated buildings were pleasing to the eye. The priest entered the city. He stepped forward. The people stopped when they saw the priests and priestesses. The man grinned, praying to his god. Grinning, the man asked to take people in this city straight to hell. A beam of mana erupted from the priest's body. The protagonist group was too focused on the strange situation with the end of the game. They especially remembered the death of Love. The man's eyes lit up with the mana poured in. The mana streams disconnected from the pillar of energy. Dark mana was reaching out to the players. A ball of energy stopped right above the boy. A moment later, many players were pierced through. The protagonist, remembering the priests, did not understand something. He couldn't understand why these people would need to carry away the bodies of Love and Luna. He couldn't forget the priest's grin. The man grinned. The mana sickle cut off the head of one of the players. The priest's grin grew even wider. Streams of mana cut off people's limbs. The shouts that filled the square delighted the priest, making him laugh madly. The seed of corruption was sown. The continent's infection rate has increased, reaching 10%. The priest's mouth turned into a bottomless hole, emitting corruption. Houses in the city were destroyed. Corpses of people filled the streets. Fear was imprinted on the faces of the dead. The severed limbs of people lay next to them. A group of priests stood in front of the corpses. The man, smiling, said that they were finished. Now they had to move all the bodies. The priestesses immediately stepped forward to collect the bodies. They began to gently lift the bodies. After that, the girls carried the corpses. The priest shuddered when he heard someone's voice. The man, barely raising his head, asked him who he was. Sweating, the man asked why he would kill all these innocent people. Was he a gambler or a monster? The priest stopped smiling and stared at the survivor. He couldn't help but smile. Starting to approach the man, he said that he did not know it himself. The priest sat down in front of the cripple. He smiled at him, telling him not to be afraid. Patting the survivor on the head, he said that they were their saviors, they were their shepherds, their guides. The man frowned at the killer. He grinned, saying that they were their mentors and those who would lead them along the path of knowledge. The survivor could not hold back his tears. The demon's face was distorted. He said that he would bestow upon him the blessing of corruption. The priest's hand pierced the survivor's head. He raised his trembling hand. She fell sharply. The cripple died. The priest smiled after crushing the survivor's head. Parting his lips, he prayed for him. Events take us to a mountain range. Urus and Pharaoh jumped up, congratulating them on good morning. The protagonist, standing in front of them, asked what had happened to them, if they had the same poses now. Urus replied by saying that he had been training with Pharaoh all night. The couple showed their first pose, partners. After that, the second pose called Double Troubles. The young man, looking at the pets, said that it was quite cute. The dragon flew up and asked what happened to Love. The guy replied by saying that her character had not been deleted. Apparently the unique boss system had been completely removed. Smiling, the young man said that they had both been able to return safely. They would join them later. Urus, closing his eyes, said that if the character were really deleted, he could erase an entire dimension. Pharaoh's eyes widened, and he flinched. Smoke enveloped his hand. Pharaoh took on human form. He grabbed the guy by the cloak. Pointing into the distance, the boy tried to say something. Suddenly, a rustle was heard from the bushes. The protagonist opened his mouth, puzzled. When he saw the guest come out, he asked him who he was. Urus parted his lips. He pursed his lips sharply, deciding not to say anything. Suddenly, he frowned, saying that it had been a long time since they had met. Events in the mountain range continue. Love stepped onto the ground. She yawned. Throwing her hands behind her head, she said that she could not believe that she was left alone with a cockroach. Closing her eyes, Luna told her to stop whining. She doesn't really like it either. Stepping forward, she said that the loser wanted them to stick together in case the gray-haired man attacked again. The girl smiled, saying that she already missed the days of the closed beta. It was just her and Gio, all alone. Embarrassed, Love asked what was going on between her and Gio. Opening her eyes, the girl told her friend not to pretend that she did not know. She smiled, saying that they were madly in love with each other. Love's eyes widened. Luna, turning away, said that at least she was madly in love with him. The same could not be said about him. The girl sighed. Closing her eyes, Luna said that she wondered what he thought about all this. He had two gorgeous girls who had a crush on him. Love gritted her teeth. She fell sharply, clutching her stomach. A friend standing next to her was worried. Luna shuddered and screamed. Corruption spread on Lav's side. The current infection rate had only reached 5%, but the skin was slowly turning black. The girl sweated sharply with fear. Luna clutched her breasts. She also fell to the ground. The filth began to spread from her chest. Slowly the filth reached the girl's head. She closed one eye and realized that these infected places were the same ones where they had previously had wounds. Love could barely keep one eye open. Previously, there was a hole in Luna's chest. Love, on the other hand, had a wound in her side. The girls turned around when they heard a terrible sound. A huge paw of the monster appeared in the forest. A green lizard the size of a hill stared at the girls. Drake grinned. The girls began to get up in fear. They realized that they were facing one of the weakest dragons. But compared to ordinary monsters, they had the strength of a boss. Luna, moving her lips, said that they are rare monsters that are difficult to find, but she thinks it is only logical that they see it here, given that this is the land of dragons. Drake raised his paw. The monster struck. The shockwave from his impact shattered the ground and destroyed the trees. A bright glow formed above the dragon. The girl's sword, enveloped in mana. Love was able to fly thanks to holding on to Luna's leg. She smiled, telling the cockroach that it had worked in time. She smiled back, saying that she seemed to be in the perfect place. Love was puzzled, and looking at her friend, she did not understand what she was talking about. Luna abruptly removed her leg. The girl began to fall. She raised her eyebrows, asking what it was. Drake opened his mouth and was puzzled. Love, gritting her teeth, screamed, cursing her friend. She waved at her, saying that Love's sweet voice was moving farther and farther away from her. Opening her eyes, she said that she meant that she was in the perfect place to apply her best move. The girl spun up. Regrouping, she rushed down. The lady unleashed the fall dragon's blow on the Drake. He could not stay on his feet and fell. Mana poured into the wand. Luna poured mana into her wand as she was about to use her fire spear. A stream of fire gathered over her. The lady frowned. A column of flame rushed down. A moment later, the fire hit the target. The girl smiled. Its flames, raging, exploded. Blood escaped from the Drake's mouth. He fell on his side. Luna and Love landed at the same time. The girl, parting her lips, said that this was not the end, because Drake was known for his absurdly high level of health. Love abruptly began to strangle the acquaintance, asking what was wrong with her. She had just thrown her like a boogeyman. The girls flinched when they received the notification of the level increase. They stared at the monster's body in puzzlement. Luna, approaching the corpse, said that it could not be related to the attack stat, as it has the highest health of all the dragon monsters. The girl's mouth dropped open as she realized that all it took was a fiery spear and a falling dragon strike. Love, calling on the system panel, said to look at it. The girl leaned over, asking what it was. A panel was reflected in her pupil. It turned out that due to the infection, all characteristics increased by 50%. The girls opened their mouths in shock. Events take us to another part of the mountain range. The protagonist froze, looking at the guest. Urus, opening his mouth, said that a long time had passed since their last meeting. The protagonist was surprised when Urus called the name of the guest. His eyes widened in shock. 3 great dragons were exhibited on the official Chrono website. These 3 dragons are famous for their incredible strength, the first being Urus, the 2-headed dragon. The second was the ruler of the ancient anthropomorphs of the northern continent, Aventador. The third was a dragon that had never appeared until now, the mysterious giant dragon of Gallardo. The young man's mouth dropped open, mentally saying that during the closed beta, he had checked 30 dimensions, and he had never encountered such a dragon before. In front of him stood a girl of small stature. Gallardo was a girl with green hair and a small crown. In the dragon's pupils, a whirlpool pattern was visible. The young man involuntarily sweated. He couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was a giant dragon. Gallardo, who was standing in front of him, introduced herself. She smiled, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. She had been waiting for a long opportunity to meet him. Pointing to the girl, the young man asked Urus if he was sure it was Gallardo. The dragon opened his mouth and said that the three great dragons could sense each other's unique energies. The girl looked down and said that she was in spirit form. Her true form was too large to move around freely. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he wouldn't buy it, no matter how much bigger a girl like her could become. Pointing to himself, he said that he could grow even bigger than her. With the expansion mirror, he could become even bigger than the planet itself. Once he stood up to his full height on an entire planet and surpassed it in size. The girl grinned, asking if this was all, and he was weak. Jiwa's pupil widened at her words. The group froze. The girl, looking at the sun in the distance, said that her size was much larger than the planet. One planet in this solar system was small. The Milky Way seemed to be just a grain of sand in the universe. For Gallardo, the Milky Way was comparable to a saucer. It could destroy the entire Milky Way with one bite. Even the black hole above her was smaller than her. And this titan was now standing in front of the guy in the form of a girl. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. Smiling, Gallardo said that she could become as big as an entire galaxy. If we were to compare the Earth on which we live with a grain of sand in the scheme of the grand universe, and imagine many other grains of sand, the size of their galaxy would then be 74 million kilometers. It was the same distance as 53 suns when you put them in a single line. Pointing his finger at himself, Gio stated that he was sure that he could grow even bigger than her, after which he exclaimed that the expansion mirror could become even larger than the planet. Smiling broadly, Gallardo began to laugh and asked if that was all. The main character rounded his eyes in alarm when the interlocutor called him very weak. Standing beside the guy, the giant dragon hesitantly muttered that its true size was much larger than the planet. A view of the peaks of high cliffs opened up. Various cosmic objects were visible in the galaxy. In the middle of space, a bright magical glow appeared. A huge dragon passed through the stratosphere. A burst of solar energy stretched in different directions. Sharp fangs were visible in the monster's mouth. The heroes stood in front of the forest opposite each other. The player lowered his jaw in bewilderment when the monster in the form of a girl said that he could become just as big. With a sly grin, the unusual creature noticed what could be like an entire galaxy. A view of the trees opened up in the twilight darkness. A man's foot suddenly stepped on the ground. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in fright. The user and his pets looked away. A huge eye appeared in the sky above the planet. The planets near the monster's mouth seemed to be small particles of dust. Lowering his jaw, the young man asked if it was the size of a galaxy. Urus folded his paws in front of him and declared that he knew what this reaction meant. At the same moment, a wide smile appeared on Jiwa's face. Bulging his pupils, the main character shouted that it was amazing. Putting a wooden club forward, the player called out to a strange emo girl, after which he shouted that he meant the giant dragon Gallardo. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the guy asked to show him his true appearance, and then offered her to play right here and now. Lowering his tail, the spirit thought that his vile and perverted nature had once again manifested itself, and Pharaoh exclaimed that his brother's face frightened him greatly. Tightly grasping the handle of the weapon with his fingers, the protagonist explained that if it loses to him, he intends to turn it into an ego weapon. Raising his eyebrows, the user noticed that it was just in time, because he needed a new cloak. The monster in the guise of a girl uncertainly put his fingers to his chin. Suddenly Gallardo grinned maliciously. Pressing her knees together, the monster in the young lady's body began to tremble. Smiling broadly, the giant dragon assumed that they were on the same wavelength, and then added that she had just thought the same thing. The pets lowered their jaws in bewilderment, and thought that they had another pervert. Drops of sweat dripped down the heads of the entities, and they realized that this was a battle of psychos, but they did not understand why they were so excited. Putting her fist to her chin, the monster in the form of a girl muttered that she had been waiting to meet him for a very long time, after which she added that it was because she was broken now. Patches of white mist could be seen on the surface of the earth, and Gallardo revealed that her physical body and this planet were connected by certain parts. The user's pupils noticeably decreased in size when the interlocutor said that the entire space was infected. Furrowing his brows, the young man wondered if it was the work of that gray-haired man. A flashback appeared in which an unknown person was holding a book in his hands, and the system reported the divinity of chaos, the manipulation of probability, and that a complete infestation had occurred. The reflection of magical seals could be seen in the guy's eyes, and the artificial intelligence notified that the consequences of manipulating probability were meaningless. Throwing a wooden baton over his shoulders, the great warrior wondered if the reason why she was such a strange and stuttering emo girl was because she was infected. Raising her eyebrows, the giant dragon replied that she had always been like this. Looking down, the monster in the young lady's body explained that this pollution was too strong anyway, and then added that she had tried her best to resist it, but in her mental form, it was simply impossible. Lowering her chin sadly, Gallardo told them that all the dragons here had died, and then added that it wasn't long before all those dead dragons would be restored to their contaminated forms. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide. Love and Luna were standing in front of a huge dragon. The girls rounded their eyes in alarm. There were several monsters on the surface of the earth. Tightly grasping the magic staff with her fingers, the goddess of life did not understand what was happening, because she noticed that all the drakes were recovering at the same time. Turning her head back, the lady realized that something was wrong. One of the dragons was lying on the ground behind the players, and one of them thought that they had only killed one of them. Suddenly, a black liquid began to pour out from under the skin of the undead. The ladies turned back anxiously. A drop of sweat dripped down the cheek of the assistant of the creator of the game's server. Uncertainly closing her lips, Luna realized that the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. In the past, Gio stood in front of a rocky cliff overgrown with trees. After a while, the ground was empty, and the girl said in her mind that it was now clear why the Dragon Hill had been completely burned to the ground when they arrived. A thick fog could be seen between the trees. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist thought about how it was too quiet here, and it felt like the entire dimension had died out, but it wasn't clear why the dimension was so quiet when they arrived. A bright glow appeared in the eyes of the huge dragon. The monster stuck its tongue out of its mouth. Sectarians appeared, and it was said that these horrible people had reached here first and killed all the dragons. Love suddenly raised her hand to her stomach. The goddess of life put her hand to her chest and thought about what happened to them now. The drakes were immediately thrown at the girls, and one of them realized that these dragons had reborn in an infected state. Gallardo stood opposite Gio. A lot of beads of sweat ran down her face, and she stated that at the moment she could no longer hold back. The monster in the guise of a girl raised his eyebrows, and she exclaimed that before she could become completely infected, she had to become an ego weapon, and that was her only choice. Suddenly, the reflection of a glowing spiral appeared in her pupils. In the shadows, the silhouette of a giant dragon could be seen, which told the interlocutor that it would rather be infected than allow someone weaker to possess it. At the same moment, the monster's legs and the young lady's body were surrounded by teleportation beams. Folding her hands behind her back, Gallardo asked to be shown if Gio deserved to own her. A moment later, the monster in the form of a girl disappeared, when suddenly the system announced that a hidden quest had been opened, the essence of which was a contract between the master and the servant, because Gallardo wanted to give the player his soul, and the conditions for completing the task were to defeat her. After reading the notice, the guy lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. The protagonist closed his eyes resolutely. The user abruptly looked up. 2 pets were standing behind him. A bright flash of light appeared on the surface of the planet. In the huge mouth of the undead, his tongue could be seen. The monster stretched its paw towards the sun. Suddenly, a huge dragon spread its wings. Fragments of black matter scattered in different directions in outer space. Squeezing his eyes shut, Urus cried out loudly. Turning his head back, the user told the 2 assistants to go and help Luna and Love. The creatures widened their eyes in surprise when the owner said that he would deal with this emo dragon on his own. Grinning, the young man called out to Urus. Slyly furrowing his brows, the great warrior noticed that in case something went wrong, they could not hesitate to assume their true form and destroy everything in their path. His subordinates lowered their jaws in alarm. Suddenly, a satisfied grin appeared on the spirit's face. Small horns of the creature could be seen in the shadows, and he declared that his wish was his law. With his eyes rounded in delight, Pharaoh cried out in his mind that his little brother was very cool. Grabbing his partner's cloak with his paws, Urus exclaimed that they needed to fly forward. Shifting his gaze to the side, Gio breathed a sigh of relief. The main character smiled and remarked that now that everything was settled, he and the emo dragon could really start this party. A huge monster towered over the player. The guy abruptly put his hand under his cloak. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around the artifact, and the system reported that it was Habek's mirror, which had one of 8 mirror abilities. Slyly furrowing his brows, the user activated the 8 mirrors skill and then shouted that he was using the maximum size of the mirror. The object in the young man's hand began to emit a bright glow, and the artificial intelligence notified that the second mirror skill increased the size of the target depending on its maximum mana pool. Suddenly, a huge Geo stood on the entire planet. Smiling broadly, the protagonist shouted that he was still not finished, so he wanted more. The edge of the artifact sparkled. At the same second, the guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size when the system sent a warning that due to the excessive use of 8 mirrors, the service life of this product had expired. The surface of the magic cracked sharply. Lowering his chin, the player wondered if it had cracked again, and then exclaimed that the durability of this thing sucks. A moment later, the protagonist shifted his gaze upwards when the opponent noticed that this was very stupid. A gray mist flew out of Gallardo's mouth, and he wondered if the user dared to go against him when he was only slightly larger than a planet. The planet seemed small against the head of the monster, who said that he was a creature that went beyond this galaxy, after which he said his name. Flapping his wings in outer space, the giant dragon revealed that his unique passive skill allows him to grow bigger with each waking moment. Magical particles scattered in the stratosphere, and the monster shouted that it was like space, because it was infinitely expanding. The undead's eyes shone brightly, and she stated that in the past, when she was much smaller and the size of a continent, She was unfortunately defeated by Urus, but now he is a speck of dust compared to her huge form. The office staff watched through a huge screen, while Gallardo screamed that she had seized the throne of the most powerful dragon, so she was now the master of all dragons in all dimensions. Throwing his hands behind his head, the man was surprised that Gio was fighting her, to which he was asked who he was talking about. Smiling broadly, the company employee explained that the size of this creature was just enough for their servers to support it, after which he added that it was essentially the size of an entire galaxy. Sitting in a chair, the worker wondered if the protagonist thought he could handle the enemy using only a mirror, and then added that she wasn't made to be fought in the first place, when suddenly his partner noticed that the player had screwed up. Suddenly, Dokby clenched his cigarette between his teeth. Putting his hand in Kramen, the director of the company said that he was not sure about this, and then said that they did not know how it could end. Subordinates asked when their boss came, to which he grabbed the smoking object with his fingers and replied that he had just arrived. The boys turned their heads back when Dokby suggested that this little brat was trying to turn Gallardo into an ego weapon. Closing his eyes, the man remarked that it could be that this was the future that was in store for this guy, after which he added that it had been since he had taken the mirror from Habeck. Lowering his jaw in alarm, the company employee said that he did not like to upset him, but the mirror was already broken. The guy remarked that Gio might be strong, but he didn't stand a single chance against a galaxy-sized monster, to which the headmaster folded his hands in his pockets and asked if he had already forgotten. A bright glow appeared around the strands of white hair, and the leader said that this little brat was the god of chaos. The main character suddenly hovered in the air over the planet. Putting his hands forward, the player decided to activate the power of the god of chaos. After using the time manipulation skill, clock hands appeared near the artifact. The guy tightly wrapped his fingers around the edges of the object. The office workers watched on the screen as the protagonist smiled angrily and shouted that the mirror was now as good as new. With his mouth wide open in fear, the man began to scream. Drops of sweat were dripping down his face, and he didn't know if it could be, or if he was going to use the mirror again. The surface of the artifact began to emit a bright glow, and the user activated the 8 mirror magnification skill. The young man's cloak flew up. The planet abruptly began to become even smaller in comparison with his body. Suddenly, Gio's leg became truly gigantic, and the system reported that the maximum size allowed in the system had been reached. Many different galaxies were visible in the stratosphere. Gallardo continued to flap his wings from top to bottom. At the same moment, magic particles appeared inside the monster's mouth. The huge dragon stared brightly ahead. A moment later, human fingers appeared through outer space. The main character began to crawl out from behind one of the galaxies. The guy tilted his head down. Smiling broadly, the player noticed that here he was. Tears flowed sharply from the eyes of the company's employees. The enemy hovered in the air in front of each other. The protagonist's teeth could be seen through his smile, and he wondered if his god of chaos mode had shut down again. Bright particles of light were visible in space, and the user shouted that it didn't matter, because he had already used too many chaos forces lately. In his madness, his pupils bulging, the young man noticed that he didn't want to keep his enemy waiting anyway, and then he shouted that now he could really start the party. Gallardo dropped his jaw sharply. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, Dokby began to grin loudly. Putting his hands in his pockets, the headmaster said that he knew the rascal would do something like that, and then added that he could see his antics a mile away, and wanted the kid to show him what he was capable of. Gio clenched his hand into a fist as the man decided to take a look at something they had never seen before in this game, after which he exclaimed that he needed to show them a battle beyond galactic proportions. The main character clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Universes in outer space glowed with different colors. Suddenly, the player smashed one of the star systems with a single blow. Magic particles abruptly flew in different directions in the stratosphere. At the same second, the rest of the galaxies were shattered into small pieces. The guy's shoulder was covered with pronounced muscles. After the attack, Gallardo flew sideways. The wounded monster stuck its tongue out of its mouth. Above the protagonist's palm, multicolored space systems could be seen. A moment later, the user gripped the clusters of stars tightly in his hand. His pupils had noticeably shrunk in size from madness. The giant dragon splashed black liquid onto the young man's shoulder. The huge monster's eyes lit up brightly. Gio sharply elbowed his opponent on the head. The main character's cloak suddenly flew up. The infected emulsion continued to pour out of the monster's mouth. Gallardo's pupil instantly shrank in size. The monstrous monster opened its mouth wide. The opponent suddenly bit the main character on the hand. The sharp fangs of the giant dragon dug into the boy's skin. The employees of Chrono Life simultaneously lowered their jaws in surprise. The player clenched his teeth tightly in pain. At the same moment, a wide smile appeared on his face. The protagonist put his palm to the jaw of the enemy. The huge monster violently attacked the user on the chin. The young man's eyes began to emit a bright glow. A moment later, Gio resolutely struck his opponent with his forehead. There was a dark slit in Gallardo's skin. The monstrous monster instantly began to fall down. Dokby and his subordinates in 3D glasses seemed to chew popcorn, as if they were watching a movie. A view of a bright galaxy in the stratosphere opened up. The main character stretched his fingers towards the constellation system. Suddenly, the guy in a state of madness stuck his tongue out of his mouth. At the same second, the protagonist smashed a cluster of stars against the head of a giant dragon. Drool dripped down the user's teeth. The young man stuck his long tongue out of his mouth. Kicking the enemy, Gio shouted for him to die. A moment later, blood spilled out of the mouth of the evil spirits. Gallardo clenched his sharp fangs tightly. The sinister monster swung its tail sharply. From the blow, the main character bulged his eyes. A black liquid instantly spilled out of his mouth. Flying through outer space, the guy turned upside down. The multicolored galaxies glowed with different colors. The protagonist's back appeared near the magic particles. Falling down, the user stretched his limbs upwards. Suddenly, the cluster of stars broke into many pieces from the collision. The silhouette of the young man began to hide in outer space. Gio falls down at a rapid speed. The main character clenched his teeth tightly in pain. After some time, the player landed on the constellation system. The guy spread his fingers wide and cried out loudly. With a wink of one eye, the protagonist remarked that Gallardo had indeed caught him, and assumed that she wasn't that weak after all, when the system suddenly reported that his health had dropped by half. Smiling broadly, the user exclaimed that they had a healing factor on their side that made them invincible, and a notification appeared that thanks to this hidden skill, any damage dealt is instantly eliminated, and the player becomes immune to status effects such as poison, disease, and paralysis. Standing on the surface of the galaxy, the young man tapped, and at the same time, a message appeared that his health level had fully recovered. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, Gio noticed that it was time for a second round, after which he suggested that the enemy start by biting off that annoying little tail. A magical flash appeared above the jaws of the giant dragon. The monstrous monster spread its paws to the sides. Inside the energy sphere, a magical glow could be seen. Using his galactic breathing ability, Gallardo fired a powerful beam forward. The flow of magic was rapidly approaching the main character. Gritting his teeth in fright, the player realized that it would hurt. Suddenly, the guy fell to his knees. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the protagonist began to shout loudly. The galaxy's breath streams swept through the stratosphere. A view of thick clouds of gray smoke opened up. The user began to wipe his chin with his fist. The young man sat with his hand resting on the surface. The monstrous monster's eyes shone brightly, and he stated that the healing factor was nothing more than a petty trick, and then shouted that it was a petty trick that was useless in front of true power. Standing on a cluster of stars, Gallardo declared that this battle was over, so she had won. Lowering her jaw, the sinister monster said that she seemed to expect too much from him, and then added that he was just a big fish in a small pond that had not yet reached its ascended potential. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, Jaiwa asked his opponent again. Tilting her head down, the giant dragon said that it didn't matter, because a fish like him couldn't understand it. Opening its mouth, the monstrous monster explained that this was what she wanted to tell him, but decided to kindly explain as a reward for having managed to go this far. Many planets appeared, surrounded by a magical glow, and the undead reported that in the past, the highest level that a being could reach in any dimension was 999 level. The protagonist watched his opponent flap his wings and revealed that there were several secret ways to exceed this limit of 999 level, after which she added that it was all temporary means and they would eventually bring him back to the 999th level. Lowering his hands to his feet, the guy asked what these secret methods and temporary means were. Suddenly, a head began to pop out of his underwear. Aventador craned his neck and asked if he had already forgotten that this was the method he had used. A memory appeared in which the polar dragon stood in front of a wounded opponent. In the past, a tear ran down the monster's cheek, and he revealed that during the war between the ancient anthropomorphs and the players, he used gluttony to reach the 9,999th level. Suddenly, the tentacles flew upward, and the leader of the beastmen noticed that it was the synergistic effect of greed and gluttony that he had managed to surpass the limit. Aventador said that there was a limit to exceeding the maximum level, when suddenly Gio began to push him inside and shouted that he understood everything, and now he needed to go back, because he had been appearing terribly often lately, and did not understand if he was bored or something. Crouching on his hind legs, Gallardo replied that it was true, and then added that the original level limit for all dimensions was 999. The monster's eyes shone brightly, and he revealed that one day the level limit had suddenly disappeared, after which he added that he had already experienced it himself. The protagonist lowered his jaw in bewilderment when the opponent explained that it was during a quest to awaken Genesis. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man wondered if this was what had happened when they invaded the Chrono continent. The armor of the undead seemed to glow brightly. Suddenly, the sinister monster was hit on the head with a wooden club, when suddenly a notification appeared that the system was unlocked and a quest to awaken Genesis was opened, the completion of which would expand the level limit. In the boy's eyes, you could see the reflection of magic seals. A view of outer space opened up, and Gallardo noticed that this quest was different for each dimension, but the continent of Chrono was the last to receive this quest, as once the quest was completed, the level limit would be fully unlocked. The level number plate shattered into many pieces, and the monstrous monster said that from now on, he was free to level up as high as he wished. Lowering his head down, the giant dragon explained that then, Once the 9,999th level was reached, then he would need to complete a certain task. Narrowing her eyes, the undead declared that only then would he be able to be reborn into an ascended being who would be like herself. Smiling broadly, Gio said that this was enough for him when the opponent wanted to clarify what this quest was all about. Standing on a cluster of stars, the main character admitted that he hates when he is told the details in advance, after which he added that of course he skips all the plot parts in the game. The guy's lower lip was stained with black spots, and he noticed that it sounded quite funny. Slyly furrowing his brows, the player announced that he was going to pump up by the end of this weekend. Suddenly, the protagonist took up a wooden club. The user continued to stand on the bright constellation system. The glossy part of his weapon gleamed. Gallardo looked up in alarm. Squinting her bright eyes, the sinister monster exclaimed that now that she thought about it, she realized that he had only used his fists all along. A memory appeared in which the young man smiled slyly. At the same time, the opponent bit him on the shoulder. Gio had hit his opponent sharply on the head with his elbow in the past. Swinging his fist, the main character threw his opponent's neck aside. Standing in front of the giant dragon, the guy noticed that she was thinking slowly, and then clarified whether it became clear to her only now. Slyly furrowing his brows, the player said that since he was a child, his dream was to fight with his fists with the dinosaur. Tightly grasping the handle of a wooden club, the protagonist declared that now the time for the games was over, and then added that he would finish her off with one quick blow. The sinister monster grinned menacingly. A view of a thick fog on the surface of the earth opened. It seemed as if small black wings were moving from top to bottom. Urus flew high in the sky with Pharaoh. The pet put his hands to his chest and began to tremble. The spirit held his partner tightly by the red cloak, and it turned out that he was very afraid of heights. Raising his eyebrows in alarm, the boy asked if they were already there. Lowering his jaw, the dark creature advised the baby to just stay there, because they were almost in place, to which he exclaimed that he was really scared, but he was asked not to cry. Closing his eyes, Urus noticed that he thought he would need to give some language lessons anyway, to which Urus asked him again, and received the answer that this was true, since he could barely keep up a conversation. Suddenly, in the distance, behind the rocky rocks, there was a powerful explosion. The heroes abruptly took off, and the spirit shouted for the baby to move forward. A bright magical trail left behind the helpers in the air, and at the same moment the dark creature stepped into the ground with its paw. The pets folded their hands, and one of them exclaimed that Urus had returned. Lowering his jaw, the entity stated that the demon queen and goddess of life no longer needed to be afraid, as he was the strongest dragon in all dimensions. The girls turned their heads back at the same time. Around them lay the heads of the slain monsters. The bodies of the sinister monsters were cut into pieces. The tongue of one of the undead fell to the ground. The dragons lay humbly on the surface with their mouths open. The spirit raised its eyebrows in bewilderment. With her eyes rounded in delight, Love asked if they had come here to help them, to which they replied in the affirmative. Raising his nose, the dark entity asked how they managed to cope with all the opponents, and whether they did it all together. Pointing her finger at herself, the lady exclaimed that it was true, for they had become much stronger. Standing in front of the interlocutors, Urus clarified how they managed to do this, and the idol said that thanks to the infection, all their characteristics had improved, and it happened that they had logged in earlier and the status window indicated that they were infected, after which she continued a long story. A view of dilapidated houses in a frontline village opened up, when suddenly a notification appeared that the player character had died. Human silhouettes began to manifest in the teleportation beams. The girl was holding a hammer tightly in her hand, and the artificial intelligence notified that they had lost some of the experience, so they would be resurrected in a safe place. Throwing the weapon on the ground, the lady shouted that it wasn't even fun anymore. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the user yelled that chronolife sucked, after which she resented the fact that they continued to kill people in the village, even though it was supposed to be a safe zone. Tapping her foot on a musical toy, the player shouted that they filled all the establishments on the day the servers opened, and now they are being killed by some gray-haired psycho and his sect. Grabbing her head with both hands, the girl said that she was very annoyed. Lowering her eyelids, the lady noted that chronolife has really crossed all the boundaries lately, and then added that it all started with these sea monsters, so they made it too difficult for a second season. The knight raised his eyebrows tiredly and admitted that it was a complete mess even in the first season, and if they didn't have Gio on their side, then sins would have completely taken over the world by now. Putting his hands on his sides, the fighter added that it was already too difficult for him, and it seemed to him that the balance was being adjusted to a great warrior, and his partner agreed with him, and said that he just kills everything in the way, although the others do not enjoy it. Lowering his jaw, the player stated that he thought that this game was called chronolife Online, and not do everything for JIU Online, and they agreed with him again. Suddenly, the heroes shifted their gaze back when they heard loud laughter. Smiling broadly, the girl shouted that chronolife is the best game. Drops of sweat were running down the heads of users, and the guy clarified what was wrong with her, because just a second ago she had shouted that this was a game, to which the interlocutor replied that she could have a concussion. There was a black spot on the lady's leg. Slyly furrowing her brows, the user exclaimed that due to the infection, all her characteristics had increased by 50%. Her companions rounded their eyes in alarm. At the same moment, the knight clenched his teeth tightly in pain. A dark mark appeared on the lady's stomach, when suddenly the system reported that their character was infected, and the infection effect increased all stats by 50%. The young man closed one eye, and at the same time, his status window appeared, saying that the effects of the infection had increased all stats by 50%. The user's pupils had noticeably increased in size, and her status window indicated the same. With their jaws lowered in bewilderment, the soldiers did not understand what was happening. The heroes were standing on the cracked brick floor, when suddenly the cultist turned to the little lambs and asked if they liked the blessing that had been bestowed upon them. Putting his palm to his ear, the guy in the robe asked what it was, because he heard a voice in his head, and his partner clarified if it was the voice of that white-haired man. Smiling broadly, the sectarian declared that only they had been granted a blessing. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she was informed that monsters could not receive a single percentage of this bonus. Beads of sweat were dripping near the player's lips, and she wondered if that meant that monsters didn't get stronger, but they did. Suddenly, a big smile appeared on her face, and she realized that this meant that she could kill all the monsters she couldn't before. Raising her hands high, the lady exclaimed in her mind that she could now level up as much as she wanted, after which she shouted about infection. Users simultaneously put their weapons up and rejoiced. There was a view of dilapidated houses in the village, in which loud cheers were heard. With his mouth wide open, Urus remarked that this must be dangerous. Flying closer to Love's face, the spirit explained that this gray-haired idiot would never give away these abilities just like that, and then shouted that it was too risky for him to use all these abilities of his own free will, since no one knew what would come of it. Folding his paws in front of him, the assistant said that they needed to find a way to get rid of this and return the girls to normal life. Taking a step back, the idol wondered if they really needed it and didn't understand what was wrong with boosting stats for free. Frowning menacingly, the dark creature cried out that she was an idiot, because there was no point in becoming stronger in this way. The lady's eyes widened in alarm as her interlocutor clarified that there was absolutely no value in power that was achieved without effort. Suddenly, the pupils of the popular star noticeably decreased in size. Dropping her hands, the demon queen clarified what about Gio, and then added that he had a 99+ reinforced wooden club, which was essentially a power that he had made no effort to obtain. The heroes lowered their jaws in bewilderment. Hovering in the air, Urus sighed heavily. The face of the strongest dragon appeared, saying that the most pleasant rewards in life are those for which you didn't need to make an effort, to which Love said that he changed his mind very quickly. A view of outer space opened up. The main character stood opposite Gallardo, tightly grasping the weapon with his fingers. The guy noticed that now the time for the games was over. Slyly furrowing his brows, the player announced that he would finish her off with one quick blow. The monstrous monster grinned viciously, while the protagonist reported that it wasn't long, but fun, and then exclaimed that now it was time to start fighting. The giant dragon's eyes began to emit a bright glow. The sinister monster flapped its wings sharply. In the distance, you could see how the undead spread their paws wide in different directions. A bright magic sphere appeared above its mouth. Gallardo's pupils narrowed instantly, and she said that it was great, and suggested that she end it. At the same second, the monstrous monster let the breath of the galaxy go forward. A powerful flow of energy rushed through the stratosphere. A bright beam of light was rapidly approaching Jiwoo. A satisfied grin appeared on the face of the main character. Turning the wooden club down, the guy decided to make a light galactic blow. The player swung his weapon sharply. A stream of flames flew out to meet the giant dragon's attack. The sinister monster opened its jaws wide. The protagonist's magic blow began to suppress the galaxy's breath. After a while, the fire attack absorbed Gallardo's ability. Sparks began to fly off the body of the undead. The eyes of the monstrous monster emitted a bright glow, and she decided to use overwhelming power on a staggering scale. Suddenly, magic orbs appeared around the stream of flames, and the giant dragon used destructive power that surpassed everything else. A view of a thick fog spreading across the stratosphere opened up, when suddenly the system reported that the mirror had ended. Gio stepped his feet onto the cosmic surface. The protagonist hovered in the air over the planet, and the artificial intelligence notified that he was returning to normal size. The guy grinned happily, after which a notification appeared that the hidden quest, the condition for completing which was a victory over Gallardo, had been completed. The outline of a female silhouette appeared in front of the player. A monster in the guise of a girl stood in front of the enemy. Lowering her chin, the creature thought that maybe this person could be the one who reached the end of dimensions. Closing his eyes, the monster in the body of the young lady asked to restore the land of dragons and free them from corruption. The creature began to disappear in the teleportation beams, when suddenly the system reported that Gallardo had lost her physical form and possessed the player's cloak. Jiwoo's robes were enveloped in a magical glow, and a notification appeared that it was an ego-rank cloak that had infinite durability. The protagonist smirked, and the artificial intelligence notified that the hidden achievement of the Dragon Lord had been unlocked. The young man's eyes began to glow brightly, and it turned out that as a result of this achievement, all the dragons would obey his orders, which was why he was the Dragon Lord. Trees could be seen through the thick fog. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist offered to introduce himself officially, after which he exclaimed that they had been joined by a new friend in the person of his cloak Ego. Resting his knee on the ground, the user shouted that it was the giant dragon Gallardo. Touching her palm with her fingers, the monster in the guise of a girl hesitantly greeted everyone and said that it was a pleasure to meet her. The girls closed their lips in bewilderment. Closing their eyes, the heroines clarified who it was. With her eyes rounded in alarm, Luna questioned if he had just said that it was his cloak, and if that meant he had turned it into one of the gears, to which Luna replied that it was, and then added that everything had somehow fallen into place by itself due to this infection fiasco. Suddenly, the monster in the young lady's body embraced its master. With a broad smile, Gallardo declared that she and the young man were now bound together by their souls. Both ladies watched the scene closely. They opened their mouths wide in anger and thought about how all they knew was that they were going to beat up this girl. Putting his paws on Pharaoh's head, Urus asked why he was so upset about this. Pushing her assistant's head away from him, Jiwoo didn't know what she was talking about, because she was just another ego equipment, and then told the eccentric to leave him behind. Standing in front of his comrades, the main character said that in any case he wanted to ask something. In bewilderment, lowering his jaw, the guy asked what these dark spots on the girls' bodies were. A black infection has spread down Luna's neck. An unusual infection affected part of the skin on Love's thigh. Bringing her fist to her chin, Gallardo explained that this was the infection, and then added that fortunately, their infection rate was still low. Smiling broadly, the monster in the guise of a girl muttered that it could be easily dealt with at the moment, because if the infection rate was low, then it could be immediately cleaned with clean water. With alarmed rounded eyes, the idol clarified if that was all, to which she was told that she needed a water balloon. Suddenly, the silhouette of the demon queen was enveloped in a stream of liquid, as suddenly the system reported that the water balloon skill was part of basic magic and allowed the creation of water balls. Drops flowed down the body of the popular star. At the same moment, the black spot on her leg began to lose color. A moment later, there was no trace of infection on the lady's body. Putting her fingers to her mouth, Luna exclaimed that it really worked, and very quickly. Grabbing her partner by the neck, Love yelled for her to be damned, and asked if she really wanted to die, to which she replied that at least she looked beautiful while she was wet to the core. It seemed as if wet strands fell on the girl's face, and she was indignant at whether it was beautiful in her opinion, after which she cried out that she looked like that ghost girl who crawled out of the TV. With her pupils bulging in alarm, the idol asked if this meant that all the effects of the infection had also disappeared, when suddenly the system showed a window of her status before and now, in which the infection had already been erased. With her hands on the ground, the lady shouted that it was a great loss. Lowering his jaw wearily, the protagonist admitted that he didn't even know that the infestation was a buff, to which Gallardo remarked that it was. Drooling was leaking from the mouth of the monster in the girl's form, and she explained that this is a special effect of infection, and depending on the level of infection, all the characteristics of the player can be increased from 50 to 2000%, and at the same time she was thinking about how hard his muscles were, and Gio clarified what she had just said. The pets surrounded the owner from all sides, and he said that in any case, 2000% was too reckless, because if it was such a strong reinforcement, then he himself should have become infected. Lowering her jaw, the giant dragon noticed that this was definitely not the case. Sadly shifting her gaze down, the monster in the young lady's body told her that if the infection rate was low, it could be easily cleansed, but once the infection rate was high enough, it was impossible to return to normal life, and then added that this was why she had no choice but to give up her physical form and become part of his ego equipment. Raising her eyebrows, the assistant said that this is how strong the deity of infection is. The main character suddenly looked sideways. Furrowing his brows, the guy thought about the deity of infection. A memory of a gray-haired man and a message from the system with words about the god of chaos and the manipulation of probability appeared. There were magic seals in the boy's eyes, and the system told him that the consequences of manipulating probability were meaningless. Closing his lips, the player thought that he had decided that this infestation was strong because his chaos spells had no effect on him, but it seemed that even the infestation was a kind of divinity. Lowering her jaw in alarm, the goddess of life suggested that this thing must have great power, since such a strong being as Gallardo decided to abandon his physical form, and then clarified what happens when someone reaches 100% infection rate. Biting her lip, the monster in the guise of a girl remained silent. Holding her hand behind her back, the entity explained that if someone reached 100% infection rate, they would completely lose themselves and mutate into another being. A view of the building opened up under the light of the night light. Flags were visible on the roof of the towers. A chandelier appeared under the ceiling in the reception room at Castle Arden. Placing the cup on the saucer, the man sighed heavily. Sitting in an armchair, the king said that it was a complete mess. Closing his eyes, the leader of the Justice Guild clarified if it was true that everyone had heard the rumors about what was going on in Chrono Life lately. Suho lowered his jaw and replied that of course he had, because everywhere they went, people talked about it all they did in their day, and then added that they had gathered today to discuss the matter. After a pause, Saint Tree wrapped her hands around her knees and asked if she was contagious. Closing her eyes, Abracadabra admitted that she has a feeling that they are witnessing some new unhealthy cult, as there seemed to be many users who directly reach out to this white-haired man and beg him to kill them. Hong held the cup in her hand and noted that at a 5% infection rate, all stats increased by 50%, after which she added that she did not blame the players for being blinded by this tempting figure. Raising her eyebrows sadly, guild leader Holly said that she was a little worried, when she suddenly clarified what would happen if this continued and all Chrono Life users ended up infected, as no one yet knew if there were any side effects from this. Reaching for the table, guild leader Robin Hood stated that she wouldn't worry too much about it, while adding that tens of millions of users log into Chrono Life, and even if this gray-haired man infected 1,000 users a day, it would still take decades for him to infect everyone. The girls looked away in bewilderment when the interlocutor was surprised by what was said and noticed that they were probably joking. The man took one step at a time and talked about how they were all just enjoying a good cup of tea despite all the chaos. A boy appeared in the doorway with a katana on his shoulders, who suggested that the rumors were true, and they really were a bunch of lazy and carefree losers. The teenager stood with his hand in his pocket. His brows furrowed in bewilderment. The elf did not understand what the hell it was, and who had let him in. Hong's cheeks visibly reddened, and she wondered who it could be. After all, she had never seen him before. The player's eyes began to shine brightly. Sitting on the couch, one of the guild leaders asked him to answer the question of who he was and what he wanted. Lowering his jaw, the young man said that he was not someone important. Suddenly, drops of black liquid appeared in his hair. At the same moment, a magical glow surrounded his body. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the boy explained that he was just a high school student who was lucky enough to play Chrono Life. The leaders of the associations rounded their eyes in fright and were surprised that he was infected. A moment later, the fighter grabbed the handle of the katana with both hands. There was a white mark on his cheek, and he invited the others to fight now and see the skills of the old men from the top 5 guilds. The young man's face was half-shadowed, and he stated that they would be the perfect opponents to experience infection. The fighter abruptly took off. It seemed as if a powerful explosion occurred inside the castle fence. The player instantly lifted his foot off the ground. Sitting on the roof, the head of the Justice Guild gave a loud cry. Furrowing his brows menacingly, the elf did not understand what this joke was, and then he was indignant that such an ordinary user would dare to engage in battle with the 5 best guilds. The infected man stood with his hand in his pocket. Suddenly, the player jumped from one building to another, his mouth wide open in anger. The head of the Justice Guild told him to stop right away. The opponent quickly pushed off the wall of the building. The guardian of the forest watched as his enemy jumped from one place to another. Behind the roof of the building, dark silhouettes of other users began to appear. At the same second, the guy landed on the ground. The guild elders followed him down to the grass. Sequoia smiled slyly and said that the time for the snotty boy was over. The leaders of the association surrounded the enemy and asked if he thought he would be able to escape from them. Lowering his jaw, the young man replied that he had just come to a place where it would be easier to fight. The teenager's eyes turned black, and he clarified if they still relied on being in the top 5 guilds, after which he added that they were all nothing more than high-level sandbags to test stats. Raising his sword in the air, the head of the White Crosses Guild shouted that this was what his rash speech could lead to, so now he was a corpse. A trace of a blow appeared in the air. The swordsman crossed arms with the enemy. Smiling broadly, the man clarified if this meant that he had managed to block his attack, and then exclaimed that he was not as weak as he thought. As he moved closer and closer, Suko shouted that he had 615th levels for his mixing, so he wouldn't be able to last long. Saint Tree raised her eyebrows wearily and assumed that this dumbass was still walking around, showing off her level. Standing behind the battle, Abracadabra stated that he had absolutely nothing to gain by revealing all this information to the enemy. Sparks began to fly from the blades of both swords. The guy slid back on the grass. Lifting his heel, the infected man tried to stop. 2 deep traces of breaking remained in the ground. Parting his lips, the teenager noticed that this meant that his opponent had managed to cross the threshold of 600 levels, and then asked if he still sucked. The youth's black eyes shone brightly, and he reported that he had reached about the 100th level and was still talking to him. Suha bulged his pupils in bewilderment and thought about the fact that he only had a 100th level, which meant that he had just come out of the rookie. The stranger abruptly pulled the katana back. Suddenly, the player took off. A wall of white dust rose above the ground from the speed of his running. The guy furrowed his brows angrily as he prepared to attack. After the blow, a black liquid spilled out of the Justice Guild leader's body. The man's pupils had noticeably decreased in size, and he reflected on the fact that his opponent was very fast. Falling to the ground with a crash, the elder didn't understand how a 100th level kid could do it. The unknown man lowered his hands, and his rival asked what all this talk was for. The spear, surrounded by a blue aura, quickly flew forward. The teenager turned his gaze sharply to the side. A shell whistled over his head. A few hairs separated from the main hairstyle. An elf appeared, releasing the bowstring. Tilting his head slightly to the side, the head of the Justice Guild said that it wasn't bad, even though he thought he was just a talkative little youth, and then added that he had crossed the line when he killed Sequoia, so now they would fight him. At the same second, the girls sharply ran into the opponent. Furrowing her brows angrily, Hong used a sonic boom, and the system reported that it was a thief's unique skill that stabbed and pierced through the target. The lady ran past her rival. A white haze hovered near the tip of the stranger's sword. Suddenly, the player began to jump forward. Saintry crouched to the ground, preparing to strike. With her mouth wide open in rage, the girl used the spear storm, and the system reported that when used, it was necessary to hit the target several times with the force of the storm, and that it was especially effective against single targets. The elder struck several blows in a row on the enemy's body. At the same moment, the lady spun the spear in her hands. To avoid the attack, the teenager jumped high. The young man parted his lips in bewilderment when he heard a spell in an unknown language. Behind him, a silhouette of the user appeared in the teleportation beams. Closing her eyes, Abracadabra whispered magic words. A moment later, the outline of a pentagram appeared in her eyes. Raising her staff high above her head, the sorceress caused an earthquake. The elder held the staff over the burst of energy on the ground. The ground beneath the lady's feet began to fall apart into many pieces. Fragments of cobblestone rushed upward. The eyes of the infected began to emit a bright glow. On one of the rocks sat Hong. Looking up, the teenager realized that she was using boulders that were left after the earthquake as steps. The girl's pupils glowed with green magic, and she made an attack of moonlight, when suddenly the system reported that it was an unsurpassed skill of a god who was attacking the area around him at incredible speed. Suddenly, a lot of powerful energy streams hit the guy's body. At the same second, a dark liquid spilled out of the high school student's mouth. A moment later, the young man landed on the floor behind the lady with a crash. Lowering her chin, guild leader Robin Hood breathed a sigh of relief. The girl looked sharply to the side as she was shouted to be careful. The infected player abruptly chopped off her arm. Small particles scattered through the air. Tightly grasping the handle of the katana with his fingers, the boy announced that her head would be next. Hong's face was dripping with sweat from anxiety. At the same moment, the tip of the sword approached her neck. Suddenly, an arrow flying nearby prevented the stranger from killing the girl. The infected user raised his head in disbelief. Clenching his jaws, the head of the Justice Guild said that the petty bastard had had enough. Pulling the bowstring, the elf noticed that the time was up for him and his weapons. Lowering his hands, the teenager said that he managed to hit his sword when he swung, after which he added that the Hawkeye had incredible accuracy. The infected player asked if it would be better to shoot him in the head, when suddenly the elder smiled broadly and exclaimed that he always wanted to do something like this, and the audience did not understand whether it was serious, and although he did it, he was ashamed of them. The hair on the high school student's head began to turn white, and he said that the infection rate was only 20%. The guild leaders bulged their pupils in bewilderment. Gritting his teeth tightly in fear, the elf wondered if a 20% infection was all it took for this 100th level user to immediately pounce on all of them like this. Putting his hands in his pockets, the stranger said that it was almost time. Suddenly, it seemed as if a powerful explosion occurred on the territory of the castle. The girls lowered their jaws in fright. The feet of many users stepped on the ground. Saintry's eyes widened in alarm. Smiling broadly, the young man remarked that it was a good job, and then added that it was not bad to be their weakest link. In front of the blazing flames of the manor stood a gang of infected players were smiling broadly, and suddenly there were notifications about how many percentages their infection rate was. Other infected users had black spots on their bodies. The girl threw a toy hammer around her neck, and her infection rate was already more than 80%. The head of the Justice Guild bulged his pupils in bewilderment. The buildings and trees were covered with fire, and it was said that Castle Arden had the most powerful defensive fortifications. A memory of how a bunch of knights surrounded monsters appeared, and it turned out that apart from the main task of the first season about ancient anthropomorphic creatures, this castle was impregnable and had never been invaded by intruders before. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, and now that reputation had collapsed at the hands of a gang of infected. The bodies of the elders lay humbly on the ground, and the players exclaimed that they were all dead, and then added that this is what the leaders of the loser guilds get when they brag about their status in the top 5 guilds like a bunch of braggarts. The jester-hatted guy looked away and asked where they should go next, to which his partner replied that since they were talking about it, why don't they blow up all 3 main locks of Chronolife? When suddenly someone was heard saying that it wasn't fun at all. Folding his hands behind his back, the high school student suggested that the team just get down to the main thing and defeat the final boss, to which everyone asked him again. Smirking, the teenager explained that he was talking about the man who turned Chronolife into a single-player game. The infected user's eyes began to emit a bright glow, and he stated that he was the most important villain named Geo. A view of the burning castle opened. A lot of players were visible. The guys rounded their eyes in surprise when they heard the question if he meant an important person who dominated in the first season. The guy put his hands in his pockets, and at the same moment he was asked if he wanted to go and defeat such a monster. After hitting him on the head, the toy hammer warrior asked what was wrong with him, and whether he wanted to die. Frowning angrily, the girl exclaimed that maybe they had become much stronger now, but they would never defeat the main character, and added that he could destroy all the planets if he wanted to. It seemed as if the young man was lying on the ground. Raising his head, the teenager asked for forgiveness from everyone. Scratching the back of his head, the fighter explained that these new powers made him feel omnipotent, and because of this, His mind was slightly clouded. The lady lowered her eyebrows in displeasure, and then the guy noticed that there was no way they could defeat such a person, and compared to the protagonist, they were a bunch of ordinary non-entities. Sweat dripped down the faces of users. Grinning, the young man said that she was right, because they, boring and ordinary users, need to know their place. Getting up, the teenager asked what their next plan was, and if he could destroy the 3 castles, and also suggested that they start. It was seen how the player lifted his leg off the ground. The girl's back appeared. Parting her lips, the lady said that it was actually very annoying. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter heard that Gio was just another user, just like them, but he was dealing with all the monsters alone and completing all the tasks first. In the past, a view of the flooded city opened up, and the Toy Hammer Warrior added that for him Chrono Life is just some kind of single-player RPG. Players could be seen drowning, after which the girl asked why they should always be victims, and why he could enjoy all the content alone. Magical tentacles pierced the bodies of the guys, and the lady said that during the first season she simply did not pay attention to it. The defeated users lay on the ground, and then the Toy Hammer Warrior added that now that the second season is underway, he is doing the same. Frowning menacingly, the infected man said that it was infuriating her. The guy looked back sharply. The young man's gaze was serious. After a moment, the teenager smiled slightly. Spreading his palms in different directions, the fighter clarified what they could do about it, and then explained that the main character succeeds in all this because he is so strong, and compared to him, they are a bunch of weak non-entities. Raising the corners of his lips, the player said that only the strong survive in this game. Grinning, the girl noticed that he was right, that only the strong survived. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady said that they must therefore become even stronger and surpass the weak. With her hands at her sides, the Toy Hammer Warrior asked everyone to pay attention, and exclaimed that they had a new target. Looking ahead, the user reported that it was time to increase the infection rate. The mage, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked if everyone should do this. Standing in front of the players, the girl said that they should not be so scared, because they were all already infected. Smiling, the lady offered to find users who were not infected and kill them. The boy's expression was confused. A black spot appeared on the warrior's leg. An infection spread through the fighter's arm, and the protagonist explained that the user has only one way to increase the infection rate. Part of the skin on the girl's stomach was dark in color. There were trees growing at the foot of the rocky cleavage, and at the same time, Gio reported that to do so, he had to kill another normal user who was not infected. The lady stuck out her tongue sharply. The Toy Hammer Warrior opened his jaw furiously. Sweat ran down the boy's cheek with fear. Suddenly, the fighter hit him on the head. The child closed his eyes in pain. A moment later, the young man hit the ground. His pet's pupils quickly turned white. The player, throwing the weapon over his shoulders, turned to an unusual creature. Frowning menacingly, the girl asked what he was looking at, and ordered him to get out of here. The magical beast cried sharply. A second later, the boy's pet ran away. Suddenly, the system reported that her infection rate had increased, causing the lady to smile happily. On the notification screen, the infection rate was visible, which was 97.3%. With his mouth wide open, the Toy Hammer Warrior addressed everyone and shouted that her infection rate was almost 100%. The knight turned around and congratulated her, after which the swordsman exclaimed that her infection rate was growing very quickly. The corpses of the players lay on the ground. Defeated users could be seen. The guy clenched his jaw and said that each person had a different rate of increase in infection rates, and it seemed to be the fastest of them, and then the girl asked if he thought so. Stretching out his palm, the young man noticed that even the percentage of amplification was different for everyone, and then added that they had the same level of infection, but the degree of improvement in their stats was completely different. Player status windows appeared, and at the same time, the lady was surprised that he wasn't joking, because the difference was as much as 20%. The Toy Hammer Warrior crossed his arms and asked why, and then suggested that it might have something to do with the character's class, or it depended on personality traits, to which the teenager replied that he was not sure. The guy frowned seriously, and the artificial intelligence wrote that his infection rate was 25%, and the consequences of infection would increase all characteristics by an unknown number of percent. The young man looked thoughtfully ahead. Holding the weapon behind her back, the girl turned to the scout and clarified how much he had increased the infection rate. The young man bit his lips. Then the teenager opened his mouth wide. Closing his eyes contentedly, the fighter said that he had increased it by 5%, and thought that he was the weakest here. Opening her jaw, the lady asked if he was ashamed, and then said that this was no reason to laugh, and therefore he should train harder. Suddenly, the Toy Hammer Warrior looked sideways. A lot of nuns appeared. Blushing, the player said that they were their beautiful nuns, and at the same time added that they were charming and stunningly good as always. The priest took one of the users in her arms. A moment later, the ladies dragged the guys with them. Suddenly, a dark puddle appeared under the woman. A second later, the nuns fell into the ground. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and it could be heard that they simply took the dead bodies and left without saying a word. Through the sweat on his face, the young man asked why these nuns always took the corpses, and why they were for them, after which his teammate asked what corpses did not disappear after a certain time, and whether anything could be done with them at all. Standing in front of her companions, the girl suggested that she should not waste time worrying about their sister nuns and move on to the next territory for beginners. Happily closing her eyes, the lady asked if they knew that any character they killed would eventually become an infected user as well, and then said that once that happened, killing them again wouldn't increase their infection rate. Opening his jaw, the warrior of the toy hammer said that it was worth hurrying, because once everyone was infected, they would no longer have the opportunity to increase the infection rate on their own. Columns appeared at the foot of the hill, and Ngio said that this phenomenon of infection spread like wildfire. The guy held his katana tightly. Suddenly, the young man hit the player with it, and the main character explained that in order to increase the infection rate, infected users began to hunt newcomers in the starting territories. The girl was seen coughing up blood, and at the same time, the protagonist added that infected users began to appear throughout the game. The lady hit the ground, and the great warrior said that as soon as these unfortunate victims came to their senses, they would start killing other users to increase the infection rate. A huge number of corpses appeared, after which the master reported that as this vicious circle continued, it gradually turned into a pyramidal hierarchical structure. In the past, Saint Tree has asked what if this continues and all Chrono Life users end up being infected. One of the guild leaders, sitting on the couch, replied that Chrono Life had tens of millions of users, and even if this gray-haired man infected 1,000 users a day, it would still take decades for him to infect everyone. The players furiously sliced through the newcomers, and then Gio revealed that the predictions of the top 5 guilds turned out to be completely wrong because the number of infected users had skyrocketed. The warrior slapped the guy in the face, and the protagonist added that very quickly there were more and more infected users, and now more than 30% of the user base was infected, and it was also like an epidemic that had spread throughout the game. Destroyed houses could be seen, and at the same time the protagonist said that the continent was slowly being consumed by this infection. A purple aura surrounded the girl's hair. Her expression was satisfied, and the system reported that the infection rate was 100%, and all the stats had been increased by 2,000%. The fighters clenched their jaws happily, and their infection rate was also 100%. The young man closed his eyes and exclaimed that it was amazing, and at the same moment, he congratulated everyone and added that he couldn't believe that they had all already reached the 100th level of infection. Smirking, the teenager noticed that it seemed that once they reached 100% infection, their eyes turned completely black, which was very cool. The man, looking at the screen, was surprised at 2,000%, and his teammates said that with such strength, they could easily destroy the Urus nest. The boy lowered his eyebrows and asked if they thought they were as strong as Jaiwa now, after which his partner replied that they couldn't compare them so easily. The child, holding a sword in his hand, wondered why not, and if the main character was an all-powerful administrator of the game or something like that, and then said that he was just a user like them. After swinging his weapon, the player used the upward strike skill. The guys rounded their eyes in surprise. The warrior clenched his fist tightly. Turning his head, the boy said that he had always wanted to attack like the protagonist, and use something like a sky strike, to which his comrades remarked that they did too. The child's expression was confused. Suddenly, a powerful energy appeared. His hat landed on the ground. The young man opened his jaw in bewilderment. The guys, through the sweat on their faces, realized that it worked. The players said that he was using an upward strike, and at the same time, the warrior, holding the sword behind his back, was stunned. Looking at the screen, the player noticed that they had gained a new hidden skill, Infected Updraft, which increases in strength and range depending on the user's attack. Looking forward, the user was surprised by this ability. The boy opened his mouth wide. After a moment, the child smiled and laughed. The young man sharply lowered his eyebrows, after which Jaiwa said that at this moment, he experienced pure joy. The girl, raising the corners of her lips, suggested that her partner also tried to use an upward punch. An unusual aura appeared above the fighters, and then they exclaimed that they could do it too, and could not believe their eyes, and the warrior of the toy hammer noticed that everyone seemed to be in a good mood. The lady, putting her hands on her sides, asked how the infection rate was in the guy, to which he replied that he had just reached 40%. Frowning in bewilderment, the player asked if that was all and asked for some effort because he was the only one who had not yet achieved a 100% result. Closing his eyes contentedly, the young man explained that it was simply because they were all very strong, and then clarified what their next step was. Smiling, the teenager asked if they were going to go and fight the protagonist. Through the sweat on her face, the girl offered to give him a good beating. Squinting, the fighter asked why her voice was so anxious, and said that he should not tell him that she was afraid, to which the lady replied that this would not happen in any case. The guy's joyful smile appeared. Looking ahead, the young man said that he had a great idea. A view of the night sky opened up. Opening his mouth wide, the toy hammer warrior shouted that this was all unfair. Frowning menacingly, the player added that this was unfair to them, ordinary users, and the system wrote that using the power of magic, the magic megaphone amplifies the user's voice. Standing on the boxes, the girl said that she was here to make her voice heard on behalf of ordinary users. The old man, turning around, asked what was going on, and what this little girl was doing, after which his friend asked if it was some kind of performance. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady asked everyone to stop for a minute and listen to what she had to say. Earlier, the toy hammer warrior asked if he wanted her to go to the town square and make a speech, to which the guy, keeping his hands in his pockets, replied that this was true. Smiling, the young man remarked that even she knew that their strength was not enough to deal with the final boss and thought that she should give a touching speech in the middle of town so that they could attract more comrades. Standing in front of the teenager, the player asked about the touching speech and said that she was not good at public speaking, and then the fighter asked her not to worry. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy said that he would prepare this speech for her. Holding a note in her hand, the girl shouted that they, ordinary users, were deprived of the right to enjoy this game. Lowering her gaze, the lady asked to be allowed to ask them if there was anyone here who had completed any of the main quests on their own. In her hand was a piece of paper. The guys, holding their chins, replied that now, when they think about it, none of them really went through anything on their own. The players bit their lips in fright, and then the warrior of the toy hammer asked if this was fair. Opening her jaw, the girl exclaimed that there was an obvious reason behind all this, and added that there was one user who had completely subjugated Chrono Life, and they all knew very well who this particular user was, and they had called him a brave warrior before. Frowning seriously, the lady announced that it was Gio. A view of the ruined houses opened up, and at the same time, the toy hammer warrior said that the protagonist is also the reason why they have been constantly dying for no good reason since the beginning of the second season, and this is because the difficulty of Chrono Life has been specially tuned to fit only him. Squeezing the note, the fighter spoke rudely about the protagonist, after which he asked if he was the only user of the game. Standing on the boxes, the girl noticed that he had the best weapons and he completed all the quests, but in all this time they could not get anything even remotely worthwhile. Holding a loudspeaker to her mouth, the lady explained that this is an online game, and it should not revolve around a single user, but they are treated like mere extras. The players' expressions were confused. The user raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. In the past, magical tentacles attacked the guys. A terrible monster cut through the warriors. A huge number of corpses were visible. Under the monsters sat an unarmed lady. Parting her lips, the girl said that she was right, that it was all because of the main character, because they constantly died because of him. A picture of Jaiwa appeared on the paper. The warrior of the toy hammer, pulling out a portrait of the protagonist, shouted that this was the main culprit of everything that was happening, and then offered to unite in order to return what belonged to them. After a moment, the lady threw away the paper. There was a view of the girl standing on the boxes. Her eyes burned black. Smiling broadly, the fighter used the infected upward strike skill. Suddenly, a powerful energy appeared. The sheet with the image of the main character began to burn. Ash particles were flying in the air. Raising the corners of her lips, the warrior of the toy hammer offered to join them in a fair fight. Looking sideways, the player noticed that this is a new dawn for all users. A thick fog could be seen. A green aura surrounded Gallardo. Opening her jaw, the girl cast a spell. Then the child closed his eyes. Pharaoh, looking at the giant dragon in a human body, asked what this creepy lady was doing. Urus, touching the boy's ears, replied that she was purifying the dimension, and now she had become ego equipment, as well as free from infection, and thanks to this, she could cleanse the Hill of Dragons. With her mouth wide open, Gallardo used the cleaning skill. Suddenly there was a bright flash. Green trees appeared. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. A view of the hilly terrain opened up. A moment later, the girl landed on the ground. Lowering his gaze, the child was stunned. Clenching his fingers, the giant dragon in human form exclaimed that the cleanup was complete and the infested field and monsters had returned to normal, after which Gio praised her for her good work. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was glad that they were able to deal with all this confusion, and then offered to really start their adventure in the land of dragons. With his hands at his sides, the protagonist inquired about starting with the quest Aslero had given them, and added that she had said that if he brought the stone tablet, she would give him a magical pearl, and the system had told him about a hidden quest. Love, raising his eyebrows, asked about the gray-haired guy, namely, if he was going to catch him, to which she received the answer that he was not going to look for this idiot all over the world. Luna, looking forward, clarified that doesn't he have a skill that allows him to find any target of his choice, and added that it is the ember of all creation. In bewilderment, opening his jaw, the master asked a counter-question, since when he had such a skill, and at the same time, artificial intelligence wrote that this skill makes it possible to see any place or creature. The children, hearing a loud sound, raised their heads. Suddenly, the yellow bird of the postal service appeared, and the system explained that this is the only way in Chrono Life that allows users to directly exchange messages with each other. A moment later, the forest creature threw a hairpin to the great warrior. In Gio's palm there was an accessory. Rounding his eyes, the protagonist wondered if this wasn't Aslero's hair clip. The girl looked ahead. A small decoration appeared. Gallardo, her mouth wide open, said that it looked like Aslero had sent this yellow bird, and also added that usually animals could not cross dimensions, but she must have managed to do so thanks to the lady's bell clip. Flapping its wings, the forest creature squeaked loudly, after which the protagonist asked what this thing was. Suddenly, the guy's fist was surrounded by an unusual aura. A dark silhouette could be seen in the teleportation beams. A moment later, Islero appeared. Opening her jaw, Love was very surprised. Parting her lips, the dimensional priestess remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and hoped they were all doing well. The girl standing next to the guys said that she shouldn't have messed with them like that, but it was an urgent matter, and she had no choice but to send them this message. Opening her mouth, the lady explained that it was due to the terrible plague raging on the Chrono continent, and added that it was an infection. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that the Chrono continent had gone through many trials and tribulations, but infection was a completely different kind of infection. Closing her eyes, Islero asked them to return to the continent to get rid of the infection, and then added that she had sent her hairpin with a guide, so they could return quickly. The yellow bird frowned menacingly, and the master asked if this little friend was their guide, and then the system wrote about an emergency quest. Putting his hands on his sides, the great warrior wondered if she thought she was going a little too far, and if he really had to go all this way just because of this white-haired jerk. Standing beside Gio, the dimensional priestess said that it was a recorded video, and therefore it could not answer questions. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that time was of the essence, and at the same time asked to return to the Chrono continent as soon as possible and protect the people. A moment later, the lady disappeared in the teleportation beams, which surprised Pharaoh greatly. The protagonist, scratching his head, exclaimed that he must be joking, after which he asked if he was some kind of guardian of Chrono life. Love, through the sweat on her face, noticed that this sounded quite serious, and asked if they should return. The demon queen sharply rounded her eyes when she heard that she could go. Suddenly, Aventador's head rushed upward. The polar dragon's expression was serious. Looking at the girl, the monster reported that he had a bad feeling about it, and had never seen his sister talk about any situation in such an urgent manner. Frowning menacingly, the gentleman said that he had to return because he was worried about Islero. Baring his teeth, the protagonist shouted that the only place he was going back to was back in his underwear, and added that he wasn't in charge here. Blushing, Farad said that the man looked soft and supple, and wanted to touch him too. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and then Urus objected that it was impossible to do this, and added that he was much softer and more elastic than the blockhead. Aventadorus, clenching his jaw, called the master a heartless monster, and then explained that his sister might be in danger. After hitting him on the head, the great warrior realized what was going on, and at the same time, asked if he wanted him to be cruel, and how about he deal with it right now. The polar dragon and the player were seen staring at each other furiously, and Love remarked that they were indeed fighting, after which Luna said that she felt like she had never seen anyone fight with their own underwear before, and at the same time, the boy was rooting for the protagonist. Gio raised his eyebrows angrily and exclaimed that he was tired of it. Hitting the gentleman on the back of the head, the protagonist said that this would teach him not to overstep the boundaries of what was allowed. After a moment, the man hit his head on the ground, and then the goddess of life said that he had become soft and sluggish, and the demon queen wondered if she had to formulate it that way. The girl looked ahead and said that she and Miss Love would return to the Chrono continent to help, and that he could stay here to recover in search of the truth. The lady turned her gaze to the side and asked what had come over her, for she would normally prefer to stay with a great warrior. Closing her eyes, the goddess of life replied that she also had a bad feeling about Islero's message, and did not think that he could allow this infection to spread further. The lady said that they would go right away to get there as quickly as possible, and at the same time the player handed her Islero's hair clip and also asked her not to forget to take the bird with her. Suddenly an accessory appeared. Raising her palm, Love said goodbye to the main character. With his mouth wide open, the popular idol exclaimed that they would see each other again on the Chrono continent. Smiling slightly, Luna wished the protagonist good luck and called him a loser. The yellow bird flapped its wings. Suddenly, a magic beam appeared. Pharaoh, opening his jaw, announced that they were gone. Lowering his eyebrows, Jaiwa suggested that he leave. Gallardo, with her fingers pursed, said that she knew where the tablet of truth was. Looking at her, the guy said that it was perfect, and added that then she could take the initiative into her own hands, and at the same time the girl noticed that she would do anything for him. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the master shouted that it was time to go forward, and called the guys musketeers. After a while, a snow-covered city appeared. A huge structure was visible. Suddenly, a magic ray appeared. Dark silhouettes appeared through the mist. Love, bringing her hand to her chin, asked if they had already arrived, and where Islero was. Near the girls lay fragments of statues in the form of monsters. A dragon's head appeared on the surface. Parts of the monsters' bodies were scattered on the ground. The ladies, noticing the stone limbs of the undead, wondered what it all meant, and added that all the dragon statues had been smashed to pieces. Through the sweat on her face, the demon queen asked what was going on here. A dimensional priestess was visible, tied to a wooden cross. Islero's eyes were closed. With his mouth wide open, the popular idol addressed her. The ladies turned around abruptly when they heard that they were finally here. The player said that she was getting bored waiting for them, causing Love to open her jaw in disbelief. A huge number of users appeared. The toy hammer warrior, holding the weapon behind his head, greeted the ladies. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter noticed that the guy was quite smart, because they had returned here, as he had promised. The leader of the infected gang exclaimed that he was officially appointing him as their strategist, after which the young man happily closed his eyes and thanked the leader. Frowning in bewilderment, the demon queen clarified who they were, and whether they had done this to Islero. Blushing, the player wondered if she imagined that this was the superstar love. The guys raised their eyebrows in surprise, realized that it was really her, and talked about what it meant to be true, that she had joined Gio in his adventures, and also added that they had never seen her in real life or in virtual reality before. The lady's expression was serious, and it could be heard that she was gorgeous. The lady looked down thoughtfully, and then users exclaimed that she looked like a goddess, and even more beautiful than on the screen. Placing her palms on her cheeks, the demon queen said that these people seemed cute, and at the same time, Luna said that it wouldn't be too difficult to appease her. Suddenly, a yellow bird flew up to Islero. The forest beast could be seen crying. The pupils of the goddess of life narrowed sharply. After a moment, the girl bit her lips. Standing in front of the infected, the lady wondered if they had done this to Islero. Lowering her eyebrows, Love asked why they would do something so horrible, and clarified that the dimensional priestess was not a monster, but an NPC who was just here to help users. The toy hammer warrior closed her eyes and replied that all they were doing was following the plan suggested by their little friend, and then clarified what his advice was. Holding a weapon in his hand, the leader of the gang of infected said that the best strategy in the game is to anger his enemy. The man, approaching the head, said that it seemed that they had a small problem here, to which she asked what was wrong. The girls looked thoughtfully ahead, and the player said that there was no Geo with these two, and then the lady realized that he was right. Through the sweat on her face, the goddess of life wondered if he was their target. Squeezing the boy's neck, the user asked what he could say in his defense, because he said that if they waited here, the main character would definitely come, and then he noticed that at least the protagonist's friends had appeared, and believed that they would have to move on to Plan B. Frowning seriously, the warrior of the toy hammer clarified what exactly their Plan B was. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an unusual color, and he explained that they had decided to do exactly what they had done to Islero. The ladies opened their jaws in bewilderment. Grinning menacingly, the scout said that, as he said, the best strategy in the game is to anger his enemies. Standing next to the boss, the strategist said that it was worth just thinking about what would happen if Chio saw his allies beaten and bruised, and asked to imagine his facial expressions. There was magical energy in the girl's mouth. Lifting the corners of his lips, the warrior of the toy hammer exclaimed that it was a great idea, and then suggested that we start. A moment later, the player took off. The user quickly approached Love. The leader of the infected gang swung his weapon. Suddenly, the lady released a powerful energy by using her infected upward strike skill. A bright force flew towards the ladies. Clenching her jaw, the demon queen was greatly surprised by the infected upward strike, and wondered what it was. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A lot of magical flashes could be seen. Love covered her face with her hand, and at the same time, the player shouted that it was lousy for the two of them because they were dragged into this whole story because of Gio. With her mouth wide open, the user remarked that this is what they deserve and for being close to the protagonist, and also added that this is a collective responsibility. Swinging a sledgehammer, the girls said that they would have to sacrifice a few good apples if they wanted to get to the bad apple, after which she warned that it would hurt. The guy, with his hands at his sides, said that she was saying what they all thought and added that she was brave. The infected skin of the players burned purple, and the protagonist revealed that unfortunately, Luna and Love didn't stand a single chance against these players because the average level of the infected gang was 300, and considering that Love had 639th level, she should have easily dealt with all of them alone. An unusual aura swirled around the toy hammer warrior, and Gio then explained that with the intensification effect, all of their stats had been increased by 2000%, completely compensating for the difference in level between them. A lot of users appeared, and the main character said that now that the conditions were equal, these two were in the absolute minority. Smirking, the young man asked why she wasn't preparing for a fight and asked her not to say that she had already given up after seeing how strong they were. I could see how the lady bit her lips. Closing her eyes, Luna replied that she had a minute to reflect and thought about why everyone is trying their best to do something like this. The guy put his hands on his sides, clarified why she was asking, and hadn't she just heard the toy hammer warrior, and then noticed that it was all because of Gio. Smiling, the lady said that it looked like they were just a bunch of unsuccessful newcomers who had nothing else to do in their lives. Looking ahead, the lady reported that she had come to this conclusion. The teenager, lowering his eyebrows, asked what she said, and at the same time spoke rudely about her. Luna's expression was pleased, and she asked him what he had just called her, and if he thought he could just talk to her. Blood flowed from the fighter's ear when he heard terrible things about himself. Lifting the corners of her lips, the goddess of life said that it was time to stop idle chatter anyway, and added that she had a feeling that she was wasting her time, after which the guy asked if she wanted to stop now, saying all this. Opening her mouth, the girl activated the skill. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded her. Closing her eyes, the lady used the goddess descent ability. Her hair was blowing in the wind. In a second, their color changed to black. The lady's clothes appeared. Suddenly, her costume began to glow brightly. A white dress appeared on Luna's body. Behind her, huge wings could be seen. Then the goddess of life tapped the shoe on the surface. The girl held a staff in her hand. The guys raised their eyebrows in bewilderment. Smiling slightly, the lady said that she wanted to ignore this nonsense, and then wondered how they dare insult Mr. Geo right in front of her. Blushing sharply, the lady exclaimed that in the name of the goddess of life she would kill them all. A view of the roofs of the buildings opened. On the wall hung a sign with a picture of a sword. Inside the room, there were many players. The man stretched out his index finger. The guys were drinking at the table. The guy brought the meat to his mouth. Geo happily closed his eyes and exclaimed that he adored the Adventurers Guild because it was always lively. Sitting in front of Luna, the protagonist noticed that all the NPCs were here, except for them. About a month ago, after the start of closed beta testing, on the 60th day, the protagonist and the goddess of life were sitting in virtual reality capsules. Chewing on his food, the young man said that he thought it had been about 2 months, and it looked like they only had about a month left for this closed beta test. The girl's expression was sad, and at the same time, the teenager hoped that the second season of Chrono Life would be released soon. The lady looked down thoughtfully. The lady clenched her fingers sharply. After a moment, Luna parted her lips. Opening her mouth, the goddess of life said that she had wanted to tell him something for a long time. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that as soon as the second season begins, they should stop seeing each other. The master opened his jaw in bewilderment. Stretching out his index finger, he clarified whether she thought that they were dating or something like that, to which the lady replied that this was not what she meant. Closing her eyes, the lady explained that she was saying that from now on their paths in Chrono Life would diverge. Sitting at the table, the great warrior asked what it all meant this time, since they had agreed to form a group of 4 people, namely him, Luna, Love, and Pharaoh. The goddess of life, raising her eyebrows, remarked that this sounds like a rather funny adventure, and has thought about it a lot, but thinks that in the end it will only be a hindrance for the group. Squinting sadly, the girl said that maybe everything would be different if she was still the goddess of life as before, but now she was just an ordinary magician. Smiling, Geo exclaimed that she needed to become the goddess of life again then, and added that she already knew the requirements needed to become this hidden class. Suddenly the lady, with her mouth wide open, answered in the negative. In the past, a lady has impaled a player with her staff. The user's slashed body lay on the ground. The girl looked at the mage in fright. Luna's expression was furious. Suddenly, the goddess of life cut off the player's head. The lady smiled contentedly. Through tears, the lady said that she did not want to do these terrible things again. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. The man happily lifted the corners of his lips. After a moment, the gentleman rounded his eyes in surprise. The guys were sitting at the table. Suddenly, they raised their eyebrows in confusion. The NPCs sharply paid attention to the protagonist. The boy's expression was confused because he didn't understand what was happening. As he chewed on the meat, the young man wondered why all the NPCs were suddenly staring at them. The old man, smiling, noticed that he was in a rather difficult position. The people opened their jaws and said at the same time that they would have to help him. Frowning in bewilderment, the teenager asked what nonsense it was, because they all spoke in the same female voice. Rounding her eyes, Luna thought about that voice. Suddenly, the characters were enveloped in teleportation rays. A moment later, several bodies of the game's server creator appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the master was stunned. The main computer of Chrono Life lifted the corners of his lips, and at the same time the great warrior exclaimed that he was a mother. The goddess of life, lowering her eyebrows, said that it was a rather unexpected appearance, after which she clarified whether he had eavesdropped on them. The gentleman, smiling slightly, replied that he always listens attentively, and also added that he is Chrono Life. A lot of copies of the developer, surrounding the guys, said that he was hoping to just listen quietly from the sidelines, but after hearing about Luna's troubles, he decided to make sure that he could help her. Opening his mouth, the founder asked if she wanted to become the goddess of life again. A second later, a magical aura surrounded the girl's body. A bright flash rang out. The lady's appearance changed dramatically, and then the system reported that the promotion was complete. Sweat ran down her cheek. The creator of the game's server, raising the corners of his lips, congratulated the lady and added that now all her troubles are over, and Jaiwa asked if he could choose one of them for a conversation, explaining that it was starting to get confusing. Looking at her palms, Luna clarified if she was the goddess of life again, and if it was so easy, and also noticed that she did not even complete the task. Clones of the main computer, Chrono Life, surrounded the players, exclaimed that it was perfect because now she could safely continue to travel. The girl, opening her mouth, was surprised that he did it so easily. Suddenly, the developer opened his jaw in bewilderment. Looking ahead, the lady said that he had the ability to let her move into the Hidden Life Goddess class so easily. In the past, she had been approached by the founder, and wondered if it was so easy. Why did he make her go through this horrific ordeal when they first met? Artificial Intelligence wrote about the 5th task, in which you need to create a group with a user and kill him, and the creator of the game's server, touching his cheek, asked what quest it was. Stretching out his index finger, the main computer of Chrono Life explained that in order to become the goddess of life, she must first understand the weight of life. Smiling, the developer said that he was just joking, and added that it sounded funny. After a moment, the lady bared her teeth angrily. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Luna broke the walls and roof of the room. Sweat quickly dripped down her face. The goddess of life could be seen holding a staff in her hand, and at the same time, the founder exclaimed that they had frightened him and thought it was time to set off, and also asked not to be too angry with him because it was all a joke. The girl clenched her jaw, and the creator of the game's server said that she would be able to repay him later for returning her status as the goddess of life, and he was sure that she knew that nothing was free in this world. The lady's expression was menacing, and at the same time, the main computer Chrono Life wished him a safe journey. A view of a huge building opened. The lady stood opposite the infected. The guys opened their mouths in bewilderment. Looking ahead, the children were surprised by the goddess of life. Sweat was dripping down the player's cheek. Luna looked serious, and users thought she was great. Turning around, Love asked if the cockroach had become the goddess of life again. The toy hammer warrior was running in her direction. The fighter jumped over the demon queen, after which she asked to wait and take a break. Lowering his eyebrows, the idol clarified what was happening, because she thought that her character had reset to 0 and she had to start from scratch, and how she became the goddess of life again. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl replied that she had actually been able to do it since the beginning of the second season, but she still refused to transform because she did not want to give her mother such pleasure. The pupils of the popular star turned sharply white, and she asked again about her mother, and then the lady said that she would explain everything later. Holding a staff in her hand, the lady noticed that they had more important things to do, and gave the example of getting rid of the garbage in front of their eyes. The guy frowned angrily and asked if she was talking about them. Blushing, Luna said that maybe it was too cruel. Holding her chin, the girl said that she wouldn't go so far as calling them trash, and added that they were just a bunch of hillbillies with problems and skills that needed to go and touch the grass. The young man's pupils narrowed sharply. A moment later, the players took off. Through the sweat on her face, Love muttered that this girl had a really good mouth, because she just aimed exactly at the target every time, and then the system wrote the nastiest things they could say to another gamer. Suddenly, the goddess of life waved her hand. The lady smiled contentedly. Suddenly, the players' bodies began to crumble. After a moment, Luna clenched her fingers. The guys rounded their eyes in bewilderment. 3 warriors stood in front of the girl. The goddess of life, looking in their direction, asked them not to just stand there and watch. Lifting the corners of her lips, the lady said that she wanted them to come and fight her. The guy furiously opened his jaw and shouted loudly. The young man quickly approached the mage. The lady smiled contentedly. A moment later, the user disappeared. The teenager, once behind Luna, yelled at his partner to grab her. Suddenly, his body split into 2 parts. The goddess of life stretched her palm to the side. The girl raised her eyebrows happily. Her opponents quickly crumbled. The toy hammer warrior clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Sweat was dripping down both cheeks of the player, and she wondered what was going on. And since when the goddess of life class appeared in Chrono Life, and was also very surprised that she wasn't even infected, but was so strong, and wondered if it was fair. With her mouth wide open, the leader of the gang of infected called everyone stupid and asked why they were all walking alone, after which she explained that they needed to pounce on her all at once. The boys, rushing from their seats, shouted loudly. The men opened their jaws furiously. The players, surrounding the lady, shouted that it was time for her to die. Then the lady raised her hand. After a moment, Luna closed her eyes. The girl clenched her fingers. The goddess of life smiled contentedly. Suddenly, all of her opponents exploded. Ahead of her was a toy hammer warrior. Looking ahead, the fighter was confused. Standing near the lavas, the head of the infected gang asked if they were all dead. Sweat quickly dripped down the user's face. The lady was holding a staff in her hand, and then the girl wondered who this woman was. Raising the corners of her lips, the lady asked to fight her, and at the same time asked that she herself had said that she wanted to beat her in the same way as she had beaten Islero. The toy hammer warrior frowned maliciously, and Luna exclaimed that she understood. Blushing, the goddess of life noticed that she was too cowardly. Raising her eyebrows, the girl called the fighter a nonentity. A moment later, the infected woman clenched her jaw menacingly. Suddenly, a purple aura swirled around her. With his mouth wide open, the gang leader used his infected upward strike skill. A second later, the player released a powerful energy. A bright force appeared. A magical attack flew towards the lady. Suddenly, a magical aura covered the lady's body. The user smiled happily and realized that she was hit. Love's eyes widened in bewilderment. A dark silhouette could be seen through the thick haze, and then the mage called the infected upward strike a joke. Yellow feathers were flying near Luna. Narrowing her eyes, the goddess of life assumed that she did not know this. In the past, the main character rushed from his place. Gio lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The lady held a staff in her hand, and she said that when she received a direct original blow, she realized that she would not die thanks to divinity. The lady could be seen smiling slightly. There was a powerful explosion. Biting his finger, the mage said that she still felt that he was in complete control of her, and this sent shivers through her body. Sweat was dripping down Luna's legs. The toy hammer warrior put his weapon on the ground. The soldier opened his jaw in bewilderment, hearing that he felt absolutely nothing with her. Looking ahead, the goddess of life said that she was now declaring it to her, and asked if she dared to dream of competing with a noob with her pathetic skills. The girl explained that she needed to know her place and called the player a disgusting parasite, which made her cry sharply. Then the lady stretched out her hand. After a moment, the lady clenched her fingers. The magician smiled contentedly. Suddenly, the user's body exploded. Sticking out his tongue, the warrior of the toy hammer said that this could not be. Looking up, the gang leader said that she was 100% infected, and at the same time, she could not understand how she had been defeated so easily. Dust particles were visible. Love, running up to Luna, exclaimed that it was amazing, and at the same time supported her. Stretching out her thumb, the Demon Queen said that she was very glad that she was on their side, and added that they could conquer the whole world. Opening her mouth wide, the idol asked to tell how she managed to become the goddess of life again, after which the girl began her story. It seemed as if the guy was sitting behind a cobblestone. Looking around the corner, the young man thought that this meant that she also possessed divinity. A popular star's expression could be seen contentedly, and then the teenager muttered that this demon king was also not an easy target, and today she was fighting alone. But if things got worse, she could summon the entire demon world against them. Biting his lips, the infected whispered that there were many strong people in the Geo group, and it was good to know. Raising his head, the strategist asked what he should do now, and then said that it seemed that he would no longer be able to attract these ordinary users to participate. With his mouth half open, the scout turned to his father. A bright light appeared, and it was heard that there would be no need for this senseless puppeteering anymore. The sectarian sneered slyly and said that it was time to rejoice, because the preparations were completed. The man's eyes emitted a bright glow, and he said that the seed of infection was sown on fertile land, after which he added that it was saturated with excellent nutrients to grow into a sturdy tree. A clot of unusual matter appeared. On the branches of the huge plant hung the corpses of monstrous creatures. In the past, the nun held a girl stained in black liquid in her arms. The ladies began to carry the wounded players with them. The guy lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment, and asked why they always took the corpses, and what they were going to use them for, when suddenly his partner clarified whether the dead bodies disappeared after a certain time. A member of the sect could be seen taking Love's lifeless body in her arms. Another nun grabbed Luna. Gio's eyes widened in alarm and wondered why they were taking the bodies of his girlfriends. Raising his eyebrows, the psycho asked everyone not to worry, because they would soon be able to get answers to all questions. It seemed as if human bodies were strung on the branches of an infected tree. In the shadows, you could see the silhouettes of the players. Instead of the eyes and mouths of the girls, black hollows were visible. In the past, the goddess of life put her palm to her chest. At present, a sharp branch could be seen from her body. Some time ago, a trace of infection was spreading on the side of the Demon Queen. Now the idol was suspended from a tree. On the other side of the poisonous plant, there were other players. One of them had clenched his teeth tightly in pain some time earlier. A dark stain slowly crept across the knight's arm. The girl saw an unusual mark on her stomach. The same lady was hanging from a tree with her head bowed down. Sharp branches pierced through the skin of the monstrous monsters. Poisonous mucus flowed from under the dragon's skin. Part of the plant went through the body of the sinister monster. A crowd of nuns stood behind the leader. A bright beam of light fell on the infected plant. A huge clot could be seen above, inside which loud knocks were heard, when suddenly the man said that the wait was worth it, because the fruit was finally ripe. Smiling broadly, the mad sectarian turned to the master and said that he was ready to accept him, and then called him the eternal lord of corruption. Drops of blood spread across the map of the lands. The infected man's open mouth appeared, and it turned out that the infection rate of the Chrono continent was 99%. The girl was surrounded by flowers. The guys were standing on the stone floor. The user, on whose head the bird was sitting, thanked the warriors, and added that they saved her from imminent death. Love, smiling, replied that it was nothing. Looking at the Padraga, the lady said that they were unnecessarily worried about these infected, and added that they could not compare to their booms. A blush appeared on the lady's face. Luna, sweating, was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees. Love, looking at her friend, asked what had happened. Suddenly there were memories of how the warrior used magic. The goddess fell under the Urals, and it was clear that there was an infected upward stroke. Making a foolish face, the lady guessed the cause of the illness. Moving away from the girl, the lady said that she had become infected from the girl with the hammer who hit her, adding that her friend should move away from her. In turn, the user replied that she was not sick. Breathing heavily, the goddess said that it was just that her infected blow was a little stronger than she expected. Closing her eyes, Luna said that even after creating a new body through the creation of life, she still felt some of the remaining damage. Knitting her eyebrows, the player said that she didn't know that infected users were so powerful, and added that if they had to fight them again in the future, then there was a chance that they would lose. Love, approaching her friend, said that everything was fine, adding that they had already taken care of all the opponents. In her turn, the girl replied that she believed that it was not yet possible to be sure of this. Looking ahead, the lady said that these are not just monsters that can be finished off as soon as you kill them and complete the quest. They are players who return to the village after being killed. Love was surprised to hear about how if these infected players found them again after they leveled up and became stronger, then she didn't know if they would be able to defeat the villains. The demon lord froze in a daze. Suddenly, the girl made a silly face, saying that she didn't remember what her friend was so worried about, and added that if so, then they could just ask Jaiwood to take care of them. It was dark in the room while the guys talked about optimism. The purple something sounded loudly. Players were impaled on branches. The villain stood at the roots of the tree. Smiling, the young man said that they would soon witness the resurrection of their master. The young man's eyes shot upwards, realizing that they needed extremely powerful life energy for the last step. The creature remained motionless. The player looked into the distance with a smile. Smirking, the villain spoke about the god of chaos Geo. The antagonist, standing surrounded by girls, stated that he needed to become stronger. Suddenly there were memories of how the guy's teeth were knocked out. The young man's head was thrown back from the blow. The club hit me right on the head. The man was smiling hysterically. The god of chaos looked at his opponent, and it was clear that he was much stronger than rumors had suggested. You could see rage in the protagonist's eyes. The user squeezed the book, thinking that it would be pointless to fight him again. It would be like going to his own death. A purple haze appeared. A glow appeared around the guy. The young man soared into the sky. On the man's face, you could read the stunness. Looking at something, the villain asked what the master wanted. The creature gurgled. Suddenly, a monster hatched from the cocoon. A huge paw was aimed directly at the antagonist. The man was shocked. The players' eyes opened wide as they heard that the creature would give them more power. The claw was pointed straight. The ladies looked up. Blood got on the girl's leg. The lady wore a bandage on her face. A purple light appeared from his hand. The flash of light grew stronger. Suddenly something exploded. The ladies froze in a daze. The novice continued to watch what was happening. The guy was floating in a beam of light. Long hair flew in the wind. The hair on the young man's head became long, and it became clear that he was a level 9999 Fell Reaper. The red window of the system congratulated the player. The man's eyes were black. The announcement made it clear that the user had reached the 9999th level and could now take part in a challenge called the Path of the Ascended. The system window also made it clear that once he passed the test, the villain would be reborn as an ascended being. The antagonist did not show his eyes. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the guy's face. Holding the book in his hands, the young man laughed. Smiling broadly, the player continued his laughter. The villain flew away. The user was surrounded by a purple light. The guy smiled maniacally. The young man continued his way into the sky. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky. Everything was covered with blue squares. A black trail stretched across the entire space. The villain's hair was raised high. Knitting his eyebrows, the antagonist continued to laugh. Looking through the portal, the guy flew forward. In another dimension, trees were visible. The player flew into the portal. Birds flew over the mountains. Gio was standing in front of his friends. The guy looked at his comrades in arms. The eyes of the main character were not visible. Suddenly the protagonist turned. The villain was right in front of him. The player blocked the opponent's attack. A powerful shock wave appeared. The guys were thrown away from the place of impact. The girl could not stand on her feet. Smiling broadly, the villain thanked the master for his mercy. Holding on to the club, the antagonist said that he was grateful that the Lord had led him through adversity and hardship. Showing his teeth, the main character said that finally the opponent is here. Smiling, Gio added that he was his little gray-haired friend. Holding a stick, the protagonist said that he was dying to see the villain, and added that the player did not think that the antagonist would find him first. Looking straight ahead, the user replied that he is stronger than last time. Standing in the crater from the shockwave, the young man stated that thanks to the mercy of his master, he was reborn. Smiling broadly, the man said that it was all for the sake of ending the miserable life of the Chaos God. The main character dodged the attack. A beam of violet light soared into the sky. The protagonist was holding a weapon in his hands. Smirking, the guy stated that he had definitely become much stronger, and added that last time, all he could do was shoot those little beams of his fingers. Urus, holding his friends in his hands, told the player to be careful, because the opponent was endowed with the divine power of infection, and added that now he was much stronger. The dragon, hovering in the sky, said that just based on the characteristics, the antagonist is now stronger than the main character. In turn, the girl said that this is exactly what she said to Urus. The man suddenly found himself behind the protagonist. After punching, the guy stated that he was now 9999 level, and continued to talk about how his level was now 10 times higher than the guy's level. Smiling broadly, the villain said that on top of that, he was blessed with the effects of being 100% infected, adding that in this way, all of his stats were multiplied by 20. Suddenly, the antagonist in a beam of purple light attacked Jiwoo. Sticking out his tongue, the guy wished death to the god of chaos. Black liquid poured from the young man's stomach. Continuing to smile, the villain spoke about the death of the protagonist. Suddenly, a violet beam appeared. The body of the main character was divided into 2 parts. Body parts fell to the ground. The girl, looking at what was left of the body, called her brother. The guy, in turn, turned to his older brother. Smiling, the villain said that there was no need for sorrow and added that now that they had been granted death, they would be part of the infection. Closing his eyes, the man spoke of his master's glory. The body was divided and covered in black liquid. something began to wriggle. The face of the main character was scary. From the reaction of friends, it was clear that they were terrified. Looking at Gio, the guy said that he looked frightening. From the eyes of the villain, you could read that he was confused. Looking at the regeneration of the protagonist's body, the guy asked if he was a zombie, adding that he did not know that infection could lead to something like this. Holding a club in his hand, the main character announced that this skill is called Healing Factor, and added that he did not dare to compare him with zombies. In turn, the young man asked about what the zombies had done to him. Jiwoo's body finally united. Smiling, the guy said that after seeing it with his own eyes, he wanted to get this power in some way. Holding a stick at the ready, the young man said that maybe he himself would get infected, and added that who cares, after all, it's just a game, going on to say that if it means that he will become 20 times stronger, then why not? Holding the book in his hands, the villain replied that it was possible and that in the hands of the filth everyone was equal. The protagonist suddenly launched an attack. Preparing for the attack, the man said that he offered him to accept it with open arms, and added that he should accept the blessing. Smiling broadly, the villain said that their merciful master asked only one thing, namely to die of infection. Suddenly there were memories of how the girls died. Luna's chest darkened. Lav's belly also turned black, and it became clear that resurrecting after dying from an infected attack would leave behind a stigma of infection on the damaged area. The warrior and the girl were killed. The hero's hand was black. The lady's belly was also black, and it was clear that they were being reborn as proud adherents of filth. A beam of violet energy was visible from afar. The guys were thrown back again because of the shock wave. After attacking the protagonist, the villain said that they were their saviors. Continuing the attack, the antagonist said that they were their shepherds, and added that they were their guides. Showing his teeth, the player added that they are mentors, and continued that this will give them discipline. Opening his mouth wide, the man announced that he was now granting the protagonist this blessing. The villain pierced the user's stomach. A black liquid poured out of the protagonist's mouth. The opponent was maniacally looking ahead. Suddenly, Gio caught his legs on the guy. The opponent, looking at the young man, asked what he was doing. Smiling, the player said that he was a toddler, and added that he was hungry. A tentacle appeared from the man's mouth. Making a scary face, the main character told him to feed him. Tentacle bit into the antagonist's neck. The tentacle began to drain her vitality. Looking at the guy, the villain did not understand what was happening. His comrades in arms froze in a daze. The hero hugged his opponent tightly. Smiling, Gio stated that he had indeed been infected, but the thought of him dying to his opponent infuriated the protagonist. Making a scary face, the man said that he just wanted to deal with it himself, and added that he would take the power directly. The guy began to wither, begging for mercy. The fanatic fell to the ground. The villain trembled, trying to say something. The player was filled with purple power. The opponent looked at how a special aura emanated from the protagonist. The system window made it clear that the character was infected. The protagonist's eyes turned black, and it was obvious that it was an infected Gio. The red window system gave information that the gluttony skill had been activated. Suddenly, there was information about a hidden skill called gluttony, which absorbs the enemy, acquiring his levels and characteristics. Suddenly, an announcement appeared that the player had absorbed his enemy, and his stats and level were increased. The characteristics of the person with the incredible ringing have changed. The rest of the skills also changed. The level of the Chaos God has been changed. Jiwoo was surrounded by purple essence. A character window appeared in which the player's level was 9,999, and it was clear that the effects of the infection had led to an increase in all stats by 2,000%. The opponent, whose face had veins on his face, tried to say that he did not believe in it. The man's eyes went up, thinking that he was in a complete ass. A girl in pantyhose sat against the background of the starry sky. Suddenly, the wind became incredibly strong. Swinging for a punch, the protagonist used an infected upward strike. The club touched the face of the enemy. The shockwave stretched far beyond the opponent's head. Dark energy was above the forest. The villain's body was flying above the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared under the man. Smiling maniacally, the player used the infected upward strike again. The guy's teeth began to fall out due to the blow of the stick. A beam of dark energy was above Jiwoo. Darkness broke out of the planet. Urus was still holding the guys. Frozen in a strange pose, the young man said that his older brother was scaring him, in response to which the girl laughed. The enemy's head was on a long neck. A dark liquid was coming out of the opponent's mouth. The man's face looked terrible. Holding a club at the ready, the main character asked if the villain was alive. In turn, the man tried to say something. Suddenly, there was a memory of the player's head falling off their shoulders, and it was clear that it was the same last time, and it was definitely not a healing factor skill. Looking down, the protagonist asked what was going on here, and added that there was no one like it during the closed beta. The opponent, trembling, got to his feet. Smiling, the villain said that he must believe that there is only one way to salvation. The man from whose orbit the eye fell out said that the infected word is the manifested truth. Having hit the opponent, the player ordered him to be silent. The novice's face looked terrible. Standing with a club in his hands, the protagonist told him to just ride there in silence, and added that he was a fool that he thought they could discuss it. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he still had a lot of energy left, and continued to tell his opponent to just relax and endure. The truncheon began to crunch in the man's hands. The villain could hardly look at what was happening. Starting to shake, the young man said that now the main character believed in filth, and added that as a priest of filth, would he allow him to explain everything, continuing about what he did not want. But he had no choice. In turn, Urus said that he thought that his opponent was afraid that he would continue to be beaten. The novice knelt down. Smiling broadly, the opponent said that the corruption says that there are many different deities in this world, a deity of destruction, life, and chaos. Suddenly, an image of a god appeared. The moon stood with a staff in her hands. The man was enveloped in a red aura. Raising his hands, the man spoke about the deity of fire, water, lightning, earth, and more, and added that there are many deities that have not yet been discovered, which means that there are hundreds, even thousands, of different deities. Closing his eyes, the young man continued to talk about how among all the deities, the god of desecration has a unique ability. Putting the eye back, the opponent said that this ability could create a new form of humanity. The dragon, sitting on the guy's head, asked about what the new form of humanity was, while the young man said what environmental contamination had to do with it. The lady, closing the collar of her dress, said that it was similar to what she had mentioned some time before, and asked if he remembered that conversation. Suddenly, there was a memory of Luna asking what would happen if someone reached 100% infection. The guys stood together. The lady, holding on to the black cloak, said that they would lose themselves completely, and added that they would mutate to become other beings. Smiling, the acolyte said that the mercy of the contagion had bestowed its power on everyone, continuing that the contagion was just and accessible to everyone. Looking at the main character, the opponent continued to say that it not only improves the player's stats, but also gives him access to infected attacks. Suddenly, there was a memory of how the infection rate of humans had reached 100%, and their stats had been increased by 2000%. Dark energy hovered over the girl. Showing his teeth, the villain spoke about the stupidity of people. Smiling broadly, the man asked if they really thought that all these blessings would come to them for free. The protagonist, looking ahead, listened to the fact that in exchange for a blessing, they are now all deprived of the opportunity to gain experience to level up, and added that once they reach 100% infection, they will lose 80% of the experience gained when leveling up. Standing in front of the players, the guy said that this is how a new form of humanity is formed, believing in infections. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist asked about what his opponent had said, and added that if he killed a monster that gave 100 experience, then he wanted to say that 80 experience would go into infection. Smiling maniacally, the opponent said that this was the price to pay for the grace of infection, and added that all this energy was being used to restore the infection, continuing about how deep inside the chronocontinent the tree of infection had taken root. It used the experience gained from the corpses of the infected to grow. There were many corpses on the branches of the tree. Something was purple in color, and it became clear that while they were talking, the infestation was increasing. The novice began to laugh. On the opponent's face, one could see joy. Waving his hands, the man said that this time was near. Looking forward with black eyes, the guy said that the infection would be revived. Looking at Gio, the villain said that it was thanks to the god of chaos, adding that he thanked him for the protagonist's decision to become a devotee of contagion, stating that due to the kind of experience he gained and the amount of vitality he possessed, the infestation would be restored much sooner than they ever thought. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows. Smiling broadly, the acolyte said that he had indeed experienced fear when the player's skills had reduced his levels and stats, but that the opponent was only a servant, and as long as the infection reached resurrection, he was ready for it. Making a stupid face, the guy ordered his opponent to slow down. Holding the book in his hands, the villain asked what he wanted, while Jaiwa wanted to ask a question. A blush appeared on the protagonist's face as he asked about whether the tree didn't need the corpse of an infected person to feed on, and added that he hadn't died, so there was no corpse of him on that tree. The novice's face was stunned. A rainbow appeared against the background of a person. The guy looked thoughtfully ahead. Against a background of purple stripes, the young man agreed with what the user said. Hitting his opponent in the face with a club, the god of chaos said that he was a dumbass. Both eyes flew out of the henchman's sockets as he thought the player was right, as he did not become infected due to death. Suddenly, there were memories of the tentacle touching the youth, and it became clear that all Gio was doing was using his skill to absorb his infected energy. The player continued to attack the opponent with an infected upward strike. After taking another damage from the infected upward strike, the person realized that if the user's corpse was not near the infection tree, then the infection would not be able to absorb their energy. The villain's eyes looked at the sky, and it became clear that he was really in trouble. The man whose eyes were black had used 1,000,000 infected blows. The main character attacked his opponent. The enemy received many blows. The man has 5 teeth left. The guy who had a black liquid coming out of his mouth asked how it could end like this, because he was just doing a task. Suddenly, a purple haze appeared. The protagonist continued to strike. The man's face looked terrible. The player, holding a club, suddenly stopped. The enemy began to evaporate. Looking ahead, the guy continued to disappear, and it became clear that as a creature created by the god of infection, the priest had been granted the blessing of immortality. However, The attack power of the wooden club was equal to plus 99, and Gio's stats were increased by 2000%. Against this, the blessing was useless. A stick with a leaf at the end was covered in black liquid. The main character watched his opponent die. Holding a stick of napavers, the protagonist asked if he was dying, and added that at least it was a good training with a punching bag. Smiling, the player said thank you for the 2000% increase in stats, and said that he hoped that they would not see each other again. Suddenly, a red window of the system appeared, which asked for attention to him. The announcement revealed that the divinity of infection had been violently destroyed. The man froze in confusion. Dark energy was coming out of Juwa's mouth. Looking at what was happening, the main character thought about why this was happening. The protagonist's eye returned to its previous state. The eye finally became white. The dark essence froze in the sky. With an unusual sound, the darkness evaporated. Urus, sitting on the guy's head, stated that it had disappeared, and asked if the user had gotten rid of the infection. Suddenly, a character window appeared, which still displayed the effect of infection, which led to an increase in all stats by 2000%. The updated character window said that Jiwoo's level was now 9,999. Looking at the system, the guy said that the effect of infection had disappeared, and added that at least the levels and characteristics were still in place. Looking out the character's window in surprise, the player said that the infestation is considered a status effect, and added that this is because the healing factor makes him immune to status effects. Suddenly, there was a message from the system that a hidden skill called Healing Factor made the wearer immune to status effects such as poison, disease, and paralysis. The girl, standing behind the character, said that this was not the case. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that divine abilities are considered to be a level higher than skills, and added that even hidden skills such as the Healing Factor cannot erase the infection. Looking ahead, the lady said that she assumed that the reason why the divinity of contagion was erased was because of the divinity of chaos. Looking at the miss, Gio asked about what it was because of his divinity, adding that she meant that he was only allowed to have one divinity at a time. The girl, looking up, said that this was not entirely true, although she was not sure. Glancing to the side, the protagonist listened to the fact that the divinity of chaos works a little differently. The enemy continued to disappear. Looking ahead, the man thought that this was his chance. In one movement, the acolyte flew up. You could see hope on the guy's face. Looking up, the villain said that he had to return to the Chrono continent where the infection was taking place, and added that he had to report to Gio to the god of chaos afterwards. The man was missing teeth. A hole in the sky opened again. The tree of chaos grew in the ground. The young man fell to his knees. Placing his hands on the ground, the acolyte asked for forgiveness from the powerful contagion, and added that he had failed, continuing to say that the god of chaos was much stronger than he expected. Sitting down by the tree, the guy said that they should prepare a thorough plan to look after him, adding that one wrong move and he would be able to find this place. Someone standing behind the villain announced that he had finally found an acolyte, and asked if it was the infection tree. Holding a sword in his hand, the user said that he always wondered why these nuns took the corpses, and assumed that this tree used them as raw material for growth, saying that he assumed that his corpse was also hanging somewhere above. Looking at the guy, the villain said that it was just him and thought that it was Gio who had followed him. If we get a blow in the face, the man asked how he found this place. The young man struck the novice. The priest flew far away. The antagonist raised his hand. Sitting down on the ground, the priest asked what all this meant, and added that how dare a believer in infection attack his priest. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The young man saw the bodies of the dead nuns. Looking at the girls, the villain asked what was happening. The guy smiled and said that he had beaten them all up, continuing about how he had been trying to prevent him from coming in here all along. Holding his hand to his mouth, the opponent asked why he would do so, stating that he had even paid special attention for being a dedicated servant with a high level of susceptibility to infection. Closing his eyes, the user said that he had a high level of receptivity, and added that although he had kept it a secret, his hair color had changed when he transformed. Suddenly, a memory of the guy with black hair came up, and it became clear not only that, but also that he was able to transform even without being 100% infected. Holding his sword at the ready, the man said that he had also noticed that although his infection rate was growing more slowly than others, his growth limit was much higher than theirs, and asked about the fact that the others received a stat boost of 2000% when they reached 100%. Suddenly, the character windows appeared, where it could be seen that the Toy Hammer Warrior was 335th level, after which all of her stats were increased by 2000%. The girl stood with a hammer in her hands. The warriors were surrounded by violet energy. The man and the lady increased their characteristics by 2000% when the infection rate became 100%. The young man smiled and said that just before he got here, he himself had actually reached 100% infection rate. Opening his eyes, the guy said that his stat boost was 5000%. Shock appeared on the priest's face, thinking that his increase was only 3000%. The sword clattered on the stone floor. Lowering the weapon, the player stated that looking at the god of chaos, he found the ability called power very interesting, and added that naturally he found that he also wanted to have divinity. Smirking, the user said that this was how he learned about the divinity of the infection, and added that he had made up his mind. Looking up, the young man said that he was the one who would possess the divinity of infection. Something was on top of a tree. Looking at the man, the villain asked about the guy wanting to possess the infestation divinity, and added that they were only the vile, arrogant people of the Chrono Continent, continuing about how even this scoundrel Geo had used his gluttony skill to absorb his infected energy. Smiling, the player asked about what the priest had just said. Glancing to the side, the young man thanked his opponent for his advice. The man opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a beam of dark energy appeared. His foot stepped on something purple. The guy was sitting on the ball. Smiling, the young man said that unfortunately, he didn't have a skill called gluttony. After showing his teeth, the user said that he would have to deal with it himself, and wished him bon appetit. The player bit the pink flesh. The young man bit off some of it. The guy, chomping, continued to eat something. On the priest's face, you could see the devastation. The master was suspended in the sky. Suddenly teeth appeared. The eye opened suddenly. The head began to scream. Starting to cry, the villain shouted for him to stop, and thought that the infection was suffering. The creature's mouth drooled. The young man continued to eat the monster, and it became clear that it was just an ordinary user who had gained the divine power of infection. Dust rose in the cave. The user, eating black flesh, chomped. The player held the meat in both hands. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened wide. Looking at the stump, the guy asked if only the roots remained, and added that he had even eaten all the infected bodies. Without showing his eyes, the young man listened to the fact that he would be cursed. The villain began to evaporate. Bleeding liquid, the opponent said that he would curse him even after death. The priest was crying. The enemy has completely disappeared. Continuing to eat, the user said that the acolyte's vitality was high. Getting up from the ground, the player said that he had a great belly, and added that now he can move further to the maximum level. The man was smiling. Suddenly, a village appeared on the outskirts of the northern continent. The altar of dimension stood on a hill. The girl, without showing her face, replied that this was exactly it. Islero, holding a pint in her hands, said that 10,000 years had passed, and added that she had been defending this place alone all this time. Sitting at the table with her friends, the girl said that without her, the Chrono Continent would have taken over another dimension long ago. After drinking, the lady spoke about ungrateful people, and added that, having received a little strength from infection, they immediately decided to go to her in a crowd and tie her to a crucifix. Sinking down on the table, the lady said that she felt betrayed after that, while Love said that she had drunk too much. Looking to the side, the girl said that 10,000 years is a very long time, even though it is just a tweak in the game. Her friend suddenly moved closer to the lady. Islero, approaching Love's face, asked about the fact that she had just called her an old woman. In turn, the girl said that this was not the case. In the end, the opponent said that she was good because she was still young, and added that her skin was so firm. Falling on her back, the lady said that her friend treated her like an old lady, and added that by human standards she was only 30 with a tail, continuing to say that she should not be considered a grandmother. Luna, looking down, stated that she was very funny when drunk, and went on to say that she would be very popular with men. Holding a mug in her hands, Love asked about whether it is possible to get drunk even in virtual reality, or whether it only applies to in-game characters. Looking at the girl, the friend replied that she was carrying such a thing, and added that, of course, users can also get drunk. In the end, the lady said that she did not know that she was not an adult. Sitting at the table, the goddess said that reality was a priority on the Chrono Continent, and added that, of course, the beer tasted like real beer, and the composition was the same. Smiling, Luna said that if a child decides to drink it, it will immediately turn into water, and asked her friend to feel free to drink her drink. In turn, Love replied that she did not really want to drink bitter filth. Making a stupid face, the lady said that adult life itself is bitter, so alcohol seems sweet against its background. Looking at her companion, the lady asked if they could really relax like this, because now all users of the Chrono Continent are going crazy because of the infection. Continuing to drink, Luna asked if it was their fault, and added that they had come here to help Islero. The friend was lying unconscious. Holding the mug in her hands, Love asked if everything was left as it was not known what would happen to the users, and added that she was also here for this reason. Suddenly, there were memories of Luna saying that she and Miss would return to the Chrono Continent to help, and Jaiwa might stay here to go in search of the truth. Love, making a stupid face, asked what had come over her friend. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she also had a premonition about communicating with Islero, and added that she did not think that they could allow this infection to spread further. Without showing her face, the goddess said that everything was so, continuing that then such a thought came to her mind. Closing her eyes, Luna asked if the current situation was really that bad for users. Holding a mug, the user asked if she knew zombies, and added that they are constantly shown in movies and TV shows, while a friend replied that she knows that if they bite you, you will also become a zombie. Closing her eyes, the girl said that in the past, zombies inhabited the online world of one game. Suddenly, Luna had a machine gun in her hands, and it became clear that everyone was human before the zombie attack. Love in the form of a zombie attacked the goddess. The girls roamed the world, making it clear that those who were bitten turned from humans into zombies. Sitting at the table, the lady said that in the early stages of infection, it is possible to use an antidote to become human again, but some users themselves have given up the opportunity to be human and turned into zombies. Love, looking at her friend, asked why they did this. Without showing her eyes, the girl replied that zombies are more interesting than people. The lady could hardly stand, and it was clear that the physical stats of the zombies had been increased tenfold, and the skill stats had increased fivefold. However, you couldn't penetrate the zombies' forbidden areas and couldn't use weapons. The illustration showed the ban on zones and weapons. Gio was attacked by the ladies, making it clear that zombies can hunt humans like hunters. Love, sitting at the table, said that being a zombie is really cool, and added that then she would be able to bite the main character on the thighs, continuing that she would like to play as zombies, not people. Luna, looking at the beer, told her that it was really cool, and added that it also applied to the infected users of the Chrono continent. The girl's eyes opened wide. Closing her eyes, the goddess said that in order to increase the infection rate, you need to kill ordinary users, adding that increasing the infection improves all abilities by 2000%. In the end, the girl went on to say that anyone can enjoy playing as a predator if they become an infected user, so they don't care about the risk of infection. Glancing at her friend, Luna asked how they could help such infected viewers. The lady held her hands close to her face. Looking away, Love heard the words that someone had finally found her. Suddenly Death appeared. Crying, the ghost looked ahead. Rushing to the mistress, the spirit said that he had been looking for her for so long. In turn, the girl asked why he constantly pretended as if they were close. Looking at the player, the monster said that trouble had happened, and added that the demon world had turned into a wasteland and they were on the verge of destruction. The girl looked at her subordinate in surprise. Death, looking at Love, said that suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere and got rid of all assistants in 30 minutes. In turn, the lady did not understand what he was talking about. The spirit, sweating on his face, said that it took him one look to understand how strong the man was, and added that they couldn't even defeat the guy in a crowd. Luna, looking ahead, asked about the fact that he single-handedly defeated all the warriors, and added that in the current circumstances, it was obvious that it was the work of an infected user. Love, looking at her friend, invited the goddess straight to the demon world. The girl, standing in front of Death, said that the infected players had come there and caused havoc, adding that she had to stop them. The friend, taking a closed pose, stated that the demon world has always been a hunting ground, and added that their users hunt monsters to level up. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she understood her feelings, but she was a player first and foremost, so why should she take the side of the demon world? Exhaling, the lady said that she had just given an example from a zombie game, and added that they have no right to stop infected users. As she went behind Love, the lady said that it would be too much if they interfered, and the lady said that they were leaving at once. Leading her friend, the demon lord ordered Death to open the gate to the demon dimension. Suddenly, the users were standing at the monster's mouth. The monster's head became huge. The building stood under a gray sky. The room was red. His foot stepped on the red carpet. Opening his mouth, the spirit said that they were there. Love, looking around, was surprised. Looking up, the girl asked if this was the Demon King's castle that she had heard so much about. Sitting on the throne, the guy said that the guests had finally arrived. Without showing his face, the young man leaned on his hand. The man sat on a dark throne. Death, having swooped down on the mistress, announced that this guy had killed all the assistants. The moon looked ahead and said that it was he who had been with the girl with the hammer in the temple of Islero. Suddenly there was a memory of the meeting. The girl strangled the guy. The young man smiled. Sitting in a spacious room, the man confirmed this, adding that they were planning various operations as part of an infected group. Closing his eyes, the villain said that they had robbed and smashed them, but this was to be expected, since the group had no basis. Knitting her eyebrows, the goddess stated that she wondered why users were acting too radically, and added that it turns out they had an instigator. The girl standing on the red carpet asked about what she was interested in, continuing about why he had attacked the demon world. If the goal was to level up, then the Urus nest would be more useful. The guy grinned. Sitting on the throne, the young man replied that he had done it for no reason. Suddenly the throne became empty. Appearing at the very face of the lady, the villain replied that it was fun. The opponent cut the goddess in half with one movement of his hand. Her friend's body hung in the air. Love, looking away, watched what was happening. Suddenly, golden feathers appeared. The girl's body disappeared. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Without showing her face, the lady asked if he was having fun. Using an ability called Creation of Life, Luna asked her rival for more details. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, the young man said that he had definitely cut her, and suggested that she had the ability to create life. Standing with a sword in his hand, the villain looked at the girls. The lady snapped her finger. An explosion rang out behind the antagonist. Standing with her staff in her hands, the lady said that she had asked for an explanation. Making a maniacal face, the lady asked where his explanation was. The opponent grinned and exhaled. The man raised his hand. A smile appeared on the young man's face as he talked about how it was fun to hunt, because the highlight of a game of this genre is a boss fight. The villain's eyes turned black. The player raised his hand up, and it became clear that he would activate the power of infection and expand the infected territories. A beam of dark energy was emitted from the opponent's hand. The purple essence burst through the roof of the building. Darkness dripped down. Something began to pour on the users. Looking up, the moon thought that it was a rain of infection. The young man, looking at the goddess, spoke of the 4 major powers of the Chrono continent, the 4 main hunting grounds. Suddenly, images of the Urus nest appeared. The northern continent was covered with snow. The sky castle was hidden behind the clouds. The building that stood in the demon world towered on the rocks. Smiling, the young man said that they were all so attractive that he thought for a long time where to go. Standing with weapons in his hands, the guy said that there was no boss in the nest of Urus now, and there was no Aventador on the northern continent, adding that there was no riot in the celestial world now. There was an explosion of dark energy in the room. Starting an attack, the villain said that this is why he came to the demon world. Approaching Love, the opponent said that he wanted to catch the monster boss. The girl dodged the attack. Grudgingly, the demon queen asked if he was his target. The red stone began to glow. The lady took the form of a demon. The system window made it clear that the demon king essence had been activated. Magic was used from the lady's finger. The system made it clear that it was a hidden skill called extinction, which gathered the power of the demon king and applied it in one place. Soaring into the sky, the lady told her opponent to die. Suddenly, the system window wrote about the alarm. The red announcement said that there was not enough mana to use this skill. You could see the confusion on the girl's face. The system wrote that the essence of the demon king had been cancelled. Love suddenly began to fall to the ground. Opening her eyes wide, the girl asked what the lack of mana meant, and added that the mana of the demon king is infinite. The young man's sword plunged into the lady's chest. A black liquid was coming out of the lady's mouth. Mist fell on the red carpet. The villain was standing over the body of the demon queen. Grinning, the opponent used the contamination of the territory. The guy whose eye began to glow said that they were infecting and erasing one of the enemy's abilities. Holding his weapon at the ready, the enemy said that he had reset her mana with the infested territory's effect. In the character window, it was clear that Love's health was minimal, but mana was blocked. Continuing to smile, the guy said that this effect extends to the moon as well. The girl stood with a staff in her hands. Making a manic face, the man told her to choose one thing, adding what ability to infect him. The goddess looked straight ahead. Lady Luna's character window hid her level and stats. You could see joy on Love's face. It was raining heavily outside. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. Numerous flashes appeared in the air. Luna was rushing towards the enemy. With his mouth wide open, the bastard shouted that one hit would be enough to kill her. Moving back, the zombie explained that this was the kind of duel he was waiting for. Looking ahead, the possessed man said that if she couldn't stand even that, then she would certainly not stand a chance against her master in the form of a monster. Frowning, the goddess of life replied that the puppy did not know how scary the tiger was, since he was going to attack her friend. The guy dodged to the side. Looking in front of him, the villain reminded him that Jaiwa is the same user as they are, so there is no need to idolize him. Floating in the air, the scoundrel offered to continue erasing one ability after another. Stretching out his arm, the enemy used a skill called the Power of Life. The girl's body was covered with a purple aura, after which her maximum health pool became equal to 1. Holding a sword in his hands, the opponent explained that now in terms of physical indicators she is at the level of a bug, so she can die even from a rabid attack. Opening her mouth, Luna retorted that the power of life wasn't that important to her because even if she died, she would have the ability to create a new body with her power over life. Wide-eyed, the scoundrel was surprised by these words. Standing still, the zombie accepted the fact that in this case, nothing could be done. Showing his teeth, the guy told her that her intelligence index would be erased next. Water ran down the girl's hair. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the stranger explained that he could reset only 3 abilities with the help of a skill called the Territory of Infection. Love was lying on the floor. Looking down, Death asked his mistress if she was okay. Blood was flowing from the lady's mouth. The ghost made a surprised expression on his face. Starting to tremble, the lady said that she wanted to become stronger. Closing her eyes, the Demon King was unhappy that he was always losing, so she was of no use at all. With a frustrated expression, the assistant turned to his queen. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the spirit knew that the time had come. Looking ahead, the familiar thought about how there was a level that no Demon King had reached, which allowed him to summon the devil. Trees grew among the mountains. Gio blushed. Holding some stone in his hands, the main character was extremely happy that they finally found it. Picking up the object, the children rejoiced that they had found the Tablet of Truth, which allowed them to receive a dragon as a reward. Pearl. Standing still, the protagonist announced that they would not have found such a small thing in the middle of the forest without Gallardo's help. Hugging her friend, the lady shouted that she was very happy. Pointing to the sign, the guy noticed that he did not understand these letters. The young man looked down. Sitting on the ground, Pharaoh heard orders to guard the madwoman while his master studied the find. Raising his eyebrows, the young man spoke about the feelings of the object. Looking at the tablet, Gio read a clue that this entry-level item contained inscriptions in the ancient language. With their eyes wide open, the travelers were surprised that the game had an entry-level item. After removing the artifact, the protagonist offered to learn more from Islero after they teamed up as a team. Holding the flame in his hand, the protagonist asked to see where Luna was. A gloomy mansion could be seen in the fire. Opening his mouth, the boy assumed that it was the temple of Islero. The healer was lying on the floor. Numerous identical remains were scattered nearby. Hunched over, the young man could not believe that these were the bodies of her friend. A wounded girl could be seen in the fire. The infected man looked ahead. Covered with sweat, the young man could not understand who this stranger was. Putting his hand in his pocket, the villain recognized the voice. Smiling, the possessed man assumed that he was talking to Gio. Standing in the rain, the scoundrel heard a question about who he was. Looking from under his brow, the scoundrel said that they had never met. With his eyes wide open, the zombie was glad to see him. Standing still, the stranger wanted to introduce himself. Smiling, the main character interrupted the interlocutor. Looking in front of him, the protagonist asked if he was to blame for the fact that there were so many corpses of her friend behind him. The infected man looked back. Looking to the side, the fighter admitted that she was quite strong, but once her 3 stats were erased, she had no choice. Holding the flames in his hand, the young man listened to the words that somewhere here lies the corpse of the demon king with an otter in his chest. The swordsman sheathed his weapon. Closing his eyes, the villain said that he was a little disappointed. With his mouth open, the enemy was saying that the top rankers in the game were at a very low level. Lowering his head, the young man heard the words that until recently his opponent was playing a completely different game. A schoolboy, walking down the street, told that something had happened to him on the way home. On the screen, the fighters fought with each other. Putting his hand in the screen, the student said that he had seen the image of Jaiwoo in Chrono Life. The viewer's mouth opened. The student's eyes sparkled. Covering himself with water, the villain explained that on that day she began to play this game. Raising his head, the scoundrel explained his decision by saying that he thought it was funny. Looking out from behind her master's hand, the girl heard that their enemy found the level of rankers quite low. Putting his hands behind his back, the scoundrel said that he did not expect his recent rivals to be so weak. Looking ahead, the swordsman expressed his desire to fight the Chaos King. The main character looked from under his brows. Putting his hand in his pocket, the villain was disappointed that they would have to postpone their battle since they were on different continents. Standing still, the protagonist realized that the user could not move between dimensions without the help of NPCs. Lowering his head, the scoundrel decided that he should officially introduce himself. Smiling slightly, the stranger introduced himself as a user, and the character's screen showed that he had 999 levels. Standing in a fighting stance, the fighter said that he had the power of infection. Opening his mouth, the villain promised that they would see each other again. The villain's eyes began to glow, and he himself said that next time they would arrange a really cool fight. With a blow of his blade, the player cut the flame in half. There was a small spark left in the air. The scoundrel showed his teeth. Holding the sword in his hands, the fighter understood that the die had been cast, so all that remained was to wait for the meeting. Frowning, the villain wanted to know what kind of story awaits this game. A moment later, a punch flew into the enemy's face. The opponent flew to the side. Blood was flowing from the opponent's nose. The opponent fell to the floor. The opponent was lying face down. Turning his head, the swordsman couldn't understand what had just happened. Steam was coming out of Gio's mouth. The villain made a surprised expression on his face. Getting back on his feet, the bastard could not believe that the main character was here so quickly. With his mouth open, the scoundrel shouted that he must be on the Dragon Hill. A second later, the next blow hit the villain in the face. The enemy staggered back. Looking down, the protagonist suggested that they think about it on their own. Frowning, the guy said that he would first teach a lesson to the impudent man. The enemy covered his face with his hand. The little frog froze in front of the snake. The wolf looked at the sheep. By showing his teeth, the user realized that this was his end. Water was flowing from the leaf. Suddenly, the plant began to sway in the wind. The young man swung his stick. The club flew towards the player. Horror appeared on the swordsman's face. The attack hit the villain directly in the head. The bastard's teeth flew in different directions. Waves emanated from the place of impact. A powerful explosion thundered. The flash was visible from space. A cloud of smoke rose on the battlefield. Smiling, the zombie shouted that he expected such strength from the best participant of the first season. Furrowing his brows, the possessed noted a completely different level of strength compared to other users. Holding on to his weapon, the swordsman offered to conduct a real fight. People turned away from the madman. The villain stood still. With a surprised expression on his face, the bastard listened to the announcements that someone was assembling a team for the dungeon and selling several decorative costumes. There was a sign that said it was the village affront. Spreading his legs wide, the villain heard the players making some announcements, after which he realized that he had just been reborn. Covered with sweat, the scoundrel was amazed at what had just happened. Placing the club on his shoulder, Gio asked for forgiveness. Smiling terribly, the main character assured that he did not want to beat him to death. With his mouth wide open, the scoundrel could not believe that he had died so easily. Keeping his head straight, the protagonist invited the interlocutor to check his characteristics, which were supposed to fall after death, after which the 999th level was visible on the screen. While lying on the ground, the player notices a notification that there is a penalty for dying in the game. Appearing from the pixels, the user realized that other games did not have such a high penalty as in Chrono Life. The adventurers began to materialize in the safe zone. The guys looked from under their brows, because death implied the unconditional loss of one level. Looking at the corpses, it was clear that this condition was the same for users of the 30th level and the 300th level. Standing still, Gio noticed that his opponent was now at the 998th level. Licking his weapon, the protagonist suggested lowering it to 997. Sweat was dripping from the villain's face. A leaf grew on a stick. The club flew at great speed. The attack hit the zombies in the face. The possessed man spat out his teeth. A crater formed at the site of the impact. Sticking out his tongue, the villain saw a message that he had been subjected to a murderous attack. The streets of the city were visible. Someone began to appear in the alley. The player stepped on the ground. Baring his teeth, the user was surprised that he was reborn here. Smiling, the swordsman was glad that Jaiwa would not find him here immediately. The main character sat behind his target. The guys froze in place. The scoundrel looked down. After a moment, the scoundrel jumped aside. The protagonist jumped after his offender. With his mouth wide open, the guy was talking about the 997th level. The blow hit the enemy. The protagonist was left without half of his teeth. The guy's legs were visible. The scoundrel began to appear. Having received a blow in the face, the scoundrel asked to wait a little. The zombie flew back. Opening his mouth, the young man stated that his enemy now had 996th level. The fighter fell to the ground. Raising one leg, the young man said that the possessed person now had a level of 995. The swordsman's teeth began to crumble. A powerful blow rang out in the street. Looking around, the players listened to Gio talk about how quickly his opponent's level was decreasing. Covered in sweat, users could not understand what these sounds were. The girl watched the fight. The main character was smiling broadly. Opening their mouths, the adventurers recognized him. The protagonist attacked the opponent from behind. Standing still, the guys did not understand how this could be done in the village. Looking at the cloudy sky, it was clear that in the safe zone, one could get protection from monsters or senseless killing. Guards, holding spears in their hands, watched every corner of the location. Looking forward, knights had higher stats than ordinary players. The NPC did not look away. The guard did not look at how the god of chaos beat up his opponent, because they were afraid to confront him. The girl blushed. Beginning to tremble, the lady heard screams. The lady's body began to sweat. There was horror on the face of the toy hammer warrior. The warrior closed her knees. Opening his mouth, the man remembered that whoever Jaiwa was attacking was killing the newcomers. The girl turned around. With furrowed brows, the observers were glad that justice had finally been done. Standing still, people realized that after that day, everyone who wanted to provoke the main character disappeared. Putting the hammer on her shoulders, the lady knew that the first reason for this was the collapse of the gang of infected who were responsible for this mess. Looking at the map, it became clear that the users who were incited from the very beginning turned out to be much less than the regular players. The club was rushing at great speed. The protagonist stuck out his tongue. The guy made a blow from above. Furrowing his brows, the villain noticed that his character had passed away. A narrow street was visible. Scoundrels began to appear between the houses. Clenching his fist, the young man told him that when he was a novice, he often died, which allowed him to explore all the nooks and crannies of this village. Baring his teeth, the young man reminded him that the first level was still far away. Looking from under his brow, the zombie noticed that his level was 638. The possessed man raised his hand. Covered with sweat, the scoundrel explained that all this time he had been trying to pull himself together. Smiling, the scoundrel justified himself by saying that such a sudden attack had unsettled him. The fighter's hand began to glow. Looking forward, the swordsman suggested moving on to the second round. Gio knocked out his opponent's teeth. Holding a club in his hands, the main character asked for forgiveness. As he began to cry, the injured man thought about the fact that he had just been about to say the name of the skill. A powerful blow flew to the enemy's head. The enemy was thrown back. The bastard's cheek was hit by a stick attack. Small explosions were heard throughout the village. Continuing to beat the enemy, the protagonist saw how his level dropped. The zombie covered his head with his hand. The guy swung his weapon. Standing still, the possessed man knew that the only way to end it would be to quit the game. The blow hit the scoundrel's cheek. With his mouth wide open, the opponent told the command to log out. After falling to the floor, the players saw a message that they could not leave the game during the battle. Covered in sweat, the user remembered that the transition from combat to passive takes 30 seconds even after death. Tears dripped on the ground. The sun's rays illuminated the city. The villain was on his knees. The scoundrel folded his hands. The bastard's hair began to turn white. Squinting his eyes, the swordsman noticed that the advent of the god of infection was cancelled, and his level was now the second. Putting his fist to his forehead, Gio said that it was terribly difficult. Beaming with happiness, the main character asked if his opponent had the last words. The enemy bared his teeth. Lowering his head, the soldier wondered what he deserved such an attitude. With his mouth open, the player asked what it was about killing everyone in a game where it was allowed. After striking the girl, the user explained that he just wanted to get infected. With his mouth wide open, his opponent shouted that he should not pay for killing rookies. Throwing up his hands, the swordsman explained that he was just following the game's system. Striking with a club, Gio said that he asked for it. Standing still, the main character said that this is called double standards, because no one forced him to senselessly kill people. Squeezing his weapon, the protagonist decided that ending it with a single blow would be too good for him. With his mouth wide open, the guy said that he would not beat him to death until he himself died. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that it was not up to him. The villain bit his lip until it bled. The sunset was visible. Holding a cigarette in his hand, the physiotherapist realized what kind of hype it was in the village. Smiling, the ranker was glad to see his comrade again. Putting his hands on his hips, the man noticed that everything was already fine. Turning his head, the healer turned to his partner. The girl was eating chicken. Minchoko, looking ahead, spoke of what she had warned about. Clenching his fist, Gio listened to the words that they were trying to portray him as a villain, but the facts say otherwise. Eating the food, the warrior said that those guys were ordinary envious people. Opening his mouth, the physiotherapist said that he did not expect this from an ally. Turning around, the Manitsa asked to leave the god of chaos alone. Opening her mouth, the adventurer expressed confidence that they needed one more person to join the team. The man made a serious expression on his face. Folding his arms over his chest, the ranker agreed that this was what they had come here for. Without turning, Minchoko reminded her that she was the winner of the palace tournament. Showing her teeth, the lady said that everything would begin. Looking back, the sorceress said that this would be the first official ranked battle. The lens was black, and someone started counting down. Luna looked at the camera. The girl kept her head straight. The healer stared silently ahead. Folding her hands, the goddess of life heard the command to start speaking. The lady put her fist to her mouth. Opening her mouth, the lady greeted the audience on the game's official channel. Without looking away, the user said that they had important information. Holding the gramophone in his hands, the director explained that it was too tedious. Luna exhaled air from her lungs. Lowering her head, the healer heard that the camera began to film. Raising her hands, the goddess of life began her speech by saying that this was the film studio of the Chrono Life channel. Looking at the building, the girl said that she was here to tell something important. The lady asked the audience if they were interested in learning about it. Jumping up, the lady announced that the team battle tournament would begin. Blushing, the user said that the winner would be determined during the duels between the participants. Closing one eye, Luna thought that she was very ashamed. With one leg out, the healer knew that it was the director's request, so she couldn't refuse. Smiling, the goddess of life did not expect that she would have to wear this in reality. You could see the legs of a girl who reasoned that in the game it did not bother her. But in real life it is completely different. Covered with sweat, the lady was glad that her comrades were not there, because otherwise she would have died of shame. Raising her finger, the host said that only a team of 4 people can participate. Pointing to the scheme, the lady was sure that it would be great to gather like-minded people around her. Looking at the 2 teams, Luna added that the format of the fight is a one-on-one battle. Removing her hands behind her back, the healer explained that each member of the team affects the overall rating. Putting her hands to her chin, the goddess of life said that there was the last and most important point. Looking at the mountain of gold, the girl announced that the amount of winnings would be 30 billion gold, which could be converted into real money. Introducing the chest, the lady added that in addition, the most valuable player will receive the most valuable item in the game. Blushing, the presenter hoped that the audience would be interested in this event. Raising her hand, the lady reminded that this was the first team combat tournament in the history of Chrono Life. Closing one eye, Luna stated that they were looking forward to the participants on the battlefield. The healer stood on skewed legs. Holding a cigar in his teeth, the director shouted that they had filmed everything in one go. Exhaling air from her lungs, the goddess of life listened to the words that the filming was over. Throwing up his hands, the president was amazed that the presenter coped with her task in just one take. Covered with sweat, the girl noted that now she was very ashamed. 2 dark silhouettes stood near the door. The lady's eyes widened. Someone pursed his lips. The guys tried to hold back their laughter. The lady turned her head. The sorceress smiled slightly. The windows of the building were visible. The singer had a phone in her hands. Looking at the devices, Love noticed that it was almost 12 hours and 30 minutes. The idol put her finger to the intercom. Blushing, the young lady recalled that they were going to a meeting together in a cafe. The device began to ring. Covered with sweat, the girl was dissatisfied with the fact that her friend did not pick up the phone. Love stood silently in place. Opening her mouth, the singer assured that everything was fine. Looking from under her brow, the Demon King added that she had seen this coming, so she had spied on his password while he was opening the door. The girl's finger was typing the password. Exhaling the air from her chest, the intruder was sure that it was impossible to set such an easy password. With her mouth open, Idol worried that someone might break into the house and do something bad to it. Opening the door, the lady told him that she was coming in. With her eyes wide open, the lady could not understand anything. Standing at the entrance, Love assumed that her partner was still asleep. Someone's leg appeared. The singer noticed something ahead. Wiping his face with a towel, Gio said that it was good. The main character went forward. Starting to shake, the protagonist was sure that he heard the sound of the door opening. The guys looked at each other. Raising his eyebrows, the guy greeted his girlfriend. Sweating, Love recalled that today was a meeting at a cafe at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking down, the girl began to make excuses. On the torso of the young man, the collarbones, abs, pectoral muscles, and pubic bone were visible. Blood began to flow from the lady's nose. Looking ahead, the young man noticed that his interlocutor had a nosebleed. The singer began to wave her hands. Running out of the house, the idol shouted that she would wait outside. Closing his eyes, Gio couldn't understand what had happened to his girlfriend. The guest's legs buckled. Love's cheeks were red. Remembering the body of her comrade, the girl thought about the fact that she had seen him many times in the game. The lady left a knot around her neck. The main character stood in the rays of light. Covered with sweat, the lady could not understand why her heart was beating so hard. Raising her hands to her chest, the singer listened to the words that she came here first. With her hands behind her back, Luna asked if she was going to stop by their buddy. The idol began to bleed from the nose, after which she said that her friend was late. Looking at the cloudy sky, it became clear that after this incident, they went to a cafe. The sun shone on the sign of the establishment. Luhua closed her eyes. The girl hugged her friend. Jumping on the spot, the baby greeted her friends. Putting his hand in his pocket, Gio offered to say hello to Urus. Stretching out his arms, the spirit greeted his friend. With her mouth wide open, the alchemist was surprised at what she saw. Lowering his hands, the ghost listened to the words that the fact that they could communicate with the real world was quite unexpected. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that an app has recently been released that allows you to communicate with your in-game pet in real life. Standing still, the woman noticed that the guests were already there. Holding food and cocks, Hong offered to discuss everything over drinks and desserts. Chandeliers hung on the ceiling. Luna, raising her hand, announced the launch of the first official battle. Closing one eye, the girl invited the audience to participate in the tournament. The guys watched the video on a laptop. Sitting at the table, the lady said that this video was posted on the official channel. Looking away, Han was surprised to see that 30 million people had seen him in a day. Putting a finger to her mouth, Love reminded that the team should consist of 4 people. Looking ahead, the Demon King knew that at the beginning of the new season, it wasn't important to increase stats. Looking from under his forehead, Gio said that he needed to assemble a team. Putting her hands on her knees, Idol asked her friend if he knew about the tournament, to which she received a positive answer. Raising the glass, the main character explained that all but 2 of the participants were non-player characters. With her eyes wide open, Love remembered that Riot had mentioned the continent of Chongmayan more than once. The characters were standing next to each other. Frowning, the mortal sin of laziness said that this was why his interlocutor had assembled a team of 4 people. Looking in front of him, the protagonist wondered how he knew about this if he was not in the club. Standing still, the boy replied that it was because it was the body of the heavenly sovereign. Keeping his head straight, the young man said that in ancient records there is information about an uninhabited continent. Smiling sweetly, Luhua clarified that she couldn't go into details, but that was why they had founded a team and 4 people. The alchemist team consisted of herself, Riot, Rior, and Habeck. Dropping her hands, the baby promised that their team would win. Closing her eyes, Han shared her opinion that Team Geo is extremely dangerous, because it has a demon king, a god of life, and a god of chaos, which are the strongest creatures in the game world. Lav looked down and thought about her friend's last words. The girl was hit in the stomach. The monster lifted the lady by the hair. Holding her thigh, the lady was sure that he was of no use to her at all. The infected stabbed her with his sword. The demon king was bleeding. The singer bit her upper lip. Folding her arms, the idol thought that she also wanted to become stronger. Smiling, the protagonist asked the woman if she had assembled her team from the heads of the 5 guilds. With her eyes wide open, Hong replied that they had assembled their team without her, so she had to recruit other fighters. Sitting at the table, the lady added that she had already found candidates. Opening her mouth, the lady told her that she had asked the Robin Hood Guild to help find members for her party. Looking ahead, Hong expressed confidence that their team could win. Raising her hands, Luhua declared that this was a declaration of war. Smiling, Gio reminded that the tournament would start in a week. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist couldn't wait to take on the strongest players. People were walking down the street. Groups of users shouted that they were looking for teammates to participate in the tournament. Raising their hands, the adventurers continued to invite new members to their teams. Closing his eyes, the fighter decided that this event was completely unsuitable for lone introverts. Looking at each other, the guys noticed that the team of individuals was assembled. Sitting on their chairs, the rankers listened to the talk of recruiting players. Leaning her head on her arm, Minchoko said that they should find a new member to join their group as soon as possible. Eating the chicken, the physiotherapist replied that fate itself would bring them together with the right person. Turning her head, the girl asked King to say something. Holding a mug in his hands, the man replied that they were not here to speed up this process. Exhaling air from her lungs, the lady began to envy the calmness of her comrades. Looking away, the lady asked about how her uncle had met Gio in the past. The warrior stared ahead silently. The soldier looked down. Standing still, the player asked how much his interlocutor spent on the game. Opening his mouth, the thug replied that he had spent a lot of money to achieve the result. Looking away, the main character listened to the words that his abilities are useless. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that the package of a novice warrior costs 3,500 rubles. King's face was sweaty. The warrior smiled. Sitting at the table, the fighter said that this guy had found something that he himself had forgotten for decades. The player said that this was his attitude towards the guy. Opening her mouth, Minchoko suggested that they should create a guild where everyone wears the same clothes. Raising his head, the uncle explained that he had already built a statue in honor of he equals him. The girl noticed something to the side. Baring his teeth, the user promised that he would take revenge. Young man, go away. Blushing, the swordswoman remembered that it was the glutton. Gio was beating up the villain. The rankers ate food. The main character swung the club. The lady opened her mouth. After a moment, she bared her teeth. Placing her hands on her hips, the sorceress turned to the scoundrel. Smiling, the lady offered to talk for a while. Putting his hands in his pockets, the user asked who she was. Minchoko swung for a shot. Frowning, the ranker was unhappy with the way this man communicated with her, since she was already 20 years old. Covered with sweat, the young man replied that he was 17 years old. Putting her hand to her mouth, the swordswoman spoke about how after his interlocutor was beaten by Jiwoo, he only had the first level left. Opening his mouth, the player promised that he would level up again very soon, because regardless of the current level, he falls by 1 point when he dies. Covered with sweat, the boy shouted that he would take revenge. Minchoko's eyes widened. Lowering his gaze, the fighter decided that he had to pump the power of infection even more. The girl kept her head straight. A smile appeared on her face. Putting her hands on her hips, the player was surprised that after such a beating, her interlocutor continued to strive forward. Showing her tooth, the lady decided everything. With a wink, the lady said that now the glutton would be in their team. The guy narrowed his eyes. The sun was shining brightly. The arena for the tournament was visible. Looking at the players, it was clear that the number of participants was at least 400 people. People walked around the square. The news was opened on the screen, in which it was written about this event. Looking at the game's intro, everyone knew that the event would start soon. The sun was shining on the dense forest. Sitting in the clearing, Gio suggested that the tournament team meeting be started. Bringing the sandwich to his mouth, the main character said that it was necessary to determine the order of performances. Looking at the leader, the girl suggested that he simply kill all the enemies. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist replied that in this tournament, the opponents will change every match. Introducing the composition of the team, the guy explained that if everything had been as usual, then he would have killed everyone himself. The soldiers stood facing each other, and the young man decided that he should start with the weakest soldiers. The ladies prepared for battle, and the young man said that the average players should go next. The priestess stood in front of the thug, and Gio said that after that, the deputy captains would join the battle. Standing in front of the monster, the main character added that the captains would be the last to enter the field. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that weak players can be promoted for strategic purposes. Introducing the composition of the two teams, the guy offered to bring the weak opponent together with the captain. Eating a sandwich, Luna suggested that opponents could use such tactics as well. The warrior stood next to the magician, and the healer said that it was necessary to take into account the compatibility of their professions. Smiling, Gio decided that he should change the order after each fight. After introducing the composition of the two teams, Urus asked what would happen if there was a draw. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that in this case they would send support as cannon fodder. Smiling broadly, the spirit assumed that the weak would have a hard time. Walking on the carpet, the main character could not understand where love had gone. Opening her mouth, Luna replied that he was heading elsewhere. Closing her eyes, the girl spoke of death leaving with her. The ghost said that the time had come. Flying in the air, the familiar said that this stage is the strongest. With furrowed brows, the lady listened to the words that it was time for her to become a devil. Opening her mouth, the lady said that she wanted to be strong. Sweating, the demon king convinced her that she wanted her comrades to be proud of her even more. Standing still, Love asked if she would become stronger in the form of the devil. Baring his teeth, the pet explained that in this guise you can subjugate the whole world. Looking ahead, the ghost said that after waking up, the demon king would become the equal of the chaos god. The girl looked ahead. Flying in the air, Death said that all the answers were behind that door. Numerous chains were visible on the door. Opening his mouth, the familiar said that Her Majesty should go there. Clav clenched his fists as he listened to the words that she was stronger than the king. Furrowing her brows, the lady heard that she could become a god. On the company's website, an official ranked battle was announced, a team tournament. Information networks rushed into the distance. There was exactly a week to prepare for the tournament. The player, opening his mouth, shouted. The players, having gathered a team, rushed into battle. A huge snake opened its mouth. The lad cut off the snake's head. Thanks to the strategy and technical characteristics, the team coped easily. Some, like the girl sitting under the fountain, meditated. Although people paid attention to them, they did not interfere. Some players gathered in the forest, holding strategic meetings. Players held training battles. Each of the users prepared for the battle in their own way. Cities in the game have become noisy. Lightning flashed over the castle. Love stood in front of the gate. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. Frowning, she said that when she stepped through that door, she could become a devil. The girl froze in front of the gate. She narrowed her eyes, saying that anyone in her position would say that it was impossible. Dead, smiling, said that he did not know what was behind that door, for only Her Majesty could enter it. The previous Demon King was possessed by power more than anyone else, but he also possessed the corresponding abilities. He was able to assemble a huge army, but even he was unable to overcome these trials. Looking at the gate ahead, Dead said that after sinking into despondency after the first failure, he left and never returned. The chains were broken. They began to fall down with a clank. The girl opened her mouth in amazement. Locks and chains fell to the floor. The gates began to open. A bright light burst out of the open gate. The girl took a deep breath. Frowning, she mentally told Jaiwa to wait for her. The lady stepped forward. As she approached the gate, she said that she would be back soon. Soon the girl found herself in front of the entrance. Dead stood still, watching the girl. Parting his lips, he wished Love luck. Gradually, the hall began to plunge into darkness, waiting for the queen. Events take us to the forest near the mountains. Pharaoh, raising his paws, growled. Urus growled, jumping on him. Two animals began to fight. The protagonist and Gallardo, smiling, cheered Pharaoh. When Luna landed, she saw Gallardo snuggle up to the guy. She opened her mouth in shock and asked what they were doing. The young man, watching the pets fight, said that they were training Pharaoh. Closing her eyes, Luna asked if Pharaoh was not afraid to fight him. The young man replied by saying that he had shared some mana for this. They fought in spirit form without transforming into a physical body. The girl, after thinking about it, said that it was more like a game of domestic kittens. The guy, looking at the lady, asked what she had there. Everything as they thought? Luna straightened her hair and said that there was no need to go far. Many had already arrived at Front Village. Events take us to the city. A huge crowd of people gathered in the square. Various players walked the streets. For blacksmiths gathered in a group. They came from the Iron Planet Benef. Even the natives of the Sea God dimension had gathered here. They were the remnants of the Sea God people. The four mages in robes and hats came from the ancient magical empire of Loryu. Closing her eyes, the girl said that as they thought, many beings from other dimensions took part in this competition. The protagonist, turning away, said that it was the same in the closed beta. Then, based on the plot of the second season, that guy should also participate. The guy turned around and told Luna that she should stay here for a while, and he should go and say hello. Jiwoo, turning into a stream of light, rushed upwards. Gallardo, straightening up, asked whom he was going to greet. Luna, parting her lips, replied saying that he was going to meet the main character. The young man was sitting alone in the restaurant hall. On the tray were Jiaozi. The guy opened his mouth wide, shoving Jiaozi into himself. Ingen, being satisfied, ate dumplings. The protagonist entered the hall. Standing near the entrance, he told Ingen that he already knew that he was eating these dumplings here. Jio smiled. Opening her eye, Luna said that the guy had gone to the strongest in the history of the martial arts world. The young man turned. He opened his mouth, looking at his guest in puzzlement. Jio, sitting opposite the guy, said that he was also participating in the tournament, although he had no equal in the fight against dumplings. Closing his eyes, Ingen asked his guest who he was. The protagonist smiled, saying that they had already met during the testing of the closed beta, although when the club closes, all data, including NPC memories, is reset. He clutched a truncheon in his hand. A guy with a grin on his face brought down a truncheon. The club stopped a centimeter from the young man's head. The shockwave spread from the table. Grinning, Gio said that this time they would also face him in the finals. Looking up at Ingen, he said that there had been a draw that time, but it would not happen again. The boy stared at the guest with his mouth open in shock. The protagonist took Jiaozi. He waved his hand and leaving, said that they would see each other in the arena in a week. The boy grinned, saying that everything would definitely be different. Gio stopped. Ingen, turning, said that it was a draw on that occasion because he had yielded to him. The protagonist chuckled, saying that this guy was too cool. Turning around, he told the boy not to dare to lose until he met him. The protagonist disappeared. The young man sighed and smiled. The trio, standing aside, asked who it was. Wichan, parting his lips, asked if they knew him. Samjong moved his lips and said that a huge inner strength emanated from the guy. Sokyin pursed her lips without saying anything. The boy scratched his head and said that they might have been related in a past life, but he didn't remember it. Standing up, Ingen said that it seemed to be a lot of fun. He stood in front of his subordinates, saying that it was worth leaving the Central Plains for this. The best swordsman in the world, Ingen, was smiling as he waited for the tournament. Love walked in the darkness. Looking around, she said that there was no end in sight. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distance. Running towards the light, she was glad. Smiling broadly, the girl said that it didn't matter if it was a test or something else. She agreed to anything. Her cheeks turned red as she said that when she became a devil and returned to Jaiwu, then he would definitely praise her. Love stopped, or rather hung in midair. The girl froze, drenched in sweat. Below it was a huge abyss. A moment later, Love screamed. Her eyes widened in shock when someone called her a noisy guest. A barrier formed around the girl. The barrier with it flew up. The girl in the barrier assumed that levitation magic had been used. She looked away. A house was built on one of the cliffs. Love began to slowly descend towards the cliff. Soon, the barrier around her was broken. The lady looked around. Looking at the house in front of her, she asked if there was even such a thing in the Demon King's castle, or if someone had moved her to another place. The door of the house opened. The old lady smiled, saying that she had not had guests for a long time, And then there was such a beautiful lady. Closing her eyes, the old lady greeted the current Demon King. Standing in front of the girl, she said that she was glad to see her in the space of trials for the sake of becoming the devil. The lady, clenching her fists, said that she had come to the right place. Jumping up, she asked where she should start. The old woman hit her on the head. Smiling, she said that she should call her teacher. Her test is to learn from her. The demon closed her eyes and said that there were 3 levels in total. When she learns everything, the test will end. The girl, raising her head, said that she would go through everything at once. The old lady in front of her angered her, saying that everything had its own order. Because she was a loser now, so it would be dangerous for her. The girl jumped up when the demon said that if she defeated her, she would immediately make her a devil. Parting her lips, the old lady used the Demon King advanced skill. Mana gushed out of her body. Love opened her mouth in shock. Her eyes widened in horror. She remembered how mana enveloped her when she used this skill herself. Her hair swayed. Gradually, the hair began to change. Soon the hair took on a white color. So Love took the form of a Demon King. Mana began to gather in the old woman's body. Her body stretched out and began to transform. His purple hair fell down. The first Demon Queen took on her true form. She smiled, saying that they would now test the skills of the Demon King. The events in the Demon King dimension continue. A rumble was heard in the dimension. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of space. The Demon Queen grinned. While chasing Love, she screamed, saying that she liked it, even very much. Swinging for a punch, she said that she didn't think that hand-to-hand combat would be so much fun with her, the current Demon Queen. The girl, raising her hands, blocked the enemy's attacks. She struck back and cursed. Grinning, the woman said that even this rage of hers pleased her more and more. The queen turned. She struck a roundhouse shot. The girl coughed blood. Love smashed through a couple of rocks with her body. Smiling, the queen said that she was sorry that she was too weak. Raising her hand, she told Love that she was no match for the rest of the kings. Looking into the distance at the ruined rocks, she said that it was even shameful to call her that. Suddenly, a huge amount of mana burst out of the lavas. She grew wings and horns. Parting her lips, she ordered the queen to die. A torrent of mana rushed into the enemy. The queen stood motionless, not dodging. The woman sighed. She stretched out her hand using her extinction skill. Behind her, wings opened and horns formed. Mana gathered on the tip of her finger. 2 mana streams collided. The girl opened her mouth in horror. Pouring more mana into the flow of energy, the girl tensed. Suddenly, the sphere formed by the collision shifted. Love gritted her teeth. She realized that the skill was used alone, but the difference in strength was enormous. The queen sighed. She smiled, asking if she questioned the obvious. The mana flow exploded as it collided with Love. A huge amount of smoke rose into the air. The girl fell on one of the cliffs. She began to cough up blood. The queen, landing beside her, said that her first stage was to realize her weakness. She smiled, saying that they should start the test. The girl, smiling, said that she hoped for her help. Thus began her trials for the sake of becoming the devil. The lady was drenched in sweat because of the ordeal. The torment of self-discipline was a glass of water on his head. The lady looked up. The girl, raising her hands, asked the teacher what it was. The old lady replied by saying that it was just a paper cup filled with water, and she had to walk forward with it. It was forbidden to hold it with her hands. The girl bent her knees a little and cried out. The lady stepped forward. A glass of water immediately spilled. The old woman, parting her lips, called the girl stupid. Love, clenching her fist, screamed, saying that she herself had told her to practice discipline, and had ended up being forced to walk around with a paper cup on her head. The queen hit the girl on the head. The lady's face twisted into a grimace of pain and anger. The old woman, smiling, said not to talk, but to do what she was told. This is a mandatory course for becoming a devil. Events take us to the real world. We find ourselves in one of the cafes. The protagonist, smiling broadly, laughed. Squinting, he laughed, saying that the first Demon Queen was very funny. Looking at Love across from him, he said that he was also curious to try walking around with a glass. The girl, touching the top of her head, said that she herself did not know whether she should hint that she did not want to do this, as she began to beat her on the head with all her foolishness. Luna, looking away, said that it was just like in a martial arts movie, where an apprentice is trained by an eccentric master, and apart from that, are they doing anything else? Love, closing her eyes, said that even more absurd exercises. She sighed, saying that she had been taught morality. Luna smiled nervously when she heard her. The old woman sat the girl at the desk. Pointing to the picture on the blackboard, she asked Love what she would do if she saw a strong fellow bullying a classmate. The old woman, standing near the blackboard, asked. She would shout to the strong boy to stop and save the weak one, or use the principle of survival of the fittest, and unite with the strong against the boy. The girl twisted her face. The old lady smiled, saying that she could use the call to a friend. Closing her eyes, the girl mentally said that she needed to choose the first option, because she was now training to become a devil. She opened her eyes, understanding the purpose of this training. Smiling, the girl said that she would choose the second option, because the strongest survive. The old lady struck Love on the head, saying that it was the wrong answer. Walking away, she said that it was wrong to mock the weak by using force. But the question was still difficult. It was easy to make a mistake. The girl jumped up, saying that even the kindergartners would answer this question. The queen, sighing, said that she herself was mistaken, and there was more than enough self-confidence. She was still green. Looking at the disciple in front of her, she said that she seemed to be mistaken about the devil. Smiling, she asked what direction this demonic power Ma had. Lav, dropping her hands, said that she was clearly not a saint, but rather destructive and evil. The queen, after thinking, asked why she thought the devil was bad. She, stroking her chin, said that this is basically how he is perceived in society. Imagining fire, the old lady asked what she meant by Wayne flame. Smiling, she said that the flame is a destructive force that can both kill a person and destroy the world. It turns out that this is also evil? The girl's eyes widened with shock and realization. The petals rose up as the queen said that demonic power was an ordinary energy, not a synonym for evil. Opening her eyes, the old lady said that the one who controlled Ma and wielded this power was the being she was trying so hard to become, the devil. The girl froze, her mouth agape. She raised her eyebrows and nervously said that the demon king, the demon race, the demons, and everyone else were doing evil. They were killing innocents or trying to destroy the world. The old lady in front of her replied, saying that this is a feature of Ma. Closing her eyes, she said that the stronger she was, the more she wanted to do evil. This power absorbed the personality. Holding out her cane, she said that she, too, must have experienced the feeling when it gets colder, as if her personality was changing. The girl froze with her mouth open. She remembered how Hong, smiling, called out to Love. At this moment, Lav grew wings and horns. Approaching her, Hong said that she had previously thought that she would be swept away by this force. It turns out that this is the destruction she was talking about. Hong froze, her eyes twitching. She realized that Love seemed to have become a different person. The demon queen looked away. The old woman, standing in front of the student, asked her if she understood the meaning of self-discipline. The lady was stunned when the teacher said that she would have to control herself for the rest of her life. At this moment, a new characteristic was created: self-control. Love stared at the system panel in shock. The old lady stood at the side of the student and said that her new composure score was 5. She smiled, saying that in order to pass the devil test, you need at least 1,000 points of self-control. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She cried out in horror. Love jumped up, saying that when leveling up, you can only get 5 points. To get 1,000 points, she needs to level up 199 levels. Putting her hand behind her back, the queen said that this is not the only way to increase the indicators. Imagining the system panels, the girl said that she could increase the stat. You could increase it as a bonus stat when moving to a new level. But if you regularly engage in strength training, you can really increase the stats. So, after regularly lifting the dumbbell, the strength increased by 1 point. Throwing up her hand, the girl said that this method was ineffective. In order to increase one indicator, you need to train for more than 100 hours, so it was not popular for long in the early days of the game's existence. The old lady looked up and said that was why she had come here. Looking around the area, she said that if you practice self-control here, efficiency increases 1,000 times. Smiling, the queen said that if you translate this into real time, it will take at least 100 hours to reach 1,000 points. If she trains for 17 hours, it will only take her 6 days. The glass of water tilted. On the first day, the girl with skewed legs could barely walk. On the second day, she was sitting at her desk, listening to a lecture. On the third day, many glasses of water spilled on her. On the fourth day, she raised her hand, starting to ask questions. The old lady smiled and said that a lot of time had passed. Looking at the student opposite, she said that they would have enough for today. Many stars along with the moon illuminated the demon king's space. The pot was hung over the fire. The queen, raising her head, said that the moon was very bright here. Looking up at the sky, she said that it was good to listen to her, and it was really great to eat outdoors sometimes. The girl, smiling, said that the night sky here is insanely beautiful. She turned around, saying that she was curious about something. Why hadn't the previous demon king been able to pass the test? The queen sighed, saying that he was talented. He was the strongest among all the demon kings. Love, straightening up, asked if he had surpassed her. The old lady, angry, said that he was actually her student too. The teacher could not be weaker. Opening her eyes, she said that the battle with him was indeed the most difficult. He had outstanding abilities. Remembering the training, she said that the guy was consumed by the devil's power. He couldn't stand the training with the glass, kicked it out of anger, and left. Handing the plate to the teacher, the girl said that the meat stew was ready. She had been simmering it on the fire for a long time, so the meat should be soft and tasty. The old woman, scooping up the food with a spoon, said that she was so young, and she cooked perfectly. Covering her mouth, she said that if they married someone she liked, he would clearly be madly in love with her. Love grinned, saying that she felt so happy when she thought that the food she cooked was being digested and absorbed in Gio's stomach as his cells began to be made up of the nutrients contained in her dishes. The lady sighed. She involuntarily remembered how she cried as a child. Her toy was torn apart. Due to some circumstances, since childhood she lived alone, without grandparents and other relatives. Adults sometimes came to her. However, people smiled strangely as they picked up the banknotes. Soon Love grew up and began to spend time at the computer. Smiling, the girl said that at that time she had no choice but to learn how to cook herself. Suddenly, the old woman struck her with her cane. Waving her cane, she said that she must always control herself. The mercy of the teacher, the parent, and the sovereign are the same. The teacher and the parent are one. The lady clutched her head and opened her eye. The queen, frowning, said that she should call her granny outside of training. Love was surprised and shuddered all over. The old woman put the spoon to her mouth. When the girl wanted to say that the meaning was different, she hit her, telling her to be silent. Love narrowed her eyes, embarrassed. A couple more tears fell to the ground. Love cried, saying that she was glad that she, abandoned by her own parents, had a family. The old woman, turning her head, froze in shock. The girl abruptly pounced on her and hugged her. The queen opened her eyes. She smiled contentedly, realizing that she had made a huge mistake. Having lived for thousands of years alone, she had vowed to herself never to get attached to anyone, and then suddenly she fell in love with this girl. To the girl she was hugging now. Looking at the lady's mana, she realized that she had no battle talent, but among all the demon kings, she had the highest devil talent. After this crying girl finishes her last workout, the world is waiting for the first devil to appear. The old lady opened her eyes again, trying to understand if this child would be able to come to terms with the sadness of goodbye that would come at that moment. Parting her lips, she said that she had to say this, because she had such a beautiful granddaughter. A faint bonfire was burning on the cliff in the Demon King's space. The girl, smiling broadly, offered to have fun with Gio next time after the end of the tournament. She grabbed Granny's hands, saying that they would all have dinner together under the starry sky. That day, the two figures had fun around the fire. The queen smiled, praying that this child's life would be filled with nothing but happiness. Love smiled broadly and happily as she told stories from the game. She was holding her grandmother's hands. The rocks were pierced by fog. Suddenly, a loud stamping was heard. Love ran quickly forward. On top of her head was a glass of splashing water. The first demon queen stood aside and watched. Her eyes were closed. She ordered the student to jump. The girl lifted her heel off the ground. Then it soared high into the air. She rolled over. The water in the glass splashed. Love sank elegantly to the ground. The liquid in the vessel remained in place. The water trembled. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as she looked up and saw that she had succeeded. Suddenly, her eyes rounded in shock as the system reported that her composure score had increased. The window showed that there were now 1,000 units gathered there. The disciple jumped and joyfully shouted that the practice of self-control was over. The teacher smiled and praised her, saying that she was finally ready now. They stood opposite each other, and the old lady reminded them that there are only 3 levels of training. She remembered saying with her eyes closed that when Love learned everything, the test would be over, and she would be reborn as the devil. The girl was sweating, her eyes wide with shock. She stood with a glass on her head as she underwent the test of the first level of physical composure. The mentor was standing at the chalkboard when she passed the second level of mental self-control. The first demon queen smiled and explained that after completing the first and second levels, Love had gained 1,000 points of self-control, and now she had the right to challenge the third level. The student was covered in sweat when the old lady reminded her that after the final playthrough, she would be reborn as a devil. The teacher with her eyes closed said that unlike the exams of the first and second levels, the latter is much more dangerous. They looked at each other as the old lady said that there was only one attempt to complete this passage, and if the girl was defeated, she would not be able to start over. She furrowed her brows and added that Love would also be stripped of her demon queen essence. The girl remembered how she strangled the main character, and a spirit was nearby. The ghost handed her a green ball. The disciple was covered in sweat and opened her mouth in shock when the tutor said that if she suddenly lost her essence, she would no longer be able to become a demon queen. They were standing in the middle of the clearing. The first queen with a serious face said that if the girl decided to give up now, then no one would say a word to her, and it wasn't necessary to become a devil to become stronger. She held her hands on her staff, saying that the previous demon king was also among the strongest in the world, while not possessing the power of the devil. The old lady opened her mouth in surprise when Love suddenly said that she was accepting the challenge. She was smiling confidently. Her mentor was still looking at her in surprise. Then she closed her mouth and said that in that case, they would begin the final test. Suddenly, the teacher began to radiate a bright golden light. She stretched out her hand. There was the devil's jewel. She held the artifact, saying that as the first demon queen and devil guide, she had kept it for a long time. Love stared at the stone, stunned, as her mentor said that if she touched it, the final test would begin. The girl was covered with sweat. She reached out to the crystal, and the old lady announced the beginning of a test of mental composure. The light shone brightly behind them. The first demon queen smiled and told her successor to win and return unharmed, and also named her granddaughter. The girl's cheeks immediately turned red and her eyes lit up. A blinding beam appeared on the mountain. The desert was visible. Love stood in the middle of the void. She looked to the side and noticed that the landscape had suddenly changed, and this was probably the location of the final test. Suddenly, she saw a dark silhouette in the distance. It was a woman. The student's eyes widened in surprise. In the distance she was standing. The stranger turned around. Her skin color was gray. Suddenly she opened her mouth and said that she was ready to kill. Love hid behind the sand while the stranger repeated it over and over again. The girl furrowed her brows and thought that she was some kind of man, like a pubertal teenager. She was lying on the ground, assuming that this was the goal of the organizer of the third exam. She remembered how she and the old woman held the stone in their hand. Her opponent's face was hidden by her hair, and Love knew she needed to get the better of the version of herself that had been corrupted by demonic power and regain her composure. She asked with a smirk if that was the point. Then she jumped abruptly to the side. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that the last stage of the test would be a battle. The enemy turned when she heard a loud scream. Smoke was coming out of her mouth. Her eyes were black, and she said again that she was going to kill. Then she jumped up. The monster rushed into the sky. Then the opponent set her sights on Love. The girl opened her mouth in fright. Looking up, she rounded her eyes. The enemy knelt down before her. A stream of wind blew into it. The student opened her mouth wide. The monster looked at her and said that he would kill her. The girl smiled amusingly, not understanding when she managed to grow up like this. Suddenly the enemy raised her hand, shouting the same thing again. She slammed her hands on the ground, but Love managed to jump to the side. She furrowed her brows, indignant at the size of her opponent. Then she jumped on the monster's knee and shouted that people of the same weight category were fighting in a fair fight. The girl rushed forward with an angry face. She slapped the enemy on the cheek. The huge demon staggered. Her mouth was opened very wide as saliva dripped from her teeth. Suddenly, another head with a long neck came out of it. The demon queen furrowed her brows and asked what it was. The monster opened its mouth wide with 2 pairs of jaws and screamed loudly. The student's eyes turned red as she activated her skill. The enemy closed his teeth, but she was already running away from it. The girl turned around, horrified to realize that she could become the same if the demonic power consumed her. Suddenly, the giant's fist struck her from behind. Love coughed up blood. Another head came out of the enemy's mouth. Then she sucked it back. Raising her hands, she shouted loudly. The monster began to beat the ground with his fists. From her blows, a blast wave rose behind her. The student flew into the air. Her eyes were wide open as black blood spurted out of her mouth. She recalled her conversation with her mentor, who said that you don't have to become the devil to become the strongest in the whole world. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she assumed that this was for the best. The opponent continued to punch as Love thought that even if she didn't pass the test, she would at least be captured by a demonic force. The disciple closed her eyes and decided that she would always be by Jio's side. She imagined herself sitting next to the main character on a hunt in the body of a huge monster. Then she imagined them walking around the city. Love imagined the guy drinking from the same glass with her. While he is sitting at the table, she lies next to her. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that she would never allow this. There was a flash of pink light. The demon stopped, making a surprised sound. Love clenched her hands into fists and shouted that there was no way she would submit to the demonic power. With a confident look, she said that if she became like this, then Jaiwa would definitely exclude her from the candidates for the role of her wife. She then rushed forward, shouting for the giant to attack. She screamed loudly, clenching her hand into a fist. The enemy also swung for an attack. Love struck a huge fist. A pink flash of light appeared from their collision. The shock wave went in circles. 2 fists touched each other. The girl gritted her teeth and let out a painful moan. The giantess opened her mouth wide and screamed loudly. The demon queen clenched her jaw as she cursed in her mind. She was sweating because she didn't have enough strength. She hovered with 2 pairs of wings, thinking that she would lose if she retreated and attacked now. A red light appeared as the student thought that she needed to hold out a little longer. This white circle shone behind her, and the system reported that the girl was absorbing all the Ma energy that existed around her. Love gritted her teeth tightly. Suddenly, they turned into sharp fangs, her body undergoing changes under the influence of the demonic energy. She opened her mouth wide and let out a loud scream. Her eyes bulged as she thought about how demonic power wasn't synonymous with evil. She remembered sitting at her desk. She covered herself with sweat and said that the demon king, the demon race, the demons, and everyone else were doing evil. The old lady with a calm face replied that it was a feature of Ma, and the stronger it was, the more you wanted to do evil, because this power absorbed the personality. Her mouth with sharp fangs was open as Love remembered the old woman's words that in the future she would have to control herself for the rest of her life. The flash of light contrasted with the silhouette of the demon queen, whose soul resisted this force. The giantess opened her mouth in surprise as the light in front of her grew brighter. Then the flash turned golden. It was brighter and brighter. The monster looked at this dumbfounded. In the distance, a concentrated yellow glow could be seen. The enemy covered his face with his hand from the smoke. She closed one eye and moaned softly. There was a bright flash of light in front of her. The stone around Lav's neck flickered. The energy of absorption Ma was completely erased. Then the crystal changed color, the demonic power subordinated to the purified soul. The wind blew the girl's long hair. Her outfit turned white as she entered the hidden devil class. She opened her mouth in surprise. The giant opened her mouth wide as a drop of sweat dripped down her face. She looked at her student in shock. Lav's body radiated powerful energy. There was a confident and calm expression on her face. Saliva flowed out of the enemy's mouth. Her eyes bulged out in fear as she stared at the devil. Then she raised her head and screamed deafeningly. With her mouth wide open, she began to shout again that she would kill the girl. The opponent swung her hand for a blow. Her huge fist was approaching Love. The devil stood motionless. The giantess struck the ground with great force. Smoke rose under her hand. The ground cracked, but the girl was no longer there. The monster turned around as Love behind her spoke of a one-sided hatred of the devil. She narrowed her eyes and added that the source of this feeling was an inferiority complex due to the inability to become the same. She looked at the monster, saying that she could have become the same. Her opponent gritted her teeth furiously. She turned around and squealed loudly. Another head came out of her mouth. A long neck rushed towards the devil. The creepy monster opened its mouth wide and roared. Suddenly, a golden shield appeared in front of Love, which repelled the attack. The monster froze, stunned. The shield reliably shielded the girl from the enemy. With a calm expression on her face, she said that her opponent was a soul that was corrupted by an inferiority complex. Closing her eyes, the girl added that the condition for passing the last test was to wipe the monsters off the face of the earth and find peace of mind. Suddenly, the barrier began to shine brightly. The devil's body emitted yellow lightning. She looked down and said that she was sorry, but the giantess must die. The monster sweated with fear. A beam of energy rushed towards her. It pierced her body, and she lost her balance. A thick neck stuck out of the enemy's mouth. It let out a painful moan. The monster then fell to the ground with a crash. Black blood gushed out of her mouth. Another beam struck her in the stomach, and she screamed loudly. Suddenly, small clones of it began to crawl out from under the demon's skin. They came out of it, rushing up. A lot of clones were floating in the air. Love opened her mouth in amazement as she looked at this. The giantess's body seemed to disintegrate into smaller versions of her. There were more and more of them. Dozens of clones stood on the ground. They all looked in the same direction and repeated that they would kill the devil. The girl looked down and concluded that her enemy's body had split into many parts. Her body radiated yellow energy. She closed her lips and sighed heavily. The crystals on her jewelry flickered as she activated the demonic power of Ma. There was a detailed pattern on the necklace. The stones shone dazzlingly. The light around Lav spread wider. The clones opened their mouths in stunning. The power of Ma blinded everything around her, until the devil thought that was how she imagined the infinite mana she had received when she became queen. She floated in the air in the middle of her aura. A huge ball filled the space. Then, a beam of concentrated energy rushed down. Many of these rays emanated from Lav. The opponent was covered with drops of sweat from horror. They all looked frightened. The girl raised her hand. Looking down, she prepared to attack. A huge stream of mana rushed towards the crowd of clones. The beams hit every enemy. They coughed up blood, grunting heavily. The devil furrowed her brows. The entire crowd fell to the ground, screaming and groaning in pain. She closed her eyes. Then she stretched out her hand to the side. A yellow light shone brightly above her. Love clenched her hand into a fist. Suddenly, the energy turned into a hand. A huge fist hung in the sky. The student looked down and said that it was time to finish. The clones looked up with horror on their faces. The devil turned her head to the side. Then she abruptly stretched her hand forward. A huge fist was approaching the crowd of opponents. It turned out to be very close to them. The opponent was sweating. Then she opened her mouth wide and screamed deafeningly. A magic hand slammed into the ground. From this attack, a shockwave went in circles. A beam of golden light struck the sky. The wind blew through Love's long hair. She looked straight ahead. Suddenly, she looked up as the system announced the destruction of the corrupted soul and the successful completion of the final test of becoming a devil. A golden mist had accumulated around the girl. The challenge space had been destroyed. A white flash appeared. The devil was returning to the ordinary world. Her eyes were closed. Then she opened them abruptly. The student looked around, not understanding what had just happened. A smile appeared on her face as the old lady said that she was fine. She held her hand, smiling warmly. Love pounced on her mentor with a hug, screaming that she was able to pass the test and become the devil. She jumped happily, shouting that a corrupted version of herself had appeared there. But then suddenly a lot of little clones appeared. She raised her hand, but suddenly froze and sweated, as if she realized something. She remembered being hit on the head with a staff. Then she had a huge tumor on top of her head, and the teacher told her that she should always keep her composure. The devil dropped to one knee and thought that she was about to be punished for losing control. The first demon queen put her hand on her head. The student opened her mouth in bewilderment. The old lady praised her successor with a smile, and said that she had done a good job. She patted her on the head and added that her new devil form was very suitable for her. Suddenly, her master's body began to emit a pink light. Love opened her mouth in surprise when the teacher said that the time had come. She smiled broadly and explained that it was time for them to say goodbye. The girl covered herself in sweat, asking what she meant. The teacher raised her head and apologized to the student for not being able to honestly confess to her right away. A pink aura surrounded her body as she said that as a demon queen and devil guide, she had existed in this place for an infinite number of years. There was a joyful smile on her lips. She added that this was the mission and destiny that her mother had given her. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. A flash of light lit up the mist, and the old lady said that now that Love had completed her task, it was time for her mentor to disappear. The girl stretched out her hands to the side and asked if it was a joke, because the teacher promised that they would watch the starry sky together and would see each other often after the tournament. The old lady couldn't stop smiling, saying that she wouldn't be able to keep this promise. She kept her hands on the staff, adding that she was still glad that she was able to greet the devil. There was a scattering of white stars in the night sky, and the first queen explained that the power of the devil could turn anything imaginable into reality, and depending on love's abilities and imagination, she would be able to unleash endless possibilities. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted loudly that she didn't need it. She stood in front of the old woman, shouting that she would never have become a devil if she had known that her master would disappear. She closed her eyes, saying that she couldn't cope without her now. The disciple remembered looking at the first demon queen with an evil face, who had called her a loser. Then she remembered their fight, which she could not win. The first queen smiled while her successor's face was covered in sweat and blood. The girl raised her hand, holding a glass of water on her head. She sat at her desk while her teacher stood at the chalkboard. The devil's mouth opened wide, her voice began to tremble. She pursed her lips, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She remembered how they had eaten by the fire. Her face turned red, and she said that there were still a bunch of dishes that she cooked 100 times better, and her mentor still hadn't tasted them. The cheeks of the first demon queen were red. The girl remembered cooking on the fire, saying that she wanted to admire the starry sky with the old woman. Drops fell to the ground. She fell to her knees and said that she could not do without her. Love brought her hands to her face and added that she did not want to part with her teacher. She imagined them eating together, and how she told me that due to some circumstances, she had lived alone since childhood. The girl held a plate in her hand, saying that she had no mom and dad, grandparents, and other relatives. Suddenly, her face twisted as she received a blow to the head. The disciple arched her back, screaming in pain as the first demon queen said that she had to keep her cool and not allow herself to be too sentimental. The old woman was smiling. Standing in front of her successor, she came to the conclusion that those trainings were still not enough. Tears flowed from the teacher's eyes, and she said that she would worry about love. The girl pursed her lips, looking at her. She remembered how the old woman ate, and told the student to call her grandma outside of class. Then the devil looked at her dumbfounded. The first demon queen ate a spoonful of soup. The successor hugged the old woman tightly. She closed her eyes and began to call her grandma loudly. Tears flowed down her face, and she said that she could not even dream that she would ever have a family. Love opened her mouth wide and begged the first demon queen not to leave. The mentor was also crying quietly. They joined hands. The girl sat on her knees while the old woman said that now it was really time to say goodbye. Wrinkles appeared on her forehead, and she wished that the life of the devil was filled with only happiness. The student's mouth was wide in despair. Her teacher's body dissipated into thin air. Love was left to sit alone, but at parting, the first queen said that she loved her. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The host held a microphone in his hand, shouting that everyone had been waiting for this for so long. Teddy Bear raised his hand and announced the first Chrono Life ranked battle and tournament team fights. He stood in the middle of the empty arena, shouting loudly that the qualifying round was starting right now. The audience happily supported him with shouts. They raised their hands up. MC Mishka jumped into the air and said that he was happy to greet everyone. There were players around the arenas. These special rings were set up in big cities everywhere. Knights and mages were preparing for the qualifying tournament. There were 2 players in the arena, and Mishka shouted that qualifying fights would soon begin in all rings at the same time. He raised his hand and said that at least 100,000 teams would take part in total, but only 32 teams would be able to advance to the main stage. A huge arena stood next to the city, while the host asked which of them would be able to overcome the mortal battle and advance to the main stage. Then he shouted loudly that it was time to start. Green trees were visible. Someone stamped his foot on the ground. A team of 4 players went forward. Everyone turned to look at them in surprise. The famous YouTuber Dengu was smiling. His comrades were next to him. He was wearing an emperor armor that was worth 1 billion gold. People in the crowd were discussing it. The young man chuckled and thought that this was magnificent. He furrowed his brows and thought that the video would turn out exactly as he wanted. His golden armor sparkled in the sun as he thought about the obligation of the poor to praise him because he had bought this armor worth 1 billion won especially for that day. On his back hung a sword worth 500 million. A drop of sweat appeared on Deng's cheek, and he thought that even though he had to spend, it turned out to be a good offer because he would be able to increase the number of his followers. Beauty blogger, so he smiled and said that everyone was looking at the captain of their team. Her face turned monochrome, and she thought that he was a jerk, because he could have spent money on her, since he had invested 1 billion in the game. The muscle master said with a smirk that Dengu had a great image and was a respected person. The image lost color when the guy thought he would finish him off after the tournament. The deputy smiled and wished everyone good luck. When his face turned black and white, he thought that it was better for him not to associate with these low-grade poor souls. The quartet went forward. Suddenly, Mishka appeared in the air and asked them to stop. He raised his hand and asked if they were YouTuber Dengu's alliance. The team stared intently at the host, who explained that he was a double of the real Mishka. He raised his hands up and added that there were his doubles in each ring. The players stood in front of the host. They opened their mouths in amazement when he said that this was done for the reason that all the fights start at the same time. Dengu sweated and asked if each doppelganger had his own personality, to which Mishka replied that he was the main one. The guy crossed his arms, and the host said that their first fight of the qualifying round would now begin. He asked who would go to the duel of the privates. Jock said with a smile that it would not be easy, and so he replied that she was a private because she had the lowest level. The captain standing in front said that he would participate in this fight. The guy looked at him dumbfounded, and the beauty blogger said that Dengu has the highest level, and he should participate in the duel of captains. The young man smirked contentedly and said that in such a competition, it was important to take the lead as early as possible, so that he would participate in a duel of rank and file. His face lost color when he thought that the views would definitely skyrocket. Once the game was over, he would upload the winning video. The captain grinned. He crossed his arms as he stood in the ring. His opponent was Gio, who made a funny expression. He opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, saying that he was very much looking forward to the first duel of the privates. The opponent pursed his lips. The baton hit him in the face and knocked out one of his teeth. An explosion thundered in the arena. The fire spread beyond the sight. Dengu's comrades froze in amazement when the host announced the victory of the main character. The pet twitched his ears, and the duel of the middle ones began. Pharaoh was standing in the ring. Ur sat on his master's head, shouting for the dog to defeat the enemy. The beast furrowed its brows. It had been training for the past week. They fought the dragon during tough training. The pet was waiting for the start of the fight. For him, this time of preparation was not in vain. His face was focused, and his potential in the fight was awakened. So he raised her hand and announced that she was surrendering. Mishka raised his paw and shouted that the team of YouTubers had withdrawn, and the protagonist's team had received their first victory. Luna was standing next to the guy, and the host shouted for him to get a good rest before the next fight began. Two players stood opposite each other. The qualifying stage of the team match tournament began in earnest. The swordsmen jumped into the air. Two magicians were fighting in the ring. Gio stood outside the arena while the other players watched the fight closely. He ate a chicken leg, saying that it was very noisy here, and the girl agreed to this. The ring stood in a row, and the goddess of life explained that there were 50 of them in each city, that is, a total of 1,500. She looked to the side and said that the preliminary fights would last 2 days, and you could go to the main stage if you won about 12 times. The young man closed his eyes and asked if there were too many fights due to the number of participants. Everyone turned around when they heard a loud scream. Everyone gathered at one arena. The main character stretched his neck forward and asked who arranged such an interesting duel. Suddenly, his eyes bulged in amazement as he saw two silhouettes on the battlefield. Luhua smiled as she held a huge hammer on her shoulder. The audience jumped up in fear when the guy loudly called an acquaintance. He opened his mouth wide in fear when the host announced that the girl had won the captain's duel. She happily raised her hands up when Mishka shouted that her team had won all 4 fights. Luhua approached the guy, who was shocked not only because of her victory, but also because of her involvement. He covered himself with sweat and said with a smile that, although this was a preliminary stage, it was not easy to win a duel of captains. The girl furrowed her brows and replied that she was no longer what she used to be, and this time she had even managed to get her hands on an amazing weapon from the Banff continent. She showed her hammer. Suddenly, the alchemist opened her mouth wide, looking up. Luna was standing next to the guy, and the girl asked where Love was, and who was hanging on his back. The young man closed his eyes and explained that it was Giardo, the last of the 3 great dragons, and served as a cloak. They were standing opposite, and Gio explained that Love would join them later due to personal circumstances. He explained with a smile that even if Pharaoh lost, he and Luna would win. The girl furrowed her brows in displeasure and said that victory would be enough for the two of them. She then sweated and asked if Love was okay, as she wouldn't miss a duel with the protagonist. Standing nearby, Luna calmed the alchemist and said that the devil would return soon. She closed her eyes and added that she was clearly not a pampered girl. The goddess of life smiled and said that when she first met her, she thought she was a simpleton. Then the goddess knelt down in front of Love. The two girls looked at each other. Luna narrowed her eyes and said that this girl was very stubborn and strong, and she would definitely return soon as if nothing had happened. A house could be seen on a high mountain. A cross was stuck in the ground. The devil sat on her knees. Her hands were folded in a prayerful gesture. She closed her eyes. Opening her mouth, she called her mentor and said that she was leaving. Tears fell on her knees. The girl smiled and said that next time she would definitely come to her with Gio. Sitting in front of the grave, she wished her grandmother to sleep peacefully. The cross was fixed with stones. The spirit looked at the devil from afar. He had a sad expression on his face. Love wiped away her tears with her hand. Then she stood up. Closing her eyes, she said that it was time for her to return. Dead looked at her and replied that he understood her. Then, he opened his mouth wide, from which a bright light shone. The monster ate the girl, closing its fangs. The sun was shining over the village. A devil came out of the ghost's mouth. She stopped, her hands clenched into fists. The spirit was behind her, saying that for the sake of her comfort, he had moved to the human world, namely the frontline village. The girl looked down and thanked him, saying that she would now go to the protagonist. Suddenly, her eyes widened as the system announced the cancellation of the devil's coming. Love's clothes turned black again. She looked down at her hands and realized that she had returned to the image of the Demon King. Someone was standing in front of her, saying that it was because she had used up all of her Ma energy. The girl opened her mouth in shock. In front of her was her mother. The deity smiled and said that she was glad to meet you, although they were communicating like this for the first time. The woman radiated a golden light, saying that she had come to congratulate on the birth of a new god. She was very much waiting for the appearance of the devil. With her mouth wide open, Mother told her that love didn't have to worry about her turning into a demon queen again, and that when the energy was restored, the devil's coming would be available again. She raised her hand and suggested that the disciple must have wondered why Luna was constantly using the power of the goddess of life. Raising one finger, the woman explained that each power has its own type and abilities. The girl lowered her head down and asked the goddess to stop. She opened her mouth and added that it was for the best. Lowering her gaze, she said that if she was constantly in the form of the devil, she would not be able to stop thinking about her master. Her mother looked at her silently. She smiled and asked if love wanted to meet the first demon king. The devil grabbed her by the shoulders, and she said there was a way to do it. The girl covered herself in sweat, asking if she would be able to see Granny again. The deity floated in the air, saying that she had no reason to lie. She added with a smile that she really didn't understand something. Her mother's hair was shining brightly. She asked why waste so many emotions on an ordinary NPC in the game. They were standing in an alley, and the woman said that the mentor was not a real character, but just a fragment of a program that consisted of code. She asked with a grin why the devil was so emotionally imbued with her. Love cried, screaming for her mother to tell her about this method as soon as possible. The woman sighed and told the devil to go to Jaiwa in the ring for the qualifying fights first. There was a clear sky over the village. The players opened their mouths in amazement. They were covered with sweat from shock. A team of 4 warriors went forward. The demon had purple horns. The other player wore a red cape. Horns peeked out from under the hood. Long shining hair was visible. The creator and his companions were called the team of the underworld. Lav's eyes widened in fear. The main computer, Chronolife, appeared in front of her. With a smirk, his mother wondered if she should arrange a meeting with the first demon king. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her by the shoulders. Drops of sweat dripped down the idol's face, and she asked if she would really be able to see her grandmother again. Smiling broadly, the system noticed that first he needed to go to Jaiwa in the ring for qualifying fights. Rays of sunlight fell on the roofs of buildings. The players lowered their jaws in bewilderment. A group of 4 people walked through the middle of the square, and the main computer reported that when it was there, it would notice one team. Horns were visible on the head of one of the users. A red halo hovered over the guy's hair. The user's black clothes were torn, and the mother revealed that they were the dead who had overcome the limb of life and had returned from the underworld. The young man's yellow hair shone brightly, and he noticed that the underworld was the afterlife, that world or hell. The creator of the game's server stood in front of the rest of the underworld team. The knight lowered his jaw in alarm. His pupils noticeably decreased in size from fear. Yopi humbly lowered his eyelids. Huracan lowered the corners of his lips. The god of destruction's face showed a joyful grin. Abruptly taking off from the spot, the players shouted that they need to run, because bosses have appeared in the village. Suddenly, all the people in the square fled in different directions. Bursts of white smoke appeared in the air. The plush toy stretched its paw up and told everyone to stand. 3 copies of bears hovered in front of users, who simultaneously exclaimed that ladies and gentlemen should not be afraid, because now they are not monster bosses. Smiling broadly, the unusual creature revealed that their team was called the Underworld, after which he added that they were now the same participants in the tournament as they were. In bewilderment, lowering his jaw, the man clarified whether the monsters would participate, to which the host shouted that this was true, because not only users, but also NPCs could take part in their tournament. Raising his paw up, the plush toy said that as the host of the tournament, he guarantees that these guys will not attack outside the ring. 2 small fangs could be seen in his mouth, and he advised the participants not to worry and enjoy the fights. Raising his eyebrows in alarm, the guy asked if it was true, and then muttered that in this case, it was good. Love was standing in the middle of the crowd, when suddenly someone asked if they were too strong, because they bring dead bosses back to life. A drop of sweat dripped down the girl's cheek. With frightened eyes, the idol thought about the fact that she had been told to go to Gio's ring for the qualifying fights. It was a flashback in which the game's main computer smiled broadly and said that when she was there, she would notice one command. The lady's pupils noticeably shrank from fright. Looking at the underworld crew in the crowd, the demon queen remembered that they were the dead who had overcome the limb of life and had returned from the underworld. Red halos could be seen above the heads of the monsters. The popular star parted her lips uncertainly. Pulling her shoulders back, the master of hand-to-hand combat thought about the underworld. With her eyelids wide open, Love wondered if the dead characters had come back to life again. The silhouette of the grandmother from the girl's memories appeared. With their jaws lowered in bewilderment, the players did not understand what was happening. The members of the underworld team were walking one after another, when suddenly someone asked who this thug was. The big man clenched his fists tightly, and the watcher noted that he was seeing him for the first time, and asked if he was Chronolife, and his interlocutor suggested that it could be an unknown dungeon boss. Lowering his jaw, Dead cried out that this was a nightmare. Hovering in the air next to the hostess, the spirit declared that this could not be. Drops of sweat ran down the pet's face, and he began to talk about that person. The big man took a step forward, and the ghost was surprised that this was the past Demon King. The monster furrowed his brows angrily. Putting a finger to his chin, Gio said that this was why he was seeing him for the first time. With his mouth wide open in rage, Dead called out to the protagonist. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The player stretched the cheeks of the commander-in-chief of the demon world and shouted that he had long wanted to catch him and stretch him in different directions. Urus's jaw dropped in surprise. The spirit's eyes turned sharply black, and he wondered if his master had done this to anyone other than him. Dead's shadow was reflected on the ground, and he resented that he almost had a seizure due to not realizing when he appeared, to which the protagonist replied that he had just arrived. A white silhouette appeared next to the interlocutors, and the user admitted that he was glad to see Captain Love. Turning his head from side to side, the young man asked where she was going, and her pet said that he had just been here. The ghost saw the girl's long white hair in front of him and noticed that there she was. The idol stepped closer to the Underworld team members. The creator of the game server stood with his hands in his pockets. Gio and Dead opened their mouths wide in surprise. Smiling, the developer said that he was glad to see her. Standing in front of his allies, the guy clarified whether she was the seventh sin of envy, after which he added that she was now just a demon queen. Lowering his chin, the founder politely asked her to clear the way, and then added that he was glad to meet them, but now they needed to go to a preliminary duel. The cheeks of the popular star are noticeably red. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the master of hand-to-hand combat said that they were all definitely dead, and clarified how they still managed to return to life, as if nothing had happened. With a thumbs up, the creator of the game's server explained that it wasn't that simple, and then exclaimed that she could see for herself that they had red halos above their heads. Love opened her mouth wide and asked again how they did it, when the guy noticed that only the dead have such things. Her eyes widened in alarm. She said she was asking how they had managed to get out of the underworld. Smiling broadly, the developer muttered hesitantly that this was the case, and that it was a secret. Suddenly, a punch flew across his cheek. It seemed as if the creature began to fall to the ground with its legs straight. Gio and Dead lowered their jaws in fright. The players rounded their eyes in bewilderment. The idol's pupils began to shine brightly. At the same second, the creator of the game's server collapsed to the floor with a crash. Fangs could be seen in the stranger's mouth, who was indignant that he called it a secret. The young man was lying face down on the ground, and the girl said that he asked for it. Sweat was dripping down the men's faces, and they didn't understand how she managed to knock out the dead boss of destruction, the last boss of the first season, and thought it was a nightmare. The demonic entity put its hands on its sides, when suddenly Jopi called out to it. Closing his eyes, the warrior announced that this is their leader and queen of the underworld, who controls all the dead, as well as the absolute lord. The silhouette of the Queen of the Dead appeared, and the system reported that her level was unknown. Users bulged their pupils in alarm when they heard who she was. The guy's cheeks suddenly turned red with embarrassment. A red rhombus was visible on the girl's forehead, and someone was heard clarifying whether this was the beauty. Turning her head to the side, the Queen of the Dead called out to Love, to which Love replied hesitantly. Lowering her chin, the lady clarified if it was true that, as far as she knew, she wanted to bring a dead NPC back to life. With alarmed rounded eyes, the lady replied that everything was correct. At the same second, the heroines came close to each other. The girl's pupils noticeably decreased from fright. Behind them, the members of the underworld team could be seen, and the idol didn't know when she had made it, after which she added that she was very fast. Suddenly, the queen of the underworld put her finger to her lips thoughtfully. Slightly tilting her torso towards her interlocutor, the demon noticed that she was very beautiful, after which she asked if the NPC she needed to resurrect was a man, to which she replied that she was not. Placing her hands on her sides, the ultimate overlord said that this is great, so he will tell her about how to bring the character back to life. Smiling, the dark entity explained that although it was unexpected, their death did not affect anyone, after which she added that she already liked the interlocutor, and was also very beautiful. Standing close to the popular star, the queen of the underworld said that in the current situation, the fastest way is to consistently win this tournament. The lady's eyes were glinted with light, and she said that this was how she would be able to meet their team, after which she added that then all that remained was to defeat them. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, Love clarified if this was all, and if she could bring her grandmother back to life if she won. Resting her fists on her hips, the absolute overlord exclaimed that this was only the first condition. Smiling broadly, the dark entity told what was next the most important second condition, and continued to speak. At what she heard, the idol's eyes widened in fright. The players watched the girl's dialogue in bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows tiredly, Gio wondered what they were talking about, since nothing could be heard because they were too far away, to which Dead replied that he did not know. Suddenly, the Queen of the Dead disappeared, leaving a trail of white dust on the ground. Turning his head to the side, the main character clarified whether the Queen of the Underworld had left, when suddenly the master of hand-to-hand combat noticed him. The heroes were surrounded by a crowd of players, and the guy noticed that their entire team had left, to which the popular star replied that they said that it was time for them to fight, and the protagonist added that he was sorry, because they seemed interesting to him, and that he wanted to talk to them a little. Smiling broadly, the young man asked how the captain was feeling, and whether she was better now. Raising her eyebrows in embarrassment, Love replied that everything was fine, after which she thanked him for his concern. Lowering her eyelids, the girl apologized for missing his fights, to which he said that there was nothing wrong with it, because he and Luna coped with everything. Taking a step forward, the idol stated that she would try her best. Parting her lips uncertainly, the lady explained that she would try 100-fold as much as she had caused trouble to all of them. Taking her hand behind her back, the popular star promised that she would demonstrate the new power of the devil to everyone. There was a view of the high castle behind the forest. Gio seemed to stick his tongue out of his mouth in a frenzy. The main character sharply hit his opponent on the forehead with a wooden truncheon. After the attack, a powerful stream of flame splashed out of the weapon. Wrapping his paws around the microphone, the presenter exclaimed that this was a great attack, after which he added that the entire ring was covered with dust. The guy was standing alone in the arena, and the plush toy didn't understand where the pink man had gone. The opponent's cloak fluttered in the wind, and the bear screamed that the participant was outside the ring. The saber in the fighter's hand shone brightly, and the unreal beast said that he needed to return as soon as possible, because if he didn't do it within 10 seconds, he would lose. Looking at the host, the young man explained that he had already died and had just been reborn, when suddenly the system reported that the Geo team had 3 points, and the pink team had 0 points. Raising its paw up, the plush toy announced that the victory belongs to the deputy protagonist, and his team wins. Climbing into the arena, the bear exclaimed that the final battle, namely the duel of the captains, could be held with the consent of both teams, after which he added that this fight was a performance that had nothing to do with the victory or defeat of the team. Shifting his gaze towards his partners, Jaiwa asked if it was true that only Pharaoh had not entered the ring from them yet. Urs saddled the beast, when suddenly the main character clarified whether his assistant would come out in the duel of captains, to which he agreed. The cat entity furrowed its brows, and it turned out that he had been excited even before the match began, because the genius talent that had been dormant in him had awakened. Putting their palms up, the opponents simultaneously declared that they refused the duel of the captains. Putting the wooden baton up, the player cheered happily, while the host announced that the other team had refused to fight the captains, so the Geo team was winning. The main character abruptly shifted his gaze to the side when someone said that they had a fight here. Hong appeared behind him, which made him happy. With an embarrassed grin, Guildmaster Robin Hood noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Standing on the grass, the elder asked how they were doing, since they had not met in the game for a long time, to which the user replied that this was true. Smiling broadly, the young man asked how she was, and then added that she had said that she had decided to start her own team, and not team up with other guild masters. Squinting her eyes, the leader of the group said that this was true, after which she added that he still remembered. A flashback appeared in which Hong was holding a glass of coffee in her hand, and Jaiwa clarified whether she had assembled a team, and whether the heads of the 5 guilds would fight together. Her eyes widened in delight, and she replied that they had founded a team of 4 except herself, and then continued that she had decided to put together her own after that. Sitting at the table, the guy clarified what about the members of the team, to which she replied that she had already found it. Smiling broadly, the lady asked if he knew that their guild Robin Hood had most of the information about Chronolife, and then added that she had asked its members to help her with her search. With her eyes rounded in delight, Hong remarked that it was possible that they would beat his team and win the tournament. Gallardo held onto her master's body with both hands and feet, and he asked who her teammates were, after which he exclaimed that she should tell them, to which she agreed. Turning back, the elder cried out that she was going to introduce them anyway, because they were waiting for her behind, which surprised the interlocutor. Waving her palm, the girl asked her partners to come up to her. Smiling broadly, the protagonist stated that since Hong had collected them, they were not ordinary users. With her eyes rounded in surprise, Luna wondered if it was so easy for a player who was more aware of the importance of information than anyone else to reveal the identities of her teammates. The life goddess's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she wondered why she would introduce her own team members to future opponents. After all, if they were serious about winning, then one day they would surely have to fight them. Shifting her gaze to the side, the leader of the group exclaimed that first was their private. Pointing her palm to the ground, the lady introduced Mr. Royal Slime. Furrowing his brows angrily, the creature said in a bass voice that it was a pleasure to meet him. A scheme for turning a mage into a slime ball appeared, and Gio was surprised that the slime could speak, when suddenly Hong explained that the slime had previously been a regular mage user, but by pure chance, he had to secretly change the sphere, after which he even changed his nickname to the Slime King. Stretching his limb upwards, the slime noticed that this was the famous player, and then added that it was a great honor for him to meet him, to which he thought that he was a gentleman. Gio seemed to be squeezing an unusual slime hand. A satisfied grin appeared on Hong's face. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that they would still have time to talk, but for now she would introduce them to the second member of the team. The man was wearing a black robe, and the group commander noticed that for their information, it was the one she wanted the most. Under the hood was the outline of a woman's face, and the elder reported that he had once appeared in Chrono Life and was like a comet destroying all the enemies in front of him, without separating the monsters. The lady tossed her cloak high in the air after Guildmaster Robin Hood exclaimed that it was a mysterious user who had risen to the top of the rankings in no time. Princess Rabbit wrapped her fingers around the wooden sword, and the system reported that she was at 270 level. The player curled her lips indignantly. Spreading her knees to the sides, Love was surprised by the appearance of the manager, to which she greeted him. Resting her fist on her thigh, the woman remembered what nickname she had in the game, when suddenly a notification appeared with her characteristics. Suddenly, the image of an assistant in real life appeared. Smiling broadly, the lady exclaimed that they had not seen each other in the game for a long time, after which she clarified whether it was the last time in a computer club. In the past, the idol sat at the computer table, and these were the times when she moved out of her parents and lived alone. The girl was typing with her fingers on the keyboard. On the screen, two characters could be seen next to each other, and it turned out that these two first met in the game when they were sitting in a computer club, and began to communicate. Bulging her pupils, the popular star reported that she had heard that an unknown guru had recently appeared, and then clarified whether it was her. The manager smiled contentedly and replied that it was true, and Chrono Life was quite a fun thing, and then she noticed that it was the best game. Standing in front of her interlocutor, the master of hand-to-hand combat was indignant that the manager was always grumbling at her that she was hanging out here, to which she began to laugh loudly. Folding her hands behind her back, Luna inquired about whether this was the celebrity's real assistant, to which Jaiwa replied that he did, and that he had seen her a couple of times. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the demon queen noticed her friend's uniform. A wooden sword hung on the woman's belt, and her ward asked if this was the basic appearance that was given when creating a character, and if the weapon was a wooden sword for 10 gold from the beginner's arsenal. A white t-shirt and a black skirt appeared, and it turned out that the rookie outfit set is the basic set that is given when creating a character. The weapon was surrounded by a bright glow, and it was said that this wooden sword was sold for 10 gold in the rookie shop, and would be slightly stronger than the wooden club in terms of its characteristics. After that, several other basic accessories were visible. Love asked if she should pick up new clothes for her, to which she waved her hand and replied that she didn't need anything. Confidently lowering her eyebrows, the manager explained that she walks like this on purpose, after which she added that she always uses only basic equipment. With her mouth wide open with anger, the girl clarified whether this was possible at all, because high-level monsters then do not take damage, to which the interlocutor noted that she did not know anything yet, and for such an old-timer as her, there would be a way to do everything. Jumping between the ladies, the host greeted the respected participants. Putting its paw forward, the plush toy announced that Team Hong had a 5th battle coming. Standing on the grass, the elder said that it was just in time, and then asked if they wanted to watch their fight. Squinting her eyes, the team captain announced that their 4th team member would play alone in this fight. Joe's eyes widened in alarm. A view of many combat arenas opened up. Holding the microphone in his hand, the bear asked the audience for a minute of their attention, after which he exclaimed that they had received an interesting offer. Pointing to the man in the dark robe, the host said that only one fighter from the Hong team would perform in this fight, and then added that he would fight with all members of the opposing team at the same time. Putting her claw forward, the plush toy explained that this fight would be 1 against 4. There were stitches on the face of the unusual animal, and he noticed that this was generally forbidden by the rules, but this was the romance. Standing in the arena near the fighter, the bear said that he was giving the right to choose the opposite team, after which he added that they would decide whether to accept this offer or not. Sticking the tip out of his mouth, Gio exclaimed that it was cool. Smiling broadly, the main character remarked that it would be fun, and then added that in the next fight he would also fight 1 against 4. Closing her eyes, Luna sighed heavily and said that it was unlikely that the opponents would agree, because if she had to fight Mr. Loser, she would be completely destroyed regardless of whether it was a 1-on-1 or 1-on-4 fight, so it would be reasonable to just give them one victory and see the team's score change to 1 against 3 points. Stretching his paw back, the bear said that now they would find out the opinion of the opposing team. Monstrous monsters appeared, and they turned out to be the remnants of the sea god race. With alarmed eyes, Love shouted that it was them. A memory appeared in which the eyes of the undead emitted a bright glow. A drop of sweat was running down the idol's cheek at that moment. The huge monster struck a sharp blow to the girl's stomach. A moment later, the sinister monster grabbed her by the hair. Standing on the grass next to the ring, the players were horrified that this was the sea god race, after which they shouted that they had appeared in heaven on the first day of the 2nd season. In the hand of the monstrous monster, a sharp trident could be seen, and it was said that these were the strongest creatures belonging to the sea god race. In the past, a wooden baton smashed the wall of the space abruptly. Multicolored planets flew in the stratosphere. Suddenly, the weapon hit the surface of the planet. At the same second, a powerful flow of energy rushed upwards. A bright flash of light appeared, and it became clear that during the opening of the 2nd season, the entire race on the planet had been wiped out with the help of Gio's attack. Several sinister monsters stood next to each other, and fortunately for them, the few individuals that attacked the other dimensions still survived. Blue streams of magic flew out of the eyes of the undead. A mountain of gold coins and expensive items could be seen, and these monsters decided to participate in order to receive a prize of 30 billion gold. A view of a space filled with unusual bubbles opened, and with this money they can buy a new planet and revive their race. White lines seeped through the thick skin of the evil spirits, and someone thought that it was enough just to give birth to children, but without the planet of home, this is impossible. The monster's sharp fangs were stained with blood, and he thought that the ocean water here was very good, but there were too many enemies, so they needed a planet where they could safely increase their population, and he wanted the uncivilized people to wait until they would repay them for this humiliation. Lowering her jaw, the master of hand-to-hand combat shouted that a duel of 1 against 4 was reckless. After all, they were much stronger than they seem, after which she added that even the weakest participant had a level of more than 1,000. Holding the royal slime in her arms, Hong replied that everything was fine, because the members of her team were much stronger. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, Love asked her again. The girl's pupils noticeably decreased in size, and she did not understand where she got such confidence. Looking at the man in the dark robes, the idol wondered if it was all about the last member, and who he was. Rays of sunlight illuminated the clothes on the stranger's back. Jumping next to the monstrous monsters, the bear asked if all the representatives of the sea god race had heard that this would be a big duel of 1 against 4. Stretching the microphone up, the host asked what they would do and whether they would accept the offer. Drool ran down the sharp fangs of the undead, and he declared that they agreed, after which he added that even 1 against 1, at least 1 against 4, they would still win. With her legs wide apart on the ground, the plush toy exclaimed that it was great, and with the consent of both teams, this fight would be held in special conditions. Raising his paw high, the unusual beast exclaimed that in this case, it would give them the opportunity to start. Suddenly, the monster tore a limb off the surface of the ground. With his mouth wide open, the sea god race exclaimed that the impudent people would die because of their own arrogance. It seemed like a team of undead running towards the player. The stranger abruptly raised his hand to his face. At the same second, the user snapped his fingers. It seemed as if the body of the sinister monster was cut into several pieces. The upper part of the body of the evil spirits flew up. A moment later, the remnants of the monstrous monster crashed to the ground. The stranger began to remove the hood from his head. The man resolutely threw his cloak aside. Adjusting his glasses with 2 fingers, the magician declared that they were simply rationalists. Elancia furrowed his brows angrily as the system reported that this participant had the hidden profession of a spirit master. Particles of magic swirled around the sylphs, and the artificial intelligence notified that it was the king of the wind spirits in the form of a boy who was in the period of growth. With her eyes rounded in surprise, Luna didn't know if the man was a spiritist, to which Gio asked if she knew him. The girl lowered her jaw and said that this was the first user who switched to a hidden profession, after which she added that it was popular in the early days of Chrono Life. Looking forward, the goddess of life noticed that his job was a hidden profession called a master of spirits. The unusual creature tugged at his master's cheek and stated that he had already told him that he hated fish because it had too pungent a smell, while the lady said that his partner spirit was originally a lower-level spirit, but he had recently been promoted to the rank of Wind Spirit King. Looking sideways, the guy clarified if this meant that he was very strong, to which the interlocutor replied that it was true. After all, he had killed 4 representatives of the sea god race at once, whose level was more than 1,000th. A flashback appeared in which the player slapped his palm against the palm of the assistant, and the sorceress noticed that the combat power of the spirit master was determined by the strength of the spirit he possessed, after which she added that it increased as his bond with the owner grew stronger. The sylph tugged at the man's cheek, and Luna talked about how they had been together since the discovery, so no one had a stronger connection. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl said that until Gio appeared, Mr. Elancia was in first place in the rankings. The main character looked at his partner in bewilderment. Love's eyes widened in surprise. Parting her lips, the idol wondered if this famous player was the last member of Hong's team. Squeezing her eyes shut, the demon queen said in her mind that now she understood what she was saying so confidently, so she was worried in vain. Lowering his eyebrows, the bear exclaimed that this was an amazing destructive force, as well as an overwhelming power. Standing next to the players, the host announced that the winner was the Hong team. Lowering her jaw, the girl turned to Gio. Royal Slime took the lead of his teammates, and his captain announced that they would meet in the finals. There was a view of the magical night sky above the houses, and this is how the first day of the qualifying stage went. In the evening, users sat at the tables and shared their impressions of the tournament. Players ate food and drinks, and also enjoyed each other's company. The guys were smiling broadly, and it turned out that they were doing it in the game. Guild Elder Robin Hood squeezed her eyes shut contentedly. The teenager was typing with his fingers on the keyboard, and it became clear that someone was doing it online. Wooden mugs of drinks hit each other as winners and losers had fun, and the atmosphere was reminiscent of the Olympics. Sitting at the table, the great warrior exclaimed that the first day of the qualifying stage had been successfully completed, after which he praised his partners. Having bitten into a piece of meat, the guy clarified whether it was true that today they had somewhere 6 fights, to which he was answered in the affirmative. Putting her hand on the wooden surface, Luna noticed that tomorrow it will be about 5, and if they win all of them, they will complete this stage. Happily closing his eyes, the protagonist shouted that this tournament was very cool, because they even created a stir when they shot a video commercial. With her chin down in frustration, Love admitted that she was personally really shocked by Hong's team because she didn't think her manager would be there. Wrapping his fingers around the bone, the young man shouted that the star was unfinished, after which he explained that he thought that she was attacking her with such words, and asked if she treated her well in reality, to which she thought. Farad's eyes widened enthusiastically and said that he was interested in something. Holding the meat in both hands, the assistant clarified if it was correct that each team had 4 people, and did not understand why there were 5 in the underworld team, when suddenly the system announced the positions of the members of this team. Looking up, Gio didn't know if it was real, when he suddenly said that there was no concept of a substitute player in this tournament. Smiling, the goddess of life said that she was also curious, so she asked the bear about it, and he replied that the queen of the underworld was not the main player, but simply walked with them as a trainer. A view of the bright moon and stars in the night sky opened up, and the main character exclaimed that he was very sorry, because he really wanted to look at them, and Pharaoh said that he would fight the royal slime because it looked delicious, and then Urus noticed that he could not eat everything. The heroes were sitting in the middle of the forest by the fire, when suddenly Love admitted that she would not like to fight with her assistant, to which her partner said that it would be better if she always observed morality like this. The next day, the sun in the sky shone brightly. A green leaf grew on a small appendage of a wooden club, and the remaining preliminary battles flew by even faster. Smiling broadly, Gio decided to strike upwards. Suddenly, a powerful fiery splash appeared near his opponent's head. A stream of flames rose sharply to the sky. The girl's hair rose in the air, and the host was surprised at what a destructive power it was. The main character was standing alone in the arena, when suddenly a plush toy exclaimed that the opponent was certainly destroyed. Grasping the microphone with 2 paws, the unusual beast noticed that the great warrior had finished even the last battle in one fell swoop, although this had been the case in all previous battles. The protagonist threw the weapon over his shoulders, and the bear said that this is an amazing story, so this young man is a powerful candidate for victory, on whom everyone pins hopes. The bear stood in front of Team Gio, and remarked that it was a great conclusion to the qualifying stage, and it became clear that the tough qualifying stage had been completed. Luhua raised a huge hammer high above her, and the host exclaimed that Team Starlight and their friends were on their way to the main stage. Yin Yang raised his fist in the air, and the speaker announced that his Chongmayan team was advancing to the main stage. Guild leader Robin Hood crossed her arms and her team also advanced to the main stage. Huracan gripped the opponent's neck tightly with his fingers, and the members of the underworld group also advanced to the main stage. Islero put her knee on the ground, and it was clear that Team Mint Chocolate had made it to the main stage. The elders of the top 5 guilds stood in a row, and they also made it to the main stage, after which it was said that 35 teams had been selected for the main stage. After a while, the very day came when many players in the stands were happily rejoicing with smiles on their faces. Closing his eyes, the bear shouted that the ladies and gentlemen had been waiting for this for a very long time. Raising his paw up, the presenter announced that the tournament of team fights, namely the main stage, would now begin. There was a view of a huge arena with stands, and a cry was heard that everything was starting right now. A bunch of observers happily closed their eyes. Pointing his paw towards the dark passage, the unusual beast announced that the first players would brilliantly open this stage. The members of Team Gio rounded their eyes enthusiastically, and it turned out that they were in the red corner of the ring. The boys and girls raised their hands up and shouted loudly. Users walked on the sand, and the audience cheered them. From afar, in the huge arena, the fighters seemed very small. Holding the microphone with both paws, the bear exclaimed that the loud cheers confirmed their popularity, after which he added that, as expected, they are the main candidates to win this tournament. A dark corridor could be seen in the distance, and the host announced that here were their rivals. Putting her hand out to the side, the plush toy announced who would be in the blue corner of the ring. The main character confidently folded his hands, and Luna admitted that she was very nervous, because she had no idea who their first rivals were. Suddenly, the guy began to smile slyly. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that it didn't matter, and then shouted that they would take everyone out in an instant. A drop of sweat ran down Love's silent cheek. Putting her palm to her chest, the girl felt the rhythm of her heartbeat, when suddenly in her thoughts she asked her grandmother to look after her. The idol's eyes shone brightly, and she knew that whoever their rivals were, she would fight with all her might. A pink shoe appeared on the sand. The members of Team Luhua entered the arena, and the bear announced that they would perform against Team Gio. The players lowered their jaws in bewilderment. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was a view of white birds flying over a huge building. Raising his paw up, the presenter announced that this was the event that the whole world was waiting for, namely the main stage of the team fight tournament. Passers-by turned their heads to the large screen, through which the plush toy said that it was the official chrono-terrestrial, or cable television. People were sitting in a cafe and watching the broadcast on a tablet. The audience raised their hands up, and the unusual beast noticed that there could be personal broadcasts, as well as viewers inside the game. Jumping up, the bear revealed that the total number of people watching the tournament at the moment is more than 500 million, after which he added that this is the highest figure in the history of the game. A view of the huge arena opened up, and the host shouted that they were finally starting the first fight. The confrontation between the teams of Gio and Luhua was visible. The players were standing in front of the iron gates, when suddenly it was heard that each team would return to the waiting room and determine the order of the performers. The opponents were standing in the corridor next to each other. Against the blue and red aura, there was a sign with the inscription about the duel of privates, and the bear said that they were given 5 minutes to discuss, so it was very interesting to see which of the guys would take the initiative, and everyone was looking forward to it. The viewer held up a poster with the image of Luhua. Suddenly, the support team members lowered their jaws in disbelief. The guy raised his eyebrows sadly and said that their poor Starlight would face Mr. Gio in the first round, and his girlfriend remarked that it was bad luck. Standing on the balcony, Hong shouted loudly. Smiling, the girl noticed that she was unlucky with her opponent. The elder's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she added that she was talking about the protagonist's team. The great warrior lowered the corners of his lips in frustration. The members of the protagonist team stood behind iron bars, and it turned out that they had never been so serious. Closing his eyes, the user asked who would go to fight the alchemist. Shifting her gaze towards the table, Luna said that at first their order during the qualifying stage was as follows, after which she added that in each fight, Luhua acted as the captain. Stretching out a finger in the direction of the captain, the girl noticed that it would be better if he fought her himself. The goddess of life remembered Gio smiling broadly and saying that it didn't matter who the opponent was, because they would take everyone out in an instant, and said that he had said things to them, to which he admitted that he was too stupid. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the main character asked if Captain Love would come out instead of him in the duel of captains, which she was very surprised by. The girl remembered how a drop of sweat ran down her cheek and in her thoughts asked her grandmother to look after her. In the past, the idol put her palm to her chest and decided that whoever their rivals were, she would fight with all her might. The lady's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The popular star presented the silhouette of a smiling elderly woman. Drops of sweat dripped down the face of the master of hand-to-hand combat. Smiling broadly, Love agreed. With enthusiastic rounding of her eyes, the girl muttered that she would definitely win for the sake of her grandmother. Suddenly, her pupils noticeably decreased in size, and she heard her name in her mind. A memory appeared in which Luhua rushed to hug the idol. During the tests, the girls sat on the ground next to each other. In the past, the demon queen would close the alchemist's eyes. Previously, the heroines ate together. The popular star stroked the youngest on the head. Squinting her eyes, Starlight called her older sister. Suddenly, a rainbow poured out of the lady's mouth onto the floor. In a frenzy, Love protruded and exclaimed that they could trust her, and it turned out that her nerves gave out. Putting her leg out to the side, the girl shouted loudly that she would kick her opponent like this, and then stab her, when suddenly Gio announced that they would expel her, because she had not been mentally easy lately. With her eyes rounded in confusion, Luna noticed that they were in trouble and added that she wouldn't be able to fight Luhua either. Lowering her eyelids, the goddess of life clarified whether this particular team was their weakness, to which the main character replied that it was so. Turning her gaze to Pharaoh, the lady said that there was nothing to be done, so Pharaoh would have to go. Drops of sweat ran down his cheeks as he remembered how the little girl hugged him, and said that she was glad to meet him, and wanted to be friends. Turning to the wall, the unusual beast began to feel sad, and the protagonist thoughtfully said that he was showing with his whole body that he did not want this. With her knee on the ground, the lady turned to Monsieur Farad. Lowering her chin, the girl wondered if it was true that he had not had to participate in any duel before. The pet looked down, and it turned out that everything was so. The assistants frowned menacingly, and the blue cat actually underwent a special training course with Urus for the sake of this tournament. The creatures stretched out their paws in the direction of each other, but due to the opponent's right to refuse to fight, he had not yet had to participate. The players put their palms in front of them and said that they refused. The pink-haired guys stood in a row and also rejected the offer. Smiling genuinely, Luna speculated that it could have been fate. There was a gleam of light in the girl's eyes, and she noticed that it was all for the birth of the great hero Pharaoh. The pet opened his mouth in bewilderment. Sitting in front of the unusual animal, the goddess of life explained that the empty qualifying fights had passed, and at this moment, when millions of eyes were watching the tournament, the hero Pharaoh was born. Drops of sweat dripped down Gio's face as he watched the gaslighting scene take place. Suddenly, the blue cat stepped on the hill with his paw. Enthusiastically rounding his eyes, the hero decided to participate in the duel of captains. Clapping her hands, the sorceress exclaimed happily, and the main character noticed that she was a very scary person. The system showed a table of the order of performance that the team members had chosen. A view of a huge arena opened up. Grabbing the microphone, the bear announced that the strategy meetings were over, and both teams had determined the order of the speakers. Smiling broadly, the host asked who would win the first battle. Inside the ring, the plush toy seemed very small in size, and he said that now the privates were coming out. The wooden doors began to open slowly. The god of chaos put his hand to his side, and it turned out that he was acting as a private. The spectators in the stands happily closed their eyes. The elf folded his hands and was surprised that the main character came out in a duel of privates. Smirking, Hong stated that she knew he would come out as a private, and added that it was to avoid her only predator. Raising her eyebrows, the elder noticed that this was too predictable. A silhouette of a player could be seen in the dark corridor, and the host reported that a private from the Luhua team was coming out next. The Moonlight Flower threw a huge hammer over her shoulders. Squinting her eyes, guild leader Robin Hood said that they had also changed their order, and her partner began to laugh. The bear stood between the opponents. With a frightened grin, the protagonist realized that he was finished. The girls outside the door bulged their pupils in bewilderment. Smiling contentedly, Riot said that this was expected. Slyly furrowing his brows, the boy stated that Jaiwo was simple. The eyes of the sin of laziness reflected the glint of light, and he exclaimed that in the duel of the privates the victory would be theirs. The opponents were standing opposite each other, when suddenly a plush toy advised both players to get ready, because now it would tell them the rules of the fight. Holding the microphone with both paws, the unusual beast exclaimed that there was only one victory condition, and it was to bring the opponent to the end of the game, after which he added that there was no penalty for death in the tournament, so they should strategically attack each other without a twinge of conscience. With her eyes rounded in delight, the alchemist said that Gio could prepare, because she would not give in. Squinting his eyes, the main character muttered that this was true. Stretching his paw up, the bear shouted that this was the first fight of the main stage of the tournament of team fights, namely a promising duel of privates. With a downward swing of his limb, the leader announced that the battle was beginning. Pulling the huge hammer behind her back, the little girl began to scream loudly. Tightly wrapping her fingers around the handle of the weapon, the alchemist decided to use the hammer attack. The protagonist rounded his eyes in bewilderment. His pupils narrowed noticeably with fright. Luhua began to quickly approach her opponent. Gio continued to stand still. Biting his lips, the main character thought about what needed to be done slowly, while his opponent screamed furiously. Suddenly, the guy gently tilted his torso to the side. Raising his eyebrows in frustration, the player realized that there was nothing he could do, so the only thing left to do was to do it as painlessly as possible. A trace of the impact remained in the air, and the protagonist asked for forgiveness from Starlight in his mind. Suddenly, the user turned his head to the side when he heard a loud scream. People in the stands raised their hands up and were indignant that he began to attack a little girl, and how he could call himself a person after that. The spectators shouted that he was a villain and a savage who had to leave, to which the young man opened his mouth wide in anger and asked what else he had left. Tears welled up in Gio's eyes, and he wondered why he had avoided confronting her, while observers had stated that it was a disgrace to the human race, a piece of garbage, and a demon. Putting his finger up, the main character suggested that Luhua do it differently. Squinting his eyes, the guy said that he would stand in one place for exactly a minute, and she could attack as much as she could, after which he added that if she could not finish the fight, she was obliged to surrender. Looking at the other person suspiciously, the alchemist asked if he wanted her to let her guard down and then suddenly attack, to which he said that he was not lying. The people in the stands raised their hands up and shouted that he should not use the tactics of cowards, because it was a dirty trick, to which the protagonist told them to shut up. Closing her eyes, the girl sighed heavily and exclaimed that she would listen to him, but only this time. Starlight's mouth wide open remarked that the main thing was that he didn't regret it, because there would be no revenge even after losing, to which he exclaimed that he knew it, and she only needed to give up after a minute. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the bear was surprised that they had an interesting situation unfolding here again. Luhua's silhouette was surrounded by a bright glow, and the host said that Gio would receive blows for a minute, and if her opponent could not kill him, she was obliged to surrender. Placing her palms on the iron bars, Love exclaimed that this was great, so the victory would be in their leader's hands. With her eyes rounded in delight, the girl noticed that the main character had all the stats of 99,999 points, and even had a healing factor skill, and even if she was given a year instead of a minute, she still wouldn't be able to kill him, when suddenly the system told her about the skill. Putting his hands in his pockets, Riot was surprised that their captain would beat him for a full minute, and then added that he greatly underestimated her. Smiling happily, the little boy wondered if these idiots had forgotten where they got their resources from. Lowering her jaw, Luhua said that the seal of the primary weapon had been released. Squinting her eyes, the alchemist asked the transcendent being to answer her, and then added that she was speaking to the soul of Terebes, the lord of iron and fire. Suddenly, a huge hammer was enveloped in a red aura. Gio bit his lips in anticipation. Bulging his pupils with fear, the protagonist was surprised by the primary weapon and the transcendental being. A memory appeared in which the players were standing in front of two magic portals, and the guy said in his mind that if you think about it, when they were on the Dragon Hill, the Starlight team came from the iron planet Benef. Inside the magical sphere, a frightening volcano could be seen. The little girl had been waving in greeting before. The monster's eyes shone brightly, and the protagonist did not understand if the weapon in her hands was made by that uncle with terrible skills. Swinging a huge hammer, the alchemist said that she was borrowing from the transcendent being Terebes the power that was buried in the sands of darkness, and also fulfilling the oath of a noble soul. Rounding her eyes, Luhua decided to destroy the enemy blocking her path. Suddenly, the little girl flew high into the air. Gio abruptly raised and looked up. The audience lowered their jaws in bewilderment. In the sand in the middle of the arena, the shadow of a powerful weapon appeared. Smiling broadly, the little girl exclaimed that it was time for the destroyer to go to hell. Hovering in the air, the alchemist pressed her leg to her thigh. At the same moment, the young lady's hair flew up from the attack. The huge hammer began to approach the ground. The guy was sitting on the sand, arms and legs crossed. A moment later, a shadow fell on the user's silhouette. A black liquid suddenly spilled out of his mouth. The shock wave spread throughout the ring. The girls watched what was happening, standing behind an iron bar. Their hair flew up sharply when suddenly the system reported that Jiwoo had returned to his normal form. Lhua's eyes widened in delight. Suddenly, a pink shoe stepped on the ground. The main character was flattened to the surface. Approaching from behind, the bear exclaimed that this was an unpredictable turn of events, because the player had turned into a pancake. A magic hammer appeared, and the host revealed that it was a high-end weapon, a higher level than mythic equipment, so this terminal-level weapon first appeared in the second season of Chrono Life. Wrapping both paws around the microphone, the plush toy announced that less than a minute had passed since their agreement, and the starlight attack continued, but it was not yet clear who would be the winner in the duel. While the unusual beast was smiling, Luhua cried out loudly. The alchemists began to jump happily in one place. With their jaws lowered in alarm, the ladies did not understand why she was so happy. Drops of sweat ran down Love's cheeks. Looking through the iron bars, the idol muttered that it couldn't be. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the bear said the same thing. A huge hammer appeared, and it was told that the destroyer should go to hell. The eyes of the sinister monster shone brightly, and it turned out to be a weapon that was created personally by the Lord of the Iron Planet Benef, who is also the greatest blacksmith in the entire dimension. In the past, the little girls swung the equipment, and it became clear that rolling to hell was a unique skill that was assigned to this item, but it had certain conditions, when suddenly the system reported the characteristics of the ability. Gio's face blurred on the ground, and it became clear that the target of such an attack died instantly, after which a notification appeared, which said that the player's health level had dropped to 0. Raising his paw up, the host shouted that this could not be, but the user died, so the duel was over. The unusual beast declared Luhua the winner of the private duel, to which she raised her hands high. Tears flowed from the eyes of the audience because the happiness level of her cheerleading group had increased. In the middle of the arena, a crater from the impact could be seen, and everyone could be heard supporting Starlight. Lowering his jaw, the bear exclaimed that this was a series of unexpected events, and this scene was a real cauldron of excitement. The results table of the tournament appeared, and the host noticed that, contrary to expectations, Luhua's team earned 1 point and was in the lead. Jumping up, the plush toy shouted that they would continue in the same vein and start the middle-class fight. A girl appeared in the open gate, and the host announced the exit of the players, and that the fighter from the Geo team was the Devil Love. The idol confidently took step by step forward. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the bear said that a fighter from the opposing team was following. The mistress of the celestial world, Rioli, held a whip in her hand. The main character was in a bright space. The back of the player's head was visible, who pacified Chrono Life. The protagonist is holding a wooden stick in his hand, and it was said that he once appeared in the world of the game with a club in his hands. His past events in life appeared, in which he left a huge mark and many legends after himself. The guy was standing on a white surface. A view of the arena opened up, and due to the overwhelming strength of the young man during the qualifying matches of the tournament, one joke appeared. The heroes were sitting at the table, and it was reported that Jaiwa would win anyway. The mage brought the meat to his mouth. The guys smiled happily, and then it was said that therefore they would not have false hopes and would compete for second place, and among the users the main character is famous as the best player. The young man closed his eyes. It was visible how the master was sitting on the floor, and such a thing as the number of his losses simply did not exist, after which the system wrote his results of the main stage. Luna, along with Urus and Pharaoh, stood in front of the great warrior. The boy, through the sweat on his face, noticed that the protagonist was all white. The goddess of life, raising her eyebrows in bewilderment, thought that this could not be, and then wondered if Mr. Loser had died like this. Looking ahead, the girl wondered if even the god of destruction himself could kill him. The audience opened their mouths in shock. The players, rounding their eyes, were shocked. The expression on the heroes' faces was confused. The guild leaders opened their jaws and were greatly surprised. It seemed as if Lav rushed towards Rioli, and at the same time, all the users, except for Luhua's support group, could not comprehend the situation unfolding before their eyes. The girls frowned menacingly, and it was said that this lasted until the second fight, which had been going on for quite some time. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. The guys, looking ahead, asked if Gio had lost, and if it was staged, and if he was also pretending, and it was heard that he had come to look at him. The ladies were standing at the window. Hong lowered her eyebrows angrily, and at the same time, the participants in the main stage were the first to regain their cool. The lady asked if her assistant was there, when suddenly he was behind her and answered positively. Parting his lips, the player announced that Jaiwu, who was considered invincible, had died, and added that this was extremely important information, and therefore it was necessary to arrange an emergency strategic meeting. Frowning seriously, the user asked for a guild council to be assembled. The creator of the game's server, smiling broadly, laughed and said that this was an amazing situation. Opening his mouth, the developer noticed that this was not even a surrender, after which he clarified whether he purposefully took the blow and instantly died. Looking ahead, the founder said he didn't know why, but was mildly annoyed. Suddenly, Urus flapped his wings. The spirit was flying in the air. A moment later, a small creature landed on the head of the main character. Sighing heavily, the unusual beast asked what was wrong with him, and exclaimed that even if it succumbs, it must be done wisely. Through tears, the protagonist replied that he could not hit Luhua, and therefore allowed her to hit him for a minute. Closing his eyes, Urus explained that this was not what he was talking about. Lifting the corners of his lips, the spirit said that he had cut off the healing factor on purpose and had taken the instant death attack. Luna's expression was shocked. The goddess of life and Pharaoh were standing next to the guy. The girl, raising her eyebrows, asked Urus what this meant. Sitting on the master's head, the small creature replied that as she knew, the instant death skill wasn't that special, and both he and she already had a skill that had the effect of instant death. It seemed as if a magical tentacle attacked the young man. The monster's neck increased dramatically, and the unusual beast reported the voracious skill, as well as eating the target and absorbing its abilities. The monster opened its jaw furiously. In the past, the lady had held out her hand. Her opponents began to dissolve, and then Urus spoke about the explosive attack and killing the target with the life force, explaining that in both cases this is not in the description, and it is only a solution that instantly kills the target. Looking at the lady, the spirit noticed that even both of these powerful skills could not overcome the great warrior's healing factor, and at the same time, the system wrote a characteristic of this skill. Standing on Gio's head, the small creature said that a skill that fully restores any damage is the healing factor. Looking towards the guys, the unusual beast added that he had only been in danger the only time he had encountered the power of destruction, and so he had put his life on the line to protect him. Urus wondered if it was possible that the protagonist, whom no skill could kill, was able to defeat Luhua only thanks to some kind of weapon, after which he said that it was illogical, and Luna, through the sweat on her face, agreed with him. Smiling, the spirit said that then there was only one option, that the protagonist had deliberately cut off the healing factor and died at the hands of Luhua. Lowering his gaze, the small creature asked the guy if this was true. The young man bit his lips. Suddenly, the master pulled his pet by the cheeks. Suddenly, the great warrior stretched the head of the unusual beast. Opening his jaw, Gio noticed that he was a cunning fox, and he knew that it would be difficult to fool him. Frowning angrily, the main character asked if it was necessary to tell everyone this, and at the same time explained that he wanted to keep everything a secret. The goddess of life, rounding her eyes, clarified whether it was true that he deliberately cut off the healing factor and died, to which she received a positive answer. Raising her eyebrows, the girl wondered why he was so kind to her. Looking ahead, the lady said that this was not a situation where personal feelings were involved, like in a siege or a field war, but just a martial arts tournament where they tested their skills against each other. The protagonist could be seen stretching Urus's face, and Urus said that he was also interested in it, because no matter how much he treasured Luhua, it was not necessary to die at her hands. Opening his mouth wide, the guy said that this was also the reason, but he also needed to check something. Smiling, the young man said that he just wanted to experience it for himself, and the first-class level weapon was not as special as he thought, except that he has a unique skill. The damage itself is like a mythical weapon. Standing up abruptly, the master noticed that in any case he was caught, and therefore there was nothing to be done, but he had to keep it a secret from the rest of the people. A moment later, the great warrior began to descend the stairs. The lady raised her eyebrows and asked where he was going, and said that Miss Love was still fighting. Turning his gaze sideways, Gio replied that there was an urgent matter and would return before Captain Love finished the fight. A second later, the main character continued to descend. You could see how the guy was moving his legs. Urus, opening his jaw, clarified where they were going, and what kind of urgent business it was. Lifting the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that there was nothing special, because he just needed to cross paths with someone. The guy looked ahead, and then the spirit wondered who he needed to meet right in the middle of the battle. The young man's gaze was thoughtful. Earlier, Luhua swung her hammer, and the master muttered that let the transcendent being, the soul of Terebes, answer him. I could see the grin of a great warrior. Suddenly the player lowered the corners of his lips. The user reported about Terebes, after which the small creature, hovering in the air, asked if it was the blacksmith who created Luhua's weapon. Frowning menacingly, Gio explained that he was going to kill this freak. Sweat flowed sharply down the face of the unusual beast. Then the main character went outside. Looking up, the protagonist used the speed of light skill. Suddenly, the guy flew high. A view of a huge arena opened up. A red whip appeared. Rioli brandished her weapon furiously. Love dodged her opponent's attacks. The demon queen clenched her jaw as she thought that, as expected from a monster boss from heaven, that the attack from a distance was incredibly strong, which was enchanting even if you just walked past, and at the same time, the system wrote that this skill charmed the target and made them obey for a short period of time. Suddenly, the master of hand-to-hand combat lifted his heel off the ground. The owner of the devil's power abruptly rushed from her place. Frowning seriously, the girl muttered that she had to win for the sake of the losing young man, as well as to compensate for the inconvenience she had caused to the team during the qualifying stage. A view opened up to a huge building with columns at the base. Gio moved forward along the corridor. Urus flew next to him. Suddenly, Islero turned her head to the side and asked if there was a dimensional warrior standing in front of her. The girl took her hands behind her back and asked what brought them here, after which she added that now it seems that the main stage of the team fight tournament is underway. Furiously bulging her pupils, the protagonist told her to close her mouth and immediately opened the gates to the dimension of the iron planet beneath. The black parts on the lady's body began to glow brightly. Stretching her palms forward, the Dimension Lord exclaimed that this was a portal to travel. Squinting her eyes, the lady wished them a comfortable trip, to which the guy thought that she was very obedient, and suggested that this was a know-how that had been preserved for 1,000 years. Suddenly, the player put his palm on the magical aura. The sphere was emitting a bright glow when suddenly the system reported that the coordinates had been set up, so that the movement between dimensions began. At the same moment, a powerful energy beam burst through the roof of the building. A stream of magic swept through the clouds. A trail of teleportation particles could be seen. A magical surge raced between different planets. The user and his pet clenched their jaws confidently in flight. Turning his head to the side, the spirit clarified why his master was so angry, and wasn't Teribi's the kind man who created the weapon for Luo. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man asked if it was true that Urus had never met the greatest blacksmith, to which he replied that it was, since during the closed beta testing, only he and Luna managed to connect, after which he added that he remembered what Starlight had said earlier, that he was an old man with a bad temper. A memory appeared, in which the alchemist waved her hand and said that they were going to the iron planet beneath, so they would see each other later. In the past, Gio closed his eyes and wished the little girl good luck, because there was an old man with a bad temper, and the interlocutor shouted that spoilers were prohibited. Lowering his chin, the main character said that this was true, because this old man really had a bad temper. Furrowing his brows angrily, the boy declared that he was a gun-obsessed old man with a bad temper. A powerful stream of magic struck the planet's shell. There was a view of a huge volcano in the middle of the hot earth. The player touched the surface with his toes. Suddenly, the heroes found themselves on the planet beneath. Urus lowered his jaw in bewilderment and asked if this was the Iron Planet. A huge stream of black smoke flew out of the vent. Lava flowed in the hollows in the ground. The spirit noticed that it turned out to be made entirely of lava, and then asked if his master's feet were hot, to which he threw a wooden club over his shoulders and replied that everything was fine. At the same moment, the creature's tail fell down. A huge shadow covered the silhouette of the players, and someone could be heard asking what kind of stupid creature had invaded his territory. Huge fingers appeared from the darkness. The big man's eyes emitted a bright glow. A powerful man was sitting on his knees behind a volcano. Furrowing an eyebrow, Gio noticed that he had appeared. The protagonist called him an old man with a bad temper, when suddenly he bulged his eyes in bewilderment, and the system said that he was the Lord of Iron and Fire and a legendary blacksmith who descended from a mixture of races of dwarves and giants. Teribi's pupils have noticeably decreased in size. The giant watched the guy standing on the ground. The player clenched his hand tightly into a fist. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around a wooden club. The user continued to hold on to his weapon as the Lord of Iron and Fire began to shout in delight. Suddenly, the big man smiled broadly. The old man's pupils narrowed, and he exclaimed that it was a level 99 wooden club. Approaching Gio, Teribi stated that he had finally seen a level 99th club in reality. Looking at the protagonist's fingers, the big man shouted that this was the owner of the 99th level club. Tilting his head down, the Lord of Iron and Fire shouted that he wanted to take a closer look at her. Urus hovered in the air next to his master's shoulder, as the old man asked to show him the perfect weapon. Suddenly, the player parted his lips and called out to the interlocutor. At the same moment, a shock wave spread across the surface of the earth. The legendary blacksmith watched in bewilderment as the young man was surrounded by a bright aura during the coming of the god of chaos. Bulging his eyes, the protagonist told the giant to answer the question of why he had made a huge hammer for Luo. Teribi's pupils instantly narrowed with anxiety. Lowering his jaw slightly, the big man clarified who he was talking about. Touching his beard with his hands, the Lord of Iron and Fire realized that he was talking about that human baby who had come recently. Looking up, the old man remarked that it was true, for that was her name, and then added that she was a very kind and innocent child. A memory appeared in which the alchemist closed her eyes contentedly. Smiling broadly in fury, the legendary blacksmith said that it was so perfect that you wanted to use it and eat it. Looking down, the giant revealed that this cockroach-like child had said very funny things, and then added that she had said that she wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Teribi's went on to say that she later stated that she dreamed of going on a trip with friends, while Gio pursed his lips in confusion. In the past, Luwa would fold her hands behind her back and say that she enjoyed being with her sister and brother, as if it were a waking dream. Smiling broadly, the little girl said that she wanted to assemble her own team and have fun like others. The main character's eyes were hidden behind strands of white hair. Teeth were visible in the big man's mouth, and he admitted that it was very funny to hear it from a weak man who reminded him of an insect. In his madness, his pupils bulging, the Lord of Iron and Fire cried out that this made her very easy to use and eat, because she had accepted his weapon without any suspicion. A huge hammer appeared, and the old man explained that he had the go-to-hell destroyer skill. The alchemist in the past put her hand to her side, and the legendary blacksmith recalled that she was very stupidly happy that she had obtained the primary weapon. Leaning his hand to the ground, the giant admitted that he did not even think that he would have to pay for the power he received for nothing. Lowering his jaw, Urus clarified what it meant to pay. Parting his lips, Gio revealed that the destroyer go-to-hell would only instantly kill an object when special conditions were met. Luhua seemed to raise her hands up, and the main character revealed that there were only 2 of them. A red glow appeared around the little girl. In the past, the alchemist rounded her eyes, and the guy explained that the first condition was to cast a spell, but it was impossible to move. During the attack, the player raised his head. After a while, black liquid spilled out of his mouth, and the protagonist said that the second condition was to aim directly at the subject's head, and the instant death effect would be cancelled if it hit other parts of the body. Resting his elbows on the ground, Terebes asked how he knew the conditions of his weapon. Smiling broadly, the big man asked to know if it was amazing, and then added that although the activation conditions were strict, anyone who wielded this weapon could become the owner of the instant death skill. Lowering his chin, the user spoke about the penalty for not being able to activate the instant death effect. The young man's eyes began to emit a bright glow, and he noticed that if the user could not instantly kill the opponent, then his level would be reset. Urus opened his mouth wide in fright. Standing in front of Terebes, Gio told him not to talk nonsense about how the weapon was amazing, and then added that he had passed it in beta testing, so he knew his nature. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist declared that the Lord of Iron and Fire is a damned psychopath. Smiling broadly, the old man began to laugh loudly. A mustache appeared above the giant's teeth, and he realized that the guy had already seen him, and then added that it was for the best end. And then he exclaimed that the amazing weapon is a lie, and the destroyer go-to-hell skill is complete garbage. Pressing his tongue to his jaw, the legendary blacksmith said that he had created almost 18 million weapons over thousands of years, after which he added that from the very first to the last, which he created yesterday, each one had a cell of his brain embedded in it. The giant's hair flew in the wind, and he told his interlocutor to look. Metal equipment fell into a huge pile, and Terebes cried out that this was his confidence, pride, and meaning of existence. The big man's tongue was visible in his huge mouth, and he noticed that one day a weapon had appeared that had turned his life upside down. Furiously, his pupils bulging, the Lord of Iron and Fire declared that it was a level 99 wooden club. Gio tightly wrapped his fingers around the handle of the weapon. The protagonist's equipment was shining at the end, and the old man shouted that he had an overwhelming power of destruction, and the damage caused was difficult to even estimate in numbers, as well as the power of the attack that made anyone tremble. Raising an eyebrow up, the giant said that this was exactly the weapon he had always wanted to create, and he didn't even need the instant death function. A huge hammer appeared, and Terebes exclaimed that everything was meaningless in the face of the overwhelming destructive force, and the dispenser go-to-hell was just garbage and a failure to create a level 99 club. Luhua could be seen holding a weapon in his hands, and the big man explained that that was why he had given this item to that girl to meet Gio. After all, she kept talking about it, so he concluded that they were close. The protagonist resolutely closed his lips, and his interlocutor noticed that if the alchemist used him and reset the level, he would complain to him, after which he cried out that this was exactly what he wanted. A memory appeared of the child wearing medication on his face. A lot of people gathered around her hospital bed. There was a view of the volcanoes emitting black smoke, and the Lord of Iron and Fire explained that in that case, he would definitely get angry and come here, after which he would kill him and get his hands on a level 99 club. Raising his eyebrows, the old man began to laugh loudly and shouted that the plan worked so clearly that he did not even expect it, and it was all thanks to this stupid girl. The player's hair hid his eyes, while the giant claimed to be the new owner of this equipment, and laughed out loud again. His mouth wide open in fury, the legendary blacksmith ordered the club to be given to him. The boy's robe fluttered in the wind, and Terebes again ordered the weapon to be given to him at once. Closing his lips, the protagonist exhaled heavily. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man said that he would not give it up, and then added that he could only beat him. Suddenly Rioli waved her weapon. Her expression was menacing. Love clenched her fists. The demon queen, lowering her eyebrows, recognized her opponent and muttered that as expected from a monster boss from heaven, she was incredibly strong, and an attack from a distance that was charming even if you just walked past. Then the master of hand-to-hand combat lifted his heel off the ground. After a moment, the wielder of the devil's power rushed from her seat and thought that she had to win. The girl, clenching her jaw, said that for the sake of the loser Gio and also to compensate for the inconvenience that she caused to the team during the qualifying stage, and then the system wrote that an individual skill was revealed. The lady's pupils narrowed sharply, and the artificial intelligence reported the skill of the race of courage. Love, jumping in Riolee's direction, was perplexed. The demon queen bared her teeth. The ruler of the heavenly realm rounded his eyes in puzzlement. The master of hand-to-hand combat hit his opponent in the side. The girl began to cough up blood in pain. There was a powerful explosion. Sweat was dripping down Habaek's cheek. Riot, looking ahead, wondered what it was in a short moment, for she was developing tremendous speed. The lady sat on the ground. The wielder of the devil's power took a fighting stance, and at the same time, the lady couldn't understand what had just happened. Love's expression was confused. A view of a tall building opened. The demon queen could be seen on the screen. Dokbi, holding a cigarette in his teeth, exclaimed that it had finally begun to work. Crossing his arms, the president said that the new unique chrono life system, added in the second season, is an individual skill. The guy, turning around, asked what it was, and added that this was the first time he had heard about this, to which the director countered with a question if he was a developer, and then the young man replied that he was a monitoring manager, and the development team looked a little different. The manager, standing behind the workers, said that he would try to explain, after which he gave the example of two identical knight players. A moment later, the swordsman appeared. The teenager waved his weapon, and the gentleman explained that the knight preferred cutting attacks to men. The girl raised her leg, and then Dokbi added that the knight was a woman stabbing. The guys lowered their eyebrows, and the president of Chrono Life said that as a result, a man will have an individual skill of a series of cutting, and a woman will have a stabbing series. Looking ahead, the headmaster said that a series of slashers would be different from a normal knight with this type of attack, and also gave the example of a horizontal attack, vertical and diagonal. Opening his jaw, the leader noticed that in even more detail, the angle, the position of the hands, the fight with two hands or one. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was still an offensive battle, defensive and counter. Introducing the formidable swordsman, the master exclaimed that everyone starts in the same class, but in the end, everyone gets an original character. Dokbi, smiling, said that a modern artificial intelligence program analyzes the user's playing style and creates a skill based on this, and added that the unique chrono life system was introduced in the second season. The demon queen was visible on the screen, when suddenly the president shouted that this was an individual skill. Sweat was dripping down the girl's cheek. Lowering her eyebrows, the master of hand-to-hand combat muttered that, as they said, it was created based on her individual characteristics, and then wondered if this was it. In the past, the lady had taken off. Her hair flew in the wind. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded the body of the possessor of the devil's power. Love could be seen rushing forward, and she thought that she had made a lot of senseless attacks before. The demon queen's pupils turned sharply white. Rushing from his place, the master of hand-to-hand combat exclaimed that with this skill he could win. Riolee had her hand at her side. With her mouth wide open, the wielder of the devil's power used the individual skill race of courage. The girl left a magical trail behind her, and at the same time, the system reported that the instantaneous speed during the battle was increased by 300%. Turning around, the ruler of the heavenly realm asked if he was behind. A player appeared above the lady. Love spun in the air. A second later, the demon queen stabbed the lady in the stomach, using her dragon claw ability. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The presenter, holding a microphone in his hand, said that this is the 18th killing claw of the Dragon of Love player, and also added that it is an amazing power. The unusual creature said that it seemed to him that she would decide the outcome of the battle, after which a red whip appeared. Riolee's weapon glowed brightly. Frowning menacingly, the ruler of the heavenly realm used the ability of the celestial whip, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that during the battle, the whip is enveloped in holy energy, and the attack becomes stronger depending on the mana expenditure of the user, and the strike range increases to 1 kilometer. The demon queen jumped back. The stuffed animal, covering his face with his hand, exclaimed that this was a monstrous attack by Riolee, and it resembled an explosion. The guys rounded their eyes in surprise, and then the host asked the audience not to worry, explaining that the stands are protected by a super strong barrier. Clenching his jaw, the hand-to-hand combat master muttered that she was incredibly strong, but that was expected from the boss monster. But then Jiwoo flew away with a single punch. In the past, the main character hit a girl on the head with a wooden stick. The lady fell off her feet. A shiver ran through her body. Frowning seriously, the wielder of the devil's power realized that there was nothing she could do, and all that remained was to try further. Biting her lips, Love thought that she didn't want to use it right away in the first of 32 fights. But in the current situation where the protagonist had lost the lead, there was no point in keeping him, otherwise they would all end up in a terrible situation. Suddenly, the demon queen slid across the ground. From afar, the owner of the devil's power could be seen, and she began to activate the skill. Looking ahead, the master of hand-to-hand combat said that this was the advent of the devil. Suddenly, a bright flash rang out, and at the same time, the system reported that the activation of God mode was complete. The girl's hair flew in the wind. After a moment, the lady changed her appearance. Love's expression was serious. The audience blushed sharply. The demon queen clenched her fists. Bright glare appeared on her body. Stretching out his palm, the hand-to-hand combat master activated the devil's power. A view of a huge number of volcanoes opened up. Terebes opened his jaw and laughed suddenly. Waving his weapon, the Lord of Iron and Fire asked to give it to him as soon as possible, saying that he could not wait any longer. With a powerful slam on the ground, the legendary blacksmith ordered him to surrender immediately and give him the level 99th club. Sticking out his tongue, the dwarf noticed that otherwise he would immediately activate the punitive function of the weapon that Luhua had given. A moment later, a bright flame appeared. Suddenly, the giant's sword shattered into small particles. Landing on the surface, Gio said that it was time for him to stop talking nonsense because he didn't look very good. Smiling, the main character said that he boasted that he was the best blacksmith, but in fact he was not capable of anything, after which he asked if there was no stronger weapon. Terebes rounded his eyes in bewilderment. Throwing down the broken weapon, the Lord of Iron and Fire noticed that he knew how to provoke. Lowering his gaze, the legendary blacksmith said that he would succumb to his provocation. A huge number of swords lay beside him. A moment later, the dwarf took up the red blade. Lifting the corners of his lips, the giant activated the hidden skill-suitable weapon. Suddenly, a bright aura surrounded the sword. The man's blade quickly increased in size. Urus, sitting on the protagonist's club, exclaimed that the weapon had suddenly increased. Terebes' eyes lit up red, and he told him about the hidden skill of the blacksmith class, and also added that he could easily change the size of the weapon. Raising his sword, the Lord of Iron and Fire showed the master of the club what a strong weapon meant, and said that this huge sword was one of the best weapons he had ever made. Red energy swirled around the blade, and at the same time, the legendary blacksmith explained that the strongest metal in the universe was used to create it, and also covered it with a melt of 50 types of magic stones. Opening his mouth wide, the dwarf shouted that quality was primary, and it had taken 500 years. Suddenly, the giant's sword shattered into small particles. The man then looked at his weapon. Sweat ran down his cheek. Frowning seriously, the young man wondered if this was all. After a moment, Terebes bared his teeth angrily. The Lord of Iron and Fire abruptly grabbed a pile of blades. The legendary blacksmith threw them aside and asked how he dared to be bold with him. I could see how the equipment hovered in the air. Suddenly, the dwarf gripped the handle of the hammer tightly, and at the same time, the system wrote that the activation of the skill-suitable weapon had begun, and then added that the weapon's size had been changed to a more suitable one. Furiously opening his jaw, the giant exclaimed that from now on he was declaring war on the Chrono continent. Waving his weapon, the man said that he would deal with it first, and then he would take on the inhabitants of the continent, and at any cost make this club his own. Magical power flew towards the teenager. Parting his lips, the master said that he should try to do it. Suddenly, the sledgehammer shattered into small pieces. Terebes clenched his jaw in displeasure. After a second, Vladka of Iron and Fire took his sword in his hand. The great warrior quickly shattered his opponent's new weapon. The legendary blacksmith's eyes burned brightly, and then he shouted loudly. The dwarf continued to attack the player unsuccessfully. The giant, his mouth wide open, was angry. Jiwa's expression was calm. It was seen how the main character repelled the opponent's blows. Opening his jaw, the man laughed and exclaimed that he now understood what he was trying to achieve. Brandishing his swords, Terebes explained that he was not going to attack him, but only to break his weapon, and thus wanted to destroy his blacksmith pride as well. Smiling menacingly, the Lord of Iron and Fire said that he had just made a huge mistake. The legendary blacksmith's broken pieces of equipment flew in different directions, and then he said that there were more hidden systems in Chrono Life than he could imagine, and also added that it was like an uncharted new continent, and systems that he would not know about until he experienced them for himself. Frowning furiously, the dwarf said that, for example, like now, when a weapon collides with another, the durability consumption increases tenfold. Attacking the protagonist, the giant laughed and called him a fool, explaining that he had fallen into his own trap. Opening his mouth wide, the man exclaimed that his intuition of a 1,000-year-old blacksmith told him that now the strength of the club had come to an end. A broken weapon could be seen, and at the same time, Terebes noticed that as his weapon, which was about to break, his club would soon lose its function, and therefore he would no longer be able to attack. Looking ahead, the Lord of Iron and Fire added that he would lose. Urus scratched his nose. Squinting, the spirit called his opponent an idiot and said that the club was an ego sword, and therefore its durability was infinite. The legendary blacksmith's gaze was fierce. The guy, looking at the unusual animal, asked him to be quiet and clarified why he said this, after which he asked a counter question if it was a secret, to which he received the answer that it was funny to him to look at his attempts to seem smart. Sweat ran down the dwarf's face. Putting a wooden stick on his shoulder, the young man said that once he was caught, there was nothing he could do. Holding his hand to his side, the teenager reported that, as Urus had said, the club's maximum durability was originally 5 points, but when he trained the spirit, its durability became infinite. The giant's pupils burned red. Abruptly opening his jaw, the man realized that he had been deceived. Standing in front of the master, Terebes asked him not to lie about weapons with infinite durability, and added that it was impossible that there could be something in this world that contradicted the natural order of things. Smiling, the great warrior replied that it was true. The player's pets appeared, and then he reported that he had 3. Looking up, the Lord of Iron and Fire realized everything. Closing his eyes, the user said that he had disappointed him, and at the same time wondered if he was shouting that he was the best blacksmith but did not know about the ego's sword. Gio was holding a wooden stick behind his back. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character said that their ancestors said that a bad head does not give rest to the legs. Smiling furiously, the protagonist noticed that with such a head he always does all sorts of stupid things, and his body suffers from unnecessary tossing and turning. Sweat quickly dripped down the dwarf's face. Clenching his jaw, the giant asked not to make him laugh. A moment later, the man reached for the pile of weapons. Throwing up a huge number of swords, Teribi's exclaimed that there was nothing to brag about, destroying several of his weapons, because the battle had not even begun yet. A moment later, the Lord of Iron and Fire swung his blade powerfully. Suddenly, a shock wave appeared. Opening his jaw, the legendary blacksmith shouted that he was the Lord of Steel and Fire, as well as a transcendent being. The dwarf lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The guy, flying over him, said that he was mistaken about one thing. Smirking, the young man said that he didn't really want to fight him. The teenager hit his opponent in the face with great force. The giant fell sharply off his feet. The man touched the swollen bruise. Hovering in the air, the master said that what he was doing now was not a battle. In the past, Teribi's took hold of her beard, told her what Lohua's name was, and added that she was a very kind and innocent child. The girl smiled happily. His eyes bulging furiously, the Lord of Iron and Fire said that it was so perfect that he wanted to use it and eat it. Sticking out his tongue, the legendary blacksmith explained that he would immediately activate the penalty function of the weapon that Luhua had given. The great warrior's eyes lit up red, and then he reported that it was an ordinary and brutal beating. The dwarf's expression was frightened. Suddenly the player swung a wooden stick. Lifting the corners of his lips, the user said that he would not beat him to death. Gio then hit his opponent on the head. The giant opened his jaw in pain. The main character flew near the opponent. Bulging his eyes, the protagonist said that he would not beat him to death. A second later, the guy attacked the man. Suddenly Teribi's fell off his feet. Through the sweat on his face, the Lord of Iron and Fire thought that this was a huge damage. A moment later, the young man descended to the ground. Standing in front of the legendary blacksmith, the teenager asked why he was lying down here. The master, smiling, noticed that the beating had just begun. The dwarf's gaze was frightened. Raising his club, the great warrior decided to do as he had said earlier. Suddenly, there were many explosions. The player lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The giant opened his mouth wide. A red aura surrounded him. Clenching his jaw, the man asked if he had a punching bag. Stretching out his palm, Teribi's exclaimed that if so, then he had no choice, and therefore activated the penalty function in Luhua's weapon. Suddenly, the user struck a powerful blow to his face. Blood flowed from the nose of the Lord of Iron and Fire. Suddenly, a bright energy appeared. An unusual force covered the legendary blacksmith's body. A strong explosion could be seen in space. Gio hovered in midair. The main character narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Looking at the defeated enemy, the protagonist said that he accidentally finished him off, and added that he hit him too hard, and well, it turned out not to kill him. Stretching out his fingers, the guy noticed that he was still bad with self-control, because he fell for such an obvious provocation. Suddenly, a magic clock appeared, and at the same time, the young man activated the forces of chaos. Magic arrows flew over Teribi's. Suddenly, the Lord of Iron and Fire's body was covered in powerful energy. An unusual clock was visible. Clenching his jaw, the legendary blacksmith asked if he had a punching bag. Opening his mouth wide, the dwarf exclaimed that if so, he had no choice but to activate the penalty function in Luhua's weapon. After a moment, sweat quickly ran down his face, and he wondered what the feeling of déjà vu was. The teenager, standing in front of him, said that everything was fine, and there was nothing strange about it, because he just turned back time. Grinning, the master apologized and said that he had accidentally nailed him. The giant's eyes burned red. Smiling slightly, the man asked not to make him laugh. Gripping the handle of his hammer tightly, Teribi shouted that he was a transcendent being. Lifting the corners of his lips, the great warrior used the eightfold magnifying glass skill. A bright flash appeared under the feet of the Lord of Iron and Fire. Suddenly, the player began to grow in size. In a second, the user had grown to the level of the enemy. Clenching his fist, Gio said that there was nothing wrong with being a 2-star transcendent. Then the main character powerfully hit his opponent in the face. The legendary blacksmith dropped his hammer. The dwarf frowned in pain. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his arm. Stretching out his palm, the guy ordered to count. Turning his gaze to the side, the giant asked him again. A moment later, the young man slapped him on the cheek. The man closed his eyes in pain. Smiling, the teenager explained that he needed to count every time he got hit in the face. Lowering his eyebrows, Teribi's called him a puppy. The master struck the enemy on the cheek again. Then the Lord of Iron and Fire fell off his feet. The legendary blacksmith touched his cheek. The pupils of the great warrior burned red, and he ordered to count. The dwarf looked thoughtfully ahead. A shiver passed through his body. Suddenly the player hit the opponent on the head. Squinting, the giant began to count. In the past, the man held his beard and said that Luhua was a very kind and innocent child. Furiously rounding his eyes, Taribi said that it was so perfect that he wanted to use it and eat it. I could see how the cheek of the Lord of Iron and Fire turned red. Earlier, the legendary blacksmith, sticking out his tongue, said that he would immediately activate the penalty function of the weapon that Luhua had given. Gio lowered the corners of his lips, and at the same time the dwarf continued to count. Suddenly, the giant's knocked-out teeth appeared. The man, sitting on the ground, asked for forgiveness. Clenching his fingers, Taribi said that he had committed a mortal sin, and again asked to forgive him this time. The main character, looking at him, listened to the fact that he would immediately remove the penalty function in Luhua's weapon, and from now on she could use it as much as she wanted and not be afraid of anything. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, and at the same time the Lord of Iron and Fire begged for mercy. Turning around, the guy noticed that he left the tournament because of him, and therefore they will stop there. But in any case, the system of the only boss has disappeared, and therefore killing him does not make much sense. Opening his mouth, the young man asked not to disturb him and live quietly, after which he asked if he understood. A shiver ran through the legendary blacksmith's body, and then he answered positively. Suddenly, the teenager stopped in place and said that he had warned him. Looking to the side, the master said that they should all be careful too. The dwarf could be seen sitting behind the great warrior. Suddenly, a magic ball appeared. The mysterious entity, smiling, said that this is a very interesting character. Human silhouettes could be seen around the magic screen, and then one of them asked if this phrase was addressed to them. The stranger was lying on the grass. The ladies could be seen embracing the master. Raising the corners of his lips, the mysterious man said that he liked him, because confidence was so bad, and also called the main character cool. Opening his mouth, the unusual entity said that he had barely managed to defeat the third-rate blacksmith, but he was very proud of it. Standing near the magic ball, the transcendent being revealed that Taribis was not originally a fighter, and added that it was just a status. Turning his head, the stranger asked if everyone had seen it, and at the same time remarked that he would be happy to listen to their opinion. Looking sideways, the mysterious man clarified whether it was worth giving the guy with the stick a star. Sitting on the stone surface, the unusual entity wondered if it was too early, as it was still 2 stages away from obtaining a star, and it had only reached 9,999 levels, and had not even overcome the test of transcendence yet. Touching his cheek, the transcendental being said that Taribis had been beaten like a dog, and no matter how much they ignored him, the Lord of Iron and Fire was still a 2-star transcendental being, and it was said here that he could have destroyed the Chrono Continent on his own if Gio hadn't been there. The gentleman, chewing his food, said that this was definitely not an ordinary thing, because he was the one who had defeated the 2-star transcendental without stars, and as far as he knew, it happened once in 1,000 years. The stranger, smiling, noticed that although it was not a star fight, a view of the island floating in space opened up. Dark silhouettes could be seen near the magic ball. The mysterious man, crossing his arms, reported that opinions were divided, and then asked if they would decide by a majority vote. The unusual entity, parting her lips, replied that she was already tired of it. Grinning, the transcendental being offered to make him fight not with a non-combat element, like the blacksmith Taribis, but with the real transcendent. Turning around, the gentleman laughed and asked if they believed too much in the guy with the truncheon. Opening his mouth, the stranger said that he would not last a minute. Lying on the ground, the mysterious man announced that there was just a suitable rival, and added that this was the one who had recently awakened as a 1-star transcendent and became a new star. Standing in front of the lady, the unusual entity realized that this was the one, and then noticed that the fight with him would be interesting. The lady, sitting on the grass, said that it was excellent, because these two were going to officially meet soon anyway. Looking ahead, the transcendental being said that he couldn't wait to see who would win. The young man could be seen chewing his food, and at the same time, the gentleman said that it was a guy with a club who aroused everyone's interest, or a newly awakened 1-star transcendent. Ingen turned his gaze sideways, and the mysterious man added that he had become a new star. It seemed as if the guy crossed his legs. Suddenly, a girl in a robe came up to him, and she asked what it was and what he was looking at. The teenager smiled happily. Lifting the corners of his lips, the strongest martial artist replied that the elders were extremely interested in the younger one, so he thought about it. Approaching the window, a native of the fighting continent Chong Maying asked how the battle was. The man, opening his mouth, said that it seemed to be over soon. Samjong looked to the side and added that it was because of the monstrous difference in the internal energy. Suddenly, a magic ball appeared. Love could be seen lifting her leg. Then, the demon queen stretched out her index finger. Looking down, the hand-to-hand martial artist used demonic power. A moment later, the wielder of the devil power released magical energy. A bright force flew towards Rioli. The lord of the heavenly realm clenched his jaw and used the skill of the heavenly whip. Unexpectedly, the girl repelled the opponent's attack, and the system wrote about the skill that during the battle the whip is enveloped in holy energy. The lady was inside the protective shell. The presenter, holding a microphone in his hands, exclaimed that this was a monstrously strong attack by Rioli's player. Lowering his eyebrows, the plush beast reported that the high-level offense and defense of the two players was continuing. Suddenly, Love raised her hand. Closing her eyes, the Demon Queen decided to combine the demonic power. The hand-to-hand combat master's expression was serious. Suddenly, a bright flash rang out. Rioli looked up sharply. Opening his jaw in surprise, Ingden noticed that the power that Rioli had dispelled was coming back together. Powerful energy hung in the air. The unusual aura could be seen changing shape. Magic power continued to transform, and it was said that demonic power was an ability that turned infinite mana into anything its wielder could imagine. The ruler of the heavenly realm looked up in surprise. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. The great demon's eyes were glowing purple. Parting her lips, Love used the demon breath skill. Belial began to charge powerful energy. A bright aura could be seen in the monster's mouth. After a moment, the evil spirits released their magical power. Sweat ran down the host's face, and he exclaimed that it was an explosion of demonic breathing, after which he asked what had become of the player Rioli. A thick haze appeared. A human silhouette could be seen. On the sand lay the wounded ruler of the heavenly kingdom. Suddenly, the demon queen approached the girl. Holding a microphone in his hand, the stuffed beast reported that she was unable to continue the fight, and noticed how the player Love stood confidently on his feet. The audience touched the commentator, and he explained that in the duel of average users, the victory was won by the Geo team. The presenter, jumping sharply, said that they were interfering with him. The heroes were behind bars, and the stuffed animal exclaimed that it was time to start the next fight, and added that it was time for the deputies from each team to come out. Riot, looking ahead, said that this could not be, and also clarified whether Rioli lost. Habeck, crossing his arms, said that now, if they allowed at least one more loss, they would be in danger, and if the score became equal, they would need a general duel. Keeping his palms in his pockets, the guy noticed that he had to do everything possible to prevent this. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy said that the thought of Jiwoo being a jerk going on a rampage in a 4-on-4 fight seemed terrifying. With his mouth wide open, the plush beast announced that the player who would take part in the duel of the deputies from the Star and Friends team was Riot. The young man's expression was serious. The goddess of life, who was his rival, appeared. The heroes were standing opposite each other, and then the commentator asked them to get ready, because the fight was beginning. Parting his lips, one of the 7 deadly sins said that he owes Luna a debt. In the past, the girl pierced the body of the king of angels. The head merchant could be seen coughing up blood. Touching his chin, the lady asked if he still remembered it, and also added that he could do without repaying this debt, and asked him to forget it. Stretching out his hand, Riot replied that it was not difficult, and said that he never forgot the money he borrowed, but the same goes for debts that need to be repaid. Frowning seriously, the young man summoned the heavenly spear. Noticing the lightning, the lady was very surprised. The audience touched the ears of the host, and he exclaimed that suddenly a storm cloud appeared in a clear sky. A view of the stadium opened up, and at the same time, the plush beast noticed that it was so huge that the entire arena was plunged into darkness. Black clouds were visible. Suddenly, lightning struck the young man. A moment later, a spear appeared near his hand. The boy gripped his weapon tightly. A powerful energy swirled around the Angel King, and the system reported that this was his awakening mode. The head merchant looked intently ahead. The magical aura glowed brightly. Luna, smiling slightly, said that it was cool. Suddenly, the former heavenly lord approached the goddess of life, and she clarified whether he had decided to risk everything from the very beginning. Riot pierced through the girl's body. The lady's expression was calm. A second later, a copy of her appeared, and she said that she would also fight seriously. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Small particles were flying in the air. Unexpectedly, the guy was behind the lady. The young man cut her body into 2 parts. Turning her gaze to the side, Luna said that his stats are much higher than hers, but it is not nice to attack from behind. The goddess of life lifted the corners of her lips. Many clones of the girl surrounded the boy. The ladies, smiling slightly, at the same time reported that her confidence in losing was less and less. Closing her eyes contentedly, the lady said that she had been thinking about it since the time of the 7 deadly sins in the first season, and added that in addition to Urus, she would be able to defeat the remaining 7 deadly sins. Raising his spear, the King of Angels noticed that this was something new, and all 7 sins were considered so. The head dealer slammed his weapons into the sand. Parting his lips, the former heavenly lord used his lightning strike skill. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, and the system wrote that it was the highest level of electric ray magic. Lowering his eyebrows, the dealer asked to continue beating. A huge number of powerful charges appeared. The host, noticing the magic flashes, exclaimed that it was amazing, because the lightning of the Riot player flooded the entire stadium, and Luna clones were useless. The girl stepped on a step, and then the stuffed beast noticed that an intense battle broke out between the players of both teams. Love was climbing the stairs. Suddenly, she was addressed, causing her to look sharply to the side. The main character, smiling, said that she was great, and added that she defeated Rioli coolly. Turning to him, the Demon Queen asked what he was doing here, as she thought he was watching the fight, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that he needed to be away for a while. Raising his eyebrows, the guy noticed that her image had changed, after which he clarified whether it was the devil's mode, to which he received a positive answer. The possessor of the devil's power blushed sharply when she heard that her blonde hair suited her very well. Squinting, the master of hand-to-hand combat asked if this was true. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked what was on her head, and added that it looked like ears. Touching the plush ears, the teenager said that they were very soft. Suddenly, Love turned away from the master. The great warrior's pupils quickly turned white, and he clarified what this reaction was. Suddenly, the demon queen slapped him in the face. Baring her teeth, the owner of the devil's power asked how he dared to touch them. Clenching his fists, the hand-to-hand combat master exclaimed that he should have asked permission first. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Riot and Luna were flying in the sky. The angel king lowered his eyebrows angrily. The goddess of life opened her mouth in bewilderment. A lot of bright charges were visible. The girl lifted her leg, and at the same time, Gio revealed that the fight between her and Riot had dragged on because the lady's attacks were passing by due to the difference in their stats, and he couldn't be pierced by her life force. Biting her lips, the lady wondered what to do, and thought that a protracted fight would only harm her. Looking down, Luna muttered that if she continued like this, she would exhaust all the energy of life and would not be able to carry out the goddess's coming. In the past, a surge of magical energy appeared, and the main character reported about the range of power and the difference in the goal of the attack. Earlier, the protagonist stretched out his fingers, and now he explained that the power energy consumed varies depending on several factors. The guy was in an unusual space, after which he said that depending on this amount, the time of using the divine advent may differ. An unusual aura swirled around the girl, and the young man noticed that the life force had been used effectively by her so far, but when all the life energy was used up, the goddess mode would be cancelled. The king of angels rushed from his seat, and then the teenager revealed that on the contrary, the more time passes, the stronger Riot becomes. Suddenly, the head merchant cut open the lady's body. The former celestial sovereign could be seen flying fast, and at the same time, the master explained that the dealer would enter awakening mode when he took his exceptional weapon, the heavenly spear. One of the 7 deadly sins frowned seriously, and the great warrior added that at this time, he uses it as a lightning rod to absorb the power of lightning, and before the end of the fight, his level increases endlessly, and when it is over, he returns to his normal level. Looking down, Luna thought that Riot was extremely strong in a long fight, and wouldn't say that she wasn't confident in her abilities. Blood was flowing from the lady's mouth, and she muttered that she had suddenly thought of how amazing Mr. Loser was. In the past, Gio had hit the angel king on the head. The main character smiled menacingly, and the goddess of life said that he defeated the very strong Riot easily, like a small child. The protagonist stretched out his index finger contentedly. Then the lady smiled slightly and said that there was nothing she could do. Opening her mouth, the lady said that if she continued to stall for time, she would be at a disadvantage, and therefore she would have to take a risk. Lifting the corners of her lips, Luna revealed that he would be the first to see her newly created supreme skill for this tournament. In a second, the goddess of life crossed her palms. Suddenly, a bright aura surrounded her. The angel king hovered in midair. Looking up, the head merchant thought that he didn't feel the mana flow. The girl closed her eyes. Parting her lips, the lady began to activate the supreme skill. A bright glow appeared. The protagonist and Love raised their eyebrows in surprise, and at the same time, the system reported that the light of life is Luna's ultimate skill that radiates light energy, increasing the power of life to the maximum. Sweat dripped down the faces of the audience, and artificial intelligence wrote that this is a healing ability that restores the vitality of those touched by the light, but also, as it increases, it can lower it. The former heavenly lord clenched his fist. The dealer bared his teeth in bewilderment. A powerful explosion rang out, and at the same time, the system explained that the enemy, who had never been blinded by power and beauty, would be completely consumed. The onlookers covered their faces with their hands, and the host exclaimed that it was a huge blast of light and added that Luna's ultimate skill was incredible. A deep crater has formed in the center of the arena. Looking out from behind the stone wall, the stuffed animal said that this could not be, and added that part of the stadium in the center was simply destroyed. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and then the commentator reported that the player was confidently standing there. The goddess of life could be seen sitting across from Riot. The guys, their eyes rounded, were stunned. Opening his mouth wide, the host laughed. The heroes raised their eyebrows happily. The angel king frowned seriously, and he could be heard standing. The girl squinted sharply, after which the stuffed beast exclaimed that the attacking lady was on the ground, and she had also stepped out of goddess mode. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the head merchant noticed that there was nothing special about this supreme skill and admitted that this destructive power was unusual, but it took about 2 seconds to gather energy and activate, and in that time, anyone would be able to dodge the attack. Looking down, the former heavenly lord said that he was also removing the life goddess mode, and therefore it was not a risk, but a gamble. Sweat was dripping down the lady's cheek. After a second, the guy closed his eyes. Then the young man parted his lips. Clenching his jaw, the boy said that this time the victory was hers, but she was just lucky, and asked if she understood. The guys looked ahead in bewilderment. Lowering his eyebrows, Riot explained that he was at a loss because it was the first time he had seen such an attack, so he hadn't dodged. But the next time, given his speed, it wouldn't happen, and then he would definitely win. After a moment, his body began to dissolve into thin air. Sighing heavily, the King of Angels noticed that the more he said, the more disgusting small particles were visible. Luna continued to sit on the ground. Holding the microphone in his hands, the host was greatly surprised, and exclaimed that the riot player had turned into dust and disappeared, as well as being unable to avoid the Luna player's light of life attack. Small particles were flying in the air, and at the same time, the stuffed beast repeated once again that there were no penalties for death within the tournament, and therefore the main merchant would soon respawn in the safe zone. The commentator, being near the girl, noticed that anyway, the duel of the deputies was over. The lady sighed heavily, and the host said that the winner was the Luna player from the protagonist's team. A table of participants of the two teams appeared, and at the same time, the stuffed animal said that the leading protagonist team had 2 points, and the opposite team had 1. Standing between Pharaoh and Habak, the commentator said that they were players in the captain's duel. Behind the heroes, a red-blue aura could be seen. With his mouth wide open, the host explained that if the Pharaoh player wins the final match, then the Geo team will win by a score of 3-1, but if the Habak player wins, then the score will be equal to 2 points for both teams, and the overall final battle will take place. Opening her jaw sharply, Rioli shouted that the mage needed to be careful and not let his guard down just because the opponent was a child. After all, he was trained by the protagonist. Closing his eyes contentedly, the main character was rooting for his pet. The boss monster lifted the corners of his lips, and then the master reported that he had stolen all his mirrors. Scratching his head, the wizard noticed that it really hurt to lose 8 mirrors, because they were his basis. The sorcerer smiled slightly. Putting his hand on his side, Habak said that then he would definitely demonstrate why he was called the King of Mirrors. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the commentator exclaimed that it was time to start. The audience joyfully opened their jaws. A view of a huge arena opened up. A human silhouette could be seen in the sky. The girl, parting her lips, said that the tournament was becoming more interesting. Looking ahead, the queen of the underworld noticed that all the people were rejoicing. Grinning, the lady said that she wanted to crush them all. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady wondered if she was wrong. Suddenly the mother appeared. The creator of the game server, hovering in the air, replied that this is their charm, namely small, pathetic and precious. Smiling slightly, the main computer of the game said that so let them just enjoy it for now. Squinting, the developer added that like grains of sand in an hourglass, buried in lost time, no one will remember their existence. The main character jumped out of the water. Footsteps were heard. The young man ran swiftly forward. The player's foot pushed off the ground. The guy towered over the man. Suddenly, by knitting their eyebrows, the user used a skill called shape-shifting. The cat froze in the sky. The system window made it clear that the skill called shape-shifting is an ability with which you can change your own appearance. Transformation is possible only into the original race. From the faces of the users, you could understand that they were amazed. While smoking a cigarette, a representative of the mint chocolate team also remarked that it was cute. Urus, sitting on Gio's head, was rooting for the younger one, adding that he should demonstrate his success. A clawed paw was raised up. Suddenly, the creature's paw began to glow. The announcement revealed that this skill was called Beast Claw, and was the basic attack skill of the beast-like race. His companion suddenly waved his paw. The opponent stood in a daze. The man dodged 3 blue cuts. The guy, looking at the ruts, thought about the fact that the opponent was stronger than most of the top-level swordsmen, adding that under no circumstances should he let his guard down. The young man's eyes opened wide. The cat began to jump on the rocks in the hope of attacking. A black liquid came out of the player's hand. The user gritted his teeth. The opponent moved away. Holding hands, the hero said that the beast's claw was a deception after all, and added that he had used the stone to fly into the air, continuing that his opponent's flair and dexterity were simply amazing. The monster bared his teeth as he heard that his combat power at such a young age was impressive. Smirking, the man said that then he too would start fighting with full force. Setting up the artifact, the guy said that he would fight with the help of an artifact called 8 mirrors. Light began to pour from the weapons. Standing in the center of the arena, the young man activated an ability called the Mirror World. The arena was covered with blue mirrors. On the creature's muzzle, one could see surprise. With his eyes wide open, the monster listened to how he was welcomed into the Mirror World. A lot of mirrors showed the same thing. Love, looking ahead, was surprised that Habak still had mirrors, because the main character took them all away in the past. Glancing to the side, the girl heard that this is why he is called the King of Mirrors. Luna, looking at her friends, said that if Habak dared, he could create as many mirrors as he wished. Hiding the weapon behind her back, the lady continued that it would take a lot of effort and time. The protagonist, putting his hand on his thigh, said that she had badly defeated Baby Riot. In turn, the lady thanked him for the compliment. Looking away, Love asked why she had returned to her goddess form, continuing that the energy of life had been used up and everything had dissipated. Touching her hair, the friend replied that the power of nature is more effective than others, and she is more experienced than the two of them. Approaching the girl, Luna said that she had been looking at the horns for a long time, and asked her to touch them. Touching the horns, the lady said that they were soft. Love suddenly squatted down. Joe stood beside his girlfriend and said that the demon race apparently had sensitive horns, adding that she would get angry if she touched them without permission. The lady made a stupid face against the background of space, remembering her kongsuni. Suddenly, images appeared of a girl holding the paws of an animal. The face of the goddess was at the pet's belly. The lady's eyes were shining. Trying to punch, Love asked if her friend wanted to die, adding about how she dared to touch the horns without permission. The lady with a maniacal face continued to touch her head. Urus, sitting on the head of the main character, looked at what was happening. A beam of red energy appeared. The creature was wounded. A black liquid was coming from the mouth of the beast. The opponent fell on the sand. Holding the weapon in his hand, the guy said that it was a mirror sword, and stated that he could make a blade out of a mirror at any time and place, adding that it was the second ability of the new 8 mirrors. Standing in front of the enemy, the man said that he was waiting for an attack. Pharaoh was all cut by the blade. The player suddenly jumped up. The man landed on one of the blue mirrors. Looking down, the man said that this was a mirror world. Suddenly, blue rays began to fly from the mirrors. The creature was confused. Gio, standing outside the arena, said that his comrade-in-arms should not be in bags and watch carefully. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that Habeck is probably using a mirror reflection for high-speed traffic at the moment, adding that it is worth breaking the mirrors first. The hero looked sideways. Once behind the creature, the man said that this was the right idea. Glancing to the side, the young man said that he couldn't just watch this. The beast was attacked by blue rays from different directions. Continuing to take damage, the user heard that the opponent's speed in the mirror world is equal to the speed of sound. Smiling, the young man said that even if he managed to break the mirrors, he would still be faster. The comrade-in-arms fell to the ground. Love, standing behind the bars, asked about the speed of light, adding that man is invincible. Gio, looking ahead, replied that he wouldn't say that, and continued to talk about breaking the mirrors first, ignoring Habeck's attacks. In turn, Luna confirmed this. In the end, the girl replied that maybe they would stop thinking, considering only the level. Smiling, the goddess said that there were many other ways besides this, adding about going beyond the scope of the mirrors. The stadium was littered with mirrors, and it would seem that there was nowhere to run. The exhausted beast looked at the enemy. The young man, exhaling, said that Pharaoh should surrender, and added that in the present situation he would never be victorious. Suddenly, the creature's paw moved. The player jumped over the guy. Fangs were visible from the mouth of his comrade-in-arms. The man froze in a daze. Without showing his eyes, the user said that there was nothing to be done, adding that he would have to end everything. Picking up the mirror, the opponent activated the soul mirror. Suddenly, a huge mirror appeared in the arena. The guys were shocked. The creature fell into a kind of portal. Water splashed from the mirror. The man continued to stand in the arena. The huge mirror crumbled, not fragments. Blood was coming from the beast's body. Closing his eyes, the young man said that this was the third ability of the new 8 mirrors, adding whether they would allow him to show his inner self, which the opponent wanted to hide the most. Looking at the artifact, the young man said that he was now going to look into the deep secret self of Mr. Pharaoh. The violet eye was looking straight ahead. Horror appeared on the player's face. The guy fell to the ground. The artifact shattered into many fragments. Sitting on the sand, the user tried to catch his breath. The opponent began to tremble. Horror appeared on the opponent's face. The guy's hand continued to tremble. Sweat appeared on the boy's forehead as he thought about what it was. Looking forward, the young man continued to think that it was a monster that would destroy all dimensions, and added that this creature was sitting inside Mr. Pharaoh. The beast bit the character on the neck. A black liquid gushed out of the man's mouth and neck, and it was clear that he was too focused on the image from the soul mirror. Next to the player's palm lay a stone. The user took the boulder in his hand, hoping to quickly unhook the opponent. The young man swung for a blow. The man hit Pharaoh on the head. Blood came out of the creature's head. The beast continued to bite the guy. The hero gritted his teeth hard. The stone was in the player's hand. With a maniacal face, Habeck continued to beat his opponent. The opponent grabbed his neck tightly. The man knitted his eyebrows. The bear, looking at what was happening, said that Pharaoh was tightly clinging to the neck, and the player Habeck was trying to fight him off with a stone, continuing that in the end the battle escalated into a fight in the mud. The guys looked in amazement, listening to what the outcome of the fight would be. The opponents continued to fight. The stone was completely covered in blood. A black liquid enveloped the cobblestone. The man struck with the stone. Blood was flowing from the player's mouth in a torrent. Suddenly, the user lowered his hand. The man, without showing his eyes, showed indignation. The enemy fell on the sand. The guys stood together. The whole stadium froze. The commentator, holding a microphone in his hands, said about the unexpected outcome, and added that both players were knocked out at the same time, continuing that the duel of the captains ended in a draw. Suddenly the beast stood on its paws. You could see the fury in the creature's eyes. Standing in front of his unconscious opponent, Pharaoh listened to the fact that he had risen, and his appearance was truly majestic. The player looked formidable. Jumping up, the bear said that according to the results of the fight, the animal wins. The players began to rejoice. The audience shouted the name of the winner. The creature was standing near the enemy. Making a menacing look, the player listened to how his name was shouted. Suddenly, memories arose of the man kicking the user. Love stood over the creature. Urus started a fight with his friend. Players refused to fight with the beast. The young men also did not want to fight. The whole village shouted Pharaoh's name. The user began to tremble. His companion's clawed paw also began to shake. The player began to howl. The monster closed its eyes, raising its head. Suddenly, the results of the first fight of the main stage of the Team Duels tournament appeared, and it became obvious that the total score was 3-1. Urus lifted the hero into the sky. It became clear that Gio's team, consisting of himself, Love, Luna, and Pharaoh, would advance to the next round. The girl was playing with a ball in the water. Birds flew over the arena. Urus kept his friend in the sky, and it became clear that Gio's team had won in 132, after which the fights of the remaining teams went quickly. The blacksmith's team fought with a team of beasts. The mana team fought with the fighters, making it clear that there were also absolute victories in the tournament. The audience cheered for the participants, and it became clear that this was how 1/22 final passed, and 1/16 began, which took place the next day. The arena was located in the village. The bear, holding a microphone in his hand, said that the quarter-final bracket had finally begun. Standing in the arena, the host said that here are their magnificent participants. The heroes looked at each other, and it became clear that the first fight would be between the team of the underworld and the mint chocolate. The friends looked cheerful as the host announced that the second fight would be between Team Gio and Team Hong. The guys were separated by a yellow line, and it was obvious that it would be a mana team against a team of 5 guilds. The opponents looked serious as they announced that the Guru's team would play against the blacksmith's team. Spectators looked at their phones, hearing that at least 100,000 teams participated in the qualifying stage, and the total number of participants was over 400,000. People watched the bear on the screen as it announced that the 8 strongest teams had advanced in the face of fierce competition. Standing with a microphone, the prophet said that it was time to start. Standing in front of the opponents, the speaker said that the first match of the quarterfinals of the team fight tournament was beginning, and added that the ordinary from the underworld team would be Yofi Warrior, and his opponent would be Mr. Wang from the mint chocolate team. The warrior's eyes were closed. The man was standing in a black cloak. Looking ahead, the bear told the players to get ready. A blue haze appeared, and it was obvious that the duel was beginning. The audience began to rejoice. The attention of the entire stadium was drawn to 2 people. There was a red light in the hero's eyes. Suddenly, there were memories of the user sitting surrounded by people, and it was clear that in the past, the person was a guild master of Halasan, a user who had invested 12 billion in Chrono Life. The man's hands were folded. The boy looked at the screen, making it clear that he was chasing the romance of online games, which he loved very much as a child. The gentleman was also sitting at the computer. The hero did not show his face, and it became clear that the realities of the game, in which you have to pay to win, upset him. The headphones were lying on the table. The man took the headphones in his hands, making it clear that this game was the last in which he had succeeded. Gio turned away from the warrior. The main character stood naked, giving motivation to the guild master to do the same, and start enjoying life in Chrono Life again. The man stood in only his underpants. The opponent soared into the sky. A wooden club that gave +9 to strength was in the warrior's hands. Suddenly, the man used a blow. A ray of fire began from the character. The flames were directed towards the enemy. The guy did not show any emotions. Making a serious face, the young man used a perfect parry. The hero easily repelled the attack. The attack flew far into the sky. The system window made it clear that the skill called perfect parry fully repels the opponent's attacks, and the percentage of success is determined by the user's control. Jiwa looked ahead and asked what it was, adding that Mr. Wang was using a club. Lav, with a look of contempt on her face, said that these memories were not pleasant, continuing to wonder if he could be infected as well. Suddenly, a picture appeared of a girl using an infected blow. The man gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. The man was surrounded by a red light. The players soared into the clouds. Looking from behind the bars, the girl said that the battle had begun, adding that Master Wang's special skill called the Flame of Admiration was haunting the hero. Anger appeared on the user's face. The enemy was looking up from under the crown. The red beam flew directly at the opponent. The guy parried the attack. The club clashed with the sword, making it clear that this ability is called the Flame of Admiration that haunts the hero. The man held a club in his hand, and it became clear that along with admiration for the goal, a special skill is created by copying the appearance and behavior of the opponent over a long period of time. The man pressed the opponent using a skill with which you can imitate the abilities of the object of admiration for a certain period of time. Smoking a cigarette, the team member said that it was a completely different level than pseudo-techniques like the pollution strike, while the girl said that this was the romantic skill that Mr. Wan had acquired by admiring Gio so much. The young man, closing his eye, said that he recognized that there was romance in this, but this skill had a clear limit. The warrior swung his club, and it was obvious that whatever the shell was, it was only a carbon paper. The opponent cut the stick into 2 parts. Surrounded by a red aura, the person was turned away from the opponent, making it clear that the power of destruction or durability could not be imitated. Smiling, the hero said that this was the end. A black liquid came out of the master's mouth. The opponent was lying on the sand, giving the end to this fight. The system window showed that the team of the underworld had won the duel of privates with a score of 1-0. Suddenly, a fist appeared against the background of the arena. The man launched an attack. Smiling, the opponent used a direct holy punch. Turning to face the opponent, the man struck with the help of a holy uppercut. Continuing the attack, the player used a holy double hook, a holy blow to the liver, and a holy jab. The physiotherapist continued to smile as he fought the former Demon King. Blood was coming from the demon's mouth. As he beat his opponent, the man said that he was sweating like hail, adding that his muscles were contracting. Swinging for a blow, the warrior said that this was romance. The opponent was once again punched in the face. The Demon King moved away. A black liquid dripped from the creature's mouth. Lowering his head, the monster said that the sacred physical attack was not bad. Smiling, the physiotherapist rushed to the enemy, saying that he had not yet shown everything. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man hit his opponent, making it clear that a fist attack restores the health of allies. The opponent's face was terrifying, and it became obvious that when attacking an enemy, the cooldown effect disappears and changes to a holy physical attack, which restricts demons vulnerable to holiness, making them the strongest warrior. The Demon King continued to endure the blows. Suddenly, the opponent grabbed the player's fist. The man looked at how easily the monster stopped him. The user showed red eyes, making it clear that the difference in weight category is too large. The man began to tremble. The enemy waved his hand. A cigarette fell out of the man's mouth. The Demon King ended the fight with a single blow, and it became obvious that no matter how strong a person was, he wouldn't be able to defeat an elephant with his bare hands. The difference in weight categories between the two teams was at a desperate level. The shockwave went far beyond the arena. The girl tried to stand on her feet. The system window made it clear that the team of the underworld won with a score of 2-0. The young man, exhaling, said that as a result, 2 adult men were shaved, adding that in this case he would use the power of infection. Looking at the lady, the hero asked why not, stating that with the power of infection, abilities increase at least 2,000 times. Her companion, without showing her face, announced that this was romance, while the young man did not understand what the lady was talking about. Smiling, the lady asked about the point of becoming stronger with the help of infection, adding that the power you acquired by your own efforts is much more valuable. The player's eyes opened wide. The man looked ahead. Having received a blow in the face, the warrior noticed what kind of cheap romance it was, stating that in such games the characteristics are simply amazing. In turn, the girl ordered him to close his mouth. Stepping into the arena, the lady told him to just watch how to win in the key of romance. Lying on the stone floor, the guy asked if they knew that if she lost now, the team would be eliminated. Mrs. eyes widened. The hero, touching his head, said that he took part in the tournament because they dragged him here, but he didn't want to lose by a score of 3-0, adding that it hurt his pride. Putting on a serious face, the user said that if the beginning has already been made, then they need to try to reach victory. Turning around, the girl said that it was cool, saying that he usually does not take the initiative. Bending over her friend, the lady said that it even touched her a little. The warrior exhaled. Taking out the sword, the player told him not to worry and wait for her, and added that the elder sister was the winner of the royal tournament. Looking ahead, the girl said that it did not matter to her who her opponent would be, she would never lose in a one-on-one duel. The moon shone on the arena. Blood was coming from the girl's mouth. The tentacle was right in the lady's stomach. Showing her tears, the lady said that this attack was the same. The warrior hung in the air. The opponent, looking up, used the absorption ability. They began to drain the strength from the lady. Suddenly, the opponent disappeared. The system window made it clear that it was a secret skill called absorption, which consumes the levels and stats of abilities, devouring the target. The guy looked at the situation through the bars. The audience was stunned. The bear, showing his teeth, said that it was excellent. The presenter, holding the microphone in his hand, said that only with this word he could describe this fight. The monster stood in the center of the arena as the speaker talked about how the leader of the mint chocolate team was defeated by Huracan in an instant, adding that the quarterfinals instantly ended with a score of 3-0. The presenter was interrupted while he was announcing the winners. Suddenly, a young man entered the arena. Without showing his eyes, the guy said that with the consent of both teams, it is possible to hold a duel of captains, even with a score of 3-3. Suddenly, a memory appeared in which the host said that such a possibility exists. Looking at the hero, the bear said that it was so, but it was only for show, and would not affect the score in any way, while the warrior said that he did not care. Looking up, the player said that he was in a bad mood right now, adding that he wanted to relieve stress. Making a menacing face, the user said that it was very difficult for him to restrain his desire to tear and throw with rage. Looking at the grate, the young man said that the captain of the team should come out in order to fight. The creator's hands were in his pockets. A smile appeared on the man's face. Grinning, the man said that he didn't want to, adding that why would he fight an ordinary person? The player opened his eyes wide. Veins appeared on the guy's face. The opponent turned away from the grate, telling them to go and report to the king of the underworld that their team had made it to the semifinals. The creator walked on the stone floor. Suddenly, there is a memory of the user saying that it is difficult for him to restrain the urge to tear and throw with rage. Grinning, the man said that it was not for him to say this. A maniacal smile appeared on the man's face, thinking that viral insects can chatter as much as they want. Suddenly, the system indicated that the next battle of Team Hong against Team Jio was coming soon. The girl raised her hand. Raising his hand up, the presenter announced that the second match of the quarterfinal of the team battle between Jio and Hong was beginning. The teams were separated by a yellow line. Looking at the girl, the bear said that the first player from the main character's team would be Love. The girl, showing her heart with her hands, declared that she was the first Love. Smiling broadly, the lady greeted everyone, adding that her name was Love. The character window said that the Demon Queen was 650th level. The audience looked lively. The lady raised her hand. The presenter, jumping up, said that, as everyone knows, Love's real name is Khan Saran, the most popular idol. People looked at the screen while the beast talked about how participation in the competition only added charm to the lady, and added that the popularity of the miss was growing rapidly. Turning his head, the monster announced a whim of fate. Looking ahead, the host said that in front of her was the first member of Team Hong, Princess Rabbit. The girl with the sword on her belt looked ahead. The character window told that the swordswoman was at the 270th level. Love's face looked stupid. The audience looked stunned to learn that the Demon Lord's rival was her manager. Raising his hand up, the bear said what a drama it was, adding that this was a battle between an idol and her superiors. Pointing at the user, the creature said that they say that they meet the enemy on a narrow bridge, if this is really retribution for all the reproaches and bullying, while Love said that nothing of the kind happened, continuing to tell people to stop making up news. Looking at her friend, the girl told her opponent to explain herself, because she had never humiliated her. In turn, the manager said that she would do everything. Smiling, the lady said that it was just a match, and added that she should forget about emotions. The lady's eyes were slightly open. Veins appeared on the miss's face. Making a scary face, Love thought that she had almost eaten her with a look. Standing in the arena, the girls heard the words that their fight was beginning. The shoes dug hard into the ground. As she began to run forward, the girls said that they should fight. Suddenly, the lady used a unique skill called the Dash of Courage. The system window gave information that a unique skill called Courage Dash increases speed in battle by 300%. Attacking from behind, the lady said that, although the opponent is an expert in games, but in Chrono Life the level and characteristics are important. The Demon Lord prepared to attack. Hitting the enemy in the face, the girl used a block. The wooden sword touched the player's face. Love fell to the sand of the arena. Smiling, the lady said that she was hit. The lady continued to lie on the ground. Kneeling down, Miss asked what had happened, adding that even Riot could not overcome the Dash of Courage. Exhaling, the manager asked if her opponent considered her blind, continuing about who was attacking from behind in the first place. Holding a sword in her hands, the girl said that Love did not shine with intelligence in games. With a face full of rage, the lady listened to the words that she should learn from the moon. The lady began to attack her opponent. Smirking, the miss said that she was joking, noticing how easy it was to provoke a friend. In the end, the manager said that her opponent's attacks were becoming more and more predictable. The warrior dodged. The lady slapped Love on the back. The girl turned. Kicking, the Demon Lord said that her opponent was crazy. Without showing her face, the manager said that she was faster. Smiling, the warrior said that she was about to take double damage. The lady tried to block the attacks. The user, clenching her teeth, thought that this was some kind of failure, because her level was twice as high, and her agility was pumped. The manager continued to dominate the fight. Swinging her sword, the manager asked Love if she had any experience in fights, adding that she probably did not participate in fights either. The sword blade was going down. Opening her eyes wide, the girl realized that the blow would be from above. Suddenly, blood poured out of the lady's mouth, thinking that the blow was horizontal. Dark liquid continued to flow from the Demon Lord's mouth. Looking ahead, the manager said that in fights it is important to distinguish between feints and real blows, adding that it is worth alternating a dummy with a real blow. Suddenly, there was an example of how a girl used magic, making it clear that it was easier to jump over an attack with a projectile and counterattack. The character used a feint attack, provoking the opponent to jump. Continuing the attack, the lady said that it was called an empty blow, stating that in boxing and MMA is a feint. Trying to counter the enemy, Love listened to the fact that this skill is mandatory in Chrono Life. Kicking, the girl asked what level she had. The manager tried to repel the attack with her sword. Preparing for the blow, the lady said that this game is not a fighting game. The lady struck her sword. The wood from which the blade was made began to crumble. Looking at her opponent, the miss said that control is important, but in an MMORPG, everything is different. Members of Hong's team were behind bars. The warrior, without showing her face, said that she was mistaken about this. Smiling, the girl stated that in the previous quarter of the finale between the mint chocolate and the afterlife, the outcome of the battle was influenced by the stats, adding that no matter what the skill was, if the stats were lower, then you wouldn't have any damage. Exhaling, the lady said that she had thought this way until recently. Suddenly, there was a memory of mountains with forests, and it became clear that it was 2 weeks ago at the recruitment of participants for team fights. Looking at her companion, Hong asked if she was a rabbit princess. Looking at her partner, the girl said that it was a pleasure to meet her, adding that she was the leader of a guild called Robin Hood. Smiling, the lady apologized for the sudden proposal, and asked if she wanted to fight. Turning around, the manager agreed. The character window gave information that the swordswoman was 255th level. Standing behind bars, Hong said that she had agreed too easily. Without showing her face, the warrior said that she was confident in her abilities, judging by the available data. Folded, the lady said that at that time her level was twice as high, and added that she was determined to win, but that defeat opened her eyes. Confronting love, it became clear that only players from 0.1% are able to surpass the game frames. Smiling, the manager used a counterpunch. The user was bleeding. A black liquid was coming out of the girl's mouth. The lady fell on the sand. Jio, standing with Luna, called out to the captain. The goddess, opening her eyes wide, asked about the counter, and added that she did not know that anyone else was using it. Looking at his friend, the main character asked what kind of skill it was, hidden or unique. In turn, the girl replied that he immediately jumped from the 7th level to 999, so he did not know. Knitting her eyebrows, Luna said that Counter-Strike was the most common skill, adding that it could be obtained by anyone at level 10. A system window appeared, which gave information about the counter-tar, an ability that, when accurately timing, deflects an enemy attack, returning double damage. Looking ahead, the lady said that this was the first time she had seen this ability used in real combat. The audience, along with the team called Mint Chocolate, were shocked. Making a stupid face, the girl asked who the swordswoman was, who used a counterattack in battle. The man, smoking a cigarette, asked if this ability was so difficult, and the team members told him that it went without saying. Luna, looking ahead, said that originally in Chrono Life, all classes mastered the counterattack in combat. The players were talking in the square. Without showing her face, the goddess said that, after many experiments, users had decided that it was useless. Dark liquid flowed onto the sand. Love sat on the ground. Suddenly, the demon lord spat out blood. Rushing into the attack, Love stated that this was not all. Swinging, the girl said that she would definitely win. The manager again used a counterattack. Blood spurted from the opponent's mouth. Suddenly there was a memory of the ladies talking about how Love wanted to resurrect the dead hero, which meant that she had yet to meet the underworld, and for this she would have to bypass other rivals. The girl had a red hoop on her head. Stopping, the demon lord said that she must win. An image of an old lady appeared. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. The shoes bounced off the ground abruptly. The opponent soared into the air. Anger could be seen on the user's face as she talked about doing it for the sake of resurrecting her grandmother. The blue dragon flew down. The manager stood on the sand of the arena. The moon, looking ahead, said that a counter-strike requires compliance with the time interval. A system message appeared, describing the ability. Holding the staff in her hand, the goddess said that she needed to do everything in one frame. The warrior held a sword in her hand. Looking up, the lady used a counterpunch, making it clear that it had to be used in 17 thousandths of a second. Suddenly, a blue pillar of energy crashed into the arena. The team members looked forward. Love was falling down. The audience was stunned. Gio and his friends froze in a daze. The demon mistress fell to the sand. The lady was lying unconscious. The bear, holding a microphone in his hands, said that the player fell before he even had time to use the transformation. You could see the confusion on the host's face as he talked about how control and skills ignored the twofold difference in level. The manager stood with a wooden sword, to the creature's words about the appearance of the strongest old player among the new ones in Chrono Life. Smiling, the girl listened to the fact that she had emerged victorious from the battle. The audience rejoiced. Standing on the sand of the arena, the lady listened to the spectators chanting the veteran. A guy from the other team, holding something in his hands, said that he wanted to fight her, while the lady in the raincoat said the same. The creator, looking forward, said that this is incredible. Looking ahead, the man said that it was even cooler than a perfect parry, while the young man said that it was a stupid comparison. Looking down, the hero said that the parry success interval is 10 frames, and the counter has only 1, which is 10 times more difficult. Continuing to look ahead, the player said that even he could not use this technique in battle. Leaning on the window frame, the man said that it was nonsense, asking that she got on time 3 times in a row. Making a face full of fear, the creator said that the veteran is a horror in the flesh. Raising his paw, the bear asked people to make noise and add applause. Holding the microphone in his hand, the host said that the attention of the whole world is now riveted on the greatest tournament on Earth. Taking the microphone in both hands, the monster said that it was a team battle. The audience was happy. Gio entered the arena. The main character stood in one cloak. The grate opened, making it clear that the king of slimes had been summoned to the arena. The monster knitted his eyebrows. Birds flew over the village. Suddenly, the system made it clear that Hong's team consists of the heroine, Elanciu, the rabbit princess, and the slime king, while the Gio team consists of the protagonist, Love, Luna, and Pharaoh. An announcement appeared in which there was information that the score between the teams was 0-1. The lady received the ball, standing in the water. Gio, without showing his face, said that it was just wonderful, adding that he was very lucky with the tournament draw. The main character, smiling, said that from the first meeting he was burning with a desire to fight him, declaring that you could finally find out what skills he had. Looking at his opponent, the king of slimes asked about the fact that the protagonist still did not know about his abilities, while the guy said that he deliberately did not watch his previous fights. Holding the badina at the ready, the young man said that it would be more interesting to fight this way. Looking up, the monster said that the opponent is an amazing man, adding that his character is as great as his abilities. The creature, standing in front of the main character, said that he would not waste time and would clearly show. Making a menacing face, the player used a skill called a slime copy. Suddenly the opponent began to shine. Slime rose into the sky. The enemy turned into something. Suddenly, a crown appeared on the blue creature's head. Blue Geo was holding a club in his hands. The protagonist watched as his copy landed on the sand of the arena. Looking ahead, the monster said that the copying was complete, and it became clear that the royal slime had just transformed into a guy. The audience rejoiced. Holding the microphone in both hands, the bear said that we had just seen a hidden creature skill, a replica of a slime. Suddenly, a system window appeared, revealing that an ability called Slime Copy gave the ability to take the form of someone the wielder touched. The animal, standing in front of the sign, drew attention to the fact that in order to prevent crimes using copying appearance, the adopted appearance forcibly acquires blue skin. Geo, looking at his opponent, said that everything was clear now, adding that he understood why the creature shook his hand. In the end, the guy said that it was all for the sake of copying. Suddenly, there was a memory of the main character shaking hands with the king of slugs. Exhaling, the young man said that it was not interesting at all. Looking at the copy, the player stated that he expected to see some incredible and completely new ability, and added that he had already fought against someone with similar skills, stating that he was called a mirror of copying. Suddenly, a system window appeared, which indicated that a skill called Copy Mirror completely copies an object. The Slime King, looking at Geo, said that he had already heard about it from the mistress, and added that it was a battle with the Mirror King, Halbek. Smirking, the monster said that his skill was not like what he had already seen. Looking ahead, the monster claimed that the slime copy was an improved version of the copy mirror. Sitting down, the king of slugs said that they should stop talking. Still smiling, the monster said that the rest of the dialogue would continue in battle. The copy jumped high up. With his eyebrows knitted, the player used an overhead kick. Suddenly, a blue ray rang out from his opponent. Geo stood motionless. Swinging, the main character said that it was great, adding that they would fight from the heart. Swinging the stick, the young man used a blow from below. The two forces clashed right in the arena. The glow was able to illuminate the night city. The audience was shocked. Looking ahead, the bear said that these were not the feints they had seen lately, adding that the original attack from below and the copied attack from above created an explosion. People were looking at their phones while the host said that the shock wave alone seemed to make the whole continent shudder, but the huddled spectators in the stands had absolutely nothing to fear, because Chrono Life personally took care of their protection by installing a super strong barrier that protects all those watching. The high rise stood under the night sky. The chief looked at how the bear fought battles. The man was biting his nail. With his arms crossed, the man thought that he needed to hold on. Love walked up the steps. The girl exhaled heavily. Looking at her friends, the lady said that she had returned. Continuing to look at her comrades in arms, the lady apologized, adding that, despite all the efforts in the first number, she still lost. Luna, without showing her face, asked about what her friend had just said. Turning around, the goddess said that she thought the demon lord would never come here with such words. Knitting her eyebrows, the mist told her to come up with a better excuse, adding about how Geo did in the fight with the girl. Looking ahead, Love asked why she was so formidable, asking if she was angry that the girl had blown out. Hiding her eyes, Luna asked about what her friend had just said. The goddess slapped Love in the face. The lady froze in a daze. Looking at the lady, the demon lord asked what was the matter, asking what she was doing. Glancing at her teammate, the lady said that there are always winners and losers in battles, adding that she would not do such a stupid thing as being angry because of the results of the fight of one of the team members. Holding her staff in her hand, Luna said that she was interested in the shame she had shown in the end of the fight. Suddenly there was a memory of how the girl made a stupid face, falling for an obvious provocation and madly rushing into the attack. The manager defended herself. The lady froze in the sky, taking advantage of the dragon's fall. Love bled from her mouth. The goddess, looking menacingly ahead, asked where the disappearance had gone, which she had used so often and surrendered with her skate, added why, one wondered, she was engaged in training her self-control at all, if she was going to succumb to ridicule and lose. The girl was holding her cheek. Turning around, the lady said that these were empty words. The lady was leaving her friend. The moon, without showing her face, said that there was something else. Opening her eyes wide, the user said that her friend did not intentionally use the form of the demon queen. You could see a stunned look on the miss's face. Birds were flying in the sky above the stadium. The copy, looking down, used a blow from above. Smiling broadly, Geo struck from below. The heroes clashed in battle. The weapons of the participants were crossed. The shock wave was very strong. The opponents were separated by a line, while they used a skill called the speed of light at one moment. Yellow and blue rays were scattered across the sky. The system window made it clear that a hidden skill called the speed of light travels at the speed of light to any point within sight. Opponents fought outside the arena. You could see rage in the eyes of the main character. Blue magic emanated from the clone. The Slime King flew upwards using an ability called 8 Mirrors. The protagonist went down. The King of Slugs, holding a stick in his hands, used a copy mirror, while the guy used a magnifying glass. Many spears of Jiwoo flew upwards. The main character has become bigger. The protagonist with a maniacal face swung at countless copies. Smiling broadly, the player used a giant blow from above. The creature had used a drop punch 1,000 times. The shockwave was far beyond the arena. The audience was blinded. The barrier protected the players. A huge explosion rang out outside the planet. Suddenly, a red system window appeared, making it clear that the effect of the 8 mirrors was dissipating. Opponents began to fall down. Looking down, Jiwoo used the soul of a novice swordsman, a series of strikes. Looking up, the creature did the same. The system talked about a skill called a series of blows, which is a basic skill of a swordsman that inflicts a series of slashing blows on the enemy. The opponents clashed with clubs again. Both of them had a leaf on them. A yellow shock wave rang out again. The team looked through the bars. Elansu, looking ahead through his glasses, said that it was unbelievable, adding that it was like the end of the world. The guy looked at the chapter and asked if they demanded too much from the royal slug, even if it was a copy. How was it possible to defeat a monster like Jiwoo in open combat, and stated that it was probably worth sticking to the original plan. Hong, looking ahead seriously, said that she was willing to actually play the two of them against each other was too risky for their team, saying that it would be much wiser to field him in another sparring and guarantee a point. But after seeing that fight, they reconsidered their original strategy. The girl hit the main character with a hammer. His comrades in arms looked out of the window, making it clear that the knowledge that the protagonist was not invulnerable either gave hope for victory. Suddenly, a warrior appeared in the room, and it became clear that he was from a separate team, that he had appeared here to hold an emergency meeting. Hong, standing in front of the warrior, ordered the guild advisors to be gathered immediately. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl stated that the strategy was flawless, adding that the royal slime was the only user in the entire world who could defeat Mr. Jiwoo. A strong blow rang out in the sky. The opponents stood on the ground of the arena. The monster's face showed indignation as he talked about how this was the first battle that required so much mental effort. Smiling, the protagonist asked about why he thought so, and went on to say that it was fun, adding that he fought much better than the protagonist expected, so the fight is damn interesting. Standing in front of the opponent, the creature said that he had been diligently preparing for this day, constantly training in his mind, adding that every day for more than an hour he imagined how he copied him and defeated him. Knitting his eyebrows, the clone said that his strength was now leaving him, stating that he believed that the reconnaissance could be completed and move on to the decisive blow. The monster took the club by the other end. Holding a stick to his head, the slime used an ability called Lunar Assault. Suddenly, the main character was attacked by hundreds of rays. Looking back, the protagonist remembered this technique. Without showing his face, the King of Slimes said that this is the highest offensive skill of the rogue class, which is called Lunar Assault. Putting on a serious face, the player said that this was their mistress's signature move. Suddenly, there was a memory of Hong defeating the demon. The opponent was divided into several parts. Looking at what was left of the enemy, the monster stated that movements similar to moonlight and tearing the enemy's body into 12 pieces were called the skill of instant death. A black liquid was coming out of the player's mouth. The head of the main character asked how he managed to pull it off, because he had never heard of such a thing. Looking back, the clone said that Hong's information was correct, and added that as a novice master, he could use all skills, but due to his low skill level, 1 to 3 were available for each class. Turning around, the Slime King said that things were different for him, and continued that regardless of his form, he could use all the skills available to the object itself. Holding a club in his hand, the monster said that was why he had stated that the slime copy was an improved version of the copy mirror. The girl struck Jiwoo with her hammer, and it became obvious that instant death was his weakness, and since then, with the help of the mistress, the slime has put all of each class's instant death abilities into a slime copy. Smiling broadly, the monster declared that it was not just copying him, but surpassing him. The clone put the club on his shoulder. With a maniacal grin, the monster said that he was the only user in the entire world who was able to defeat the protagonist. Suddenly, a red system window appeared, making it clear that the slime copy transformation time had expired. The Slime King had taken on his previous form. Falling on the sand, the player said that the only drawback of his trump card was that the transformation time was 10 minutes. The protagonist had said that he believed that the transformation would last much less. Making a serious face, the monster said that he was also annoyed, asking why the master had not died yet. Jiwoo, lying on the ground, listened to what the user said about the fact that he should have died a long time ago, while the young man asked about what the installation was. The protagonist's head began to depict death. The man's tongue fell out of his mouth. The head continued to lie in the same place. A bear with a microphone approached the fighters. Pointing a stick at the protagonist's head, the host asked if he really died. Continuing to check whether the young man was alive or not, the commentator said that if the player died, then the fight was lost for him, while Jiwoo said that he was alive. The parts of the body began to grow together. The young man stood in front of his opponent. The system window made it clear that it was a hidden skill called the healing factor, which nullifies any damage. Looking ahead, the main character said that the agreement that he died of instant death was valid only until the fight with the star in one of the 30-second finals, and added that after that, the conditions had changed, and now this skill was no longer a problem for him. The man looked at the slime. The Slime King made a face that was too serious, thinking about what to do. Love was in a golden mirror. The moon looked at her friend. The girl exhaled heavily. Closing her eyes, the lady stated that she seemed to have guessed right, and added that judging by the fact that she could not answer immediately, Love did not show her eyes. Standing with her back to the goddess, the girl said that this was not at all true, saying that one should not accuse an innocent person without good reason. Closing her eyes, the user asked about the grounds. Holding the staff in her hands, Luna said that there were 2 conditions that the King of the Dead had set in order to resurrect Granny, and continued that the first of them was to continue to win the tournament until she met the team of the underworld, and then defeat the opponent she would have to fight. The lady put her hands on her hips. Looking ahead, the lady said that the second condition was that the red halo must be taken from the opponent she had defeated. Standing on the stone floor, the goddess stated that this was the true reason why Love did not use the power of the demon god, asking if she was right. Putting on a serious face, Luna said that in order to defeat the underworld team for sure that she would be facing in the semifinals, she was deliberately conserving the energy of the demon god's power. The demon king had his back turned. Birds circled over the arena. The bear, holding the microphone, said that Gio had received a blow from instant death, but at the same time was completely unharmed and continued to stand on his feet. The host, bringing the microphone to his mouth, asked how this could happen at all, adding that in the previous battle they all clearly saw how he died. Running away from the arena, the commentator said that the fight continues. The monster had a crown on its head. Making a face full of despair, the player thought that the developed plan was absolutely flawless. But why then did everything lead to such an outcome? The sun was setting in the mountains. Hong, looking at the monster, asked the slime to touch her. Looking up, the player clarified the reason for such a request. Smiling, the girl said that it was necessary to prepare for the fight against the Geo team, and added that according to the current tournament bracket, they would meet them in the quarterfinals. Casting a glance at her comrade in arms, the lady said that initially she did not even think of exposing him, but in a duel with a team called Star and Friends, a vulnerability was discovered. Smiling, the lady spoke about the instant death skill. Pointing at her friends, the warrior said that she had brought 10 high-level players of various classes here, and added that they all perfectly mastered the skills called instant death. Smiling, Hong asked the Slime King to copy and save the data of each of them, continuing to use the techniques in a duel against the protagonist. Doubts could be seen on the monster's face as he talked about how his friends really thought that everything would go smoothly, and stated that he could hardly imagine that such insignificant training would be able to break the invincible master. Without showing her eyes, Hong said that she had other reasons. Suddenly there was a blow from above. A blow from below shattered the sky. Smiling, the warrior said that in fact, these are not some special skills, but just a simple movement of the weapon. Without showing her face, the user stated that the monster only imagined for a moment what would happen if he, transforming into Geo, took a wooden club plus 99 and used the highest offensive skills of each of the classes. Looking down, the girl said that he may be the only user in the entire world who could be the protagonist's natural enemy. The opponent stood on the sand of the arena. Smiling, the slime began to laugh. Raising his paw, the monster said that the protagonist is very strong, so much so that it causes genuine admiration. Stretching out his hand, the Slime King said that as a sign of his deepest respect, he would like to shake the player's hand. Suddenly, a ray of yellow light appeared. A shockwave resounded over the arena. The monster's tentacle was burned. Looking at the enemy, the main character said that his actions are too obvious, asking that the enemy wants to touch him again and copy him unnoticed. Smiling, the protagonist asked if all the tricks were over, then if he could finish off the slug. Horror appeared on the monster's face. Suddenly, a blue clone of Hong appeared. The system made it clear that the royal slime had turned into a girl. The player began to attack. Knitting his eyebrows, the monster used a skill called Lunar Assault. A lot of lightning appeared. Geo parried his opponent's attacks with ease. The club collided with the blade. Beads of sweat appeared on the Slug King's face. The man, standing next to the girl, said that the main character reflects absolutely everything, and added about super-fast series of blows. Knitting her eyebrows, Hong said that it was only natural that the Lunar Assault had only worked because the attack had taken place in the guise of a master, and that now that the monster was in her form, it was completely incapable of even slightly touching it. Looking ahead, the girl said that in this way, all the strategies developed required an absolute and continuous condition of Jiwoo's appearance, and continued that with any other characteristics, no instant death skill would be effective against him. The man, looking ahead through his glasses, asked what they should do now, adding that there was any way to win in the current situation. Without showing her eyes, the warrior stated that the only existing way was for the monster to touch the protagonist again and transform. However, even this possibility Geo had just completely cut through. Suddenly, there was a memory of the monster being burned. The lady exhaled heavily. Looking from behind the bars, the lady said that she did not know any more ways, adding that everything went wrong from the very beginning. Clenching her hands, the mist stated that the plan itself with instant death attacks had completely failed and said that the protagonist had perfectly deceived everyone, adding that this duel was their crushing and unconditional defeat. Love stood with her back to her friend. Turning away, the girl asked that it turned out that her innermost thoughts during the battle that had just ended were just like that. Dropping her hands, the lady said that even if it seemed that she would lose, she would not use the power of the demon god in any way, and added that winning or losing this particular fight was not that important, because the next duel with the team of the underworld was much more important. In the same position, the lady said that there was nothing she could do if she lost this fight, as she had to sacrifice it to defeat the underworld team, and continued about saving energy to defeat the underworld team, and then take the red halo and resurrect Granny. Luna, standing with her staff, said that this was the case, and added that even if she and Pharaoh lost and the score was 0-2, they would still be able to tie the score to 2-2. The goddess, looking ahead, asked what would happen if it came to all-out war, and stated that the mist probably reasoned that their team would win 100%. Looking at Love, her friend asked if she had made a mistake. The girl did not show her face. The lady's eyes were not visible. The lady smiled. Standing on the stone floor, the mist said that if she followed her words, the Demon King was not good. Love sweated as she talked about how she was thinking about defeating the underworld team for purely personal reasons, and added that she used the other crew members like a steam locomotive, claiming that she was only causing everyone else a nuisance. Looking ahead, the lady said that she was disgusting as garbage and disgusting as a person. The goddess stood with her eyes closed. Closing her eyes, Luna said that the existence of Granny was so valuable to her that she was ready to sacrifice everything else. Her friend's eyes opened wide. Suddenly, there were memories of how the woman hit Love on the head. The girl was smiling. Grandmother closed her eyes. The lady was sharing food. The demon lord looked straight ahead. Suddenly, a small house appeared, and it became clear that when she was little, she had to live completely alone, away from her family. The guys ate by the fire. The lady did not show her face. Love looked at her mentor as she listened to the fact that outside of practice time she should call her Granny. Tears of happiness poured from her eyes. The user ate slowly. A tear rolled down his cheek. Tears fell to the ground. Love burst into tears as she thought that she, so worthless, could someday have a real family. The woman did not understand what was happening. The girl's face looked touching. Crying, the lady asked for forgiveness. Continuing to cry, the lady said that she was really sorry. Standing with her back, Miss apologized to all the members of the team. Without showing her face, Love said that she was so disgusting because she was so weak and powerless that only made everyone uncomfortable. Lowering her gaze, the demon lord said that if she was as strong as Jiwoo, she would be able to resurrect Granny without causing trouble for anyone. The moon exhaled heavily. Closing her eyes, the goddess said that the intention to save the energy of power is quite understandable, but losing because of this in a match is too frivolous and thoughtless, and added that if because of this, the main character or she lost and were eliminated from the quarterfinals, saying that she did not understand that then everything would go to waste. Crying, Love said that she understood this, but for her it was the only possible option. Tears dripped onto the floor as she talked about how she wasn't as strong as the goddess or Geo. Standing in the room, the lady said that being so pathetic, if she hadn't done so, she could have lost absolutely everything. Holding on to her staff, the friend said that the strongest survived, and added that this is the most commonly used idiomatic expression in the world of chrono life. Closing her eyes, the goddess said that the expression applies to real life, because the world is never indulgent and kind to the weak. Pharaoh, looking up, listened to the fact that he who had no strength could defend something. He had to make many sacrifices. Love stood in front of Geo, and it was clear that she was always trying to get stronger. The girl attacked the manager. The demon queen freezes in the sky. Her mouth was bleeding, and her recent experience had made her acutely aware that with such an attitude as a vague desire, her very existence became only a burden to others. Sobbing, the lady promised that she would not lose to anyone in the future. Looking ahead, Miss stated that she would be much stronger than she was now, and added that she would be stronger than her friend and Jiwoo. The goddess looked at the user. Love fell to the ground. The girl received a blow in the face. Sweat broke out on the lady's face, and it was clear that she had experienced defeat, insignificance, and self-loathing, as well as the helplessness of one who is powerless. The guys looked at their comrade in arms. The heroine's arm had spikes, and it became clear that this was the last day that Love's defeat was recorded, until the moment in the future when she would awaken as a transcendent being. The lady looked confidently ahead. Rivals fought in the arena. Making a serious face, the clone used decapitation, beheading. Suddenly, a skill window appeared, making it clear that the ability was cutting off the target's head, causing instant death. The King of Slugs pressed the main character. Suddenly, a red window appeared, which said that the healing factor had been activated. The protagonist's head fits back in. The add window said that damaged flesh regenerates. Making a stupid look, the player said that it didn't work. The character window gave information that the health was full. With an outstretched hand, the user uses the Mist of Death. Suddenly, a purple mist appeared in the arena. The system explained that the fog of death summons a haze that takes the life of enemies. The man began to inhale a poisonous mist. The main character continued to do the same. There was no fog left in the arena. The protagonist, exhaling the ability, stated that it does not affect him. The character's health has become full again. Making a stupid face, the slime thought that she was sitting in a nightmare. Starting to attack, the monster said that this was not all. Swinging his blade, the opponent said that he still had a whole bunch of instant death skills in reserve, adding that at least one of them should work. Suddenly, Gio's hand touched the glove. The club was in the hand of the main character. Smiling, the protagonist stated that he had already admired the show enough, and added that it was worth finishing. The player hit with the club. The Slime King, looking at the blow, waited for the moment. Suddenly, drool poured out of the clone's mouth as it undid the transformation. The mucus has returned to its former shape. The player suddenly tried to touch Gio. The monster managed to carry out his plan. The team members were shocked. The bear froze in a daze. The monster increased its distance. Raising his hand, the opponent said that the copying was complete, and added that the real confrontation began only now. Suddenly, the monster glowed blue, using a skill called Slime Copy. The system window made it clear that the skill can be used to copy items, characteristics, and skills. Hong, without showing her face, thought that a miracle had happened, because the King of Slugs was able to copy Jaiwo again. Hope appeared on the warrior's face. Looking at the duel, the girl thought that Slime would be able to defeat the main character. Aventador looked straight ahead. The system made it clear that the royal slime had transformed into a dragon. The monster had a crown on its head. His comrades in arms froze in shock. The opponents looked at each other. Sweat appeared on the clone's face as the monster wondered why Aventador had been copied. Slime stretched out his hand. A blow passed on the human body. The enemy stupidly opened his mouth. There was a memory of how the enemy hit the body. It was clear from the clone's face that he was surprised. The King of Slugs hit the main character. The protagonist allowed his opponent to hit him. Looking at the player, the monster guessed who he had copied. There was sweat on the monster's face. Aventador's head popped out of the boy's body, saying that she was sorry and adding that the one he had touched was him. The opponent once again made a stupid face. The monster's tooth flew out. The enemy flew far up. The system made it clear that Gio won this fight. Love wore a golden Zekro. Mishka threw his hand up and shouted that the fight between Peace and Han was starting. The current score is 1-1. The next fighter from the heroes team enters the arena. Luna came to light. She was introduced. Urus and Gio began to support her along with the others. Mishka pointed to the opposite end of the arena. From the team Han is performing. Spirit Master Alanciu. The opponents came closer to each other. The players had to prepare. Mishka waved his hand and shouted that the duel was beginning. The girl put her hand forward. It was a great honor for her to meet him. She always wanted to fight him. She smiled and reminded that he was the first to unlock a hidden class in the game, and he was the strongest fighter before Mr. Gio appeared in the game. The man looked at her coldly. The goddess of life cast a bright flash. After the flash, a slight smoke remained. Alancia took to the air and said that he was the other way around. He put his fingers together. He wasn't particularly eager to go up against her, who would want to have the power of life to be endlessly reborn. He spread his fingers wide to the sides, and a green ray at crooked angles rushed at the player, accompanied by the spirit. This attack tore off the girl's head and cut the body into two parts. The man frowned. He looked at the falling body parts in the arena. The spirit master was told to be confident and rely on his help. He pointed to the spirit and said that he was talking about the Sylph, the king of the wind spirits. Luna looked at her enemy and smiled, noting his commendable determination. She immediately recovered and approached the man. I grabbed him by the throat. She lifted him high above the ground and asked how the master could do this. She smiled confidently and suggested that perhaps she should not target the small spirit, but the master himself. Alancia gritted his teeth and groaned. The spirit flew through the player's hand and tore it off. Luna squinted in pain. Alancia flew back and decided that it was unlikely that he would be able to come up with a more rational and correct strategy. He stretched his throat. The sylph returned to him. The master said that there would be a suitable countermove, for example, a fight close with the spirit. The goddess of life only chuckled as she regenerated her hand. She squinted her eyes slightly and suggested that they stop the verbal skirmish, as they both showed themselves not in the best light. She created a new flash. Coquettishly, she said bam, bam, bam. The entire arena was covered in a bunch of bright explosions. Mishka returned to the spectator seat and commented on the deadly life force strike from the player Luna. He was now talking about Bam's attack. He opened his mouth and shouted that this technique hits the very life energy of the enemy and instantly kills him when hit. The entire arena was filled with a bunch of explosions and green rays. However, the Sylph Spirit King dodged all the blows. He noted his incredible speed. Luna flew between attacks with a slight smile. She squinted and noted that her enemy was much faster. She would even say that he was not inferior to Mr. Riot in Wake mode. Perhaps the gold in the last ranking was deserved, so that an ordinary player can develop such a speed. It began to create a powerful explosion. Alancia began to create a powerful wind. Luna smiled nervously and said that the rumors did not lie, even diminished his merits as the first owner of the hidden class. The master stopped attacking and froze. The goddess of life said that in Western culture, the main elements are fire, water, wind, and earth. In addition to them, there are others: electricity, ice, plants, light, darkness, and so on. In the game, each element has its own spirit. Elancia was silent. The class that contracts with them and fights side by side are called masters. Now the hidden ones have become widely known, but in the early versions of the game, no player suspected their existence. She put her hand on her side. She was suddenly very curious. She had heard that Master Elancia was originally a magus. So how did he retrain as a spirit master? The player was silent. He began to speak slowly. He should not be associated with either. He adjusted his glasses and said that he had always dreamed of being as free as the wind. Luna froze, dumbfounded. She looked at her opponent in bewilderment and asked for clarification. A few years ago, a guy was looking out the window. He noted that the wind began to rise. The young man was romantically sitting on the windowsill in the classroom, and embarrassed classmates said that this idiot was again pretending to be who knows what. Someone noted that he caught the 8th grader syndrome too late. Elancia looked out the window, got the wind in his face, and pretended to be an 8th grader syndrome. This stigma was hung on him early. Elancia was more serious than anyone else. In Chrono Life, a stone golem screamed. Several players fought with him. They stepped back and began to say that the golem was too strong. Swords and arrows simply did not bother it. Behind the squad stood a guy in glasses with a staff in his hands. One of the players asked the master to use water magic or other offensive magic. The girl remembered that earth-type and stone-type opponents take double damage from water magic. Elancia looked ahead seriously and stated that he had only studied wind magic. Everyone immediately began to be indignant, but the guy stood his ground. He was asked why he chose only the wind. The hero folded his hands on his chest and replied that he chose the wind because he liked it. Everyone was annoyed and decided that he was a damn troll. From that day on, Elancia stopped hunting in groups. He destroyed monsters using only windy magic. It could create powerful tornadoes. Slugs were dying in packs, and the hunting grounds where Elancia could develop his skills were extremely limited. None of the teams accepted him, so the guy was forced to play alone, getting stuck in locations that were much lower than his own level. A lonely hunt in the wasteland will never pump you up as quickly as teamwork. But Elancia was truly happy. He rejoiced in every new opportunity he discovered, such as putting his body in the wind. He flew inside a tornado and smashed slugs and was surprised by this. He felt absolutely free. This is how Elancia fully immersed himself in the world of Chrono Life. Once he watched the sunset, on average, he spent more than 10 hours a day in the game, and after about 3 months, a red notification from the game appeared in front of him. He received a hidden achievement. The guy was very surprised. The hidden achievement was the Slime Slayer resonance with the wind element had reached its maximum value, and the transition to the hidden class was now available. Everything around was covered with the green mana of the wind. A great tornado arose, and so Elancia became the first master of spirits. Now he went to destroy Luna. He shouted along with his spirit, and used a cyclone charge. The goddess of life was killed again. She woke up and winced in pain. She was sucked inside by a tornado. The girl screamed in pain. Elancia flew away and began to prepare a windy whip. It glowed green and was the whip of the spirit. He attacked. Luna was wrapped in a whip. The sylph flew up to his master, who ordered her to be dealt with. The spirit rushed and pierced the girl several times. The man looked at her seriously and told the spirit not to kill her, but to slowly wear her down, otherwise she would immediately respawn, so it was better to tie her up and move on to a protracted fight. The spirit smiled at the master and said that this was why he was confident in his victory, because the energy of the goddess of life is not infinite. Many rays pierced the body of the goddess. The audience gasped in shock. One of the spectators remarked that beating the goddess of life like a defenseless kitten, were spirit masters always so powerful? Minshoka looked at him and asked if the schoolboy didn't know that, in one-on-one fights, they were real beasts. She smiled and said that the spirit is nature itself, so the master can use magic endlessly, while the mid-level assistant is able to cast most of the top-rank spells, and the minnows have excellent artificial intelligence. So in fact, Mrs. Luna is now fighting against two. The guy exhaled in irritation and asked what was wrong with it. If you focused and killed the spirit, the game would end. The girl closed her eyes and called the guy a fool. It is almost impossible to kill the spirit. Even if he is mortally wounded, it is enough just to return to his world, where he will be completely healed. The floor of the arena was flooded with blood. Their only drawback was that they could only use one element, and were vulnerable to the opposite. However, the combat power of the Spirit King Sylph was such that he would crush the enemy with his characteristics alone. Luna sat on the ground covered in blood. Elancia went down and approached her. The bear screamed that she had been seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. He looked ahead with excitement and asked if this was really the end of the duel. The rabbit smiled and shouted victory, and the score of 2-1 in their favor was assured. Hong, meanwhile, stared intently at the arena as Rabbit supported her mistress. A drop of sweat appeared on the commander's face. She felt something strange. Was the battle with Luna really over so soon? Mr. Elancia is strong, and this is a fact. He is definitely in the top 5 players. She looked at her friend's gloomy face and noted that she shouldn't have given up. She did not create clones with the creation of life. nor did she use her signature move, the light of life she showed in her battle with Riot. The drop fell to lip level. Her eyes widened. Hong deduced that Luna was intentionally allowing herself to punch. Suddenly the sylph began to cough up blood. He continued to cough, and the blood only increased. The master looked anxiously at the fallen pet. Luna slowly rose to her feet and giggled. The spirit lay on the ground exhausted. Elancia gritted his teeth in rage. He looked at his opponent and menacingly asked what she had done to him. Her attacks didn't even hurt him, so why did he fall down and cough up blood? Luna smiled maliciously and asked if the spirit master knew anything. Her smile became insane. She told her that when a spirit dies, all its memories disappear. The man looked at her warily. The girl bent over and asked to check the window of the state of mind, because soon he would be gone. Every time the boy attacked and directly touched her body, she used her life force to destroy him. The level of life of the spirit is almost zero. He shook his head, being delirious. The goddess of life remarked that if the master sent him to the spirit world to heal, he would not be able to patch up his wounds, because his energy had been completely sucked out. The player flinched. The system at that moment sent him notifications that the life force of the Spirit King was gradually evaporating and now he would soon die. Luna looked at her opponent and asked her to choose. Anxiety appeared on his face. The girl suggested that he choose to refuse to win this fight or. She smiled, the loss of all precious memories of the sylphide at stake. Silence fell in the arena. Luna sneered and asked if Mr. Master was thinking. She warned him that he had better hurry up with an answer. She pointed to the dying spirit and said that otherwise she could be bitterly sorry. Sweat rolled down his face. Elancia remembered the first time he had met a spirit. He smiled and said that he was a sylph, a lower spirit of the wind. He offered to conclude a contract with a novice master. After he became a spirit master, he thought for a long time what to answer, but finally opened his mouth. The guy smiled for the first time and said well. The spirit smiled back at him. He cheerfully threw his hands behind his head. Obviously a strong bond had formed. Even after gaining support, he still did not hunt in groups. At that moment, his tornadoes were already much larger. Although the playstyle hadn't changed, the spirit master wasn't alone anymore. So wherever they went, they were always together with a friend, and enjoyed the world of chrono life. Elancia traveled and slept by the fire with nature spirits and beasts. Time was moving inexorably forward. The players' views on him were very different from the previous ones. Everyone looked at Elancia in surprise and called him the first spirit master. He was number 1 in the unofficial rankings. According to rumors, he was not a member of any of the guilds. Everyone was thinking about how to lure him into their team. The sylph sighed proudly as he listened to all the gossip around him. He closed his eyes in displeasure and told the master that the hypocrisy of these people was simply off the charts. When his master was weak, they had treated him like nothing, and now they were willing to do anything to invite him to the team. He called them duplicitous beasts. The guy looked at him in surprise. A short smile appeared on his face. The sylph tugged at his cheek and indignantly began to ask if he had said something funny. Didn't he understand that now he had to be angry? The hero laughed because his very existence proved the correctness of his path, and also because the sylphide was so sincerely cursing instead of him, and he was immensely happy at that moment. Now his friend was dying in agony. The players did not move. Only moans and coughs were heard in the silence. Luna sighed knowingly. Her body was freed from the shackles of the whip. He waved her hand and said that the master had exactly 3 seconds to make a decision. After that she would kill the sylph. She smiled and said 3. Elancia looked at her anxiously. The girl said 2. Her smile and look became mad again and she said 1. The guy trembled. He shuddered and said well and gave up. He turned to the bear and said that he refused to fight. Everyone stared at him in shock, and the Ms. Bear said into the microphone that the Elancia player was withdrawing from the fight and then the winner would be. Luna smiled at the crowd and said it was sad, but they were too late. An explosion rang out in the arena. Only a pile of smoke remained near Elancia. The man shouted the name Sylph in horror, but Luna picked up the little body in her arms and playfully said it was just a joke. She handed the Spirit King to the master and said that she had restored his vitality, so he would wake up soon. The player with a blush on her cheeks nodded and said that she had fun and offered to fight later in some other way. The Spirit Master pursed his lips and wrinkled his chin in response. He nervously replied that he would never contact her again. The system reported that the fight was over. The game brought the table of battles to the screens. Then she disappeared, showing the starry sky. The creator slapped himself on the cheeks and noted what a poisonous girl she was. He looked at the arena and said that it had seemed calmer lately. But this was only an illusion. Mrs. Borum had become much more ruthless than in the first season. The Demon King looked at him and asked if it was proper for a goddess of life to behave like this. Life should be inherently equal for everyone, and she trampled on other people's existences without a shadow of a doubt. The creator looked at the terrible demon in surprise. He looked at them indignantly and asked why they were staring at him like that. The god said that it was a little strange to hear such a thing from the Demon King. Ingen looked at them, laughed and said that the hero's team knows how to surprise. He would like to fight this lady once. His partner looked at him anxiously and asked if this power of life was not simple cheating. How could you overcome such a thing? No matter how much you hit, the life force would drain only from you, and if you didn't attack, you would have to run away from the BAM. The man frowned ahead. He thought that he had to bet on long-range strikes, judging by the activation condition of life force destruction she had mentioned. He remembered how she had told him that touching her had wasted the boy's vitality. He frowned, embarrassed that she shouted it as if she wanted everyone to hear. Given how cunning she was, there was a good chance that her words were a trap to lure her into a mess. Ingen immediately agreed with him. It was the first time he had seen such a terrible woman. He looked at the exit from the arena and asked, what kind of man could cope with such a boorish and domineering lady? Luna, meanwhile, happily ran to Mr. Loser. She threw herself into his arms. He was embarrassed and asked what had come over her. The girl smiled and said that she had returned with a victory. Wasn't she a good girl? Gio pulled away and said that she was acting like it was something new. Although she had won all the victories in the tournament, the girl was indignant and said that this fight was difficult. Her cheeks were flushed. She asked me to stroke her head and tell her that she was smart. Gio pursed his lips completely. A little confused, he began to stroke her head and praise his partner. Luna was surprised and looked away. Love stood right in front of them, the goddess of life asking, why was she so quiet today, even after what she had seen? A friend snapped and said that the cockroach had become a real fiend of hell. How can she be angry in this situation? Because thanks to her victory, she has a chance to meet her grandmother. She smiled and thanked her, then changed her mind and called Luna sister. Luna froze at that moment. Her eyes shone even more. Now she had abandoned the hero and completely hung on the demon queen. Love was indignant. The goddess of life smiled madly and asked her to touch her horns once as a sign of gratitude. A heated argument ensued, and the master of the club decided to leave it as soon as possible. The starry sky continued to float over the arena. Mishka summoned new fighters to the arena, and the duel of the captains began. A duel between Pharaoh from Peace and Hong from the team of the same name. Both opponents immediately rushed at each other. Both jumped high and their silhouettes were beautifully illuminated by the moon. The knife spun quickly in his hand. Hong screamed and used a spinning dagger. Pharaoh's paw was covered with energy. He shouted and used his beast dash skill. A collision occurred. Both landed on opposite sides. The girl used a lunar assault, and the beast used an animal onslaught. Fighters with insane zeal collided throughout the arena at great speed. It was a fight at speed. Pharaoh fought with the bestial agility and agility of his small body. Hong was a member of the rogue class, boasting the fastest speed in the game, both enemies being known for their fast battles. But this time the battle was on equal terms. The knife constantly faced a retaliatory attack from the claws. The girl pushed the wolf cub away. In his current state, he couldn't beat Hong. Although he prevailed in the previous fight with Habak, it was solely due to his tenacity and suddenness. In a fight where both use their strengths, the discrepancy in physical strength and stats usually directly determines the outcome. Pharaoh landed on the edge of the spectator seats. Then he pushed off at high speed. Hong landed on the ground. She looked at the beast's approaching attack in fright. Pharaoh swept past and still managed to damage her. Something unexpected happened. A deep cut appeared on Hong's thigh. Pharaoh stopped behind. He looked forward seriously, now that he had overcome the difference in ability. Pharaoh began to press Hong. Her team looked at her in surprise. Alancia said that this could not be. The Slime King looked ahead in amazement and asked if the queen was inferior. But they were sure that in the duel of the captains, their chances of winning were the best. The manager stood aside in displeasure. At that moment, Pharaoh threw the robber back with a blow. She sighed heavily. She put her hands on the side and said that they had lost this fight. Of course, in fights similar in type of fighters, everything is decided by the difference in characteristics and physical strength, which is why they counted on winning. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hong seems to have too much in her head right now. When seconds count, fractions of seconds, extraneous thoughts slow down the reaction, and as a result, its advantage does not matter. Hong tried to fend off all the attacks. She gritted her teeth and realized that the plan had failed. The quarter finale was clearly supposed to turn out differently. She looked angrily ahead and thought that even if she won, the score would be 2-2, and after that, an all-out 4-on-4 war would begin. Did their team have any chance of winning? A drop of sweat rolled down his face. She thought of the warrior in his underpants. The rabbit calmly pointed forward and asked to look at Pharaoh. On the contrary, he has a very confident expression on his face, which is strikingly different from previous battles. He definitely made one important decision for himself. Survives the fittest. This is perhaps the most commonly used idiomatic expression in the world of chrono life, so that the one who does not have the power can defend something. He has to make many sacrifices. The wolf cub pulled himself together and was able to grab the girl's hand with the next attack. Hong winced in pain and immediately plunged the knife into the carcass of the animal. Pharaoh let go of his hand and shouted, and both opponents fell to the ground. The girl looked at her tattered hand. If the wolf had grabbed the neck, it would have died immediately, but thanks to the injury, it was possible to deliver a decisive blow. She plunged the dagger into his body, but Pharaoh was already on his feet. He was staring directly at her with a dagger sticking out of his side. He grabbed the hilt of his dagger with his teeth. Wolf remembered how he had communicated with an unknown entity, who asked not to admit everything so close to his heart. He smiled maliciously and said that in this world the strongest survived. His smile was clearly imprinted in his head. He was now approaching his rival, completely absorbed in the desire to kill. Hong was frightened. Pharaoh's gaze was filled with madness. There was a tense silence. The wolf cub was slowly approaching. With small steps, Hong tried to get up. Pharaoh's eyes exuded trickles of energy. The robber winced with pain and fear. She jumped to the side and screamed. She grabbed the second dagger. At that moment, Pharaoh swept past her at great speed. The girl trembled. She could barely block the blow. She looked at her hand and realized that something had changed. Pharaoh moved around the arena, changing his trajectory every now and then. His paws were crushing the stone. Like lightning, he rushed to attack. This time she was able to reach the captain's torsos. Hong spat out blood. The strength and speed of the enemy became incomparably higher. Blood dripped from the blade of the dagger. Pharaoh shuddered sharply, and at high speed he went on the attack again. And this time it pierced the girl. She twisted and coughed blood. Her body rose into the air. Teammates tensed up from such a sight. Luna smiled and began to support Pharaoh. Gio only tensed. Pharaoh continued to strip his girlfriend. More and more wounds appeared on her body. The wolf's eyes were completely darkened. He landed again. And he jumped up again. He was flying up. He remembered an old acquaintance. He pressed his teeth tighter into the hilt. The unknown man smiled and repeated, his eyes reflected in the eyes of the beast. The victim was getting closer. The blade of the knife was getting closer and closer to her neck. In this world the strongest survive. Blood spurted. Hong's teammates shuddered in fright. Mishka MS froze with a microphone at his mouth. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Suddenly, Gio came to Hong's aid and took the knife blow on his palm. The three of them were hanging in the air. Love looked at him in surprise. A broken grate lay under her feet. She shuddered and asked what was wrong with her brother. No one understood what was happening. Mishka screamed madly. He flew up to the hero and asked him what he allowed himself. Interfering in a duel was a gross violation of the rules of the tournament. Gio gloomily stated that it was over. The host was amazed. The guy looked sadly ahead and said that Hong was already dead, so the fight was over. All the spectators gasped. The player descended to the ground. He carefully laid the robber on the ground. Mishka MS looked at her in confusion and relayed that player Piece's words turned out to be true. Player Hong was out of action. He looked at the wolf cub in complete confusion. His gaze was still burning with madness. The audience tensed. The fire in the animal's eyes frightened them. Many of them sweated on their faces. He called him a monster. Pharaoh shuddered and looked at the crowd in fright. Many people were discussing the fact that they saw some monstrous figure behind the wolf cub, and his eyes were incredibly scary and disgusting. Fear and disbelief froze on the faces of the audience. They asked if this was the true appearance of Pharaoh. He had tried to stab her in the neck, right? The beast looked at the bloody dagger in its teeth. It seemed to have a very ferocious temper. And what if it just started attacking people? Is it possible that when he grows up, he will become much more aggressive? Farad looked around intensely. His ears fluttered, and they snuggled up. He whimpered sadly and lowered his head. He trembled with excitement. Gio knelt down to him and stretched out his hand. He looked at him gloomily and asked him to give him the dagger he held in his teeth. Pharaoh slowly looked up at him, frightened. I remembered how they met for the first time. Now the owner's face was completely different and disappointed. Farad was frightened. He trembled again, and obediently dropped the knife. Some laughed nervously and noted that, fortunately, he obeys the owner. With one squeeze of his hand, the hero broke the dagger into pieces. The audience was shocked. The guy poured the fragments on the ground. He said slowly that it was too noisy in the stands today. He looked at them with a mad look and asked, should he just take and tear each of them to pieces? Suddenly, there was a deathly silence throughout the arena. Gio exhaled quietly. He took the wolf cub in his arms. The latter looked at him questioningly. The owner called him an asshole and asked why he was blown away. The animal lowered his eyes sadly. He remembered how he had fallen into madness. Suddenly, the master said that he had fought well. He smiled sweetly and congratulated him on his victory, and noted that his fighting style looked cool. At this point, Pharaoh's ears rose. The hero looked at him and asked him not to pay attention to the nonsense that the audience was saying there. Even if suddenly something goes wrong with him, there is a bro he is. After these words, a blush lit up on the dog's face. He tucked his paws together and wagged his tail. Gio was perplexed and said embarrassedly that it was excellent. He looked at MC Mishka and asked if he was going to announce the results of the fight. At his words, the great warrior raised the animal above his head. The victory was for the player Pharaoh. The audience was silent in surprise. There was silence in the arena. The guy smiled and sniffed. He looked at everyone with a threatening look and asked why he did not hear applause and joyful exclamations. Then everyone, under the threat of life, began to shout and rejoice. Everyone raised their hands in confusion and shouted. After that, the name of Pharaoh swept through the arena. Ingen took an embarrassed bite of the delicacy and called the hero a dictator, not a man. He noticed that even the creator's team was shouting the hero's name. The fight was over. The system showed a table of fights and reported that the hero's team had reached the semifinals. The remaining battles also passed quite quickly. The third fight of the quarterfinals was between the Mana team and the Five Guilds team. Hongwa folded his arms over his chest and declared that victory would be on their side. Heaven was on their side. He looked at the arena and said that this was the perfect tournament bracket in which they avoided the favorite teams, thanks to which they were finally able to reach the quarterfinals. The cage opened. Manhwa said that if they won this fight, they would make it to the semifinals and be able to reclaim the greatness of the 5 guilds in the world. The leader smiled even more obsessively and asked to look at them and promised his brothers to return with a brilliant victory. The first battle began. The whole arena was ablaze with fire. Immediately Manhwa lost. After that, the arena blazed with lightning. The second victory was again for the Mana team. A duel between the deputies began. The Mana team wins. All beaten, the 5 guilds came back. The last participant did not even go into battle. The team was eliminated from the quarterfinals. Luna seriously noted that the Mana turned out to be incredibly strong. These come from the ancient magical empire of Raya. The hero looked at her and asked if she was originally a mage. He asked her to estimate how powerful they were. Luna frowned. If she had to confront them as a magus, then her chances of winning would be 0. So he looked ahead in horror. She did not understand what had happened. Magic used by Mana, the simplest elemental spells, fire, wind, and lightning. But where did such a destructive force come from then? It's simply unthinkable. The ancient empire of Leech. It was the place where the most powerful mages lived, striving for the absolute limit of mana. 3 of the great sages of R'lyeh Marian. Her level was 8,790. She is a direct student of Marin named Mavi, level 8,389. And the brilliant twins from R'lyeh, Mayun and Mahian. Those who are close to the mana limit, that is, the strongest team of magicians, are one of the main candidates for victory. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the game, Dokbi watched the tournament and was surprised. He lit a cigarette intensely and noted that such a high level of the enemies was too much. He tensed up and said that they organized the tournament as a fun festival for the players, and in the end they spoil it with some monsters of the NPC. He put his hands in his pocket and asked if they really thought that this was normal, because the players were just extras now. The system said that everything was fine. Mom smiled and said that after all, it was for the good of the players. Dokbi took a long drag and called her hypocritical. Only they were here, so they could be honest. He had sent all the employees from the monitoring department home on purpose. Mom smiled and asked if Dokbi still didn't trust her even after so many years of dating. She sat on the ruins in space near the star and asked if the director knew that the flapping of wings on the way to perfection had already brought them to the right orbit. Everything that has happened from the first season to this moment will soon be combined into one whole. The woman hugged her legs and said that now there was very little left, and said to meet the beautiful world that she promised. Her pupils flashed yellow, just a little bit left. A new day has come. Love rang the doorbell. She was standing at the elevator and said that she had come. A smile appeared on her face. The day after the end of the quarterfinals, they decided to gather in their sister's cafe and celebrate their entry into the next stage. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. It had been a long time since she had seen him in the real world. The hero answered into the microphone and muttered that Love knew the password to her apartment. He was too lazy to get up every time, so just let him enter it and come in. Love was embarrassed and thought that only couples usually do this, didn't she? She began to enter a password that consisted of zeros. The girl opened the door and entered. The hero got out of the shower. He began to wipe his wet hair. He showed off his plump body and asked his girlfriend to sit down while he was getting dressed. The singer's eyes shone. They glided over perfect muscles without a gram of fat. Blood flowed from his nose at such a sight. She fell at the guy's feet and began to say thank you nonstop. Gio turned around and, in order to distract himself, offered the guest something to drink, but she said that she did not need anything and she would sit quietly and wait. She clasped her hands between her thighs and giggled. She really felt like his girlfriend. Then Luna appeared and asked who they had here. Did she also come to visit? Love looked at her friend indignantly. Her eyes widened. After all, Luna was standing in front of her in a tight rubber suit. The idol asked what was the matter, and what kind of look was it. The friend closed her eyes and smiled. She explained that you should always wear a suit that corresponds to the situation. Love froze with misunderstanding and rejection. The hero walked by and irritatedly asked when Luna managed to come here. Did she climb through the window again? Love was completely confused. The guy shook his head and asked if she was going to go to the cafe in such clothes. She had better change her clothes. Luna agreed without arguing and slammed the door. Love looked at the hero uncomprehendingly and asked what was going on here. He promised to explain later. Then the singer was distracted and said that she wanted to ask something. Gio looked at her carefully. Her friend said that all day long he does nothing but sit at home and play. How does he get such a good physical shape? The guy frowned and replied that the singer had correctly noticed that he, except for games, did not do anything. He opened the door and said that he earns a living at the expense of them, and there is quite a lot of free time left. He showed a room with many gym equipment, which he himself equipped and now regularly sits there in the morning and evening. Love got excited and said that it was amazing. She would never have thought that he was a normal person. The guy asked why. And all the moments of Gio's hysterical and insane behavior in the game flashed through Love's head. The hero smiled and asked to come to him at any time, and they would train together. The girl nodded embarrassedly. The blush flared up more and more from the very thought of training with her brother. She even began to imagine it. I imagined how he ensured her. How languidly they reach out to each other for a kiss. Their lips are getting closer. And there comes a moment when the idol's nosebleed shoots, and the hero shudders from this. Meanwhile, Luna descends. She wears clean white socks. He goes out to his friends and ooze. Love lies in a pool of blood. Luna asks what is happening to her, but the guy himself does not understand anything. He suggested that we go as soon as possible before it was too late. After a while, they gathered at the Hong Cafe. Fireworks exploded. Hong and Luhua met the friends and congratulated them on reaching the semi-finals. The trio smiled gratefully. The owner smiled and said that their fight yesterday ended in their complete defeat. She laughed and said that she believed that the weakness of the instant death attack, but it turned out that she was being fooled. Gio immediately tried not to give himself away and stated that he had no intention of deceiving her. Luhua was embarrassed, and she handed her brother a cake to the club. After that, she handed them the macarons and said that if they wanted a drink, she would bring a drink. Jaiwa accepted the cake and said that he would eat it with great pleasure. But why would he suddenly care so much? The girl looked down in embarrassment. She heard after the battle that Brother Batten deliberately succumbed to her. Without even knowing it, she also suspected him and rejoiced carelessly at the victory. She shook her head and began to apologize for such childish behavior. But the hero began to say that everything was fine and asked not to worry. Luna drank soda and announced that they had drawn up the semi-final bracket. In the first battle, the team of Mana and Guru will meet, and the second duel of the semi-finals will be for the Underground Dragon and them. Hong looked at her and said that Man's team currently enjoys huge support among the Magus players. Who do they think will win the first battle? She asked the goddess of life what her prognosis was. The girl thought about it. It was difficult for her to say, because before becoming the goddess of life, she was also a magician and would like to cheer for Mana. But she frowned and explained that the difference in level between the two teams was too great. Events are transferred to the arena. Mishka came to the center of it and shouted that today would end with the fourth fight of the quarterfinals. Team Guru versus Team Blacksmith. The old man asked to put his life on the line for the sake of victory. The blacksmith sternly stated that they must reach the final. His team stood beside him. The leader stated and said that they had mercilessly defeated the peace team. They wanted to avenge the humiliation suffered by the god of the blacksmiths, that is, their king. They remembered how Gio had humiliated their king. Now they were preparing for a new battle. The blacksmith looked ahead in surprise. Ingen was preparing for battle. He did breathing techniques, and he practiced punches. He did one, and a powerful shockwave swept through the arena. His movements were fast. The guy was focused. A strong wind was blowing throughout the arena. The spectators were almost blown out of their seats. His teammates calmly waited for their turn. Wichan sternly remarked that this was the first time he had seen such a thing. What kind of technique was it? The girl looked at him and said that he did not know Ingen well. Sokin winked and revealed that their leader hadn't even used any technique yet. He is just warming up. The guy froze in a fighting stance with his leg pointing to the sky. Suddenly, a powerful flow of energy shot out from his foot. He rose high into the sky. The blacksmith's team looked at him with their mouths agape. The blacksmith gritted his teeth. Soon he would get kicked in the teeth. It was a plan for revenge of the blacksmith team. Ingen hit him and set him on fire with his energy. Thus, the plan was completely shattered with just one blow. Events are transferred to the cafe. Hong said with excitement that it was incredible. She called Ingen a creature of a different order. Gio gloomily folded his arms over his chest as the cafe owner said that as soon as you looked at him, you immediately saw him as Mr. Truncheon. He was alert. I remembered how Ingen came to the student and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He walked over to his table. As he expected, the guy was also participating in the tournament. The boy took 2 more pies and asked who was sitting in front of him. Gio remembered that Ingen might not remember him. He revealed that they met during beta testing. A wide smile shone on his face. The Batten said that then they parted in a draw, but this time everything will be different. Ingen leaned towards him. No doubt this time everything would turn out differently. He looked to the side and said that if both would have been left without a victory then, it would most likely be because he had succumbed to the hero. Gio also took a pie and grinned, calling the boy a puppy. Does he really think he's super cool? He moved away and told Ingen not to lose until they met him in a fight and asked, preferably, to stay until the finale. Now the hero smiled broadly and said that the finale was coming soon. The events are transferred to chronolife.ms. Bear raised his paw and announced the first fight of the semifinals, in which the most powerful participate. Team Mana vs. Team Guru. He pointed at the first fighter and began to announce him. The only guy and the youngest mage of the Mana team, the player Mahian, entered the arena, and he will be opposed by the first fighter of the Guru team. Sokyang stood in the middle of the fog. She slowly pulled off her cloak. Heavenly demon Sokyang bared her face. Love looked at her in surprise and decided that it was very harsh since they started with her. The hero looked at her and asked, "What is a heavenly demon? Is it something like a fantasy class?" She looked at the Appa in surprise and asked if he didn't understand Wuxia. He was embarrassed and explained that the terminology there was too complicated for him. He could not read such a thing, and Luna agreed with him. The singer looked thoughtfully ahead and tried to explain if we talk about the heavenly demon in a nutshell. She pointed to it and said that it was the strongest of all. In wuxia, the plot is usually built around the confrontation between the righteous and the dark paths, but as a third force, an organization called the Demon Cult or the Cult of the Heavenly Demon appears. Love held up a finger and revealed that the demon cult was so rigid and powerful that even the ever-warring paths of righteousness and darkness were united to oppose him. She spoke about the leaders of the two paths. She smiled and said that the celestial demon was the head of such a cult, that is, their leader, and, as a rule, he took the position of invincible. Gio looked at the embarrassed singer in surprise and asked how she knew so much about it. The girl laughed and said that she reads a lot of webtoons in between. To give a simpler example, the celestial demon is like the demon king in the fantasy world. To stop him, who appeared suddenly, all human kingdoms, which are always at war, rally their forces. Luna thought about it, and she asked, comparing them, isn't the demon king equal to the weakest compared to the chaos god and the goddess of life? The boy at that moment called the fire. He flew up and launched a huge fireball. The arena flared up again with a powerful flame. The boy landed and waited. He turned back and asked if he had done it. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the flames. Sokyang said that it was not bad to reach such a level at such a young age. It was admirable. She pulled her hand out of the flames, waved it, and the flames around the girl dissipated. She smiled and asked him to remember who was in front of him now. She is the head of the celestial demon cult and the ruler of the core lands named Soyang. She confidently looked ahead and asked the boy not to restrain himself and hit with the last of his strength, because he was a. The fire dissipated, silence fell. Mohyun pressed his hands into his staff, trying to understand what had just happened. His opponent extinguished the huge flames with just one wave of her hand. The girl held up 2 fingers. She smiled and said that exactly 3 moves. She gave him the right of the first move. She stared at the boy and asked him to attack to his heart's content. Mohyun gritted his teeth angrily and promised to make the player regret those words. He twirled his staff above his head. He traced the ground with his foot. He looked angrily ahead and shouted a circle of flame. Then he slammed his staff to the ground. A fiery disc appeared under his feet. Flames flared up around Sokin in a circle. The celestial demon didn't even look around. She assumed that it was a technique that locked the enemy in a ring. However, the sky above her head was completely open. The fire staff was heading towards her at this moment. The boy confidently looked ahead and used fusion magic, starting a fire tornado. A tall vortex erupted in front of him. Mishka MS and the surprised spectators looked at this technique with delight. Mishka brought the microphone to his mouth and asked for a moment of attention and said that fusion magic is a technique that can be called the crown of a magician's creation and, as the name suggests, it means a combination of spells. For example, if you combine the magic of the element of water and the magic of electricity, the water ball is activated with an electric shock effect. Of course, you should not think that the thoughtless fusion of 2 spells will only make it better. If you combine 2 magics incorrectly, then the ability simply will not work. Fusion magic is very difficult to implement, and it is extremely difficult to succeed in it. He pointed to a huge fiery vortex and said that if it succeeded, as they could see, its power would become unimaginable. The boy shuddered, and a voice of praise came from the tornado. The voice from the flame said that using an even stronger energy on top of the existing one to double its strength was quite skillful and impressive for his age. The mage did not move, the demon asked. Why is he delaying? Of the 3 blows that she promised him, the last one remained. She told him to show him all that he was capable of. Mohyun looked ahead with excitement. He said not to be so self-confident, otherwise she would regret it bitterly, because his signature technique was just beginning. With these words, he raised his staff high to the sky. He knitted his eyebrows and shouted a flaming spear. A fiery cloud appeared high in the sky above the tornado. Love watched the fight with delight and thought about it. She remembered how another player used this technique at the end of the first season. Mohyun now had a hard time controlling the process of the technique. The cloud flared up right above the center of the vortex. It has almost reached its edges. Small rings and vortices flashed all over its surface. The audience watched what was happening in complete amazement. The ball only became larger. So he froze with her mouth open, recognizing her technique. Her eyes trembled. Could this be a flaming spear? The ball reached a huge size. Mishka lifted his face and noted into the microphone its incredible size. He compared it to the fact that the sun falls on the continent. Mohyun continued to confidently cast this masterpiece. His hat flew off his head. The boy's eyes flashed, and he activated the launch. The ball rose even higher. It began to bend in the form of a moon, and form into an outstretched rod. Sokin smiled with interest, and said that everything was more and more wonderful. The first and second techniques are to create a vortex to lock it up, and the third is to deliver the decisive blow. The celestial demon appreciated the baby, and said that he had used the 3 steps she had given to her with maximum efficiency. She slowly raised her hand. She stood in a special stance, and since the opponent showed such outstanding skill, then as a sign of respect, she will accept this blow openly. The spear rushed at her. Its end was approaching a tornado. Getting closer. The audience was showered with warm and hot light. Many of them opened their mouths. Even the host of the MC could not comment on this in any way. The fire expanded and the spear entered the whirlwind. The shock wave passed through the entire city. There was an explosion. The spectators began to cover themselves and turn away from the bright light. There was an incredible storm. The bear covered himself with his paw and asked the respected spectators not to worry, because the super strong barrier installed in the stands would reliably protect them. Then he shouted. The presenter was suddenly pulled out of his seat. The little bear was thrown away from the arena, but he called for help. Someone caught him by the paw. It was Jaiwa and his team. Mishka smiled at him and noted the excellent reception from the Geo player. Then the hero looked at the fight in surprise, which confused the host. The hero frowned and asked him, could it be he? Mishka was silent. The guy turned his muzzle towards the arena. In the middle of the ashes, Sokin walked. She looked safe and sound. Mohyun flinched at the sight of her, and shouted that this could not be. The heavenly demon looked at him confidently. She withstood such an attack and remained unharmed. She smiled and begged me not to lose heart, because his flames had certainly reached her. She ostentatiously waved her hand and showed that it was just the edge of her clothes. Mohyun looked at her angrily, and grabbed his staff to use the flames. Sokyang was behind him at that moment. She smiled calmly and said that the 3 appointments she had promised were over and now it was her turn. The boy shuddered. The girl traced the ground with her foot. She wriggled bizarrely and turned her palm to strike. She touched his stomach and threw him into the air. The mage immediately coughed up blood. It squirted profusely from his mouth. From the blow he was thrown far forward. In an instant, the heavenly demon disappeared. She was in the air and used a crushing kick. She stabbed her opponent in the back. His body was thrown high into the sky. His back arched at an unnatural angle. In a moment, the girl in a confident pose was at his level. Her gaze became cruel. She used the step of the heavenly demon, placing her foot on the boy's body. With great speed, he was thrown to the ground. An explosion rang out in the arena. The dust raised through the mage team's cage. They looked at their comrade with concern. It was difficult to see it in the smoke and dust. When he was dispelled, everyone saw the mage lying in a small crater. He did not move. Mishka MS ran up to him and reported that the player Mohyun was unconscious and did not even move. So Hyun descended to the ground and accepted the news of her victory with restraint. She closed her eyes and tilted her head forward slightly. The crowd rejoiced. The system showed a table of battles. Candidates for victory. The monk twisted his staff. Both the guru and the manhwa were rightfully considered by them. He easily defeated the magician. As the saying goes, there is always a sky above a high mountain, and a dazzling sun above the shining moon. The monk guru was victorious. The girl was lying on the ground and writhing in pain. The man's shadow loomed over her. He raised his baton over her, and the difference in strength between the teams was overwhelming. The monk began to read a prayer, and he pierced the player with a baton. The system showed an updated table of battles. The remaining magi anxiously discussed their failures. Marin looked at the twins and assured them that everything was fine. She would come out in the next fight. She looked ahead seriously and, like a powerful magician, swore by her name, one of the 3 great sages, that he will certainly win. Her opponent entered the arena. It was the king of vagabonds, Wichin. At the beginning, the fight was on equal terms. Marion, using her distinctive feature of fast spell casting, pressed the enemy. However, the tramp was able to touch the girl with his finger. Marin writhed in pain. Wichin immediately broke the distance. The mage's heart was pounding heavily. She realized that it was very dangerous. If the blow went deeper, she would lose her arm. You need to attack, keeping your distance. Marin used reverse gravity and took off. But she immediately fell to the ground. The mages opened their mouths in horror. Mohyun was sweating. He thought it was some kind of mistake. Their leader lay exhausted on the ground. Wichin came close to her. The boy shouted for his sister to use magic faster to break the distance. The man with the cold tone said that it was useless. He had just blocked her acupuncture point and disrupted the flow of internal energy. He closed his eyes and shook his head. For some time his opponent would not be able to control mana. Marion coughed blood on her hand in horror. Tears flowed from her eyes, and the system reported that the acupuncture point had been affected. The use of spells was temporarily unavailable to her.